In the depths of the cosmos, silence should reign supreme. Yet at this moment, the orbit of Planet Vegeta resonates with a chilling, gentlemanly chuckle that sends shivers down the spines of the surviving Saiyans. Oh ho ho! What a pity! I intended to erase your kind from this world entirely. Frieza's voice, elegant yet cruel, slithers into the ears of every surviving Saiyan like a cold, venomous serpent as he subtly raises his forefinger. Along with Planet Vegeta, what has transpired? Xiang Yu gazes up at the sky in bewilderment. Before he could ponder further, his vision was consumed by a rapidly expanding energy sphere, exuding an aura of destruction and death. The brilliance was blinding, scorching his very soul. His skin began to char under the terrifying radiation, while his cells screamed in agony, dissolving into nothingness. He barely had time to comprehend the despair of his situation before his consciousness was torn apart, akin to remnants thrown into a meat grinder, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Is this a dream? Such a vivid nightmare. This was his final, hazy thought. All right, it is time to ignite the most beautiful fireworks. Oh ho 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 ho. The Emperor's jubilant decree marked the end of all things. The massive purplish-red planet, renowned in the cosmos as the homeland of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, shattered like fragile glass. A tremendous outburst of light and heat erupted, staging a brief yet tragic finale of the planet, ultimately transforming into a magnificent cloud of cosmic dust, heralding the conclusion of an era. On the precipice of this cataclysm, a barely perceptible red light flickered and vanished at an astonishing speed. This spherical entity, shimmering with radiant hues, bore an uncanny semblance of a smirk, and perhaps a hint of urgency. Thank you for your permission. Everything now depends on him. Tokyo, Japan. At this moment, a real-life hell on Earth unfolds. That a colossal tsunami has unleashed a flood that nearly engulfs the entire city, with cries and screams serving as the backdrop to this calamity. Two ferocious, dinosaur-like monsters, the twin creatures Red Kiras and Black Kiras, emit deafening roars as they, alongside their master, the magma alien, assail the Soul Hope, Indiana. The arena, Leo, Ultraman. The colorful timer on the chest of the Crimson Giant has long since begun to flash a dangerous red light, and every block appears increasingly arduous. Having recently become an Ultraman warrior, Leo, lacking sufficient experience in life and death battles, finds himself at a loss against such a cunning and formidable duo. Oh, it's Akira's spin. From a distance, the injured Xing Tuan clenches his fists tightly, his complexion pale. He watches as the two monsters entwine and begin to spin rapidly, unleashing a blue, razor-sharp energy field potent enough to tear everything asunder, like a massive death top. Hurtling towards the already exhausted Leo. With gritted teeth, Tuan slowly raises his right hand. He must support Leo through this blow, even if it means exhausting his own life force to utilize Ultraman's psychic energy. At that critical moment, whoosh boom, a meteor, trailing flames, seemingly crashes from the void, striking precisely upon the massive horn atop one of the twin monsters. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering is distinctly audible. Roar! The intense pain and the disruption of balance instantaneously halt the Kira's spin. The two monsters cry out in agony, their assault abruptly ceasing as they spew forth vast clouds of yellow smoke, hastily retreating into the ocean. Seeing this, the magma alien recognizes the futility of the situation, snorting coldly before vanishing in a flash. We are saved. But what is that? Tuan breathes a sigh of relief, yet his heart immediately races again. That meteor, was it a new alien? Or Leo gazes at the devastation surrounding him, breathing heavily as the colorful timer's beeping grows increasingly frantic. Just as he prepares to revert from his transformation, the extraordinary vision of the Ultraman warrior catches sight of a small figure lying amidst the ruins of a partially collapsed building below. How could there still be someone left who didn't manage to evacuate from that position? Could it be? His thoughts immediately race back to the strange meteor. Without hesitation, Leo musters his strength to stand, cautiously cradling the diminutive figure in his hands as he swiftly flies toward Xing Tuan's location. Leo, you. Upon seeing Feng Yuan rushing towards him, Tuan instinctively prepares to reprimand him for his reckless actions. a moment reminiscent of the original TV series, marking the beginning of Tuan's subtle manipulation of Feng Yuan. But he quickly notices that Feng Yuan carries someone on his back. Assuming it to be a surviving Earthling, he swiftly alters his tone. Is it an injured civilian? Quickly, take him to the hospital. No, Captain. He might be the meteor that just saved me. Feng Yuan anxiously places the youth on the ground. His condition is critical. He may not survive until we reach the hospital. Do you have a way to save him? Upon hearing this, Zhanxing Tuan's brow furrows deeply, his sharp gaze scanning the youth on the ground at a tender face, around 14 or 15 years old, with stubbornly upright black hair that defies gravity. Yet the injuries on his body are horrifying. Extensive, severe burns, with several deep cuts exposing bone, still oozing blood that a peculiar, furry tail is severed at the base, leaving only a remnant. The youth's breath is so faint it is nearly extinguished, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being snuffed out. By human standards, such injuries would be deemed hopeless. Captain, seeing Tuan silent, fixated on the youth, Feng Yuan cannot help but grasp his shoulders, urgently calling out. His innate kindness leads him to think of nothing else but saving the person. Tuan's mind wrestles with conflicting thoughts. With his extensive experience as a veteran Ultraman warrior, he is nearly certain that this youth is no Earthling. The severity of his injuries appears to be the result of exposure to an explosion's high-energy radiation. Though the youth's actions indirectly saved Leo, most aliens arriving on Earth harbor ulterior motives. Would saving him invite danger? What if? Captain, Tuan grits his teeth, silently cursing himself. Zhanxing Tuan, what are you thinking? When did you start allowing the possibility of unconfirmed outcomes to dictate your response to a dying life? Have you forgotten the Ultraman spirit? Moreover, he maintains a human form. Perhaps he hails from a civilization akin to humanity. Aside from few exceptions, most should belong to benevolent races. Listen, Feng Yuan. Tuan suddenly raises his head, his expression resolute. Given his current state, ordinary Earth medical measures are futile. There is only one way to save him. What is it? To become one with him. Use the light of an Ultraman to sustain his dissipating life. One with him. Xiang Yu's consciousness drifts in a haze. He experiences an interminable dream. In this dream, he stands upon a desolate land, where 3 suns of varying sizes hang in the sky, and the air is thick with the scent of gunpowder and the stench of blood. Hey, Terrafusi, does it really take this long to deal with a garbage planet with an average combat power of merely 200, truly deserving of a lowly warrior born with a battle power of only 5? A voice filled with disdain echoes from behind him. Terrafusi, are they calling for me? Xiang Yu's consciousness wanders in confusion. Enough. Lord Frieza has decreed that all Saiyans immediately abandon their tasks and return to Planet Vegeta for assembly. If you tardy fools incur the Lord's displeasure, beware for your lives. Planet Vegeta? Lord Frieza? These 2 names strike like thunderclaps, exploding in his muddled consciousness. A sharp, piercing pain surged into his brain as 2 starkly contrasting memories flooded him like a dam bursting, mercilessly assaulting and tearing at his very soul. I am Xiang Yu, a 17-year-old Earthling, sharing a name with a legendary conqueror, yet burdened with a frail constitution. Despite my earnest attempts at various treatments, little has improved my condition. Throughout my youth, I have endured relentless mockery from my peers due to my name. After watching Dragon Ball, my admiration for its characters and their tales intensified. Having just celebrated my 17th birthday, I made a wish to possess the robust physique and formidable power of a Saiyan. No, I am Terrafusi, a lowly warrior from Planet Vegeta, born with a combat power of merely 5. I am regarded as a disgrace even among lower-tier warriors. My parents cast a fleeting glance at me before abandoning me, and I have never laid eyes on them again. But that does not matter. While being a lowly warrior, Lord Bardock is also a lowly warrior. Yet he is so powerful that even upper-tier warriors seldom stand a chance against him. That I am determined to become stronger, to make all those who look down upon me regret their judgments. As Xiang Yu's consciousness began to fade, the memories of Terrafusi surged forth like a violent, suffocating sea. His first near-fatal injury. His first transformation into a giant ape where he lost his sanity. The first time he was trampled like refuse by an upper-tier warrior for defying them. and the first time he annihilated a civilization. Cold, brutal, and despairing fragments of memory tugged at his consciousness, dragging it deeper into an eternal darkness. Perhaps death would not be so bad. Whichever identity I embody, I am utterly exhausted. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of complete dissolution, a warm, resolute voice filled with vitality pierced the heavy darkness like a blade. Hold on. Wake up. Immediately, a warm light illuminated his frigid awareness. Is this light? Instinctively, the remnants of his yearning for life compelled Xiang Yu to reach out towards the radiance. In the external world, under the urgent guidance of a zodiac, Feng Yuan transformed into a life-sized Leo Ultraman, directing his light in an attempt to enter Xiang Yu's body. As L77 Leo, he was not originally one with the Land of Light, yet this endeavor proved manageable. Though inexperienced in this operation, the instinct of a being of light enabled him to swiftly locate the dwindling sea of consciousness. Strange, does a human sea of consciousness possess such vastness? Although Feng Yuan sensed something amiss, the urgency to save outweighed all else. He beheld the tormented youth's consciousness, struggling amidst fragments of memory, sinking further into despair. Without hesitation, Leo called out and extended his hand. Grab my hand. Let us become one. With his remaining strength, Xiang Yu grasped the warm light with fervor. In the next moment, an indescribable sensation of fulfillment erupted within him, as if every cell in his body brimmed with energy. His eyes flew open. A feral, malevolent aura uncontrollably emanated from his wounded form. Simultaneously, the gaping wounds began to heal, the lethal burns inflicted by the death ball gradually mending. While his hair stood erect, defying the absence of wind, the latent power hidden deep within surged forth, momentarily eclipsing much of that light before swiftly receding. In the distance, one could almost hear a primal roar. Boo-ho! This sudden and ominous transformation, filled with malevolent energy, caused the nearby Zodiac members to undergo a drastic change in expression, instantly adopting a combat stance. Indeed, it is an evil extraterrestrial. Chapter 2. Am I a Saiyan? A resounding thud echoed, and a blinding light erupted violently from Xiang Yu's body, forcefully expelling Feng Yuan. He tumbled clumsily on the ground several times before managing to brace himself with his hands. A wave of intense weakness crashed over him like a tide, plunging his vision into darkness and leaving him feeling utterly drained. Feng Yuan, the team leader, spoke with a tremor in his voice, my energy. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils constricted sharply, revealing a chaotic amalgamation of confusion, anguish, and the primal brutality inscribed within the Saiyan genes. He instinctively glanced at Feng Yuan, who lay helpless not far away, his body slowly healing from the recent infusion of energy, but now radiating a desperate craving. The team reacted almost instantaneously. Xiang Yu swiftly pulled Feng Yuan behind him, his eyes gleaming with extreme vigilance. His right hand rested upon the Ultra Eye, knowing well that he could no longer transform, yet still attempting to intimidate the unknown cosmic being before him. Captain. Feng Yuan was taken aback by the boy's sudden transformation and the captain's grave demeanor. Step back, Feng Yuan. Tuan's voice was unusually stern. Look closely. This is not human at all. I can sense this malevolent aura unmistakably. His instincts as an ultra warrior were screaming alarms. The energy surging within this boy was chaotic, violent, and reeked of bloodshed and slaughter. Xiang Yu's mind was a chaotic whirlpool. His memories clashed violently with those of Taelphus, and had it not been for the recent burst of light that healed him, he might have struggled to think at all. Observing the two earthlings before him, Xiang Yu, an ordinary human, felt somewhat bewildered. However, Taelphus's memories and combat instincts kicked in, responding immediately to the hostility emanating from Tuan. Trying to ease the tension, Xiang Yu attempted to speak, but all that emerged from his throat were raspy gasps, the pain in his scorched lungs causing him to wheeze. He gestured with his hand to indicate he meant no harm, yet this only heightened Tuan's anxiety. Don't move, Tuan commanded sharply, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. Japanese? Xiang Yu paused, recalling that in the universal language of the cosmos, there was indeed a dialect reminiscent of Japanese. Could this be Japan? In a state of confusion, he realized it would be wiser not to provoke them, battling against the pain in his throat and the turmoil in his head. He mustered what he hoped was a friendly expression, hesitantly articulating, Ko and I Juwa, Kokowa. However, he underestimated the ferocity of Tailfiss's visage. The cold lines etched by years of battle combined with the innate ferocity of a warrior rendered his forced smile into a menacing grimace in Tuan and Feng Yuan's eyes, akin to a predator preparing to pounce. Captain, he is still too injured. Even if you have questions, it would be best to wait until he has recovered. Feng Yuan struggled to stand, taking deep breaths to suppress the nausea brought on by his drained energy. I haven't done anything wrong. Perhaps it was just an unintentional consequence of our shared bond. No, Feng Yuan, you don't understand. Tuan's gaze remained fixed on Xiang Yu. A shared bond should be a gentle, gradual process to heal both parties, beneficial for both the Ultra and the human. However, during that recent connection, your energy was drained as if it had encountered a black hole, almost instantaneously expelled. Tuan paused, speaking with gravity. The only explanation I can conceive for this is that your light's instinct is rooted in fear. It is actively trying to escape this vessel. Only a force of significant magnitude and malevolence could provoke such an intense rejection from the light. Listening to the two discuss what seemed like the ramblings of a late-stage Chinibyu, with himself as the central figure, Xiang Yu felt even more perplexed, as if additional question marks were sprouting in his already muddled mind. Light? Malevolent power? What on earth were they talking about? Indeed, Xiang Yu had long admired the inspirational tales of Goku from Dragon Ball, who, through sheer determination and hard work, gradually ascended in strength. In Xiang Yu's eyes, Goku was one of the few protagonists in Japanese anime who transcended the notion of bloodline. As a lowly warrior, he wondered how any Saiyan bloodline, be it the elite Vegeta or the legendary Broly, could surpass him. Yet, Goku, with his pure heart dedicated to training, relentlessly pursued and ultimately surpassed these prodigies. However, his knowledge of Ultraman was limited. He was only vaguely familiar with the popular series Digga, having watched a few episodes when friends urged him to. He found the pacing slow and skipped to the beginning and end of the series. The finale left him puzzled. Didn't those children need Goku's help to win? Could Ultraman not rely on his own strength to defeat his foes? Indeed, the conclusion saw Goku using the spirit bomb to vanquish the villain. Yet, it was well known that they had the most formidable fighter at their disposal, only to foolishly choose to save one Satan. Moreover, just days prior to his crossing over, he had been revisiting the Z saga, digging up numerous threads to express his grievances. But where exactly was he now? A fresh wave of memories collided violently, causing him to instinctively clutch his head in pain. Yet, this intense conflict inadvertently facilitated the merging of certain memory fragments, allowing him to grasp a semblance of his current situation. Good news. He had indeed crossed over, and he was in the Dragon Ball universe, having become a Saiyan. Bad news. He had just landed and was already struck by Frieza's death beam from who knows where. It felt akin to winning a grand lottery only to have it snatched away before he could fully grasp his fortune. Tuan observed the boy before him, who alternately grasped his head in contemplation and grimaced in agony, his internal alarms ringing louder. He had lost his transformation ability. Feng Yuan was in a dire state, and the twin beasts alongside the magma aliens represented a considerable dilemma. Now he faced an additional, enigmatic, and malevolent cosmic being. He must stabilize the situation first. Tuan inhaled deeply, his previously cold and stern demeanor softening as he adopted a more genial expression. Young man, you were gravely injured and unconscious. We administered emergency treatment. However, given your condition, your injuries remain serious. If you do not mind, let us take you to a more specialized medical facility for a comprehensive examination and treatment. This person changes demeanor swiftly. Xiang Yu mused inwardly, yet he was acutely aware of his current precarious state. He could barely discern his own physical strength and capabilities. Any slight exertion sent sharp pains coursing through his body, accompanied by an indescribable sense of weakness. If only he had some senza beans or a healing pod. Yet, one must remain cautious. Although the voice of the light earlier sounded similar to the kindness of the young man, this uncle exhibited an excessive level of vigilance and hostility. He needed to adopt a guise of harmlessness. Determined, Xiang Yu pressed his throat, striving to maintain a coherent tone. I am very grateful for your treatment. I was attacked while traveling and became separated from my companions. As he spoke, he meticulously observed the expressions of the two. Please treat me. Once I recover a bit, I will contact my companions to come for me. In the meantime, if there is anything I can assist you with, I will do my utmost. I should have conveyed enough harmlessness, Xiang Yu thought. After all, he had just crossed into the Dragon Ball universe and was already facing this predicament, awakening only moments ago. Even if he harbored ill intentions, he would have no opportunity to act upon them. Surely, they couldn't simply eliminate him based on their fears of evil and danger. However, to Tuan's ears, Xiang Yu's words held an entirely different implication. He has companions. Was this a warning not to act rashly? A chill gripped Tuan's heart. A grievously injured individual instilled fear within Leo's light, and he dared not ponder the fate of his companions. At that moment, Feng Yuan noticed a slight easing in the atmosphere and staggered closer. "Captain, please contact the MAC team to pick us up. I truly need to rest," he murmured, feeling that if he stood any longer, he would faint on the spot. Tuan pressed his lips together and ultimately nodded. He had initially intended to use the news of Feng Yuan's friend from the Changnan Sports Club, who was also injured during the Black Tide Island attack, to motivate him to comprehend the true spirit of Ultraman. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, an enormous variable emerged. The road ahead promised to be far more arduous than he had envisioned. As Zhu Xing Tuan gazed at the desolate city in the distance, an unprecedented worry filled his eyes. Chapter 3. Crisis. The monster strikes again. The MAC team's patrol aircraft swiftly arrived, retrieving the three back to the MAC space station headquarters in low Earth orbit. Throughout the process, Zhu Xing Tuan remained on high alert, his gaze never straying. Sensing Tuan's scrutiny, Xiang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. The mutual unfamiliarity had evidently led to misunderstandings regarding his sudden appearance. If he had been in optimal condition, he would not have minded sitting down for a proper discussion to clarify any misconceptions. But what if the other party was unwilling to engage in a dialogue? No matter. The Science approach was always direct. Strength was the most effective language of communication. First, he would subdue them, and then they could sit down to converse. The premise of banter was that one's fists were formidable. A straightforward yet effective notion from Teriaphus flashed through Xiang Yu's mind. Within the MAC space station's special isolation observation room, the setup resembled a high-end medical pod, clean and bright, with various advanced medical instruments operating silently. Yet its true nature was that of a top-tier isolation monitoring facility. The MAC team's physician conducted a basic examination on Xiang Yu, the results astonishing all present. The young man appeared battered and on the verge of collapse, yet the instruments indicated his life signs were extraordinarily robust. His heart rate and blood pressure far exceeded typical human ranges, and his cellular activity was remarkably high. The damaged tissues on his body and within were healing at an astonishing rate. "Captain, what exactly is his situation?" Bai Chuan Junzi could not help but quietly inquire after ensuring Feng Yuan was comfortably settled. Initially, she had assumed only Feng Yuan was injured, only to find a mysterious, severely wounded, yet tenacious young man had emerged. Moreover, she noticed the unusual vigilance the captain exhibited towards this individual, even resorting to deception to confine him in this isolation room. "He is a friend of mine," Tuan pondered for a moment before choosing a vague explanation. Until he understood the youth's circumstances, he could not allow panic to spread among his team members. He encountered an unexpected incident and may have been exposed to unknown cosmic radiation. For safety's sake, it's best to observe him in the isolation room. He paused and instructed softly, "Bai Chuan, remain here and closely monitor his condition. If he has any needs, as long as they are reasonable, do your best to accommodate him." After giving his directives, Zhu Xing Tuan turned and headed toward Feng Yuan's medical room. He needed to ascertain Feng Yuan's condition immediately. Once the twin monster's severed horn regenerated, it would inevitably return, and time was likely running short. Upon seeing Tuan enter, Feng Yuan, lying on the hospital bed, struggled to sit up. "Don't move. Just rest." Tuan quickly approached and pressed him back down, his tone stern yet tinged with guilt. "Feng Yuan, how are you feeling? Can you still transform?" Time was of the essence. Witnessing the weakened Feng Yuan, Tuan, who had intended to assure him of a peaceful recovery, was compelled to pose this somewhat cruel inquiry. Feng Yuan's condition directly influenced his forthcoming strategy concerning the perilous youth and ultimately determined the safety of Earth. If it came to the worst scenario, he would have to risk exhausting all his energy, forcing a transformation at the cost of never being able to transform again. "Do I need to send an Ultraman signature?" He pondered silently, wondering about the current state of the Land of Light. Observing the concern and a barely perceptible resolve on Tuan's face, Feng Yuan pressed his lips together. He had intended to candidly express his nearly depleted energy, but the words caught in his throat. "Captain, I can still barely transform. He chose to conceal the truth, unwilling to add to Tuan's despair at that moment. He hoped that the next battle would arrive at a later time. Suddenly, Feng Yuan raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Captain, what about that young man? How is he? Perhaps he can assist us. When we were one, I sensed an incredibly powerful force within him, without needing Feng Yuan's prompting. Tuan had also felt that force. Even a brief eruption of it was sufficient to instill fear. If they could ally with him, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage, especially since he could synchronize with Ultraman. However, the thought of the negative energy intertwined with that force caused Tuan to shake his head vehemently. No. Recklessly merging with that power could taint your light, or even lead to its consumption. The risk is far too great. Moreover, your current state was a result of merging with that young man. His attitude remains ambiguous, and he may pose an even greater threat. We must prepare for the worst. Captain, that young man, by Chuan Junzi hurriedly approached, her urgent call interrupting Tuan's contemplation. What is it? Has something unusual occurred? Tuan's heart tightened. He said he is hungry. Bai Chuan's face bore a look of astonishment. If he is hungry, then prepare him some food. Did I not mention that we should accommodate general needs as much as possible? Tuan's tightly wound nerves were met with a hint of exasperation. He would not comment on how the MAC team handled monster combat, but how could they fail to manage such a trivial matter? That is not it. We've already given him all the food readily available in the station, but he finished everything and said he is still not full. Bai Chuan's voice trembled, and with his continued eating, his injuries are visibly healing at an accelerated pace. This was simply unprecedented. Before she could finish her words, Zhu Xing Tuan's expression turned grave as he swiftly made his way to the isolation room. It was not uncommon for extraterrestrial beings to possess the ability to rapidly convert food into energy, but the youth's swift recovery indicated a shortening of the controllable time frame. He needed to confront the individual immediately and clarify his identity and intentions. Inside the isolation room, Xiang Yu patted his stomach contentedly. Although he had not fully satisfied his hunger, the food tasted far superior to the raw or charred meat he typically consumed during his time as Teriaphus. As his energy replenished, the feeling of weakness gradually dissipated, and a reassuring sense of returning strength lifted his spirits. Ah, the limping old man. Greetings, he said cheerfully, recognizing the familiar face. Back an hour earlier, although Tuan had deceived him into entering the isolation room disguised as a medical pod, the equipment indeed alleviated his pain, allowing Xiang Yu's tense nerves to ease slightly. After experiencing a planet's explosion, near-death traversal, and memory conflicts within a single day, he had relied solely on willpower and Teriaphus' fierce demeanor to hold himself together. Now that he felt a bit more stable, another issue arose. His stomach growled in protest, and Xiang Yu suddenly remembered that Saiyans were renowned for their hearty appetites. After such a long period without food, it was quite generous of him to only feel hungry now. He looked somewhat sheepishly at Bai Chuan Junzi, who had been watching over him. I'm hungry. With a sigh of relief, Xiang Yu said, "Thank you for the hospitality." Feeling his strength gradually returning, his tone became more casual and relaxed. Zhu Xing Tuan observed the seemingly calmer and more stable young man, his heart settling slightly. It appears that the possibility of communication has increased. He moderated his tone, refraining from direct interrogation, instead opting for a more circuitous approach. What is the nature of the attack from your adversaries? What characteristics do your companions possess? The MAC team may be able to assist in the search. Zhu Xing Tuan posed several pivotal questions, attempting to piece together the origins and intentions of the other party from the answers provided. Xiang Yu pondered for a moment, still uncertain of where he had traversed to. Badak had traveled through time, but he might not have. Should he inadvertently invoke Frieza's name, it could lead to complications. Moreover, in this Earth-like realm, he was unsure if the other party was aware of Frieza and the Saiyans, so it would be prudent to ascertain the current year. Excuse me, what year is it in the AG calendar? AG. Zhu Xing Tuan was momentarily taken aback. I am not familiar with the cosmic calendar you refer to. Currently, the various civilizations in the universe do not adhere to a unified system of reckoning years. What I can tell you is that this planet, which is Earth, is presently in the year 1974 AD. AD? 1974? Xiang Yu was taken aback. Is this not the terminology and time of the real world? Does the Dragon Ball universe employ such a designation? Have I been transported back? Yet, the technologically advanced space station before him did not resemble the technology of reality. It seemed that the Earth within his memories had not stated the use of the Gregorian calendar, Rather, the officials setting uniformly employed the AG calendar. However, if this indeed were the Earth of Dragon Ball, such a space station would be entirely plausible. Just as Xiang Yu was about to inquire further, the communicator at Zhu Xingtuan's waist suddenly emitted a sharp sound, shattering the tranquility of the room. Captain, a monster has appeared. In Tokyo Bay, the urgent report from the communicator caused Zhu Xingtuan's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 4. The initial display of Saiyan might. The uncontrolled first battle. The alarm blared throughout the Max space station. Captain, a monster has appeared. In Tokyo Bay, it is the twin monsters and the magma alien. The anxious cries of frontline team members echoed through the communicator, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and the terrified screams of the populace. Within the isolation chamber, Zhu Xingtuan's face turned ashen, disregarding any further inquiry into Xiang Yu's origins. He cast a deep glance at Xiang Yu before rushing toward the command room. A monster? That term sounds somewhat familiar. It resembles the foes in Ultraman. It seems that the older gentleman earlier was akin to the humans who assist Ultraman in battle. Xiang Yu mused. Wait, that older gentleman was so vigilant of me. Could it be that he mistook me for some cosmic beast? Xiang Yu suddenly realized. I must go assist them. He swiftly resolved that, as he was currently alone, there was no need to consider returning to the Dragon Ball world or his original world. Furthermore, whether for understanding this unfamiliar realm or to establish himself here in the future, aiding the side of justice was undoubtedly the best course of action. In his recollection, monsters were typically towering figures, seemingly insurmountable to ordinary individuals. However, in his current state, for some reason, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within Xiang Yu. His blood seemingly warming. Though his body had not fully recovered, he was unsure of his exact strength. Yet one would only know the outcome through action. As his thoughts raced, Xiang Yu swiftly disconnected the healing apparatus from his body and, following the guidance of the personnel, hurried to catch up with Zhu Xingtuan, who was preparing to issue commands. Hey, older gentleman. Xiang Yu's voice caused Zhu Xingtuan, who was intently focused on the screen, to pause. He turned to see the youth pointing at the live battle footage. Rayo Ultraman had appeared, but the colorful timer on his chest had been flashing erratically from the outset, the red light glaring, and his movements appeared increasingly sluggish and clumsy, rendering him perilously close to defeat amidst the onslaught of two monsters. That red giant must be Ultraman. He seems to be in dire straits. Xiang Yu observed the live footage, deducing that the red giant was indeed Ultraman here. Yet he appeared utterly incapable of contending with the monsters. Was it too much to face three at once? His energy had been severely depleted due to your influence. Zhu Xingtuan's voice, laced with anxiety, revealed his concerns. He no longer concealed the truth, his words tinged with a hint of testing. Even if he forcibly transformed, he would not be able to endure for long. Because of my influence? Energy depletion? Could it be due to the radiant light that had previously saved me? Xiang Yu immediately recalled the warm light that had pulled him back from the brink of death. Had that light not intervened, his fragile consciousness would have long been consumed by the torrent of Terevius's memories. Thus, that individual named Feng Yuan must be the human form of this Ultraman. No wonder his voice and that light felt so similar. In essence, the giant could be considered his savior, and now that he was in a life-threatening predicament, it was intrinsically linked to Xiang Yu. A wave of guilt surged through him. Xiang Yu urgently addressed Zhu Xingtuan. If that's the case, let me help him. I can assist him. Should I trust him? Yet, recalling the malevolent aura that had erupted from the youth earlier made Zhu Xingtuan hesitate. He scrutinized Xiang Yu's eyes, attempting to discern the truth. The urgency and determination on the youth's face did not appear to be a facade. Time was of the essence. This was the sole gamble in a desperate situation. Zhu Xingtuan took a deep breath and made his decision. Do you wish to assist him? Xiang Yu did not respond, but merely smiled, flexing his wrist, attempting to summon the energy he referred to as qi from within, while recalling the vague techniques of flight from his memories. I can let you out. Zhu Xingtuan's voice was grave and weighty as he spoke earnestly. But remember, if you dare to take this opportunity to do anything harmful to the Earth and humanity, I swear by the honor of the Ultraman warriors. Even if it costs me my life, I will surely eradicate you. Do you understand? This is a desperate gamble, betting on the flicker of goodness still residing in the heart of this youth, wagering that his dangerous power could become the key to breaking the deadlock. Enough of the lengthy discourse. Xiang Yu clicked his tongue, disregarding the older gentleman's self-proclaimed title of Ultraman warrior. Now was not the time for lengthy discussions. Zhu Xingtuan ceased his elaboration, pressing the communicator to issue commands. Prepare the high-speed drop pod immediately. Target the edge of the Tokyo Bay battlefield. By Chuan. Bring the spare combat helmet and communicator. Moments later, Xiang Yu reluctantly donned the MAC team's helmet. The clear instructions from Zhu Xingtuan ringing in his ears. The channel is open. Listen carefully. Your sole task is to divert the monster's attention. Buying Reo some time to breathe. Do not act independently. Follow my commands. Xiang Yu climbed into the drop pod, sealing the hatch, and the immense force of overload struck him, forcefully propelling him toward the ground. Boom. The drop pod crashed into the battlefield's edge like a meteor, stirring up clouds of dust. The hatch burst open, and Xiang Yu stumbled out, immediately engulfed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and the deafening roars of the monsters, far more overwhelming than the pressure he had felt on the screen. Not far away, Reo was struck by Black Kira's heavy tail sweep, screaming as he was sent flying. Crashing into a building, the timer's glow now dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. Oh, the visual effects are far more stunning than on television, Xiang Yu internally critiqued, yet his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Fool, don't dawdle. Zhu Xingtuan's voice boomed through the helmet. Red Kira's. Attack its right leg. Divert its attention. Xiang Yu took a deep breath, his instinct for battle beginning to overshadow his chaotic thoughts. He surged forward, exerting force beneath his feet, causing the ground to fracture, propelling himself like a cannonball, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. So fast, Zhu Xingtuan in the command room felt a jolt of surprise. Xiang Yu rapidly closed the distance to Red Kira's, mimicking the motions from his memories, wildly gathering the warm flow of energy, qi, within his fist and delivering a powerful strike to the monster's robust right leg. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Red Kira's emitted a pained roar, stumbling momentarily, clearly diverted by the unexpected attack. It angrily turned its head, searching for the audacious insect that dared to ambush it. Excellent. The attention has been successfully diverted, Xiang Yu thought with a surge of elation. Yet in the next moment, Red Kira's massive claw descended with a fierce gust. Xiang Yu adeptly evaded the assault, thanks to the Saiyan's remarkable neural reflexes, as the ground where he had once stood was transformed into a deep crater. A roar. On the other side, Bolikajilas also took note of this newly emerged threat and unleashed a searing beam of destructive energy. The range was astonishingly vast. With a combination of leaps and rolls, Xiang Yu clumsily dodged, but the beam detonated behind him, the tremendous shockwave propelling him through the air. Cursed be this situation. If only he were more familiar with this body. As he awkwardly adjusted his posture in midair and landed, a surge of energy coursed through him. He possessed strength, yet lacked the ability to wield it effectively. His combat style was nothing more than a haphazard series of flailing punches, relying solely on instinct to evade and counterattack. If only he could integrate more memories, mastering the techniques of flight and energy waves. Xiang Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his debut marred by this humiliating predicament. Fortunately, he had not previously boasted too much. To the left. Quickly evade. Do not stand your ground. The voice of the squad resonated in his ears, attempting to guide this utterly uncooperative rookie. Amidst the chaos, Xiang Yu endeavored to gather energy for a ranged attack once more, yet the haphazardly amassed qi erupted from his fingertips as a chaotic array of energy beams, striking the nearby residential buildings instead of the monster. You scoundrel! Look at the havoc you've wreaked. Aim properly. The squad leader, witnessing this from the command center, was almost driven to madness, bellowing in fury. Xiang Yu merely scoffed, disregarding the squad's impotent rage. The magma people, with sinister grins, commanded both monsters to attack him simultaneously. Caught between the two, Xiang Yu could not evade in time and was brutally struck by Lidigelas' headbutt. Ugh! It felt as though he had been slammed by a speeding train, a taste of blood filling his throat as his body was hurled backwards into a pile of debris. The searing pain and the threat of death instantly jolted his deep-seated instincts. A cold, violent energy erupted uncontrollably from within him. Blood vessels surged in his eyes, reflecting a fierce, almost beastly light. A powerful white aura enveloped his body as he sprang forth from the rubble, actively charging at Lidigelas. His speed and strength surged to unprecedented levels, raining down blows upon the monster like a torrential downpour, producing thunderous impacts that even caused the creature's thick hide to crack. Die, 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 he incessantly murmured, his attacks uncoordinated, driven solely by raw ferocity and a thirst for destruction. Yet the unleashed power unnerved even the beastly Lidegelus. If monsters could speak, it would likely exclaim, "You are even more monstrous than I." At this moment, the twin beasts finally recognized the threat posed by this diminutive creature, urgently calling upon the magma people for cover, intent on utilizing the Gila's spin to crush him. The alerted magma people, casting aside their playful demeanor, kicked the struggling Leo aside and summoned their weapons to confront Xiang Yu. Bang, bang, bang. The magma people successfully drew aggro, and Xiang Yu, with eyes ablaze, began to pummel them relentlessly. The magma person felt as if he were being incessantly battered by a massive, agile insect, due to the defensive capabilities of his battle suit. Death was not imminent, but the pain was undeniably real. Have I lost my reason, unable to control my own strength? The squad leader felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was evident that Xiang Yu's current state was far from normal, and he hastily warned him of the twin beasts' intentions. Not far away, the twin monsters had completed their fusion, radiating a sharp blue aura as they relentlessly charged towards Xiang Yu, providing the magma people an opportunity to retreat. At this moment, Xiang Yu instinctively sensed that the blue and red entities posed a far greater threat. In a surge of adrenaline, he distanced himself, instinctively unleashing a technique. Zizizi. Xiang Yu clasped his hands together, powerful energy coalescing before him, tiny bolts of lightning crackling around the energy sphere. Just as he was about to complete his ultimate move, a hidden laser beam from the magma people approached him. They were no fools, clearly aware that he was gathering energy and not interrupting. Damn it, just a moment longer. As the pale yellow beam drew near, Xiang Yu's tempestuous emotions began to recede, allowing a sliver of clarity to return to his mind. If he were interrupted now, would he even be able to gather a second attack? A resolute yet weary battle cry resonated. It was Leo. Seizing the opportunity while Xiang Yu attracted all the firepower, he drained the last vestiges of light energy and struggled to rise. With his final ounce of strength, he unleashed two slender yet precise beams of light, intercepting the magma people's treacherous laser. Now, the squad leader bellowed with every ounce of strength, "Xiang Yu, aim for their heads, with all your might." Relying on this newfound clarity, Xiang Yu unleashed the nearly uncontrollable energy sphere in the form of a light wave. Originally, the energy wave was only slightly larger than Xiang Yu's palm, yet upon release, it expanded violently, akin to decompressing a file. Crack! The energy wave first collided with the outer blue aura of the monster, shattering it after a few seconds of resistance, surging forth with unyielding momentum. Boom! Upon contact with the monster's body, the energy wave expanded violently once more, engulfing the twin beasts' heads in a fiery and destructive aura. The shockwave from the explosion obliterated nearby structures, while the resultant smoke enveloped the upper halves of the two monsters, obscuring their forms. Chapter 5. Post-battle transactions and upcoming training. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it left behind a battlefield littered with devastation and the fallen forms of two colossal creatures. After expending his last ounce of energy to emit the beam, Leo was completely drained, his massive body dissolving into countless specks of light, revealing the unconscious Feng Yuan, lying quietly amidst the rubble. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu remained in the posture of releasing energy, panting heavily, his gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the magma people had retreated. The magma people, witnessing this, hesitated momentarily before letting out a begrudging growl and retreating amidst a crackle of thunder. Once Xiang Yu confirmed their genuine withdrawal, his taut nerves began to relax slightly. The ferocious aura surrounding him receded like a tide, the bloodshot in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hint of bewilderment. Is this truly the end? He glanced down at his hands, feeling the surging yet difficult to control power within him. This victory did not stem from his own will or skill. Rather, it was a culmination of explosive instincts born from the brink of death, forcibly commandeered by the battle instincts of Terry Fusey, along with multifaceted support, that led to this outcome. How grotesque this initial battle was, Xiang Yu mocked himself internally. At that moment, the aircraft piloted by the squad descended slowly nearby. He hurriedly disembarked and rushed to Feng Yuan's side, confirming after a careful examination that he was merely exhausted and had sustained only superficial injuries, allowing him to truly breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he raised his head, casting a complex gaze towards Xiang Yu, who stood amidst the rubble. It must be acknowledged that without Xiang Yu's intervention, today's outcome would have been unthinkable. It was his wild and unreasonable strength that had forcibly torn apart the despairing situation. However, the chilling, brutal aura that emanated from Xiang Yu during his loss of control lingered in the squad leader's mind like a nightmare. Such an unstable individual, possessing power rivaling that of Ultraman, remaining on Earth was akin to a ticking time bomb. If he were to lose control again, who could possibly stop him? In the sky, the other aircraft of the MAC team continued to hover at low altitude, their cannons subtly aimed at Xiang Yu below. They had witnessed everything through their screens, harboring deep apprehension and fear toward this extraterrestrial being brought back by their captain. Ultraman, immense and sacred, would vanish after battle, resembling a distant guardian. In contrast, Xiang Yu possessed a physique comparable to theirs, yet his explosive power was enough to shake a monster. And his combat style was imbued with primal ferocity and destructive capability. The palpable, tangible, and potentially uncontrollable power of similar beings further unsettled them. Xiang Yu sensed the veiled apprehension and hostility around him, glanced at the devastation he had caused, and ultimately merely clicked his tongue before turning away. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the swirling dust, illuminating the ruins, where shadows danced upon the onlookers, reflecting the intertwined thoughts of light and darkness within their hearts. Eventually, it was Zhu Xingtuan who first shattered the silence. He stepped forward and solemnly spoke. Xiang Yu, I thank you for your assistance. A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Regardless of the latent power concealed within Xiang Yu, the undeniable fact remains that he had saved Leo, averting further calamity. This kindness must be acknowledged. However, as someone who had fought on Earth in human form, Saiyan understood all too well the complex emotions humans experience when confronted with such raw power, beyond gratitude. There often lies suspicion, fear, and ambition. The arrival of the Ultraman, colossal and mysterious, maintained a certain distance. In contrast, Xiang Yu's existence laid bare the might of an individual before everyone. Moreover, the nature of his power was perplexing. Thus, with his years of esteem, Tuan took the lead to reassure Xiang Yu that Earthlings bore no malice. They must stabilize him, at the very least preventing him from becoming adversarial. Tuan quickly made a judgment. There is no need to thank me. Xiang Yu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the encroaching MAC team members before settling on Tuan. He became so weak because of me. It is only right that I clean up this mess. He paused, his tone growing rigid. I can sense your distrust towards me. But that is fine. I never intended to become close comrades with you. Uncle, let us make a deal. A deal? Tuan's eyes flickered. Please elaborate. The specifics are not yet fully formed. Xiang Yu stroked his chin, deciding to reveal part of the truth. To be frank, I cannot yet control my power well. Today's outburst was a consequence of life and death, not something to rely upon as a regular combat force. Therefore, I need systematic training to thoroughly master this strength. Xiang Yu omitted details about his transference and memory merging, emphasizing only the issue of control. Over time, he believed he could naturally assimilate the memories and combat knowledge of his original self, making self-disclosure unnecessary. Moreover, he genuinely wished to explore Earth for combat techniques worth learning, as his original self had relied solely on experience gained through continuous battles without any systematic cultivation method or martial arts techniques. Engaging with the upper echelons of this world, mutually assisting one another through connections, would undoubtedly be more advantageous than wandering aimlessly alone. Additionally, Xiang Yu added, I must be well fed. Only when I am full can I muster the strength to battle monsters. For now, that is all. Also, please find me a place to stay on the ground. The space station is too troublesome for me. He raised his arm, casually flexing his wrist, carrying a hint of warning. Lastly, I do not recommend any secret surveillance. If I truly desire to act, you will not be able to stop me. Zhu Xingtuan nodded without hesitation, understood. The requests Xiang Yu made were reasonable, even restrained, which slightly lowered Tuan's vigilance. Perhaps this youth was not inherently bad. It was merely the nature of his power that was baffling. By the way, I am Zhu Xingtuan. Please refrain from calling me uncle again, Tuan added, marking a preliminary acceptance. Xiang Yu, the red Ultraman on the field, was called Leo. In human form, he is known as Feng Yuan. Please keep this confidential. Suddenly, Tuan's voice resonated directly in Xiang Yu's mind. Telepathy? Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but maintained a composed exterior, merely nodding in response. Telekinesis? I wonder if I can learn it. he suddenly felt that traversing into the world of Ultraman might not be a misfortune. Although he had lost his foresight of the Dragon Ball narrative, within this expansive worldview, countless opportunities and methods to grow stronger clearly existed. While Saiyan innate abilities were formidable, they predominantly pertained to pure combat skills. Coupled with their inherent recklessness, the likelihood of encountering bizarre abilities and techniques could lead to failure. Yet in the Ultraman universe, he might be able to address his shortcomings, stabilize, grow stronger, and then plan for the future. Just then, an extremely untimely rumbling echoed from Xiang Yu's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach in embarrassment. Having just endured a fierce battle, the energy expenditure had rendered the Saiyan's stomach vociferously discontent. The MAC team member, Shirakawa, who had been tasked with overseeing Xiang Yu, was the first to break into laughter. She had sensed the boy's innocent side beneath his icy exterior, and his current predicament only alleviated her previous fears. The other team members, influenced by her reaction, relaxed their tense expressions, and the invisible pressure in the air began to dissipate. "Captain." Just then, a slightly weak voice emerged. Feng Yuan, with one hand clutching his chest and the other supporting himself against a broken wall, limped toward them. Though his complexion was pale, his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Feng Yuan, I'm relieved you're all right." Tuan felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing Feng Yuan regain consciousness. Xiang Yu's eyes brightened at the sight of Feng Yuan. In an instant, he appeared beside Feng Yuan, carefully supporting him. "Hello, I am Xiang Yu," he said sincerely, with warmth in his tone. "Thank you immensely for saving me earlier. How is your injury?" "So fast." The MAC members gasped in astonishment. Despite having observed his performance from afar on the aircraft, witnessing his near-instantaneous speed up close provided them with a more visceral and shocking understanding of Xiang Yu's strength. Simultaneously, witnessing his genuine attitude towards his savior, Feng Yuan, significantly enhanced the team's goodwill and sense of security. It seemed he was a person of deep loyalty. "You all take Feng Yuan back for a thorough examination and treatment," Tuan instructed his team, then turned to Xiang Yu. "Xiang Yu, I will take you out for a meal. We can discuss your training ideas in detail." As Xiang Yu continued to watch the vehicle escorting Feng Yuan depart, Tuan's long-standing wariness, hardened by years of battling cosmic invaders, softened somewhat. Perhaps this young man deserved a greater expectation. A thought began to take shape in Tuan's mind. It was time to devise a new training plan for Feng Yuan, for Xiang Yu, and for Earth. Chapter 6. Tuan, I have a friend inside a restaurant. Xiang Yu's rapid consumption of food left other diners agape. The towering stacks of dishes nearly engulfed him as food vanished at an astonishing pace. Observing this extraordinary efficiency of energy intake and conversion, Zhu Xing Tuan sat across from him, expressionless, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This was not right. Given Xiang Yu's rate of consumption, he would undoubtedly need to file for reimbursement. As an Ultraman warrior, Tuan did not place much value on money. His salary as the captain of MAC was quite substantial, yet aside from basic expenses, he donated most of it to disaster-stricken communities. Faced with Xiang Yu, a human-shaped gold-consuming beast, Tuan, who typically led a frugal life, found himself contemplating the possibility of exploiting his position for a public expense. Ahem, Xiang Yu, do you have any thoughts regarding your training? Tuan decided to first hear his opinions. In his view, Xiang Yu was different from the inexperienced Feng Yuan. What he lacked was not the development of potential and enhanced attacks, but rather the ability to control and guide, to tame the immense energy within him. While Xiang Yu, engrossed in devouring his meal, had already cast aside thoughts of long-term training strategies, focusing instead on eliminating the immediate threats. He managed to utter a vague response upon hearing Zhu Xing Tuan's inquiry. No rush, you eat first." Tuan watched in concern as Xiang Yu crushed an entire chicken, bones and all, swallowing it down, his cheeks and throat bulging, fearing he might choke. Wow. Having indulged in a sumptuous meal, Xiang Yu patted his noticeably full belly, exclaiming with a touch of admiration that it was no wonder even the proud prince had to submit to Bulma's hospitality. This Saiyan had evidently never experienced such delectable fare. Even the simplest delicacies on Earth could evoke a profound sense of pleasure and satisfaction within the body. Returning to the matter at hand, Tuan redirected the conversation, mentioning the urgent need to master the energy he referred to as qi. "Indeed," Xiang Yu affirmed, nodding seriously. "Possessing power yet being unable to control it finally is akin to a child swinging a heavy hammer. One risks injuring oneself as much as the enemy." I must learn to harness it. He had contemplated gravity training, yet uncertainties lingered regarding the technological capabilities here to create a gravity chamber. Moreover, if he could not effectively control his current chi, even the most formidable fighting prowess would remain untapped. He recalled how Sun Wukong's extraordinary growth stemmed from a solid foundation. A sudden surge in battle power could be swiftly mastered. Within the worldview of Dragon Ball, potential is intrinsically linked to accumulation, and with persistent cultivation, one could gradually transcend their limits. However, Saiyans could directly realize their potential through combat and near-death experiences, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. Not to mention the almost supernatural transformation into Super Saiyan. If he could fully familiarize himself with his body and adeptly wield chi, he could easily handle the previous monsters alone, especially since his battle power would likely see a significant enhancement once his injuries had healed completely. Regrettably, without a battle power detector, he remained uncertain of his current capabilities. Tuan nodded in agreement, stating that if Xiang Yu wished to better control his energy, the ideal destination would be the Land of Light, the homeland of Ultraman. He briefly described the Land of Light, noting that Ultraman's light-based skills and Xiang Yu's chi blasts were fundamentally similar in their essence of energy release. Few in the universe could rival the authority of the Land of Light when it came to the application of one's energy and the development of powerful light techniques. Especially my brother, Ace, Tuan added in his thoughts. Yet, the distance between the Land of Light and Earth was considerable. Tuan's tone shifted to one of regret, explaining that even with Ultraman's light sphere traveling at superluminal speeds, it would still require a significant amount of time. With monsters frequently appearing on Earth, both he and Leo had to remain there and could not accompany Xiang Yu. Currently, not only was Earth in turmoil, but the entire universe was also witnessing a resurgence of dark forces. The active forces of the Land of Light had been dispersed across the cosmos to maintain order and suppress evil. Were it not for these circumstances, a new Ultraman warrior would have already been appointed to succeed him. Tuan harbored a vague concern for the situation in the Land of Light, but the crises on Earth had him overwhelmed, leaving him to silently pray for his brethren to successfully quell the malevolence before coming to Earth. I see. The Land of Light. How enchanting it sounds, Xiang Yu remarked, nodding. From Tuan's account, he gleaned much information about Ultraman's domain. A true utopia where Ultraman enjoyed a lifespan extending towards eternity, capable of enduring in the cosmos and possessing various superpowers. If given the chance, he would certainly like to visit, perhaps discovering a way to traverse back. Yet, swiftly returning to reality, he inquired, "Is there any method here on Earth that could expedite my mastery of energy utilization?" Tuan pondered for a moment. In this nation, there are few avenues that meet your criteria. However, across the ocean lies an ancient land that harbors a system of energy cultivation known as Nali. Through specific martial arts techniques, practitioners can unleash formidable moves. Pausing, Tuan observed Xiang Yu's eyes light up with interest, but felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. However, true practitioners of this art are exceedingly rare and secretive, often lost among the vast populace, and encounters often depend heavily on fate. Nevertheless, during my travels, I befriended an individual whose master seems to be well versed in this discipline. The only concern is that the elder is quite advanced in years, and I am uncertain if he can still be persuaded. Furthermore, the frequency of monster appearances in this country is alarming, so I hope you can refrain from leaving for now. Tuan noted a peculiar phenomenon. Disasters frequently struck this planet, predominantly concentrated in this small archipelago, while other countries rarely experience such occurrences. Otherwise, even Ultraman would be stretched thin. Indeed, I know a trustworthy master locally named Shiguan. Although I cannot ascertain his proficiency in energy cultivation, he possesses exceptional skills in physical conditioning, willpower honing, and especially in swordsmanship and practical combat training. I had originally intended for Feng Yuan to undergo special training under him. You two should go together. Fearing that his hesitance might irk Xiang Yu, Tuan quickly proposed this feasible plan as he sensed Xiang Yu's expression darkening. Very well, let us go see, Xiang Yu replied, harboring no ill feelings. After all, he could only rely on the local expertise of Tuan for hope, which was certainly preferable to waiting idly. Who knows, perhaps the so-called Master Shiguan would indeed possess valuable insights. Moreover, understanding one's own matters, he recognized that developing combat techniques was a critical gap he needed to address. Sun Wukong's mastery of the Kamehameha-style martial arts had profoundly influenced his life. While it might not be of great use against monsters, Combat skills were crucial for dealing with humanoid adversaries. For ordinary individuals like Xiang Yu and Frieza, who relied solely on instinct in combat, mastering martial arts was an essential means to enhance their overall capabilities. Seeing the determination igniting in Xiang Yu's eyes, Tuan nodded subtly. Perhaps Master Shiguan's ancient methods of training could serve as the reins to guide this young beast, teaching him to truly control his power. Chapter 7. The higher UPS of the defense team. A few days later, Tuan brought Xiang Yu before a neat two-story Japanese-style house. All formalities have been completed. Do you need anything else? Tuan opened the door, revealing a residence equipped with all necessary amenities. This area is adjacent to a food street, making dining convenient. As he spoke, Tuan handed Xiang Yu a black bank card. Use this for your daily expenses. It has been specially approved for reimbursement. Xiang Yu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpectedly generous treatment. Tuan produced another document. Your name aligns well with the naming conventions of that Eastern nation, so I arranged for your citizenship there. You now have identification, which will greatly facilitate your daily life. Receiving the identification card, Xiang Yu marveled at Mac's remarkable capabilities, effortlessly managing even such transnational matters. Unbeknownst to him, just 2 days prior, Tuan, whose finances were dwindling while supporting Xiang Yu, had made a rare contact with high-ranking officials within Mac, articulating his needs. A child? What is his status? What assistance can he offer us? Even Ultraman has never requested anything from Earth. The officials initially responded with skepticism to Tuan's mention of a cosmic friend who could aid in battling monsters and sought preferential treatment for him. After all, this young boy appeared no different from any other human, and it was said he had always looked this way, not having assumed a human form. What significant contributions could he possibly make? Even though Ultraman had been combating monsters on their behalf for so long, he had never sought any special privileges. Although if Ultraman were to appear before them and request certain accommodations, they would not hesitate to explore deeper collaboration. Understanding that mere words would not suffice to convey Xiang Yu's importance, Tuan quietly presented footage of the earlier battle against the twin monsters. Despite the somewhat blurry quality of the recording captured from the space station, the striking contrast of the diminutive figure confronting and overcoming the massive beast left a profound impact on the high-ranking officials, leaving them deeply astonished. However, let us return to the matter at hand. It is indeed essential for us to demonstrate goodwill to our amiable extraterrestrial friends, as this serves as a beacon of peace. We, the inhabitants of Earth, cherish harmony and warmly welcome all cosmic beings who share our love for peace to engage in dialogue and collaboration. After a brief silence, a senior official broke the stillness with a nervous chuckle, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. What a jest! How could such a creature exist? Although the opinions among the senior officials varied, they all felt relieved that this humanoid beast from the cosmos harbored a friendly disposition towards Earth. As long as we met its modest demands and refrained from provoking it, it could become our greatest ally against monsters and malevolent extraterrestrials, aside from the esteemed Ultraman. As for the thought of capturing Xiang Yu and utilizing him for our purposes, what a ludicrous notion. He is not Ultraman, although some speculate that Ultraman, during his time outside of transformation, conceals himself in a guise akin to that of an Earthling. There were those who wished to seize him during his untransformed state. Yet Xiang Yu is different. He possesses a form strikingly similar to theirs while exhibiting the combat prowess of Ultraman. Who could possibly capture him? Who would dare to try? Such a being must be treated with utmost respect. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Leaving aside the various brainstorming sessions of the senior officials, at this moment, Xiang Yu stood before the bathroom mirror, contemplating the small remnant of his tail at the point of severance. To keep it or not to keep it? It was not out of concern for appearing different from Earthlings, for those who knew him had already accepted his extraterrestrial identity. It was not a matter of great significance. The decision to grow a tail came with its advantages and disadvantages, leaving him in a quandary. Retaining it would mean having a trump card for transforming into a giant ape, touching the realm of Super Saiyan, yet it would also expose a glaring weakness. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately resolved to remove it. Super Saiyan transformation felt distant. He had no idea when he might achieve it. As for the giant ape transformation, as a lower-tier warrior, he would lose his senses upon transformation, and he had yet to master the ability to create an artificial moon, at least. It was not within his current memory. Considering all aspects, he decided to eliminate the tail. Super Saiyan felt far off, and unless he were in the world of GT, It was uncertain whether he could attain Super Saiyan. Moreover, the Super Saiyan form in the realm of Mo did not require a tail for transformation. With determination, Xiang Yu gritted his teeth, fetched a kitchen knife, and after numerous attempts, carefully concentrated his energy at the tail's severed portion. Snip! The sharp pain surged through his entire being, rendering him momentarily blind, as cold sweat streamed down his face. He clenched his teeth to stifle a cry. The nerves in that tail were far too numerous. The agony was akin to having 10 fingers severed simultaneously. He leaned against the wall for a long while before finally retrieving a first aid kit with trembling hands, applying medicine to the wound and meticulously bandaging it. After surveying his reflection in the mirror, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He looked quite the part of a warrior. In the midst of this self-admiration, the communicator on the table suddenly chimed. "Xiang Yu, are you at home?" The serious voice of Zhu Xing Tuan resonated through the device. "I am. What is it?" "You need to turn on the news channel on your television. There may be a new extraterrestrial presence." Following his instructions, Xiang Yu switched on the TV, revealing a news report about a series of heinous murders that had recently occurred. Most incidents transpired between midnight and dawn, with victims brutally dismembered by sharp blades, and surrounding buildings and objects also suffering from precise cuts, with even metal being spared. "Did you see that?" Zhu Xing Tuan's voice came through again. This method of sharp cutting resembles the modus operandi of an extraterrestrial known as the Zaluki. I suspect he will continue to commit crimes. And I hope you can assist the MAC team in patrolling at night to identify the Zaluki. After a brief pause, his tone turned heavier. Additionally, Feng Yuan has been discharged from the hospital. However, he has been through a lot recently and is in a low emotional state. I hope you can pay him a visit and offer some guidance. Thanks to Xiang Yu's presence, Zhu's sense of urgency had diminished significantly, leading to a more humane approach towards Feng Yuan, unlike the near-obsessive strictness exhibited in the original series. Through Zhu's brief description, Xiang Yu learned that Feng Yuan's friend, Bai Zi, had recently been injured due to an attack by twin beasts and had just escaped danger. Furthermore, a child named Umida Michi, whom he knew, had lost his father to a Zaluki attack, and the Zaluki had left behind a piece of cosmic metal engraved with the likeness of Leo after their assault, leaving Feng Yuan feeling guilty. At the Southern Club, Xiang Yu found himself at the address provided by Zhu, immediately spotting Feng Yuan sitting on the steps, looking despondent. "Xiang Yu, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Xiang Yu greet him, Feng Yuan looked up, somewhat bewildered. "I've heard about your situation. Allow me to express my condolences. But this is not your fault." Xiang Yu sat beside him. "You have fought valiantly, but one person cannot protect everyone. What we can do is strive to become stronger, strong enough to prevent tragedies before they occur. I understand. But if I had taken them home last night, if only my injuries had healed a bit faster." Feng Yuan lamented. "Last night, the Umida siblings and their father came to visit me in the hospital and informed me that Bai Zi had escaped danger. However, they fell victim to the Zaluki on their way home, and this has left me consumed by guilt. Xiang Yu, do you think I am an inadequate ultra warrior, incapable of defeating monsters and unable to protect those around me? They are only drawn into danger because of my presence." Feng Yuan clenched his fists in anguish. The image of Umida Michi's tear-streaked face and the engraved metal lingering hauntingly in his mind, deepening his confusion. "I cannot define what constitutes a qualified ultra-warrior," Xiang Yu replied earnestly, "but the true culprits behind these tragedies are those monsters and extraterrestrials. If sorrow needs a target, it should be directed at those responsible. How can you bear the blame when you are one who has been fighting to eradicate monsters? If you feel insufficiently strong, then strive to grow stronger. Strong enough to eliminate monsters the moment they appear. Every second a monster exists may lead to another victim. By wallowing in guilt here, you grant the enemy an extra second to wreak havoc. It is not just your acquaintances at risk. Countless strangers are currently living in fear of the Zaluki. Will you continue to evade this responsibility?" With a sudden resolve, Feng Yuan raised his hand and struck himself across the face. When he lifted his gaze again, the confusion in his eyes had been replaced with determination. "You are right, Xiang Yu. Thank you for awakening me." He stood up, firmly patting Xiang Yu on the shoulder. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Subsequently, Feng Yuan mentioned that the Umida siblings would be taken in by team member Suzuki, expressing concern that the Zaluki might target them again and requesting Xiang Yu to escort them. "Not a problem. The team leader had already intended for me to participate in the patrol." Xiang Yu readily agreed and promptly contacted Zhu Xing Tuan. After consideration, Tuan approved the arrangement. and due to Xiang Yu's involvement, the escort was scheduled during the early hours when the Zuluki were most active. In 1974, on the streets at dawn, the night sky was clear and the stars shone brilliantly. The technology in this world seemed to have developed in a peculiar manner, possessing space stations and laser weaponry, while still maintaining a rustic charm in the civilian sector. The streets were deserted and silent, accompanied only by the chirping of insects. Were it not for the threat posed by the Zuluki, this would be a picturesque scene. As a side note, Xiang Yu's proposal regarding the gravity chamber was dismissed by Tuan. The group explains that much of the advanced technology originates from reverse engineering extraterrestrial devices, and that Earth itself has yet to master the capability of independently developing such sophisticated equipment. For the researchers, this remains a matter of knowing the existence of these technologies without understanding their underlying principles, let alone the autonomous development of gravity chambers, which are akin to science fiction. Despite having certain expectations, Xiang Yu is not overly disappointed. The Mac vehicle moves slowly down the silent streets, and the Ueda siblings inside appear somewhat anxious. Noticing their expressions, Xiang Yu gently pats their heads and reassures them, "Do not fear, I am here." Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. Wait. There's movement. Although the only sound surrounding them is the engine of the armored vehicle, Xiang Yu instinctively senses an ominous intent enveloping them. Freeze. He catches sight of a distinctly non-human creature darting from the shadows around the corner. With a low shout, Xiang Yu unleashes his power, breaking open the car door and charging out. This must be the so-called Zulu aliens. As he observes the figure lunging towards him, its arms brandishing the signature sharp wrist blades, Xiang Yu confirms the target and concentrates all the energy he can muster in his hands. Drawing from his previous experiences battling monsters, he understands that both monsters and aliens possess formidable defenses. He had previously expended all his strength to defeat two monsters. Additionally, he has ordinary people beside him, so he cannot afford to hold back. He must strike with full force. After a few days of recuperation and the merging of fragmented memories, he has significantly improved his control over his own power, and with his injuries healed, the energy within him has become increasingly robust. Though he still cannot fully harness it, he has far surpassed his former self. More importantly, he can now guide it with clarity. As the Zulu alien menacingly lunges at him, aiming for his throat with its wrist blades, at that very moment, Xiang Yu suddenly brings his palms together, energy surging around him. A brilliant white light appears before the Zulu alien, tearing through the darkness like thunder, consuming it entirely. It does not even have the opportunity to express shock before it is completely vaporized in the blinding light and heat. The energy wave continues unabated, narrowly grazing the abandoned factory at the end of the street, leveling the top 4 floors of a 6-story building. A tremendous roar echoes, debris flying in all directions. For those in the vehicle, they witness Xiang Yu darting out at an incomprehensible speed. Before they can react to what has transpired, a dazzling white light appears, and a powerful shockwave propels the vehicle several meters away. When they finally regain their bearings, they discover that a pair of feet is all that remains of the Zulu alien, along with the fresh ruins behind it. It's over. Xiang Yu gradually calms down, exhaling deeply, successfully unleashing the energy wave he can fully command. He reflects on his adeptness and control and feels satisfaction with his growth over the past few days. This is the true power that belongs to me, a force I can wield. However, gazing at the utterly erased enemy before him, a flicker of astonishment and disdain crosses Xiang Yu's face. Is this the Zulu alien? It pales in comparison to the two monsters he faced earlier. In his prior imaginings, the combat scenario should have involved him launching an energy wave to knock the enemy back, creating distance, and then engaging in battle. Who would have thought that upon striking the enemy with the energy wave, he felt an unobstructed feedback sensation, instinctively adjusting the trajectory. Otherwise, a significant area nearby would have been flattened, and the individuals behind him might have faced debris from the shockwave. Clearly, mastering energy control must be prioritized. Chapter 9. From now on, Earth must directly enlarge. What? Non-enlarged aliens are so much weaker than their enlarged forms? Upon hearing the explanation from the Zhuxing Tuan, astonishment fills Xiang Yu's face. After successfully escorting the Ueda siblings and clearing the area, Xiang Yu shares his swift defeat of the Zulu alien and his lingering questions with the group and Feng Yuan. The enhancement from enlargement is comprehensive, explains Zhuxing Tuan, encompassing not only strength and size but also defense, energy reserves, and resistance to certain special abilities, resulting in a qualitative leap. You may understand it as an elevation of life level. So that is how it is. He initially thought that the enlargement here was similar to that of Piccolo in Dragon Ball, merely a slight boost in strength and destructive power, which would significantly impact speed due to increased weight, yielding little enhancement in overall capability. Xiang Yu, I have a new idea. As he observes Xiang Yu deep in thought, Tuan suddenly radiates the spark of a strategist, calling over Feng Yuan, who appears relieved and is grinning foolishly. Feng Yuan, come over and listen. Xiang Yu, in future battles, when monsters or aliens appear in their enlarged forms, I hope you will refrain from intervening immediately. Sensing the unusual expression on Xiang Yu's face, Tuan quickly adds, what I mean is, let Leo take the lead. Unless Leo is completely overwhelmed, do not readily engage. Tuan immediately clarifies that aside from certain aliens, monsters typically appear in their enlarged forms. However, even so, many aliens are often more troublesome than monsters after enlarging. If Xiang Yu can eliminate aliens before they have a chance to enlarge, it can preemptively eliminate many unknown risks. Then why don't aliens simply enlarge right away? Xiang Yu inquires, puzzled. Even aliens of human size possess physical qualities far superior to those of Earthlings. Even Ultraman in his human form cannot match them. And the weapons currently available on Earth cannot defeat them, Tuan elaborates. Furthermore, as long as aliens are not promptly eliminated, they will instantaneously enlarge even if they are severely injured, and their wounds will heal rapidly. Thus, your presence will serve as a crucial weapon against the aliens. Tuan's tone is incredibly serious as he looks at Xiang Yu. You may not stay on Earth forever, but Feng Yuan must undergo sufficient battles to truly grow into a warrior capable of standing on his own. He needs these formidable opponents to hone his skills. In Tuan's vision, Xiang Yu will act as a trump card, serving as a safety net for Leo's battles while also confronting those unaware aliens who enjoy toying with Earthlings in their human-sized forms, making them aware of the changing tides. Of course, this does not mean you will simply stand by and watch, Tuan adds. When Leo battles the monsters, your mobility can assist in swiftly evacuating and rescuing residents in the surrounding area, allowing Leo to concentrate more on combat. I understand, Xiang Yu nods, acknowledging his comprehension of Tuan's strategy. For the time being, he will feign a supportive role and then step forward when the situation becomes critical. I won't pretend anymore. I am the main character. Despite potentially missing out on several combat opportunities, he is not overly combative due to his incomplete merging of original memories. Similarly, while Saiyans grow stronger through battle, without sufficient training accumulation, frequent combat yields minimal enhancements to their power. This was also the case for Vegeta before he arrived on Earth, where Saiyans typically cycled through combat, healing, and then resuming battle. This is why the limits of those Saiyans are essentially locked to the levels of their birth battle power. Because they do not understand, or rather do not have the time to train, they cannot realize the potential beyond what they were born with. Moreover, Xiang Yu harbors deep suspicions that his rapid recovery from injuries was less due to the treatment devices at the space station and more due to Feng Yuan's initial burst of light. Saiyans do not possess such robust recovery abilities, and Earth's medical technology is far from the healing pod seen in Dragon Ball. He also observed that Feng Yuan's physical condition had nearly reached a state of death on 2 occasions, yet after a mere few days of rest in bed, he was able to recuperate. Is this the inherent constitution of Ultraman? Xiang Yu's intuition suggested that the experience of becoming one with another had a crucial impact on him, extending beyond the mere rapid healing of injuries. However, having only recently gained the trust of the group, he recalled their initial characterization of him as malevolent and brutal. A vague suspicion began to form within him. This was also the reason why Xiang Yu readily agreed to Zhu Xing Tuan's arrangements. Trust can be cultivated, regardless of whether they were to journey to the Kingdom of Light or once again achieve oneness to validate his conjecture. A higher affinity would make it easier for his needs to be met. Observing Xiang Yu's profound sense of righteousness and consideration for the greater good, Zhu Xing Tuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and a hint of guilt. The nature of energy does not determine its essence. It ultimately hinges on the individual wielding such power. Perhaps I was too hasty in my judgments. Zhu Xing Tuan gazed at Xiang Yu, his expression softening. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly innocent youth harbored quite a few cunning thoughts beneath the surface. Within the restaurant, the trio was engaged in another fierce contest. As Ultraman warriors, despite their appetites not matching those of the humanoid black hole Saiyans, they could convert food into light energy. allowing them to consume far more than the average Earthling if they were to indulge. The three voracious eaters devoured their meals with astonishing speed, leaving towering stacks of empty plates. It was fortunate that Ultraman warriors were somewhat modest. They had never considered forming a group to visit a buffet, or else the owner would likely have to flee under the cover of night. Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu, and Tuan set down their chopsticks, their expressions serious. Tomorrow, I will take you to my Xinshan to visit Master Shiguan. He prepared them for what lay ahead. Master Shiguan is a true recluse, and his temperament is somewhat inscrutable. While I have a history with him, I cannot guarantee whether he will be willing to offer guidance or how much he might provide. Xiang Yu pursed his lips, thinking to himself that a typical recluse would likely be eccentric, only guiding those fated for greatness. Given that this is the world of Ultraman, Feng Yuan should pose no issue. As for himself, if this recluse were to deliver any cryptic remarks or subtly reject him, he would just demonstrate his mountain-shattering prowess on the spot. Let us see just how formidable this sage truly is. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the universe, 10 light years from Earth, a colossal warship, rivaling the size of the Japanese archipelago, silently hovered in the void, cloaked in optical invisibility. Inside, Alien Magman, the one from the television series, trembled as he knelt in a grand hall. The others had overlooked him, yet he had witnessed Xiang Yu's monstrous display firsthand. Upon a throne sat the president of the Magma Aliens, a ruler whose presence exuded far greater authority and terror than his ordinary kin. Gazing down at him with a cold stare. "You have returned? Then, Leo and Seven must have been dealt with." The president's voice was flat, yet it carried an oppressive weight that made Magman's soul quiver. "Your Excellency." The plan was infallible. But suddenly, a monster appeared on Earth, a creature capable of contending with twin beasts in equal form. He recounted the terrifying scene of Xiang Yu's battle in detail. An invisible force suddenly bore down, pinning Magman firmly against the cold deck of the ship. "Are you attempting to deceive me with such a clumsy lie due to your own operational failures?" The president's eyes glinted with cold light. "I would not dare. It is absolutely true, Your Excellency. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it." Magman cried out in terror. The ruler upon the throne fell silent for a moment, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Whether true or false could be determined by a simple test. "Your Excellency, are you planning to go in person?" "Merely the remnants of L-77 Star are hardly worth my personal intervention," the president scoffed. Shadow guards, two figures, standing like statues on either side of the throne, clad in pitch-black reinforced armor and radiating an aura far superior to Magman's elite warriors, immediately knelt to receive orders. "You two, accompany this fool to Earth," the president commanded. "Bring along that creature just purchased from the monster merchant and test whether it truly possesses the ferocity he claims." "Yes, Your Excellency," replied the shadow guards, their voices cold and merciless. Magman watched as the president temporarily spared him, exhaling a breath of relief. He quickly added, "Your Excellency, that individual is extremely dangerous. I implore the two shadow guards to descend upon Earth in their giant forms." "There is no need," the Magma president interrupted him, a glimmer of cunning and cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Let those self-important fools test the waters first. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend." The shadows of the starry sea had quietly begun to extend towards Earth. Chapter 10. My journey to Xinshan and the source of origin the following morning. As the hazy mist had yet to dissipate, Zhu Xingtuan drove with Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan away from the city. The scenery outside the car window gradually transformed from buildings and streets to lush mountains and forests, the air becoming fresh and moist. After about an hour, the vehicle came to a stop at an unknown mountain's foot, and the remaining journey required walking. Tuan alighted first, pointing towards a winding stone staircase that ascended, disappearing into the emerald canopy. The steps were covered in moss, flanked by towering ancient trees, with the melodious chirping of birds filling the air. Compared to the world below, rife with monsters, this place felt like a forgotten sanctuary. Xiang Yu took a deep breath, sensing the restlessness within him calm slightly. After walking for a while, a temple-like structure came into view. "We arrive, Bai Yunin." Upon entering the temple, a flat expanse of land revealed several simple wooden houses, with a few plots of vegetable gardens in front. An elderly man, clad in gray cloth, appeared sprightly as he leisurely watered the garden. His movements were slow yet remarkably steady and coordinated, as if he were one with the surrounding mountains and forests. This man was Master Shiguan. Tuan, you have come. Master Shiguan set down his watering can, his calm gaze sweeping over the three, lingering momentarily on Xiang Yu. In his deep-set eyes, a fleeting glimmer of light seemed to flash before returning to an expression of tranquility. Master Shiguan, we apologize for the intrusion, Tuan said respectfully, promptly explaining their purpose for visiting. This is Feng Yuan. His potential is immense, and his physical attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals. Yet he remains undeveloped and requires specialized training to unlock his potential. After briefly outlining Feng Yuan's circumstances, Tuan's expression suddenly grew grave, and he spoke in a lowered voice. As for this one, Xiang Yu, Master Shiguan, it would be best for you to observe him closely with your discerning eye. Captain, why has this monk closed his eyes? Is he not going to provide me with guidance? Xiang Yu observed Tuan whispering to Master Shiguan, only for the old monk to shut his eyes and remain silent. Feeling a surge of impatience, Xiang Yu, be patient. The master is using a special method of observation to assess your physical condition. Tuan quickly explained upon noticing Xiang Yu's displeasure. After a moment, Master Shiguan opened his eyes, wordlessly staring at Xiang Yu for several seconds. As Xiang Yu felt goosebumps rising, the master moved to a nearby stone mill and instructed, young man, push it. Huh. Xiang Yu glanced at the massive stone mill, thinking the test was rather simplistic. He stepped forward and gently pushed it with one hand. The mill rumbled to life, floating briefly like cotton candy before crashing back down, inadvertently breaking a few tiles in the process. All right, stop. Control your strength. Let it come to a halt exactly 1 inch in front of you. No more, no less. Master Shiguan's temples subtly throbbed. This could prove to be somewhat challenging. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Currently, the force he had just exerted was already his minimal effort while in a state of exertion. Xiang Yu endeavored once more to rein in his burgeoning power. However, with a sharp crack, the wooden lever he was pressing shattered instantly due to the abrupt and discordant nature of his strength's retraction. The stone mill, too, was propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing deeply into the mountain wall ahead. Xiang Yu, the expression of Shiguan Shifu, which had remained calm from the very beginning, finally faltered. His pupils slightly constricted as he scrutinized Xiang Yu's hands, then surveyed the chaos surrounding them. This young man possesses a truly terrifying brute strength. No, it is not merely brute strength. What lies within him is akin to a dormant volcano. No, a primordial beast on the verge of eruption. This power is wild, ferocious, yet unfathomable. What manner of monster has Tuan brought forth this time? He recognized that Tuan was no ordinary individual and discerned that the human named Feng Yuan possessed physical attributes that far surpassed those of the average person in every regard. However, the young man stirred a tempest in Shiguan Shifu's heart. Fortunately, his years of meditation allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. He turned to Xiang Yu and said, strength that is great yet unrefined, vigor that is abundant yet untamed. Your issue lies not in a lack of power, but in your inability to harness it. He then directed his gaze toward Feng Yuan, pointing to a roaring waterfall in the distance. Go beneath that waterfall and endure the impact of the rushing waters until you can stand firm and break through the current with your fists. This is the most direct and brutal method to forge both body and will, one of the core training regimens portrayed in the original TV series. Feng Yuan responded loudly, unhesitatingly, making his way toward the waterfall. Subsequently, Shiguan Shifu turned his attention back to Xiang Yu, his expression growing grave. You are different from him. Your problem does not reside in your physique or a feeble will, but rather in your heart. Heart? Xiang Yu queried, perplexed. Your heart is in denial. Shiguan Shifu's gaze seemed capable of piercing through the soul. You are rejecting the part of your strength that does not align with your true nature, denying that it is also a part of you. When the heart is estranged, the flow of power becomes hindered, unable to act in harmony, like a disjointed limb. Was he referring to the memories of slaughter and the instinct for battle from Talei Foisi? A chill ran through Xiang Yu's heart. The insight of this master was piercingly acute. I cannot teach you how to wield such magnitude of power, but perhaps I can assist you in regaining inner peace. Shiguan Shifu led Xiang Yu to a smooth boulder at the cliff's edge, instructing him to clear his mind and attempt to feel his breath, to sense the flow of power within him, without attempting to control it. Imagine yourself as a part of nature, like the stream flowing through the mountains or the clouds drifting in the sky. This seemingly simple act of seated meditation is, in truth, a chisel for the soul. Forge your spirit until you are prepared to confront the fears lurking deep within. Boom. Xiang Yu complied, sitting down, but soon opened his eyes again, feeling the energy within him begin to surge. At that moment, Xiang Yu realized something profound. He had been deceiving himself all along. What slow assimilation of memories. What Xiang Yu and Ta Lei Fuxi are one and the same. From the very beginning, he had been unable to accept the memories of Ta Lei Fuxi, who had wantonly annihilated civilizations, exterminating the life of an entire planet. The fusion of memories should have been completed shortly after his arrival in this world. Had it not been for the light of Leo, the memories belonging to Xiang Yu would have long been consumed by Ta Lei Fuxi. He had merely been evading, avoiding the confrontation with those memories, cautiously selecting those that were not too excessive to absorb. Thus, he had been unable to calm himself. Whether battling beasts or engaging with the Zhuxing Tuan to understand this world, or strategizing for the enhancement of his future combat prowess. Every moment of stillness made the bloody memories of battle and the frenzied thoughts surge forth, inducing suppression and fear. Yet, he could no longer flee. Shi Guan observed Xiang Yu, who repeatedly closed his eyes in concentration, yet bore a furrowed brow, his aura fluctuating between tranquility and agitation. He spoke softly to the Zhuxing Tuan beside him. Tuan, this young man's inner struggle is far more intense than it appears on the surface. If he cannot confront himself and embrace all that he is, his spirit will remain fractured, and the manifestation of his power will forever be incomplete and unrefined. This step cannot be aided by outsiders. He must overcome it himself. Tuan nodded gravely, having also discerned the root of Xiang Yu's troubles, which had contributed to the inexplicable sense of disconnection he felt from him. During the few days of their interactions, various signs indicated that this young man was inherently pure. However, the perception of energy within him was profoundly malevolent. Although Tuan did not comprehend what had transpired within Xiang Yu, he hoped that the young man could conquer the darkness within his heart and gain complete control over it. The training persisted for several hours. Feng Yuan was tossed about beneath the waterfall, gritting his teeth in perseverance, while Xiang Yu endured a harrowing period of inner conflict. Although progress was slow, in a fleeting moment, he truly grasped a sense of tranquility, and the tempestuous energy within him seemed to have calmed slightly. During a brief respite, Xiang Yu could not contain his curiosity and inquired of Shi Guan Shifu whether there were techniques for harnessing energy. Shi Guan shook his head, indicating that he did not possess a method akin to the energy cultivation found in the eastern lands. However, he called over a child nearby, who retrieved a paper book from the small house. This was a martial arts manual titled Bing Chuan, not of my own creation, but containing detailed explanations of the various methods of exerting force on different parts of the human body. With diligent practice, one could integrate energy and unleash power that exceeds one's own capabilities. The latter is not something that can be achieved overnight, but the former will surely be of assistance to you. Shi Guan handed the book, inscribed with traditional Chinese characters for Bing Chuan, to Xiang Yu and proceeded to demonstrate that it is not about forcefully unleashing power, but rather about penetrating the surface like water seeping into the crevices of rock. Striking at the core, Xiang Yu glanced through the summary of Bing Chuan and felt that this journey was not in vain. Once he resolved his inner turmoil, he would carve out time to study Bing Chuan. As the sun set, the first day of training came to a close. Tuan had returned in the afternoon. Although no monsters had appeared, as the captain of the MAC team, he had numerous complex matters requiring his direction and resolution. The serene environment and unique natural conditions of the mountains were exceptionally suited for the training of Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan, so Tuan decided to allow them to remain there for an extended period. Fortunately, Waxinshan was not far from the urban area, ensuring that should extraterrestrial beings or monsters truly appear, both Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan could respond swiftly. After dinner, Feng Yuan proposed a rather surprising suggestion to Xiang Yu. He wished to engage in a sparring session with Xiang Yu while in the form of his full-sized Leo. Incidentally, to satisfy his own appetite, Xiang Yu had hunted some wild game, simply roasting it over a fire and sprinkling a bit of salt, creating a unique flavor. Observing Feng Yuan, who eagerly claimed to have grown stronger, Xiang Yu finally understood another aspect of the Ultraman mechanism. When the human form's attributes enhance, the gigantic form similarly gained strength. Conversely, injuries sustained in the gigantic form would also reflect upon the human form. Furthermore, Xiang Yu learned that Leo possessed an inherent legacy known as Yuzhou Chuan Fa, and there was an even more potent technique called Yuzhou Huanshou Chuan. Regrettably, before he could pursue further training, his planet sensed Feng Yuan's despondence, prompting Xiang Yu to pat his shoulder and encourage him to fight. To prevent Shiguan Shifu from becoming homeless in his old age, the two deliberately ventured far from Waxinshan, seeking a more remote location. After experiencing Xiang Yu's overwhelming force, Shiguan had grown accustomed to Feng Yuan's transformation into a full-sized Leo. Apologies, Feng Yuan, I failed to control my strength properly. Ha ha ha. The two settled beside a small stream in the mountains, where Xiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Feng Yuan's bruised visage. Although the captain had previously explained the distinction of gigantification to me, upon witnessing your transformation into Leo, I instinctively overlooked that matter. Nevertheless, enduring a beating now is far preferable to facing a monster and suffering defeat later. Moreover, in our sparring sessions, I can distinctly perceive my own growth, which brings me immense joy. Feng Yuan beamed with a radiant smile, disregarding the bruises marring his face. By the way, may I learn that cosmic martial art of yours? It appears quite promising. Certainly. We are comrades. Comrades, indeed, Xiang Yu reflected, gazing skyward. The night sky in the mountains seems to shine brighter than that in the city. Accepting all facets of myself, including that of Tailfus, is a commitment I shall fulfill. After all, this vast world and the boundless starry sky await my exploration. Chapter 11, Double Assault. A deviated plot. The training in Xinshin Mountain is not a swift endeavor. Time flows in alternation between the roaring of waterfalls and the tranquility of meditation. Feng Yuan's progress is evident to the naked eye. His kicks have become increasingly fierce, allowing him to remain steadfast like a rock amidst the raging currents, his fists imbued with power capable of momentarily tearing through the waterfall's curtain. Numerous sparring sessions have not only honed his skills, but also elevated his physical strength to a new level. Xiang Yu's advancements, however, are more subdued. He has gradually learned to observe the torrent of Tailfus's memories with a calm mindset. Although he still disapproves of the bloody conquest and slaughter, he no longer attempts to evade or resist, but seeks to understand the pride and tenacity inherent to a warrior. As his familiarity with Feng Yuan deepens, he gains a more comprehensive understanding of the world of Ultraman. The images seen on television may depict Ultraman ultimately defeating monsters, leading to a peaceful world. However, in reality, he perceives the devastation left in the wake of victory, the ravaged cities, countless displaced families, and the deep-seated fear of monsters within people's hearts. Moreover, can Ultraman truly vanquish every monster he encounters? Expanding the perspective to the entirety of the universe reveals countless civilizations perpetually confronted by malicious beasts and the threats posed by extraterrestrials. Even planets endowed with Ultraman's power cannot escape the peril of civilization's annihilation. This world is vast and wondrous, yet undeniably cruel. Xiang Yu's mindset undergoes a quiet transformation. The growth of his spirit aids him in embracing memories while steadfastly maintaining his core self, resisting the erosion of primal desires for slaughter. What he seeks is the purity of the Saiyan bloodline that fights to transcend itself, rather than descent into brutal destruction. Gradually, the gaps in his spirit are filled, resulting in a marked enhancement of his control over his own power. An increasing amount of energy begins to flow with greater finesse, allowing him to exert force and retract it with newfound fluidity. Although he still occasionally crushes objects when unleashing his full strength, he can now lift weights with ease in daily life, at least no longer worrying about inadvertently turning his rice bowl into powder. However, the tranquility of this time is soon shattered. An urgent communication from Max suddenly arrives. Feng Yuan. A monster has appeared in the city. It is Canidras. You must transform and head there immediately. Xiang Yu, you are to remain on standby for support. The two promptly prepare to head to the monster's location. Captain, where's the monster? To Leo Yu's surprise, upon his arrival, Canidras has vanished, leaving only the surrounding destruction and two downed fighter jets. The monster departed shortly before your arrival. Feng Yuan, that was my oversight. Tuan stared blankly at the two downed jets. One MAC team member had perished on the spot, while the other, whose aircraft had sustained minor damage, was fortunate enough to escape by parachuting. Feng Yuan, you stay here. Tuan turned to Feng Yuan with a serious expression. Xiang Yu, who arrived nearly simultaneously with Feng Yuan, felt perplexed. Did the monster flee right after emerging? Was it merely to destroy a few toys? What was the purpose? In truth, Tuan, with his extensive combat experience, found this situation quite rare. Canidras is indeed an oddity among the many monsters he has encountered. However, regardless of the circumstances, this experience serves as a wake-up call for Tuan. Currently unable to transform, he recognizes the necessity for a powerful, permanent presence in Tokyo, a region notorious for monster attacks. Should another peculiar monster like Kanidra's emerge, he must possess sufficient strength to confront it promptly. Indeed, Tuan has subconsciously overlooked the combat capabilities of the MAC team. It is noteworthy that, throughout the history of Ultraman, they are the first and only team to be entirely annihilated. The choice to select Feng Yuan stems from his solid foundational skills, which do not heavily rely on the training environment of Xingshin Mountain. With his rich combat experience, he can discern the monster's weaknesses based on its behavior and provide targeted training for Feng Yuan. In contrast, Xiang Yu's training in the bustling city significantly affects him. He requires the serene environment of Xingshin Mountain to solidify his mindset until he completely overcomes his spiritual shortcomings. Tuan does not wish for Xiang Yu to engage in battle again in a state filled with rage unless absolutely necessary. In his normal state, Xiang Yu's potential power may not suffice against a gigantic monster. What Tuan does not realize is that Saiyans possess the unique ability to greatly enhance their combat power after recovering from severe injuries. In fact, having undergone a serious injury and subsequently fully healed, coupled with the tempering of his spirit, Xiang Yu is now capable of wielding a power far beyond his previous limits. Following Tuan's arrangements, he takes Feng Yuan for training, having already devised a specific training plan tailored to Feng Yuan's skills as a master of throwing. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu has no intention of flying to Xingshin Mountain, as his previous mentor, Shirgu, had informed him that he had made considerable progress in his spiritual training recently. However, moderation is key. He still requires appropriate relaxation to balance work and rest. Thus, he plans to seize this opportunity to explore the streets of Tokyo, rich with Showa-era charm. Now, with reimbursement in place, he feels as if he has suddenly come into wealth, akin to Wang Duiyu. He purchases whatever catches his eye without a second thought to price. Although apart from the dazzling array of delectable foods, he finds little other inclination to spend. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently, accompanied by distant, chilling roars and the sounds of collapsing buildings. A monster has appeared. Run. Damn it, don't shove. There are elderly people here. Help. My leg is injured. Dad, where are you? While enjoying a hearty meal at a roadside ramen shop, Xiang Yu suddenly senses a slight tremor, followed by the descent of the monster 2 kilometers away. Once again, I must criticize the MAC team. Despite their expansive space station, while other monsters may be excused, Kanidra's explicitly stated it was headed for the moon. Yet, when it reappeared on Earth, they only issued a notification then. Truly, aside from putting pressure on Feng Yuan, they serve no purpose. The monster's colossal foot easily crushes buildings, and the hard concrete ground is furrowed deep as people scream and flee in chaos. Security personnel attempt to maintain order, but their efforts yield minimal results. For the first time, Xiang Yu directly experiences the despair and helplessness of ordinary humans in the face of such calamity. Sigh, it seems one cannot bite the hand that feeds. He sets down his chopsticks and exhales deeply. A pale white aura suddenly envelopes him, and he darts toward the area most severely affected by the disaster like an arrow. Silence. I am a MAC Special Operations member. His powerful voice, infused with energy, booms like thunder, instantly overpowering the chaos and panic, stunning all the terrified individuals into stillness. He presents his credentials to the security personnel on site, declaring, I will assist here. Now, everyone must follow the security team's instructions and evacuate in an orderly manner. If anyone has missing or trapped relatives, inform me immediately. To enhance his persuasiveness, he glances at a nearby car crushed under debris and seemingly nonchalantly raises his leg to deliver a kick. Bang! Crash! The dilapidated vehicle was propelled into the air by an immense force, soaring away in an instant, crashing through several decrepit remnants of walls, and upon its descent, it had metamorphosed into a twisted mass of iron. The scene was enveloped in a profound silence, where even the faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard. In the next moment, the discipline of the gathered crowd reached an unprecedented level, as the evacuation process transformed into an orderly and efficient endeavor. Big brother. A timid voice with a hint of sobbing echoed near, as a small girl tugged at Xiang Yu's sleeve. Can you help me find my father? I got separated from him. Xiang Yu noticed the little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, and softened his tone. You got lost. Where did you last see him? This elder brother, she continued, my father should be trapped in that shopping mall. It was too chaotic when the monster appeared. Many people didn't manage to escape. Please, help them. Several of our family members are stuck there, and maybe they are still alive. Observing Xiang Yu's gentle manner in conversing with the girl, a man with a professional demeanor gathered his courage to describe the predicament. Others, their worries for their families overshadowing their fear of Xiang Yu, chimed in to indicate the locations of their loved ones who were trapped. There was only one large comprehensive shopping mall nearby, where most of the trapped individuals had congregated, while a few others were not far from the vicinity. Xiang Yu nodded in understanding, not dwelling on the fact that a man in his 40s had referred to him as Big Brother. The upper 2 levels of the mall had collapsed, yet the lower 3 floors retained some intact space, suggesting a reasonable chance of survival. However, the entrance of the mall was completely blocked by debris from the fallen structures. Step back, Xiang Yu signaled to the crowd. With a powerful punch, he broke open a large hole in the wall and stepped into the dimly lit interior of the mall, commencing his search for survivors. Meanwhile, the specially trained Leo Ultraman arrived just in time to confront Kenidras. With a fierce determination, Leo initiated the attack, his steps steady as he delivered a swift strike to the monster's neck. Kenidras attempted to block, but stumbled from the force of the blow. The training had significantly enhanced Leo's strength and speed. The monster roared in fury, swinging its robust tail menacingly. Leo, quick to react, executed a nimble backflip, evading the attack. And upon landing, he delivered a sweeping kick aimed at the monster's lower body. With a resounding thud, Kenidras lost its balance, nearly toppling over. Realizing that close combat was to its disadvantage, Kenidras leapt backward, its massive horn-like appendages glowing ominously. With a swift motion, a yellow, spinning, sharp dart shot towards Leo, accompanied by a piercing sound. However, Leo, having undergone rigorous training with the Zhu Tuan, was no longer the same. Moreover, through a serendipitous encounter with a coach from the southern city, he had mastered the art of empty-handedly catching blades. In the face of the rapidly approaching dart, he remained calm, sinking his weight, focusing on the dart's trajectory, and with a powerful twist of his torso, he spun 360 degrees. A crisp sound echoed as the dart was deftly caught. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it back with greater force and precision. The dart transformed into a streak of golden lightning, striking Kenidras directly in its eye. The monster let out a spine-chilling wail, the pain rendering it disoriented as it flailed its arms wildly. Leo seized the opportunity. He leapt high, his palms together, as brilliant energy coalesced into a dazzling blade of light. With a battle cry, he brought down the hand blade like a guillotine. A clear line of energy sliced through the air. Kenidras' massive form froze, then split in half along its axis, crashing to the ground. Well done, Leo. Xiang Yu, having just rescued several survivors from the mall's ruins and regrouped with Zhu Tuan, couldn't contain his applause, giving a thumbs up. This battle was executed with remarkable efficiency, clearly demonstrating Leo's growth compared to previous encounters. Leo nodded, preparing to take flight and revert to his original form. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. With a sudden crash, a shadowy figure dashed in from the side, striking Leo with a heavy blow to his unguarded waist. Ugh! Leo gasped in pain. His massive form sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt, struggling to rise. What is that? The members of Zhu Tuan gasped in shock. The Kallians. After several attempts to regain his footing, Leo managed to stand, his colorful timer flashing ominously. He bore the excruciating pain in his waist, adopting a standard combat stance while warily eyeing his adversary. The colossal form of the Kallian towered at 58 meters, its body encased in a hardened chitinous shell resembling that of a dark brown beetle, its head grotesque, with compound eyes shimmering with a predatory blue light. Most striking were the enormous, curved horns atop its shoulders, reminiscent of a fierce bull, while a thick tail thrashed behind it, striking the ground with a dull thud. The Kallian wasted no time, letting out a low growl before launching itself forward, its massive form crashing through the asphalt, charging at Leo with an unstoppable, ferocious momentum. Its fearsome horns aimed directly at him, creating a sonic boom as it broke the sound barrier. Instinctively, Leo attempted to sidestep, but his grievous injury hampered his agility. More critically, the overwhelming force bearing down upon him reignited the specter of fear he had just begun to overcome. This fleeting moment of hesitation cost him the chance to evade. With a heavy thud, Leo was once again hurled away, his massive body collapsing another already unstable building. Debris flying everywhere. The timer on his chest flashed red, its alarm ringing sharply. The Kalian, emboldened, advanced without mercy, offering Leo no opportunity to recover. It approached, using its terrifying horns to scoop Leo from the ground, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Ah!" Leo cried out in anguish. Lifted as if by a chef tossing ingredients in a pan, each impact striking his chest and abdomen with bone-rattling force. Leo was utterly powerless to retaliate, his wounds multiplying, and his energy draining rapidly. "Captain, Leo can't hold on much longer. Let me take over." Xiang Yu, watching anxiously from below, could no longer wait for Zhu Xingtuan's orders. With a burst of pale energy igniting, Xiang Yu shot forth like a cannonball, charging towards the rampaging Kalian. With a resounding crash, he concentrated all his energy into his legs, striking the Kalian's calf with the force of a high-velocity projectile. Caught off guard, the Kalian stumbled, its balance disrupted, forcing it to cease its relentless assault. Leo fell heavily to the ground, struggling to lift himself, yet completely devoid of strength even to raise an arm. His massive form quickly became translucent, fading into nothingness, leaving only the unconscious, bloodied figure of Feng Yuan lying amidst the rubble. After regaining his composure, the Kalian sought to identify the war criminal responsible for his previous blunder. Upon noticing the diminutive figure below, an expression of incredulous shock, remarkably human-like, manifested on his monstrous visage. He even raised one of his colossal claws, incredulously gesturing between his massive frame and the tiny form of Xiang Yu. "It was you, this insignificant bug, who brought me down." Xiang Yu comprehended the creature's body language, yet he had no inclination to respond. The instincts of combat compelled him to act once more. An overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him, trailing a fleeting white luminescence through the air as he swiftly closed the distance to the Kalian. He infused his right fist with power and delivered a straightforward, forceful blow to the Kalian's formidable chest armor. Bang! How solid! Xiang Yu's initial thought was one of surprise. The recoil left his arm slightly numb. The creature's skin was far tougher than he had anticipated, its resilience and hardness exceeding those of the adversaries he had faced previously. In the next instant, the Kalian, now alert, swatted him away with an arm, weighing several tons and bolstered by its immense strength. Xiang Yu could only shield his body with energy as he endured the blow, the tremendous impact causing his blood to surge. "This is troublesome," Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. This new monster was not only physically imposing, but also possessed great strength. His strikes seemed ineffective against its defenses, while he was easily sent flying. Although his energy protection mitigated the damage, it was evident that the Kalian had not yet unleashed its full power. Should it employ the same ferocity it had against Leo? Would he dare to attempt the Qigong wave? Xiang Yu hesitated. If his Qigong wave failed to vanquish the creature, he would be left without any effective means to inflict harm. He viewed the prospect of replicating his previous life-or-death maneuvers as an approach to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. For two reasons. Firstly, he would lose complete control over his actions and thoughts. Secondly, he estimated that he had only achieved a little over half mastery of his physical form, and even in a berserk state, he questioned whether a mere doubling of his energy could subdue this beast. Would he be able to return to normal afterward? These uncertainties loomed large. No longer dwelling on such thoughts, Xiang Yu resolved to unleash his Qigong wave with full force. A more potent aura erupted from him as he brought his hands together, powerful energy coalescing within. At that moment, the Kalian, poised to charge at Xiang Yu, suddenly seemed to sense something, fixating on the energy gathering around him. An invisible cold sweat coursed through its heart as it cursed the despicable Ultraman before taking flight without hesitation. What is happening? Xiang Yu was momentarily stunned. The Qigong wave he had been forming dissipating due to the interruption of energy. The creature's abrupt retreat caught him off guard. "Xiang Yu, come back." A weak voice resonated within him, belonging to Zhu Xingtuan. Immediately, he rushed back to the team's side, finding Zhu Xingtuan pale as a sheet, with dark circles under his eyes, desperately clinging to his cane to remain upright, as if utterly drained. "Captain, what happened to you?" Xiang Yu hurried to support him. "I'm fine, just let me catch my breath," Zhu Xingtuan gasped. After resting for a while, he managed to explain the situation. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to unleash a powerful attack, Zhu Xingtuan, witnessing his intense energy surge, feared he would revert to his previous state. Anxiously, he unconsciously drew upon the meager remnants of his light energy, attempting to maintain Xiang Yu's clarity with his pure, tranquil radiance. My hypothesis is that when I transmitted my light to you, it may have led the Kali Xingren to misjudge the situation, Zhu Xingtuan pondered. Misjudge? Indeed. Although the residual light was incredibly faint, the Kali Xingren undoubtedly recognized the power of the Ultraman race, he continued. Moreover, the immense energy you released led it to believe you were about to transform. Transform? Me? Xiang Yu absent-mindedly touched the spot where his tail used to be. Scratching his head. That is not possible, Zhu Xingtuan clarified. It mistook you for an Ultraman, perceiving you as a human form. Though Xiang Yu did not fully grasp Zhu Xingtuan's explanation, he pressed on. As I mentioned before, the transformation into a giant can be regarded as an elevation of life forms. Therefore, when a human form transitions into an Ultraman, there is a sudden outburst of intense light energy, converting the human form into a giant. Previously, when you were gathering energy for what you called a shock wave, a significant energy fluctuation surrounded you, and combined with my faint light, it was not unimaginable for the Kali Xingren to misidentify you. In Tokyo's Shinjuku district, amidst the neon-lit Kabukicho, throngs of people filled the streets, the atmosphere of indulgence seemingly insulating the city from its pain. Or perhaps, the emergence of monsters had only served to bolster business in this area. Several middle-aged, successful individuals, after finishing their last cup of sake, cast aside the soft arms beside them, laughing, crying, and stumbling. Without hesitation, they leaped onto the tracks of the Shinkansen, quietly choosing the final conclusion of their lives. The Kali Xingren, disguised as a standard office worker, observed all of this with indifference, a hint of amusement stirring within. What a fragile and grotesque species. Yet, how could such a remote and feeble place harbor a monster like the Ultraman, who was incredibly cunning? In the lifeless gaze of the office worker, recollections of previous absurd encounters surfaced, instilling a deep sense of dread. He, the Kali Xingren, was known in the cosmos as the Dark Star. Countless powerful beings had perished beneath his sharp horns, until one day, while he was dealing with a cache of spoils, two peculiar creatures with large, bulging eyes appeared. Uttering incomprehensible threats of justice and annihilation, they proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Had he not possessed tough skin and undergone some training in disguise, he might not have survived that encounter. Later, he learned that those creatures with egg-shaped eyes were notorious among the universe as a criminal syndicate, the Ultraman race, who, under the guise of justice, would intervene in their normal operations, sometimes offering a beating in hopes of reforming them, while at other times, resorting to dismemberment with a light saw. Their infamous reputation instilled fear in countless beings across the cosmos. However, the Kali Xingren was no pushover. Previously, he had underestimated his true strength, but now he was determined to prove himself. Upon hearing of a weak civilization known as Earth in a distant galaxy, where Ultraman often roamed, he wasted no time in heading directly there. After several days of lurking, he spotted his target, Leo, engaged in battle with Canidris. Although the shape of this Ultraman's eyes differed from those he had encountered before, the aura of light radiating from him was undeniably familiar. Thus, the Kali Xingren, having successfully ambushed his foe, prepared for a moment of glory, underestimating the opponent's strength. After all, if not for the sheer numbers, he would not have been defeated by the previous two Ultramen. Just as he was reveling in the thrill of the hunt, he was inexplicably struck, causing his hard-won prey to slip away. Frustrated, he sought to discern which audacious individual dared to challenge him, oblivious to the Kali Xingren's fearsome reputation. What unfolded before him was the most absurd sight of his life. A creature mimicking a human form charged at him recklessly, its astonishing speed momentarily leaving him dumbfounded, followed by a sharp pain and loss of balance in his calf. Sensing the force exerted on his legs, the Kalishtar was momentarily taken aback. His mind raced with images of countless cosmic races he had encountered or heard of, yet none could compare to this one. It was utterly absurd. How could a being of such a form wield such immense power? Coupled with the earlier escape of his prey, the agitated Kalishtar, after swatting aside Xiang Yu, was preparing to unleash his nearly invincible bull charge to deliver a stunning blow to this arrogant foe. Gathering energy within his body, he was on the verge of launching his assault when he suddenly felt the intense aura emanating from the opponent, a familiar essence of light lurking within that energy. Damn it, another Ultraman. Without hesitation, the Kalishtar soared into the sky, executing a strategic retreat at light speed. Indeed, he would not admit to cowardice. It was merely that this Ultraman was too peculiar. He understood that Ultraman could transform into a human form, and it was precisely because of this that, being in a giant form himself, he comprehended the substantial augmentation that such a transformation entailed. That insidious Ultraman was capable of manifesting such formidable power even in human form. Surely, he intended to incapacitate him first in that guise before unexpectedly enlarging to finish him off. It had to be so. Having rationally analyzed the situation, the Kalishtar increasingly felt that his strategic withdrawal was indeed a prudent choice. Those self-proclaimed righteous beings, with their bushy eyebrows and large eyes, turned out to be unexpectedly treacherous. Fortunately, he had been shrewd and one step ahead. However, he needed to devise a plan to deal with that cunning Ultraman first. In his corporate drone form, the Kalishtar stroked his chin, his reflection in the thick glasses appearing particularly grim. Chapter 13. Damn it. The Jeep is still chasing me. Inside the hospital, Feng Yuan. You should rest, Tuan said, observing Feng Yuan, who clutched his chest, his face contorted with pain and defeat. The criticism that was on the tip of his tongue transformed into a sigh and a dry expression of concern. He understood all too well the mistakes that Leo had made on the battlefield. After this period of training, Feng Yuan's current physical condition and combat skills were sufficient to contend with the Kalishtar. While the element of surprise played a role, it seemed to him that he should not have been defeated so swiftly or so thoroughly. Although the Kalishtar's charge was powerful, it exhibited a clear wind-up, and with decisive action, it was certainly possible to evade it. Tuan analyzed the situation in his mind, and he had begun to guess the root cause of Feng Yuan's dismal defeat and what was missing. Captain, Feng Yuan looked at Tuan, who seemed hesitant to speak, filled with a sense of unwillingness and self-reproach. He did not hold back and hoarsely recounted the circumstances. When faced with those terrifying giant horns charging at him, a wave of fear surged within him, causing his body to stiffen and tremble, rendering him unable to evade. Feng Yuan's account validated Tuan's assessment. That fear and hesitation were indeed the critical reasons behind Feng Yuan's defeat. Tomorrow, Tuan said, glancing at the battered Feng Yuan, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Yet he steeled himself to say, I will take you to a place where we will conduct special training. He understood that Feng Yuan's injuries would not heal completely in a single day. However, time was of the essence, and he dared not gamble on when the Kalishtar might reappear. This adversary was exceedingly formidable, and relying solely on Xiang Yu was too great a risk. Should the Kalishtar discern their weaknesses and return, the consequences would be dire. He must hasten to help Feng Yuan overcome his internal fears and unravel the Kalishtar's ultimate techniques. Yes, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth in response, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the exertion, knuckles turning white. The following afternoon, in a desolate area on the outskirts, a military jeep kicked up a cloud of dust as it screeched to a halt in front of Feng Yuan. Get out, Captain. Tuan offered no explanation, only action, as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Virum. The jeep roared with a deafening growl, charging toward Feng Yuan. The intensity, the resoluteness, mirrored that of the Kalishtar's devastating charge. Captain, stop. Feng Yuan's heart raced with terror. His survival instincts overwhelmed him as he clumsily rolled to the side, sharp stones scraping against his arm. The jeep barely grazed his clothing, the rush of wind stinging his face. With a violent drift, the vehicle locked its gaze on him once more. Feng Yuan, don't run. Charge toward the jeep. Tuan's voice penetrated through the window. Your fear is the Kalishtar. Today, you either conquer it or be crushed here. The jeep roared forward again. Relying on his Ultraman-enhanced reflexes, Feng Yuan narrowly rolled away again. Yet his face was devoid of color, leaving only the primal panic and confusion. Captain, I don't understand. This is too dangerous. We could die? Feng Yuan shouted, each screech of tires against the ground resonating painfully in his heart. Struggling on the ground, he rolled and dodged, dirt coating his training outfit, sweat mingling with dust as it trickled down his forehead. The jeep pursued him relentlessly, each collision forcing him to exert every ounce of strength to evade, draining both his stamina and spirit. After several frantic crashes, the jeep suddenly collided with a protruding rock wall, producing a muffled thud, and smoke began to rise from the engine as the roar gradually diminished. Is it over? Feng Yuan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Tuan opened the car door and stepped out, turning to Xiang Yu, who had been silently observing with a furrowed brow. Xiang Yu, Xiang Yu blinked in surprise. Come here. Lift this vehicle. What? Both Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan were taken aback. You've trained for so long. Let me see how well you control your strength. Tuan's logic was straightforward. He wanted Xiang Yu to lift the front of the Jeep, maintaining the same speed as he pressed the accelerator, charging toward Feng Yuan. Remember, apply consistent and stable pressure. Simulate the Kalishtar's relentless charge. Control your strength and stabilize the vehicle. This served a dual purpose. It would provide Feng Yuan with the ultimate, realistic pressure test while also assessing Xiang Yu's ability to manage his strength in a precise and enduring manner. Zhu Xingtuan nodded at his own thought. Naturally, he would not admit that his recent reckless driving had damaged the Jeep's brakes. Xiang Yu gazed at the heavily armored military Jeep, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, then glanced at Feng Yuan, who appeared pale and was breathing heavily. Finally, he turned to meet Tuan's unwavering gaze. Taking a deep breath, the power within him that had gradually been tamed began to flow steadily and powerfully. All right. He approached the Jeep, his fingers sinking deep into the steel plate at the rear, as if molten metal were merging with foam, lifting the vehicle upward. Up. The entire vehicle responded, rising steadily. The ground beneath Xiang Yu's feet slightly sank, but did not crack. Feng Yuan, get ready. Tuan commanded sharply. Xiang Yu focused intently, taking a step forward, then another, steadily advancing with the Jeep at a constant, imposing speed, closing the distance toward Feng Yuan. The scene was striking. A youth, wielding his own physical strength, bore the weight of a several-ton steel automobile like a ferocious beast. Feng Yuan beheld the unfolding spectacle, staring into the cold, resolute eyes of Zhu Xingtuan, as the fear instilled by the Kalishtar grew exponentially. No, don't come closer. He instinctively recoiled, as if the approaching Jeep were the terrifying horns of the Kalishtar. Even as Xiang Yu made slight adjustments to the angle just before collision, attempting to create a space for Feng Yuan to evade, the latter's body remained rigid with fear, and he was repeatedly brushed by the heavy vehicle, leaving purple bruises in its wake. Feng Yuan, look at Xiang Yu. He is controlling his strength, and you are being controlled by your fear. The voice of the group resonated like a thunderclap, demanding either to overcome it or to conclude this day here. Ryu Aotman must not falter under such a collision. The Jeep, driven steadily by Xiang Yu, drew closer. The approaching footsteps, the swirling dust, Xiang Yu's focused and powerful silhouette, and the unwavering gaze of the captain intertwined to create an immense pressure that struck Feng Yuan's nerves fiercely. It felt as if his escape route was completely blocked, with a precipice of despair looming behind him, just as the vehicle was about to collide with him once more. All the panic and fear in Feng Yuan's eyes were abruptly replaced by an overwhelming fury and unwillingness, transforming into a reckless determination to fight back. At this moment, Xiang Yu was already prepared to rein in the momentum. Yet, Feng Yuan suddenly leaped high into the air. His body unfolded gracefully, tracing a powerful and resolute arc as he narrowly and perilously soared over the charging Jeep. In doing so, he also successfully transcended his internal fear of the collisions. He had succeeded. Upon landing, Feng Yuan rolled several times due to inertia before finally coming to a halt, exhilarated and shouting as if he had shed an immense burden. However, the intense emotional turmoil, his still healing injuries, and the exhaustion from hours of mental and physical strain pushed his body to its limits. Darkness suddenly enveloped him, triggering a self-protective mechanism, and he completely lost consciousness. Phew, from here on, I shall be free from responsibilities. I might as well go have a meal. After all this commotion, I haven't had a warm bite to eat. The captain is truly treating me like a child laborer. Having fulfilled his role as a sparring partner, Xiang Yu was promptly dismissed by the Zhu Xingtuan. Famished after nearly 6 hours without food, he eagerly made his way to the food street. Feng Yuan remained unconscious, and the Zhu Xingtuan planned to continue his training upon his awakening, solidifying the hard-won breakthrough he had just achieved. Damn it, Sivan is still pursuing me in the Jeep. For some reason, this peculiar image suddenly flashed through Xiang Yu's mind. He chuckled to himself, silently offering a word of encouragement for Feng Yuan to hold on. After all, the captain was doing this for his own good. At that moment, a yet-to-be-born child from the land of light shivered unknowingly, unaware that he would one day silently bear the consequences of his enthusiastic father's actions. The father's debts must be repaid by the son. Chapter 14. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yujun, I entrust you with Yoko. Baihu clasped his hands together, beseeching Xiang Yu earnestly. No problem. I haven't yet thanked you for guiding me at the space station last time. Xiang Yu waved his hand and expertly started the engine. Not long ago, a member of the Baihu team who had a brief encounter with Xiang Yu at the space station was returning to Earth to attend a cosmic intelligence conference. After spending some time with his long-lost girlfriend Yoko, he had intended to ask Feng Yuan for help in escorting her home. However, with Feng Yuan currently undergoing the team's perilous driving training, he had to recall Xiang Yu. Recalling the youth who had suddenly approached him for directions, Baihu decisively contacted Xiang Yu, knowing that with this powerhouse on his side, he could attend the meeting with peace of mind. In the back seat, Yoko observed Xiang Yu, who hummed a strange melody, feeling a hint of curiosity towards this young man whom her boyfriend had earnestly entrusted to her. His somewhat youthful visage suggested he was still underage, yet he drove the car with remarkable skill. The lines of his arms, revealed by his t-shirt, were smooth but not overly muscular, making it hard to imagine her boyfriend's expression changing from disappointment to surprise and relief upon hearing that Xiang Yu would replace him in escorting her. Could this young man be more capable than Feng Yuan? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Speaking of which, I have a cousin in middle school. I've heard that those delinquents at her school are becoming increasingly brazen. Little did Xiang Yu know, the seemingly gentle and demure Yoko, clad in vibrant red, had developed a strong sense of gossip in her heart. Not long ago, he had casually dined at a restaurant, and after finishing his meal, he was informed that they were holding a big eater contest. Unintentionally, he completed the challenge by ordering one of everything on the menu. Not only did he get a free meal, but he also received a substantial cash prize and several exclusive desserts as gifts, rumored to be unreleased new products. This unexpectedly lifted Xiang Yu's spirits, and he felt a surge of vitality within. Grasping the steering wheel, he began to hum a tune from his hometown. Having lived 2 lives, he had never truly obtained a driver's license. He had merely passed the 3rd test before crossing over. Surprisingly, after his arrival in this world, thanks to the Zuxing Tuan, he acquired a license and experienced the thrill of driving for the first time in his life. The car traveled at a moderate pace through the city, as Xiang Yu relished the joy of driving, admiring the scenery outside the window, while engaging in light conversation with the inquisitive Yoko. Indeed, no matter the world or era, women seem to be inseparable from gossip. I wonder if alien women are the same. Xiang Yu found this amusing, but he did not mind Yoko's subtle inquiries about his family. This light and trivial conversation allowed him to catch a fleeting whiff of peace and normalcy. Unfortunately, in this monster-filled world, the pressure on ordinary people was still overwhelming. Just as Xiang Yu's thoughts began to drift, a sudden, thunderous rumble shook the ground without warning. Xiang Yu reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement as the car barely came to a halt. Almost simultaneously, a deep, menacing roar echoed, and a colossal shadow descended from above like a mountain. The fearsome form of a collision suddenly appeared directly in front of the street, lifting its massive foot, capable of crushing buildings, and aimed it down upon their vehicle. Yoko, witnessing this terrifying scene up close, let out a scream of panic, her survival instincts kicking in as she instinctively pushed open the car door and stumbled out in a frantic escape. "Don't run around, miss," Xiang Yu shouted urgently as he exited the vehicle, calling after Yoko. At such close range, there was no time to flee. How far could she possibly get? Just as Xiang Yu anticipated, the collision swiftly stomped down toward his position, covering Yoko, who had barely managed to escape. Success. After consuming that, even if it doesn't kill them, they should be utterly weakened. To withstand my foot in human form is a guaranteed death. The collision's multifaceted eyes gleamed with a malevolent triumph as its massive foot descended with a thunderous crash. Yoko collapsed to the ground, despair filling her as she gazed up at the enormous foot, which, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, was about to crush her. "I'm sorry, Baihukuan." After silently apologizing to her boyfriend, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable end. Yet, the anticipated crushing blow did not come. 1 second, 2 seconds. Unable to restrain herself, she tremblingly opened her eyes. The sight before her left her in utter disbelief, almost questioning whether she was experiencing a near-death hallucination. That destructive giant foot had come to a halt, a mere meter above her head. It was not an act of kindness from the collisions, but rather the neighboring boy, whom she had conversed with throughout the journey, who was valiantly holding up the terrifying foot that weighed more than 10,000 tons with his slender frame. Ugh! Xiang Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The immense pressure caused the asphalt beneath his feet to crack inch by inch, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly around him. A fierce white aura erupted from his body, as his limbs creaked under the unimaginable weight. These monsters are unbelievably heavy. Xiang Yu cursed internally. Drink up. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his muscles tensed as his spirit surged once more. He forcefully pushed apart the foot of the callous star being, causing the massive creature to sway precariously, nearly losing its balance. Don't just stand there, Miss Yangzi. Drive and flee now. Seeing Yangzi still frozen in place, Xiang Yu shouted. What the hell? How can you possess such strength? You should be utterly weak. The callous star being regained its composure, its multifaceted eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Momentarily forgetting to continue its assault, it let out a furious and bewildered roar. I clearly saw you consume it. The callous star being was utterly perplexed. It had invested heavily. Disguised as the owner at the fortunate restaurant where Xiang Yu had dined, it had mixed an extremely precious seasoning into the food. Could it be that the effect of that substance was not as potent as anticipated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was a rare trophy collected years ago from a down-and-out extraterrestrial. Said to originate from a special extract of the Dark Emperor Anbila's home planet, now long extinct. As a half-ultra, this substance contained pure dark energy, a lethal poison for Ultraman, a being of light. Even if it did not result in death, it would significantly diminish their power, leaving them in a prolonged state of weakness. Generally speaking, Ultramen seldom assume their human forms for extended periods in the cosmos and have little need for sustenance while lingering on a single planet. It had believed it had seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, discovering Xiang Yu indulging without caution while in human form, attempting to weaken him first before crushing him entirely. Why? How are you unscathed? The callous star being glared at Xiang Yu, who stood defiantly below, infuriated and bewildered, hurling insults at him. You must be putting on a brave front. I will not be deceived again. With a mind clouded by fury, the callous star being gathered its raging power. Preparing to strike Xiang Yu fiercely. Suddenly, a battle cry echoed from afar. A red figure streaked towards them like a meteor, delivering a precise flying kick to the callous star being's head. It was Leo arriving. He landed firmly, positioning himself between Xiang Yu and Yangzi, the colorful timer on his chest radiating a steadfast azure glow. Chapter 15, The Quintuple Assault. The time limit of Ultraman approaches. Leo landed steadily and nodded towards Xiang Yu below. He assumed a combat stance, cautiously gazing at the callous star being, which had once instilled fear in him. After completing his special training, he was filled with unwavering confidence. Die! The callous star being frantically swung its massive claws, charging at Leo. This fleeing prey dared to show itself again. It would be eliminated first. Consumed by rage, the callous star being could no longer think clearly, fixated solely on destroying these two Ultramen who had thwarted it repeatedly. It could not allow its thoughts to remain unfulfilled. The battle commenced between the trained Leo and the callous star being, where Leo, with agile movements, adeptly evaded the callous star being's charges, retaliating effectively. Just as victory seemed imminent, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick, ominous clouds gathered without warning, cloaking much of Tokyo in shadow. Lightning danced within the clouds, and thunder roared deafeningly. Three figures exuding malevolence descended amidst the lightning, revealing themselves as the magma aliens. Their sudden appearance startled both Leo and the callous star being, who were embroiled in combat. This is bad. They are coming for me. Both parties independently realized this. Leo had no need to elaborate. The callous star being also bore a grudge against the magma aliens over a dispute for spoils. It seemed an arduous battle was inevitable today. Xiang Yu, witnessing the emergence of three formidable foes, felt a weight in his heart, devoid of any time for sarcasm. His spirit ignited. He instantly appeared beside Leo, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Three magma aliens are rather troublesome. I hope I can hold them off while Leo finishes off the callous star being so we can deal with them together, Xiang Yu contemplated. Tuan, brow furrowed, sensed the energy contained within the two shadow warriors, his heart racing with alarm. Just as he was about to speak, an anomaly occurred. The magma alien, Magman, formed a peculiar hand seal, muttering incantations as if summoning something. A strange, ethereal yet chilling cry echoed from the depths of the clouds. Suddenly, a colossal and bizarre figure tore through the clouds, slowly descending. It was a uniquely shaped monster, possessing a body reminiscent of Patrick's star and a head resembling a bird. with a sharp beak and claw-like appendages on either side of its head. Most notably, it bore a large, pentagonal organ on its abdomen. The creature floated gracefully in the air, exuding a greedy and perilous aura. "It's the cosmic monster, Beimenxitin," Tuan exclaimed, his countenance instantly darkening. He recognized this infamous beast from the universe. Such monsters are notoriously difficult to handle, and some of the more powerful individuals can even feed on planetary or stellar energy. His brother, Jack Ultraman, had once suffered greatly at the hands of a Beimenxitin. Had it not been for the provision of restraining equipment, the outcome would have been dire. "This is disastrous." Tuan's heart sank to the depths as he faced 4 malevolent extraterrestrial beings and 1 cosmic beast, relying solely on Leo and Xiang Yu. This situation was practically a hellish challenge. Unaware of their enemy's true nature, Leo and Xiang Yu were equally troubled. With another monster emerging, can I hold them off? Xiang Yu's mind raced, yet his body acted first, charging towards the magma aliens. Regardless of the outcome, he would strike first. Upon receiving Xiang Yu's signal, Leo, fully aware of the precarious situation, could only attempt to trust Xiang Yu, channeling energy into his right leg, preparing for a powerful strike to eliminate the beleaguered callous star being. "Hold on, Xiang Yu. Wait, we can cooperate." Mistaking the callous star being for a target, it initially planned to retreat strategically. Seeing Leo, resolute and charging towards him, the callous star being's spirit faltered, and it hastily shouted, "No!" Roar! Leo's battle cry resounded. He leaped high, resembling a blazing red meteor, his right leg, accelerated by gravity and enveloped in scorching light energy, struck down upon the callous star being's head like a war axe. Damn it! The callous star being could only emit a roar filled with resentment and regret. The violent surge of light energy infiltrated its being, wreaking havoc upon each organ within. Had it known, it would never have come to Earth. Its colossal form stiffened for a moment, then collapsed with a thunderous explosion, shattering into fragments. The magma aliens observed the skirmish with ease, coldly watching as Leo battled the callous star being. For them, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The callous star being, which they had long sought, had unwittingly wandered into their grasp, allowing them to exact a price. To exhaust Leo's energy and stamina before its demise was an acceptable end, a waste not to be squandered. "Enough playing around," one of the Shadow Warriors coldly stated, their voice akin to metal scraping. "The President's patience is limited. Magman, command your foolish bird to cease its dawdling. Attack together. After all this time training it, this is the best it can do?" He impatiently gestured towards Beimenxitin, who was foolishly wandering towards a nearby oil factory to siphon oil. "Yes, I will call it over." Magnum felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead and quickly responded. Damn, hadn't he just fed it so much energy? How could it be hungry again? Magnum cursed silently and then mentally communicated with Beimenxitin, coaxing him to join the battle. "Help me attack that little guy and the red fellow. There will be delicious rewards afterward." Magnum's heart bled silently. All those treats were purchased from his own pocket. In just a few days, his meager salary and savings were nearly consumed. No wonder that monster merchant was so eager to offload it. And no wonder Lord Ingwe had not taken the bait, leaving him to voluntarily take on the task of taming this ravenous beast. Damn it, how he longed for those obedient, easy to feed, and reasonably powerful twin monsters. Indeed, in the short span of a few days of nurturing, the only thing he had managed to do was establish a rudimentary mental connection with Beimenxitin, issuing simple commands. Although he had to feed it quite a bit first, and the communication was one-sided, at least he could give some instructions, right? If he couldn't even handle the care of a monster, the president would likely have him wiped out on the spot. After munching on some snacks, Beimenxitin finally acknowledged Magnum. With a few flaps, it flew into the battlefield. "Leo, I'll deal with that monster. You handle these Magma Star people," Xiang Yu said to Feng Yuan, glancing at Beimenxitin as it charged toward them. He understood Leo's strengths and weaknesses. Although Leo's physical prowess was not lacking, even Xiang Yu himself would not dare to claim a guaranteed victory against him in his enlarged form. However, his weaknesses were also quite evident. Originally a prince of L77, Leo was adept at utilizing the cosmic fist techniques, yet he had never truly employed them in life-or-death battles. His experience against foes was severely lacking, making him susceptible to defeat against unfamiliar opponents. Although Xiang Yu also lacked experience, his Saiyan battle memory and muscle instincts provided him with a greater sense of composure. Bang! A heavy punch from Xiang Yu struck Beimengsitin on the head. In pain, Beimengsitin instinctively tried to rub its forehead with its claw-like hands, only to forget the hardness of its claws. Snap! With a second strike from its own claws, it jumped in place, emitting a sound of grievance and confusion. This monster was a bit adorably foolish. Xiang Yu looked at Beimengsitin's cute antics, feeling his mood lighten. The sensation from the earlier punch made him realize that Beimengsitin's defenses were not as solid as those of the Kali people. In that case, he could handle it. Just as Xiang Yu was preparing to continue the battle, he caught a glimpse of the situation on Leo's side. Despite Leo's desperate struggle, the two shadow guards were far stronger than anticipated, working together with a ruthless and cunning assault. Leo staggered under their combined attack, while Magnum continued to fire lasers from a distance, creating distractions. Leo executed a backflip to create distance, breathing heavily as the colorful timer on his chest flickered with increasing frequency. He sought an opportunity to eliminate the weakest of the Magma Star people, Magnum. Things were looking dire for Leo. A swift resolution was necessary. Xiang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. He could no longer afford to hold back his energy. A powerful aura surged wildly between his palms, compressing and gathering. Aiming at Beimengsitin, he prepared to unleash a ki blast to take it down. No, Xiang Yu, you cannot use energy attacks on it. The observing Tuan, noticing the explosive energy and the forming ki wave in Xiang Yu's hands, changed color and quickly called out to stop him. Previously, seeing that Beimengsitin seemed unresponsive to Magnum's commands, along with Leo having successfully dealt with a Kali, he had momentarily forgotten to mention Beimengsitin's characteristics. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. From the moment Beimengsitin entered the fray to Xiang Yu gathering his ultimate move, only half a minute had passed. Since Tuan had transmitted the remaining light within him, even without extra meditation in these past 2 days, Xiang Yu inexplicably felt an improvement in his physical mastery. Consequently, the ki wave, which was inherently simple to compress and release, was executed with unprecedented speed. As Tuan noticed Xiang Yu's actions and issued a warning, Xiang Yu had nearly completed his gathering. The highly compressed energy was on the verge of its limit, and his body instinctively released it. Whoosh! Beimengsitin, who had been hopping in place, suddenly stopped, tilting its head in confusion as it stared at the approaching ki wave. A closer inspection would reveal a glimmering liquid trickling from its beak. Had it gone dumb? Watching Beimengsitin's foolish behavior, Xiang Yu felt a surge of relief. Victory seemed to be tipping in his favor. With only 2 against 3, the advantage was his. However, perhaps due to some unspoken curse contained in Xiang Yu's thoughts, just as the ki wave was about to strike Beimengsitin, an invisible force suddenly twisted its trajectory. Instead of hitting its head, the ki blast plunged into its open, star-shaped absorption organ in its abdomen. Gulp! There was no explosion, no impact. The violent energy vanished as if swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace behind. Beimengsitin's abdomen flickered with faint lights, as if it had just enjoyed a hearty meal, even letting out a small burp in satisfaction. What? Xiang Yu was utterly stunned. It devoured my ki wave. This completely shattered his understanding of the situation. Even the Kali people, who had almost withstood his attacks, did not leave him this astounded. This was ridiculous. Saiyan punches and kicks were just for fun, while energy waves were where his strength lay, in comparison. It was over. From a distance, Tuan watched this scene unfold, his cane clattering to the ground as he slumped down helplessly. Misfortune struck, just as Xiang Yu was shaken by Beimengsitin's abilities. The situation on Leo's side took a sharp turn for the worse. Struggling to hold on, Leo attempted to reverse the tide once more. He leaped into the air, trying to gather all the remaining light energy within him to execute the decisive Leo flying kick aimed at the weakest of the Magma Star people. However, just as he reached the peak of his jump, the previously flickering timer on his chest began to emit a rapid, ringing sound, merging into a continuous tone. Then, his enormous form became transparent and illusory. Whoosh! Like having its power cut, Leo's massive silhouette vanished without warning before everyone's eyes. Ultraman could only remain in his gigantic form for 3 minutes on Earth, in his enlarged state, and Leo's time was even shorter, merely 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Having transformed from the suburbs to the city, Leo, after enduring a fierce battle, had quietly reached the limits of his time. However, Xiang Yu was unaware of this limitation, as Leo had previously reverted to normal due to severe injuries before the time limit was reached. Looking at the suddenly vanished Leo, Xiang Yu was filled with 1,000 questions. Tuan had never mentioned to him that besides the ability to grow large, Ultraman also had a deadly time limit for transformation. At this moment, Xiang Yu was left alone on the battlefield. Before him stood Beimengsatan, seemingly more spirited after absorbing the ki wave, curiously staring at him with its small eyes. Surrounding him were 3 magma star people, their faces twisted in cruel smiles as they slowly closed in. A desperate situation, an unprecedented deadlock. Even with the influence of the Saiyan battle bloodline, Xiang Yu felt a creeping sense of despair as he sensed the energy consumed within him and the oppressive presence of his formidable foes surrounding him. Chapter 16, Miracles in Despair. Unity of heart and mind. Once again, how could it be like this? The transformed human figure of Feng Yuan struck the cold ground with a punch. His knuckles instantly scraped and blood mingled with dust seeped out. Filled with anxiety and frustration, he gazed towards Xiang Yu, who was besieged by formidable foes. His heart twisted in agony. Yet, he soon found himself in peril. A magma shadow guard exchanged a knowing glance with McGinnon. With slightly inferior strength, McGinnon, who had been lurking on the periphery, immediately understood the unspoken intent, smirking as he withdrew from the battle circle, beginning to search meticulously among the ruins. He is looking for me. Feng Yuan realized the adversary's intention with a start, panic flooding his senses. At that moment, he was severely injured and drained of energy, unable to transform again in a short span of time. If discovered, it would be certain death. I must hide. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain and weakness in his body, and, using the cover of the broken walls, staggered quickly to change his position. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu faced the most daunting challenge since his arrival, aside from the initial encounter with Frieza's deadly attack. Under the coordinated assault of 2 shadow guards far more powerful than ordinary magma inhabitants and the triangular attack from Beimengsatan, he felt like a fragile boat in a storm, perilously exposed. I can't hold on much longer. Xiang Yu lamented inwardly as the 3 colossal beings effectively sealed off his evasive maneuvers. Within an extremely limited space, he struggled to dodge the heavy blows and sharp claw strikes coming from all directions. The previous full-force energy wave had drained a significant amount of his ki, thereby reducing his defensive capabilities. While Scions indeed grow stronger in battle, there are limits to this growth. In merely a few days since his arrival, he had engaged in continuous high-intensity combat, with little time for systematic training to strengthen his foundation and enhance his abilities. It had already been a considerable feat to find time to cultivate on Wuxin Mountain, mastering his ki to the current level. Suddenly, narrowly avoiding Beimengsatan's claw, a fierce wind surged from behind. A magma shadow guard had been lying in wait, seizing the slightest opening after his evasive maneuver. A heavy punch imbued with dark energy struck him squarely in the back like a cannonball. The impact, combined with corrosive foreign energy, instantly broke through his ki defenses and violently crashed into his body. Xiang Yu felt a violent churn in his innards. Intense pain caused his vision to darken, and he coughed up blood, his body akin to a kite with severed strings, crashing brutally into a distant ruin, stirring up clouds of dust. Coughing, he struggled to prop himself up from the rubble, each cough sending waves of tearing pain throughout his body, and his vision blurred with double images. Should I flee? In this moment of dual assault on his body and spirit, an unprecedented thought sprang forth in his mind. Indeed, I am not Ultraman. Battling monsters is not my calling. Feng Yuan and the team saved me, yet I have also alleviated many troubles for them. If within my capabilities, I am naturally willing to assist, but now. In truth, he was uncertain of the monster's true intentions, whether it was to conquer the planet or to annihilate it. Yet he did not feel particularly invested in the safety of Earth's inhabitants. Their fate was of no concern to him. He bore no obligation. He merely held to the principle of repaying kindness, offering his strength to Feng Yuan and the team who had rescued him. If the monsters merely sought to dominate the planet, then he could bide his time for a few years. With the potential of a Scion, he could vastly amplify his strength. I am not fleeing. I am simply preserving my useful body, avoiding needless sacrifice. The survival instinct of Xiang Yu, a mere mortal, was continuously seeking rationalizations. However, the Scion blood within him boiled fiercely. Resisting this notion, the chaotic, restless energy seemed to emit a silent rejection. To escape during battle is a Scion's disgrace. Frustrated, Xiang Yu sensed the unusual surge of ki within him, letting out a low growl as he shook his head vigorously. He looked towards the nearby magma inhabitant still searching for Feng Yuan, and the instinct of a Saiyan ultimately triumphed over fear. Damn it, I will fight. Just as Xiang Yu prepared for one last explosive effort, the voice of Zhu Xingtuan resonated clearly in his mind through telepathy. I have thought of a way. The voice of Zhu Xingtuan, having endured countless battles, had forcibly suppressed the despair within and regained his usual composure. With an Ultraman's insight, he perceived the struggle and determination on Xiang Yu's face, and Feng Yuan's silhouette dodging amidst the ruins. A concept that had been brewing for days solidified at this moment. Yes, the only hope to break the deadlock now lies in Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan once again uniting as one. Together, they could transform into Leo. With Xiang Yu's inherent qualities combined with the light of Ultraman, they might produce unexpected and wondrous changes, surpassing their current limits. After training on Wuxing Mountain, Tuan could sense that Xiang Yu's ki was becoming more harmonious, forming a foundation for this endeavor. However, he earnestly cautioned, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not use your ki in the United States. Ultraman's light is exceedingly sensitive to non-harmonious, negative energies. Forcing a blend could lead to unpredictable consequences. In any case, I will find a way to hold them off. Seize the opportunity to unite with Feng Yuan and complete the fusion. Tuan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. He was prepared to pay any price, even exhausting his life force, to unleash the most potent Ultraman psychic energy to secure this singular opportunity for them. Were it not for his understanding that forcibly transforming one last time into Siwen, even if it meant never being able to transform again, would have a negligible impact on the battle, he, as a senior warrior of the Ultraman body, would surely lead the charge and fight alongside them. For now, he could only hope that these two young men would unleash some form of miracle in the face of such dire straits. I understand. Recognizing the resolve in Tuan's words, Xiang Yu's expression grew solemn and steadfast. Boom. Channeling the little remaining ki within him, a white aura enveloped him once more, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed towards Feng Yuan's hiding place at the utmost speed. However, this reckless act immediately revealed Feng Yuan's location. Ha! Foolish one, you seek your own demise. A magma shadow guard laughed heartily, swiftly gathering a massive energy orb radiating ominous red and black light, containing destructive energy. Since you have gathered together, let us turn to dust together. Now, almost at the same instant the shadow guard prepared to unleash his attack. The ready Zhu Xingtuan immediately activated his Ultraman psychic energy. A vast and invisible wave of psychic force swept across the battlefield like a tsunami. The two magma shadow guards, Magyunin, and even Bei Mengsitan, who were prepared to strike, suddenly halted their movements, as if ensnared in a thick syrup, each action becoming excruciatingly slow. In an instant, their faces turned pale, lips devoid of color muttering, I must catch up, Xiang Yu, Feng Yuan. The future of Earth lies in your hands. At that same moment, regardless of whether he had been exposed or not, Xiang Yu rushed to Feng Yuan's side at the fastest speed. Feng Yuan, there is no time for explanations. Unite with me once more. Xiang Yu spoke rapidly, his tone resolute and unyielding. All right. Feng Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, not even inquiring for reasons. The experiences of fighting alongside Xiang Yu these days had fostered his unconditional trust. He immediately placed his hands on Xiang Yu's shoulders, closing his eyes and concentrating all his spirit. Recalling the methods taught by Tuan, the hum, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of the tides, marked the moment when Xiang Yu first beheld the complete process of unity. The body of Feng Yuan gradually became translucent, transforming into a warm, brilliant stream of pure light akin to liquid gold. This luminous flow, replete with the essence of life and hope, gently and resolutely merged into his being. Was this the source of such power? Xiang Yu felt no discomfort from the unusual radiance. Rather, he sensed a tremendous force filling his limbs and bones, continuously surging forth from within. The injuries sustained during battle were swiftly healing. Suddenly, before Xiang Yu's eyes, a ring, adorned with a red gemstone in the shape of a lion, quietly hovered in the air, shimmering with a hazy glow. On the eye of the lion, the voice of Feng Yuan resonated from the depths of Xiang Yu's heart, imbued with trust and a sense of entrustment. Now call my name. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yu extended his hand without hesitation. The time was running out. In less than a minute, the face of Tuan had drained of all color, turning as pale as parchment, with deep-set eyes surrounded by shadows. His body trembled violently, blood gushing from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, a testament to the extent of his exhaustion. With sheer willpower, he forced his human form to control three. No, for formidable foes, even as they transformed, employing telekinesis to subdue them. Tuan was resolute in extracting every ounce of energy from his body. He turned his flesh into kindling, igniting himself to unleash one final, dazzling burst of light. That brilliance. Just before consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, Tuan glimpsed a radiant light erupting from Xiang Yu's position. Had he succeeded? The cursed telekinesis. Deprived of the interference from the Zuxing, Tuan's telekinesis. The magma shadow guard unleashed a long-accumulated dark red energy bomb without hesitation, directing it towards the last known location of Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan. Boom. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the destructive energy was poised to consume everything, an exceedingly brilliant light erupted from the ground. The energy waves generated by this light violently deflected the torrent of dark red energy, causing the energy column to graze the edges of the light cluster before ultimately striking the distant Earth. The resounding explosion reverberated, flattening an area exceeding 5 kilometers in diameter, reducing buildings and forests to mere ashes in an instant. Amidst the rampaging energy storm, the golden light slowly receded and coalesced. As the brilliance gradually faded, the magma shadow guard finally discerned the figure within the light. Was that the magma shadow guard? With disbelief etched on his face, realized it was Leo. Chapter 17. This Leo is too ferocious. As the light dissipated, revealing the figure within, it was indeed the familiar red form of Leo Ultraman, adorned with silver lines. However, it was distinctly different. The red of Leo was deeper, as if infused with the power of molten lava. The most noticeable change was in his stature. His original height of 52 meters surged to 68 meters. The body, once a vessel of light energy, now exhibited muscle contours akin to reinforced concrete, radiating an imposing force. With bulging pectorals, a broad back like a mountain, and limbs brimming with strength, his physique transformed from a previously balanced rectangle to an intimidating inverted triangle. At a glance, one could sense the explosive power contained within that body. Upon closer inspection, two sharp, knife-like brow ridges emerged above Leo's pale yellow Ultraman eyes, reminiscent of Seven's X. This subtle alteration dramatically shifted his overall demeanor, infusing his inherent bravery with a newfound sharpness, an imposing presence, and a hint of wild majesty. The surging waves of energy emanated from him like tangible clouds, distorting the surrounding air. Were it not for the faintly recognizable essence of Leo, the magma aliens would scarcely believe this was the same entity. What a charade. What does it matter if your appearance has changed? The leading shadow guard suppressed his astonishment and inexplicable unease, scoffing as he attempted to regain his composure. Have you forgotten how thoroughly we defeated you before? Despite sensing the rapid elevation of the opponent's energy waves, the magma shadow guard stubbornly believed that they held the advantage of a 4-to-1 confrontation. Leo, or rather Xiang Yu, remained silent in response to the provocation, focusing instead on familiarizing himself with this new form. For reasons unknown, Feng Yuan's consciousness fell into silence after his transformation. Now, he had to rely on himself to adapt to this body and the weighty power within. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this form, a sense of déjà vu regarding the magnitude of strength and the solidity of his body. It was reminiscent of the great ape transformation. He recalled the experience of initial power during the early stages of the great ape transformation from Terfu's memories. Although he would soon lose rationality, the sensation of power surging through him at that moment was strikingly similar to the present. Benefiting from this unique experience, Xiang Yu adapted to Leo's new physique at an astonishing pace. Though he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of Ultraman abilities, the sheer, unadulterated physical power he now possessed was more than sufficient to confront the enemies before him. Captain, your intuition was correct. Rest well, Xiang Yu thought, casting a glance at the unconscious Zuxing Tuan, whose breath was faint. Let us all go together and eliminate him. Observing the silent Leo, the magma shadow guard retracted any intention to taunt or provoke, issuing commands to quickly assemble their forces for an all-out assault. An unsettling feeling nagged at him, urging him to resolve the situation swiftly without delay. The Jiaowu Bei Meng Si Tian let out a cry and initiated the offensive. Previously engaged in battle with Xiang Yu, it had not perceived the transformation of the new Leo directly, it merely felt an enticing energy emanating from him, hoping that he would provide sustenance akin to the previous diminutive form. Following this, two magma shadow guards charged towards Leo from either side, attempting to replicate their previous encirclement strategy against Xiang Yu. Even Megunin, who had been preparing to lurk in the shadows, was ordered to participate in the ambush, aiming to seal off all available space around Leo. As long as they restricted the opponent's mobility, his full strength could be diminished to a mere fraction. The Magma Shadow Guard, well-versed in the principles of overwhelming an opponent, thought to himself, in theory, a champion in combat, facing 4 or 5 robust individuals, would inevitably resort to passive defense. Moreover, they believed their advantage over the opponent was not insurmountable. However, a thunderous boom erupted, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The Magma Shadow Guard felt an ominous wind rush in, followed by a fleeting glimpse of a swift, blurred red figure. Suddenly, an indescribable agony surged from his chest, radiating throughout his entire being. Spitting out blood, he stared in disbelief at the Leo, whose cold gaze fixed upon him. Following Leo's arm, he slowly lowered his head, only to behold the gaping wound in his chest. How could this be possible? You chatter more than anyone else, and it's quite bothersome. Xiang Yu slowly withdrew his arm, shaking off the blood with a casual flick. Let us deal with you first, so I won't have to endure your incessant prattle. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. This horrifying spectacle unfolded too swiftly, shattering all notions of reality. Another shadow guard, along with Majinin and Beimengsitan, stood motionless as if paralyzed, their momentum abruptly halted. The previously reticent shadow guard, who had been tacitly cooperating with the loquacious Majinin, now felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seemed that his usual silence was indeed prudent. His talkative comrade had unwittingly paid the ultimate price for his loose tongue. A ridiculous sense of relief washed over him, quickly replaced by a chilling dread. It appeared that there was no escaping the prowess exhibited by this Leo. He could not discern any significant advantage for their group, unless he glanced at Beimengsitan, recalling the latter's previous absorption of Xiang Yu's energy wave. In the midst of the silent shadow guard's frantic thoughts, Xiang Yu had already unearthed a simple energy skill from Leo's memories. He clasped his hands together, fingertips shimmering with light. With a swift motion, a blue-white energy orb accurately penetrated the chest of the shadow guard, who was already on the brink of death. The shadow guard's body trembled violently before being utterly shattered by the internal explosion of light energy. Xiang Yu was uncertain whether the injury to the chest was indeed fatal or if it was better to ensure a complete finish. At the same time, he could distinctly sense that, as time progressed, his control over this body grew increasingly effortless. More of Leo's combat memories, skills, and energy manipulation techniques flowed into his consciousness like an unending stream, as though he had personally practiced them countless times. Xiang Yu felt both astonished and elated. With such knowledge, as long as he and Ultraman were united, he could swiftly acquire all the missing combat techniques and methods of energy utilization. When he returned to his original form, he would experiment with whether he could use Qi to emulate Leo's beam techniques. The unique application of Ultraman's beam skills was significantly more efficient in energy utilization than his currently rudimentary energy wave attack. Indeed, how could one traverse worlds without bearing any burdens? Life was looking up. He pondered whether all Ultramen possessed such capabilities or if Leo's unreserved trust in him was the reason for this uniqueness. Regardless, he now had an additional advantage and a secret weapon, providing him with a semblance of security in this tumultuous universe of extraterrestrial monsters. His gaze swept the battlefield once more, and Xiang Yu made a decisive resolution. He would first eliminate that foolish bird. Even now, he felt a profound apprehension towards Beimengsitan, who had absorbed his energy wave. The energy skills would be ineffective against it and could even serve to bolster the enemy. Given this, he would not be remiss in employing ruthless measures. Silently, he concentrated the light energy to its utmost, channeling it entirely into his arms without emitting any radiance, purely to amplify his physical strength. With a sudden burst of power, Xiang Yu propelled his massive 68-meter frame, shattering the sound barrier. A terrifying sonic boom erupted behind him, creating a whirlwind comparable to a forceful typhoon, lifting debris from the ground into the sky. Leo's handblade, he exclaimed, recalling Leo's technique. In a movement too swift for the naked eye to perceive, he appeared beside Beimengsitan, his handblade slicing through the air with a shriek, striking fiercely at the base of its wings. The sickening sound of bone fracturing and flesh tearing filled the air as Beimengsatan emitted a piercing shriek. Due to Xiang Yu's reluctance to amplify the sharpness of his hand blade with energy, he managed to sever the enormous wings solely through sheer brute force, akin to striking with the back of a great sword. This brutal and bloody scene rendered the Shadow Guard and Magenin, who had mustered the courage to attack once more, utterly stunned. How ferocious! Yet, Xiang Yu was indifferent to the thoughts and feelings of these extraterrestrial beings and monsters. As enemies, only the dead could be deemed worthy adversaries. Observing Beimengsatan writhing in agony on the ground, Xiang Yu wasted no time in delivering another precise strike with his handblade. With a sickening sound, the bird's head was severed, and its cries ceased abruptly, its round eyes wide with a hint of relief. The torment had finally come to an end. There was no alternative. If it could absorb energy, he would have granted it a swift end. Sighing, Xiang Yu regarded the somewhat foolish creature with less malice than one might expect. After all, it had merely drawn some petroleum and exhibited no other malicious behavior. Yet, differing allegiances rendered it an adversary. It could only be said that when Ace deemed the super beast too formidable, necessitating the use of Ultraman's forbidden techniques, and believed the super beast to be devoid of sensation, it was best if the super beast truly lacked that capacity. Xiang Yu slowly turned to face the two trembling Maginans remaining on the battlefield. I have heard that you traveled all the way to Earth in search of Leo. Chapter 18. Even you, with your thick brows and big eyes, would betray. Feeling the surging energy still coursing within him, Xiang Yu's thoughts ventured further afield. He recalled the tales of his past recounted by Feng Yuan, the relentless destruction of the L-77 Nebula by the Maginans, and the anguish of being displaced, burdened by a deep-seated vendetta. Since they had repeatedly crossed star systems, intent on annihilating Leo, then for every initial transgression they committed, Xiang Yu would repay them manifold. Given the frequency of their attacks, he suspected that a Magenin outpost or base was located near Earth. Otherwise, there would be no justification for their rapid arrivals. To put an end to their incessant assaults, he resolved to interrogate them for their location and subsequently dismantle their base. This way, even if he could not eradicate the Maginans entirely, he could instill a profound fear that would deter them from coveting Earth for a considerable time. Xiang Yu was acutely aware that his current state differed from his transformations into the Great Ape or Super Saiyan. It did not constitute his regular strength. The statements made by the Cosmic Alliance were indeed correct. He could not remain in this form indefinitely. Feng Yuan required his own development, and while their fusion could yield miraculous results, the foundation of his inherent strength was essential for confronting crises. What he lacked most at present was time. The relentless onslaught of monsters and extraterrestrial invasions left him no opportunity to engage in systematic training, to solidify, to genuinely master and enhance his capabilities. If he could eradicate the Maginans once and for all, it would undoubtedly grant him and Feng Yuan a precious respite. You too? Xiang Yu's tone was calm and icy. I require information regarding your base. Who among you is willing to speak will live? Upon hearing this, Magenin, who had believed himself doomed, suddenly felt a surge of elation. He was not particularly steadfast. As long as he could save his own life, betraying principles and selling out his kin bore no psychological burden for him. After all, he was regarded as a mere burden by most of his kind. Was it not natural for a worthless being to become a traitor? Sir, I know, sir. I possess more comprehensive and accurate knowledge. My rank is higher than his, granting me access to core secrets, including substantial information about the president. Just as Magenin eagerly began to speak, the previously silent Shadow Guard suddenly interjected with a clearer, quicker, and more composed tone, almost simultaneously completing his betrayal. In fact, during his betrayal, he had also shut the door on Magenin. Magenin trembled with rage, pointing at the Shadow Guard beside him. An avalanche of complaints and curses lodged in his throat, yet his shock and fury rendered him incapable of articulating coherent speech. He could only point in disbelief at the Shadow Guard who had just knelt before Xiang Yu with lightning speed. What? You, with your thick brows and big eyes, appeared so loyal and yet betrayed as well. No one ever said that only one of us could live. Is it not beneficial for us to share some news with each other? Are you so impatient as to leave no room for negotiation? Oh, Xiang Yu appeared somewhat astonished. His original plan was to have the two individuals compete to disclose information, thereby cross-verifying it to prevent anyone from passing off false intel. Once the information was confirmed, perhaps he would allow one to act as a guide. He initially thought that the seemingly higher-ranking magma might resist to the death, while the more timid magma who first arrived on Earth would be more prone to betrayal. Unexpectedly, it seems that the old adage holds true. However, he refrained from expressing his stance immediately and merely exerted pressure with ambiguous words, urging them to speak. Remember, do not attempt to deceive me with false information, otherwise, I am confident that your esteemed companion would cherish the opportunity to correct their mistakes in exchange for their life. Speak quickly, my patience is waning. The asteroid belt. Located 10 light-years away, Xiang Yu silently calculated that, given his current speed, it was not too far. However, a question lingered. Would my transformation time suffice? The Zhuxing Tuan lay unconscious from the overexertion of ultra-psychic energy, their fate uncertain. Feng Yuan's consciousness had also fallen into silence, rendering communication impossible. While Xiang Yu listened for information, he attempted to call out to Feng Yuan in his mind, yet received no response. Although he felt an abundance of energy within, he recalled that Leo had been forced to revert from his transformation due to time constraints before fully exhausting himself. He worried that if they were to fly halfway and his transformation time suddenly ran out, a Saiyan's body would not survive in the vacuum of space. The most prudent course of action would be to wait for Feng Yuan to awaken, allowing him to assess Leo's condition to determine if it could support Xiang Yu in executing the magma extermination plan. Though he had already weighed his options in his mind, Leo's fixed expression revealed no signs of change. The two magma, desperate to survive, continued to hasten their disclosures, almost revealing their entire backgrounds. Only when they had exhausted their voices and could no longer extract any new information did they cautiously raise their heads to look at the Lord Leo, who appeared deep in thought. Xiang Yu pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing the more prudent option. Now that he had regained his composure, he realized that his earlier thoughts had been overly rash. Perhaps it was the Saiyan nature at play. After a surge in power, one could become thoughtless. He turned to the two magma and commanded, "You both, cancel your giant transformation." Without further explanation, he issued the order directly. He too prepared to revert from his transformation. In any case, the condition of the Tuan needed to be verified first, and once he canceled the transformation, Feng Yuan should be able to regain consciousness. At that time, he could inquire in detail about his situation. In this current form, he had 100 ways to ensure that the two magma would become splendid fireworks before they could attempt to enlarge themselves. Yes. Though the two magma were perplexed, they dared not defy him. A flash of light enveloped them, and they swiftly shrank back to their human-sized extraterrestrial forms. With a thought, Xiang Yu, recalling Leo's memories flooding his mind, guided the energy to cancel the transformation. The 68-meter-tall crimson giant rapidly dissipated in the light, revealing Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yu, the bond he shared with Leo was far more unique than an ordinary human transformation. It resembled a fusion rather than mere unity, possessing strength comparable to that of Ultraman and originating from the Dragon Ball world. Xiang Yu's distinct system, when merging with Leo's radiance, resulted in a state akin to that of Super Taro or Infinite Mephiles. Thus, upon reverting from the transformation, they separated directly. Feng Yuan gasped for air, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, indicating extreme distress. Feng Yuan, what is wrong with you? Is this transformation too burdensome? After unleashing his own energy wave to intimidate the magma into submission, Xiang Yu quickly inquired about Feng Yuan's condition. No, it is not entirely a burden. Feng Yuan struggled to lift his head, recounting his experience of merging with Xiang Yu's energy, albeit hesitantly. Initially, everything felt normal, unlike the first instance when his light was devoured en masse. Though outwardly composed, he felt trepidation internally, which led him to relax and prepare Xiang Yu for the transformation. However, just as Xiang Yu guided the energy to complete the transformation, Feng Yuan once again sensed the unfathomable, tempestuous power within Xiang Yu. This time, rather than consuming him, that power, in a more tyrannical and irresistible manner, swept over his light energy, entangling, disrupting, and reorganizing it. His consciousness could not coalesce amidst this torrent of power. He could only drift helplessly like a leaf upon the waves, passively providing the light source needed for the enormous form. As he spoke, Feng Yuan swallowed hard. The chaotic, malevolent aura entwined within your power suppresses my light source far too severely. He had intended to express that the energy contained an evil essence, but, considering Xiang Yu's mindset, opted for a more diplomatic description. Nonetheless, the energy indeed clashed with the nature of light, had he not merely been passively guiding it. Rather than Xiang Yu actively wielding it, he would likely be experiencing far greater torment. But returning to the matter at hand, if Xiang Yu could truly harness that power, there would be no need for their unity to confront adversaries. Is this the reason the team leader cautioned me against readily wielding energy during our unity? Xiang Yu pondered thoughtfully. He began to understand the nature of the energy Feng Yuan described. It was the power of the great ape or a latent factor for transforming into a super Saiyan, yet neither was within his control or ability to evoke at present. The great ape transformation aside, the super Saiyan state was deeply embedded within the Saiyan bloodline, a potential power leading to a higher form, more primal, wild, and even infused with certain negative emotional factors. He recalled the old Kaioshin had once remarked that the Super Saiyan transformation represented a flawed and malevolent evolutionary path. While the essence of Super Saiyan may not be inherently evil, its emergence often accompanied emotions such as anger, arrogance, and aggression, which fundamentally conflicted with Ultraman's peaceful and righteous light energy. Even later iterations of Son Goku, after extensive training, managed to overcome the negative mindset triggered by Super Saiyan transformations. In Dragon Ball Super, even Vegeta achieved a tranquil state of mind. When he reached that stage, he could mimic their example. Alternatively, there were Saiyans from Universe 6, who had embraced peace and justice throughout their lives, supported by their abundant S cells, managing to overcome the negative emotions triggered by their initial transformation. Yet presently, he was incapable of achieving either approach. Lost in thought, he shook his head vigorously, self-deprecatingly acknowledging, "It is premature to dwell on such matters. The road ahead is long." The power of the Super Saiyan was a double-edged sword, requiring tremendous mental and physical control to wield it and reach higher realms. However, it was too soon to contemplate these things. "Xiang Yu, do not worry. I can endure." Feng Yuan sensed Xiang Yu's conflicted expression and, mustering his strength to stand upright, spoke with conviction. "Though my consciousness is hazy, I can perceive the immense power that erupted from our unity. How extraordinary it is. We need that power." Chapter 19. Should the good be held at gunpoint? Fortunately, there was still breath left. Xiang Yu cautiously sensed the exceedingly weak breaths of the Zhuxing Tuan, allowing his anxious heart to finally ease. He promptly instructed Feng Yuan to contact the nearby MAC team responsible for evacuating the crowd, urging them to expedite the transport of the Tuan to the hospital for emergency treatment. Feng Yuan gazed at the shapeless mass on the ground, filled with profound guilt and anguish. If only my power were more formidable, if only my combat experience were more extensive. Despite the rigorous and harsh training imposed by the Zhuxing Tuan, he understood better than anyone that in this perilous autumn, where monsters and aliens threatened their very existence, there was no time for him to grow gradually. This planet, which he had long regarded as his second home, required him to possess sufficient strength to protect it immediately. Fortunately, there was still Xiang Yu. "You too, take on human forms." Xiang Yu looked at Feng Yuan, who appeared relieved after contacting the MAC team, with a hint of confusion. After instructing Magma to disguise, he decided to discuss the feasibility of the Magma extermination plan with Feng Yuan in detail once the specific situation and recovery time of the team were confirmed. In the military hospital, the atmosphere was heavy. The Zhuxing Tuan was hastily rushed into the emergency room. It seemed the team leader would not awaken anytime soon. Observing the doctor, who appeared astonished that the team leader was still alive after the examination, Xiang Yu sighed, preparing himself mentally to cling to life. They were likely relying solely on Ultraman's tenacious vitality. Now, the MAC team was leaderless. He hoped nothing unexpected would occur. It was no wonder Xiang Yu had such thoughts. The situation within this squad was indeed hard to articulate. An hour earlier, when the MAC members arrived at the scene and witnessed the tragic state of the Zhuxing Tuan, they almost assumed the team leader had perished, plunging everyone into chaos as if the sky had fallen. Particularly, a notorious member known for his pressure issues, Qingdao, inexplicably relapsed and directed his ire towards Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, you always do this. You vanish when it matters most. It's either you're inexplicably injured and unconscious after the battle or resting in the hospital. And now, you couldn't even protect the team leader. What use are you?" Qingdao accused vehemently, as if Feng Yuan alone bore the blame for the team's grievous injuries. Faced with Qingdao's accusations, Feng Yuan, filled with self-reproach, merely lowered his head, clenched his fists, and silently endured, unable to utter a word of defense. Xiang Yu had privately questioned the team about why they retained such an inefficient and repeatedly defeated squad. It would be better to disband them. They were being generously funded. Yet it would be more prudent to allocate that budget to the police force responsible for evacuating civilians. After all, aside from destroying fighter jets and tickling the enemies, they had little else to contribute. The team explained that the very existence of the MAC team was merely symbolic. Even they could not defend their performance. However, humanity must demonstrate the will to protect their homeland through their own strength, even if it's just for show. They could not rely solely on Ultraman. Otherwise, humanity would lose the impetus for growth. Ultimately, humans must rely on their strength to defend their homes. Observing the contemplative expression on the team leader's face, Xiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't Ultraman a parent figure for humanity? Were they not responsible for nurturing the children? Xiang Yu could not adopt the same mindset as the Zhuxing Tuan. Compared to Feng Yuan's feelings for humanity, he felt the team's love for humanity was somewhat excessive. Having had little interaction with the MAC team and only analyzing their performance objectively from their past records, Xiang Yu now witnessed Qingdao's outburst firsthand. Seeing Feng Yuan, who appeared aggrieved and self-reproachful, silently enduring the accusations, ignited a fire within Xiang Yu. Enough is enough. Stepping forward expressionlessly, Xiang Yu positioned himself in front of Feng Yuan and fixed his gaze on Qingdao. According to your reasoning, the team leader is gravely injured and unconscious, and I, as a primary combatant, failed to eliminate the enemy swiftly. I bear an undeniable responsibility, correct? His calm yet imposing tone instantly stifled Qingdao, diminishing his bravado. I didn't mean it that way. Qingdao stuttered, cold sweat breaking out. He had not anticipated that the usually solitary Xiang Yu would step forward to defend Feng Yuan. Qingdao had felt emboldened to vent his frustrations on Feng Yuan. Knowing his straightforward personality and lack of argumentative prowess, combined with Feng Yuan's typically mediocre performance. Now that the team leader was in trouble, it was natural for him to project his grievances onto the low-scoring Feng Yuan. But Xiang Yu was not the same. His formidable strength could instill fear even in the hearts of aliens. To criticize Feng Yuan was to provoke a silent storm. If one dared to insult Xiang Yu, was it a challenge to their own longevity or a test of his patience? Qingdao was merely hot-tempered and foul-mouthed, not devoid of intelligence. Had it not been for the team leader and Feng Yuan's selfless support and protection during the recent attack by 5 monsters and aliens, it would have been challenging for me and Leo Ultraman to overcome them. Everyone has different abilities. As long as we do our part to the best of our capabilities, we contribute to the peace of Earth. I do not wish to hear any further unfounded accusations against teammates, understood? Watching Qingdao stammer, the once imposing atmosphere vanished like a frostbitten eggplant. Xiang Yu could not be bothered to argue with such a redundant character. He merely aimed to admonish him lightly, hoping he would vent less, sparing their own team from unnecessary stress and preserving the main character's morale. Understood. Qingdao nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to glance at Feng Yuan. It seems the path to the self-reliance that the team envisioned for humanity is still far off. In the secluded mountains on the outskirts of Tokyo, Xiang Yu, observing the agitated Feng Yuan, said earnestly, with the team leader unconscious for the foreseeable future, we must be more cautious in facing unknown enemies and rely on ourselves to detect their weaknesses. The two dubbed their merged form as Super Leo, deciding that they would only resort to this trump card when both were unable to handle the enemy. Although Xiang Yu envied the myriad benefits of transforming into Leo and believed that, with the power of Super Leo, most enemies could be effortlessly overwhelmed. Such dependency on external forces could be a fatal poison to personal growth and the warrior mindset. They must not forsake future development for present ease. However, the immediate trouble must be addressed first. Xiang Yu's tone sharpened, and it's time to avenge your homeland. This time, they still needed to rely on the power of Super Leo. Both required a relatively stable environment for growth rather than continuous battles that would exhaust them. After all, he was not like Broly, who continuously grew stronger through relentless fighting. Fortunately, from Feng Yuan, he learned that Ultraman's transformation limitations did exist, but they only applied in Earth's environment. He could not explain the principles. Once in space, as long as their energy was not depleted, they could maintain their gigantic forms indefinitely. In fact, transforming into Leo at full height allowed for a longer duration of transformation. Feng Yuan added a final point. After hearing Feng Yuan's explanation, Xiang Yu felt reassured and eagerly led Feng Yuan and the two magma lackeys to the remote mountains. In that case, let us not delay. Xiang Yu's eyes ignited with a fighting spirit. Transform, Feng Yuan. We shall set forth. Chapter 20, Journey to Space. Is that the president of magma? Is this what the universe looks like? Transforming into Super Leo, Xiang Yu gazed through the Ultraman eye into the boundless darkness and the distant, resplendent sea of stars, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of awe. Apart from the vague memories of near-death experiences during his initial journey, this was the first time he truly beheld the vastness of deep space. Xiang Yu meticulously attuned himself to the surrounding environment, sensing a wondrous energy gradually permeating his luminous form, continually replenishing the natural depletion required to maintain his shape. It was no wonder that the Ultraman could traverse from the distant land of light to Earth. It appeared that in the vast cosmos, as long as energy consumption was not excessive, one could sustain this corporeal form for an extended duration. Xiang Yu composed himself and calmly stated, "It is time for you to fulfill your roles. Lead the way." Despite his unassuming tone, the overwhelming aura and absolute power exuded by his Super Leo form instinctively caused the two Majima to shudder. Is this it? Xiang Yu surveyed his surroundings, finding only an expansive and desolate starfield, with no sign of the colossal interstellar warship described by the Majima. My lord, the warship typically activates its state-of-the-art optical camouflage and spatial distortion barriers, perfectly concealing its form and energy signals. Indeed, the Majima, being the unassuming ones, lacked no perceptive acuity. As soon as Xiang Yu expressed his doubt, Majinin hastily provided an explanation. My lord, I shall notify the control room to disable the barriers, added Wei. Eager not to be outdone, he also noted the numerous powerful offensive systems installed on the warship. As Wei issued the command, the space ahead shimmered as if rippling like water, revealing a massive spherical energy shield that momentarily flashed into view, showcasing its formidable visage. The warship was unimaginably vast, with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, surpassing even the Japanese archipelago. Its overall form resembled a colossal deep-sea beast lying in wait within the cosmos. The hull was constructed from countless gleaming plates of special alloy armor, characterized by sharp and aggressive lines. Dense arrays of turrets, missile launch bays, and energy weapons adorned the ship, with the most ostentatious feature being the gargantuan main cannon at the bow, its caliber rivaling that of mountains. It was said that this main cannon possessed the destructive power to obliterate a small asteroid. In comparison to this behemoth, even the 68-meter-tall Super Leo appeared insignificant, akin to a speck of dust. My lord, do you require us to infiltrate the interior first to disable the annihilation cannon and primary weapons energy? Majima Wei was about to further express his loyalty. However, halfway through his statement, he realized the implications of his words, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This sounded as though he were making excuses to escape or even to revolt again. It was his fault for being so taciturn. Suddenly speaking so much had led to a slip of the tongue. What to do now, having just become the unassuming one, and having flattered the wrong person? I need assistance, urgently. That won't be necessary. Xiang Yu cast him a sidelong glance, uninterested in the matter. Having learned from past experiences, he merely reaffirmed the most crucial question. This warship does not possess any devices or organisms capable of absorbing energy like Beimengsitan, does it? Upon receiving affirmative responses from both, Xiang Yu gestured for them to retreat and remain obedient. If they truly intended to betray him, he would easily deal with it. With his strength assured, he need not overthink or engage in any cunning machinations. He had previously confirmed with Feng Yuan that the architect of the destruction of his homeland was none other than the Majima president. If these two unassuming ones had no ulterior motives, it would suffice to allow them to live as long as they refrained from causing trouble on Earth. Perfectly. He could test the prowess of this technique on them. Xiang Yu calmed his mind and swiftly concentrated pure light energy into his right arm. Before long, a deep crimson radiance fiercely compressed and coalesced within his colossal palm, ultimately forming a violently bubbling, ultra-high-density energy sphere. The energy within the sphere surged incessantly, emanating an unsettlingly potent wave of energy. Leo Energy Sphere, he proclaimed with a low voice, thrusting his arm forward. Whoosh! The deep red energy sphere shot forth like a scarlet meteor tearing through the sea of stars. striking with precision towards the central region of the massive warship at a speed beyond visual capture. Compared to the gargantuan vessel, the 10-meter diameter sphere appeared trivial, akin to a droplet merging into the ocean. However, rumble, rumble, rumble. Just 1 second after the sphere penetrated the hull, a cataclysmic burst of energy erupted violently from the warship's core, radiating outward. First, blinding crimson light surged through countless crevices, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions that instantaneously engulfed the entire warship in a chain reaction. The incredibly sturdy super-alloy armor was effortlessly torn asunder, melted, and vaporized as if made of paper. What is happening? Help! The engine room is out of control. The Majima within the warship managed only to emit brief cries of terror before being wholly consumed by the explosion and torrent of energy. Those closest to the explosion were vaporized in an instant, while those slightly farther away were shredded by the terrifying shockwaves and searing heat. In mere seconds, this super warship was reduced to a smoldering mass of space debris amidst the unrelenting explosions. At the moment the energy sphere breached the hull, the Majima president, seated upon the bridge's throne, sensed a deadly crisis through his honed instincts forged in countless life-or-death battles. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the colossal energy within him, propelling himself at full speed to break through the layers of the top cover in a desperate bid for escape. Puff! Nonetheless, the shockwave from the energy sphere's detonation swiftly caught up with him, striking his back with a force that exceeded even the distance he had managed to escape, leaving him gasping in pain. Ugh! He groaned, feeling his internal energy surge tumultuously, clearly sustaining some form of shock injury. Golu and the other Majima, watching from a distance alongside Xiang Yu, were left in a state of utter bewilderment, their minds clouded by profound fear and awe at the unfolding events. The power is quite satisfactory. It feels liberating, indeed. Xiang Yu crossed his arms over his chest, nodding in approval at the results of his strike. Although he had restrained his energy during this attack, it was undoubtedly the most exhilarating release he had experienced thus far in his battles. Now, having healed from his previous wounds and experienced a slight enhancement in combat prowess, he had to remain cautious in controlling the angles and ranges of his energy, lest the destruction he caused exceed that of the monsters he sought to vanquish. Moreover, given his current state, which was several fold stronger than before his transformation, estimated to be approximately 68 times, he dared to unleash himself a little more in the void of space, where no nearby planets resided. However, with just that one attack, the Majima aboard the warship should have been nearly annihilated. According to the earlier unassuming ones, the Majima president had packed nearly all the elite members of his race, along with a significant number of logistical personnel, into the warship. The objective of defeating Leo was merely incidental. The ultimate goal was to ambush a powerful faction's home territory and seize their domain. Therefore, with Xiang Yu's successful destruction of the Majima warship, little remained of their forces, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, and infirm. With their survival in jeopardy, they would find no opportunity to create chaos on Earth. Contemplating this, Xiang Yu revealed a relieved smile, albeit one that might not be discernible in his Leo form. Yet, amidst the joy of one, sorrow fell upon another. Who, looking at my colossal warship and the majority of my elite kin, all reduced to ashes in this inexplicable calamity, the Majima president bellowed with reddened eyes. According to the law of conservation of energy, the smile that had been successfully transferred from Xiang Yu to the Majima president now fueled his desire to hunt down the architect of this devastation and dismantle him into fragments. The laws of sound transmission in a vacuum seemed to have failed in this Ultraman world, as the Majima president's furious roar successfully drew Xiang Yu's attention from nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Without the need for the identification from the traders, Xiang Yu immediately discerned the identity of the individual before him. The overwhelming energy emanating from the figure, coupled with the considerable distance separating them, far surpassed that of the two traders at his side. This individual was strikingly different from an ordinary magma, adorned in opulent and majestic armor, with cascading golden locks, signifying his noble stature. You are President Magma? Xiang Yu confirmed. Chapter 21. Earth is too dangerous. It's time to return home. It is you, Leo. Despite the significant alteration in appearance, the iconic crimson physique and distinct facial contours enabled President Magma to instantly recognize the towering figure before him. Did you orchestrate all of this? President Magma's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Leo, Although he struggled to reconcile the memory of the helpless creature fleeing from the destruction of his homeland with the imposing red giant radiating formidable power and an aura of icy oppression, he had no time to ponder what the other had endured. He merely needed to ascertain whether the architect of his life's work's demise stood before him. Do you see this desolate expanse? Is there anyone else present? Xiang Yu chuckled lightly, retorting. At that moment, within the vacuum, the two traitors had already taken their leave, fearing that they might be caught in the ensuing battle. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, apart from the ancient, slowly rotating irregular asteroid fragments, only the massive warship's metallic wreckage continued to burn quietly. Xiang Yu's somewhat flippant tone pierced President Magma's nerves like a dagger. He abruptly lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if ensnared in an abyss of pain and regret. However, without warning, President Magma unleashed the energy he had meticulously gathered within him, transforming it into a concentrated dark beam, striking towards Leo with the force of a thunderbolt. President Magma had resolved to extinguish Leo the moment he appeared before him, irrespective of whether he was the true culprit. As the one responsible for the destruction of L-77, he could not allow this remnant to escape. His prior inquiries had served to satisfy his curiosity while secretly amassing his energy, preparing to unleash his most potent attack as a surprise. Though seething with rage, President Magma understood that if Leo possessed the capability to obliterate his warship along with his elite magma warriors, then Leo's strength had undoubtedly transformed beyond recognition. Much like his altered appearance, strategically underestimating his opponent while tactically respecting him was a principle he grasped as a leader of his kind. Just when President Magma believed he would succeed, Leo evaded the approaching beam with a speed reminiscent of teleportation, sidestepping the lethal strike with perfect timing. I anticipated your little tricks. Xiang Yu effortlessly countered President Magma's ambush, for he was not merely Leo, the archetype of a quintessential villain, a cunning manipulator. Xiang Yu, who lived in an era of information overload, had encountered enough to be wary of such obvious traps. Very well, I have extended my mercy. My final question has been clarified, so you may rest in peace. Xiang Yu, embodying the righteous figure of an Ultraman, uttered these words with a villainous tone. Coupled with the imposing aura he exuded as Super Leo, it became momentarily indistinguishable who embodied the true evil. Humph, the outcome remains uncertain. Even though his ambush had failed, as a formidable leader, he would not resign to defeat. With a roar, dark energy surged around him, propelling him towards Leo. Boom, boom, bang. In the cosmic vacuum, two colossal figures, one red and the other black, engaged in a fierce confrontation. The violent clash of flesh against flesh, the relentless exchange of light against light, erupted into brief yet dazzling bursts of illumination within the dim surroundings. Truly, President Magma was formidable, even when I exerted only 70 to 80% of my strength. He remained a worthy adversary, Xiang Yu mused, grateful for the opportunity to spar with someone of such exceptional physical prowess and combat experience. He was reluctant to annihilate him outright. With ample energy still at his disposal, he seized the chance to better familiarize himself with Super Leo's physical resilience and the giant's perspective in battle. Simultaneously, he absorbed Leo's combat techniques and energy attacks, discovering several rather advantageous skills, one of which sparked a bold idea for experimentation upon his return. How dare you insult me? For reasons unknown. The sight of President Magma distracted and uncharacteristically disengaged during their life and death struggle shattered his composure. This Leo, seemingly treating their confrontation as a mere jest, appeared to regard him with utter disregard. The dual blows to his pride and authority ignited a fierce resurgence within President Magma. An aura of cold, sinister energy, distinct from his own, enveloped him, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me. President Magma cackled maniacally, delivering a powerful blow that sent Xiang Yu, who had only retained a fraction of his strength, soaring over 10 miles away. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope for President Magma. Without contemplating the origin of this newfound power, he focused on eliminating Leo, believing he still had a chance for resurgence. Is this a power surge? Can villains experience such a phenomenon? Xiang Yu, having been repelled, shook his slightly numb arm, surprised by the force he had encountered. Yet, just as President Magma glimpsed a ray of hope and his confidence swelled, Xiang Yu's gaze hardened, and he ceased to hold back. In an instant, The figure of Super Leo vanished from sight, reappearing before President Magma as though teleporting mere inches away. The terrifying speed surpassed the limits of President Magma's dynamic vision. What? Xiang Yu's right palm extended, a deep crimson energy coalescing instantaneously, erupting forth. Before President Magma could utter a word of disbelief, the scorching energy consumed him, reducing his form to a fleeting ember in the tranquil darkness of space. I was merely jesting. I will not squander my power unnecessarily. The prior confrontation had granted Xiang Yu greater familiarity with Super Leo's physique, and given President Magma's strength, he could scarcely provide further experience. Lacking the quintessential Saiyan nature, Xiang Yu opted for a prudent approach, even if the inexplicable surge from President Magma appeared to offer substantial experience. With the danger averted, Xiang Yu activated his Ultraman vision, seeking any peculiar abilities President Magma might have employed to feign death. After straining his eyes without uncovering any clues, he concluded that President Magma was indeed lifeless and decided it was time to return home. The two traitors had vanished without a trace. It seemed they lacked the courage to return to Earth. After searching for the two traitors and finding no sign of them within several thousand kilometers, Xiang Yu deemed it unnecessary to expend further effort. Once he confirmed that no threats remained among the wreckage of the warship, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards Earth. For a prolonged period, behind an inconspicuous, slowly drifting small meteorite, a colossal transparent bubble, hollow within, quietly ruptured. How terrifying! A diminutive creature, adorned with two antennae, timidly peered out, its large eyes brimming with trepidation and tears. Xiang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that, within this silent void, besides himself and the Magma clan, there lurked a small observer. This was the cosmic beast Jilu, who, devoid of malicious intent, yet driven by hunger, had merely wished to traverse to Earth and indulge in its culinary delights after hearing of its renowned delicacies. As he journeyed toward Earth, he fortuitously encountered the explosive energy sphere unleashed by the formidable Leo, which obliterated the Magma battleship, revealing its form. This sudden display of violence startled the little Jilu, compelling him to envelop himself within his bubble and conceal himself behind a fragment of the unremarkable meteorite. His unique bubble ability allowed him to hide within the foam he produced, effectively isolating himself from energy fluctuations and optical detection in a state of stillness. This was the very reason he had the audacity to venture alone into the cosmos. Initially, he was merely passing through a desolate expanse of nothingness when a menacing red figure appeared, flanked by two equally intimidating black companions. Before he could recover from his fright, an enormous battleship emerged and, without warning, was shattered into fragments. For a creature as timid as he, the stimuli he experienced in such a brief period were overwhelming. He dared not flee, opting instead to remain hidden, hoping that the confrontation would conclude and allow him to escape. Technically, Jilu's prayers were answered. The red figure, after vanquishing its opponent, eventually departed. However, the direction of its flight was unmistakably toward the Earth he had longed for. Farewell, my ice cream, Jilu thought, gazing in the direction of Earth, his antennae drooping and tears swelling in his eyes. Ultimately, he did not muster the courage to proceed any further, instead drifting back cautiously the way he had come. Earth was far too perilous. It was best to return home. Chapter 22. Shockwaves from all sides. The infamous Leo, after Xiang Yu successfully eliminated President Magma and began his journey back to Earth. The reverberations of this unparalleled battle in the uninhabited void quietly spread through the cosmos like an undercurrent. By nature, timid Jilu refrained from speaking, tightly sealing his lips. Having suffered considerable shock, he decided to remain at home for a time, embodying the ideal son in his mother's eyes. Meanwhile, the two Magma subordinates who had earlier fled began to entertain different thoughts during their escape. The more astute Magwan suddenly realized that the Magma clan was now devoid of its elite. Given President Magma's prowess, he likely stood little chance against Leo. This realization prompted him, despite recognizing their betrayal, to share his intentions with the silent Shadow Guard. No longer confronted by Leo, the Shadow Guard reverted to his customary silence, contemplating the feasibility of Magwan's plan. First, they would find a place to hide, and then return to ascertain the safety of the president. If their assumptions held true, he would not only avoid being labeled a traitor, but could emerge as a hero, perhaps even the new president. It seemed that the president had indeed sacrificed himself, And as the close guard of President Magma, the Shadow Guard possessed sufficient insight into the situation. Upon conducting a thorough search, he concluded that the president was unequivocally lost. The adversary possessed no skills of feigned death. In a scenario where only one could survive, the absence of the enigmatic Leo indicated a singular outcome. How splendid! Without hesitation, let us return to Magma Star. Upon confirming the situation, Magwan was filled with elation. He envisioned himself returning in glory as a hero, basking in the admiration of the masses. His former peers, who had previously underestimated him, would flatter him, and his long-cherished crush would regard him with newfound respect. However, the searing pain in his chest jolted Magwan from his daydream of triumph. In disbelief, he stared at the hand of his comrade that had pierced his chest, feeling the chill creep into his body, rendering him stiff as the vitality drained from him. Boom. Apologies, but one hero suffices. The presence of another only heightens the risk of exposure, the Shadow Guard silently mused, opting not to voice Magwan's dying question, but instead resolutely channeling energy to ensure Magwan's demise was absolute. This notion had been inspired by Xiang Yu. Although a magma being's heart shattered typically indicated certain death, ensuring the complete obliteration of the opponent was undoubtedly more prudent. Inherently taciturn, he remained so not only due to his nature, but also because he believed that excessive speech could lead to downfall. Observing Magwan's countenance, which was rife with delusions of a comeback, the Shadow Guard, who understood him to some extent, resolved to leave no room for error. He would return alone, maintaining the loyal, unassuming persona he had crafted, and in the absence of witnesses, the narrative could be shaped entirely by him, free from scrutiny. In the solitude of the void, the Shadow Guard could no longer contain himself, his body leaning back as he erupted into laughter. So, you are saying the former president was vanquished by a L-77 orphan prince? A cold voice resonated. Indeed, Commander. I assure you, every word is the truth. The newly appointed president, his face marked with bruises, trembled slightly as he knelt hastily, responding eagerly. Meanwhile, tears flowed silently within, for he had scarcely enjoyed the prestige and privileges of his newfound position. The former president, intent on seizing power, had unwittingly pursued the same ambition that led him to Magma Star. Now, they were left with only a collection of the weak and infirm. How could they possibly contend with their adversaries? The only one capable of fighting was him. Yet, gazing at the formidable beings behind the opposing leader, he realized that fighting alone against such odds was futile. As the enemy prepared to eliminate their sole combatant to serve as a warning, the Shadow Guard, lacking the resolve to stand firm, knelt once more. With a resounding slap, Commander Blake struck the Shadow Guard across the face, scoffing, "You speak of honesty? That is not how you address your subjects." Indeed, upon returning to Magma Star, he had disguised himself and subtly confirmed that the president had not returned, thus dispelling his final doubts. Transforming his appearance and bearing the wounds he had inflicted upon himself, he proclaimed his return. In his narrative, he claimed to have fought alongside the president against external foes, only to be ambushed when the enemy deceitfully summoned reinforcements. Following a brutal struggle, his entire faction perished, and the president, in a valiant act, took down the enemy in a mutual demise. He had intended to join the president in a heroic death, but the president, clinging to life, had urged him to survive, asserting that the remaining compatriots needed his strength. Thus, heartbroken, he returned, bearing the president's legacy. Through this monologue, which exceeded his typical verbal output throughout his life, the remaining magma beings were profoundly moved, hailing the Shadow Guard as a returning hero, the hope of their empire. Among other accolades, they collectively petitioned for him to assume the presidency and lead them to a renewed glory. How you have truly caused great distress to our president. The Shadow Guard reminisced about the days of triumph from just a few days prior, yet the retribution of reality has come swiftly. The formidable adversary that President Majima sought to ambush has indeed arrived. Commander, those are merely methods to placate the foolish masses. Who would dare speak falsehoods to you and me? The Shadow Guard obsequiously chuckled. After his deceit was mercilessly exposed, unable to confront the gazes of his fellow Majima people, the Shadow Guard decided to forsake his integrity and once again align himself with the enemy. When it comes to reputation, one's life holds greater significance. Following Commander Bulek's seamless declaration of the takeover of Majima, officially incorporating it into the dominion of Bulek, myriad details regarding that battle began to circulate sporadically throughout the cosmos through unknown channels. What? that mighty President Majima was actually vanquished? The opposing force annihilated the entire Majima warship along with its elite crew in a single strike? The individual who defeated President Majima resides on a remote planet called Dichio. In an instant, the cosmos was abuzz with astonishment. Those who possessed knowledge of Majima were left incredulous. A power of considerable standing in the universe had been reduced to mere remnants by a single individual. The being known as Leo was fearsome. Far from resembling a typical Ultraman, one must tread carefully around this entity. Obey my command. Designate Dichio as a forbidden zone. Any vessels traversing that star region must steer clear. Originally indifferent to encroaching upon Dichio, numerous cosmic forces hastily declared it, along with the entire solar system, off-limits. Those who had previously harbored intentions toward Dichio, upon rationally assessing the disparity in strength between themselves and Majima, wisely chose to adhere to their convictions, suddenly finding themselves less inclined to visit Dichio. Chapter 23. The Awakening of Young Affections and the Life and Death Crisis of Tuan. To be honest, this period of peace has felt somewhat surreal. Xiang Yu removed the massive metallic block from his body, exhaling deeply, and spoke to Fengyuan beside him. The metallic block thudded heavily against the ground, embedding itself deeply. It had been over half a month since their return to Dichio. During this time, it would be inaccurate to say it was entirely tranquil. Rather, it was devoid of any significant disturbances. Even the once chaotic MAC team, after experiencing a sharp decline in casualties, saw a miraculous softening of its atmosphere, gradually moving toward a semblance of normalcy. Unbeknownst to Xiang Yu, his actions in obliterating the main forces of Majima had stirred immense ripples throughout the cosmos. Those cosmic beings who had initially intended to familiarize themselves with Dichio promptly decided that discretion was the better part of valor. As a result, in the span of half a month, aside from a somewhat bumbling local monster, not a single shadow of a cosmic being had been seen. This solitary creature bore no ill intentions, merely possessing a simple desire to mimic human behavior. The only destruction it caused was when, upon witnessing someone smoking, it removed 2 chimneys to imitate smoking, only to choke itself in the process. Given the presence of such a benign creature, Xiang Yu found little motivation to engage in battle, ultimately allowing Leo to release it back into the wild. With an abundance of peaceful time at his disposal, Xiang Yu finally commenced the cultivation he had long postponed. Lacking a gravity chamber, he resorted to the most rudimentary method of weighted training. Fortunately, Xiang Yu had a stroke of inspiration, salvaging several pieces of warship wreckage, which he melted and compressed using the immense power of Super Leo, ultimately crafting a 1-meter diameter, 350-ton fitness apparatus. After strapping it onto himself and feeling the weight, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and began his daily regimen of extreme push-ups, squats, and sprinting. Following the Battle of Majima, Xiang Yu, having matured through his experiences, was finally able to fully accept all of his memories in a state of tranquility. Xiang Yu was he, and the Saiyan Telephus was also him. They were inseparable, both integral parts of his being. With a mere thought, he felt a vastness within him. Henceforth, he could unleash 100% of his strength and energy without hindrance. It was for this reason that he embarked on the purest form of cultivation that he should have begun long ago. While engaging in weighted training, Xiang Yu also sought to put into practice the audacious plan he had previously conceived. The resurrection skill? I indeed inherited this ability, yet I have never employed it. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's thoughts, Fengyuan elaborated, I am uncertain of its specific effects, as it was imparted to me by my mother. Indeed, Fengyuan's mother was not of the L77 human race. He had never inquired about her origins. The skills of healing, restoration, transformation, and resurrection, which clearly diverged from the typical techniques of Leo, belonged to the race of his mother. As the prince of L77, Leo primarily focused on mastering cosmic martial arts, and L77, specific energy techniques. When L77 was besieged by President Majima, Leo's mother seemingly foresaw the impending doom and transmitted these skills to Leo as a means of inheritance. Naturally, the future king of combat was less interested in these non-combat skills. Had Xiang Yu not brought it up, he might have forgotten entirely. After avenging his great grievance, Fengyuan spoke of the destruction of his homeland with a newfound calm, though he occasionally still yearned for his younger brother, Asatila. Your brother? Xiang Yu heard Fengyuan mention his sibling for the first time. Expressing regret, he mused that had he known earlier, perhaps he could have extracted some clues from those 2 Majima traitors. Is it still impossible? Xiang Yu sighed in disappointment as he gazed at the pale and comatose figure of Zhu Xingtuan. In the dead of night, the two stealthily infiltrated the intensive care unit of the hospital. Feng Yuan assumed his true form and cast a healing light upon Tuan, enveloping his body in a gentle glow. However, Tuan's condition did not exhibit any marked improvement. Captain, the issue lies with the excessive depletion of the source of light within him. Feng Yuan sensed the internal circumstances and explained. My healing ability primarily facilitates rapid repair of physical injuries, but this necessitates that the subject possesses sufficient energy to support the healing process. As for Tuan's injured leg, for Feng Yuan and Zhu Xingtuan, the damage incurred during their transformation directly impacted the source of light. Having long lost the ability to transform, the source of light fell silent, which was the fundamental reason his leg injury remained unhealed. The healing light was nearly ineffective against such a depletion at the source level. Very well, then it rests upon Tuan himself. Xiang Yu, having absorbed Feng Yuan's explanation, dismissed that more audacious thought. Indeed, while perusing the skill book, upon encountering the resurrection skill, he could not focus on anything else, taking a sharp breath as he gained a deeper understanding of Ultraman's bug-like abilities. Simultaneously, having played many games, he contemplated utilizing resurrection to reset abnormal states, pondering whether he should have Feng Yuan slay his mentor and then resurrect him. Feng Yuan, shall we eliminate Zhu Xingtuan? It was only later, upon discovering Leo possessed healing skills, that the cautious Xiang Yu allowed the comatose Tuan to escape calamity. Since Tuan's predicament stemmed from a deficiency of the source, resurrecting him would be futile. Moreover, given that Leo had never utilized this skill, there was a risk that resurrection might fail, which would mean Feng Yuan would be committing a grievous act against his own lineage. The plan for Tuan's recovery was temporarily shelved, while Xiang Yu's daily training proceeded methodically. Each day cycled through extreme weighted training and practical sparring with the life-sized Leo, monotonous yet fulfilling. Notably, while Xiang Yu could endure this drudgery, Feng Yuan, whose psychological age was that of a 17-year-old yet bore the appearance of an adult, found his youthful heart beginning to stir after a long period of heightened stress. Initially, the pretext of visiting the Yumita siblings was merely a guise, as I, alongside Baizi and the others, engaged in what could be described as a family outing, albeit one that resembled a romantic rendezvous. However, it became a routine to check on their well-being every few days. Under the disdainful gaze of Xiang Yu, who had already seen through everything, Feng Yuan decided to abandon the charade. Indeed, I am going on a date. You are too young to comprehend such a delightful feeling, Feng Yuan proclaimed defiantly. His neck stiffened and a hint of blush gracing his cheeks. Xiang Yu refrained from arguing, for his goddess resided in the Dragon Ball world, and given his current Saiyan physique and aesthetic preferences, he found little attraction in the frail, ordinary women of the Ultraman world. Instead, he felt a sense of relief that Feng Yuan was not a blockhead. After enduring the destruction of their homeland, separation from loved ones, the pressure of battle, and doubts from teammates, all weighing heavily on this solitary lion, the ability to shed most of those burdens and bravely pursue his feelings was indeed a positive development. Feng Yuan, if you like her, boldly confess your feelings. Xiang Yu called out to Feng Yuan, who was meticulously styling his hair before heading out. Rest assured, I will be here to handle the monsters. He pondered whether there existed any reproductive isolation between Ultraman and humans while watching Feng Yuan's jubilant figure fade into the distance. Chapter 24. Feng Yuan's pet, Mac Team, seemed to be back in action. After a month of extended peace, just as humanity began to believe that genuine tranquility was near, a meteor engulfed in orange flames streaked across the sky, crashing toward Tokyo and heralding the end of this deceptive tranquility. Boom! The meteor struck the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust and debris soaring into the air. Monsters are appearing. All teams, prepare for attack. Inside the cockpit, as the Mac team members discerned the outline through the haze, a strange excitement flickered across their faces. Of course, they were thrilled. Aside from a rather adorable native monster, they had idled away an entire month without action. The duration had been so lengthy that even the higher-ups of the defense forces began to question the necessity of the Mac team, with rumors of potential disbandment circulating. Indeed, the Mac team's casualty rate was high, but the generous salaries, benefits, and proper compensation allowed them to engage with monsters without concern. When news of potential layoffs emerged, their initial relief over an extended period of peace turned into anxiety. The Zhu Xing Tuan remained unconscious, with no one to advocate for them with the higher-ups. Fortunately, a savior appeared at this critical juncture. As the dust gradually settled, the true form of the monster was revealed. It was adorned with deep brown scales, sharp bone spikes protruding from its back, and a pair of amber vertical pupils gleaming with vigilance and intelligence amidst the dust. This was Ron, the pet of Leo. Ever since the destruction of the L-77 Nebula and Leo's mysterious disappearance, Ron had been forced into a life of flight. The reality of survival in the cosmos was harsh. Once innocent and gentle, Ron had nearly lost its life after experiencing betrayal and deceit. After numerous trials, the once naive Ron had perished, leaving behind a survivor who had grown fierce and cunning in the unforgiving universe. Recently, however, a long-lost name had surfaced among the cosmic populace. Upon sensing the reverence and fear in their voices when mentioning this name, Ron, grappling with a complex emotion it could not fully comprehend, followed the trail to Earth. Leo's territory. Roar. Ron unleashed a deafening roar, announcing its arrival and attempting to call out to its long-remembered master. Attack. Observing Ron's furious roar, the MAC team could no longer hesitate. With a command issued, 3 aircraft dove in a triangular formation, unleashing laser fire upon Ron like a torrential downpour. Simultaneously, Feng Yuan, who had just returned home after escorting Baizi, suddenly felt a change in his expression. Could that sound be Leo? The light in the lion's eye flickered. This monster, we can defeat it. Seeing Ron unable to retaliate against the aircraft's laser attacks, the MAC team members rejoiced. In the past, their assaults had barely tickled the monsters. The aircraft's sole purpose had been to buy time and distract the monsters until Leo appeared. Now, encountering this pet-level monster, the MAC team felt invigorated, believing humanity was finally rising again. However, the ceaseless assault provoked Ron's wrath. Initially wary of being in Leo's territory and reluctant to strike, it grew increasingly annoyed as the small toys pressed their advantage. The fierce nature honed through years of wandering was thoroughly unleashed. With its massive jaws agape, it unleashed an energy attack aimed at the aircraft. Stop, Ron. Leo, who had just arrived at the battlefield, immediately recognized the familiar albeit enlarged form of Ron. He quickly noted that Ron was about to launch a deadly attack on the MAC aircraft. Without time to ponder, Leo could only shout to halt the impending assault. If Ron were to cause harm to humans, he would be at a loss regarding how to face his childhood companion. The familiar figure and voice momentarily halted Ron's actions. It reluctantly turned its head, directing the energy beam toward a distant, uninhabited hill, causing a resounding explosion as a massive crater was formed. Leo landed and placed himself before Ron. Without the luxury of reminiscing or speaking with Ron, he, aware of the MAC team's duties, turned his back to Ron, opened his arms, and gently shook his head toward the MAC aircraft, signaling them not to attack. Feng Yuan, wishing to keep his identity concealed, could not inform the MAC team members of Ron's intentions through telepathy. He could only hope they would trust Leo, considering their past battles together. The MAC team members indeed hesitated momentarily due to Leo's actions. However, without the imposing presence of the Zhu Xing Tuan and faced with the imminent threat of layoffs, they eagerly sought to prove their worth and ultimately made their decision. Forget Leo. Bypass him and open fire. This was disastrous. What to do? Caught between the two, Leo found himself in a dilemma, torn between his childhood companion and his teammates. Just then, a fleeting shadow darted past, intercepting all the laser projectiles aimed at Ron. The figure then gracefully hovered in midair, standing shoulder to shoulder with Leo. That's enough, Xiang Yu remarked, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire and casting a glance at the MAC aircraft. He focused his energy, projecting his voice clearly into the ears of each team member. This was not merely Leo's protagonist aura. At a critical moment, Xiang Yu had arrived just in time to intervene. In recent days, Xiang Yu had sensed his training reaching a minor bottleneck, with his combat power having reached 20,000, feeling nearly imperceptible progress each day. Aware that he could not significantly enhance his foundational strength in the short term, he decided to take a breather. With Feng Yuan off on a date with his goddess, Xiang Yu, feeling leisurely, resolved to discreetly follow him, curious to see what demeanor the usually straightforward and awkward Feng Yuan would adopt on a date. When Feng Yuan suddenly changed his expression and found a corner to transform into Leo and take flight, Xiang Yu, intrigued, followed suit. Since Leo has intervened, he surely has his reasons, Xiang Yu stated calmly. He understood the Mac team's predicament, but could not condone their actions. Had the brief peace rendered them oblivious? Were they willing to sacrifice Leo's trust? This monster had yet to cause any destruction, so it should be left to Leo to negotiate. Even if something went awry, Xiang Yu maintained a serene demeanor, yet his words carried undeniable weight. I am here as well. Or do you deem my words unworthy of your belief? The tone remained unremarkable, even somewhat gentle, yet to the members of the Mac team, it was clear that Xiang Yu was issuing a warning. At this juncture, they were reluctant to disrupt the amicable understanding with Xiang Yu, especially since his reasoning was quite sound. Leo had always been silent, selflessly assisting the Earth in exterminating monsters. But now, for the first time, he was making a request to humanity. What might Leo think if they were to refuse? Let us withdraw 30 miles and observe for now. Due to Xiang Yu's intervention, Suzuki, who had evaded his original fate, conceived a compromise as the relatively rational member of the Mac team. By watching from a distance, he could avoid interfering with Leo while also explaining to the higher-ups that they were cooperating with Ultraman in battle, thus satisfying both sides. The Mac aircraft ascended in altitude and retreated. Ron, how did you find your way here? Leo inquired, turning to the now somewhat subdued Ron. Free from the interference of the Mac team. What have you been through during this time? Are you well? Leo's gaze fell upon the numerous old wounds on Ron's body, causing a pang of pain in his heart. These years must have been quite challenging for Ron. The cold heart forged during years of wandering began to thaw under Leo's tender concern. Ron, who had previously been uncertain about his purpose in coming to Earth, finally realized that he merely longed for his master. He no longer wished to wander alone. Master, I have suffered greatly. Ron's voice, tinged with emotion, resonated deeply within Leo's soul, bearing a hint of grievance and attachment. Having lived long in a universe rife with deceit and cruelty, Ron found himself at a loss for words to express his experiences, countless sentiments condensed into a mere brief lament. Why not shrink down and have a proper conversation? Xiang Yu suggested, exasperated, as he observed the clumsy interaction between the master and his pet. Do you really intend to let everyone witness your domestic drama? This led to Ron, now the size of a Siberian husky, recounting his years of adventures in the cosmos to Feng Yuan. During his wanderings, he encountered the ferocious Naku air aliens and was subsequently deceived by the cunning Meite Long aliens, barely escaping being sold into the cosmic black market. The universe was filled with ruthless and malevolent beings, many of whom took pleasure in invasion, treating him as a target for training new recruits, leaving him with countless scars. Each time he narrowly escaped death, he was left uncertain if he would be so fortunate again. They all bully me, Master, Ron said, with tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Feng Yuan. It is worth mentioning that Leo's pet could not change size. According to Ron, during a life and death crisis in his wanderings, he unexpectedly activated his ability to grow larger but did not know how to revert to his original size. Thus, Leo employed the Ultraman's shrinking ray to assist him in returning to his natural form. This process sparked a revelation in Xiang Yu. Wait a moment, this technique is brilliant. In future encounters with monsters, we can simply shrink them and then crush them underfoot, saving effort and being environmentally friendly, thereby eliminating the need for post-battle cleanup. However, reality proved to be devoid of such loopholes. After using this skill, Leo indicated that if the target exhibited strong resistance or possessed sufficient strength, the shrinking would not succeed. The laws of the universe must be obeyed, Feng Yuan remarked helplessly. Otherwise, if this technique were so effective, one would have long since dominated the cosmos. Upon hearing Ron's grievances, Feng Yuan found himself in a quandary. He was, of course, pained and enraged by the suffering endured by his pet. Yet he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the aliens who bullied Ron. Nor could he abandon his duty to protect Earth, his second homeland. Feng Yuan, are you perhaps misunderstanding? Xiang Yu said, observing Feng Yuan's evident confusion. Ron does not mean for you to seek vengeance immediately. He simply wishes to share the hardships he has faced over the years. He desires your protection so that he no longer has to endure bullying. As for retribution, that can wait for another opportunity. Given the current situation on Earth, those villains might even come to us themselves someday. Oh, Feng Yuan suddenly understood, realizing the implication. However, gazing at his distressed companion, he instinctively felt compelled to seek justice for Ron. What master could remain indifferent upon witnessing their dog being mistreated in their absence? Even without relying on his fusion with Xiang Yu, his current strength was vastly superior to before. Strength serves as the most compelling assurance, a truth applicable across any universe. Yet, now enlightened, Feng Yuan found himself troubled by another matter. He was unsure how to help Ron gain acceptance among Earthlings. In fact, aside from his accidental ability to grow larger during his quest for survival and his instinctive use of energy attacks, Ron lacked other capabilities. Well, just consider him a typical husky. Naturally, Ron did not understand how to transform or disguise himself, a skill seemingly common to all races except Earthlings. Given Ron's fierce and menacing appearance, could he safely remain on Earth? Is that really the issue? After Feng Yuan expressed his concerns to Xiang Yu, he was met with a light laugh. I thought it was something significant. Rest assured, I shall negotiate with the higher-ups regarding this matter. You can simply enjoy your blissful life with your family of 5. Then I entrust this to you. In the face of Xiang Yu's confident assurances and playful banter, Feng Yuan felt his worries dissipate, and he couldn't help but chuckle, calling Xiang Yu a mischievous little imp. In his mind, images of Bai Zi, Tong Jun, Xiao Xiang, and now Ron appeared, and a warm smile graced his lips. In truth, there was no need for Xiang Yu to approach the high-ranking officials of the defense force. He was not even aware of where their offices were. He first sought out the MAC team to inquire for directions. To his surprise, they warmly insisted that such trivial matters did not require his personal attendance, promising to convey Xiang Yu's opinions to the upper echelons. They also took the opportunity to discuss their own concerns regarding their continued existence. With one less matter to worry about, Xiang Yu dismissed any thoughts of their ulterior motives, sensing that Ron's arrival might herald the onset of a surge in monster and alien activity. Thus, after a brief reprieve, he returned to the demanding cycle of training. However, now encountering a slight bottleneck in his progress, Xiang Yu decided to focus on the techniques he had acquired from the Tenguan practitioners, particularly the skill known as Bangquan. During this period of peace, he had considered seeking out martial arts masters in the Huaxiao of the Ultraman world, but without connections, he would likely waste time floundering aimlessly. Zhu Xingtuan had previously mentioned that practitioners of ancient martial arts focused on cultivating internal energy were generally reclusive, and there were no official channels to connect with them. One could only rely on personal recommendations. Coupled with his newfound mastery over his body and the memory reference of Leo's energy techniques, his understanding of energy manipulation had significantly improved. He attempted to combine his energy with the techniques of Bangquan, but he soon discovered that it was not as simple as he had envisioned. The pathways of energy circulation, the methods of exertion, and the condensation of energy were far more complex than anticipated. If only I could control energy as effortlessly as Ultraman, Xiang Yu mused, feeling envious of Leo and his peers. Speaking of which, he had tried to simulate Leo's energy techniques using his own energy, but despite similar energy pathways, the forms produced were not markedly different. However, they merely resembled one another. The inherent qualities contained within could not be replicated. This left him momentarily disheartened, for otherwise, he would not need to contemplate learning other energy manipulation techniques. Feng Yuan consoled him, explaining that each Ultraman possesses attributes akin to innate talents, distinct from the fundamental source of light energy. These attributes, when combined with light energy, manifest unique light-based skills. The L77 clan appears to differ somewhat from the Light Nation where the constellation resides. The L77 are more adept in physical enhancement and pure offensive skills, while the Light Nation exhibits a broader spectrum of abilities. It is said that Ultramen from the Light Nation can utilize certain special substances to integrate into their light energy, thereby unleashing even more potent light skills. Thus, Feng Yuan encouraged Xiang Yu not to lose heart. Once the group awakens, he could inquire in detail, as perhaps the Light Nation could assist him in acquiring new skills. After all, the Light Nation, having developed as a civilization for many years, must possess unique insights into energy usage. Currently, his complete mastery over his body merely signifies his ability to fluidly utilize his qi and strength. Not that he understands how to refine that power. To minimize destructive force, he must carefully restrain his strength, releasing energy predominantly towards space. Ultramen, in contrast, can effortlessly adjust the magnitude of their power through the special attributes of their energy and racial talents. They can also effectively confine their destructive range to a small area surrounding the monster. This precision and control is what Xiang Yu currently lacks. Ultramen are truly comprehensive. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu could only nod, his admiration for Ultramen growing ever higher. With his combat prowess rising slowly and other means of energy refinement obstructed. He could only wholeheartedly delve into mastering the Collapse Fist. What he values most about the Collapse Fist is its penetrating effect, allowing most of his energy to strike the interior of an object with nearly zero loss, thereby maximizing his lethality. Except for a few monsters, the enemies he encounters now possess remarkably tough outer skin. While his punches and kicks can inflict pain and knock down foes, the damage remains minimal. This is, of course, closely tied to his current combat strength and the lack of energy refinement. However, under the same conditions, the damage dealt by his ki blasts is invariably more formidable against monsters. The concentrated chi can yield significantly greater destructive power, which is beyond dispute. Yet, this also raises a dilemma. His ki blasts lack the high refinement of techniques like the Kamehameha, which can unleash attack power far exceeding his combat capabilities. They also do not possess the penetrating power of the Makenka Sappo, nor the cutting strength of the Chiyuan Slash. Unable to cultivate such skills like a protagonist from a novel, he is still limited to using the most basic ki blast. Although this fundamental ki blast is not insignificant in power, its energy disperses, rendering it inefficient. Consequently, to breach a monster's defenses and inflict a fatal wound, he must further amplify the energy within his already non-refined ki blast, risking the potential to obliterate not just the monster, but the entire Tokyo in the process. It is imperative that he learns a technique to enhance either the cohesion or penetrating power of his energy usage, ensuring lethality while minimizing unintended destruction. He is not a destroyer at heart. Unless absolutely necessary, he prefers not to cause excessive damage. After all, where would he go to enjoy delicious food if the city were reduced to ruins? If he were to attain the base combat power of characters like Son Goku or Vegeta from the Namek saga, even if he consciously restrained his strength, a moment of negligence could lead to the Earth being ruled by extraterrestrials. A vivid image flashed in Xiang Yu's mind. In a bid to prevent an alien invasion of Earth, he inadvertently obliterated the planet. Chapter 26. Dreams and Reality. Xiang Yu abruptly shook his head, dispelling the absurd images from his mind. He understood all too well that, regardless of the countless words spoken, it was ultimately his own greed that led to this turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surging power coursing through his veins, a strength that had grown several-fold since his arrival in this world. At his age, he might surpass even Vegeta from the same period in the Dragon Ball saga. However, with the mindset of a traveler and having gleaned much information about shortcuts from the Ultraman world, after a month of monotonous training, Xiang Yu found himself facing a plateau as his once rapid growth and strength began to stagnate, revealing the mentality of an ordinary high school student. This is not the mindset of a warrior. He slapped his cheeks and encouraged himself. Since there are no shortcuts, he would take steady, deliberate steps in his cultivation. Unlike his experience in Dragon Ball, where he was well-versed in the plot and clearly understood the strengths of enemies at each stage, he lacked such clarity in the Ultraman world. Though his current strength, even without transformation, could potentially rival that of the Magma President. Especially with the formidable Super Ryuo as his trump card, logically, there was no need for him to be so eager to enhance his power. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling feeling since his last encounter with the Magma President. Although Super Ryuo's overwhelming strength had decisively overpowered the enraged Magma President, he sensed a foreboding that the sudden surge of dark energy he had perceived did not originate from the Magma President himself. Xiang Yu anxiously tugged at his hair, pondering whether the game designers might adjust the monster's levels simply because the player was too strong. It was inconceivable. How could monsters be defeated? I refused to believe it. A child, bearing a grim expression beyond his years, raised a monster model high, shouting, "Come forth, Obimansu King. Defeat Ultraman. No, give it back to me." A smaller boy lunged at him, seemingly attempting to snatch something away. "Get lost. Don't interfere with me." The boy summoning the monster kicked the smaller one aside, exclaiming excitedly, "That's right. This is the kind of monster I love. Not enough, still not enough. They can be even stronger." The boy's voice twisted and became eerie, his fervor nearly spilling over. Xiang Yu experienced a peculiar dream, in which an unfamiliar Ultraman battled a strange monster. After an intense confrontation, the Ultraman successfully defeated the foe. Just as the narrative approached the expected triumphant conclusion, a startling turn of events occurred. An enormous monster, far surpassing the Ultraman in size and exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, this beast overpowered the Ultraman, leaving him utterly defenseless. The Ultraman struggled valiantly, relying on his unwavering spirit to endure, awaiting a miracle. Yet, the miracle did not favor the Ultraman, the destined champion of this world. It instead fell into the hands of evil. With a swift motion, two even more formidable monsters materialized, ruthlessly vanquishing the already faltering Ultraman. In a hazy vision, Xiang Yu perceived the world engulfed in flames of despair, with people screaming and crying as they faced their fated demise. This appears to be a world where evil has triumphed over justice. In the final scene before awakening from his dream, Xiang Yu beheld an enormous sphere, bristling with menacing spikes and emanating a crimson glow, traversing bubble after bubble at an incomprehensible speed. Every bubble it touched was enveloped in an extraordinarily dark, smoky essence. I cannot contain it any longer. Please, have hope. A voice filled with remorse echoed intermittently. Before Xiang Yu could grasp the subsequent words, he was jolted awake. The entire house trembled violently, and the communicator on his nightstand, which had become almost redundant, emitted sharp sounds incessantly. With a sigh, Xiang Yu had no time to ponder which force had roused him. It was likely that Earth was once again under siege by monsters, even in the dead of night. Hello? Where are the monsters? Without further ado, he cut straight to the point. Xiang Yu, it's me. A voice both unfamiliar and familiar instantly conjured the image of a certain alien in Xiang Yu's mind. Captain, are you awake? Before Xiang Yu could express his surprise, the urgency in Zhu Xing Tuan's tone overwhelmed his words. There is an exceptionally powerful monster in Saitama Prefecture. You must go assist Leo. I have never encountered such a creature. You must be cautious. The weight of the phrase exceptionally powerful was not lost on him. And even in his weakened state, he exerted every ounce of his strength to convey his warning. Without further words, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, Xiang Yu dashed towards the 3 o'clock direction, barely taking the time to put on his upper garment. In truth, he did not require Zhu Xing Tuan to indicate the location. He had already sensed the unmasked energy emanating from the monster as he emerged from his dream. Time shifted slightly forward, and Leo, experiencing a similar scenario, transformed directly onto the battlefield, engaging fiercely with the emerging monster. The creature known as Obu Meng Si Wang, a manifestation born from a child's imagination and empowered by the will, displayed astonishing combat prowess. Its skeletal wings unfurled abruptly, unleashing a barrage of sharp-boned spikes toward Leo like a rainstorm. Leo quickly erected an Ultraman barrier, but the force of the spikes exceeded expectations, causing cracks to appear almost immediately on the barrier. Ugh! Leo was forced back repeatedly, the ground beneath him fracturing with each step. Seizing the opportunity, Obu Meng Si Wang launched a powerful strike, its chest crystal glowing ominously, releasing a searing beam of light. Leo narrowly dodged, the beam grazing his shoulder and leaving a charred mark. This monster is incredibly strong, Leo thought, stunned, as he felt the creature's power continue to escalate. It seemed that Obu Meng Si Wang could absorb the negative emotions around it to enhance its strength, growing more formidable as fear spread across the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the creature unleashed a powerful sound wave that momentarily destabilized Leo. Taking advantage of this, Obu Meng Si Wang's tail lashed out violently, striking Leo's chest. Cough! Leo was propelled backward, crashing through several buildings before he finally came to a halt. His chest timer began flashing red, indicating that his energy was critically low. Obu Meng Si Wang approached slowly, its eyes glinting with a cruel light, seemingly relishing the ensuing slaughter. Is that Obu Meng Si Wang? In a mere 5 seconds, Xiang Yu, having crossed from Tokyo to Saitama Prefecture, witnessed the monster that had forced Leo into a defensive stance. He instinctively exclaimed, "What is happening? Isn't that the creature I saw in my dream? Could it be that he was not dreaming after all?" As Leo struggled to maintain his stance, Xiang Yu cleared his mind and instantaneously appeared before Leo, attempting to shield him from the impending attack of Obu Meng Si Wang. Bang! The impact of the blow was immensely heavy and fierce, causing Xiang Yu to stagger back, feeling a wave of soreness in his arms. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. The last time he experienced such force was when he endured a full-weight kick from a Kali alien. Although his power had more than doubled since then, he felt an even greater sense of oppression. The sheer magnitude of the opponent's strength was evident. No wonder Leo was fighting so desperately. I haven't even switched maps yet. Is it really necessary to escalate things this way? Xiang Yu muttered, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. as if this were a fantastical novel that should at least switch maps before adjusting enemy levels. Let us try this move. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yu began to simulate the energy ball technique utilized by Leo. He concentrated, channeling his energy into his palm, gradually forming a yellow energy sphere the size of a basketball. As previously mentioned, lacking Ultraman's special attributes prevented him from fully replicating the power and effects of its light techniques. Nevertheless, even this form of energy manipulation yielded a significantly higher efficiency and density compared to the most basic ki blast. To put it plainly, Xiang Yu's combat power was 20,000, and the maximum power of a ki blast could reach only 20,000. However, this more focused energy ball could amplify his combat power to 230,000. This additional 3,000 combat power was roughly equivalent to that of a twin monster, one of them. Although it did not provide the same exponential boost as the Kamehameha wave in the Raditz saga, nor did it possess the unique enhancement of ki concentration, it was nonetheless the most formidable weapon Xiang Yu could offer at this moment. Hopefully, some residents have evacuated nearby, he thought, not wanting to dwell on the implications. Xiang Yu's gaze intensified as he decisively hurled the energy ball toward Obu Meng Si Wang. The energy sphere tore through the air with astonishing speed, trailing a dazzling tail of flames, striking Obu Meng Si Wang squarely in the chest. Boom! The explosion was thunderous, illuminating the night sky as brightly as day. When the light faded, a massive crater, approximately 10 meters in diameter, marred Obu Meng Si Wang's chest, with smoke still wafting from the charred edges of the wound. Although it did not penetrate entirely, the attack evidently inflicted considerable damage. Thankfully, Obu Meng Si Wang served as a buffer, absorbing much of the blast's force. Otherwise, the surrounding 2 kilometers would have been reduced to rubble, prompting Zhu Xingtuan to scold again. With a resounding roar, though not fatal, the searing pain and physical injuries ignited a surge of murderous intent within Obu Meng Si Wang toward the insect before it. Born purely from negative emotions, the creature felt no confusion or surprise. Its sole thought was destruction, to annihilate everything in its path. This was the only purpose of its existence, and anyone who obstructed it would be met with obliteration. Obu Meng Si Wang began to gather energy. Although its energy emission organs had sustained some damage, it merely slowed the accumulation process. It seems I still lack the necessary power, Xiang Yu mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, this was currently his most potent skill. Glancing toward Feng Yuan's position, he muttered to himself, "This is a situation that calls for desperate measures, and it has come far too soon." Even Xiang Yu felt powerless against it. Meanwhile, from a distance, Zhu Xingtuan, trembling as he leaned on his cane, witnessed Xiang Yu's energy ball fail to defeat Obu Meng Si Wang, plunging his spirits into despair. Despite his physical condition being far from recovery, he inexplicably sensed a profound foreboding, an unprecedented malice descending upon this world. This malice was pure and immense, suffocating in its magnitude. His deep-seated anxiety for Earth's future compelled him, through sheer willpower, or perhaps the love of humanity, to awaken. However, even with a miraculous awakening, in the face of such formidable evil, everything seems to have lost its meaning. The might of Obu Meng Si Wang surpasses all imagination. Even the previous quintuple assault, with its monstrous beings, pales in comparison to the terror that stands before him. What has happened to this world? Antoine's pale visage. There is a deep sense of confusion and worry. The dire straits he faced before his coma should have been resolved by the 2 young individuals he had instilled hope in. Yet an even greater evil has emerged in succession. When did the forces of justice and evil in this world become so starkly disparate? And what has transpired in his homeland, Guangxi Gua, that it remains indifferent to such a colossal force of malevolence? A myriad of questions swirled in Antoine's mind, familiar emotions enveloping his heart once more. His fingers, gripping the cane tightly, turned white from exertion, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. As a seasoned warrior who has battled and triumphed over countless powerful and cunning extraterrestrials, he has faced numerous crises. Yet he has never felt so helpless as he does now. Just as Antoine's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, a dazzling light suddenly erupted not far from Obu Meng Si Wang. The intense radiance even interrupted the charging process of Obu Meng Si Wang. Super Leo makes his grand reappearance. Is this Leo? The figure that emerged after the light dissipated left Tuan, who had yet to witness Super Leo, utterly astounded. The transformation is indeed staggering. Can such a profound change occur after an Ultraman unites with a human? Having witnessed the transformations of his brothers, once again, he found himself perplexed. Am I truly awake, or is this merely a dream? As Tuan's worldview was relentlessly shaken, he even began to entertain the thought that he might be dreaming. Excellent. If that is the case, there is still hope. Soon, Tuan exclaimed with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, the appearance of Super Leo seemed like a beacon of light piercing through the darkness, granting him a glimmer of hope. However, the subsequent battle scene plunged Tuan back into the realization that he might indeed be dreaming. The combat prowess exhibited by this new Leo was simply unfathomable. Xiang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. No matter how many times he experienced it, the sudden surge of controllable strength was truly magnificent. It was hard to believe. If only he could transform into a Super Saiyan, the immense power would send Xiang Yu's thoughts adrift. Yet, the opponent he faced was evidently not formidable enough to cause him to falter. Super Leo unleashed an overwhelming display of strength. He effortlessly dodged Obu Meng Si Wang's attacks, each punch and kick imbued with terrifying power. The playful manner of combat incited furious rage in Obu Meng Si Wang, yet he was utterly helpless. Super Leo even feigned a vulnerability, luring Obu Meng Si Wang into a full-force strike, only to casually catch its massive claw and twist it, breaking its arm with ease. Subsequently, Super Leo clasped his hands in front of his chest, unleashing a robust blue beam from the timer, instantly striking Obu Meng Si Wang. With a piercing roar, Obu Meng Si Wang disintegrated into countless fragments of light, vanishing into the night sky. The entire battle transpired in a mere minute. The formidable Obu Meng Si Wang, which had previously rendered the two helpless, was effortlessly vanquished by Super Leo. The contrast in the battle's progression evoked a dramatic sense of irony. Excellent work, you two. I never anticipated that the synergy of your unity would yield such remarkable results. With the crisis averted and feeling the strength of his allies, Tuan's spirit soared, so much so that he forgot his physical condition and nearly stumbled, landing awkwardly. What is wrong, Xiang Yu? You seem a bit downcast. Unlike the exuberantly oblivious Tuan, the straightforward Feng Yuan, attuned to Xiang Yu's demeanor, promptly noticed his low spirits and approached with concern. It's nothing of great importance, Xiang Yu responded sullenly, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Obu Meng Si Wang had vanished, harboring a sense of reluctance. Chapter 28. Saiyans can be brash, but will never be cowards. Xiang Yu was not unprepared for the potential surge in monster strength. The monsters encountered in the first episode of Dijia were clearly not on the same level as those in the final episode. Furthermore, the inherently combative blood of the Saiyans subtly yearned for confrontation with more formidable opponents. Yet, after enduring a rare month of peace and tedious training that culminated in a significant boost in strength, he found himself quickly overwhelmed before even reaching the novice protection period. Even a prince deserves a moment of glory, does he not? Moreover, he had not even shown any signs of faltering. Fortunately, one of Xiang Yu's few commendable traits in his past life was his optimism. After a brief, self-deprecating joke, he swiftly regained his composure. Without a touch of the AQ spirit, one cannot hope to thrive in society. Well, I have nothing of significance to discuss, Xiang Yu rose, patting Feng Yuan on the shoulder, then turned to Tuan, who was still lost in his own world, saying, Captain, since you have awakened, let us discuss the events that transpired during your coma. Once again, in Xiang Yu's slightly disheveled room, which had practically become a private conference room for 3 extraterrestrials, he casually tossed the takeout box he held toward the garbage mound behind him, letting out a long belch. With Xiang Yu's rising combat power, his appetite had also grown considerably, making it increasingly difficult for him to endure the curious stares of other diners, who regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial, which he indeed was. Lavishly, Xiang Yu sought out a restaurant he deemed the best in flavor, unleashing his financial prowess to achieve the first takeout milestone in the Ultraman world. Whether this would spark a new trend or give rise to a wave of Ultraman enthusiasts was beyond his concern. Moreover, within the confines of their private space, it was far more convenient for the 3 aliens to plot loudly. Xiang Yu, to be honest, your and Feng Yuan's unified transformation is something I have never encountered before. Tuan, who was keenly aware of the intricacies, did not focus on Xiang Yu's near annihilation of the Magma clan, but rather concentrated on their extraordinary fusion transformation. Do not assume that 7 fought tirelessly for the sake of Earthlings. he is not some benevolent monk. Setting aside the Magma clan's invasion of Feng Yuan's homeland, Tuan had little regard for the fate of races beyond Earth. Anyone who dared to harm his beloved Earthlings, in Tuan's eyes, was nothing but a villain. In this regard, the Noma Arete people claimed they had much to say. The drastic change in Super Leo's form and the significant enhancement of his abilities piqued Tuan's immense interest. After pondering for a moment, Tuan redirected his gaze towards Xiang Yu, who was now picking his teeth. As for the specific reasons, I cannot speculate. But the primary cause undoubtedly lies within you. Disregarding other unknown factors, while Leo may not hail from Guangjigua, the essence of Ultraman's luminosity does not vary significantly. Thus, the sole distinction between Super Leo and his brothers is that his human form is not of earthly origin. Ultramen are quite discerning when selecting human forms. Aside from not harboring malevolent intentions, the human form must also bear resemblance to their pre-evolutionary appearance. Therefore, aside from the initial Ultraman who paid the ultimate price, Jack and Ace both chose Earthlings embodying justice and courage as their human forms. In fact, aside from this wondrous planet, at the current stage of the Ultraman race's understanding of the universe, no other species resembling Earthlings has been identified. Even Zhu Xing Tuan is unaware that not only in the present, but even thousands of years in the future, before the multiverse and parallel worlds come into play, Xiang Yu stands as a unique case of a non-Earthling fused with an Ultraman. Setting aside the ominous energy fluctuations emanating from Xiang Yu upon their initial encounter, the group had unanimously concluded that he was, at his core, a fundamentally benevolent child, far removed from the superficial judgments often cast upon those who resemble Earthlings. With a kind heart, an appearance reminiscent of Earth dwellers, and formidable strength, the group found themselves increasingly fond of the youth. The source of Super Leo's transformation sparked an unexpected epiphany in the group. If this individual could achieve such significant enhancement through a shared consciousness with Leo, might the same be true with the Ultramen from the Land of Light? The moment this thought crystallized, the group felt they had seized upon a pivotal insight. Today, not only Earth, but perhaps the entire universe lay shrouded in the shadows of malevolence. Each increment of righteous power represented a glimmer of hope for the cosmos. Had it not been for his inability to transform, as the essence of light had plunged into silence, rendering him incapable of even a shared consciousness, the group would have eagerly sought to merge minds with Xiang Yu to validate his theory. Alas, it felt as though he had awakened from a vividly enchanting dream just as it reached its most exhilarating climax, leaving him to exhale heavily in disappointment. Xiang Yu, puzzled by the sudden shift in the group's demeanor, wondered if there were any inherent risks associated with his transformation into Super Leo through their shared consciousness. Xiang Yu, had I encountered you sooner, perhaps I could have. The group mused to himself, oblivious to the alarm that had crept into Xiang Yu's expression. The resilient skin of the Saiyan bristled with trepidation. It was only after the group animatedly explained the situation that Xiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Gently placing a hand upon his chest, you ought to be more careful with your words to avoid misunderstandings. As the group, now seemingly rejuvenated, waved his cane in exuberance. His previously pallid complexion turned a vibrant hue. Xiang Yu, after jesting lightly, adopted a more serious demeanor. While I too am eager to explore fusion with other Ultramen, I hope you do not harbor overly lofty expectations. Unaware of the increasingly peculiar expression of the beleaguered Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu continued. The fusion with Ultramen indeed offers significant advantages, including a remarkable increase in combat power, healing capabilities, survival in the cosmos, and rapid enhancement of skills and experience, which collectively constitute a comprehensive augmentation. Not to mention, the Ultraman's myriad extraordinary abilities. Should a resourceful Ultraman be involved, even in a realm like Dragon Ball, their powers could easily surpass those of their adversaries, leading to unintended consequences. Moreover, since his arrival in this world, his rapid ascent in combat prowess was evident even without a power detector, indicating substantial growth. Given his rank as a lower-tier warrior, it was likely that the most crucial factor lay within the essence of the Ultraman. Xiang Yu speculated that this harmonious and righteous light energy was augmenting his S cells and perhaps even transforming his potential. As Zhu Xing Tuan mentioned, there are too few reference factors for certainty regarding this matter. Nevertheless, the essence of this light is undoubtedly beneficial. However, reality often presents itself as an illusory promise. While the visible advantages of the Ultramen are myriad, one cannot guarantee that every Ultraman will undergo such transformations. There remains the possibility that they may struggle to accept or endure their Saiyan nature. Feng Yuan, perhaps you should share your experience with the team leader. Xiang Yu subtly suggested, prompting a buoyed Feng Yuan to recount his sensations during the transformation into Super Leo. Ah, so that is the case. The group furrowed his brow, contemplating whether this was intrinsic to the boy's race. Yet, he quickly relaxed his expression. Ultimately, the essence of power is contingent upon its wielder. Look, at the very least, Leo was able to merge seamlessly with Xiang Yu, was he not? While I cannot vouch for others, I firmly believe my brothers will accept you. Furthermore, did you not mention that our essence of light is similarly influencing your latent powers? Feng Yuan confirmed that during the transformation, the sense of pressure on his consciousness had lessened somewhat. I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, I will continue to fight against evil. The earnest words of Zhu Xingtuan and Feng Yuan warmed Xiang Yu's heart. No matter how formidable the adversaries of the future may be, he had trustworthy companions by his side. Let any formidable foes come forth. I am a warrior of the Saiyans. The Saiyans may have their brutes, but they will never have cowards. Chapter 29. No need to journey to the land of light. He has arrived. Tell me, have you encountered this monster in your dreams? Adjusting his mindset, Xiang Yu and his companions resumed their discussion regarding the monster that had recently attacked. Xiang Yu recounted the vivid imagery from his dream, laced with speculation. If the beast from my dream has manifested in reality, does that imply the world within the dream also exists? As he recalled the inferno-engulfed realm from his dream, his tone turned gravely serious. Certain details from the dream may have faded with the passage of time, yet the moment of the unknown Ultraman's defeat and the powerful monster, alongside the last, indecipherable words, were indelibly etched in Xiang Yu's mind. I cannot ascertain whether there exists an Ultraman resembling your description in the Land of Light. Zhu Xingtuan pondered, his brow knitted in concentration. The Land of Light houses countless Ultramen, and those capable of combat alone number in the thousands. Moreover, non-combatants may still possess combat capabilities. After all, he himself was a civil servant, and the first generation was once a university professor in the Land of Light. Thus, he could not definitively conclude whether the unfamiliar Ultraman Xiang Yu mentioned was from the Land of Light, as the concept of a multiverse had yet to be introduced. The group's speculation remained confined to the notion that Xiang Yu's dream might be a premonition or a reenactment of a past scene. Regardless, this was a matter deserving of vigilance. Based solely on Xiang Yu's dream, it appears there are at least two terrifying monsters on par with the Obu Meng Si Wang, the group asserted gravely. Coupled with the ominous aura he had previously sensed enveloping the universe, the situation was evidently dire. No, we must find a way to contact the Land of Light. The group slammed his palm on the table, resolutely coming to a decision. This was no longer the time to engage in battles under the guise of training the young. The entire cosmic situation might be deteriorating. While the emergence of Super Leo had brought him immense joy and anticipation, the expansion of evil forces never adhered to reason. The strength of any one individual was ultimately limited. He must unite with the Land of Light to consolidate their available forces. Xiang Yu, Feng Yuan, listen closely. The group enunciated with firm resolve. I will transform into Saiyan one last time. We cannot afford to delay any further. It is imperative that I utilize Saiyan's energy to transmit our exclusive Ultraman signature to ensure the Land of Light receives our message, even if it meant sacrificing his ability to transform forever. The Ultraman signature encapsulates the unique energy essence of the sender. Although he was unsure how the Aborians had forged a false signature, Leo was incapable of emitting a signature imbued with Saiyan's essence. Otherwise, he would have attempted to contact the Land of Light long ago, at the very least to repair Saiyan's glasses. Thus, even if the primary focus was on training the younger generation, he would still be able to transform in critical moments. Previously, he had harbored a sense of complacency, believing that perhaps other Ultraman warriors would come to Earth to assess the situation, providing him with an opportunity to return to the Land of Light. Thus, he had hesitated to make a decisive choice. Earth, I entrust you with this task. With a resolute admonition, the group retrieved the damaged Ultraman glasses. Just as he was about to don the glasses, a peculiar light, unseen by ordinary eyes, suddenly illuminated the sky. The familiar group of Tuan gasped in astonishment, their voices echoing in disbelief as the decisive final transformation was abruptly interrupted. Was that the signature of Ultraman? Time rewound to a fortnight prior. Was Leo, his elder brother, on that planet called Dichio? A youth, bearing a striking resemblance to Feng Yuan, intently listened to the discussions of the surrounding extraterrestrials, keenly capturing crucial information. This young man was none other than Astra, the brother of Leo. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the magma aliens, he had been wandering through the cosmos, inadvertently learning of his brother's whereabouts. He was preparing to inquire about the coordinates from an extraterrestrial, intending to journey to Dichio in search of his elder sibling. News invariably becomes distorted over time and distance. By the time the word of the battle against the magma reached Astra, he only knew that a remote star region had been designated as a new forbidden zone, home to a planet named Dichio, where a being called Leo resided. Other extraterrestrials warned, do not venture there lightly. It is said that the opposition is exceedingly ruthless, and beware for your very lives. Astra paid no heed to the otherworldly opinions on his elder brother. Aware that he was still being hunted by the Magma clan, his only desire was to ascertain his brother's current state. Just as Feng Yuan often worried about his sibling's safety, Astra too was perpetually concerned for his elder brother. Are you intending to journey to Dichio? A golden-haired extraterrestrial, handsome yet possessing a hint of mischief, seemed to peer into Astra's essence and thoughts, his eyes sparkling with a cunning glimmer as he approached with warmth. I happen to have matters to attend to in that vicinity, he continued amiably, like a friendly older brother. If you wish to go to Dichio, I can offer you a ride. Upon hearing this, the surrounding extraterrestrials fell silent, exchanging knowing glances, choosing to remain quiet and avoid unnecessary trouble. That would be splendid. Thank you for your assistance. After experiencing the destruction of his home, being captured by enemies, and narrowly escaping into a life of wandering, Astra remained, at heart, an innocent child. Unfamiliar with the Baba air, he soon lowered his guard in response to the other's enthusiastic words. A hint of satisfaction flickered in the eyes of the Baba air as he thought. The plan is succeeding. In the Land of Light, a colossal planet, predominantly composed of verdant crystalline material, it is said that its gravity is 60 times that of Dichio. The entire planet shone brilliantly under the radiance of the plasma spark tower. Within this environment, suffused with light energy, the Ultramen live their daily lives in gigantic forms. Consequently, all edifices within the Land of Light were grand and magnificent, constructed to accommodate heights exceeding 40 meters, resembling a divine realm. Among these majestic structures, the plasma spark tower stood tallest, serving as the pivotal core of the planet. Not only did it house the life source of the Land of Light, the plasma spark, but it also safeguarded treasures of the Ultraman clan, such as the Ultraman bell and the Ultraman key. Suddenly, a rapid and loud alarm resonated throughout the Land of Light, alerting the remaining members of the Ultraman Guard. It is well known that millions of Ultramen inhabit the Land of Light, yet its security forces have been entirely dispatched. This was not an unfounded suspicion. Indeed, a sinister turbulence had been permeating the cosmos recently. The Land of Light, serving as an unpaid cosmic police force, had sent forth all Ultramen capable of combat, including a blue-skinned scientist who claimed not to possess their strength. Zophiace and the others had just returned to report and were preparing to set out again when this incident occurred. The entire Land of Light trembled. Was there an anomaly with the Ultraman key? Damn it! Who is it? The hot-headed ace shouted. Chapter 30. Brother, save me. Was that a stranger Ultraman? As Zophi prepared to lead his brothers to uncover the source of the anomaly within the Land of Light, a red figure swiftly flashed before their eyes. Zophi immediately noticed that the entity clutched the Ultraman key, which served as the stabilizing force of the Land of Light. This is bad. He's going to escape with the Ultraman key. We must stop him. Realizing the other's intentions, Zophi hurriedly issued orders, disregarding the identity of the figure. Boom. Just as they were about to take flight in pursuit, the Land of Light quaked violently, with vast sections of its surface abruptly cracking open. This unforeseen upheaval threw Zophi and his companions off balance, nearly causing them to fall and missing the optimal moment to intercept. Indeed, the Ultraman key held the power to obliterate asteroids with a single strike, but that was merely an ancillary function. Its true purpose was to stabilize the trajectory of the massive planet, preventing it from collapsing under its own energy and gravitational forces. Astra soared into space, where an originally cloaked spacecraft became visible as he approached. He nimbly entered the cabin, and the ship instantly activated its hyperspeed mode, vanishing like a streak of light into the cosmos. Cursed be it. Immediately inform Torquia to track that spacecraft's flight path and swiftly calculate the current trajectory of the Land of Light. Faced with this predicament, Zophi, as the current leader of the Ultraman Guard, had to assume responsibility and devise a remedial plan. However, when the scientific personnel completed their computations, they arrived at an unexpected conclusion. Dichio? Coincidentally, the collision path of the Land of Light, now out of control, and the most likely destination of the spacecraft pointed to that very planet they knew so well. It seemed that Seven was still lingering on Dichio. Zophi recalled the younger brother who held a particular fondness for the humans of Dichio. Ace, Jack, first generation. You shall accompany me to Dichio to investigate the situation, Zophi decisively commanded. The rest of you, devote your efforts to rescue operations. The chaos in the Land of Light had plunged the entire planet into unprecedented earthquakes, with many inhabitants unable to evacuate, buried beneath the rubble. As the primary warriors, they needed to swiftly recover the Ultraman key while the rescue efforts were entrusted to the reserve and auxiliary personnel of the Ultraman Guard. How could this be? Upon witnessing the Ultraman signature, Tuan was overwhelmed with astonishment and delight. However, upon comprehending the content of the signature, his expression transformed into one of disbelief. The color that had briefly returned to his face, due to Xiang Yu's teasing, drained away, leaving him as pale as a sheet. Captain, what has happened? The impatient Feng Yuan, noticing Tuan's change in demeanor, urgently inquired. The Land of Light is about to collide with Dichio, Tuan stammered, each word weighing heavily upon him. While he hoped for swift communication with the Land of Light, he never anticipated it would be in such a manner. Soon, a few of my brothers will arrive on Dichio. The extraterrestrial who stole the Ultraman key will likely come here as well. Tuan's expression grew grave. He refrained from revealing to Feng Yuan that the alien described by Zophi bore a striking resemblance to Leo. I hope it is not as I envision. Tuan silently prayed. Yet, according to the law of the Stone Man, the more one wished to avoid something, the more likely it would occur. Boom. A red sphere of light suddenly appeared in the sky, plummeting with remarkable speed to land precisely in Tokyo, accompanied by a violent tremor. The light sphere gradually revealed its true form. Astra, Feng Yuan exclaimed in surprise, unveiling the identity of the newcomer. However, before Feng Yuan could catch up with his suddenly reappeared brother, four more red spheres of light appeared in succession. Landing near Astra, his fellow Ultraman brothers were hot on his heels. 7. That fellow is the one who stole the Ultraman key. Let us apprehend him together. A furious voice echoed in Tuan's heart, causing the tension that had previously gripped him to dissipate entirely. Upon witnessing the silhouette of Asatila and the fervent call of Feng Yuan, the heart of the group sank into despair, and the words of his brother AC served to confirm his darkest suspicions. The situation had inevitably spiraled into the most dire of outcomes. Asatila, what is it that you conceal behind your back? After the initial excitement, Feng Yuan noticed that Asatila was deliberately hiding an object resembling a key, prompting his curiosity to arise. Despite his straightforward nature, instinctively sensing that the arrival of Asatila and the Ut brothers, coupled with the profoundly pained expression of the group, indicated that the reality was far less favorable than he had envisioned. Feng Yuan, connecting the dots that the impending collision of the Kingdom of Light with Earth was orchestrated by a thief, incredulously shouted at Asatila, "Did you do this?" 7. Who is this beside you? At that moment, Zophi also took note of the extraterrestrial being beside the group, who had been vocally confronting the perpetrator. Trusting in the group, he posed a question. Caught in an emotional turmoil as the link between the two parties, the group found himself at a loss for how to respond to Zophi's inquiry. It was supposed to be an introduction of Leo to his brothers, a unification to bolster the force of justice. Why had it devolved into such a predicament? Aware that avoidance was not a solution, the group gritted his teeth and revealed Leo's identity, simultaneously disclosing the identity of the perpetrator. After speaking, he closed his eyes, feigning death. In truth, he wished he were still unconscious, for it would be preferable to witnessing the current situation. Even Seven, who had faced countless formidable foes without flinching, wished to evade the reality today. What? Are you and that thief in cahoots? After the identity of Zhuang Xingchuan was unveiled, AC, whose temper had been increasingly volatile, could no longer contain his outrage and suspicion. Hold on, AC, let me speak with the young man first. As the elder brother, his temperament was inherently steadier than that of his younger sibling. He halted AC, opting to grant the young man an opportunity to explain. Despite the pressing circumstances in the Kingdom of Light, he still hoped for a peaceful resolution as a nod to Seven. Since the young man had the opportunity to remain by Seven's side, he could not be entirely malevolent. Perhaps there was a chance for persuasion. Younger brother, your sibling has pilfered something of great importance from the Kingdom of Light. I hope you can persuade him to return the key. Zofei conveyed to Feng Yuan in a voice that sought to maintain tranquility. Asatila, quickly return the key to them. What are you doing? Fully grasping the situation, Feng Yuan urgently called out to his brother. Despite his reluctance to believe his brother could act in such a manner, the truth spoke for itself. Hearing this, Asatila lowered his head in silent contemplation of his misdeeds. Just when Leo believed he had swayed Asatila, the latter suddenly unleashed a beam of light from his palm, striking a somewhat complacent AC, while swiftly darting towards Feng Yuan, crying out, "Brother, save me." Chapter 31. The unwilling conflict. The unforeseen turn of events left Feng Yuan in a state of bewilderment. However, seeing the Yut brothers, now thoroughly incensed and ready to attack Asatila, he could no longer afford to ponder. Leo. Ultimately, the instinct to protect his brother prevailed, as the lion's gaze shone with fervent light, and Leo's imposing form emerged, resolutely shielding Asatila behind him. Please wait, allow me to speak with Asatila. Leo still sought to reason with the situation. Even in such a critical juncture, he was reluctant to see the matter escalate to a point of no return. Having learned from the group about the principles of the Kingdom of Light and the experiences of the Yut brothers on Earth, he held a favorable view of them despite this being their first encounter. Brothers, the situation is urgent. Let us eliminate Asatila. The aggrieved AC disregarded Leo's words. His fists clenched tightly as he addressed the other Yut. Throughout the proceedings, Xiang Yu, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow, glancing at the group still feigning death, before shifting his gaze to Leo, who was under siege. Logically, given his relationship with Feng Yuan, he should intervene. It was not that he was unwilling to offend the Yut brothers due to the notion previously mentioned by the group. Rather, the urgency of the matter at hand weighed heavily. However, the peculiar demeanor of Asatila, who seemed suspiciously aloof, did not escape his notice. As the sole observer, he perceived the unfolding dynamics with clarity. He watched as Leo endured the onslaught of the Yut brothers with an almost passive acceptance, embodying the role of a scapegoat for his brother. In stark contrast, the mischief-maker Asatila, who had instigated the trouble, not only refrained from aiding Leo but instead retreated furtively, exuding an air of guilt. Although Xiang Yu was unfamiliar with the narrative of Leo's television saga, the absurdity of this scene was evident. Yet, the opposing parties were embroiled in a conflict where one faced the theft of a treasured artifact while the other, driven by a fierce desire to protect, was swept into chaos. Hence, many critical issues were instinctively overlooked. However, it appeared that before one side could fall, mere words would prove futile. Xiang Yu contemplated a strategy, recognizing that a moment of calm was necessary. Strangely, the four battle-hardened Yut brothers, though launching a fierce assault against Leo, found him unexpectedly resilient, as if he were a blade of grass swaying in a tempest. In truth, aside from AC, who seemed to hold nothing back, the other Yut, driven by their intrinsic nature, instinctively restrained their force against Leo, the accomplice. Moreover, their urgency to pursue Asatila and reach Earth had led them to move at superluminal speeds in their Gongcho form, leaving them in a state of exhaustion from their previous battles. Thus, they were far from their prime, and yet, bizarrely, managed to engage Leo in a stalemate. This cannot continue, brothers. Please allow me to employ the Yut forbidden technique. Without awaiting his brother's response, AC declared as he began to prepare his signature cutting technique. Crossing his arms before his chest, he gathered and compressed an immense amount of gongnut, forming a razor-sharp crescent-shaped guangren. The space surrounding the gongren warped slightly due to the intense concentration of energy, exuding a menacing aura. The previous attack of the Midolum Gongshan had prompted Leo, who had initially intended to avoid conflict, to instinctively evade, and now, as he unleashed a light kick containing only a fraction of his power, AC sensed the potency of the maneuver and opted not to confront it directly, instead nimbly dodging. Yet this disruption shattered the atmosphere of camaraderie. Additionally, he noticed that the target they sought to confront was gradually distancing himself from the fray. In his urgency, he could no longer concern himself with the matter of permission. Swiftly subduing Leo became his priority. The razor-sharp gong, honed to perfection through the compression of profound gung, sliced through the air with an ear-piercing hum, showcasing its unparalleled sharpness. If struck, Leo would likely find his physique unable to withstand the assault. He acutely sensed the impending threat of the blade, even before it neared. The surrounding air stung against his skin. He intended to evade, but having just escaped the initial Surpasses Gongshan, he found himself momentarily weakened and, as a result, could only manage to shift half a position. Why? We are all warriors of justice. Why must we turn against one another? Realizing he could not entirely avoid the strike, Feng Yuan shouted in a mix of anger and confusion. A resonant clang echoed through the air. As the guillotine was poised to sever Leo's right arm in a moment of dire urgency, a golden sphere of light, arriving with astonishing speed, collided with the side of the guillotine. The meticulously compressed blade of light was forcibly diverted from its original trajectory, propelled skyward by the sphere. The violent clash of two highly compressed energies emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering metal. Boom! The ascendant sphere, unable to contain the tumultuous energy within, underwent a violent expansion in the atmosphere, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The resultant shockwave unleashed winds that wreaked havoc across half of the Japanese archipelago, creating a spectacle of clear skies above and tumultuous waves below. With Xiang Yu's increasingly adept manipulation of energy, he had mastered the ability to delay the internal explosion of the energy wave until the moment it made contact with an object, maintaining its impact force for a period before unleashing its full potential. Having feared for Leo's limbs moments prior, he spared no effort and unleashed the energy sphere with all his might. Compared to the energy wave, the formation of the energy sphere was swifter, more potent, and the explosion's radius was more concentrated, akin to Vegeta's Big Bang attack. With a swift motion, Xiang Yu appeared before Leo, adopting a battle stance to signify his position. That attack was initiated by you? Jack, who had been merely spectating and had not utilized his bracelet, struggled to contain his astonishment and stammered his question. In truth, Xiang Yu's extraordinary display of power during their first encounter with the twin monsters had already left the Zhu Xing Tuan in a state of shock. However, given the urgency of the situation, Tuan had suppressed his emotional turmoil to focus on how to effectively utilize this newfound strength against the monster. As time progressed, although Tuan continued to be surprised by Xiang Yu's capabilities, the intensity of his emotional reactions had lessened significantly. For Tuan, whose perception of Xiang Yu had greatly evolved, expectations of his ally naturally grew stronger. He was indifferent to the reasons behind the adversary's formidable strength. Yet, for the Ultraman brothers, Xiang Yu was a fresh adversary, and coupled with his declaration of intent, they marked him as an enemy, leading to their astonishment. No longer could they afford to hold back. This was the unanimous thought that arose within the Ultraman brothers. Jack's Ultraman bracelet glimmered faintly in response to his thoughts, while Zafy pondered whether to employ the M87 ray. Let's transform. Xiang Yu did not respond to Jack's inquiry, instead casting a glance at Astra, who was hastily retreating from the battlefield, and made his decision. Xiang Yu, what brings you here? Feng Yuan did not immediately acknowledge Xiang Yu's request to transform, his tone filled with urgency. He had chosen to battle alone to prevent Xiang Yu from becoming embroiled in this conflict. Having listened intently during their earlier meeting, he was acutely aware of the potential implications Xiang Yu held for the Land of Light. This predicament had arisen from his brother's actions, and as an elder brother, he felt a sense of obligation to shoulder the burden. However, Xiang Yu had no such necessity. Initially relieved that Xiang Yu had refrained from intervening, Feng Yuan was dismayed when Xiang Yu ultimately foolishly engaged. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, he lamented that had it not been for Xiang Yu's intervention, he could have become a casualty. Yet, Feng Yuan failed to consider that while they had forged a deep friendship, Xiang Yu would not stand idly by for uncertain benefits. Even without the various supports from the Land of Light, Xiang Yu remained confident that with relentless training, his Saiyan physique would eventually allow him to wield absolute power in this vast cosmos. Enough with the idle chatter. Xiang Yu snapped at Feng Yuan, exasperated by his unnecessary hesitations. Transform quickly and efficiently. Given the Ultraman brothers' recent display against Leo, Xiang Yu felt confident in his ability to triumph, especially considering that Ultraman had time constraints on Earth. However, time was of the essence. Having identified Astra as a potential threat, Xiang Yu aimed for a swift resolution, intent on subduing the Ultraman brothers and apprehending the true instigator. As the Ultraman brothers, recovering from their shock, resolved to unleash their full power, they were suddenly taken aback when Leo detransformed. Are they not planning to fight? However, their confusion was soon dispelled as a dazzling light erupted from Leo's former position, revealing the form of Super Leo, once again unsettling the Ultraman brothers. It seemed that the state resulting from his fusion with Fengyuan was a cognitive shock to the other Ultramen. Something felt amiss. His strength? As he sensed the fluctuations in his internal energy, Xiang Yu realized something was wrong. This power was significantly diminished, barely reaching half of its previous strength. What could be the cause? Despite his confusion, his physical movements remained unimpeded. Even with only half his strength, he was more than capable of handling the Ultraman brothers before him. What? So fast? Jack attempted to utilize his telekinetic control over the Ultraman bracelet, only to see Leo suddenly vanish, followed by an overwhelming gust of wind. Bang! A sharp pain surged through Jack's abdomen, and his body was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing heavily into a small mountain 10 kilometers away. Ugh! The intense recoil forced Jack, now severely injured, to revert from his giant form back to his original self, Yashiki. Xiang Yu was not targeting the weaker opponents. Rather, he had sensed a subtle threat emanating from this unassuming Ultraman, one that even the previous Bodhisattva-faced Ultraman had failed to evoke. Determined to resolve matters swiftly, Xiang Yu had allowed the opponent to initiate the confrontation. Out of kindness, he even refrained from exerting excessive force, delivering a punch to Jack with pure physical strength, devoid of any energy enhancement. As for the remaining three, the muscular figures posed little threat. Thus, he decided to first address the Bodhisattva-faced Ultraman. Xiang Yu assessed the remaining Ultraman brothers' powers and made his decision. Zoffy, who was still contemplating whether to use the M87 ray, and the muscular first generation, whom Xiang Yu regarded as mere showpieces, managed to escape the situation unexpectedly. As Super Leo charged at him with great intensity, Ace barely had time to conjure the ultimate guillotine, hastily firing an uncharged metallium ray, which Leo effortlessly dispersed. The subsequent Z-ray and eightfold light wheel were also skillfully evaded by Xiang Yu. Executing a soaring flip, Xiang Yu unleashed a swift kick at Ace. Take a nap. Ace faintly heard Leo's whisper before losing consciousness. Xiang Yu harbored a deep admiration for Ace's cutting technique. Throughout the history of Dragon Ball, he believed the Spirit Slash ranked among the top 3 most lethal skills under equal power conditions, excluding destructive capacity. This was considering that the Spirit Bomb, aimed at evil, could not even fell the newly arrived prince on Earth, yet could eliminate the Super One-Star Dragon. The potency of this technique was contingent upon the size of the energy and the malevolence of the opponent, reflecting a semblance of rule-based skill. Nonetheless, the Spirit Slash was highly damaging, minimally destructive, and required little energy, rendering it nearly perfect. With the formidable combat prowess exhibited by Colin, evidenced by his ability to sever the tail of the second phase De Wong, it is evident that the energy consumption is indeed minimal. After all, the disparity in combat strength and the total amount of energy between the two sides is vast. In scenarios of equal combat capacity, the expenditure may only be slightly greater than that of a minor wave in the prince's battle strategy. Observing the shadow of Qi Yuan Zhan emanating from the Ao Te Duan Tu Dao, Xiang Yu naturally did not wish to miss such a skill. Thus, it was prudent to express goodwill, as it might help resolve any misunderstandings later on. With half of the enemy's combat power already diminished, Xiang Yu, once again lost in thought, had yet to experience the harsh realities of the future, and as such, he was destined to learn a lesson from his reckless behavior. Just as he prepared to muster his strength, a derisive yet sinister laughter interrupted the ongoing battle. What a splendid performance! Unfortunately, I have already witnessed enough. Astra, having soared high into the sky, was now aiming the Ao Te Ki at the gathered crowd below. Astra, who had initially approached the battlefield with caution, finally seized the opportune moment. Observing the fierce clash below and having no time to consider anything else, he could not help but feel a sense of triumph. He had always suspected that the infamous Leo could not be as weak as he appeared. His meticulous plans were designed precisely to orchestrate a confrontation between the Light Kingdom and Leo. Thankfully, his efforts had not been in vain. Seeing this, Astra decided to abandon all restraint. He soared upwards with all his might, his finger tightening on the trigger of the Ao Te Ki, beginning to charge its energy. In truth, the understanding of the Ao Te Ki, a treasure of the Light Kingdom, was incomplete across the universe. While it was indeed capable of obliterating asteroids with a single shot, the Ao Te Ki could also gather energy. Its power would amplify as the energy charge increased. You shall all turn to cosmic dust along with this solar system. Feeling the immense energy accumulating in the Aote key, Astra let out a maniacal laugh of triumph. After unleashing this devastating strike, he would immediately board the luxurious spaceship he had acquired at great expense, utilizing space-jumping technology to escape this star domain. Ever since discovering the true capabilities of the Aote key through a certain channel, the Baba Air people had devised this audacious plan. The rising fame of Leo and Astra's serendipitous encounter had created a perfect loop for his scheme. Soon, the downfall of the Light Kingdom would elevate his reputation to unprecedented heights, surpassing even that of the Dark Emperor and Bei La Xingren. All the great powers across the universe would recount his illustrious deeds, revering his might. Baba Air could already envision himself standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, basking in the adoration of the masses, his heart swelling with pride. This energy fluctuation, how could it be so powerful? Upon sensing the terrifying energy contained within the Aote key, Xiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He had already transformed into Super Leo with unwavering resolve, yet, in a moment of flamboyance against Ace, he had squandered precious time, leading to this unexpected turn of events. Damn it, Saiyan people must never be reckless. While lamenting, he charged towards Astra with all his strength. He needed to prevent his adversary. The power converging in the Aote key was far too terrifying. If it struck Earth, not only would the planet be reduced to mere dust, but the resulting energy shockwave could potentially disrupt the already unstable nuclear reactions of the Sun. The ensuing chain reaction would be sufficient to obliterate the entire solar system. Thus, he dared not employ a more potent or faster energy ball attack, fearing it might prematurely detonate the energy stored within the Aote key. Damn it, time is running out. Super Leo's inexplicable reduction in strength had become the greatest variable in this battle. This fellow was too far away. The energy charge within the Aote key suddenly halted, erupting into a blinding white light that enveloped the entire sky. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous clap tore through the air, reverberating like a celestial bolt of lightning, precisely striking the Aote key held by the Baba Air people. Within that bolt of lightning lay a special power of law, which not only shattered the Aote key but also neutralized the impending cataclysmic energy within it. Clang! The severed Aote key plummeted, embedding itself deeply into the earth. Enough! Take a good look at who stands before you. The thunder coalesced into a towering giant, whose voice resonated with authority and grandeur, echoing throughout the realm. The giant donned a regal cloak of silver and red, his eyes blazing like two fervent red stars, imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. A faint golden aura radiated from him. Merely standing there made him the very center of the universe, evoking involuntary reverence. The visitor was none other than the universally acknowledged sovereign of the Light Kingdom, the Aote King. With a gentle wave of his hand, a crimson beam of light struck Astra. In an instant, the red figure began to twist and transform, gradually revealing the true form of the Baba Air people like a fading canvas. This is watching the Baba Air people being forcibly unveiled by the Ao Wang during their flight. Zophie and the other Aote brothers were taken aback, swiftly engulfed by a tidal wave of fury. They had all been deceived. Ao Wang, greetings. As the leader, Zophie suppressed his rage, addressing the Aote king with utmost respect. The Ao Wang extended his hand in greeting to Zophie, as if sensing something. With a flick of his cloak, a gentle breeze, speckled with starlight, swept over the Aote brothers. For reasons unknown, the previously irritable Ace suddenly felt a profound sense of tranquility, while Zophie, Jack, and the first generation experienced a significant reduction in their anger towards being toyed with by the Baba Air people. What is happening to us? Why have we so easily turned our blades against a fellow Aote warrior who might share our ideals? The collective reflection of the Aote brothers revealed their confusion regarding their prior actions. They had heard of the Baba Air people's mastery of mimicry. Similarly, numerous races in the universe, such as the Jia Labu people, were adept in transformation. Yet, they had rashly attacked a warrior standing beside Saiyan, who likely harbored a sense of justice, simply because of Astra's appearance. Such actions were a gross violation of the principles of the Aote warriors. Were we influenced by negative energy? The Ao Wang's red gaze fell upon the contemplative expressions of the Aote brothers, internally lamenting. The spread of this malevolent force is alarmingly rapid. with a potency that can even affect the warriors of justice. The turmoil across the multiverse has left this old body feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It is time to summon those old fellows. The Ao Wang mused, pondering that he could not bear the burden of all the dirty work alone. By the way, what a baba air. The Aote brothers, caught in their reflections, suddenly realized that the mastermind behind the theft of the Aote key and their humiliation had yet to be apprehended. Just as they prepared to pursue, they were halted. Stop. The Ao Wang's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, interrupting the Aote brothers' advance. The Baba Air people are not your immediate priority. He gestured toward the severed Aote key, continuing, the crisis facing the Light Kingdom is urgent. I shall accompany you to stabilize the planet's orbital trajectory. Yes, Your Majesty Ao Wang. The Aote brothers responded respectfully. However, at that moment, the iron-headed child could not resist voicing a question. Ao Wang, why do you not directly repair the Aote key? The Ao Wang's expression, previously serene, momentarily faltered before returning to an enigmatic demeanor, pointing towards Xiang Yu, who had been silently observing. The future of the Light Kingdom ultimately rests upon the shoulders of you young individuals. I have faith in your ability to resolve this crisis. He spoke slowly, as if everything were within his grasp. I, an old man, cannot constantly monitor your every move. Strive for growth. As for repairing the Aote key, the key may very well lie with this young man. Huh, me? The unexpected turn of events left Xiang Yu momentarily stunned, but he quickly grasped that the person being referred to was likely Feng Yuan. Indeed, the gaze of the king of Aowang seemed to pierce through all facades, as the true Astra was ensnared in a separate dimension by Babar. Rescuing him would lead to a heartfelt reunion among brothers, and the light of miracles would naturally blossom forth. With a gentle tap of his fingertip, Aowang infused a starry glow into Xiang Yu's forehead, transmitting coordinates. As for you, Aowang's gaze seemed to penetrate through Leo's form, directly meeting Xiang Yu's eyes. I understand the doubts that dwell within your heart. Yet, this is not the moment for answers. Once this matter is resolved, I shall elucidate your uncertainties. He knows my origins. This was Xiang Yu's first thought. Goodness, a riddle master. This was his second thought. However, the other party's words clearly ignited a long-buried curiosity within Xiang Yu. It seemed to suggest that there was a reason for his arrival here. This stirred Xiang Yu, who had already settled into the mindset of acceptance, into a frenzy of excitement. If the other party was aware of the reason, perhaps one day he could truly return to the Dragon Ball world. Aowang's profound and enigmatic remarks successfully captivated the Ultraman brothers and Xiang Yu, preserving his concealed dignity. Indeed, he was reluctant to admit that the Ultraman key was mishandled due to his haste. The number of universes requiring cleansing was steadily increasing, and even the control over his doppelganger's powers was waning. Aowang felt a tinge of helplessness. The Dragon Clan had certainly left a considerable mess in this realm. To maintain his persona, he had no choice but to frame it as a trial for the youth, justifying his actions. Ultimately, this would also serve as an opportunity to formally integrate Leo into the Kingdom of Light. Indeed, everything remained as per the plan. In truth, it was fortunate that he was already acquainted with Leo's father and was aware of certain royal secrets of L77, allowing him to weave the narrative back together. By the way, here is something for you. Aowang's hand glimmered with light as his silver royal cape floated gracefully, draping over Leo's shoulders. The cape shimmered and transformed, its radiant silver light swiftly condensing into a majestic golden armlet that snugly fit against Leo's arm. The future universe would plunge into deeper turmoil. Leo, please look after my old self a bit longer. After bestowing the equipment, Aowang feigned a casual pat on his back. He had always admired the son of his old friend, longing for a chance to reveal himself and provide equipment when the young Leo confronted formidable foes. Unfortunately, he found himself stretched thin, with little time to monitor Leo's movements, and it was only now that he seized the opportunity to fulfill his intent. However, with Leo having developed a profound bond with Hope, perhaps there was no longer a need for excessive concern on his part. This thought brought a measure of comfort to Aowang, dispelling his previous inclination to closely nurture Leo. Leo had already stepped beyond the predetermined path. It was better to trust these young ones. The older generation should refrain from excessive meddling. Chapter 34. Has the high command of the defense team lost their minds? Following a heartfelt elder-like admonition, Aowang, along with Zophie and the Ultraman brothers, transformed into streams of light. hastening towards the Kingdom of Light to stabilize the trajectory of the out-of-control planet, which was the pressing concern. Xiang Yu remained rooted in place, taking the time to digest Wang's riddles and promises before deciding against immediately heading to Astra's coordinates, opting instead to revert to his original form. He needed to confirm something with Feng Yuan. Fantastic. I knew Astra would never do such a thing. Upon learning the details from Xiang Yu, Feng Yuan was overjoyed, dancing around like a child weighing several tons. However, Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu scratched his head and posed the crucial question. Do you possess the ability to repair the Ultraman key? Wang, that old riddle master, fearing further inquiries after dropping a heavy bombshell, hastily shoved a piece of equipment into his hands to silence him and then departed without a word. After briefly skimming through the instructions for the Ultraman bracelet, Xiang Yu looked up to find no one in sight. It was one thing not to clarify matters, but upon reviewing Leo's skill set, he found no ability related to repairs. Could it be that this old man was merely deceiving me? With no other options, Xiang Yu decided to revert to his original form and inquired directly with Feng Yuan. What you mentioned must be our L77 royal family's unique combination secret technique. Feng Yuan recalled carefully, affirming, this technique is inscribed within our bloodline and can only be invoked between blood relatives. As long as it is executed alongside a blood relative, the corresponding abilities will naturally awaken without the need for learning. It cannot be performed alone. Feng Yuan explained that as for whether the combination technique includes a skill to repair the Ultraman key, he was unsure, having never utilized it before. However, since he is the king of the Kingdom of Light, he surely wouldn't deceive us. In any case, once we rescue Astra, we shall find out. At this point, the excited Feng Yuan could hardly contain himself and urged Xiang Yu to act. All right, it seems I shall not be able to learn it, my hopes dashed. Xiang Yu turned to the suddenly animated and then abruptly silent Zhu Xingtuan, whose expression was one of hesitation. However, let's first hear what our captain has to say. The moment Zhu Xingtuan had unexpectedly revived, he sent a mental message to Xiang Yu, indicating that there was something urgent to discuss. This was another reason for Xiang Yu to revert to his original form. Xiang Yu, to keep it brief, there are now two pressing matters. While Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan were conversing, Tuan had already organized his thoughts, understanding that this was not the time for lengthy discussions, succinctly conveying two pieces of bad news. The first matter is that the space station, which has proven nearly useless as a teammate, has now unexpectedly made a contribution by detecting a colossal out-of-control planet heading towards Earth. The second matter is that the higher-ups of the defense team, upon learning of the situation, are actually preparing to obliterate this out-of-control planet. This was also unexpected for Tuan, as they had retained the arm missile, which left him with a profound impression. He genuinely had not anticipated that amidst the many advanced technologies lost to personnel changes, this planet-destroying weapon would still be preserved. Just recently, the Earth's High Command had issued orders that once the planet entered the solar system, the arm missile would be launched to destroy it. According to calculations, this would occur within the next few days. Xiang Yu was taken aback, not out of surprise at the Earth's military possessing planet-destroying weaponry, but rather, did they not know it belonged to the Kingdom of Light? This was the crux of Xiang Yu's astonishment. Initially unaware, but I informed them, Tuan gravely nodded, which was why the higher-ups were willing to delay the launch for 2 days. However, once the Kingdom of Light enters the solar system, even if they are aware that it is Ultraman's homeland, they will undoubtedly perceive it as a threat and seek to destroy it. Wait, that is not what I meant. Xiang Yu interrupted Tuan's forthcoming words, clarifying, what I mean is, does the military not understand the power of the Kingdom of Light? Even with planet-destroying missiles, a planet is still a star, and a star is also a star. Moreover, considering the description of the Kingdom of Light provided by Zhu Xingtuan, which exceeds both in mass and size compared to a star, even if the Kingdom of Light lacks any special defensive measures, can a single missile merely scratch its surface? Furthermore, as the stronghold of Ultraman, with so many Ultramen present, even if not every one of them is as formidable as the Ultraman brothers, could not several Ultramen unleash their beams to intercept this missile? Who exactly is the defense team threatening with their toys? Indeed, I know this well. Tuan replied bitterly with a smile. He had never truly worried that the defense team's higher-ups could obliterate the Kingdom of Light. Should the Kingdom of Light, even under Wang's power, fail to hold together, the probability of that occurring is certainly greater than the likelihood of the arm missile destroying it. However, as a human from Earth, Tuan feared that the reckless actions of the higher-ups might lead to a rift between the Kingdom of Light and Earth. Although it is often proclaimed that humanity must ultimately rely on its own strength to safeguard the Earth, the organization is acutely aware that without the protection of Ultraman, humanity may soon face a new wave of indigenous inhabitants. The Land of Light is no mere third-rate civilization in the cosmos, should Earth encounter calamity. It cannot expect Cebu to come to its aid this time. The high-ranking officials of the Defense Force are recklessly endangering the entire planet, as Xiang Yu lamented, yet still provided Tuan with a reassuring promise. Do not fret about that. Have you forgotten that I can intercept? He would not allow the Land of Light to witness the arm missile's launch. Once the missile ascended beyond the atmosphere, he could simply destroy it. At this distance, the worst that could occur would be minor tsunamis and typhoons, akin to a monster's arrival. This explosion could serve as a celebratory welcome from the Earth's inhabitants to the visitors from the Land of Light. Furthermore, I intend to accompany Feng Yuan to rescue his trapped brother, offering Tuan a boost of confidence. If all goes as planned, we will not even need to wait for them to launch the missile. This visit from the Land of Light presents an opportunity to restore Tuan's transformation abilities. I too wish to see the Land of Light and discover what this legendary utopia truly is. Hence, this colossal object resembling a giant cocoon contains the genuine Astra? In the vast emptiness of deep space, Xiang Yu sensed the immense chrysalis floating ahead, perfectly aligned with the coordinates provided by the King of Ultra, and his heart filled with certainty. If it resembles a cocoon, it must be vulnerable to fire. Thus, I shall employ this tactic. Having already mastered the majority of Leo's skills, Xiang Yu swiftly identified the appropriate technique. Thermal energy ray. Brother. The searing brilliance instantaneously melted away the restraints enveloping Astra, allowing him to break free. Gazing through the swirling steam at the hazy yet familiar silhouette, Astra could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, brother? However, as the mist dissipated and the figure's form and presence became increasingly defined, Astra hesitated. The figure withdrew the term brother and questioned, who is this person? Why do they dress so similarly to my brother? Chapter 34. Worldview and Power Setting, Real-Time Updates. Welcome to discuss. First, I must express my frustration that I cannot initiate work-related discussions here. Let me build a foundation. It is well known that the concept of betrayal in tokusatsu narratives is a common topic. The actual performance and the established settings cannot be said to be identical, merely entirely unrelated. Of course, Dragon Ball has its share of issues, particularly in the latter stages. I am referring to you. The insignificant character who was scratched by an ordinary Earthling's gun during the Super period. Here, I would like to reiterate that my previous statement regarding Saiyans being only marginally stronger than Earthlings refers to their inability to withstand planet-destroying explosions like Frieza. It is inconceivable that they would be perceived as unable to defend against ordinary bullets. Despite the idiotic scenes in Super and Goku's contradictory behavior, I prefer to believe that it is merely a result of the writer's mismanagement, intentionally reducing the energy levels to match those of ordinary Earthlings. Nevertheless, it remains an undeniable fact that the Ultraman universe and the Dragon Ball universe are multidimensional realms. In an effort to achieve some semblance of balance and power levels, this book will incorporate various established references and narrative portrayals while adding my own insights to enhance the coherence of the story. As of Chapter 6, Xiang Yu's battle power is approximately 3,000, having experienced several near-death encounters. After fully recovering from his injuries, his strength should increase by around 1,000 to 2,000. By Chapter 20, his battle power hovers around 20,000, slightly surpassing Leo. By Chapter 40, Xiang Yu's battle power reaches 60,000 within Leo's universe. Excluding the God 4 and enhanced combined monsters, he is in an invincible state. By Chapter 60, the protagonist's standard battle power is 70,000, and upon merging with the enraged Leo, his strength skyrockets to 1.5 million. In the second volume, The Blazer Arc, the protagonist's power is utterly unmatched, characterized by a fearless dominance. I have noticed many individuals fixating on the protagonist's lack of familiarity with Ultraman, which is perplexing. Even within monumental franchises like Dragon Ball, there are numerous individuals who only recognize the name Goku. So a protagonist who is entirely unaware of the foundational knowledge of the Ultraman universe is not particularly anomalous. Moreover, if the audience truly desires for the protagonist to possess a basic understanding of the Ultraman universe, I could arrange for him to gain insight after the Blazer arc, during the Diga arc, and subsequently explore the Red Ball film series to fill in the gaps of Ultraman's storyline. but this would only extend up to the new generation. Beyond that, the newer series, aside from those like X, Orb, Z, and Tiga, would likely be viewed as lackluster by seasoned Ultraman enthusiasts. Furthermore, the protagonist's lack of knowledge concerning Ultraman's narrative will not hinder his capabilities. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding the thrill of the story. The author's decision for the protagonist to be unfamiliar with Ultraman's plot stems from the recognition that many readers may have limited knowledge of it. Additionally, I believe that given the Saiyan's extraordinary nature, ignorance of the Ultraman universe could foster conflict and memorable moments. After all, being a Saiyan entails relying on the narrative's foresight to gain strength, which would be an affront to their inherent abilities. Regarding the groundwork laid in the first 20 chapters, some have commented on the protagonist's struggle against monsters. This brings us to the premise of this narrative. Firstly, referencing the body swap between Xiang and Goku, which resulted in mediocre performance, it is evident that unfamiliarity with one's own body significantly hampers combat effectiveness. The protagonist currently faces a similar predicament. If his inherent strength is 3,000, but he is injured and his soul is not fully integrated, he can only exert around 1,000 of his potential. Under life and death pressure, his instincts would take over, and Teraphis, the original body, would not meticulously control the energy, resulting in a full display of his combat prowess. This is exemplified in the initial confrontation between the prince and Goku. Despite the prince being a Saiyan elite with superior training and combat skills compared to an ordinary low-class warrior, the circumstances leading to the protagonist's initial struggles are hardly surprising. Secondly, and most importantly, the Ultraman universe's power levels are not weak, whether through technological prowess or individual strength. The capability to destroy stars is not uncommon. Without delving into the dimension bomb that could annihilate the entire universe, several classic Ultraman characters have been explicitly stated to possess stellar or planetary strength. Leo, for instance, effortlessly obliterated the planet Black with a single beam. Numerous other characters exhibit similar star-busting capabilities. 1. Zoffi, SM-87 beam, which is recognized as the most potent single attack among the Ultra Warriors, is officially described as having the power to destroy asteroids. In the original series, Zoffi himself stated, "My M87 beam is the strongest among the brothers, possessing the ability to shatter asteroids." 2. The original Ultraman's telekinesis was capable of altering the trajectory of a massive comet. Demonstrating the energy required to change the course of such a celestial body could easily suffice to obliterate a star if transformed into a lethal energy beam. 3. The combined beam of the Ultra Brothers, which also showcases their formidable strength. Setting. The Empire Star people have brought a bomb capable of annihilating Earth. In a united effort to avert disaster, the 5 Ultraman brothers, Zoffi, First Generation, 7, Jack, and Ace, simultaneously unleash their most formidable beams of light, including the M87 beam and the Spatium beam. The quintet's combined energies successfully neutralize the bomb's explosive potential, averting catastrophe. It is essential to note that the Ultraman are a peace-loving collective, disregarding the limitations of early special effects. They possess the ability to destroy stars, but would never target Earth. Zoffi, fearing the overwhelming power of M78, refrains from unleashing it, earning him the moniker of Captain Infernus. Moreover, most monsters and extraterrestrials inherently seek to dominate Earth, not to destroy it. Even if a monster possessed the capability to obliterate a star, it would not destroy Earth. Akin to later developments in Dragon Ball where even the slightest action could lead to Earth's ruin, yet a mere blast results in a crater. One could argue that the Z fighters, wishing to protect Earth, can control their power, concentrating their strength. Alternatively, if the planet requires bolstering from Shenron, fans who do not adhere strictly to the original narrative must either rationalize the discrepancies or simply overlook them. Consequently, I posit that Ultraman from the Showa era, akin to the Ultraman Defense Force, possesses at least the capability to obliterate a star, and acknowledging the evolution of OG, later Ultraman exhibits stellar-level prowess. The Ultraman universe, being a multiverse, boasts a high ceiling for power, and the gravitas of God 4 is unparalleled, as evidenced by the performance of the King of Ultraman, who can create miniature universes and unify with the cosmos. In contrast, Super Saiyan transformations, while impressive, appear less formidable. It is worth noting that God 4 and other Ultraman do not belong to the same echelon. The disparity is akin to that between a human and a Saiyan. The ultimate Ultraman of the new era cannot hope to match the prowess of God 4. The later Ultraman brothers, excluding Rega and Infinite Little Dream, are roughly on par with the ultimate Ultraman of the new generation, potentially matching Frieza's forms from baby to final. Initially, protagonists with combat powers in the millions can dominate. Barring encounters with bug-like monsters or exceptional entities like Max's Yefe or Jack's Light Demon, which I would avoid at all costs. Another crucial aspect of my narrative is the connection between the human form and Ultraman, indicating that if the protagonist's combat power escalates into the millions, it would render the storyline implausible. Therefore, I have deliberately slowed the protagonist's power growth in the early chapters, providing a rationale for this pacing rather than resorting to arbitrary constraints. The current state of the protagonist reflects a more genuine progression without external enhancements. Ultimately, this narrative will showcase the formidable strength of Science while illustrating the synergy between Science and Ultraman, resulting in power augmentations akin to that of the Great Ape transformation or even Super Saiyan forms. Through the unique essence of Ultraman's light, the protagonist's Super Saiyan transformation may yield unprecedented changes, transcending conventional Saiyan limits. Thus, I urge readers to exercise patience as the plot unfolds, and I shall gradually reveal my meticulously crafted Ultraman and Dragon Ball universes. For now, that is all. I will add more in Chapter 35. Astra, do not leave. An exclamation filled with excitement and longing echoed as a tall red figure appeared before Astra like a gust of wind, enveloping him in an irresistible warmth. Xiang Yu stood astonished. I did not move. Wait, has my power returned? In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, and upon closer inspection, he realized that his strength was now even greater than in his prime by a considerable margin. Was this the awakening of Feng Yuan's consciousness? Unbeknownst to Xiang Yu, Ultraman is an entity profoundly influenced by belief and will, which directly impacts their combat prowess. To some extent, Ultraman and Science share similarities, both capable of unleashing several times their usual power through mental fortitude. However, compared to Ultraman, Science possess a higher baseline and more stable power increases. Once mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation is achieved, they can activate it at will without peculiar conditions. Therefore, when Feng Yuan faced Astra's drastic personality shift and the necessity to oppose the Ultraman brothers, his wavering conviction led to a halving of his power post-transformation. Yet, after Xiang Yu explained the circumstances and they joyfully reunited as true brothers, Feng Yuan's fervent emotions surged, allowing him to break free from the latent limitations imposed on Xiang Yu's Saiyan energy and regain control of his body. With a more resolute belief, Feng Yuan not only restored Super Leo to his full strength, but even advanced further. Xiang Yu sensed an unprecedented, extraordinary light merging with his being, as if shattering some invisible shackles and lightening his form. As he savored the joy and gratitude emanating from that light, he immediately understood its origin. The wonder of Ultraman never ceases to amaze. He could still reclaim control over the body, yet at this moment, he chose to relinquish dominion to Feng Yuan. Feeling the changes within, Xiang Yu's heart raced with excitement. He sensed that when he resumed training in his human form, his combat power might surge dramatically. A blessing in disguise, he mused, buoyed by the assurance from the king and his own enhanced abilities. As a mere observer, he gleefully watched the unfolding reunion between the brothers. What of those who have never seen Ultraman? Who else possesses my unique circumstances? Xiang Yu thought merrily, realizing he might be a jester at heart. Astra, this is the Ultraman key. We must restore it together without delay. Leo, with Feng Yuan at the helm, discerned the urgency and, after a brief exchange of nostalgia, promptly returned to Earth with his brother. Their prior reminiscing revolved around childhood secrets only the two shared, reinforcing Astra's belief in Leo's true identity, rather than any imposter from Babar. Although Astra did not deem Babar's transformation skills as incompetent, he recalled the moment Babar transformed into his likeness and dismissed his character while acknowledging his technical prowess. Nevertheless, the familiar aura of light, the resonance of their shared bloodline, and their unique childhood memories assured Astra that this was indeed his brother. On their journey back to Earth, the two brothers attempted a combined technique, instilling confidence in their ability to repair the Ultraman key. Leo and Astra faced each other, arms crossed, and simultaneously unleashed brilliant beams of blue restorative light. The two beams intertwined mid-air, merging into a colossal column of light that enveloped the severed Ultraman key. The key floated and rotated in the radiance, its fractured edges glowing brilliantly before seamlessly rejoining as one. Splendid. Astra, let us return the key to the land of light. Leo exclaimed, visibly relieved and exhilarated at the restored key. To Leo's surprise, Astra lowered his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he gently declined. Brother, I may not be able to accompany you. Depart? Why must you leave? Upon hearing Astra's words, Leo, who had been reveling in their reunion and the resolution of the crisis in the land of light, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him, and he urgently inquired. He had envisioned inviting Astra to reside on Earth, his second home. Brother, I actually escaped from the slave ship of magma. Observing the anxious expression on Leo Yu's face, Astra felt compelled to reveal the truth. For years, he had been evading their pursuit, unable to remain on any single planet for an extended period. Astra possessed a profound understanding of the Magma clan, the very perpetrators responsible for the devastation of his homeland. Their power was far beyond what he and his elder brother, Leo Yu, could contend with. As a fugitive, he was a prime target for the Magma, with what appeared to be a tracking device embedded in the unremovable slave leg chain he bore. Despite his reluctance, he could not allow his brother to be implicated in his plight. Magma? Leo Yu was taken aback, initially expecting Astra to harbor some unspeakable secret, only to be met with this revelation. Indeed, brother, my current situation truly renders it unsuitable for us to be together. Astra observed Leo Yu's stunned expression and assumed he was merely frightened by the Magma's infamous reputation. He reassured his brother, fear not, for I can protect myself. We shall have the opportunity to reunite. Once you join the Kingdom of Light and receive their training, we shall one day avenge our kin against the Magma clan. Unbeknownst to him, Leo Yu's expression was gradually shifting to one of incredulity. Astra, lost in the narrative of a tragic hero, continued to pour forth his thoughts. If you are referring to the ones who annihilated our homeland, and there are no duplicates in name, I believe you need not flee, Leo Yu spoke slowly. For they have been nearly eradicated by myself and Xiang Yu. What? Astra was momentarily bewildered, forgetting to inquire about Xiang Yu's identity. As he was utterly stunned by his brother's words, Leo Yu succinctly recounted the actions he had taken in the cosmos to obliterate the Magma's main forces. Ah, I see. Astra stammered, a dawning realization washing over him. It made sense now why he had been cautioned against venturing to the planet where Leo Yu resided. It was no wonder the Magma clan had not been pursuing him of late. So, I have been engaged in a battle of wits with thin air this entire time? As Astra gradually pieced together the implications, he recalled his earlier remarks to his brother. A blush crept onto his face, glistening with a silvery metallic sheen, as he realized the embarrassment of the situation. How shameful. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Leo Yu, unperturbed by Astra's mortification, placed his hands on his brother's shoulders, joyfully declaring, Little brother, now that you have arrived, do not leave. Let us consider this place our second home. In the vast expanse of the universe, two crimson figures soared at an astonishing speed. Since the Kingdom of Light had reached the Milky Way, their destination was not far from the solar system. The brothers did not transform into light spheres for faster-than-light travel. Instead, they flew at full speed in their normal forms, allowing for continued conversation. Brother, is Xiang Yu truly your terrestrial form? Astra inquired with curiosity. Having resolved his own dilemma, he developed a keen interest in the companion his brother seemed to share a profound bond with. Wandering through the cosmos, Astra's knowledge of the Kingdom of Light surpassed that of Leo Yu, and he understood the typical nature of such bonds. Thus, he was particularly intrigued by the individual who had instigated such a significant transformation in Leo Yu. This seems to differ from the information I have on the bond. Leo Yu scratched his head, uncertain. I'm not entirely sure if it qualifies. Perhaps I am the one who serves as his terrestrial form. Ah. Feng Yuan was equally uncertain about the nature of their connection. After all, the primary power of Super Leo Yu stemmed from Xiang Yu, specifically from the latent, tumultuous energy within him. Leo Yu himself seemed to provide the foundation for the colossal energy of light. Such a miraculous occurrence. Leo Yu briefly recounted his encounter with Xiang Yu and the latter's extraordinary abilities. Astra expressed his newfound wisdom, realizing the vastness of the universe had indeed expanded his perspective. However, this was primarily due to his limited exposure to external information. Otherwise, he would have understood that this was no mere parochial view, but possibly a unique phenomenon within the entire Ultraman multiverse. As Astra regarded Xiang Yu as a formidable ally, He felt a deep appreciation for the friend his brother spoke of. Had it not been for Xiang Yu, Leo Yu might have faced dire consequences in his previous predicament, leaving their reunion in jeopardy. Wait. Feng Yuan halt. Just as the brothers were engrossed in their lively discussion about Xiang Yu, the latter suddenly awakened from autopilot mode. Having been acutely attuned to the changes within himself, he sensed a significant energy fluctuation rapidly approaching from behind. Enough with the reminiscing. Xiang Yu interjected, exasperated. These two brothers have not seen each other in ages, yet they are utterly oblivious to the evident disturbance. Returning his focus, Feng Yuan, utilizing Super Leo Yu's perceptive abilities, quickly identified the source of concern. What is that? They both exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the entity. A missile? At that moment, Earth was engulfed in turmoil. For the leaders of Earth, it was akin to a seismic upheaval. The various star clusters, initially reassured by Xiang Yu, hastily approached the defense team's higher-ups to convey the alarming news. Among them, some indecisive individuals immediately opted to retract the missile, while others, steadfast in their resolve to launch it, remained contemplative. After witnessing the Leo Yu brothers restore and take the Ultraman key, the last remnants of their courage vanished, leading to a unanimous decision to cancel the launch as though nothing had transpired. Who is it? A furious senior officer of the defense team bellowed. Who dared to launch the missile? Is he mad? If he wishes to perish, he should not drag us down with him. How insane. The other high-ranking officials shared looks of panic, echoing his sentiments. They harbored ambitions, but were not foolish. Should they uncover the identity of the individual responsible for this debacle, they would ensure he suffered the consequences of long-abandoned tortures. Time pressed forward. The barbarians, whom the Ultraman brothers had intended to pursue, had not fled but remained on Earth. It was not out of courage. Rather, the barbarian feared the wrath of Leo Yu. However, the old king had stealthily damaged his vessel while revealing his true form, leaving him no avenue for escape. Thus, he disguised himself as a human, choosing to bide his time. During this transformation, he inadvertently gleaned a piece of information that rekindled his hopes. A missile capable of annihilating a planet? The barbarian, who had taken on the guise of a senior defense team member, overheard this revelation from a colleague. Ah, what a twist of fate. Once confirming the accuracy of the information and reviewing the classified details of the missile's combat performance, the barbarian was elated. Indeed, this was destiny. Upon further examination of the classified documents, the barbarian discovered that the weapon known as the missile was actually the R2 missile, a fortified version of the previously discontinued R1 missile, boasting tenfold the destructive power of its predecessor. Upon hearing the other high-ranking officials confidently proclaim that even the Kingdom of Light would be obliterated by this missile, the barbarian began to devise his cunning plan. The emotional turmoil experienced by Babel, who had been lost and then regained, led him to overlook the fact that Earthlings had never truly witnessed the actual scale of the Light Nation. Thus, what data could possibly support their conclusions? Babel remained unaware that the Earthlings, particularly the higher-ups of the defense force, were steeped in a tradition of stubborn bravado, boasting grandly regardless of their capabilities. Consequently, after patiently lying in wait for a while, once the Leo brothers departed with the Ultra Key, the Babel aliens, in their misguided cleverness, calculated the time it would take for their adversaries to reach the Light Nation based on the spaceship's faster-than-light speed. The timing seemed just right. Within a dimly lit control room, only a few screens emitted a faint glow. As the Babel aliens computed the time, one of them suddenly raised a slightly trembling hand and forcefully pressed the red button on the control panel. With a thunderous boom, the R2 missile, stealthily relocated to the launch pad by Babel, roared to life as the switch was activated. A tremendous surge of energy expelled a searing, focused flame from its rear, propelling the missile skyward at breakneck speed, racing toward its predetermined target. Ha! You are doomed, fools of the Light Nation. Who threw this trash? Looking at the missile that had effortlessly transformed into a cosmic firework, Xiang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. Wait, what was that symbol? Recalling that he had vaguely glimpsed an English letter R on the side of the missile, Xiang Yu seemed to remember something. Feng Yuan, tell Astra to return the key to the Light Nation first, Xiang Yu said earnestly, striving to suppress his inner fury. If necessary, he resolved that it was time to replace some of the higher-ups in the defense force, for if they were blessed with the brains of pigs, they ought to behave like swine. Let us return to Earth first. On Earth, the true protagonist, who had been repeatedly torn apart in the minds of the defense force's higher-ups, was now shamelessly revealing his colossal form, toying with the small aircraft that flitted about. Ha ha! Let this planet bear witness to my coronation. Babel cackled triumphantly, having achieved feats surpassing those of the Ampela aliens. He believed it was time for him to indulge in the fruits of his labor. This planet, as a witness to an event destined to be etched in history, was indeed fortunate. Having grown weary of the pesky little flies, after toying with the Mac fighter jets like a cat playing with a mouse, the Babel aliens decided to make an example of them, hoping to instill some discipline in these ungrateful earthlings. Just as Babel prepared to obliterate the fighter jet with a beam of light, a furious roar reverberated across much of the earth from the distant sky. Babel, you filthy dog. Chapter 37, 60 times gravity? What a splendid place. As Super Leo approached Earth, his extraordinary vision locked onto the chaos wrought by the Babel aliens in the city. Having witnessed various nefarious tactics from the adversary, Xiang Yu immediately recognized the culprit behind the arm missile. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Yuan, harboring deep-seated hatred for Babel, felt a surge of rage upon seeing him. Before Xiang Yu could utter a word, Feng Yuan took control of his body and screamed at Babel. You are in for it now. Truly, you have chosen the path of heaven and yet refuse to walk it, only to find yourself cornered. Leo descended like a meteor, not affording Babel any chance to react or speak, and with a punch imbued with intense energy, he obliterated the Babel alien into mere dust. Now that we have dealt with Babel, let us hurry and catch up with Astra, Xiang Yu urged, not wishing to linger on the matter. Were it not for his desire to teach the Earth-s higher-ups a lesson, he wouldn't have bothered returning at all. His thoughts had long since flown to the Light Nation. Meanwhile, the nearby citizens, still shaken, could only see the arrogant alien wreaking havoc in their city, while the ineffectual Mac once again failed to meet expectations. However, that alien's moment of bravado was short-lived, as a red beam of light descended upon them with an unfathomable speed. The crowd barely had time to comprehend the scene before the alien was reduced to a cloud of dust, with the red light vanishing without a trace. Had Ultraman intervened? A fortunate office worker who narrowly escaped Babel's grasp adjusted his crooked glasses and nervously inquired of the nearby security personnel. It must have been, came the reply. I say, Feng Yuan, do you remember the team leader mentioned that Ultraman can only accept the light of a peaceful and just heart, right? On their way back to the Light Nation, Xiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Yes, that is what the team said. Feng Yuan responded, puzzled. What is the matter? However, but when you defeated Babel just now, you seemed quite furious. This was the crux of Xiang Yu's inquiry. Through their shared connection, he could distinctly sense Feng Yuan's murderous intent and violent rage. Could this truly be considered a peaceful heart? Such intensity might even allow a Saiyan to achieve Super Saiyan status. Is that what you call a peaceful mindset? Huh. Feng Yuan was momentarily at a loss, speculating. Perhaps it's because I wasn't born in the Light Nation? Confronted with Xiang Yu's pressing question, Leo too found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, the requirements of Ultraman for human hosts were gleaned from the accounts of Xing Tuan. He could only conclude that the Ultraman of the Light Nation might need those specific conditions. After all, the Light Nation, as described by Xing Tuan, was a true utopian world. Conversely, his home planet, L77, while endowed with Ultraman's powers, was not free from conflict and crime, albeit in lesser quantities. Ah well, sighed Xiang Yu. It seems we will have to wait until we arrive at the Light Nation to clarify everything. As the two engaged in idle chatter, amidst the seemingly eternal darkness of deep space, a brilliantly bright point of light suddenly appeared. As they drew near at high speed, the light rapidly expanded in their view, gradually revealing its true form. A colossal celestial body, far larger than the sun, radiating a soft and luminous emerald glow. It seems this is the Light Nation, Xiang Yu remarked, nodding at the magnificent planet. At last, I have set eyes upon the headquarters of Ultraman. Filled with anticipation, he accelerated towards the verdant planet. Upon entering the atmosphere of the Light Nation, Leo felt a sudden weight as an unexpected gravitational force acted upon him. Brother Leo, Astra, who had been waiting, waved eagerly, standing alongside the Ultraman brothers led by Zophi. Greetings, Leo. Once again, we thank you and your brothers for repairing the Ultra Key. Zophi stepped forward, solemnly shaking hands with Xiang Yu in gratitude. It's nothing. We are all warriors fighting for justice. It's enough that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Xiang Yu replied earnestly. Since arriving in the Light Nation, Feng Yuan, aware of his own linguistic limitations and unable to whisper to his brother, had entrusted all diplomatic matters to Xiang Yu. Feng Yuan understood that Xiang Yu had many questions and thoughts that needed to be communicated to the Light Nation. Leo, our commander wishes to meet you to express gratitude. Xiang Yu was about to inquire further when he was interrupted by the enthusiastic Zoffy. Oh, never mind. Let us just follow along and complete the formalities. Xiang Yu resigned himself. Yet he knew it was best to respect local customs, as they still had ample time. With the return of the Ultra Key, the Light Nation was now firmly stabilized and steadily returning to the M78 Nebula at a controllable pace. You must be the Leo spoken of by the King of Light. Thank you for everything you have done for the Light Nation. Upon following Zoph into a magnificent structure akin to a crystal palace, a figure cloaked in a crimson cape, adorned with a pair of grand horns and exuding an extraordinary aura, expressed his gratitude to Xiang Yu in a tone that was both gentle and authoritative. This esteemed individual was none other than the actual supreme leader of the Land of Light, O2. True to his wisdom, O2, after conveying his appreciation and introducing himself, proceeded to introduce the Ultraman brothers standing behind him, deftly alleviating the awkwardness stemming from Xiang Yu's inability to recognize them all. Leo, my purpose in meeting you today is to formally invite you to join the Ultraman security team of our Land of Light. Following the pleasantries, Oda gradually unveiled his true intentions. Feng Yuan, stop feigning ignorance. They are calling for you. Xiang Yu, possessing self-awareness, recognized whom the invitation truly concerned and was reluctant to make decisions on behalf of Feng Yuan. Do not misunderstand. What I meant was that I hope both of you can join. Ota clarified, recalling the words of the King of Light before his departure. Additionally, he mentioned that Leo's brother, Astra, had already chosen to join the Ultraman security team. Xiang Yu contemplated briefly before posing a pivotal question, but I am not an Ultraman. Can I still join? While you may not be an Ultraman, your prowess exceeds that of one, Oda remarked internally, recalling the king's evaluation and feeling somewhat challenged. In principle, non-light beings with untested dispositions are prohibited from entering the Land of Light, let alone joining the security team. Upon first meeting Xiang Yu, he had discerned the deeply concealed energy within him, which, while not overtly malevolent, was nonetheless incompatible with the essence of the Land of Light. Yet, principles must yield to circumstances. Given Leo's contributions and Xiang Yu's astonishing combat abilities, Oda found it prudent to adopt a more flexible admission criterion during this tumultuous period in the universe. Of course, you are welcome, Oda composed himself and sincerely stated. As long as one harbors righteousness and is devoted to combating the forces of cosmic evil, they are our esteemed allies. Very well, then I shall join as well. Xiang Yu, with no hesitation, readily agreed. Becoming one of them would surely facilitate the fulfillment of his own needs. Although the utopian ideals of the Land of Light might not align entirely with his moral compass, he firmly believed that the qualities of an Ultraman were undoubtedly trustworthy. With that, Xiang Yu, now embracing his role as Captain Jian, candidly approached Otu with his request. I have personal needs and ideas during my time in the Land of Light, and I hope to gain your support and cooperation. After concluding his discussion with Otu, Xiang Yu exhaled deeply, excitedly reflecting, I never anticipated that the gravitational environment of the Land of Light would be at least 60 times that of Earth. This truly is the right place for me. Were it not for the prior analysis indicating that Earth was still undergoing a period of frequent monster attacks, coupled with the recent unrest across the universe, which rendered Earth a likely target, he would have eagerly chosen to remain in the Land of Light for intensive training. If he could stay here for a year or two, he was absolutely confident that his combat prowess would experience explosive growth. At that point, he would confront the enigmatic King of Light, demanding answers with clenched fists. Suddenly, a realization struck Xiang Yu. Wait, Earth Team Leader. He jolted as he remembered he had left Zhu Xing Tuan behind on Earth. He had promised to bring him to the Land of Light to repair the Ultraman glasses. Gasping at this thought, Xiang Yu wondered if the team leader would be angry with him. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Zhu Xing Tuan stood idly, bewildered. He gazed at the red figure that had returned only to swiftly defeat Baba Air and then vanish in an instant, his heart in turmoil. He had thought that Leo would finally remember to pick him up, only to find that Leo had not lingered even for a second before departing. What happened to helping me repair the Ultraman glasses? Where is he? Zhu Xing Tuan's heart sank into despair. Is there anyone around to feed me peanuts? Chapter 38. The Surge in Combat Power. Ultimately, Xiang Yu felt compelled to speak on behalf of Zhu Xingtuan. After recollecting the events, he hurried to Oda to explain the situation. I see. So Cebu is gravely injured and unable to transform? Oda was taken aback upon learning this news. Due to the current chaotic circumstances, the Land of Light had been unable to establish contact with the team and lacked the manpower to send warriors to Earth for reconnaissance and coordination. Originally, Otu intended for his son, Taro, to be the next Ultraman warrior to go to Earth for his training. However, recalling Taro's recent training assessment, Oda sighed inwardly. He is still somewhat immature. I understand. I shall personally journey to Earth to bring Cebu back, Oda solemnly affirmed. Cebu has fought alone on Earth for many years. He has indeed endured much hardship. I will personally retrieve this valiant warrior and assess the current situation on Earth. Taro must eventually step out from under his father's wing and gain experience in battling evil. That is well. I will train in the Land of Light, Xiang Yu. Feeling relieved, eagerly sought to revert to his original state to fully experience the effects of training under the gravitational conditions. As a surge of light enveloped him, Xiang Yu was on the verge of reverting, separating from Leo when suddenly, Otu's voice, filled with alarm, pierced the air. What are you doing? Not long ago, Xiang Yu had conveyed his needs and inquiries to Otu. Whether it was due to the advantage of being one of their own or the inherent amiability of the Ultraman, Oda had been exceptionally accommodating. What you seek, I can have the Ultraman brothers assist you with. We can also create a gravity device. Despite his curiosity regarding Xiang Yu's need for such a device, Oda readily agreed. As beings of light, the Ultraman's essence rendered gravity's effects negligible. Even if they coalesced into formidable combat forms weighing tens of thousands of tons, the influence of gravity on their bodies was virtually inconsequential, merely necessary to maintain normal movement on the ground. This was the essence of their transformation back into light, enabling high-speed movement. Yet, given the current tumultuous state of the universe, even capable scientific personnel were required to traverse various locations to maintain order. Otu revealed the reality, stating that they might not be able to spare personnel to assist with Xiang Yu's experiments at this time. After leading him to meet Odu, the Ultraman brothers hurriedly resumed their missions. Even Odu had only recently returned, having sensed that his home was no more. He had traced his way to the Land of Light near Earth. He had just learned from Zoph and the departing King of Light about the attempted theft of his home. Had it not been for the need to guide the Leo brothers and Xiang Yu into the Land of Light, he might have had to set off again before the Land of Light returned to the M78 Nebula. Thus, in the absence of fulfilling other requests, the sole option left for Xiang Yu was to utilize the natural gravitational environment of the Land of Light for his training. Consequently, amid the disparity of information between the parties, the initial scene unfolded. When Xiang Yu heard Odu's exclamation, the process of reverting was already irreversible. Ah, what is this? As he transformed back to his normal state, Xiang Yu was instantly inundated with a torrent of boundless energy surging into his body. Simultaneously, a violent force erupted from within him, clashing fiercely with the incoming light energy from the outside. The two distinctly opposing energies seemed to be at odds with one another, engaging in a fierce confrontation within his meridians. Yet in this extreme struggle, an infinitesimal fraction of both energies underwent a peculiar fusion, unleashing an indescribable wave of energy. Xiang Yu's body was enveloped in a network of bulging veins, and the excruciating pain rendered him nearly incapable of coherent thought. The two forces clashed mercilessly within him, each impact delivering a sensation akin to being torn apart. The timely intervention of Ao Fu was unwavering. He raised his hand, and a gentle radiance erupted from his palm, instantly forming a transparent spherical barrier around Xiang Yu, completely isolating him from the external world. With the barrier in place, the relentless influx of energy ceased, allowing Xiang Yu to gasp for breath, his body drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a pool of water. What had just transpired? He felt the remnants of plasma spark energy still struggling within him, only to be ruthlessly consumed and integrated by the more dominant Saiyan essence within his being, leaving him in a daze, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. That is what I wanted to ask you. Ao Fu's voice was tinged with apprehension. Had Ultraman possessed 7 souls and 6 spirits, he would have likely been scared to the point of losing 5 of them. The experience had been overwhelmingly terrifying. He could not fathom how someone so seemingly untroubled could so quietly relinquish their transformation and court death. Even extraterrestrial beings that could resonate with Ultraman would be directly affected by the plasma spark energy, leading to one of two outcomes: transformation into a being of light or a catastrophic demise. The success of either outcome hinged entirely on one's spiritual essence and fortune. He had truly believed that the young man, highly esteemed by the King of Ultra, would meet his end before his very eyes. Did Siwen not inform you about the plasma spark? Alfu could not help but inquire. No, Xiang Yu unhesitatingly deflected the blame onto Tuan. This was indeed the truth. Ahem, Alfu cleared his throat, suppressing his exasperation. If you wish to operate in the land of light while in human form, you must carry an energy isolation device at all times. I will have the research department prepare a portable one for you. Once activated, it will form a protective barrier. Initially, Alfu intended to allow Siwen ample time to recuperate, but he swiftly changed his mind. Once Siwen was restored, he would send him back to Earth to resume his duties. After earnestly advising Xiang Yu, the chairman of the Land of Light set off to retrieve his prized employee, Siwen, while Feng Yuan would return to Earth alongside Asudala. After all, treating Siwen would take time, and a prolonged vacuum of combat power on Earth was unacceptable. The two brothers would remain as permanent guardians on the planet. Though they lacked the ultimate synergy with Xiang Yu, they had both grown significantly, and their unbreakable camaraderie and extraordinary combined techniques could still yield a power greater than the sum of their parts. I leave this to you, Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu said, patting him on the shoulder, recognizing that Feng Yuan was considering his well-being. Given the current scarcity of combat power, even the Land of Light could not spare personnel, making it a luxury for him to remain here and cultivate. Once Tuan regains his transformation, he should return to Earth with you. Feng Yuan genuinely regarded him as a close friend. Xiang Yu resolved that for the sake of this bond, he would transform Earth, which Feng Yuan deemed his second home, into an absolute forbidden zone for all nefarious forces. 2 months later, a thunderous rumble echoed from a remote training area, 100,000 kilometers away from the plasma spark tower, as the ground trembled rhythmically. Even Zophi, who had just returned from a debriefing within the tower, could distinctly feel this tremor beneath his feet. What is happening? Could the Ultraman key have been stolen again? In the midst of shock, Zophi felt an overwhelming fatigue settle in his heart. The cause of this disturbance, Xiang Yu, remained blissfully unaware of Zophi's grievances. He had deliberately ventured to a desolate area, far from the plasma spark tower, to train. The magnitude of his power increase had proven somewhat difficult for him to control. The compatibility of gravity training with the Saiyan physique was astonishingly high. Xiang Yu mused to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. In just 2 months, through the most rudimentary extreme physical training, his combat strength conservatively exceeded 3 times what it had been upon his arrival in the Land of Light. It was important to note that his previous power level had been achieved after enduring 2 near-fatal injuries and a month of undisturbed rigorous training. Now, in the Land of Light, his rate of progress felt akin to riding a rocket. This newfound strength was already comparable to half of his previous power level during his synergy with Feng Yuan while in a state of wavering conviction. Sensing the surging energy within him, Xiang Yu clenched his fist in satisfaction. If only he could train under even higher gravity conditions and have more time to cultivate, he thought blissfully. Unlike the month of peace on Earth, he felt no sense of stagnation. This indicated that he was still in a period of rapid ascension. The luminous essence of Ultraman and the ambient energy from the plasma sparks were likely pivotal in this process. At this moment, Xiang Yu could faintly perceive the fluctuations of that latent power within him. After consuming a small amount of the plasma spark's free energy, that power had become even more dynamic, to the point where he could initially sense and guide it. This revelation solidified his belief that his rapid growth was no mere coincidence. After all, with his purely low-tier warrior qualifications, lacking the martial arts foundation of Sun Wukong or the potential development of the super divine water, how could he possibly achieve such swift advancement in just over 3 months since his arrival? The Land of Light truly was a sanctum for cultivation. Xiang Yu reflected with admiration. It was a pity he had not watched Ultraman TV and was unaware of how much time remained in the storyline of the Leo world. If only he had a clear timeline, he could devote himself entirely to seclusion and training here. Speaking of which, he had not anticipated the great strength of the King of Ultra. He wondered if going Super Saiyan would allow him to persuade that elder. Recalling the initial days of his training, Xiang Yu had sought to confront the King of Ultra for answers. Hadn't he promised to clarify matters for him? Instead, He had been informed by the father of Ultra that the king had already departed. Frustrated by this missed opportunity, Xiang Yu had indirectly inquired about the possible whereabouts and specific strength of the king. The king of Ultra resided on the planet of kings, which was not located within the M78 nebula. The father of Ultra recalled the king's previous instructions, noting that he needed to address the source of cosmic turmoil, rendering his whereabouts unpredictable. The king had specifically advised him not to rush, assuring him that they would meet again at an appropriate time. This is precisely why I detest enigmas, Xiang Yu sighed in resignation. On one hand, the king's elusive movements frustrated him. On the other, the king's formidable strength was not something he could approach recklessly. According to the father of Ultra, to expedite the training of his son Taro, the king had once done something that left Xiang Yu utterly astonished. He had created a miniature cosmic space from nothing, complete with stars and planets. Note, this is a concept from the film Ultraman story, serving as concrete evidence of the transcendent capabilities of the four Ultra beings since the Showa era. At that moment, he had nearly exclaimed the title of King of All, but quickly realized that creation and destruction were two entirely different matters. Much like the relationship between a destroyer god and a supreme Kai, even disregarding the underwhelming seventh universe's supreme Kai Shin, the legitimate supreme Kais of other universes paled in comparison to their corresponding destroyer gods. Xiang Yu only remembered that the supreme Kai held the power to create celestial bodies, but whether they could create an entire miniature universe remained uncertain. However, even if we were to assume that the king's strength was merely comparable to that of Supreme Kai Shin, it was still far beyond his reach, having yet to even brush against the realm of Super Saiyan. Given that even a being of such might struggled against the cosmic turmoil, Xiang Yu felt it prudent to exercise caution. With the image of the king of Ultra tempering his inflated sense of power, Xiang Yu understood that he must not underestimate the high-tier strength within the Ultraman universe. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to proceed step by step and first check on Siwen. Exhaling softly, Xiang Yu gazed at the blinking communication device on his wrist and spoke to himself. This is the communicator assigned to him by the father of Ultra. Once Sibu regains his transformation ability, he will be notified through this device. It was during his focused training that the sudden alert from the communicator distracted him, causing him to inadvertently leak energy, which resulted in tremors on the surface. Understanding this, Zofi sighed with relief after hearing Xiang Yu's explanation. Although he found it difficult to comprehend how the unintentional release of energy could be sensed from a distance of 100,000 kilometers, it was a relief that the Ultra Key had not been stolen again. For Zofi, this was indeed monumental good news. After all, Xiang Yu was now a member of the Ultra Defense Force, and regardless of how inhuman he might seem, it was beneficial for the Land of Light. Zofi, now that you are back, why not try to achieve unity of mind and body with me? Xiang Yu, standing on Zofi's shoulder, eagerly inquired. Over the past 2 months, he had focused on his training and hadn't kept track of whether the Ultra Brothers had returned. Now that he had finally encountered Zofi, he was determined not to let him leave without a proper discussion. Zofi, feeling somewhat awkward, replied with a hesitant tone. I have an urgent mission that requires my immediate attention. Look, Sibu has already regained his transformation, so trying the unity of mind and body with him would yield the same results. Fearing Xiang Yu would press further, Zofi hastily used Sibu as an excuse and swiftly departed, transforming into a streak of light. It was understandable why Zofi behaved this way. He had indeed returned during this period to visit Sibu, who was undergoing treatment, and from him, learned the astonishing truth about the formidable Super Leo. To be honest, upon discovering the immense power exhibited by Xiang Yu after merging with Leo, Zofi was quite intrigued. Being a rational thinker, he believed that since Xiang Yu could achieve unity of mind and body with Leo, it implied that his nature was not inherently malevolent. Even though Sibu mentioned that there lurked a violent aura within him, Zofi was inclined to give it a try. After all, there were not many candidates capable of achieving unity with the Land of Light, and aside from himself, Sibu, and the deceased first generation, the other 2 Ultra Brothers already had human forms. Ultraman could not forcibly disregard human forms. Therefore, the potential for Xiang Yu to catalyze a qualitative change in power was something Zofi was willing to explore, especially given the current cosmic circumstances. However, Zofi recalled another warning from Sibu. Chapter 40. I now feel terrifyingly powerful. Sibu had conveyed the feelings described by Feng Yuan, thinking it prudent to issue a caution. Brother, if you decide to merge with Xiang Yu, please be mentally prepared. The sensation is akin to forcibly cramming a star into your timer. His energy is far too volatile. While it is powerful, it poses a tremendous burden on the physical and spiritual forms of an Ultraman. Zofie speculated that Feng Yuan's success might partly stem from the fact that Leo was not from the land of light, which allowed for a higher degree of acceptance of Xiang Yu's energy. Furthermore, even Leo, being honest and straightforward, supplemented the details of Xiang Yu's early journey. At that time, Xiang Yu, in a state of extreme weakness, had unconsciously absorbed Leo's light energy, resulting in Feng Yuan experiencing an energy deficit for a prolonged period afterward. Although he advocated for his brothers to attempt unity with Xiang Yu, he did not wish for misinformation to foster subconscious wariness and rejection towards Xiang Yu's energy, leading to a failure in merging. He emphasized that based on his observations, Xiang Yu was not malevolent. It was merely that the nature of his energy differed from that of the Ultraman from the land of light. Thus, he hoped his brothers would embark on this endeavor with the right mental expectations. However, Cebu did not anticipate that his candid warning would sow seeds of doubt in the otherwise resolute Zofie. The issue did not lie in the unimaginable burden described by Cebu, but rather in the latter's additional point, the potential for one's energy to weaken and deplete for a time. In the current perilous juncture, Zofie hesitated to take such a risk. As a renowned warrior in the universe, he was already well studied by numerous hostile forces. As a thorn in the side of many cosmic evildoers, he needed to maintain a relatively optimal state to tackle various conspiracies and formidable foes. Better safe than sorry. He could not drag along Xiang Yu, who could not survive long in the cosmic void, on his missions throughout the universe. Therefore, Zofie resolved to observe for the time being. After all, he bore the responsibility of leading the Cosmic Defense Force and could not recklessly gamble with his own state. It would be better to let Cebu experience it first. As Zofie accelerated through space, he mused that they were all returning to Earth. And even if Cebu encountered unforeseen circumstances, Xiang Yu could adequately supplement his combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu found himself locked in a gaze with the recently transformed Cebu. "Captain, what do you think?" Xiang Yu innocently inquired. "Shall we try the unity of mind and body?" He had not anticipated that the otherwise pure-hearted Ultraman from the land of light would produce someone as cunning as Zofie. Finding Zofie's reasoning quite compelling, Xiang Yu quickly approached Cebu. Cebu, momentarily at a loss for words, could not fathom why Zofie had not tried it himself, especially since it would not consume much time. Was the situation in the universe so dire that not even a moment could be spared? "Fine, let us attempt it for now," Cebu reluctantly agreed. "We need to return to Earth swiftly. I remain somewhat anxious about the situation there. Earth cannot afford any more troubles." In the cosmic void, a red sphere of light sped through space at superluminal speeds. "Xiang Yu, you seem troubled," observed Zhu Xingtuan, who sensed that Xiang Yu did not exhibit excessive excitement about acquiring new powers. He had been astonished by his own newfound strength for quite some time and was only just beginning to regain composure. It became evident that the nature of the essence of light, or plasma spark energy, had a lasting positive influence on Xiang Yu's Saiyan genes. The most direct proof was that during the first attempt at merging with Xiang Yu, Cebu had remarkably retained his consciousness intact. Although he clearly felt the overwhelming pressure from the violent energy at the level of consciousness, with his resilient character and extensive experience, he managed to coalesce his awareness, enabling communication with Xiang Yu. "It's nothing. It's just that the results did not quite meet my highest expectations," Xiang Yu replied in a calm tone. Through the experience of merging with Cebu, he clarified two things. The first was something he had already suspected. He could not effectively receive or merge Cebu's memories and skills. While he could adeptly control Cebu's body, utilizing Cebu's skills felt akin to a player operating a game character through a screen, resulting in a sense of delay and disconnection. When attempting to launch the Amarum Light, he understood its nature yet could not fully grasp the underlying mechanics. Those combat experiences and techniques were more instinctual motions of the body rather than true mastery. Xiang Yu realized that Feng Yuan was not an Ultraman from the land of light, and the absolute trust forged between them through life and death experiences had resulted in the perfect state of Super Leo. This, however, was evidently not replicable with every Ultraman. It was not that the team did not trust him, but they could not reach the level of trust that Feng Yuan had established. Combat experience and skills can be accumulated through countless subsequent battles. Leo's cosmic fist technique and the martial art contained in Peng Quan have provided him ample material for deep study and application. Compared to the rapid enhancement of combat power, these techniques serve as software that can better exert their effects during battles of similar levels. For now, they are sufficient. His previous aspirations regarding Ace's skill akin to Qi Yuan Zhan were temporarily abandoned since his human form remained. Given the situation with Saiyan, it seems unlikely that he could swiftly learn the initial generations or Jackass Ba, Fun Guanglun. However, the second matter was somewhat unexpected. The amplification of his transformation state had diminished. When transforming into Super Leo, he previously experienced an amplification of approximately 68 times. Yet now, a rough estimate suggests it has dropped to merely 56 times. Could it be that as his fundamental combat power increases, the Ultraman's amplification reaches a gradual limit? Note, the reality is not as such. Xiang Yu has overlooked a crucial point, which will be explained later. As the limit is far from being reached, this was not a favorable development. Xiang Yu felt a slight setback before successfully transforming into Super Saiyan. Ultraman's fusion transformation was his only controllable and stable source of power enhancement. In the worst-case scenario, it could be imagined that future transformations into Ultraman might only serve to provide cosmic survival capabilities. It was indeed imperative to return to Earth swiftly and consult Feng Yuan about the situation. Xiang Yu thought to himself, quickly casting aside these uncertainties and regaining his composure. He must not be discontent. Even if he were left with merely the ability to survive in the cosmos, it would still be a significant strategic advantage for a Saiyan. He forcefully felt the overwhelming power within Saiyan's body, which brimmed with a sense of security. With his combat power already surging, Xiang Yu was filled with confidence for the challenges ahead. After all, he was now fearfully strong. Chapter 41. Let you know whose territory Earth is. Leo emitted a painful grunt as he was violently struck in the chest by a tail covered in menacing bone spines, resembling a gigantic centipede. The terrifying force sent him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through 3 hills before he finally managed to halt his momentum, with debris and dust erupting around him. Brother, Astra, witnessing this, was greatly shaken and exclaimed. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, 3 currents of negative energy, thick as water barrels and entwined with ominous purple-red arcs, swiftly struck his back. Zzz. The piercing sound of electric currents erupted, and Astra's body convulsed violently, electric sparks erupting chaotically from his skin. A powerful sense of paralysis and excruciating pain instantaneously robbed him of control over his body, causing Astra to stiffly topple forward and crash heavily into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. In just a matter of seconds, the once undefeated Leo brothers, who had easily suppressed formidable foes over the past 2 months, were instantaneously overwhelmed by the 2 monsters with absolute dominance. Their attacks merely sparked against the opponent's hardened shells, while every seemingly casual swipe of claws or lash of tails from the monsters exuded terrifying power, forcing them to evade desperately with no means to retaliate. Damn it, these 2 monsters' strength and defense defy all logic. Supporting himself against a mountain, Leo struggled to rise. His combat skills were utterly ineffective against them. Astra, we can only resort to that move. Leo executed a swift roll, narrowly evading another wave of purple-red electrical strikes, and rushed to his brother's side, assisting him to his feet. Now, their only hope lay in their strongest combined attack. Before them, the 2 colossal beasts roared skyward, shaking the very clouds. Even the slightest movement of their feet caused the ground to tremble violently. One of the beasts possessed 3 enormous mouths, prominent antennae on its chest, and a tail-like appendage sprouting from the back of its head, its body adorned with sharp spikes, and its enormous crimson compound eyes flickering with a vicious light. The other resembled a towering insect, with long, sharp limbs, a high, glossy black shell on its back, and several appendages resembling giant centipedes thrashing wildly behind, continuously emitting dangerous purple-red electrical flashes. Both monsters were enveloped in a layer of purple-black energy, reminiscent of burning hellfire, exuding an oppressive aura that instilled despair. If Feng Yuan retained the memory of the time he and Xiang Yu had decisively defeated President Magma, he would find this malevolent aura eerily familiar. They were the formidable negative energy fusion monsters, Puritsamamanet that appeared in Eddie TV, possessing terrifying brute strength and exceptional resistance to magical creatures. They could easily overwhelm even the so-called undefeated all-powerful king, Teacher 80, leaving him utterly powerless. Ultimately, It was only through a combined technique with the Princess of the Land of Light, tinged with a hint of narrative intervention, that they managed to defeat it. At this moment, having undergone a profound enhancement from their shared negative energy, each individual of these monsters now wielded power far surpassing that of their original fusion form. Moreover, possessing considerable intelligence, they understood the principle of giving their all even when facing weaker opponents. After crushing the Leo brothers, upon seeing them attempt to gather energy, an instinctual wariness towards combined techniques compelled them to merge without hesitation. They could not afford to give their adversaries even the slightest chance of a comeback. Fueled by the negative energy of the red orb, they were irresistibly drawn to the faint aura emanating from within Leo, designating it as their primary target to eliminate. Beep. ZZZZ. The combined brotherly energy beam unleashed by Leo and Astra struck the recently fused, now larger and more menacing monster. Yet it failed to create even the slightest ripple. The light vanished as if swallowed by the ocean, consumed entirely by the layer of purple-black negative energy. How could this be? Leo's face contorted in disbelief. Their most powerful beam could not even scratch the surface of their opponent. It felt as absurd as using a toy water gun against steel. This was bad. Leo's heart raced. The safety of Earth depended on them. Yet he felt more helpless than ever. If only Xiang Yu were here. That thought uncontrollably surfaced. Swish. At that moment, a silver streak flashed across the sky at a speed surpassing visual perception. Where it passed, the air was ionized by the intense friction, leaving a long trail of light in its wake. Immediately, the newly fused Purit Suma, radiating an aura of invincibility, was split in two. Almost simultaneously, an immensely thick amylum beam descended like a precise sniper shot, striking one half of the separated monster's body. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending debris skyward. The half-monster did not even have time to wail before being completely obliterated into cosmic dust by the extreme heat and shockwave. In the next instant, a crimson streak, akin to a meteor, plummeted towards the Earth, but just 10 meters above ground. It abruptly halted in a manner that defied the laws of physics, floating steadily just above the surface. However, the terrifying wind pressure generated upon its descent spread like a devastating shockwave. Within a 20-kilometer radius, the mountains, forests, and rocks, all protruding objects, were flattened, crushed, and reduced to dust in an instant. The scene resembled a divine judgment descending from the heavens. As the dust slowly settled, the silhouette of a towering red giant emerged. He raised his hand to retrieve the returning ice axe, casually placing it back into the groove on his head, then rubbed the back of his neck, his tone laced with a hint of apology. "Ah, my apologies. I arrived too hastily and lost control a bit." Fearing that he might be too late to save Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu instinctively exerted a bit more effort, nearly drilling straight through the Earth's crust. At this moment, Saiyan bore an uncanny resemblance to Saiyan X, yet his physique was far more robust and imposing, with each muscle prominently defined, exuding an explosive sense of power. Standing at an astonishing height of 70 meters, he loomed over the Earth like a crimson deity of war. What? This beast has not perished? Ignoring the incessant murmurs of the Xuxingshuan consciousness, Xiang Yu was taken aback. He had cleaved the creature in two, with one half reduced to ash. How could it still be alive? Roaring with crimson fury, his brother Plasma unleashed a deafening howl directed at the newly emerged Saiyan. Driven by the instinctual compulsion of the negative energy from the red orb, he sensed the loathsome essence within the creature before him, the true master. A sense of duty transcending death overwhelmed his fear, and all his tentacle-like appendages began to coalesce into a terrifying surge of energy. Violet-red lightning crackling violently as he prepared to unleash a full-force positive electric beam to obliterate his foe utterly. Just when the shaken Leo brothers below believed their transformed captain would swiftly vanquish this remaining monstrosity, an unforeseen event occurred. Xiang Yu unexpectedly reverted from his transformed state, separating himself from Saiyan. "Xiang Yu, what are you doing?" The Xuxingshuan stumbled back in shock, urgently calling out to Xiang Yu. Had he not just cautioned him about being overly reckless, leading to such widespread devastation? What if this area, aside from the forested mountains, contained villages? What if there were still people who had not evacuated? He had merely murmured a few words about controlling his power and avoiding potential harm to civilians. His tone even gentler than when addressing Feng Yuan. It was not fair for him to cancel his transformation out of spite just because of a few remarks. Xingqian felt a headache coming on. He could neither scold nor hit Xiang Yu, and now a rare moment of sternness had brought immediate consequences. However, the group had misunderstood Xiang Yu. He bore no ill will, while he did find Xingqian's nagging tiresome. The primary reason for his actions was the realization that this half-dead beast served as a perfect test dummy for his 2 months of training. He could not merely consider himself a tool, a human form that relied on transforming into Ultraman to solve problems. Now, with his physical prowess greatly enhanced, he craved a suitable opponent to hone his skills and familiarize himself with this newfound strength. Since this creature proved resilient, it would be the perfect challenge. With Leo on his left and Saiyan on his right, he felt emboldened and unafraid of failure. Cracking his neck and stretching his wrists and ankles, Xiang Yu's entire body resonated with a series of crisp, bean-like pops. A confident and determined smile graced his lips as his sharp gaze locked onto Plasma, who was gathering energy. It had been a long time since he had personally engaged in physical activity. With deliberate, unhurried steps, he advanced, a tangible white aura beginning to swirl around him. Today, he would let those ungrateful cosmic pests know who truly ruled over Earth. Chapter 42. Young man. You are not what you once were, Xiang Yu. Be careful. Faced with the situation, Feng Yuan could only choose to trust Xiang Yu's capabilities. He intended to warn him about the formidable power and defenses of the foe, which rendered physical and energy attacks relatively ineffective. However, as he opened his mouth, his mind flashed back to the scene of Saiyan's ice axe dismembering the creature, obliterating it in a brilliant display. He wisely swallowed his words. Xiang Yu must have confidence in his abilities. Indeed, this time, Xiang Yu thrived, finally rising to the occasion. A powerful, forceful punch struck Plasma's energy-collecting head, decisively interrupting the gathering of that perilous violet-red energy. Following this, Xiang Yu unleashed several probing energy waves to disrupt his opponent's movements while assessing its magical resistance. Confirming his findings, he delivered 2 solid punches against the beast's thick, shell-like skin, the feedback akin to striking a high-quality, resilient punching bag, heavy and satisfying. Tears of joy nearly welled in his eyes. He was no longer dealing with the jarring recoil of that iron lump. The creature's defenses were indeed formidable. Yet the biological composition of its shell allowed Xiang Yu's immense strength to penetrate effectively without enduring excessive backlash. The exhilarating sensation of every punch landing solidly, causing real damage, was the ideal opponent he had longed for. Where are you looking? Xiang Yu nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading a claw that tore through the air. He appeared before Plasma's visual blind spot like a wraith, crossing his arms as he leisurely surveyed the bewildered creature. Roar! Provoked by Xiang Yu's mockery, the enraged Plasma retaliated with another claw swipe. On the battlefield, Xiang Yu's figure darted rapidly around Plasma, transforming into streaks of white light. Each heavy punch against the hardened shell produced a thunderous sound, scattering sparks and shell fragments. Plasma's frantic claw strikes and electric discharges could barely graze Xiang Yu's garments, leaving it to furiously devastate the already ravaged ground around them. Excellent. The opponent is a numerical anomaly. After several rounds of engagement, Xiang Yu was pleased to confirm this observation. The creature had an exceptionally high health pool, with absurd resistance to both physical and energy attacks, while its strength and destructive capabilities were indeed frightening. However, its speed was relatively slow, and its attack patterns were monotonous. With his agile form and enhanced energy, Xiang Yu could effortlessly evade the vast majority of attacks and precisely seize opportunities to retaliate. Moreover, it appeared that this creature lacked any of those infuriating mechanized, underhanded techniques. This allowed Xiang Yu to fully immerse himself in the exhilarating experience of close combat, his heart soaring with the thrill of battle. Conversely, Plasma was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. This target marked by negative energy was as slippery as an eel, utterly evading capture. Yet the power erupting from that seemingly insignificant form was capable of genuinely breaching its impenetrable defenses. How could it continue to fight? Numerous sections of its heavy shell had cracked, oozing a strange violet-red blood. The longer the battle raged on, the more a chilling fear gnawed at its psyche. This creature seemed to revel in tormenting it rather than seeking a swift end, unlike its brother, who had been dispatched in a decisive blow. Roar! Recalling the horrific demise of its sibling, Plasma unleashed a cacophony of sorrowful and frenzied roars from its 3 massive jaws, as blinding violet-red energy rapidly coalesced within. It appeared determined to gamble everything on a final, desperate clash with Xiang Yu. Was it preparing for a last explosive surge? Xiang Yu's expression sharpened. Thoroughly enjoying the fight, he grasped the creature's intent. If that were the case, then let a single strike determine the outcome. The powerful energy within him began to surge along a unique path, coalescing into a form he had meticulously developed over the past 2 months, successfully merging the principle of Leo's most potent beam, the Leo light beam, with his own energy to create a modified version of the energy wave exclusive to him. Now was the perfect moment to test its might. However, no one anticipated that as Plasma's energy fluctuated to its peak, poised to erupt, its colossal body suddenly surged upward, exerting all its strength to flee wildly toward the atmosphere, abandoning the fight. To hell with that sense of duty. Survival was paramount. In that moment, Plasma was consumed by a singular thought: escape. When the threat of death loomed, its instinct for survival finally overwhelmed the frenzied sense of mission bestowed by the red orb's negative energy. The mountains remain, and there is no worry about firewood. Want to escape? Perfect. Originally hesitant, Xiang Yu was filled with joy upon witnessing Plasma charging directly into the cosmos. Could it be that such good fortune exists? Let me try this new Qigong wave. With a sudden thrust of his palms, a torrent of fiercely compressed energy, radiating a brilliant blue-white hue, roared forth. This beam of light outpaced the desperately accelerating Plasma, striking precisely at its back. Boom! The terrifying force collided with the colossal beast, pinning it at the pinnacle of the energy torrent, irresistibly propelling it into the depths of the universe. Xiang Yu continued to amplify his energy output, the speed of the Qigong wave increasing exponentially, driving the despairing Plasma forward, akin to an east wind express, destined to crash into the singular and largest star, the Sun. At the center of this small star system, roar. Under the combined effect of the immense kinetic energy of the Qigong wave and the billion-degree extreme heat erupting from the Sun's surface, before the wave's energy could fully unleash, Plasma's indomitable form was completely vaporized, dissolved, and burned to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Done. Sensing the resistance at the forefront of the Qigong wave dissipate entirely, Xiang Yu ceased the energy flow. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he turned to give a thumbs up to the astonished Fengyuan brothers and the Zhuxing Tuan below. At that moment, the sun seemed to respond to Xiang Yu's Qigong wave, erupting with an even more dazzling and intense brilliance than usual. The brilliant light pierced through the clouds that the Qigong wave had pierced, forming a column of sunlight that shone directly upon the area where Xiang Yu stood, enveloping him entirely in a sacred and warm glow. Under the pure and intense sunlight, Xiang Yu suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, as if he had returned to that somewhat chaotic initial battle over 3 months ago. The battlefield was similarly ravaged, the crisis of Leo's defeat mirrored, yet this time he, having endured more than 3 months of arduous training and growth, achieved victory with a clean, decisive, even elegant finish. Back then, amidst the ruins of the city, the sporadic sunlight piercing through the smoke and dust intermingled with vast shadows, seemingly hinting at the heavy hearts of those present and Xiang Yu's uncertain future. Yet now, in this completely flattened expanse, reminiscent of the aftermath of divine warfare, Xiang Yu's figure appeared so small, yet so radiant. He stood at the center of the pale golden light column, with the azure sky and dispersed clouds behind him, unreserved sunlight cascading from above, bathing every inch of him in brilliance and warmth. The youth, also reminiscing about Xiang Yu's initial battle, gazed at the boy with a hint of prideful smile within the light column, softly murmuring, "You have indeed transformed beyond recognition." After a brief pause, his tone filled with indescribable sentiment and satisfaction. "You truly deserve this pride." Initially, when Earth's situation was precarious, he had to cast aside all human sentiments, employing the most severe and pragmatic methods to maximize every available force. Even though Xiang Yu, this unidentified extraterrestrial, possessed unimaginable potential, his appearance and disposition ultimately reflected that of a mere adolescent. At an age when he should have been growing up carefree under the wings of elders, he was instead forced time and again to grapple with the most formidable evil forces, facing perilous circumstances. To claim that he felt no pity in his heart would be a lie. Yet, he had no choice but to harden his heart, compelling the boy to grow as swiftly as possible, becoming the pillar of Earth's defense. Now, within the fleeting span of 3 months, merely a blink in the eyes of Ultraman, Xiang Yu had far surpassed his initial expectations, even reaching a level that caused him to look up in awe. Not to mention the ultimate trump card of the One Heart Unity. Even the power contained within Xiang Yu's earthly form likely exceeded that of many brothers in the Ultraman defense team. Those fearsome foes in the cosmos might find it challenging to contend with him. Should he factor in the One Heart Unity, the opportunity to meet you, to have you as a comrade, Zhu Xingtuan quietly reflected. The previously furrowed brow had unconsciously relaxed, and a barely perceptible, relieved smile graced his lips. Truly, I am fortunate, both in the land of light and in the vast universe. Chapter 43, Anu? What splendid weather. Xiang Yu strolled through the streets of Tokyo, gazing at the azure sky, and couldn't help but exclaim, it would be even better if those wretched monsters could just settle down. Since he had showcased his skills in resolving the troublesome combined monsters Plazuma and Minazuma, Earth had enjoyed a week without any uninvited invaders. However, Xiang Yu felt somewhat stifled. The turmoil in the universe was escalating, making it unlikely for Earth to achieve complete peace, so it was best for him to remain on Earth just in case. Ordinary invasions could now be handled by the Leo brothers and the restored Seven. But if another absurdly powerful boss like the last one were to appear, they would have to rely on Xiang Yu to turn the tide. Faced with Zhu Xingtuan's tearful plea, Xiang Yu found it hard to abandon Earth. Moreover, Earth held profound significance for Feng Yuan. They had forged deep bonds here. He couldn't just drag one of them into the One Heart Unity and then run back to the Land of Light for solitary training. Fortunately, before leaving the Land of Light, Father Ultraman had promised that once the gravity device was successfully developed, they would send someone to deliver it to Earth without delay. Alas, all he could do was wait. Xiang Yu sighed helplessly. In the midst of a rapid growth spurt in power, he had grown accustomed to the rocket-like speed of advancement in the Land of Light. Now, training in Earth's normal environment felt unbearably slow. He regretted not bringing back more remnants of the magma battleship. As his power surged, the previously highly refined metal exercise equipment had become inadequate, turning into a mere trinket. It was precisely because he found himself with nothing to do that the youthful spirit, long suppressed by intense training and combat, began to awaken. He decided to take a proper stroll and also nudged Tuan to reconnect with that hidden family friend from the East. Although Xiang Yu's current mastery of energy utilization and development was vastly improved, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps that mythical homeland concealed some treasures. While he dared not dream of cultivating immortality, even obtaining a top-tier external martial arts manual would suffice. Coupled with his extraordinary Saiyan physique, the enhancement it would bring would likely rival a dramatic surge in battle power. Lost in thought, Xiang Yu was jolted back to reality by the sound of silver bell-like laughter. A group of children was playing in an open area, and the warm, smiling woman accompanying them was somewhat familiar to Xiang Yu. That was Baizi, Feng Yuan's partner. Although he had seen her numerous times, Xiang Yu was unsure of her profession. She now appeared to be a kindergarten teacher or caregiver. Not long ago, during a period of lightheartedness for Feng Yuan, especially with Zhu Xingtuan absent and the monsters easily dispatched, his relationship with Baizi had rapidly blossomed. Just before Xiang Yu and Seven returned to Earth, Feng Yuan had even solemnly introduced his brother Astra to Baizi, seemingly presenting the future sister-in-law to meet the little brother. At that time, this straightforward yet traditional gesture led Baizi to mistakenly believe that the somewhat reserved Feng Yuan was making a direct confession, causing her to blush profusely. A few days ago, under the encouragement of Xiang Yu, who relished chaos, Baizi finally succeeded in removing the potential from her relationship with Feng Yuan. Strictly speaking, she had even played the role of a matchmaker. What a rarity. Today is indeed a Sunday. Xiang Yu stroked his chin in contemplation, surprised that Feng Yuan was not glued to her side. Perhaps the recent fervent advances from Feng Yuan had left Miss by a bit overwhelmed. Observing Baizi joyfully engaging with the children, and considering the significance of the day, Xiang Yu surmised that Baizi might have cleverly seized the opportunity to create some precious personal space for herself, subtly evading Feng Yuan's intense, yet genuine affection. The once temperamental Zhenxing Tuan had mellowed considerably, no longer dragging Feng Yuan into rigorous training sessions at the slightest provocation. Instead, they insisted that Feng Yuan must lead the charge when encountering monsters, only calling on Astra or Seven if he truly found himself at a disadvantage. Without sufficient pressure, growth and strength would indeed stagnate. With ample time on his hands, Feng Yuan had transformed into a relentless suitor, seeking out Bai Zi for meals, strolls, and park outings. Reminiscent of a textbook romantic approach from the last century. Perhaps it still is the 20th century, so all is well. In any case, without constraints or pressures, Feng Yuan's enthusiasm reached such heights that even the straightforward Xiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment on behalf of Bai Zi. It was no wonder she sought occasional solitude. Xiang Yu noticed Bai Zi, accompanied by the children, warmly inviting a suddenly appeared little boy clad in a striking red outfit to join their game. The boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, wore a traditional red kimono, his jet-black hair framing curious eyes that sparkled with a hint of shyness. What should have been a harmonious scene took a turn when the boy, seemingly startled by Bai Zi and the children approaching, made a gesture akin to a seal. In the next moment, Bai Zi and the children appeared to lose their gravity, shrieking as they slowly floated into the air, pushed together by an invisible force. Was this telekinesis? Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, unable to discern the true nature of this child. Was he one of those earthlings with mysterious powers, or perhaps an extraterrestrial? For while the red-clad boy had levitated Bai Zi and the others, he had not inflicted any harm. If he were merely a mischievous supernatural being from Earth, Xiang Yu did not wish to hastily treat him as an alien. Perhaps he could even establish connections with this unique demographic, forging new pathways. Soon, whether due to the strain of his power or feeling that the prank had reached its limit, the little boy turned and dashed away. Xiang Yu, with agility, positioned himself below, deftly catching Bai Zi and the others as they descended, ensuring they landed safely on the ground. Had he not intervened, the children would have undoubtedly tumbled and landed painfully. "Hey, kid, let's chat for a moment." Just as the startled Uli instinctively unleashed his telekinesis and fled in panic, he collided with a wall far sturdier than steel. The force of the impact elicited a pained gasp as he fell to the ground. Who are you?" Uli clutched his reddened nose, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this figure. "Are you an earthling? Was that telekinesis your superpower?" Xiang Yu directly voiced his curiosity, having contacted Zhenxing Tuan, who had zeroed in on Yuli's location in the air. Uli did not respond to Xiang Yu's inquiries. Instead, he scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee once more. "Hey, was it really necessary to be so frightened?" Xiang Yu mused, noting that the children Feng Yuan knew were not afraid of him. Why did this little rascal bolt at the slightest provocation? With a playful impulse, Xiang Yu engaged Uli in a game of cat and mouse. After several intense minutes of evasion, Uli finally found himself exhausted, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. His face flushed. He could no longer run. No matter where he hid, that strange person always appeared before him. His young heart brimmed with frustration as he abandoned any thought of escape. "Don't come any closer." Feeling overwhelmed, Yuli's mind sparked with defiance as he shouted at the reappearing Xiang Yu. "If you come any closer, I won't hold back." Although his mother had warned him against using superpowers on ordinary earthlings, this person was truly infuriating. Besides, he had already broken that rule once. "Uli." Just as Uli prepared to cast another seal, intending to use his telekinesis to incapacitate this annoying figure, a gentle yet urgent voice called out from behind him. It was his mother. Uli instantly recognized the owner of the voice, finding solace as he dashed behind the elegant woman clad in a simple kimono, gripping her clothing tightly as he peeked out at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu felt a bit awkward, having chased after another person's child only to be caught by the mother. Let me explain," he stammered. "Xiang Yu, where is that child who seems to be an alien?" Just as Xiang Yu attempted to organize his thoughts to salvage the situation, Zhenxing Tuan rushed in, having located him via his communicator, and inquired, "Captain, that child may not necessarily be an alien." Xiang Yu was about to correct Zhenxing Tuan's preconceived notions when his words were abruptly cut off. He realized that the members of Zhenxing Tuan had suddenly frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the kimono-clad woman who shielded Uli. A name, almost squeezed from the depths of their souls, emerged from Zhenxing Tuan's lips, laden with shock, joy, and a flicker of hesitant hope. And new? Chapter 44. Feng Yuan. "Captain, do you need me to teach you how to pursue girls?" "And new? Is it truly you?" A voice, profoundly familiar yet strangely foreign to Xiang Yu, resonated nearby. The expression on Zhenxing Tuan's face, brimming with emotion, and the tender tone he used, evoked the innocence of a young man besotted by his first love. "Tuan, have you also been possessed?" Xiang Yu longed to ask this question. Yet, the atmosphere, thick with an indescribable complexity, compelled him to remain silent, choosing instead to shield Tuan and become an invisible presence. Anu, please answer me, is it truly you? At that moment, Tuan had forgotten all about the supposed alien and the astonished Feng Yuan behind him. His world seemingly narrowed to the woman enveloped in a gentle aura, as he envisioned her. However, the kimono-clad lady did not directly respond to Tuan's inquiry. After casting a profound glance at him, she slightly bowed to the crowd and quietly led Uli away. Wait, Anu, don't go. Seeing Anu turn to leave, Tuan felt a surge of urgency and instinctively stepped forward, reaching out in an attempt to retain her. Ahem, Captain, Xiang Yu interjected, unable to watch the spectacle any longer. Has no one pointed out that your current demeanor resembles that of a lovesick fool? Even if she is someone you know, behaving this way will only frighten her away. Observing Tuan nearly revealing his infatuation, Xiang Yu highlighted the critical issue at hand. If the other party truly recognizes you yet chooses to depart, perhaps there are unspoken reasons that render it inconvenient for her to explain in public. Xiang Yu glanced around and speculated that there might be certain matters only suitable for private communication with the captain. In any case, with the capabilities of the MAC team, they could swiftly track her whereabouts through nearby surveillance. At that point, you could find an appropriate time and place to meet her alone and see how it goes. Indeed, Xiang Yu, you are absolutely right. It must be just that. Observing Anu's departure, the previously dazed Zhu Xing Tuan suddenly found a spark of clarity in his eyes, as if coming to a profound realization, and slapped his palm in excitement. Captain, allow me to remind you again, Xiang Yu said, watching Zhu Xing Tuan, who was ready to spring into action. You should try to temper your expression a bit during your next encounter and not be too exuberant. Ever since his leg healed, Zhu Xing Tuan moved with incredible speed, and now Xiang Yu even suspected he might uncontrollably transform into Saiyan and soar away at any moment. He wanted to tell Zhu Xing Tuan that there is a saying in China about knowing one's food. Oh no, it's better to err on the side of caution. I suggest you first calm your mindset, dress yourself nicely, and change into a suitable outfit before meeting her. First impressions are crucial. Yes, I understand. Finally, Zhu Xing Tuan, who had managed to calm down somewhat, felt vexed by his earlier overly eager display, which may have genuinely startled a new captain. Do you need me to teach you how to pursue a girl? Just as Zhu Xing Tuan was deeply reflecting on his actions, an earnest and somewhat ill-timed voice suddenly pierced the air, delivering a heavy blow to his psyche. This voice belonged to the well-meaning Feng Yuan. Being in a romantic phase and feeling experienced, Feng Yuan could clearly sense the unusual bond between the team leader and that woman, as well as the hidden emotions within Zhu Xing Tuan. Oblivious to the implications of his words and the ironclad male label he had in Zhu Xing Tuan's mind, he spoke without restraint, inadvertently inflicting genuine psychological harm. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's unintentional verbal assault, Zhu Xing Tuan halted abruptly. After a brief, suffocating silence, a few words, almost squeezed through clenched teeth, emerged, laced with a hint of chill. Feng Yuan, I suddenly feel that you've been rather lax lately. Starting tomorrow, no? From this very moment, all your free time will be dedicated to specialized training with me until I deem you competent. Ah, Captain. Feng Yuan felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, and his body involuntarily began to tremble, already foreseeing the grim future that awaited him. This is why I told you to hold your tongue. Xiang Yu looked at Feng Yuan, who was sprawled on the floor, face bruised and lacking the strength to rise, and laughed without an ounce of sympathy. You should consider what kind of image you have in the captain's eyes. Does pursuing a girl really require your pointed comments or lessons? Does the captain have no pride at all? But you said it too. Feng Yuan winced against the pain at the corner of his mouth, responding to Xiang Yu with a garbled protest, his eyes filled with grievance and confusion. Why are you fine? Xiang Yu chuckled lightly, slowly raising 3 fingers toward Feng Yuan. First, I expressed myself in a rather tactful manner, pinpointing the issue while offering substantive solutions, without directly exposing his little thoughts, thus preserving the captain's dignity. Second, I am still a minor. Do you understand the concept of innocent words? And the third point, which is the most vital, Xiang Yu deliberately elongated his tone, tantalizing Feng Yuan's curiosity before he leisurely stated, is that he simply cannot defeat me. I am no longer a weakling. Feng Yuan exclaimed, emotionally stirred, his words flowing more freely. This was indeed true. Leo had an excellent foundation. As a member of the L77 royal family, He possessed a strong physique and swift recovery, with a comprehensive array of skills and abilities, even exhibiting a few minor bugs. However, his lack of combat experience, particularly in life-or-death scenarios against malicious extraterrestrial beings, made him vulnerable to being caught off guard. After 3 months of rigorous training and practical experience, Leo's hard skills had indeed caught up to, if not surpassed, Saiyan in certain aspects. However, the crucial question remained. Would you dare to retaliate if Zhu Xingtuan struck you? Xiang Yu gently countered. Feng Yuan. Meanwhile, after finishing with Feng Yuan, Zhu Xingtuan felt invigorated and mentally clear. He finally discarded his MAC captain's uniform, which resembled a collection of several dozen outfits, and donned a sharp silver-gray suit that starkly contrasted his usual style. He hummed a tune in front of the mirror while meticulously arranging his hair, under the guise of investigating the whereabouts of suspected extraterrestrial beings. He had also arranged for Mac to retrieve all surveillance footage that could lead to a news location and compile the detailed itinerary of her movements. Essentially, every day from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., she would quietly stand alone at a secluded dock, as if waiting for someone. With this knowledge, Zhu Xingtuan remained calm and collected, first rousing the still-sleeping Feng Yuan for a rigorous 3-hour specialized training session to thoroughly invigorate him. Then, he spared no expense in hiring a renowned stylist, hailed as a fashion guru, to craft what was claimed to be the most popular hairstyle and refreshing makeup for mature women this year. Today, I shall succeed. Zhu Xingtuan motivated himself internally. At the dock in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. The azure sea sparkled like a blanket of shattered diamonds. Against the backdrop of the sky and sea merging, a few white seagulls spread their wings, emitting long calls. A gentle breeze carried a hint of salt from the sea, tousling the hair of those on picnic blankets nearby. Not far away, several families were joyfully enjoying their weekend leisure, with children laughing and running about. Sweet couples nestled against the railings, whispering sweet nothings and relishing the tranquility of the moment. With abundant confidence, Zhu Xingtuan strode forward, without a cane, exuding an impressively refined image, enhanced by his carefully curated appearance, which subtly made him appear younger. He indeed resembled a modern-day Prince Charming. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette standing at the edge of the dock, gazing at the sea, his heart involuntarily raced. He cleared his throat, preparing to deliver the carefully crafted speech he had rehearsed all night. Zhu, you have arrived. However, just as he was about to speak, Anu turned to him, as if sensing his presence, and softly said, with an air of tranquility and naturalness, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Anu's familiar voice and tone instantly disrupted all of Zhu Xingtuan's mental preparations. The carefully prepared speech, the meticulously arranged look, and the courage he had mustered all became insignificant in that moment. Her expression, tone, and the fact that she had addressed him first, all indicated that she was indeed the Anu he recognized. Zhu Xingtuan opened his mouth, hesitantly uttering her name, his once myriad thoughts crystallizing into a seemingly ordinary greeting. How have you been? Chapter 45. A beautiful misunderstanding, a reputation undermined. Zhu, you remain just as you were before. Anu gazed at the familiar companion from her past, whose visage had not changed, as if time had left no mark upon him. And she could not help but softly exclaim. There was a hint of self-pity in her tone. Anu, I merely wish to meet you in the guise you are most familiar with. Hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly attempted to explain, stammering for a time before finally managing to articulate a few words. I believe you are just the same as before. The same enchanting, ah? Compelling words made Zhu Xingtuan's face turn an even deeper shade of red, and he lamented internally that he wished he had memorized the 100 compliments for women more thoroughly the night before. Had I known, I would not have squandered this morning enduring, or rather, training Feng Yuan. Just as Tuan felt a pang of regret, Anu suddenly stifled a laugh, shattering the delicate atmosphere of awkwardness between the two. Hey, Feng Yuan, what exactly are team leader and his former lover discussing? Xiang Yu nudged Feng Yuan with his elbow, urging him to provide a real-time translation. Come on, can your Ultraman hearing even manage this? I'm currently in a vulnerable human state. My vision and hearing aren't that extraordinary. Feng Yuan crouched at the edge of a shopping mall rooftop, straining to glimpse the cafe 3 kilometers away with its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. He complained to the equally sneaky Xiang Yu. Given this distance, it's commendable that I can catch snippets. After discarding the blame Xiang Yu had tossed his way, Feng Yuan hesitated. I mean, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it is his privacy. Ultimately, Feng Yuan was an honest person, and after being prodded by Xiang Yu, he found himself wavering once more after a brief thrill of mischief. Come on, Xiang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, reminding him. Don't tell me you've already forgotten who was dragged from bed in nothing but a pair of shorts for a 3-hour special training session this morning? How about I transform into a full-sized Leo? Feng Yuan's gaze suddenly turned resolute. Within a local top-ranking cafe, as the atmosphere between Tuan and Anu began to ease, Tuan finally recalled a trick from the dating guide he had crammed last night and gallantly invited Anu to this elegantly ambient cafe to reminisce. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan and Xiang Yu, driven by one seeking revenge for Tuan's torment and the other eager for amusement, joined forces seamlessly. One devised a plan, the other provided the muscle. And upon seeing Tuan enter the cafe with Anu, Xiang Yu suggested, to avoid detection by Zhu Xingtuan, they should retreat to a vantage point 3 kilometers away. With Feng Yuan's exceptional sight and hearing, they could eavesdrop on the conversation, which might later serve as leverage. Of course, Xiang Yu could also focus and see and hear well enough. But with a reliable ally at hand, he preferred to conserve his energy, especially since he had sacrificed his mealtime to accompany Feng Yuan for this spectacle. At that moment, Zhu Xingtuan remained blissfully oblivious to the scheming of his 2 rebellious disciples, his entire attention fixated on Anu, the radiant moonlight of his heart. He patiently inquired about Anu's preferred dishes, and, taking the liberty of adding a selection of exquisite desserts he knew women often subtly declined, yet secretly adored. Tuan finally initiated the nostalgic conversation. Perhaps due to Xiang Yu's earlier suggestions or his own ample reflection, this time, Zhu Xingtuan refrained from being overly familiar, instead exercising sufficient patience to approach the topic with subtlety. He began by reminiscing about his past experiences battling on Earth and the bonds formed with teammates such as Gu Qiao, ultimately confessing to Anu his true identity due to his energy deficiency that necessitated a return to the land of light. Honestly, I never thought I would have the chance to return to Earth, Tuan reflected sincerely. After returning to the land of light to replenish his energy, his primary role remained that of a planetary observer. His choice to fight for Earth was more a personal decision. Later, Ultraman Father recognized that Earth was indeed a significant nexus for various negative energies in the universe. Thus, Seven's actions, albeit unintentional, aligned with Ultraman Father's strategy, who subsequently dispatched Ace. After Ace quelled a wave of negative energy on Earth, pursuing the trail of the Aberrans across the cosmos, Ultraman Father initially considered sending Taro to Earth but hesitated, feeling Taro's training was insufficient. Seizing the moment, Seven volunteered for the task. Unfortunately, within the Ultraman's perception of time, which spans centuries, that was merely a fleeting instant, yet for Earth, everything had irrevocably changed. Once comrades had scattered following the disbandment of their team, and Seven, having faced the quirks of Earth's peculiar technology, found even his old teammates elusive. Amidst the ongoing tumult of monster and alien invasions on Earth, Zhu Xingtuan found himself mentally and physically exhausted, lacking the energy to indulge in romantic longings. Yet now, with the right timing and favorable circumstances, he could no longer afford to remain oblivious. Tuan gradually began to comprehend that when he had confessed his identity to Anu, her responses and expressions had conveyed something profound. I truly should have known better. Just as Anu took a delicate sip of coffee, Tuan was abruptly jolted from his reverie, startling her with his sudden outburst. Tuan, are you all right? Anu inquired with concern. Is it an old ailment resurfacing? Cough, cough. I'm fine. Tuan coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, thumping his now robust chest as he declared. With 2 exceptionally reliable young guardians protecting Earth, I could almost consider retiring with honor. After making that double entendre, he smoothly redirected the conversation to the 2 young protégés he had been nurturing, sharing amusing anecdotes about Xiang Yu's extraordinary feats, which elicited a series of astonished reactions from Anu, who was already aware of the existence of Ultraman. Seizing the opportunity of their harmonious atmosphere, Zhu Xingtuan casually inquired, by the way, Anu, who is that child who has been accompanying you? Observing the feminine adornments in Anu's hair, Tuan suppressed his racing heart, feigning calm as he awaited her answer. Anu paused momentarily. That child. Tuan instinctively swallowed hard. Not yours. His face paled dramatically, akin to someone drained from excessive use of Ultraman energy. Nor mine. Whether intentional or not, Anu, after observing Tuan's sudden pallor, slowly completed her sentence. He is my adopted child. On the rooftop, Feng Yuan, Did you catch anything? Xiang Yu inquired curiously. Not clearly. Feng Yuan had only discerned that Anu had said something to Zhu Xingtuan, after which his expression shifted to one of dismay. He vaguely caught words like child and yours. Xiang Yu fell silent for a moment before solemnly patting Feng Yuan's shoulder. Feng Yuan, in the future, when the opportunity arises, I think you might consider betraying your mentor. What? Feng Yuan looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 46. Team Leader. Hear me out. What are you two looking at? Faced with the unabashed disdain etched on Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan's faces, Zhu Xingtuan felt utterly perplexed. Having just returned from a date with Anu, where his greatest doubts had been resolved, he felt this was a promising beginning. In his buoyant mood, he even refrained from reprimanding Feng Yuan for his audacity. Did they think the training intensity was insufficient? Team leader, as an Ultraman, and more importantly, as a man, you must bear some responsibility. Xiang Yu stepped forward, patting Tuan's shoulder with an air of solemnity. What nonsense is this? Tuan brushed Xiang Yu's hand off his shoulder, his tone shifting as he stated seriously. I have important matters to discuss with you both. I may need to make a trip to the Land of Light. Tuan gathered his thoughts and continued, during this time, Earth will rely on your guardianship. He must visit the Land of Light to verify something and seek assistance. Returning to the cafe, he is my adopted child, a child of an alien. Anu finally revealed Yuli's true identity. Tuan's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged once more. He could swear by the plasma spark tower that no super friendship had ever transpired between him and Anu. Moreover, the reproductive methods of the beings from the Land of Light differed significantly from those of Earthlings. His inquiry with Uli was primarily a subtle attempt to ascertain whether Anu was already married. Even though Anu held a cherished place in his heart, the Ultraman would never engage in actions that would disrupt another's family. Upon learning that Anu was still single, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. However, Anu's subsequent remark sent his mind into a whirlwind. Was she hinting at the offspring of an extraterrestrial? As a planetary observer, Seven clearly lacked the knowledge to address such profound biological questions regarding reproductive isolation between Earthlings and Ultraman human forms. In fact, it was likely the first time such a question had ever been posed in the history of the Land of Light. He pondered if Anu was subtly indicating that this child was somehow connected to him, perhaps suggesting that the energy emitted when Ultraman transformed into a human could be passively absorbed by Earthlings. Could this absurd thought be the reason for his complete energy depletion during the battle with Pontoon? A ludicrous notion suddenly invaded his mind, and he quickly shook his head, attempting to rid himself of such a ridiculous idea. It was simply too far-fetched. How could he even entertain such thoughts? Actually, there is something I would like to ask for your help with. Anu's timely interruption pulled him back from his spiraling thoughts. Regarding the child, he carefully extended his Ultraman psychic energy, meticulously assessing Yuli's physical condition. The child had been lurking near the cafe, seemingly reluctant to stray too far from Anu. Well, this child's health appears to be generally sound. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated that Yuli's increasingly irritable temperament might stem from the unique physiology of extraterrestrials, as his body had been straining to maintain a diminutive human form for an extended period, leading to considerable discomfort and obstructed energy circulation. However, if he were to revert to his true form on Earth, he would be unable to sustain a normal life, which caused Anu great distress. Even if he, as Seven, could vouch for Yuli's safety in the presence of existing Ultramen, the Earthlings might not tolerate such an unpredictable ticking time bomb. Anu was particularly anxious about Yuli's increasingly volatile temperament. This child had inexplicably appeared by her side one morning, initially maintaining his extraterrestrial form. Yet, little Uli had been quiet and posed no harm to her. By some strange twist of fate, Anu had chosen to conceal his existence. Fortunately, Uli soon learned to morph into the appearance of a human child on his own and could survive on regular food. Anu decided to style her hair in a traditional manner, creating the illusion that Uli was her child. Initially, Anu had sought to find Seven to return to Earth, believing that he would assist Uli out of respect for her. But soon after the incident on Black Tide Island, Seven was severely injured and vanished, and the newly emerged Leo Ultraman's character remained unknown, leaving her hesitant to seek help. Recently, a figure resembling Seven had appeared, albeit fleetingly, back on Earth. With Uli visibly growing at an alarming rate, Anu, aware that time was of the essence, decided to take a chance. She learned through her previous connections that the current leader of the team was called Zhu Xingtuan, and so she deliberately brought Uli to a specific location. Occasionally, She allowed Uli to engage in harmless pranks to draw the attention of the MAC team. Though the process had its deviations, the overall outcome was favorable. I believe I can find a solution to this issue. Observing Anu's anxious expression, Tuan could not possibly refuse her request. He first thought of Leo's shrinking ray, but soon dismissed the idea. Realizing that Yuli's problem did not lie in his size, but rather in the excessive energy within him that had been suppressed for too long, resulting in energy blockages that disrupted normal circulation. I can take this child to the land of light. Their Silver Cross army possesses the universe's finest medical technology and should be able to safely channel the energy within him, resolving this issue. After careful consideration, Tuan presented a viable plan. Indeed, many newborns in the land of light experience similar circumstances, especially those with significant potential. At birth, their energy can be overwhelming, necessitating professional guidance and release. Furthermore, after scanning Yuli's energy, Tuan discovered that its essence was relatively peaceful, even somewhat akin to the light energy of Ultraman. Ensuring that the land of light would not reject him, that absurd idea resurfaced uncontrollably in Tuan's mind, and his gaze toward Uli softened, imbued with an unexpected tenderness. "Mommy." Uli was startled by the suddenly unnerving gaze of this unfamiliar uncle, retreating behind Anu. "Tuan, may I accompany you?" Anu gently stroked Yuli's head to comfort him, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Uli has only recognized me since his appearance. I cannot leave him. However, would the land of light allow an earthling and an unknown extraterrestrial child to enter? That is not a problem. The land of light is a planet that cherishes peace and upholds justice. We welcome all friends who come with goodwill." Seven half-jokingly thumped his chest in assurance. How could he possibly say no in front of Anu? He was also a veteran of the land of light, having both merits and sacrifices, and still held some influence. Besides, even if they disregarded his standing, wouldn't they consider Xiang Yu's? The king had hinted at the importance placed on Xiang Yu. Even if he were to ride on the coattails of his disciple, this matter had to be resolved. "I assure you, nothing can stand in our way." "That is wonderful. Thank you, Tuan." Anu's relieved smile dazzled Tuan, making everything worthwhile. "Ahem. Well, that is the general situation." Tuan briefly recounted the events, omitting details he deemed unnecessary for Xiang Yu and the others, and concluded, "The boy named Uli is indeed an extraterrestrial, but he is not inherently bad. His body has some unique circumstances. Therefore, I plan to take him to the land of light for treatment. By the way, I can also inquire about the progress of the gravity device for you. If it's ready, I can bring it back with me." Tuan, feeling a bit guilty, quickly added this to silence Xiang Yu, who was about to speak. "Well, Captain," an untimely voice indeed arose, asking if Uli is truly not your illegitimate child. Clearly, the resilient Feng Yuan, having swiftly recovered from his injuries, had not learned an adequate lesson. An oppressive silence enveloped the room as Tuan's face darkened instantly. "Feng Yuan." Tuan's voice was as cold as ice. "Who told you that Uli and I are related?" "Haha, I was just guessing, right?" Sensing the impending danger, Feng Yuan attempted to laugh it off, seeking to use Xiang Yu as a shield. But when he turned, he found that Xiang Yu had already vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze. "Captain, please let me explain." In a moment of desperation, Feng Yuan inadvertently exposed himself again. "Feng Yuan, we still have a bit of time before departure." Zhu Xing Tuan clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with a crisp sound, and a sinister smile spread across his face. "Come with me to the training room." "Please, no, Captain." Chapter 47. The Earthlings are so impolite. Sometimes, an excessively strong recovery ability is not necessarily a blessing. Xiang Yu observed Feng Yuan, who had once more collapsed on the floor, lacking even the strength to raise a finger, and could not help but marvel. "How can you say that? You just left me behind." Perhaps gradually adapting to the intensity of the grueling training, Feng Yuan retorted with remarkable agility, glaring indignantly at Xiang Yu. "What else was I supposed to do? Who taught you to use such leverage? You were practically walking into a trap." Xiang Yu huffed. "If I hadn't left, I might have been dragged down with you." Feng Yuan suddenly fell silent, his gaze somewhat wandering. Good. You truly are my good brother." Upon witnessing Feng Yu's reaction, Xiang Yu realized he had not misjudged. This lad had indeed gone astray. Nevertheless, with the team leader accompanying his former lover and a suspected illegitimate child to the land of light, it was likely they would not return for some time. After the playful banter, Xiang Yu ceased to tease Feng and shifted the conversation, inquiring about his plans for the days to come. Indeed, even though he was one with the sight law, The circumstances were quite similar to those with Saiyan. A hint of disappointment washed over Xiang Yu, as it appeared that the shortcut to swiftly mastering a multitude of skills was currently unattainable. Not long ago, in the city, the populace witnessed a remarkable spectacle. No monsters appeared, yet the formidable, red and silver Ultraman, Xiang Yu, unexpectedly manifested, only to vanish instantaneously. Following that, another warrior resembling the one who frequently fought alongside Liu 2 months prior, a sight law, appeared in the same manner, flickering into existence before dissipating. Could it be that the enemies were resolved outside the atmosphere by the Ultramen? Truly, the Ultramen were exceedingly reliable. The uninformed citizens of Earth misinterpreted the situation, creating a delightful misunderstanding. Unbeknownst to Xiang, his experiment inadvertently led to this charming misconception, primarily due to the swift defeat of Babarer by Xiang Yu, which was so quick and decisive that it led people to believe that the Ultraman's powers had grown to the extent that they could conclude battles in the blink of an eye, undetected by ordinary humans. Upon testing, it became apparent that a sight-loss skill set bore a striking resemblance to Leo Yu's, lacking significant novelty. However, the infusion of new light powers into his being imparted a mysterious sensation, as though the S cells within him had become increasingly vibrant. As for the bottleneck, given that he was still far from encountering it, he could not ascertain whether it would prove beneficial. Yet his hypothesis held merit. Uniting with different Ultramen indeed fostered a positive stimulus for his potential and S cells. It seemed that even with a sufficiently high foundational combat power, transformation might restrict his performance, compelling him to seize every opportunity to merge with the Ultraman. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Xiang Yu found this discovery quite intriguing. He envisioned a scenario. A mighty monster appeared. Ultraman A charged forth, fell. And then he reverted to his original form to save the day. Such thoughts were too far-reaching. Xiang Yu slapped his face to regain focus, reminding himself that should the situation arise, he would require a combat power in the range of tens of millions at the very least. At his current strength, aside from the Dijia he had seen, were there truly any opponents capable of confronting him head-on? It must be reiterated that Xiang Yu had only viewed the beginning and conclusion of Dijia, so this was his perspective. Surely, no audacious extraterrestrials would dare to cause trouble on Earth now? Suddenly, in a moment of self-inflation, Xiang Yu did not anticipate that his words would indeed attract the attention of a particularly tenacious visitor. In the near-Earth starry sky, was this the so-called Forbidden Zone Earth spoken of by those cowards? A cosmic being, resembling a Teletubby and wielding a staff, stood outside Earth's atmosphere, surveying the planet that many extraterrestrials regarded with trepidation. It appeared rather harmless, and the scenery was quite lovely. Why was tourism not permitted here? The visitor was none other than the renowned Grand Mage of the Planet Star. He unleashed a powerful telekinetic force, meticulously scanning every facet of Earth, growing increasingly fond of it. This place, with its beautiful mountains and rivers, was indeed an ideal vacation spot for elderly travel groups. I shall see just how perilous it can be. With that thought, the Planet Star's staff emitted a faint glow, and his figure vanished from the cosmos. At an open-air vegetable market in Tokyo, a lady exclaimed, "Hey, you old codger, why are you pushing in?" She shoved the Planet Star, who had assumed the guise of an elderly Earthman. After wandering through the landscapes of this primitive planet for a while, the Planet Star discovered that there were still some rudimentary civilizations present. Eager to experience the retro culture, he transformed into a local human, even molding a face that he felt suited his image, and began to curiously observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he stumbled upon what seemed to be a marketplace for Earthlings' food ingredients, and his curiosity piqued. He approached to see what this race typically consumed. "Who is this old beggar? Stay away from me. Are you trying to steal my wallet?" The sharp voice of the lady instantly drew the attention of those nearby, who turned to gaze at the tattered clothed elder. The Planet Star, disguised with white beard and hair, draped in a burlap robe, never anticipated he would be so scorned and derided by a creature of a lesser civilization. As a highly perceptive Grand Mage, he instantly grasped the meanings of beggar and steal from the emotional fluctuations of the lady. Anger surged within him. The indigenous Earthlings were exceedingly rude and uncultured. With a gentle wave of his staff, disguised as an ordinary wooden stick, the lady found herself lifted off the ground, floating in midair. Help! There's a monster!" she cried, panicking and flailing about in the air. Meanwhile, her son, Zhifu, turned pale, realizing that his mother's poor attitude had likely attracted a true extraterrestrial. Humph. A minor punishment. The Planet star waved again, an invisible force enveloping the lady, effortlessly tossing her towards a nearby fruit stall. Ouch! My back! She exclaimed as she landed in a pile of apples. Though not severely injured, she grimaced in pain. Clearly, as a grand mage, the Planet star possessed a sense of decorum. Despite the verbal insult directed at him, he merely administered a minor reprimand, having no intention of taking her life. However, this small punishment was insufficient. He wished to ensure that she would remember this lesson well. The Planet star activated his telekinesis again, intending to suspend Zhifu's mother in the air for an extended period. Just then, a voice echoed, "Stop!" Soon, alerted by the citizens' reports, Feng rushed over. He had been nearby in the park, so he arrived promptly. As for why he was in the park, let us not inquire too deeply into the matters of the Ultramen. Chapter 48. What if you shrink me? Oh, the Planet star raised an eyebrow, his gaze scanning Feng's physique, quickly discerning his true identity. You are the famed Leo Yu, are you not? His tone was flippant, laced with amusement. Indeed, he was familiar with the renowned Leo Yu, for Earth had been transformed into a forbidden zone largely due to his influence. Yet, he did not perceive this fledgling as a threat to his long-established prowess as a grand mage. However, since they had crossed paths, he considered it an opportunity for a senior to impart a bit of wisdom to a junior, advising this newcomer not to become overly complacent due to a nascent reputation. The Planet star suddenly found himself fond of a term he had recently learned from another human civilization. There are always greater powers beyond one's own. Before the thought could fully settle, the Planet star's figure became indistinct, vanishing without warning. In the next instant, he appeared like a specter, nearly face-to-face with Feng, causing his heart to skip a beat. Feng, relying on combat instinct, raised his weapon to fire, but the high-energy particle beam merely penetrated a swiftly dissipating afterimage. Before he could locate his target, an invisible and formidable telekinetic force seized his body, hurling him like a mere puppet against a nearby concrete wall. With a resounding crash, debris scattered, and Feng let out a muffled grunt, almost embedding himself within the wall. The Planet star clapped with amusement, reveling in the playfulness of the moment when, boom, an indescribably terrifying shockwave seemed to descend from the heavens, obliterating the ground beneath him. The earth groaned under the strain, collapsing into a gaping pit over 7 meters in diameter, with no end in sight. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, erupted with explosive speed, wildly spreading outwards and ruthlessly consuming the surrounding structures, triggering a cacophony of deafening collapses. At the critical moment, the Planet alien teleported away, swiftly completing its transformation into a gigantic form, standing tall amidst the city, a bead of cold sweat trickling from its brow. It glanced back, heart racing at the thought that had it hesitated for even a moment before transforming, it would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Such a demise would be utterly humiliating for a noble mage. Fortunately, before Xiang Yu's appearance, the nearby residents had wisely fled when the Planet alien unleashed its telekinetic punishment on Zhifu's mother. Xiang Yu, opting not to employ a key wave, instead executed his recently refined crumbling fist technique. The effect was commendable, though he yearned for a chance to test it against a true monster. He pondered his fist imprint, having deliberately concentrated the force of the crumbling fist at a single point, effectively controlling the area of destruction. Observing the Planet alien's transformation, Feng Yuan decisively initiated his own change. Xiang Yu, hold off for now. I wish to handle this myself. Leo's voice rang out. Despite the prior harsh training from the Constellation team, the experience bore fruit, and Leo had been steadily enhancing his strength through regular exercise during his dates. He felt a lingering resentment for being so easily toyed with by the Planet alien before. I was careless. I didn't evade, whether others believed him or not. Feng Yuan certainly did. A fleeting thought crossed Feng Yuan's mind. Having eavesdropped on the Constellation team's previous lessons, he confessed his identity to Baizi, who accepted it after a brief silence. Determined to reclaim his dignity, Feng Yuan faced a harsh reality as the Planet alien wielded its staff, unleashing waves of telekinetic force that repeatedly hurled Leo around. Leo's assault was effortlessly dodged by the alien's continuous teleportation. With a resounding crash, a powerful wave of telekinetic energy struck Leo, reducing skyscrapers to rubble as his body crashed through 3 buildings before being lifted into the air. Enough, you brat. The Planet alien, Growing weary of the unremarkable Leo, shifted its focus to Xiang Yu, who remained unchanged, sensing a formidable threat emanating from him. Once more, it used telekinesis to push Leo back before its staff flashed, unleashing a beam of green light. As this electrical green beam was about to strike Leo, it unexpectedly split, with a smaller stream crossing space to appear right before Xiang Yu, who was observing the chaos. What is this? Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but the shrinking beam soon took effect. His vision rapidly ascended as he shrank down to less than 20 centimeters in height. Experience prevails. The Planet alien gleefully stomped, reveling in its clever use of a spatial anchoring shrinking ray, confident that no matter how swift one was, evasion was futile. So you've fallen victim too? The diminutive Leo and Xiang Yu exchanged glances, dwarfed by the immense piles of rubble behind them. Oh no, we're in trouble. Thoughts raced through Feng Yuan's mind. Wait, didn't Tu say that the shrinking ray cannot forcefully shrink someone against their will? Xiang Yu caught a vital detail. True, but I also mentioned that it only applies when the power levels are comparable, Feng Yuan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Forget that for now. You need to transform back and fight, Xiang Yu suggested. After a brief silence, Feng Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, empathizing with the previous emotional turmoil of the Constellation team. He just couldn't transform back, despite the mechanics of the Planet alien's shrinking ray remaining elusive to him. Let's call Astro over, Feng Yuan finally suggested, having exhausted all other options. That's unnecessary, Xiang Yu interjected, gently waving his hand. Since you can't manage it, allow me to take the stage. He stretched his limbs, feeling the unchanged power within him. His size had merely reduced, not his strength. Unlike Ultraman, whose power correlated with size, for him, altering his physical dimensions held little significance. As he shrank down, a wave of energy exploded beneath him, transforming him into a streak of white lightning, suddenly appearing before the elated Planet alien. Hey, Teletubby! Xiang Yu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the Planet alien's ears, the coldness within causing its laughter to falter. I give you 3 seconds to return us to our original forms, or else. The Planet alien, taken aback, erupted into thunderous laughter, tossing aside its staff and slapping its belly in amusement. What will you do? Tell me. Though it did not scorn its opponent, the alien recognized that Xiang Yu's shrinking magic began to touch upon the very essence of the laws, a feat few in the universe could forcefully counteract. Although the alien felt threatened by Xiang Yu's untransformed state, it found little concern in the current situation. As the Planet alien laughed maniacally, Xiang Yu's veins throbbed, a forced smile on his face. Is that so? You believe that because I have been shrunk, I cannot contend with you? Slowly, Xiang Yu bent his arms, compressing energy within his palms, dramatically enhancing his physical strength. You may have made me small, but soon you will regret not tossing me out of the solar system instead. Chapter 49, A Fiery Battle. The Planet alien's ultimate trump card. Since the Teletubby opposite him refused to heed reason, Xiang Yu spared no further words. Lowering his stance slightly, he left behind only an afterimage. With a resounding explosion, a shockwave erupted from where he once stood, and the diminutive figure transformed into a blinding white light, appearing before the alien's massive jaw at a speed beyond its visual capacity. In the next instant, a perfectly charged rising dragon fist surged upward with tremendous force. The Planet alien felt an overwhelming, irresistible power strike its jaw, an agonizing pain coursing through its body. Its colossal frame was lifted off the ground, spinning uncontrollably like a giant top propelled into the sky. What speed is this? The Planet alien's mind blanked. It failed to activate its signature teleportation magic in time. The sheer physical velocity displayed by Xiang Yu shattered its comprehension. I cannot allow him to get close. In a state of panic, the Planet alien forced its telekinetic power into action, barely mitigating the impact and spin from the rising dragon fist, awkwardly hovering in midair, shaken. What a fragile target. Easy to hit. Simultaneously, from the sensation of that last punch, Xiang Yu quickly deduced the alien's vulnerability. He felt a surge of relief. It was fortunate he had not used the crumbling fist, as he feared he might accidentally kill the Teletubby, complicating any chance of restoration. Although the reduction in size has minimal impact on strength, it does not imply that he can accept maintaining this toy-like form indefinitely. Just as Xiang Yu's legs bent slightly, preparing for another explosive advance, a powerful, invisible, and viscous force suddenly enveloped him. as if he had collided with solidified amber. His momentum was abruptly halted, and the intense backlash caused his blood to surge slightly. How could this be possible? Compared to Xiang Yu's astonishment, the expression on the face of the Pulishan alien was one of sheer horror. The immense psychic force he exerted to confine Xiang Yu failed to push the diminutive figure into the ground, merely managing to restrain his movements. What kind of absurdity is this? Is there truly such an outrageous race in the universe? Cold sweat dripped from the alien's forehead. On one hand, he was shattered by the absurd combat prowess of Xiang Yu, rendering his vast knowledge accumulated over tens of thousands of years of cosmic travels. Once proud of being a living encyclopedia, a mere joke before Xiang Yu. On the other hand, maintaining the confinement of Xiang Yu had already exhausted all his mental energy. Through the feedback from his psychic power, he could clearly sense the immense force within Xiang Yu, akin to a primordial beast, continuously escalating, with the struggle growing stronger. This cannot continue. Had he known this would happen, he should have taken the opportunity to negotiate when Xiang Yu was being amicable. No, he should never have come to this bizarre earth. How foolish not to heed the advice of the elders, and now he was facing the consequences. The Pulishan alien recalled a friend's warning before his departure, and a fitting earth saying slipped from his lips. But conceding now would be too humiliating. Let me unleash this final move. The Pulishan alien steeled himself and raised his staff high. The gem atop the staff erupted with an unbearable, blinding red light. Akin to a supernova explosion. Nuclear meltdown. The Pulishan alien roared, naming his most powerful fire magic. Before the light had fully formed, the terrifying heat emanating from it began igniting everything around. The concrete structures quickly charred and cracked, metal streetlights melted like candle wax. And even the asphalt on the distant streets began to bubble, while trees further away instantly carbonized, turning to ash. The air warped from the extreme heat, as if the very space was ablaze. This was his trump card, an ultimate fire magic stored within his staff, capable of being unleashed without additional energy consumption. The internal temperature had reached that of the solar surface. Ha ha ha, let's see if you can withstand this. As a grand sorcerer, the Pulishan alien had dabbled in many magics. But apart from those previously displayed, this fire magic was among the rarest in the universe. After all, he was acutely aware that the top-tier figures were beyond his reach. While others lacked the power to compel him to use this spell, it was the first time he had been driven to this point. Nevertheless, the Pulishan alien was utterly confident in this ultimate attack, knowing even the renowned leader of the Light Kingdom's guard, Zophi, would hesitate to bathe in the sun. At that moment, Xiang Yu too sensed the fireball gradually coalescing from the Pulishan alien. Had it not been for his protective aura, his clothes would have been reduced to ash by now. However, he too underestimated the Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Yu unleashed a volcanic eruption of white energy from within. The torrent of energy instantly caused the ground around him to collapse in layers, and the violent tremors radiated outward, indirectly creating a localized earthquake. Break for me. As the eruption reached a critical point, the invisible psychic cage confining him shattered like glass. The resulting shockwave cleared a vast circular area, free of the surrounding burning debris. Kamehameha. Faced with the searing fireball capable of dissolving stars, Xiang Yu clasped his hands together, rapidly gathering a highly compressed, deep blue energy, within which sparkled countless radiant points akin to stars. The energy was so densely packed that it distorted the surrounding space. This was the reward he had asked from Siwen before his departure. He could not directly acquire the memories of Siwen's light skills through their shared consciousness. However, Siwen himself could provide hands-on teaching. The principle of the Kamehameha's energy operation was quite similar to that of the Rayo beam. The key was that the Kamehameha was derived from the basic spatium ray, developed by integrating Siwen's light attributes. With a trace of Siwen's shared light, Xiang Yu naturally had the foundational conditions to learn this technique. After repeated attempts over the past few days, Xiang Yu successfully modified the Kamehameha into a Ki blast version. As long as one understands the energy flow and possesses the source attributes of the light, the modification is not difficult. It merely requires changing light energy into Ki and altering the shape from a beam to a blast. Although he had yet to test the specific power of the Kamehameha, Xiang Yu felt its might would surpass the Rayo beam. Moreover, the unique energy properties of the Light Kingdom ensured that the destructive power of the Ki blast would be significantly concentrated, avoiding collateral damage to the Earth while vanquishing monsters. The nuclear meltdown fireball surged with the power to annihilate everything, its passage through the earth not causing explosions, but rather dissolving and evaporating the terrain, leaving behind a smooth, bottomless lava tunnel, its edges glistening with crystalline brilliance formed under extreme temperature and pressure. Simultaneously, Xiang Yu's Kamehameha was fully coalesced. The deep blue energy torrent roared forth, the terrifying energy within even pushing Xiang Yu himself back several meters. As the beam sliced through space, it appeared to tear the very fabric of reality, the resulting whirlwind snuffing out distant flames instantaneously. Boom. Chapter 50. If you teach me poorly, I shall hammer you. The two forces capable of obliterating stars collided in midair, not immediately exploding, but forming an extremely unstable energy singularity. The blazing white flames and deep blue ki blast frantically eroded and collided, emitting a sharp, grating wail. Destructive energy ripples expanded outward as if tangible, effortlessly blowing away the surrounding debris like child's play. This is impossible. The Pulishan alien howled in disbelief. He could not fathom that his ultimate magic, the nuclear meltdown, infused with the power of a star, could be resisted by a seemingly delicate deep blue beam, which was even gradually pushing back the colossal fireball. The slender Kamehameha, in comparison to the fireball exceeding 20 meters in diameter, was like a human against a monster. Yet, this beam contained unimaginable power, unwaveringly pushing the destructive fireball skyward. It is merely a fireball. Do not get too arrogant. Observing the temporarily stalemated clash, Xiang Yu's eyes gleamed with determination as he intensified his ki output. In the next instant, the Kamehameha, originally only a meter in diameter, suddenly expanded. The energy torrent fanned out rapidly, the front end colliding with the fireball swelling to a width of 15 meters. In an instant, the precarious balance was shattered. Unable to withstand it, retreat quickly. As a spellcaster, the Planet star being felt more acutely than anyone else that the fireball was spiraling out of control, with the destructive energy rebounding towards him at an alarming speed. Driven by instinct for survival, he instinctively executed 2 consecutive teleportations, appearing in a disheveled state on the surface 1,000 miles away. Gasping for breath and clutching his chest, he gazed at the distant sky where the fireball, propelled by a torrent of blue energy, was hurtling into the depths of the universe, a visage of terror after narrowly escaping disaster. In that fleeting moment when the energy threatened to backlash, his body stiffened for half a second, while the searing fireball drew perilously close, within 10 meters of him. Even with a magical shield protecting him, he could feel a dreadful sensation of melting upon his skin, had it not been for the instinctively ingrained teleportation spell. He shuddered to think how ludicrous it would be to become a mere footnote in history, the first Grand Mage reduced to ashes by his own unleashed forbidden spell. That would be more painful than death. I surrender. I surrender. Exhausted and at his wit's end, the Planet star being gazed at the now exhausted Xiang Yu, who was watching him with a mixture of amusement and mockery, and decided to yield wholeheartedly. He raised both hands high, and the tip of his staff produced a white cloth, fluttering in the hot wind like a flag of surrender, a gesture he had learned from Earth's culture. The Planet star being, who had initially dismissed it, found himself unexpectedly employing this gesture. I say, young man, what are you looking at? The Planet star being, now transformed back into an elderly figure resembling one from Earth, looked curiously at Xiang Yu, who was gazing upward at the sky. At this moment, Xiang Yu had returned to his normal size, intently observing the azure heavens, as if contemplating something. I wonder if the 2 bursts of energy I expelled earlier collided with some unfortunate planet, he mused aloud after a moment of reflection. Although he had intentionally directed the energy away from the solar system, in the vastness of the cosmos, who could say whether that uncontrollable wave of destruction might fortuitously strike a life-bearing planet? Well, let us hope that planet lacks civilization. Xiang Yu silently mourned for the unknown planet that might suffer, only to swiftly cast aside this trivial guilt, as he had done his utmost to control the situation. The nature of the condensed energy wave was to concentrate destructive power within a limited scope. As long as it did not directly strike the planet's core, it probably would not trigger a planetary explosion, right? As for the fireball unleashed by the Planet star being, he felt utterly powerless. Xiang Yu possessed a modicum of kindness, albeit limited. This is all your fault, old man. Soon, Xiang Yu transformed the lingering, insignificant guilt into a colossal burden, firmly placing it upon the Planet star being's shoulders, casting a fierce glare in his direction. I must inform you that you not only need to restore Leo, but also teach me all your formidable spells, or else. He raised his fist, significantly larger than a sandbag, rendering his silence more menacing than words. Yes, yes, yes. I will impart everything without reservation. The Palashi star being hastily assured him, all the while internally chastising himself for almost being swayed by Xiang Yu's fleeting sentimentality, foolishly believing the young man harbored a softer side. He had even nearly warned the lad that such a personality would lead to misfortune in the cosmos. But before he could utter a word, the true nature of his companion had already been revealed. I knew it. With such outrageous power, a little brat who fights more violently than a monster could not possibly be a good-natured fellow. The Palashi star being rubbed his chin, which still ached despite healing magic. Filled with regret, the elderly and the young flew silently over the city ruins, now transformed into a hell of molten lava. Under such temperatures, it would be quite some time before this urban area could be rebuilt. Ordinary earthlings could not withstand the extreme heat, as lingering for mere seconds would lead to their physical dissolution. Where on earth is Feng Yuan? Xiang Yu flew around, surveying the landscape. Yet all he could see were crimson lava and twisted metal, with no trace of Leo in sight. It was unfortunate that he and the Palashi star being had become too engrossed in their battle, causing the psychic waves to flatten the area completely, drastically altering the terrain. To an uninformed observer, this scene might resemble a journey through a fiery mountain. Thus, he could not recall Leo's previous location. Wait, could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly struck Xiang Yu. Leo, who had diminished in size and suffered reduced defenses, might have been vaporized by the devastating aftershocks of their clash. What nonsense! Xiang Yu bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted chaotically, forming an irregular white flame that shot skyward. The Palashi star being, cautiously following, was startled by this sudden explosion and was swept away by the violent shockwave. Just as Xiang Yu succumbed to guilt and anxiety over this terrifying conjecture, a familiar voice called from the distance, "Hey, Xiang Yu, I'm over here." At the boundary of the molten region stood Feng Yuan, having reverted to his human size, vigorously waving at Xiang Yu from a safe distance. So, the external device given to us by Lord Ao could restore our size? Xiang Yu, looking down from above, coldly questioned the now-sitting Feng Yuan, whose face was battered and bruised. Yes, that's correct, Feng Yuan hurriedly explained, feeling the pain from his training with the Zuxing Tuan overshadowed by the discomfort he had just experienced. However, ever since Lord Ao provided me with this equipment, I haven't encountered monsters that required me to shrink. For those I couldn't defeat, this wouldn't have helped me at all, Feng Yuan silently added to himself. I really hadn't paid much attention to that function, he lamented. All right, Feng Yuan, you are indeed something. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. A mix of anger and amusement as he gave Feng Yuan a thumbs up. Here he was, fighting desperately, demolishing the city, and potentially endangering an unfortunate unknown planet, only to learn that the individual directly involved had been able to resolve the problem all along. Had he simply delivered a crushing blow to the Palashi star being initially, all this chaos could have been avoided. It seemed he had labored in vain, nearly bearing the psychological burden of having mistakenly harmed an ally. I am the Ultraman. And Feng Yuan, you're the Saiyan, correct? Haha, if that is the case. With a hint of vexation, Xiang Yu emitted a mischievous laugh, casting a benevolent gaze towards the now petrified Palashi star being. It appears you have little worth left. No, no, no. I am still useful. Very much so. The Palashi star being, having realized the severity of the situation upon witnessing Feng Yuan's recovery, was terrified. He hastily attempted to prove his value. My magical prowess ranks among the top 3 in the universe. I possess countless powerful and practical spells. My disciples have all made names for themselves. My reputation is beyond reproach. The Palashi star being fervently thumped his chest, speaking at an astonishing speed. Moreover, you cannot be unreasonable. In a twist of fate, he played the sympathy card, adopting the guise of a weary elder with a pitiful expression. I came to Earth with no ill intentions. I was merely here for a visit. It was that Earth woman who insulted me first, and I only offered a minor reprimand. I had no intention of taking her life. Isn't your friend an Ultraman? Shouldn't he be more reasonable? With that, the Palashi star being pointed at the still cowering Feng Yuan, briefly recounting his earlier confrontation with the woman. Strictly speaking, I am the victim here. This esteemed young hero, rest assured. I will impart all my lifetime's knowledge of magic to you, with no secrets withheld. As I observed the seemingly softened stance of Xiang Yu, The Plasher people hastily reiterated their assurances. Firstly, Feng Yuan is Ultraman. I have not disregarded the idioms and phrases that have been persistently brandished before him. After a brief silence, Xiang Yu slowly began to speak. Secondly, he raised his fist once more, a faint translucent aura gently swirling around his hand. It is not about exhausting all my strength. Rather, you must teach me. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to strike you down. Chapter 51. The Tingwans can retire. Entering the scene is the second-generation elder. Xiang Yu is no demon, yet his fervent performance in extracting a modicum of reward from the Plasher people seems only justifiable. Moreover, he has long coveted these supernatural abilities and magic, believing that barring certain specific racial talents, he should be able to master the vast majority of spells. Throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, although the Kamehameha is predominant, magic and superpowers also serve as hallmark capabilities for several significant characters and bosses. Even if they do not directly manifest as an increase in combat power, they introduce qualitative changes to battles. Otherwise, the Buu of the Super Era would not have suffered a narrative demise due to his bug-like magic. I shall not hold this against you this time. Should you misreport again, I shall present to her the discarded letters in which you once declared your feelings for Bai Zi, Xiang Yu threatened. Kicking away the clinging Feng Yuan, who was wailing and howling, taking the ashen-faced Plasher person far away. Xiang Yu, you cannot be so cruel, even at a distance. Xiang Yu could faintly hear Feng Yuan's heart-wrenching cries, prompting a light scoff from him. Given Feng Yuan's resilience, it is the psychological torment that proves far more effective than physical harm. On the Heart Mountain, why have you returned? The Tingwan's monk gazed helplessly at Xiang Yu, who had not long ago visited, before his attention was drawn to the elder beside him. This individual is no ordinary person. The Tingwans focused intently, perceiving the profound energy field emanating from the Plasher in its mimetic form. This person possesses an air of arrogance that is almost palpable. At the same moment, the Plasher assessed the Tingwans with a similar sentiment. The elder across appeared unremarkable, yet exuded a mysterious aura that even an extraterrestrial being would find deeply enigmatic. Naturally, the Plasher, having adeptly absorbed the myriad cultures of Earth, deemed the term arrogant more fitting. Master Tingwans, I have recently made progress in the collapse fist technique and wish for your guidance, Xiang Yu interjected, ignoring the electric exchange of glances between the two elders and attempting to lighten the mood. In truth, he sought to practice in the serene environment of the Heart Mountain and felt it necessary to greet its master. After all, in Xiang Yu's view, learning magic undoubtedly requires meditation, and what better place exists than this ethereal, secluded valley? During his initial foray into magic, he was uncertain how meditation differed from standard practice. It would be preferable to accidentally unleash a modicum of energy upon a few desolate mountains rather than obliterate an entire city. Of course, this was not something to share with Tingwans. The dialogue between Xiang Yu and Tingwans only served to deepen the Plasher's impression of Tingwans' extraordinary nature. It appeared that this remarkable boy's master must be equally exceptional. As thoughts swirled, the self-transformed Plasher stroked his white beard, striving to appear more benevolent. Well then, please demonstrate. Tingwans hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, promptly adding, go to the mountain adjacent to mine. There was no choice. Should he refuse? Who knows how persistently Xiang Yu might pursue him? Given the other's prowess, he could hardly discern any progress made. Resigned, Tingwans resolved to offer a compliment later, ensuring Xiang Yu would leave satisfied. Just as Tingwans had formulated this plan, he felt himself hoisted by the collar by Xiang Yu. Well then, Master Tingwans, I shall take you there now, Xiang Yu proclaimed, not waiting for consent. Only afterward did he seem to realize his impulsiveness, scratching his head with his free hand. Please do not take offense. Witnessing this scene, the Plasher was at a loss for words. This little rascal showed such disregard, even towards his legitimate teacher. As for his own humble instructor, he must impart the knowledge of the legacy crystal. Resolutely, the Plasher followed Xiang Yu as they soared towards a distant mountain. Here should suffice, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the mountain range situated over 20 kilometers from the Heart Mountain. He set Tingwans down at a safe distance and took a deep breath. He channeled a minuscule portion of his energy along the trajectory of the collapsed fist, coalescing it within his fist, poised to unleash. Then, with a resounding boom, the massive mountain face appeared to be precisely cleaved by an invisible blade, revealing a cylindrical gap approximately 3 meters in diameter, its edges smooth as a mirror. Through this opening, a faint light shone from the other side, indicating that the entire mountain had been penetrated. Remarkably, the rest of the mountain remained largely intact, with only the slightest fissures to testify to his control. After being set down, a concerned Tingwans moved several dozen meters away, anxiously awaiting any tremors or landslides. To his astonishment, Xiang Yu had indeed mastered his power, concentrating his destructive force with remarkable precision. Embarrassed, Tingwans admitted, "Xiang Yu, to be frank, given your current grasp of the collapsed fist, I find myself unable to provide further guidance." Truth be told, he could not claim expertise in this martial art, nor had he offered Xiang Yu much direction. This young man had demonstrated an impressive ability to learn independently. Although presently, his martial proficiency may not surpass Tingwans, it was inevitable that he would eventually exceed it. It would be prudent to clarify this now, sparing himself the ordeal of Xiang Yu's persistent visits. "Well, I see. That's fine." Although Tingwans need not have spoken, Xiang Yu was already quite pleased with his recent performance. Compared to the hasty attack on the Plasher, this well-prepared strike had exhibited the collapsed fist's effects far more splendidly. Though he was aware that opponents would not afford him such ample preparation time in actual combat, practice makes perfect, and the future holds promise. Xiang Yu graciously accepted Tingwan's evaluation, politely enveloping him with energy and transporting him back to the Heart Mountain. "Master Tingwans, you have become obsolete. Now, let us turn our attention to the second elder, the Plasher. 3 days later. What manner of race is this? How can there exist such outrageous energy attributes?" Chapter 52. Disturbing the nests of the discs. Despite the passage of 3 full days, the Plasher remained incredulous. He had traversed the cosmos for thousands of years, encountered countless extraordinary races and energy systems, yet had never encountered such an illogical entity. The adversary's combat prowess defied all reason, but why did his energy also possess such unreasonable characteristics? Is there no cosmic justice? Recalling 3 days prior, Xiang Yu had finally commenced his studies of the various magics of the Plasher, and with a diligent mindset dedicated to teaching from the ground up. The Plasher first elucidated the energy source of magic, or rather, psychic energy. This serves as the foundational energy for learning his skills. While the myriad energies in the universe are diverse, encompassing light energy, dark energy, psychic energy, and so forth. Therefore, the Plasher's initial lesson for Xiang Yu is how to transform his own energy attributes. It is not merely a matter of converting the entirety of another's energy into spiritual power. Rather, it involves imbuing one's own energy attributes with the essence of spiritual force. In pursuit of this goal, he dedicated a millennium to compiling a tome titled Yuzhou Tongyong Jichu Nungliang Zhuanhua Xinfa, which encompasses the applicable energy attributes of the vast majority of the universe. As a renowned archmage, he would not deceive. Indeed, he has cultivated numerous disciples who have achieved great renown. Some, irrespective of their species, even non-sentient mechanical beings, have successfully learned to harness spiritual energy under his tutelage. However, none have displayed the peculiarity of Xiang Yu, whose energy source is ostensibly a rather ordinary enhancement of the physical body, amplifying destructive power. Yet, unexpectedly, he asserted, "Old Pooh, I think you can first teach me a small fireball." By whimsically bestowing a nickname upon the Pulisha people, Xiang Yu bypassed the well-intentioned offering of the universal technique, demonstrating that a true man never peruses beginner's tutorials. After all, aside from the inability to conjure oxygen from thin air, he could hardly conceive of any abilities or superpowers within Dragon Ball that could not be simulated. Of course, the energy of Ultraman is indeed extraordinary. Xiang Yu has always felt that this race's energy harbors deeper mysteries beyond just the property of light. Nonetheless, Xiang Yu's greatest desire remains the acquisition of healing skills. With such abilities, combined with the Saiyan's innate passives, even if he cannot battle perpetually, as in the legend of Chuanqiao, or suffer the diminishing returns of Kobe due to exceedingly high base combat power, the prospect of receiving a substantial buff from near-death recovery is enticing, significantly enhancing the Saiyan's endurance. This skill even surpasses combat-oriented techniques and practicality. Had it not been for the fact that Leo's healing abilities cannot be applied to himself, he would have prioritized learning this. Yet for now, it would be prudent to avoid overreaching and to commence with the simplest and most fundamental small fireball, as suggested by Old Pooh. The latter had expressly stated that while healing skills may seem straightforward, they are, in reality, advanced magic, particularly when it comes to self-healing. Thus, Under the incredulous gaze of the Polysha, Xiang Yu devoted half a day to grasping the principles of the small fireball, successfully operating it with qi as the energy source. "Old Pooh, look!" Xiang Yu exclaimed, as a 5-meter diameter, intensely warm orange fireball manifested 30 centimeters above his palm. Despite his anticipation, the excitement was palpable. In a moment of emotional exuberance, he inadvertently channeled an excess of qi. Suddenly, the originally 5-meter fireball swelled dramatically, and the rising temperature ignited the dense white beard of the astonished and unprepared Polysha. Boom. "My apologies, I lost control." Xiang Yu hastily flicked the fireball, comparable in size to a nuclear explosion, away into the forest, casting a slightly apologetic glance at the Polysha. The uncondensed and uncontrolled fireball, carelessly tossed into the woods, created a large crater and immediately ignited a catastrophic inferno, engulfing a significant portion of the mountain in flames. The Polysha, wide-eyed, stared at Xiang Yu, then waved his staff, quickly conjuring a cloud that enveloped the fire, unleashing a torrential downpour. After several attempts to articulate his thoughts, he finally stammered, "Young man, who exactly are you?" "Me? I am merely a passing scion," Xiang Yu responded instinctively, not entirely understanding why he uttered those words. Time in the mountains flows differently. A week passes in the blink of an eye. Xiang Yu, filled with enthusiasm, was experimenting with the newly acquired elementary magic. His left hand sparkled with a golden electric serpent, the crackling energy coalescing into a sphere that radiated an electrifying aura. His right hand manipulated a howling whirlwind, the air swirling visibly around his fingertips to form a pale blue cyclone. With a mere thought, lightning and wind shot forth simultaneously, intertwining in the air to create a dazzling network of energy. Shortly thereafter, a column of water appeared out of thin air, accurately extinguishing the flames generated by his experiment. Under the careful guidance of the Polysha, Xiang Yu had become adept at controlling these basic spells, whether compressing and consolidating the magic to amplify its destructive capacity or enhancing its inherent attributes to disrupt and control. Although these elementary spells had limited efficacy against opponents of similar rank, they opened a new realm of possibilities for Xiang Yu. For instance, when facing metallic foes, the effects of fire and lightning attacks would undoubtedly surpass that of attribute-less chi blasts. It must be said that the Polysha is a diligent and responsible mentor. Many complex issues become simple and comprehensible through his explanations. For Xiang Yu, a novice in the realm of magic, this truly feels like a guiding hand. With the ability to command wind and lightning at will, Xiang Yu exuberantly proclaimed fantastical phrases, confident that no one in this world would grasp his references. Meanwhile, the Polysha furrowed his brows, sifting through all his memories in a quest to uncover any trace of the Saiyan race in the cosmos. At that moment, under a clear blue sky, sunlight filtered through the hazy mist of the forest, casting dappled shadows. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, bringing with it the refreshing scent of flora. The duo, an elder and a youth, stood amidst this tranquil woodland, resembling a serene tableau of time standing still. Were it not for the wall that Xiang Yu had used for target practice, now riddled with holes. Meanwhile, in the distant UN magma star system, Commander Blake stood at the command platform, surveying the multitude of disc-shaped beings below. These entities, varying in form but all cloaked in a sinister black aura, emanated an oppressive and suffocating presence. "All units, prepare." Blake's voice reverberated across the vast space, laced with a chilling fervor. Target, Earth. His meticulously plotted path to dominance was set to commence with the conquest of this planet. The legendary Leo Ultraman, said to have single-handedly annihilated his arch-rival's elite forces, would serve as the first stepping stone to validate his strength. 50 enhanced disc beings. Let us see how you withstand this. Commander Blake lowered the brim of his hat, casting his face into shadow, a suppressed and frenzied laugh escaping him. Ha! Chapter 53. A farewell feast almost became my own funeral. 20 light years from Earth. A pitch-black planet raced towards the solar system in defiance of the laws of celestial physics. Its surface was adorned with bizarre metallic structures and writhing biological tissues, emanating an unsettling crimson glow. "This distance is sufficient. Come to a halt," Commander Blake commanded coldly from the control console. With his directive, the peculiar planet, named Black Star, defied the laws of inertia, abruptly halting in the void a mere 10 million kilometers from Earth. Though termed a planet, Black Star had long been transformed into a colossal mobile fortress. It served as both the nest for the disk beings and the flagship of Commander Blake's quest to conquer the universe. Whenever a target was designated, Black Star would navigate towards it, unleashing a terrifying army of disk beings to enact a racial cleansing upon local civilizations. Useful species would be conscripted under Blake's command, while the useless would face total annihilation. What a primitive civilization, Commander Blake scoffed as he perused Earth's technological assessment report, unable to fathom why those extraterrestrials were so eager to pursue this utterly worthless planet. Clearly, from Blake's perspective, the idyllic environment of Earth held no significance whatsoever. In light of the Earth's primitive technological level, Commander Blake resolved that once he eliminated Leo, he would also obliterate this planet. Perhaps it was the negative energy that inadvertently enhanced Commander Blake's intellect. As this time he refrained from engaging in any convoluted schemes akin to the antics of Hulu while rescuing Grandpa. With a decisive gesture, he issued the final command: all units, mobilize and attack Earth. Meanwhile, within the Mac space station, Xiang Yu reluctantly joined in singing birthday wishes. Indeed, the magically inclined Xiang Yu, who was soaring with excitement over his studies, was coerced by Feng Yuan into attending the space station. He was on the verge of advancing to higher-level magic, yearning to delve deeper into spatial and healing spells, and thus felt quite disinclined to partake in what he deemed a trivial social gathering. After all, was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a birthday? Xiang Yu found it perplexing, questioning who in their right mind would celebrate a birthday in a space station. Listening to this, Feng Yuan scratched his head, attempting to articulate his thoughts. This might indeed be their final occasion as members of the Mac team, as it was soon to disband. Shortly, Xiang Yu learned from Feng Yuan the circumstances surrounding this event. If one were to assign blame, both Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan bore a modicum of responsibility. The reason was simple. During this period, any monsters that appeared were swiftly dealt with, either by the formidable Leo or the effortlessly victorious Leo brothers. Any slightly troublesome adversaries were decisively subdued by Xiang Yu. This led to the increasingly awkward predicament of Mac, compounded by the recent misunderstanding during Xiang Yu's transformation experiment and the aftermath of his confrontation with Old Pooh, which became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The former had caused the citizens to mistakenly believe that Ultraman had become so powerful that he could eliminate invaders directly in space, rendering Mac's role as mere atmospheric support unnecessary. As for the latter, Xiang Yu's disregard for the surrounding environment during battles, particularly with Old Pooh, had significantly escalated the budget for reconstruction after each confrontation. Even now, they could not effectively reduce the temperature in the affected area, relying solely on liquid nitrogen for gradual cooling, with reconstruction still a distant prospect. Furthermore, the multi-star coalition had taken an extended leave before their departure, leaving Mac in a leaderless state. While then, given the budget, how to allocate it was not a difficult consideration. Even though someone within Mac had subtly indicated to the higher-ups that they had some rapport with Xiang Yu, the response was merely to dissolve Mac and redistribute the roles. They were not being laid off. It was unreasonable to expect Xiang Yu to provide support in this matter. What? You think they should hold Xiang Yu accountable as the primary culprit for the extensive environmental damage? The higher-ups would be eager to see which fool dared to utter such nonsense. Thus, with a twinge of guilt, Xiang Yu ultimately accompanied Feng Yuan to what was ostensibly a birthday celebration, but in truth was a farewell gathering. Dissolution might be beneficial, he consoled himself, as it alleviated the burden of meaningless death. A sacrifice with purpose was acceptable, as it could at least be anchored in conviction. However, the situation with Mac was different. Reallocating personnel to ground duty for crowd control held more significance than merely acting as atmospheric support in fighter jets. As Xiang Yu absently reassured himself, he observed the diverse expressions of the Mac members around him. Each face told a different story. Aside from the cheerful Matsuki celebrating his birthday, others exhibited worry, contemplation, and relief, such as the myriad of human experiences. However, Xiang Yu's attention was captured by a new Mac member, who, uninterested in joining the celebratory atmosphere, stood idly by the monitoring equipment, awaiting the abrupt end of his nascent career. Suddenly, a terrified scream shattered the seemingly festive ambience, as a teammate near the monitor pointed at the screen filled with numerous red dots. "There are so many high-energy biological reactions," came the stammering voice. "I estimate at least over 30. What?" The other Mac members were astonished. Were they about to retire without receiving their final paycheck? What? Xiang Yu was equally taken aback. Was the Mac space station actually operational? Suddenly, the entire space station began to tremble violently. Through the viewport, they beheld a colossal, jellyfish-like creature entwining the space station with its lengthy tentacles, slowly drawing it toward its maw. Indeed, it was the disc-shaped creature, Xirbabulumi. This being, isolated near Earth's atmosphere, was far too conspicuous to ignore. Given that Commander Blake's orders were to annihilate Earth, this creature was undoubtedly one of the targets. Witnessing its companions rush toward Earth, a cunning thought crossed Xirbabulumi's mind. It would take a detour to secure a battle achievement and ensure some form of safety for itself. As Xirbabulumi approached, preparing to engulf the space station, a voice cut through. Where did that octopus come from? A clear yet slightly diminutive voice echoed. In the next instant, Xiang Yu's figure appeared beside Xirbabulumi's robust tentacle, surrounded by a white aura, with flickering arcs of golden lightning accentuating his youthful visage with an air of cold authority. With a mere flick of his wrist, the tentacle capable of rending the alloy space station was severed in an instant. The intense pain elicited a silent scream from Xirbabulumi, which, in its fury, turned to confront its assailant, only to find a diminutive human suspended in the vacuum, radiating a disquieting energy. Xiang Yu tilted his head, scrutinizing the cosmic jellyfish, then noticed the throng of oddly shaped disc creatures surging toward Earth's atmosphere. Had he disturbed their nest? Were they all emerging in a frenzy? Xiang Yu's gaze sharpened. It was time for swift action. Without delay, he transformed into a streak of white lightning. Within a second, all of Xirbabulumi's tentacles entwining the space station were severed. Feng Yuan, return to Earth immediately. I will join you shortly. Xiang Yu's voice resonated in Feng Yuan's mind, urging him to swiftly transform and return to Earth. There was no time to dwell on whether his transformation would be exposed. Xiang Yu estimated that there were 4 to 5 dozen monsters, most of which were concentrated in that unfortunate Japan. If Leo did not hasten to defend alongside Astra, by the time he dealt with the current Xirbabulumi, it was likely that a significant portion of the population on the ground would be annihilated. Understood. Feng Yuan nodded gravely, turning to his teammates, whose faces were still painted with panic and despair. From the moment Xirbabulumi appeared to Xiang Yu's intervention, mere seconds had elapsed. Yet the MAC members were still grappling with the dual despair of encountering multiple monsters and impending sacrifice. Leo, with a flash of crimson light from his lion-like eyes, Feng Yuan transformed into the colossal form of Leo, stabilizing the space station with a firm grip and redirecting it toward a safer orbit, preventing any fallout from Xiang Yu's impending battle from affecting the station. He then swiftly soared toward Earth. With the distractions out of the way, Xiang Yu resolved not to indulge Xirbabulumi any longer in this charade. Now, prepare to deliver your last words. Xiang Yu silently retracted the lightning magic he had employed, bringing his hands together before his chest, rapidly coalescing a deep blue energy speckled with starlight, although it was unlikely he would bother to listen. Were it not for the multitude of monsters awaiting his resolution on Earth, he would have relished the opportunity to showcase his newly acquired magic in front of the MAC team members. Although his skills were currently limited to effects, one must recognize the significance of a Saiyan pairing with lightning. Do not lament your untimely demise. With a simple concentration of energy, Xiang Yu instantly unleashed a concentrated energy wave, and soon your companions shall join you in your fate. Boom. Before Xiang Yu could fully register the pain of having his tentacles severed, the humanoid monstrosity before him emitted a lethal blue beam, striking with an unavoidably swift precision. The concentrated energy wave pierced through Xiang Yu's mouthparts, penetrating deep into its translucent head. With a mere thought, he detonated the energy wave, causing the blue point of light to erupt into an even more dazzling radiance, rapidly expanding. The terrifying shockwave obliterated Xiang Yu's opponent, scattering its remnants into the void, with the fragments barely having time to drift away before being overtaken by the expanding energy wave. The highly concentrated destructive energy annihilated all matter within its reach, leaving not a trace of dust behind. Had he known this creature was so fragile, he would not have let Leo depart first. Xiang Yu shook his head in disbelief at the complete obliteration of Xiang Babu Ermei, then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly making his way back to Earth. Fortunately, being near the atmosphere meant there was still some thin air, and since he was essentially holding his breath, he managed to eradicate the enemy with haste. Were the battlefield in the vacuum of space, with more foes, he might have had to fuse with Leo to prevail. In stark contrast to Xiang Yu's effortless dispatch of Xiang Babuerme, Leo and Astra were suffering greatly on Earth. Although the disc creatures were not all concentrated in Japan, there were still no fewer than 30 scattered about. Upon Leo's appearance, these monsters seemed to receive a directive, swiftly converging on his location. With the prowess of Leo and Astra, facing 2 against 2 or even 2 against 5 was manageable. But now they were besieged by over 30 enhanced disc creatures. Compounding their troubles, many of these disc creatures possessed bizarre mental attacks and domain abilities. In a short span, the Leo brothers endured assaults from all directions while barely managing to eliminate 3 disc creatures with their combined beam, yet they were rapidly approaching their limits. Moreover, the strange domain energy continuously eroded their bodies, resulting in an increasingly severe depletion of energy. As the blue timer on their chests flashed a dangerous red light at an unprecedented frequency. "Brother, I can barely hold on," Astra managed to utter before involuntarily reverting to his human form. Since his transformation, not even half a minute had passed, far from the transformation duration limit on Earth. This was a forced reversion due to the drastic depletion of his energy. Coughing, Leo stifled the immense loss of energy. Compelled by his instinct to revert to his human form, he knew he could not collapse just yet. He had to endure until Xiang Yu returned. Damn it! In the emergency command room 100 meters underground, the upper echelons of the defense team were enveloped in a despondent atmosphere as they viewed the footage transmitted by the undamaged drones. Was Earth doomed? On the screen, the remaining Leo Ultraman struggled to hold on, while the entirety of Tokyo lay shrouded in an eerie red mist. Most unsettling was that the citizens, who typically instinctively fled to bomb shelters upon sighting monsters, now seemed to disregard their own lives, oblivious to the impending doom beneath the feet of the disc creatures, instead attacking one another with reckless abandon. This was also why the Leo brothers fell so swiftly. They had little room to evade, and even a slight movement could trample large numbers of civilians. The skies were filled with various flying disc creatures, and Leo, not being adept at aerial combat, would be subjected to concentrated fire if he took to the air. Wait a moment, where's that boy? At this moment, a high-ranking official, whose eyes had grown dim, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. The boy had yet to arrive. As long as he was present, there was still hope. Earth could still be saved. This declaration seemingly ignited the last flicker of hope, as the other officials recalled the extraordinary humanoid entity on Earth. Though they could not comprehend why Leo Ultraman appeared so inconsistent in strength, the boy remained steadfast and powerful. They had even analyzed Xiang Yu's energy wave fluctuations and discovered that, while they could not accurately measure its destructive capacity, its energy intensity was indeed growing stronger with each iteration. As long as that boy was present, they had not yet reached the point of defeat. This was a shared thought among the high-ranking officials. Just as they hoped, the very thing Leo awaited came to pass. Ha ha, Leo is nothing but a weakling. Commander Blake snickered from a hidden corner, initially scoffing at Leo's feeble display before bursting into maniacal laughter. Although he could not fathom how Leo had vanquished President Magma and his elite squad, he felt compelled to remain cautious, deploying all the disc creatures. And yet, this was the result. Regardless, the ease with which the enemy was dispatched was not entirely unwelcome, and he promptly ordered the closest disc creature, Endo, to eliminate Leo once and for all. Endo, a disc creature with an enormous, grotesque head covered in unsettling folds and holes, extended dozens of centipede-like limbs from its body, with its most notable feature being a long tail tipped with formidable pincers, which now viciously swung towards Leo. Endo faithfully executed the command, its thick, centipede-like tail whipping forward. The powerful pincers precisely clamping around Leo's neck, exerting force to separate the Ultraman's head from its body. Whoosh! A brilliant azure light suddenly streaked across the midday sky. The light approached rapidly from the horizon, growing larger until it transformed into a torrent of energy spanning the sky. This concentrated energy wave struck Endo's rotund form with incredible speed, the immense force instantly propelling the creature away. The beam's momentum remained unyielding, piercing through Endo and continuing onward, consecutively penetrating the bodies of 6 additional disc creatures, leaving 7 monsters strung together like a kebab. Apologies, Xiang Yu's figure quietly appeared in the battlefield sky, scratching the back of his head with an awkward expression, having encountered a minor mishap. I hope I am not late. he remarked just as the 7 pierced disc creatures erupted in brilliant blue light from within, their bodily structures rapidly disintegrating under the concentrated destructive energy, resulting in 7 overlapping, violent explosions. The deafening roar echoed through the heavens, mushroom clouds rising high, forming the perfect backdrop for Xiang Yu's arrival. Chapter 55. Reflection can wait. Once the wife is gone, there is truly nothing left. Amid the cacophony of explosions, Xiang Yu descended slowly before Leo, the white aura surrounding him gradually receding. Yet a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. "Leave the rest to me," Xiang Yu stated coolly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining disc creatures, almost as if counting his prey. Yes, what an impressive entrance. Xiang Yu silently commended himself, alleviating the embarrassment from his earlier misstep of arriving at the wrong location. Following his battle with Xiang Babu Ermei, Xiang Yu had formed a preliminary assessment of the strength of these disc creatures. Their power was decent, yet still less than half of his own. According to the combat power scaling in the Dragon Ball universe, which dictates that a mere 13-fold increase in power could lead to a swift defeat, these disc creatures, whose strength fell short of his by half, were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter, despite their overwhelming numbers. After undergoing training in the Land of Light, Xiang Yu's combat power reached 60,000, and during this period, he experienced a slight improvement, maintaining his strength at around 70,000. Consequently, he followed the trajectory of the disc creatures that previously inundated Earth and headed towards Kyushu, Japan, where numbers typically gathered in abundance. However, by the time he arrived, the majority of the disc creatures had already congregated in Tokyo, where Leo was located, leaving only a few cats behind. At this moment, Xiang Yu's condition resembled that of Vegeta or Frieza upon their first appearances. He could utilize his internal energy to its fullest, but was unable to sense the energy of others. Furthermore, due to the significant differences between the energy of the Ultraman world and his own energy, Xiang Yu failed to realize that the disc creatures had inadvertently led him on a wild goose chase. After swiftly eliminating the few immobile disc creatures, he relied on his familiarity with Leo's energy to seek him out, leading to the earlier scene. Thus, if I eliminate these monsters, no one will know that I got lost. Rapidly completing his logical reasoning, Xiang Yu issued a death god admission letter to the group of disc creatures. "Xiang Yu, you finally arrived." Leo, whose form had become somewhat ethereal, looked joyfully at the arriving Xiang Yu. "Quickly, let us transform." Feng Yuan eagerly wished to merge with Xiang Yu once more, becoming Super Leo, wielding immense power capable of annihilating the disc creatures. "There is no need for that," Xiang Yu instinctively retorted. For him, when faced with enemies he could handle alone, he preferred to rely on his own strength in battle. This inclination stemmed not from the memories of his original self, but from the innate pride of a Saiyan. Boom. Bang. As they had previously discussed, while speaking, Xiang Yu casually unleashed a crushing fist, sending an unsuspecting disc creature flying. The energy from the crushing fist erupted in midair, creating a massive blood hole in the monster, followed by a deafening explosion. The power of Super Leo was a last resort reserved for encounters with formidable foes that none of them could overcome. Xiang Yu suspended himself in a star-like formation in midair, exclaiming, "Huh!" The energy within him erupted instantaneously, generating a high-energy pressure wave that enveloped all directions without dead angles. The visible white energy wave violently expanded from him, sending the oncoming disc creatures flying like fallen leaves. Subsequently, the white energy flames wrapped around him again, as Xiang Yu transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the nearest disc creature that had been knocked away. "Feng Yuan, please take Astra to rest for a while." Xiang Yu's voice gradually faded. "Do not worry, I have it under control." Feng Yuan, having reverted to his human form, gazed in awe at Xiang Yu soaring through the sky, effortlessly dispatching the disc creatures. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to search for Astra. After all, he was not Siwen. Xiang Yu possessed his own will and combat style, and he should not interfere excessively. Since Xiang Yu claimed he could handle these monsters alone, Feng Yuan chose to trust him. "Astra, are you alright?" Feng Yuan limped through the rubble to find his brother buried beneath the debris, carefully helping him up. Astra's face was smeared with dust and blood, and due to energy depletion, he felt lightheaded. Seeing his brother, who had also returned to human form, he anxiously inquired, "Brother, what is the situation now?" If even brother had reverted to human form, did that mean? "Do not worry, little brother," Feng Yuan replied with a bright smile, pointing to the sky. Look who has arrived. Astra squinted, following Feng Yuan's gesture. In the glaring sunlight, he spotted a figure bathed in golden light, kicking a flying saucer-shaped disc creature like a soccer ball. Xiang Yu's figure was intertwined with the halo of the sun, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. It is Xiang Yu. Upon confirming the identity, Astra, fully aware of Xiang Yu's strength, suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him, murmuring before drifting into slumber, "Then it will be fine." Feng Yuan watched in pained silence as his brother succumbed to sleep due to energy depletion. As an elder brother, he felt inadequate in protecting Astra. Even after Astra arrived on Earth, he had repeatedly found himself in life-threatening situations. "I have been too negligent. I must intensify my training." Feng Yuan realized he might have overly relied on Xiang Yu, subconsciously developing a sense of complacency. After all, with Xiang Yu around, merging with him as Leo was invincible. Given this, it seemed reasonable to relax and not focus too much on training. Finally establishing a relationship with someone he admired. Investing time to nurture their bond felt entirely normal. Ultramen are human too. Suddenly, a thought struck Feng Yuan. He had yet to check on Baizi's safety. I must go to Baizi. The eerie red mist had driven the citizens into a frenzy, attacking one another. Baizi, being a fragile woman, was in danger. Reflection could wait. If something happened to his wife, it would truly be irreversible. Quickly distinguishing between larger and smaller matters, Feng Yuan hoisted his unconscious brother onto his back and hurried towards Baizi's home. Meanwhile, Commander Blake was seething with impotent rage. Damn it, am I dreaming a nightmare? His bloodshot eyes fixated on Xiang Yu, 3 kilometers away. Is that a human? No. My disc army. Commander Blake's heart bled. This was the capital he had painstakingly amassed. To be ruthlessly slaughtered by a human, who was so powerful that he seemed like a being beyond reality, was akin to killing chickens, one after another. Xiang Yu roamed the battlefield as if it were a desolate realm, his movements so swift that only afterimages remained. A disc creature resembling a giant fish lunged at him with its gaping maw, but Xiang Yu stood his ground, seizing its upper jaw with one hand and, with a surge of power, tore it apart. Another disc creature, adorned with multiple tentacles, attempted a sneak attack from behind. Xiang Yu, without turning his head, countered with a ki blast, obliterating it into fragments. To Commander Blake, it seemed that Xiang Yu was not in a hurry to conclude the battle. Rather, he relished the slaughter. He used a crustacean-like disc creature as a springboard, leaping through the air, and with a swift motion, he tore off the wing of a flying disc creature, using the severed wing as a dart to impale another disc creature attempting to ambush him. How brutal. Which dark force does this creature belong to? Commander Blake roared silently. At this moment, Commander Blake's old nemesis, President Magma, would surely nod in approval if he were watching, finally understanding the feelings of despair when his elite forces were annihilated. If this continued, the complete destruction of my disc army was merely a matter of time. Though reluctant to believe it, Commander Blake had to face reality. Fortunately, he still had a trump card he had originally not intended to use. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to it. Commander Blake produced a strange device resembling a controller, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. I hope that the Yabonians did not deceive me. Chapter 56. Baizi's Farewell. Feng Yuan, you are everyone's hero. Bang. After delivering another crushing fist that exploded a disc creature, Xiang Yu silently counted the number of enemies left. He was growing increasingly fond of the crushing fist. It allowed him to relish the thrill of delivering powerful blows while effectively eliminating monsters. Indeed, only those who wielded it could comprehend its effectiveness. Setting aside the 7 disc creatures he had dispatched earlier with ki blasts, as if they were skewered candied fruits, the subsequent 7 had all perished at the hands of his fists and feet. What an exhilarating battle! Unable to contain his excitement, Xiang Yu let out a triumphant roar, his voice resonating with joy. The disc creatures, far from lacking intelligence, were quite capable of understanding Xiang Yu's jubilant exclamations. In an instant, the battlefield reverberated with a cacophony of unintelligible roars. In the state of their monstrous augmentation, the bioengineered weapons could only emit these sounds, which to Xiang Yu were utterly devoid of meaning. Yet, they were indeed subjected to a dual breach of both body and spirit by this malevolent humanoid creature. After mercilessly slaughtering their kin like a cat playing with its prey, it shamelessly dubbed this lopsided massacre as a thrilling battle. Truly, the audacity was overwhelming. Fear and fury surged among the remaining bioengineered entities, their surroundings engulfed in ominous black energy that seemed to absorb some form of sustenance, suddenly erupting like flames. Simultaneously, their physical and energy strength surged dramatically. At this moment, Commander Blake finally resolved to press the red button on his controller, exclaiming, "My army of bioengineered beings, unite with your hatred and resentment." With a crackling sound, as the button was pressed, the controller appeared to bear an immense overload. The surface of the unknown metallic material flickering with erratic currents, before unleashing a dense black light. This black light soared into the sky, subsequently splitting into 29 streams of darkness, precisely targeting the scattered bioengineered beings across the globe. Gurgling sounds emanated as the bioengineered entities, newly invigorated by the influx of negative energy, felt a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, their bodies uncontrollably floating towards their kin. In terror, the bioengineered beings realized their independent will was gradually dissipating. Emotions of panic, resentment, and hatred transformed into the sustenance of negative energy, ultimately leaving behind a singular pure intention to annihilate the humanoid monster before them. From a vantage point above Earth, the scattered bioengineered beings converged towards Tokyo, Japan, including one that resembled a bizarre amalgamation of slime and frog. "No!" cried the bioengineered being Bunyo in terror, yet its body grew increasingly uncontrollable. "I am on the verge of success." Moments earlier, he had proclaimed, "Haha, I am truly a genius." Although Bunyo lacked the combat prowess of other bioengineered beings, he considered himself the intellectual pinnacle among them. While others wreaked havoc on Earth and attacked the Leo brothers, he devised a superior plan to take hostages. In his mimetic state, Bunyo swiftly discerned the true identity of Leo's human form and meticulously investigated his connections on Earth. It was evident that Feng Yuan's partner, Bai Zi, became the optimal target for Bunyo's abduction. The Ultramen were inherently benevolent beings, often willing to restrain their actions for the sake of unfamiliar ordinary individuals, let alone for those with whom they shared a closer bond. Bunyo believed his plan to be flawless, even if Leo were to falter. The humanoid creature taking control of the battlefield had a clear connection to him. Thus, by kidnapping Bai Zi, he could control Leo without bloodshed, subsequently using Leo to threaten the humanoid creature. Bunyo's aspirations were indeed lofty, and the likelihood of his plan succeeding was remarkably high. At least, the hurried Feng Yuan wore a grim expression as he gazed upon Bai Zi, whom Bunyo had taken hostage. "Humph, Leo, if you wish for your girlfriend to remain unharmed," Bunyo declared, pressing a cold iron hook tightly against Bai Zi's neck, "then you shall surrender without resistance." Bai Zi, equally disoriented by the crimson mist, emitted faint murmurs until she caught sight of the approaching Feng Yuan. A flicker of light crossed her vacant eyes as she haltingly whispered, Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, release Bai Zi at once." Feng Yuan roared at Bunyo, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. His facial muscles twitched from intense rage, his expression fluctuating between concern, anger, and despair. At that moment, Feng Yuan felt a fleeting sense of relief that Bai Zi was temporarily safe. Yet his heart raced with anxiety over her precarious situation. This mimetic extraterrestrial clearly came prepared, having identified his true identity and deliberately capturing Bai Zi. "Indeed, my existence only brings misfortune to those around me," Feng Yuan lamented, lowering his head in anguish, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. In his excessive force, his nails dug deeply into his palms, crimson blood trickling through his fingers, blossoming into glaring crimson flowers on the ground. "Oh," Bunyo feigned disinterest, twisting his expression in exaggerated surprise. "Is the hearing of an Ultraman so poor? Did my words not reach your ears clearly? I said, if you want your girlfriend to be safe, then surrender obediently." Upon saying this, Bunyo pressed the iron hook even tighter against Bai Zi's neck, the sharp tip piercing the skin as blood oozed from the wound. Feng Yuan," Bai Zi gasped through the excruciating pain, struggling to maintain a semblance of composure. "Do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate the extraterrestrial instead. You are an Ultraman, not just a hero for me, but for all." Her voice, though feeble, was imbued with a resolute determination, as if bidding a final farewell. "No," Feng Yuan shouted, nearly hoarse from despair. Bai Zi's words plunged him deeper into torment and anguish. He truly did not wish to make such a choice. Feng Yuan was not a fool. He understood Bunyo's intentions. He aimed to use Leo as leverage against Xiang Yu. After enduring countless trials together, Feng Yuan knew Xiang Yu's true nature all too well. An ordinary earthling, even a multitude of them, would not compel Xiang Yu to restrain himself. But Leo was different. This was not mere self-aggrandizement. Feng Yuan recognized that if he were to become a hostage, Xiang Yu might genuinely hesitate. In truth, Feng Yuan's thoughts were correct. If anything were to happen to him, Xiang Yu would undoubtedly be unable to ignore it, even if it meant facing unimaginable consequences. For Xiang Yu, Feng Yuan was his savior, a companion through thick and thin, his only true friend. He was also the greatest reason Xiang Yu was willing to protect this earth. Conversely, if Feng Yuan refused to surrender, then the beloved who had shared countless mornings and evenings with him, who had painstakingly established their relationship and envisioned a future together, would find her life as fragile as a candle in the wind. It would flicker briefly before extinguishing entirely. Whichever choice he made, it would come at an unbearable cost. Damn extraterrestrial. Feng Yuan gasped for breath, his chest heaving with fury and pain. Meanwhile, Bunyo clearly had no intention of granting Feng Yuan any reprieve. His sinister voice echoed once more. Make your decision quickly. Remember, my sharp hook is merciless. Time was running out. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Chapter 57. Xiang Yu. I implore you, let us become one. Each second of the countdown felt like a hammer striking Feng Yuan's heart, the atmosphere of despair nearly solidifying. Feng Yuan clenched his eyes shut in agony, his heart already resolved. This world could do without Leo, but it could not exist without Xiang Yu. I'm sorry. By Z. Feng Yuan's voice trembled with barely suppressed sobs, each word emerging as if forced through gritted teeth. Bai Zi responded with a gentle, understanding smile, devoid of blame, only filled with comprehension and reluctance. In this moment, she understood more than anyone else the burden Feng Yuan bore. This was the only choice he could make in a situation fraught with helplessness. He could lose Bai Zi, even sacrifice his own life, but in the current circumstances, he could not afford to lose Xiang Yu, the last guardian of Earth. Feng Yuan's bloodshot eyes bore into the astonished Bunyo, the pain and rage within him burning ever fiercer. If looks could kill, Bunyo would have already been torn to shreds by his gaze. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's unexpected response, Bunyu wished to continue speaking. What is happening to my body? Bunyu suddenly felt a strange energy surge within him, gradually losing control over his own form. No. In a state of panic, Bunyu realized that his body, influenced by the dark energy, was undergoing continuous transformation. He sensed his willpower slowly dissipating. A strong survival instinct fiercely resisted this alteration of personality, yet his body began to float uncontrollably, driven by newly implanted instincts towards a designated destination. Damn it! It shouldn't be this way, Bunyu shouted in desperation, ultimately soaring towards the location where Xiang Yu was situated. Feng Yuan stared blankly at this dramatic scene, momentarily suppressing the anger that had surged within him due to this sudden twist. Is that it? Has that despicable extraterrestrial truly given up? Feng Yuan. Just as Feng Yuan was bewildered by this stark contrast, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Baizi, are you okay? The softness in his arms pulled Feng Yuan's thoughts back to reality. Seeing Baizi, who had survived the ordeal but was emotionally shaken, he instinctively stroked her back, gently reassuring her. It's all right. Everything is fine. Baizi. Something may have occurred with Xiang Yu. Although the weeping Baizi made Feng Yuan wish to stay beside her a little longer to soothe her emotions. He did not believe that the extraterrestrial would abandon its pursuit so easily. Moreover, it was evident that the direction of travel was towards Xiang Yu. I must return to investigate. He had to go back to the battlefield. Should anything serious happen, at least he had Super Leo as a final trump card. No, at this moment. Super Leo must make an appearance. Yes, I understand. Feng Yuan, you go ahead. Baizi nodded in understanding, her eyes filled with reluctance as she released her hold. With his strength slightly restored, Feng Yuan hurried towards the battlefield, his heart brimming with determination. Thus, the choice that Feng Yuan faced was far more deadly than the dilemma of whether to save his girlfriend or mother first, and it was resolved by Commander Blake's timely intervention. Xiang Yu also noticed the abnormalities of the disc-like creatures after the dark energy surged in. After a brief period, these disc-like beings transformed into a liquid state, gathering towards a nearby high point. What is this? Xiang Yu felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Little Bu being shattered and then reconstituted. Speculating, could it be that these monsters were originally a single entity, now attempting to revert to their original form? Although the process was misjudged, the outcome was correct. The remaining 29 disc-like creatures indeed fused into a brand new composite monster. The united form of the disc creatures, hereafter referred to as the King of Discs, emitted a terrifying roar that shook the very heavens and earth. The immense sound waves, as if tangible, instantaneously shattered the glass of the entire city into fragments. Distant skyscrapers cracked, and nearby buildings began to structurally collapse. The previously frenzied citizens, upon enduring this sound wave's impact, fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back, blood seeping from their ears, evidently having ruptured their eardrums. Even the distant mountains trembled under this sonic assault, startling flocks of birds into the sky. Xiang Yu frowned slightly, reinforcing the protection around his ears. This creature, now enlarged, certainly had a powerful voice. Although he still couldn't comprehend the specific meaning of the King of Discs' roar. The creature before him, as a composite monster, possessed a colossal form exceeding 300 meters. The already diverse disc creatures, upon merging, exhibited a grotesque and psychologically disturbing appearance. Its body was formed from dozens of twisted, fused disc creatures, covered in writhing tentacles and sharp spikes. On the left side were 3 pairs of enormous compound eyes, each rotating irregularly, while the right side bore a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, dripping corrosive slime. 6 pairs of wings of various shapes extended from its back, some resembling bat wings, others akin to insect wings, and some appearing metallic. The tail was a stout scorpion-like appendage, with a hook at the end gleaming with a ghostly green light. Its entire body cloaked in a black and red exoskeleton, from which repulsive dark energy seeped through the cracks. Such a massive and bizarre form could instill a sense of helplessness and insignificance in anyone, even an Ultraman standing before it. However, Xiang Yu merely clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound, and gazed up at the King of Discs' colossal pupils with a hint of excitement, stating, "I wonder if your strength has become as formidable as your size." Bang! How tough! Xiang Yu's fist collided violently with the King of Discs' sharp claws, shattering a small piece of its claw, yet the recoil sensation caused him to exclaim in surprise. This composite monster indeed possessed remarkable attributes. Its physical hardness had increased more than tenfold. Xiang Yu subtly shook his numbed fist, realizing the situation might be more challenging than anticipated. So what if its body had hardened? Xiang Yu shouted, channeling all his energy, "I will smash you piece by piece." Compared to the greatly enhanced physical body of the King of Discs, its attack power seemed only to have increased by 45 times compared to a single disc creature, still within Xiang Yu's current capacity to endure. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Saiyans were known for their destructive capabilities. As long as their attacks could still breach defenses, there was still hope for victory. It would be unacceptable to be suited only for overwhelming weaker opponents and falter against a formidable adversary. Seizing the moment while the King of Discs roared in anger due to its claw being shattered by the diminutive Xiang Yu erupted into a flash of white light, rapidly approaching the massive eye of the King of Discs. If you are a living being, the eyes are generally a vulnerable point. Xiang Yu did not believe that the creature's ocular defenses could match those of its claws, with a sound akin to a heavy hammer striking a watermelon. Just as Xiang Yu had anticipated, the defensive power of the King of Discs' eyes was far inferior to that of other body parts. In a single powerful punch, the eye region within a 10-meter radius was instantly obliterated, an indeterminate purple-black viscous liquid exploding forth. Ugh, what is this? So disgusting. Xiang Yu, now splattered with the liquid, suddenly gagged. The noxious odor of the viscous substance was suffocating. It smelled like 2-week-old rotten pork and beef mixed with fermented herring. Despite losing its independent consciousness, the fused King of Discs evidently formed a new self-awareness. Faced with the instinctual target for annihilation, it reacted with such humiliation after being struck. The already wounded King of Discs let out another earth-shattering roar. Its 4 foreclaws, akin to mountains, descended simultaneously, sealing off all of Xiang Yu's avenues for evasion. The wings on its back flapped violently, unleashing a hurricane capable of tearing steel apart. The stout scorpion tail shot out like lightning, its hooked end aimed directly at Xiang Yu's heart. Am I foolish enough to think I can't dodge? Xiang Yu observed the onslaught of attacks converging from all directions, attempting to confine his position as a fierce aura enveloped him once more. In the nick of time, He accurately identified a minuscule gap within the web of attacks and swiftly dashed out of harm's way. Those parts were clearly the creature's most resilient attack points. Did it truly believe a Saiyan should recklessly confront them head-on? Having already experienced the hardness of the King of Discs attack points, Xiang Yu had altered his strategy. He aimed to employ his mobility and speed advantages to engage in guerrilla warfare. In truth, this flaw was shared between the Ultraman universe and Dragon Ball. While the Ultraman's giant form represented a more powerful elevation, it inevitably resulted in a proportional decrease in speed. Although the extensive range of attacks may pose a greater challenge for an equally colossal entity like Ultraman to evade, Xiang Yu, with his full speed, can undoubtedly find the opportune moment to dodge the offensive strikes of the Disc King. However, this is not a sustainable strategy. The opponent's size is simply too formidable. While the crumbling fist can inflict some degree of damage, it is merely a trivial injury in relation to the opponent's massive form. It seems that the only viable solution is to exhaust the opponent's stamina sufficiently before delivering a decisive blow with the Qigongbua. Just as Xiang Yu was strategizing on how to secure victory while engaging in guerrilla tactics, he was unexpectedly interrupted by the voice of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan? Why have you returned? Shouldn't your energy be still recovering? Xiang Yu, narrowly avoiding a sweeping attack from the Disc King, inquired with surprise. Xiang Yu, unite with me as one. Feng Yuan responded, disregarding Xiang Yu's question, his serious gaze conveying a profound request. Indeed, there was an unmistakable plea in Feng Yuan's eyes. Please, let us become one. Observing Feng Yuan's tightly clenched fists, Xiang Yu turned his gaze towards the Disc King, whose body was emanating intense purple energy fluctuations from its numerous orifices. Clearly, the fused Disc King had been adapting to its new form and had now gained mastery over its energy. Seizing the brief moment while Xiang Yu and Feng Yuan conversed, it commenced charging its power. Xiang Yu sighed softly. Very well. Chapter 58, Breaking Boundaries. The Super Rayo with 1.5 million combat power. Although Xiang Yu believed he was entirely capable of gradually defeating the Disc King, the urgency in Feng Yuan's plea, coupled with the time lost allowing the Disc King to charge its ultimate attack, had altered the situation dramatically. Given these circumstances, it was time to merge. No longer fixated on single-handedly defeating the Disc King, Xiang Yu recognized that the intensity of its energy fluctuations would either compel him to endure significant damage, resulting in a decline in his condition, or force him to evade, leaving Earth vulnerable. In the cosmic expanse, he would have to rely on transforming into Rayo for battle. Having weighed the pros and cons, Xiang Yu swiftly dashed toward Feng Yuan. He would inquire about the circumstances later. He was intensely curious about what had transpired to compel Feng Yuan to set aside the dignity of Ultraman and beseech him to merge. Feng Yuan. Just a moment, he called as he landed beside him. Before he could finish, Feng Yuan had eagerly transformed into pure light, entering Xiang Yu's body. In a fleeting glance, Xiang Yu sensed that Feng Yuan's light appeared somewhat altered. It was no longer merely a pure golden hue, but now bore a tinge of red. This was indeed unusual. His instincts were correct. Feng Yuan's light had undergone a significant transformation. Most notably, Xiang Yu found himself skipping the usual process of grasping the lion's eye and calling upon Rayo's name. As the light of Rayo fully integrated into his being, a powerful surge of energy erupted autonomously. Roar! A brilliant light erupted from Xiang Yu's location, and unlike previous transformations, this light was accompanied by a roar reminiscent of ancient titans. Although this roar lacked the direct destructive force of the Disc King's shriek, it caused the very ground of the city to tremble slightly, instilling a primal fear in the Disc King, which still retained its biological instincts, as if confronting an apex predator atop the food chain. Under this instinctive dread, the Disc King's charged destructive light wave was abruptly interrupted. The transformation into Super Rayo did not only manifest externally, profound internal changes were also taking place. Strange, why is my energy activating on its own? Xiang Yu was astonished. Previously, he had adhered to the advice of the Zhu Xingtuan, suppressing his energy during the transformation process, merging solely his physical form with Rayo's essence. Super Rayo's combat relied entirely on light energy, and he had never attempted to augment it with his own energy. After all, the initial feedback from Feng Yuan's first fusion had left a lasting impression, as his energy might not provide a positive enhancement for Ultraman, but rather a potential debuff. Additionally, Super Rayo's consistent record of overwhelming victories had dissuaded him from attempting to combine his energy. He had always intended to wait until his S cells were more abundant and his energy more stable before experimenting. Xiang Yu did not wish to inadvertently inflict a debuff upon Super Reo when facing a formidable opponent, leading to a disastrous outcome. Yet, fate had other plans. At this moment, without any deliberate activation on his part, his energy surged forth spontaneously, intertwining harmoniously with Reo's light. Xiang Yu, do not suppress your energy, unleash it all. Feng Yuan's voice resonated clearly within the consciousness space. Very well. The series of unforeseen changes left Xiang Yu somewhat bewildered, but trusting Feng Yuan's confidence. He was eager to discover what transformation would occur with the enhancement of his energy. No longer holding back, Xiang Yu completely liberated all his energy, which poured forth like a torrential flood, merging seamlessly with the light energy. In a vague moment, Xiang Yu envisioned a scene. A 50-meter-tall giant ape standing upon a desolate land, howling at the full moon. Boom. When the fusion of energy and light reached a critical threshold, the gathered brilliance erupted explosively. The sky was showered with radiant light, scattering like meteors in reverse, enveloping the city within a 3-kilometer radius. Simultaneously, the outline of the towering Super Reo gradually manifested in a near-transparent form. The scattered light appeared to reverse time, swirling back at an astonishing speed, flooding into Super Reo's body. With the infusion of this light rain, Super Reo's form solidified rapidly, ultimately transforming into a colossal figure akin to a war god, adorned in a deep silver-red hue, with a silver armor upon its chest bearing ancient golden patterns. My power. From an external perspective, it seemed that only 3 seconds had elapsed for Super Reo to complete its transformation. Yet Xiang Yu's consciousness was astonished as he felt the immense strength coursing through him. With a slight clenching of his fists, visible energy waves began to swirl around him, creating a subtle distortion in the surrounding space. This transformation was astonishing. The fusion of Feng Yuan's unique light and his own energy had produced a combat power amplification beyond his wildest imagination. 20 times. Xiang Yu was awestruck as he felt the surging power within, barely able to pay attention to the Disc King, which was recharging its energy. The amplification was at least 20-fold. What was the opponent even playing at? The unprecedented surge in combat power compelled Xiang Yu to unleash a triumphant battle roar through Reo's form. Through the instinctive feedback from Reo's body, he discovered a verifiable truth. As long as his energy was sufficiently abundant, the time limit for Reo's activity on Earth would cease to exist. Henceforth, the duration of his transformation would depend solely on the total amount of his energy, allowing him to maintain combat form until his energy was depleted. Though the underlying principles remained enigmatic, this instinctual intuition should be reliable. Just as Xiang Yu reveled in his newfound might, the Disc King, having finally shaken off its fear and completed its energy charge, unleashed its devastating attack without reservation. Let this newly emerged Reo and this planet become mere cosmic dust. The Disc King roared internally. A deep purple destructive light beam, 200 meters in diameter, tore through the sky, hurtling towards Super Reo. The terrifying energy contained within it, even before reaching its target, caused the ground around to groan under the unbearable pressure. The earth continually collapsed under the horrifying weight, fissures spreading like black lightning toward the city's edges. Xiang Yu, hasten to halt it. It must not extend its reach any further. As Xiang Yu prepared to act, Feng Yuan's urgent voice resonated. Baizi remains in Tokyo. We must interrupt this beam of destruction. Understood. Xiang Yu nodded solemnly. This time, the enemy was indeed intent on annihilating the earth, and hesitation was no longer an option. Super Leo soared skyward, charging towards the cataclysmic beam with astonishing speed. You still think you can escape, Leo? You are doomed. Commander Blake, already aboard his spacecraft hovering in the atmosphere, laughed maniacally. He shared the same sentiment as the King of Discs, believing Ultraman to be a foolish race, willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you shall never obstruct this concentrated strike fueled by the collective hatred of all Disc beings. Commander Blake, not yet satisfied, continued to revel in his impending triumph. He envisioned the moment when Leo would revert to his human form and merge with that incomprehensible humanoid monster. In other words, if he could eliminate this transformed Leo, his mission would still be a resounding success. Watching the King of Discs suspended in the sky, witnessing its unexpectedly immense power, Commander Blake's ambition swelled further. That Yabo person truly gifted me a remarkable opportunity. His mood oscillated like a roller coaster, seemingly steering towards an ideal conclusion. With this formidable disc warrior at hand, who needs an army? Unable to suppress his excitement, Commander Blake quoted a famous Earth saying, perhaps unbeknownst to the Yabo individual themselves. The Dark Emperor, the Ampella, is not beyond my reach. Ha 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 ha. It truly is a new dawn from the shadows. Just as Commander Blake, buoyed by his accumulated buffs, immersed himself in grandiose ambitions, a violent tremor rocked his spacecraft. Then, to his utter disbelief, the cataclysmic beam of destruction reversed course, hurtling back towards the outer atmosphere at a speed even faster than its arrival, vanishing from his sight. The violent shaking of the spacecraft was merely a consequence of the destructive beam exiting the atmosphere. The sheer magnitude of energy it contained sent shivers through him, even from a distance. What in the world is happening? Chapter 59, Annihilation, the planet shall be yours. This is impossible. Commander Blake stood agape, his maniacal laughter frozen on his face. Shifting his gaze back to Earth, Super Leo maintained a slight bend in his knee, the remnants of radiant energy still flickering like sparks on his thigh. Super Leo tilted his head, calmly observing the three pairs of enormous, drooling eyes of the King of Discs. That gaze seemed to appraise an insignificant insect. Perhaps this devastating beam, before Xiang Yu transformed, required tremendous effort to suppress. Yet, to the now empowered Super Leo, had it not been for the unconscious citizens in the city, he might have relished a bath in this torrent of energy. So, this is your trump card? Xiang Yu clenched his fists, suddenly feeling a sense of tedium. Unlike his previous battle with President Magma, Super Leo's strength now rendered the King of Discs incapable of even feigning a challenge. The disparity was insurmountable. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to conclude the encounter, wait. Xiang Yu. Feng Yuan's voice echoed in his consciousness once more, this time requesting, may I handle this monster? Huh. Feng Yuan's unprecedented request surprised Xiang Yu. Yet recalling Feng Yuan's previous unusual actions, he nodded in agreement. All right, I will disengage for now. Interestingly, Feng Yuan had never sought control during Super Leo's battles. This time, Xiang Yu would experience the sensation of stepping back. Thank you, Xiang Yu. Men often conceal their emotions. Feng Yuan silently etched this friendship into his heart before taking command of Super Leo, fixating intently on the King of Discs. More precisely, he targeted a particular region on the right side of the King's abdomen, a green area with a gel-like texture. Indeed, that must be the wretched creature. Upon locating the target, Feng Yuan shouted excitedly. He had pursued the now-revealed Bunyo, and with Ultraman's enhanced vision, he witnessed Bunyo ultimately dissolve into a puddle, merging with other disc beings to form the King of Discs. Bearing a profound grudge against Bunyo, Feng Yuan resolved to eliminate the King of Discs, as it had become part of the very being he sought to destroy. With the target in sight, Feng Yuan launched himself towards the King of Discs. During the acceleration, Super Leo adjusted his stance, executing the classic Leo flying kick from below. His right leg amassed a tremendous, searing energy, akin to a star on the brink of fusion. As Super Leo soared, his speed increased exponentially, his entire form spinning rapidly, enveloped in an intense aura of radiant energy. From a distance, he appeared as a colossal crimson spiral drill, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar, distorting the very fabric of space. With a swift thrust, the energy surrounding Leo vaporized the green area that symbolized Bunyo's existence before even making contact. Feng Yuan, having overestimated Bunyo's strength while vastly underestimating Super Leo's current prowess, drove his kick directly into the King of Discs. Everywhere it traversed, the internal flesh and tissue succumbed to the high-temperature energy of Leo's strike, leaving behind a searing passageway. The King of Discs let out a harrowing wail, enduring pain akin to torture. It hurts. It hurts so much. This Leo is even more savage than the previous humanoid monster. After enduring an excruciating ordeal, Super Leo, maintaining his relentless momentum, erupted from the upper left quadrant of the King of Discs' abdomen. After gliding through the air for several kilometers, Feng Yuan barely managed to bring Super Leo to a halt. The magnitude of Super Leo's power far exceeded his wildest expectations, rendering even his most familiar technique, the Leo flying kick, difficult to control. Gazing at the King of Discs, now deeply penetrated and writhing in midair, Feng Yuan reflected for a moment. Energy sphere. A blazing energy sphere erupted forth. The sphere traversed a distance of several kilometers at almost instantaneous speed, embedding itself into the body of the King of Discs within a fraction of a second. In the next moment, the destructive energy within it expanded wildly, tearing apart every cell of the King of Discs like a supernova explosion. A dazzling crimson glow erupted from the massive form of the King of Discs. The resultant destructive energy precisely confined within a 5-kilometer radius, utterly obliterating the composite monster, leaving not even the tiniest particle behind. The explosion radiated such brilliance that it seemed as though a second sun ignited above Earth, yet curiously remained contained within a defined area. As Feng Yuan's vengeance was fulfilled, he noticed Commander Blake attempting to flee in his spacecraft, realizing the gravity of the situation. This vessel's presence on Earth undoubtedly linked to the disc beings. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan unleashed another beam of energy. How infuriating! This Leo is absurdly powerful. Commander Blake, witnessing his King of Discs obliterated, felt a surge of terror. He had sensed impending doom when the destructive beam was deflected by Super Leo. Originally intending to use the King of Discs to buy time for a strategic retreat, hoping to preserve his life despite the loss of resources. However, he never anticipated that the King of Discs would be defeated so swiftly, without even affording him the time to activate the superluminal mode. In light of this, as he beheld the impending beam of light destined for the spacecraft, Commander Blake steeled his resolve, thinking, "If I am to suffer, then you shall not find respite either." He produced another peculiar device, the communicator of the Yabo people. His intention was to present Earth's situation in a captivating manner, luring the Yabo to come forth. It was rumored that the Yabo had a long-standing enmity with Ultraman on Earth, and surely the strikingly formidable warrior, Leo, along with his slightly superior synthetic monsters, would pique their interest. Given the Yabo's confidence in their Ultra Beasts, he mused, even if I fail, Earth shall never know peace again." In his final moments, Commander Blake, ever defiant, was obliterated alongside his ship by the pursuing beam of light, leaving no trace behind. Is this finally the end? With a gradually calming mindset, Feng Yuan observed the destruction of the suspected culprit ship and let out a sigh of relief. Wait, what is that planet? Just as he relaxed, Feng Yuan suddenly noticed a pitch-black planet hurtling towards Earth from 10 million kilometers beyond the atmosphere. "Feng Yuan, go take a look," Xiang Yu interjected, surfacing at an opportune moment to express his exasperation. "Why are planets constantly plummeting towards Earth lately? This is a calamity. That is the lair of those monsters." In the vacuum of space, Feng Yuan fixated on the approaching planet. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the planet had been transformed into a fortress-like flying entity, now spiraling out of control. The familiar malevolent aura made Feng Yuan realize the gravity of the situation. This wicked planet must not continue to exist. A sphere that nurtures evil monsters must be eradicated from the cosmos. Resolute, Leo aligned his arms at chest level, channeling the luminous energy within him. As he thrust his arms forward with great force, a colossal Leo beam erupted with a tremendous roar. The beam carved through space like a celestial river. At the instant the Leo beam struck its target, time seemed to freeze momentarily. Subsequently, an intense brilliance erupted from within the Blake planet. The surface shattered, cracks spiderwebbing across its entirety, while torrents of energy illuminated the surrounding space. Ultimately, a silent yet cataclysmic explosion engulfed everything. The Blake planet transformed into an ever-expanding sphere of light, with energy waves radiating outward in visible circular shockwaves, vaporizing even the smallest of meteoroids in their path. Moments later, as the radiance began to fade, only a slowly rotating cloud of interstellar dust remained where the Blake planet once was, with sporadic flashes of explosion serving as the cosmos' final tribute to the demise of this malevolent creation. Super Leo stood majestically, his red and silver form towering against the backdrop of the starry sky. This was the first time Feng Yuan, alongside Xiang Yu, had personally obliterated a planet. Yet it was a just act, executed in the name of righteousness, with Super Leo serving as the instrument of final judgment upon pure evil. Chapter 60. Is this not Broly's shield? Is this truly the end? As he gazed at the dissipating interstellar dust in the universe, a wave of relief and trepidation washed over Feng Yuan. Now completely composed, he couldn't help but feel a shiver at his earlier impulsive actions. In a moment of extreme agitation, he had only thought of merging with Xiang Yu, allowing him to unleash his full power, thus augmenting Super Leo's might. After all, that 300-meter king of discs was exceedingly intimidating. Although the eventual fusion with Xiang Yu far exceeded his expectations, the thought of a failed amalgamation could have adversely affected Super Leo's inherent strength was a terrifying prospect. Let's return to Earth. As Feng Yuan contemplated the unknown possibilities, he relinquished control of their body back to Xiang Yu. Above Earth, Super Leo hovered silently. Xiang Yu, what are you planning to do? Feng Yuan inquired, noticing Xiang Yu's reluctance to revert to his original form. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Xiang Yu counted the duration of Super Leo's transformation since returning to Earth, temporarily refraining from responding to Feng Yuan's question. 3 minutes and 7 seconds, he murmured, confident now, before replying. Feng Yuan, have you not noticed? Super Leo has already been present on Earth for over 3 minutes. Really? Upon Xiang Yu's reminder, Feng Yuan realized this to be true. Excitement surging within him as he asked, could it be? Indeed, Xiang Yu confirmed with a nod. From the moment I transformed, I instinctively sensed that the time limit for Super Leo's transformation seemed to have been lifted. However, to be prudent, let us wait a while longer to see how long it can be sustained. An hour later. Xiang Yu mused, feeling the immense energy still coursing through him. It appears that regardless of whether the duration depends on the energy within oneself, maintaining the form for over an hour is certainly feasible. With this, even in battles on Earth, Super Leo's endurance would be significantly enhanced. Although thus far, every opponent faced by Super Leo had been swiftly vanquished. Not requiring more than 2 minutes, who could say what formidable foes lay ahead that might challenge even Super Leo? Most importantly, who would want to be a fleeting presence when one could be enduring? Revert to your original form. Xiang Yu urged Feng Yuan, equally charged with emotion. I have an experiment to conduct. Additionally, let's check on old Pooh to see if he's behaving. The area surrounding Xinshan was adorned with majestic mountains, babbling brooks, and fragrant blossoms. Hey, old Pooh. The sudden call startled the Palais people, causing their makeshift fishing rod to wobble. You seem quite at ease, Xiang Yu remarked, surprised that this individual remained so composed and even took the time to fish by the creek. I almost had a catch, the Palais person sighed, retracting his unbaited rod and turning to face Xiang Yu, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst. Have you finished your business? The Palais individual was not inquiring about Xiang Yu's prior commotion regarding the gathering at the cosmic space station with the peculiar disc creatures. He was not blind. He had indeed entertained the notion of fleeing, but quickly extinguished it within himself. Firstly, he had yet to comprehend the nature of Xiang Yu's race, a matter that piqued the curiosity of the Palais, who prided themselves on their extensive knowledge. Until he understood, he would not dare to depart. Secondly, despite being coerced, having promised to impart his magical knowledge to Xiang Yu, he felt bound to fulfill that commitment. Furthermore, Xiang Yu's potential was captivating enough that the Palais considered taking him as a disciple, hoping to extend the legacy of his teachings. Of course, there was also the matter of the colossal king of discs, which had genuinely startled the Palais, as the energy contained within it made him acutely aware of his own inadequacy as a challenger. Uncertain of the purpose behind the presence of such beings on Earth, he feared that if he fled, he might draw their attention. This planet is truly bizarre. How can such overwhelmingly powerful entities emerge one after another? The outwardly calm Palais person continued to grumble inwardly. First Xiang Yu, then the king of discs, and now this Super Leo, which could not possibly be the real Leo. How ironic that all these formidable beings had converged upon this planet. Indeed, it's resolved. Xiang Yu unceremoniously seized a roasted leg of deer meat and began to eat, exclaiming, "This has been quite the harvest. By the way, can we now learn advanced magic?" Naturally, the Palais replied, somewhat perplexed by Xiang Yu's reference to a bountiful harvest. Did he actually consume that 300-meter monster? The thought crossed the Palais' mind, considering Xiang Yu's astonishing appetite displayed during their time together. At that moment, Chaoji Leo Yu and the King of Discs engaged in battle in the vicinity of Earth's stratosphere. The Palais aliens did not monitor the entire confrontation, remaining unaware of the specific circumstances. They merely inferred the outcome based on Xiang Yu's relaxed demeanor. A sense of suspicion arose within Xiang Yu as he cast a dubious glance at the Palais alien, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless, before delving into the study of magic, he intended to experiment with a few techniques. After all, his spirits were high. Had Bei Mengsitan encountered Xiang Yu in his current state of power and mood, Perhaps he might have left a pathway for survival. Old Puta, first grant me a shield. This time, the commotion might be considerable. Speaking of shields, Xiang Yu recalled his recent experiences learning magic, realizing that the skills mastered by the Polish aliens were indeed extensive. They even possessed shield spells tailored for various energy systems. Xiang Yu immediately expressed his desire to learn, urging, "Teach me quickly." First of all, aside from the most basic magical shield, the rest are advanced spells. Additionally, the oxygen-generating spell you mentioned does not exist. Upon witnessing the disappointment in Xiang Yu's eyes, the Polish alien continued, "However, there is a containment shield that can effectively preserve the gases within without any loss." Had it not been for his reliance on the Polish alien, Xiang Yu would have struck the breathless elder at that moment. Nevertheless, this presented him with an opportunity to learn a skill akin to the legendary Broly's signature shield. Henceforth, even in the absence of Ultraman, as long as he expanded the shield, he need not fear sudden catastrophic events leading to his demise. Returning to the matter at hand, as Xiang Yu was unable to master the shield skill for the time being, he could only request the Polish alien to create a shield for him to facilitate his experimentation with new techniques. "Let me see," he thought to himself, channeling energy and once again simulating the energy trajectory of Leo's energy sphere, hoping to perfectly replicate the true might of this skill. The Polish alien waved his staff, and a translucent magical shield rapidly unfolded, enveloping a 100-meter radius around Xiang Yu. The surface of the shield shimmered with intricate runes, emanating a reassuring sense of stability. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yu brought his hands together before his chest as golden-red energy began to gather. Chapter 61. Yabo Run. The self-cultivation of a loyal minister indeed. My intuition was correct, as he felt the familiar yet unique energy properties within the energy sphere. A surge of ecstasy welled up within Xiang Yu. This not only indicated that he could flawlessly simulate and unleash Leo's distinctive light system, but also suggested that as long as he acquired sufficient sources of Ultraman's light, he could wield various Ultraman skills with ease. This was the fundamental reason for Xiang Yu's elation. He now understood, to some extent, why he could not replicate the nature of Leo's light after merging with him, while he could with Siwen. It was because Siwen had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of light essence before departing. For the seasoned warrior Siwen, such light essence was insufficient to harm his foundation. And with his imminent return to the land of light, he would recover swiftly under the care of the Silver Cross Army. In contrast, Leo was different. Xiang Yu speculated that the relationship between light essence and strength was not significant. Rather, it was more related to one's accumulation and foundation. To put it plainly, Leo was relatively young. Simply merging with him might lead to a passive assimilation of a small amount of light essence, which was still too slow to effectively utilize his light properties. It was only during the last special circumstance that Leo's light essence fully integrated with Xiang Yu's own energy, resulting in an unexpected transformation that granted Xiang Yu a substantial amount of light attribute characteristics. With this in mind, Xiang Yu suddenly pondered, since the fusion had occurred, his body had been sufficiently influenced by Leo. What about Leo himself? He decided to seize an opportunity to inquire. Xiang Yu's primary concern was whether the Saiyan traits would adversely affect Leo. Speaking of which, now that he had learned the method of acquiring Ultraman's light techniques, the first figure that surfaced in his mind was the renowned Ace Ultraman, famed for his light techniques and possessing a benevolent visage. According to his father, Ace's light techniques were unparalleled in the land of light. Recalling his father's serious tone when introducing Ace, particularly regarding Ace's light cutting technique, which was deemed a forbidden art in the land of light, Xiang Yu felt overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. How vexing. There was simply too much to learn, and it felt insurmountable. Suddenly, a sense of blissful frustration struck him. The old Puta had a plethora of magical spells he wished to master, while the land of light resembled a treasure trove filled with countless light skills awaiting his exploration. Perhaps, Xiang Yu mused, once the turmoil on Earth subsided, he could bring old Puta to the land of light. Just then, while maintaining the protective shield, the Polish alien felt a chill race down his spine, as if a primal instinctive sense of danger had surged within him. Could it be? Unless Xiang Yu suddenly turned against him, the Polish alien found it perplexing. Surely none of the enemies he had provoked possessed the strength to instill such a sense of dread, right? Unable to comprehend, the Polish alien attributed it to a stress reaction stemming from his slight discomfort on Earth. Observing that Xiang Yu seemed to have completed his skill experimentation, he remarked, "Now, let us commence with the advanced magic training." Regardless, he resolved to expedite Xiang Yu's instruction and swiftly depart from this eerie planet. The longer he lingered, the more he sensed that something unforeseen might occur. In a nameless cosmic region, a desolate and shadowy vacuum appeared as a vast black canvas. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore asunder, revealing a fissure swirling with iridescent energy, from which a somewhat disheveled figure emerged at great speed. This figure exhibited an unnatural crimson hue, its exterior covered in a durian-like pattern of dense spikes. Its insect-like head featured a protruding forehead, and a pair of multifaceted eyes radiating a ghostly green light constantly rotated. Exuding cunning and cruelty, a crescent-shaped sharp blade emerged from its right arm. It was none other than Yaboran, Ace's sworn enemy. "Damn Ace. The monarch is on the verge of attacking the land of light. Why can't he stop pursuing me?" Yaboran cursed vehemently. This accursed Ace. Wasn't he the one who invaded Earth? Why does it seem as if he bears a blood feud with me? Disregarding the impending war that the land of light faces just to hunt me down? Many extraterrestrial beings had invaded Earth, including the Myphilas aliens. Yet the original Ultraman never chased after them incessantly. Suddenly recalling his previous transaction with Commander Black, wherein he exchanged 10 competent disc creatures for a super beast transformation device, Yaboran smirked. He had heard that the latter, having claimed Magma Star without shedding blood, had confidently set his sights on Earth to flaunt his prowess. Humph. What a foolish pawn, oblivious to his role. Yaboran scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He intended to utilize that backdoor to assess the current situation. Did he truly believe Yaboran was so benevolent? That type of super beast synthesis device had an exceedingly high limit and was incredibly challenging to create. He had a mere 3 in total. He had used one to create the formidable Bo Wong, given another to Commander Black, leaving him with only 1 remaining. Did he truly think that 10 decent disc creatures could be exchanged for his prized possession? Commander Black should take a look in the mirror. Did he deserve it? Moreover, considering the location of the impending chaos was Earth, with its inexplicable bond to the Ultraman, it was likely that at least 1 or 2 members of the security team would be dispatched to provide support. Although, given the monarch's strength and character, he would not endorse such unnecessary actions. As a loyal minister, one could express loyalty without being overtly redundant. Yet, one must still show it. Yaboran, having finally secured a position among the Dark Four Kings, had no desire to be overshadowed by the more adept and obsequious Quan Wang. Calculating the time, it is likely that Bulake has already arrived on Earth with his army of discs. With this thought, the Yabo people took out a peculiar instrument, curious to see if he had utilized my Super Beast synthesizer. If he had, even if the synthesized Super Beast were subpar, it should at least be capable of restraining 1 or 2 of the Ultraman brothers. Though feeling somewhat unrealistic, the Yabo person still held a glimmer of hope. If the quality of the Super Beast were commendable, it would belong to me. Ha! This was the true reason the Yabo person was willing to provide Bulake with the Super Beast synthesizer, regardless of the outcome. Everything Bulake did was merely to create an opportunity for him. Ha! What nonsense from my feelers. I should be the brilliant strategist. The Yabo person chuckled with pride. Dismissing the frustration of being pursued by Ace, he pressed the switch on the instrument, and suddenly, a dark projection screen with an irregular frame appeared in the void. Simultaneously, a series of strange characters slowly materialized on it, resembling a game dialog box. What? The Yabo person felt a surge of surprise. Where was the visual? Even if Bulake had not utilized the synthesizer, the screen should at least project the perspective of the bearer. Could it be that old Bulake, appearing crude and arrogant, was merely putting on a facade? Was he cautious enough not to carry the synthesizer with him? Shaking his head, the Yabo person dismissed these thoughts and focused on the lengthy text in front of him. What? This was unexpected. Upon reading the message conveyed by the text, the Yabo person was taken aback, and his expression fluctuated. In light of this, it seemed necessary to make a trip to Earth. Chapter 62. The declining Ace smelled trouble and arrived. Deep down, the Yabo person was resistant to going to Earth, as that land was filled with unbearable memories from the past. However, there was no choice. The message from Commander Bulake before his demise was far too tempting. So tempting that it compelled him to take a risk, gambling on fortune amidst peril. The message left by Bulake was half truth, half deception, conveying that he was extremely grateful to the Yabo person for providing the Super Beast synthesizer. This time, he encountered exceptionally formidable Ultraman on Earth. who cunningly dismantled his army of discs one by one. In a desperate situation, he recalled the synthesizer gifted by the Yabo person and synthesized all remaining 30-disc creatures into a terrifying ultimate fusion beast. Originally, Ultraman was no match for the King of Discs, but Ultraman surprisingly resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics. The new Ultraman lurking near Earth first ambushed his lair, Bulake Star, and threatened that the Land of Light would dispatch more Ultraman to support Earth. He was concerned about his home, which had been ambushed and was now in chaos. And the King of Discs could not quickly resolve the Ultraman threat. Fearing being caught in a pincer attack, Commander Bulake could only prioritize the protection of his dwindling disc creatures and Bulake Star. Yet, unwilling to concede, he invited the Yabo person, now one of the 4 great kings under the command of the Ampila, to take over. He subtly expressed his desire to align himself with the Dark Emperor. Of course, this message was not something Commander Bulake hastily concocted at the brink of death. Rather, it was one of many prepared texts addressing various worst-case scenarios before his invasion of Earth. He had indeed contemplated seeking shelter under the Ampila. After witnessing the strength of the King of Discs, he became emboldened with ambitions he had never dared to entertain before. Thus, with the mindset of dragging others down with him, Commander Bulake modified a pre-prepared statement according to the actual situation and sent it to the Yabo person before his demise. He must not be allowed to bear the fear and despair brought by Xiang Yu alone. After reading the content, the Yabo person felt even more disdain for Commander Bulake. What a complete waste. Given the opportunity, he proved to be useless. Just a couple of Ultraman sent him fleeing in disgrace. Look at that. If I don't work harder, even someone like Bulake dares to dream of joining His Majesty. You, Bulake, wish to be among the Emperor's ranks today, and tomorrow, do you not aspire to step over the Yabo person to rise? Well-deserved defeat. Ultraman did splendidly. In any case, the Ultraman on Earth cannot be that persistent ace who had recently been hot on my heels. However, after thoroughly ridiculing Bulake, the Yabo person carefully read his description of the fusion super beast and was still taken aback. He knew his synthesizer had a high upper limit, but he never expected it could fuse 30 monsters at once. I am truly a genius. The Yabo person praised himself, then realized a crucial point, which was also the primary reason he was willing to risk going to Earth. Just how powerful could 30 formidable monsters be when fused together? This was a realm he had never envisioned as an expert in fusion beasts. Perhaps he had fallen into a fixed mindset, lacking the boldness of an outsider like Bulake. Bulake probably never anticipated that any super beast could fall under my control. I shall graciously accept this grand gift. The synthesizer of the Yabo person contained his intrinsic source power, and as long as the super beast was synthesized from his device, even if Bulake returned, the Yabo person could demonstrate his prowess in front of him. With such a super beast, along with my commanding skills, even if Ace were to arrive later, this is where the Yabo person's true confidence lies. He is not only an expert in creating super beasts, but also in controlling them. Bulake, an outsider. What does he understand about super beasts? He is merely a novice. As long as he heads to Earth to take charge of this ultimate super beast, I am confident I can capture all the Ultraman on Earth. With this achievement, I shall secure the throne as the foremost among the 4 great kings. The Yabo person's multifaceted eyes gleamed with ambitious light, momentarily casting aside Ace, who was relentlessly pursuing him. I must act swiftly, fearing that delays could bring unforeseen changes. The Yabo person promptly made a decision, tearing open a dimensional passage, intending to utilize its properties to swiftly reach Earth. Swish! Shortly after the Yabo person vanished. This desolate region, long devoid of biological presence, welcomed a guest with a serene expression. Damn, so close. I let him escape again. Ace, sensing the lingering presence of an old acquaintance, shouted in exasperation. This Yabo person, relying on that dimensional space, is slipperier than an eel. Ace could only lament how this dimension seemed like a never-ending crop of leaks, sprouting anew each time he extinguished one, allowing the Yabo person to successfully flee at critical moments. That direction should be it. Although the Yabo person had fled into the dimensional space, Ace, relying on his familiarity with the Yabo person's aura, discerned the direction of his escape. Oh, that direction is on the other side. Xiang Yu floated quietly in midair, enveloped in a layer of energy shield radiating a soft blue glow. The Planet Star person lightly tapped his staff, and a fireball, compressed to its utmost limit and swirling with incandescent energy, suddenly shot out, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. directly striking the shield. Boom! At the moment the fireball violently collided with the shield, a blinding light erupted. The searing heat and shockwave instantly melted the ground surrounding the shield into a crimson lake of lava, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Scorching air waves carried debris, splattering in all directions, while dust rose skyward. However, as the explosive dust gradually dispersed, the faint blue shield remained steadfast, its surface shimmering with colors. Not even a ripple stirred, as if the earlier attack capable of obliterating a small hill was merely a gentle breeze. Indeed, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. The energy shield consumes an exceedingly small amount of energy while providing formidable protection. By extrapolation, when confronted with energy attacks of a similar magnitude, it requires merely half the energy previously expended on self-defense to sustain the shield effectively. He has previously tested the shield's airtightness in the vastness of space, confirming its ability to preserve internal gases flawlessly, allowing him to survive for a brief period in a vacuum. The sole drawback lies in the difficulty of launching an attack while maintaining the shield. Any form of energy projection or physical collision would temporarily disable it. However, this is to be expected. One cannot allow incoming attacks to be thwarted while freely unleashing their own. Overall, Xiang Yu is quite satisfied with this development and has no intention of further researching alternative shields. His energy is inherently versatile. As long as its total volume is sufficiently vast, it can defend against any form of magic, light, or other types of energy attacks. Xiang Yu, having mastered the shield, may now attempt to study spatial and healing magic. For reasons unknown, the Palais people seem more eager than Xiang Yu, even exhibiting a hint of urgency. Unbeknownst to him, the ominous premonition within the Palais people intensifies, compelling them to hasten their departure from Earth. If it truly comes to that, consider this. I possess a memory inheritance crystal, and the Palais individual tossed a diamond-shaped gray crystal, shimmering with specks of starlight, towards Xiang Yu. Although the magic contained within is not all I have learned throughout my life, it includes everything you are interested in. Given our time together, you should have a sense of my credibility. I would never deceive you. Despite the initial intent of gifting the crystal being altered, the Palais foresees significant events approaching and is uncertain whether they will retain such a tranquil teaching environment. Thus, it is prudent to entrust the inheritance crystal to Xiang Yu, his sole disciple, to uphold their promise. It is better to extricate oneself from this land of discord sooner rather than later. Lao Pu, are you planning to leave? Xiang Yu, while not doubting the other's integrity, detected the intent behind the words. Yes, though not departing immediately, I shall not linger for long. Observing Xiang Yu's unyielding trust, the Palais smiled with relief. The initial thought of departing at once transformed into a delay. I merely wish to gather more unique cultural materials from Earth. I am certainly not attempting to impart additional advanced magical techniques to that young one. The Palais internally rationalized. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected change occurred. The sky above Earth was suddenly rent asunder by an invisible force, resembling a curtain torn apart. A colossal spatial rift, its edges crackling with golden lightning, abruptly manifested. Within the rift, instead of an abyssal void, radiant energy flowed like molten gold, with countless intricate golden runes swirling within, exuding an overwhelming and majestic aura, as if leading to an unknown divine realm. The entire sky was suffused with a resplendent, yet perilous golden glow. How peculiar! I can sense that aura. Where has it gone? Chapter 63. The Little Golden Man. I bring you a life. Emerging from the resplendent golden portal was a figure of imposing stature. Resembling a warrior from the Ultraman realm, he was clad in a hard armor of intermingling gold and black, with a mysterious red circular pattern adorning his chest plate, and donned a skirt-like armor symbolizing the image of a powerful being. This was none other than the illustrious Little Golden Man, Tartarus, the warrior of the Abusalut race, who proclaims, I am the ultimate life form. Tartarus furrowed his brow. He had distinctly sensed the presence of the red sphere and had deliberately arrived at this temporal coordinate, only to find the aura had vanished. How elusive, Tartarus mused, for although his Neric space could traverse multiple universes, it paled in comparison to the mysterious red sphere. Regardless, that untainted red sphere, still retaining a flicker of pure will, was one of his key cards to save the Abusalut kingdom. Furthermore, given the current situation where their strength was gradually suppressed by the Land of Light, he harbored little hope of conquering the Land of Light and seizing the plasma spark. The traces of the red sphere in this timeline had not yet fully dissipated, indicating a recent departure. Let us proceed, Diablo. Having confirmed the red sphere's departure, Tartarus resolutely prepared to leave, reopening the golden portal. Wait, Diablo, standing beside him, suddenly interjected. This abusolute warrior, with a robust physique reminiscent of a bull, boasted massive golden horns and rippling muscles, exuding primal strength. Tartarus, have you not realized? This planet bears the aura of that individual, unlike the little golden man, who had to coordinate the offensive against the Land of Light while pursuing the red sphere and seeking allies across various timelines. Diablo had no such concerns. Upon arriving in this timeline, he keenly sensed the presence of the opponent who had inflicted humiliation upon him. Recalling that battle, each punch contained an absolute force of scorching dominance, effortlessly shattering his proud bull-breaking fist. That red figure loomed like an insurmountable mountain, utterly crushing his confidence and dignity. The feeling of being overwhelmed by pure power still haunted him. Diablo did not attribute his defeat to his own inadequacy. Rather, he believed that the opponent possessed some higher martial technique. Thus, he was quite familiar with the aura of this Leo, who had slightly surpassed him. Upon arriving on this planet, he instinctively sensed the presence he despised. After Diablo's reminder, Tartarus too recognized the unmistakable scent of Leo, who had caused significant losses to his kingdom's army. Diablo let it be. After weighing his options, the strategic Tartarus decided to forego this pursuit. The most crucial task at hand was to locate the red sphere, and there was no need to complicate matters. Tartarus deemed his judgment rational. As one capable of traversing parallel timelines, he understood that this timeline's Leo may not be the one they knew. Even if he were to eliminate him here, it would have limited impact on the overarching battle in the main timeline. Such a thankless endeavor was not worth the diversion from tracking the red sphere. Tartarus, have you forgotten? We still have that fellow. The eager Diablo, suddenly displaying intelligence, looked at the little golden man, who appeared intent on departing, and immediately conceived an idea. After all, with Gu and his siblings around, they could allow that massive fellow to remain here. Diablo chuckled, a glint of cunning in his eyes, considering it a gift for this planet. He fully understood that this Leo might not be the one he was familiar with, but since it was Leo, how could he not leave a memento? If he could vanquish this timeline's Leo, it would be a considerable achievement for him. Tartarus gazed at Diablo, who was acting like a child, insisting on his way. Very well, I will release him, and then we shall depart at once. As the general of the kingdom, Tartarus often felt more like a caretaker than a military leader, surrounded by a band of troublesome youths. Yet, as for those outsourced, they were of little concern. Diablo, being of his own kin, was worth considering, and indulging his small requests occasionally posed no harm. With that, Tartarus stepped into the portal alongside the satisfied little golden bull. After their figures vanished, the golden portal did not close but instead continued to expand. Soon, a sound of non-biological, metallic friction echoed across the heavens, sending shivers down the spine. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the expanding portal of light. This was a terrifying entity, composed of various monstrous parts. Cloaked in dark golden metallic armor, with ominous red lights flickering in its eyes. Its head resembled a heavily armored helmet, while its chest bore a row of energy core-like substances embedded within. Sharp metallic spikes lined its back, and a pair of massive metallic claws seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through any defense. It was none other than the composite beast, Gulan Te Wong. With a tremendous crash, Gulan Te Wong descended upon the ground, its weight of 210,000 tons creating an impact comparable to that of a meteorite collision. The buildings within a radius of several kilometers crumbled instantaneously at the point of impact, and the earth fissured into bottomless chasms. The shockwave radiated outward, shattering distant glass into dust. The speed of its descent left the citizens of the area utterly unprepared. One moment, they were engaged in their daily lives, and the next, they found themselves buried beneath the rubble of collapsing structures or hurled into the air by the force of the impact. Gulan Te Wong emitted a thunderous metallic roar, announcing its arrival to this planet. As the ace enforcer of Zhodai, it possessed little self-awareness, only an insatiable desire for destruction and a profound hatred for Ultraman. At this moment, it distinctly sensed the abhorrent aura of light that it despised. Gulan Te Wong lifted its gigantic foot, weighing 10,000 tons, and merely this motion summoned a fierce wind. When its foot struck the ground, yet another area of the city was flattened, and explosive flames surged skyward. shrouding the heavens in thick smoke. The ruins, the billowing fire, and the anguished cries formed a terrifying backdrop for Gulen Te Wang's debut. Damn it! How have the recent monsters become increasingly elusive? From the emergence of the little golden figure to the arrival of Gulen Te Wang, the entire ordeal unfolded in less than a minute, yet the devastation was immeasurable. Xiang Yu, still reeling from the news of the impending departure of the Polish aliens, had not even had the chance to fully appreciate the crystal of inheritance. There are always troublemakers wanting to disturb me. I will not let you off easily. Xiang Yu glared at the distant Gulen Te Wang, struggling to comprehend how, after so many defeats on Earth, those extraterrestrial beings and monsters remained so obstinate. Chapter 64. If you have the ability, kill me. If you cannot, then prepare for a challenge. It is no wonder that Xiang Yu was so enraged. His cultivation had been progressing smoothly since beginning in the Land of Light, yet the current state of Earth could not be ignored. He was left with no choice but to reluctantly set aside the gravity training most effective against the Saiyans. To add insult to injury, he had finally captured a magical master and was learning various magical skills from them, only to be interrupted repeatedly for various reasons. Now, with the Polisher aliens expressing their intent to leave, he had hoped to take advantage of the remaining time to ask for crucial techniques in spatial and healing magic. Yet, once again, an unwelcome monster had arrived to disrupt him. Although Gulen Te Wang was a composite beast, its semi-mechanical structure made it difficult for Xiang Yu to accurately gauge its energy intensity. However, the destructive power displayed upon its entrance was sufficient to conclude that this was no foe that the Leo brothers could face alone. It felt akin to being jolted awake from a beautiful dream, only to have the alarm clock shatter the fleeting bliss. One must wonder, what fate awaits this alarm clock when confronted by an irritable Xiang Yu? With a whoosh, Xiang Yu's aura erupted, and he instantly appeared beside Leo, who had just completed his transformation. Feng Yuan, I have discovered a problem. Xiang Yu slowly tightened his fist, the joints cracking like popping beans. Do you think our methods against the monsters and extraterrestrials are too lenient? Leo, observing Xiang Yu's expression, half smirk, half killing intent, fixed on Gulen Te Wang, suddenly felt an urge to voice his thoughts, though he hesitated. But what kind of monsters had Xiang Yu and his brother Astra encountered before returning to Earth? And what caliber of enemies had Xiang Yu faced upon his return? Were it not for the 2 months of effortlessly dispatching numerous local Earth monsters and lost extraterrestrial beings, he might have begun to consider encounters with such formidable foes as commonplace. Never mind, best not to say anything further, lest Xiang Yu overthink it, Leo thought, shaking his head internally. It was unlikely that Xiang Yu had summoned these excessively powerful enemies. Xiang Yu, deal with it. Ultimately, Leo suppressed his urge to comment and signaled for Xiang Yu to join the attack, leading the charge toward Gulen Te Wang. Standing at 70 meters tall, Gulen Te Wang should not pose too great a challenge for Leo, who had just defeated the 300-meter disc king. I am also growing, Leo silently reassured himself. Filled with confidence, since merging with Xiang Yu, he had inexplicably felt a considerable augmentation in both physical strength and energy levels. This was precisely why he had refrained from immediately requesting a merger. He needed to test his progress through actual combat. However, both Xiang Yu and Leo significantly underestimated the prowess of this formidable composite beast from the Showa era. Bang! Xiang Yu charged forward at a swift pace, delivering a powerful punch, yet it merely caused Gulen Te Wang to stagger slightly, leaving only a shallow dent on its metallic armor. Leo's attempt was even more dismal. After delivering a flying kick to Gulen Te Wang's head, he was instead sent flying backward by the tremendous recoil. Gulen Te Wang remained utterly unmoved, as if unaffected by Leo's flying kick. Ugh! Leo crashed heavily into the city ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. He felt as if his right leg had been struck by a double-powered kick, the intense pain rendering him unable to rise. So hard, so strong. The simultaneous assessment of Gulen Te Wang's defenses flashed through both Xiang Yu and Leo's minds. How could it be this resilient? Although Xiang Yu experienced numbness in his arm from the backlash, he had sustained no significant injuries due to his protective aura. Yet, he could not fathom why. Despite the beast's mechanical appearance, it would render his current fighting capacity incapable of breaching its defenses. This was even more absurd than the Disc King. What Xiang Yu was unaware of was that Gulen Te Wang's defensive capabilities had withstood even the combined might of the Ultra Six brothers' strongest attacks, merely causing it to momentarily halt in its tracks. Beneath Gulan Wang's 70-meter stature lay a mass exceeding that of a 200-meter Gitangier, a true embodiment of concentrated power. Something was amiss. Leo, enduring the pain, scrutinized his opponent, attempting to identify a weakness. However, before he could locate any vulnerabilities, he noticed a peculiar development from his elevated vantage point. Gulan Wang's height was gradually increasing. Since its arrival on Earth, the planet, already a node of intense negative energy accumulation, had now amassed an even greater quantity of negative energy. Though those monsters empowered by negative energy had been vanquished by Xiang Yu or Super Leo, their physical forms had merely been eliminated, leaving the negative energy still clinging to them unpurified. A vast amount of negative energy had accumulated on Earth, and now, having encountered a being driven solely by a desire for destruction in Gulan Wang, it wasted no time in attaching itself. Roar! As it felt the overwhelming surge of invigorating energy coursing through its being, Gulan Wang unleashed a series of roars. With the influx of negative energy, its height increased to 85 meters within a mere minute or two. Its weight, defensive capabilities, and offensive strength all surged proportionally, a delightful surprise that the instigator, the little golden bull, had never anticipated. Regrettably, they were in such a hurry that they failed to contain this war machine from wasting away in this temporal space. Xiang Yu, you must be cautious, Leo quickly warned. Although he could only perceive the increase in height, in the Ultra world, a rise in stature inherently signified a comprehensive enhancement in power. Had it not been for the fact that Xiang Yu appeared to be unscathed, he might have considered merging with him for a transformation. Yes, I understand, Xiang Yu replied gravely, gazing at the increasingly towering Gulan Wang. With the enhancement of his power, even the half-mechanical body began to emanate an energy aura that compelled Xiang Yu to exercise caution. I admit, I have underestimated you, he acknowledged bluntly, recognizing his earlier complacency, especially since it had been some time since his combat strength had significantly increased. According to past experiences, it was only natural for the novice protection period to expire. Boom. However, what you may not anticipate is that Xiang Yu's energy erupted once more, a magnificent force sweeping through the surroundings. I still possess a formidable trump card. Bang, bang. The resonant clang of metal striking metal emanated from Gulan Wang, akin to the rhythmic hammering in a blacksmith's forge. Xiang Yu's fists and feet fell upon the beast's armor like raindrops, each strike igniting brilliant sparks. Though he could not breach what seemed to be an impenetrable defense, bolstered by the presence of Super Leo, Xiang Yu did not feel discouraged by his inability to penetrate the defenses. On the contrary, it had been quite a while since he had activated the Scion's passive ability. Yet he wondered about the opponent's destructive capabilities. While suppressing the recoil from his attacks, he mused that his adversary resembled an iron tortoise, growing ever larger, with an increasingly absurd defensive capability. At this point, even with energy protection, Xiang Yu could faintly feel the pain from the recoil acting upon him. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, even wishing for the opponent to retaliate so he could gauge their strength. Hit me. If you have the ability, strike me down. If you cannot, I may just unleash my powers. As if hearing Xiang Yu's inner thoughts, Gulan Wang, who had been reveling in the continuous enhancement of his own strength, could no longer endure the irritating sensations coursing through him. He raised his massive claw, composed of an unknown alloy, and with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, he struck downwards. Chapter 65. Yabo Run. This is not a super beast at all. Bang! Like swatting a fly, the colossal alloy claw, weighing tens of thousands of tons and carrying a tidal force, slammed Xiang Yu into the ground with unstoppable might. Although Xiang Yu's words were audacious, when Gulan Wang launched his attack, he prudently activated his energy shield. First, he would test the opponent's strength with the shield. After all, what if he truly faced a setback? Ultimately, this new skill did not disappoint him. The light blue shield held firm against Gulan Wang's assault. But the tremendous kinetic energy still drove Xiang Yu deep into the earth. Boom. The solid ground crumbled like tofu under the impact, and Xiang Yu, akin to a sniper bullet, penetrated layers of rock, leaving behind a profound pit on the surface, with splintered stones and dust forming a towering column of smoke. In the cavern 15 kilometers beneath the Earth's crust, Xiang Yu unleashed his energy once more, finally halting his descent. The protective shield around him began to dissipate as he hovered in the dark subterranean space, gazing up at the passage he had forcibly created. What terrifying power! He silently marveled. Based on the energy consumption of the shield, he estimated that had he defended with his body, the damage would have been far worse than mere minor injuries. If the opponent possessed energy attacks that matched the intensity of his physical strength, perhaps it would be wiser to proceed with caution. As Xiang Yu wrestled with these thoughts, his body moved swiftly, bursting forth from the depths of the earth. It is well known that Saiyans can be reckless, but they typically only take that risk once. Although Xiang Yu contemplated triggering his passive ability, having experienced the intensity of the opponent's attacks, he sensed the danger was too great. After all, he did not possess any senzu beans, and merging with Super Leo required time. Should he sustain serious injuries, it would indeed lead to disaster. Goodness, there really are energy attacks. Upon emerging from the ground, Xiang Yu's first sight was the intense energy fluctuations radiating from Gulan Taiwang's head. Feng Yuan, hurry. He barely had time to warn Leo before witnessing Gulan Taiwang rapidly charge his energy for a second attack. 3 red, bullet-like laser beams shot forth, prompting Xiang Yu to activate his shield once again. First, I must withstand this attack. Normally, the energy attacks from monsters or Ultramen are certainly stronger than their physical strikes. Judging by Gulan Taiwang's raw physical power, it was likely that without the shield, absorbing such an energy attack would significantly weaken him, possibly even cause serious injury. Sigh, had I known I would traverse into the world of Ultraman, I should have immersed myself more in the storyline. Reflecting on his lack of relevant information, Xiang Yu did not dare to gamble on the strength of the opponent's energy attacks. The half-mechanical nature of Gulan Taiwang's body was too misleading for Xiang Yu, who had only a rudimentary understanding of energy perception. The rays of Gulan Taiwang collided violently with the shield, producing a piercing hiss. The two forces remained locked in a standoff, with the pale blue shield suddenly radiating a deeper glow, indicating the attack's immense strength and that the shield was drawing heavily from Xiang Yu's energy to bolster its defense. The energy waves generated by the collision of the laser and the shield spread like ripples, carving deep trenches into the ground, while distant structures toppled as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, triggering a series of violent explosions. Scorching energy fragments scattered in all directions, engulfing the surrounding area in flames. Ultimately, the shield successfully absorbed the Gulan laser, temporarily sparing the Earth from impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu dispelled the shield and charged towards Feng Yuan, who had reverted to his human form, courageously standing beneath him. Xiang Yu's decision to refrain from taking unnecessary risks proved wise. Gulan Taiwang was again preparing to unleash a second Gulan laser. Truly, it was a trivial skill, casually employed. Ha ha ha, here I come. Just as Xiang Yu was about to merge with Leo, a boisterous voice rang out. Let me see. Where's my precious super beast? A vibrant, multicolored dimensional rift opened in the air, heralding the entrance of the Yabo Ren. What the my eyes? The Yabo Ren, leaping from the rift, had yet to deliver his grand proclamation upon returning home when an intense light nearly blinded him. Before he could adjust to the blinding glare, a powerful gust of wind sent him spiraling far away, tumbling helplessly through the air. The energy backlash was so potent that even the distant mountains were flattened. What is happening? A series of unforeseen circumstances left the Yabo Ren momentarily bewildered. As the light dissipated and his vision gradually returned, he finally discerned the two towering figures before him, an unfamiliar Ultraman standing at 100 meters tall and a gigantic super beast measuring 120 meters. Wait, a super beast? Is this truly a super beast? The Yabo Ren cautiously sensed Gulan Taiwang's energy fluctuations. Realizing it was not a super beast at all, a wave of extreme fury surged within him, and he bellowed, "This is not a super beast at all. What is this monstrosity? I risked my life to come to Earth, and where is my super beast? I was promised a 300-meter ultimate super beast. What am I even doing here?" Just as the Yabo Ren grappled with his despair, an enraged voice echoed, "You, with your insatiable greed, indeed made it to Earth." A red energy sphere hurtled through space, transforming into his original form. Ace had arrived, drawn by the scent of the Yabo Ren. Observing that the Yabo Ren had not fled immediately, Ace wasted no time, conjuring his decapitating sword, ready to deliver the final blow. That aura? Suddenly, a familiar and loathsome energy surged forth from the earth, momentarily distracting him and causing the launch of the decapitating sword to falter just enough for the Yabo Ren to narrowly evade it. The Yabo people did not hesitate. They swiftly vanished into the alternate dimension. Rather than fleeing immediately, They chose to observe the situation within this dimensional refuge. Although Wang Gulan was not a super beast, the Yabo people, having come to their senses, recognized the familiar aura emanating from him. It belonged to Zhou. At that moment, both AC and the Yabo people concurrently identified the source of the energy signature on Wang Gulan. This was not a favorable revelation. The two opposing factions were equally troubled by this newfound intelligence. After all, it pertained to the ancient Gue Empire that once dominated the entire universe. It was imperative to relay this information to Captain Emperor. Chapter 66 AC. Excellent. This is how it should be done. Could it be that the enemy has resurrected? As an old adversary of the Gue Empire, AC's thoughts spiraled further, and in his grave mood, he unconsciously overlooked the Yabo people's subtle movements. This shouldn't be possible. It hasn't even been 50,000 years, has it? AC felt a throbbing headache. Maintaining the fragile cosmic order amidst the current turmoil had already proven arduous for the Kingdom of Light. The renewed offensive from the Ampila people compelled the kingdom to retract its forces entirely, striving to withstand their onslaught. Had it not been for the Yabo people's allegiance to Ampila, becoming one of the four heavenly kings, AC would have lacked justification to pursue this old foe further. If Zhou had indeed revived, the Yabo people's thoughts aligned similarly. They believed that two tigers could not coexist. They did not consider their newly acknowledged leader inferior to the Gue siblings. However, when compared to the long-established Gue Empire, which had reigned over the universe even before the ascension of the Kingdom of Light, their emperor was still a relative newcomer. The Yabo people feared that the resurrected Zhou might confront their emperor. For those seeking a sturdy tree to shelter under, the news of Zhou's revival might lead them to defect. They needed to assist Leo in confronting the enemy and ascertain whether Zhou had truly returned. In the face of a larger external threat, AC and the Yabo people reached an uncanny understanding. After transmitting the information regarding Zhou's suspected resurrection to their faction, the Yabo people concealed themselves within the alternate dimension, while AC prepared to aid the now significantly taller Leo. Regardless of Zhou's status, this beast possessed an undeniable strength. In the Ultraman universe, size was a deeply rooted principle. As AC gazed at the 120-meter-tall Wang Gulan, he felt a sense of relief. He was grateful to have arrived on Earth, for he questioned whether Leo could withstand such a formidable opponent. He was aware of the formidable power of Xiang Yu combined with Leo's Super Leo form, yet given the involvement of Zhou, having an extra ally was certainly prudent. Just as AC was about to step in to assist, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. This cannot be a dream. The successfully transformed Xiang Yu casually waved his hand, dispersing the Gulan laser. The scattering red energy blossomed in the sky like festive fireworks, transforming into countless vibrant energy particles raining down upon the horizon. The Yabo people's fortune was evident as one of these energy points brushed past them. Had it descended even slightly askew, AC would have undoubtedly exacted his revenge by now. Super Saiyan, Xiang Yu mused, increasingly anticipating what was to come. The more he experienced this tremendous surge in power, the more he felt that the prevailing biases against Saions were unfounded. Were Saions reckless? Xiang Yu believed they were not at all. The sheer magnitude of his power augmentation was astonishing. Wouldn't anyone be elated in his position? This was merely Xiang Yu with a battle power of 750,000, experiencing a 20-fold increase. In the later stages, a Scion's base battle power could easily exceed hundreds of millions, accompanied by multipliers of 100 or even 1,000. They could gradually stabilize their mindset through adaptation, akin to characters in cultivation novels who fearlessly confronted inner demons. It was entirely natural to feel exhilarated during the initial few instances of power multiplication. While Xiang Yu defended the Scions in his thoughts, his movements remained swift. He instantaneously appeared before Wang Gulan, his body slightly bent, right fist drawn back like a taut bowstring. Boom. The uppercut delivered in the Super Leo state carried an unstoppable force, launching the over 500,000-ton Wang Gulan directly into the sky, transforming him into a meteor ascending against the wind. Xiang Yu surged upward, instantly positioning himself directly above the still-rising Wang Gulan. Originally poised to deliver a powerful strike with both fists, he hesitated briefly and instead raised his right leg high, executing a battle-axe-style kick that sent the monster hurtling into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted in explosive sounds as fists and feet collided. shockwaves radiating outward with palpable intensity. Earth had already suffered enough, and Xiang Yu feared inadvertently sending Wang Gulan into the Earth's core, leading to the planet's destruction on his watch. In this state, it was time to test some magic. Observing that Wang Gulan, despite being treated like a soccer ball, had not suffered significant damage to his metallic exterior, Xiang Yu formulated a plan. It must be acknowledged that Wang Gulan was indeed remarkably resilient. The damage inflicted by his punches and kicks resembled a battle between types that were inherently resistant to one another. However, in his Super Leo state, Xiang Yu's battle power was sufficient to make magic effective. Blade of Wind. With a mere thought, two 30-meter-long light blue, translucent wind blades materialized instantaneously. Although the name might seem ordinary, Xiang Yu, being a descendant of the Plaish people and lacking creativity in nomenclature, had whimsically named this exquisitely sharp mid-tier wind magic. These blades, composed of highly compressed wind elements, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, swiftly targeting the dual horns atop Wang Gulan's head. The wind blades sliced through with precision, severing the monster's sturdy horns. Without losing momentum, the blades continued to slice towards the colossal metallic claws, generating sparks from the rapid friction. Even though the wind blades ultimately exhausted their energy and dissipated, they successfully severed the tips of the massive claws. Finally coming to his senses after witnessing Xiang Yu's overwhelming display, AC observed Xiang Yu's elegant and effective cutting technique, unable to contain his astonishment as he joyously shouted, "Wonderful! This is how we should deal with these monsters. Absolutely magnificent." Feeling the imminent threat, Wang Gulan finally unleashed his energy, stabilizing his form and floating in midair. Recognizing that physical attacks and Gulan lasers were utterly futile against the Ultraman before him, he finally resorted to his true ultimate move. A torrent of energy converged upon the vertical energy conduit on his chest, with strands of purple-black negative energy streaming into it. The once faintly glowing yellow energy conduit transformed into a strikingly vivid crimson hue, radiating brightness. This is bad. Such terrifying energy. As Wang Gulan unleashed his full force, AC finally sensed the magnitude of the threat posed by the enemy's energy fluctuations, which rivaled the intensity of the Ampila people's initial assault. There was no time to waste. AC flew to Leo's side without hesitation, preparing to unleash his strongest ultimate decapitation move. Even knowing he might not prevail, AC could not stand idly by and allow Xiang Yu and Leo to face this formidable foe alone. "Hello, AC," Xiang Yu said, having noticed AC and the fleeting Yabo people immediately after his transformation. However, his primary focus remained on Wang Gulan, leaving little room for distraction. Seeing AC approach him now, even in the face of Wang Gulan's desperate final gambit, Xiang Yu remained calm and politely greeted AC. "How is Siwen faring in the Kingdom of Light?" he inquired casually. "Now is not the time for such discussions, Xiang Yu." AC's heart raced with anxiety. How could Xiang Yu remain so composed? He urged, "Quickly unleash your most powerful beam. Let us combine our strengths to resist this threat. There is still hope. Do not give up." Huh. Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by AC's words, sensing a misunderstanding. "There is no need for that. Just watch closely. The end of this monster has arrived." Chapter 67. Has Siwen been placed in solitary confinement? Is the world finally upside down? As the words left his lips, the mighty Super Leo's hands erupted with blinding flashes of lightning. Countless golden electric serpents danced wildly within his palms, converging to emit a piercing, shrill cry. The electric energy visibly coalesced into a magnificent golden lightning dragon, enveloped in waves of destructive energy. This dragon, arriving after a moment's delay, swiftly consumed the recently charged Gulan Wang. The violent currents surged like a multitude of fine needles, precisely piercing the mechanical circuits within the beast, rendering it instantly paralyzed and interrupting its impending powerful attack. The lightning, imbued with unbearable heat, seared Gulan Wang's form as if it were in a furnace. Biological tissues rapidly carbonized and disintegrated under the electric assault, while mechanical components began to melt, metallic droplets cascading like tears. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred materials and molten metals. The thunderous roar of the lightning intertwined with Gulan Wang's agonized cries, illuminating the sky with a golden radiance as if deities had descended. The lightning dragon constricted around the monster, each tightening bringing forth more violent explosions. In less than a minute, The once formidable Gulant Wang was reduced to a smooth, metallic sphere with a radius of 15 meters, devoid of any semblance of life. Converging energy wave. Xiang Yu summoned the energy wave anew, the azure torrent fanning out in a cone shape, completely enveloping the metallic sphere. The effect of the lightning magic on this high-density sphere was limited. Yet the characteristics of the converging energy wave were precisely suited to obliterate it entirely. After all, without the support of an energy source, the sphere's structural integrity had diminished significantly. Xiang Yu was quite fond of the environment, primarily out of concern that the monster might possess some dark regenerative abilities. Therefore, he would never leave even a fragment of a foe behind if he could utterly annihilate them. He pondered over who that earlier individual had been, who had effortlessly dealt with Gulant Wang, recalling the fleeting glimpse of the Yaburan, clearly not a benevolent entity. He intended to inquire about this with Ace. "Whoa, what are you doing?" As he turned, Ace's enormous face loomed almost frighteningly close to Xiang Yu's, startling him. It was not surprising that Xiang Yu was taken aback. From his perspective, Ace's face appeared quite bizarre, having seemed rather normal earlier, even possessing a somewhat benevolent expression. No wonder, Ace struggled to steady his astonishment, his gaze intensely scrutinizing Xiang Yu as he murmured to himself. He finally comprehended why Ao Fu had insisted on Xiang Yu's inclusion in the Ultra Police Force despite opposition. He also understood why Zophie had never considered recruiting a human before, yet was willing to make an exception for Xiang Yu. This was not merely a matter of unity. It was a superfusion that only their Ultra Tribe's captain could achieve. Considering their brother Taro's potential and his striking resemblance to the captain, it was likely he could achieve this in the future as well. Ace had previously experienced Leo Yu's inherent strength, and although he lacked practical experience, his raw power was hardly inferior to that of their Ultra brethren. Nonetheless, the newly formed Leo Yu after merging with Xiang Yu exhibited an unfathomably vast increase in strength. Was such a dramatic enhancement and capability truly achievable through superfusion with the captain? Ace was uncertain, but he was now certain of Xiang Yu's significance to the Ultra Tribe, a trump card, a super ace that required no conditions. "Ace, I have a request." Ace had contemplated much, and the Yaburan standing in his mind had diminished to that of a mere roadside nuisance. He spoke slowly, but before that, let us revert to our original forms. I have something for you. In truth, Ace had already noticed that the Yaburan's presence had long since vanished from Earth when Xiang Yu transformed Gulant Wang into a metallic sphere. Yet, Ace remained uneasy regarding this seemingly lifeless sphere, given its connection to the ominous energy of the Zooter, which could potentially possess means of resurrection. The Yaburan could pursue. But if Gulant Wang were to revive due to negligence, considering the Zooter's trait of becoming stronger with each death and the limitations imposed on Ultramen by Earth, Ace dared not take that gamble and decided to allow the Yaburan to escape for the time being. Right, I almost forgot. Xiang Yu suddenly remembered that Ace had a 3-minute limit on Earth, observing that Ace seemed to have something to convey. Coincidentally, he also wished to inquire about matters concerning the Land of Light, so he promptly reverted to his original form. In a Western-style cafe situated 20 kilometers away from the destruction zone, an establishment highly recommended by Ace's human form, Beidou, Xiang Yu noticed Ace's fondness for the bread there. Not feeling particularly hungry himself, Xiang Yu had no objections, seeking merely a tranquil environment conducive to conversation. Regrettably, a rather unfortunate event had transpired. Xiang Yu's chosen abode had not escaped the sudden onslaught of Gulant Wang, reduced to mere ruins. Fortunately, Xiang Yu had no significant possessions left. He could always request a new bank card from the higher-ups. He found himself preferring the serene atmosphere of the mountain forests, where the bothersome mosquitoes had long been eradicated through his repeated experimental techniques. Seated across from each other, they took a symbolic sip of coffee before Beidou broke the silence with a bombshell revelation. "What?" Xiang Yu sprang to his feet, palms pressed against the table, unable to contain his astonishment. Saiyan has been placed in solitary confinement. What is happening? He doubted the reliability of his own hearing. In his eyes, the composed, shrewd, and somewhat sinister Zhu Xingtuan could never be subjected to such a fate, especially at the hands of his own brothers, the Ultramen, who appeared almost saintly. Xiang Yu felt as though the world had truly turned upside down. Let me explain," Beidou replied, somewhat helplessly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. In fact, had Xiang Yu not inquired about Saiyan's situation, he would have preferred to keep this matter to himself. Beidou recounted the sequence of events succinctly. In short, It was a narrative that would garner significant attention in a female audience. While Ulri's situation was manageable, as the Land of Light had a proficient protocol for handling energy buildup, they were presently short-staffed and required more time. However, another matter was considerably more serious: Saiyan's desire to transform Anu into an Ultraman. The Land of Light was certainly not a race that clung to their own, welcoming those with a sense of justice into their fold. Yet, when exposed to the plasma spark's free energy, the likelihood of death outweighed the possibility of becoming an Ultraman. Even a race filled with an unwavering sense of justice could not guarantee a 100% success rate in such transformations. Their Ultra tribe had essentially existed in a society with a zero crime rate before their ascension, yet even so, at the moment the plasma spark illuminated the Land of Light, over half of their kin had failed to withstand the light of evolution, sacrificing themselves unnecessarily. It was this painful memory that instilled in the surviving Ultramen a profound sense of responsibility for the heavy power they wielded. They never regarded themselves as divine beings who had successfully evolved, but rather as pioneers blessed with strength, resolved to protect fragile civilizations. This was also the reason Ace did not allow the justice-driven Beidou to transform into an Ultraman. They could not wager a precious life on a mere possibility. Anu, as one who fought alongside Saiyan, was acknowledged by the Ultra Brethren for her inherent sense of justice. However, just like Beidou and Xiang Yu, they could not stake a life on such a gamble. Saiyan understood this as well, yet inexplicably, he committed an act that was utterly intolerable to the entire Land of Light. Chapter 68. The Gravity Chamber is in hand. The bond between brothers transcends formality. During his time in the Land of Light, the long-standing estrangement between Saiyan and Anu swiftly dissipated. Assigned to the Land of Light by Father Ultraman, Saiyan defended against the monstrous army dispatched by the Ampera aliens while seizing moments of respite to rekindle his relationship with Anu. Once, Saiyan required the nostalgic reflections of the past and the state of Uli to broach the subject. But now he found himself able to express his feelings for Anu with greater candor. Yet, Anu, understanding his intentions, could not help but feel a flicker of emotion at Saiyan's almost forthright confession. However, she quickly shook her head, reminding him that his primary duty should be to eradicate evil. Anu sought a plausible excuse. During this time, she had also gained deeper insights into the characteristics of the Ultraman race. The inherent sense of justice among them was evident, and the utopian social system appeared feasible amidst such altruistic beings. However, the glaring disparity in lifespan remained a point of contention, as Ultramen, despite not considering themselves divine, possessed powers and lifespans that were almost eternal. The fleeting century of human existence seemed but a mere blink to the Ultraman clan. In light of such profound differences in life stages, how could one speak of love or a lasting outcome? Saiyan was a loyal companion, a figure to whom Anu had devoted her heart, past and present. Thus, upon realizing the gap in their lifespans, she was even less inclined to let Saiyan endure the anguish of life and death separation, especially given the dire circumstances facing the Land of Light. Anu hesitated to reveal her true thoughts to Saiyan and opted for more subtle, rational rejections. Nevertheless, Saiyan was no fool. Despite the brief span of time Earth experienced in the vastness of his existence, the intricate emotions and diverse cultural customs of humanity had profoundly influenced him. He discerned the insincerity in Anu's words and, after analyzing from a human perspective, surmised her greatest concern. With this understanding, Saiyan was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away, especially knowing that in a few decades, he would inevitably endure the sorrow of losing his beloved. Known for his wisdom and composure, Saiyan found himself yearning to act impulsively. The erratic energy of the plasma spark, a source of life and power for the Ultraman race, captivated him as he murmured to himself, if only the core energy of the highly condensed and pure plasma spark could be harnessed. After concluding a fierce battle, Saiyan stealthily slipped into the core area of the Ultraman clan under the pretense of healing, instinctively reaching out to the soft, warm glow. He was uncertain of the feasibility of this endeavor, merely deducing it from fragments of ancient texts he had perused. If the core energy of the plasma spark could facilitate the evolution of the Ultraman race and elevate the energy of the Ultraman warriors, perhaps it indeed held such potential. With a sense of reckless optimism, Saiyan disregarded the cautionary tales of Bei Lao Bai, when suddenly a furious voice pierced through the air. "Saiyan, stop. Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" The voice, filled with shock and anger, belonged to Beidou, who lamented the deterioration of his brother's judgment, questioning whether he had forgotten the fate of Belial. Although Saiman's intentions were different, the consequences he faced were relatively mild. The situation in the Land of Light was such that confinement merely served as an opportunity for Simon to recover. His prior desire to spend more time with Anu, coupled with a distracted combat mindset, had led to significant injuries that remained superficially treated, with hidden wounds accumulating within. Simultaneously, Beidou felt a pang of empathy, for he too harbored his own cherished memories. As one who had deeply fused with Ace, Beidou knew that if he wished, he could embody Ace, their identities intertwined. Thus, the moments shared with Nanshizi left a profound impact on Ace. Despite Nanshizi being a lunar inhabitant with a longer lifespan than Earthlings, compared to the Ultraman race, she was still considered short-lived. However, for the time being, Ace need not confront the anguish of separation from Nanshizi, especially with an old adversary, Yabo Ren, in the mix. In this regard, Simon had inadvertently taken the brunt of the storm, allowing Ace to dispel certain misguided thoughts. Let us observe for now. There is no rush, Ace reassured himself. Ultimately, Saiman's confinement was not as grave as it seemed. Putting aside his unspoken thoughts, Ace turned to Xiang Yu with a serious demeanor, presenting him with a small positional device. Is this a spatial technology? Xiang Yu speculated. A wave of resentment towards King Gulan rising within him. Had it not been for this individual, he would currently be learning spatial and healing magic from Old Pooh. Surely, Old Pooh would not abandon him without notice. He would inquire if he had equipment akin to a storage bag. After dropping a metaphorical bomb on Xiang Yu, Ace finally delivered some good news. Is this the gravity device? Xiang Yu exclaimed with exuberance, his voice ringing louder than when he had heard about Saiman's situation. In his excitement, the frail wooden table crumbled beneath his grip. Yes, Ace replied, slightly bewildered by the reaction. Is it really that exaggerated? He had not brought Earth's currency. How would he explain this to the shopkeeper? Gravity chambers were mere toys for the research department of the Land of Light, especially after Hikaru's return, which led to the creation of numerous such devices. Almost every Ultraman warrior returning for recuperation received one, intended to be handed over to Xiang Yu if they passed through Earth. Thus, Ace could not empathize with Xiang Yu's exaggerated response, only fretting over how to compensate for the damage. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu was unconcerned with trivial matters. He was enveloped in immense joy, the previous anger and frustration evaporating instantly. Finally, the gravity chamber he had longed for had arrived. For a brief moment, he almost believed that the seemingly resolute individuals of the Land of Light were merely weaving dreams for him. However, his admiration for the Land of Light surged to new heights. The altruism of those beings became increasingly endearing. They are all such wonderful people, Xiang Yu thought, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Now, Xiang Yu, I have a request. Please listen closely, Ace began, finally revealing his true purpose after ensuring all necessary details were conveyed. This idea had emerged after witnessing Super Leo's performance. Though he was uncertain if Xiang Yu would be willing. Could you accompany me back to the Land of Light? Your assistance is vital. After uttering these words, Ace quickly added, It's all right. Even if you decline, I won't pressure you. To his astonishment, Xiang Yu promptly agreed without hesitation. To the Land of Light, then. We are brothers. Formality is unnecessary. Chapter 69. Ace, I believe Simon has become somewhat senile. Xiang Yu is truly a good child. Observing Xiang Yu speak heartfelt words, Ace was filled with profound sentiment. How could such a child harbor cruel or ominous intentions? Ace felt that Simon had indeed lost his clarity of thought in his later years, even becoming unable to see clearly. It is no wonder that such a foolish act as touching the plasma sparks could be committed. I am truly ashamed to be associated with it. After venting his frustrations about Simon, AIC found himself harboring a bold idea. Perhaps he was not entirely incapable of such actions. However, before we embark, there are still a few matters I must attend to. Though they shall not take long, Xiang Yu continued, his mind already filled with some speculations and plans. Once again, Xiang Yu arrived at the familiar vicinity of Wat Xian Mountain, where he spotted a figure he had come to know quite well in a short span of time. Oh, teacher, you haven't left yet? For reasons unknown, Xiang Yu, who typically referred to the Play Xing people as Old Pooh too, found himself addressing him as teacher instead. Perhaps it was the parting words from their previous encounter, or perhaps it was the unreserved knowledge that had been imparted to him. Regardless, Xiang Yu's heart acknowledged this teacher. He would not genuinely disregard the other's wishes and bind him to his side. His earlier thoughts had merely been a fleeting jest. That sudden address took the Play Xixing person completely by surprise. Doubting whether he had misheard, he even utilized a memory recall spell to meticulously confirm in his mind. Did he really call me teacher? After several confirmations, the Play Xixing individual still felt incredulous. To be honest, he would rather suspect a malfunction in his magic than believe he had indeed heard correctly. Have you also succumbed to senility? I just called you teacher, Xiang Yu declared, having spoken the words and determined not to retract them, openly acknowledging their master-disciple relationship. Regardless of any reluctance, wait. I am willing. Who said I was unwilling? The Play Xixing person became flustered, hastily responding, fearing Xiang Yu might change his mind. It was merely a moment of dazedness that had caused him not to react. How could such a relationship be rescinded? Although he had never dared to hope for it, wishing only for Xiang Yu to carry on his legacy, he would have no regrets. Xiang Yu's public acknowledgement of their master-disciple bond was undoubtedly the best outcome. With Xiang Yu's formidable strength and unfathomable potential, he was destined to become one of the most powerful beings in this universe. As the one who imparted knowledge, the Play Xixing individual felt a sense of pride, especially after witnessing Xiang Yu transformed into Leo, utilizing his magic to effortlessly crush the formidable creature that had given him a foreboding sense of impending doom. This left the Play Xixing person basking in pride. However, he felt a twinge of distress. Now that the foreseen crisis had been averted, how was he to explain to Xiang Yu that he might not leave? Damn it! Suddenly feeling somewhat ashamed, he resolved that he absolutely could not voice this thought. After all, he had just been called teacher. The Play Xixing individual decided to maintain his stubbornness and not reveal anything that could diminish his image in front of his disciple. What excuse could he possibly conjure? The Play Xixing individual suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression turning sour, momentarily overshadowing the joy from Xiang Yu's previous address. Yet, Xiang Yu's next words quickly alleviated the need for excuses. Teacher, I wish to bid you farewell, Xiang Yu stated earnestly. The Kingdom of Light is currently facing a crisis, and I must go to assist them. The Play Xixing individual had not anticipated that Xiang Yu would be the one to leave Earth first, leaving him momentarily speechless. Perhaps this farewell would be the last, and he, too, must eventually depart from Earth? Xiang Yu regarded this farewell as a final encounter, pondering the uncertainty of whether they would reunite amidst the vastness of the cosmos. With this in mind, it was only fitting for a teacher to offer a parting gift, was it not? With a playful grin, Xiang Yu extended his hand. The Play Xixing individual, slightly at a loss for words, observed the sudden shift in Xiang Yu's demeanor as the previously somber atmosphere was instantly dissipated. Very well, he said, waving his hand, causing an earring-shaped ornament to materialize and fly towards Xiang Yu. This is a spatial storage device. You may explore what lies within. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. Without waiting for Xiang Yu to respond, the Play Xixing individual, understanding their connection, directly bestowed upon him a storage device. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu utilized his mental energy to open the internal space of the earring, exclaiming, "Old Putu truly understands me." Within the expansive space of 1,000 square meters lay the original memory crystals of his legacy, along with various rare metals, including gold, a few books inscribed with characters resembling ancient scripts, and several vials of medicinal potions with unknown inscriptions. These metals were precious commodities widely accepted as currency throughout the universe. Recently, I visited an intriguing civilization and befriended a few young companions, who, after a delightful conversation, gifted me these 2 books of body refinement techniques. The several potions were casually handed over, along with the carefully prepared currency, techniques, healing remedies, and the finest storage ornament, as if it were merely a trivial gesture. Thank you very much, teacher, Xiang Yu said after a moment of silence, expressing his gratitude sincerely. He did not believe that the body refinement techniques were mere coincidences. Had he not seen this compilation of techniques, he might have forgotten the needs he had casually mentioned during his magical studies. Yet, since old Putu feigned nonchalance, he chose not to shatter the illusion. When he eventually stood atop the pinnacle of the Ultra world, he would ensure that the entire universe recognized the Play Xixing individual as his esteemed mentor. This bond between master and disciple he would repay with honor. Then, teacher, farewell. What? You want me to stay on Earth? Feng Yuan exclaimed incredulously. Calm down, Feng Yuan, Xiang Yu said patiently. Let me explain. The truth is, I had already contemplated this notion after confirming with AIC that we would head to the Kingdom of Light. In fact, he had begun to reminisce. If Ultraman could be broadcast as a tokusatsu series, at the very least, there would be a glimmer of hope for defeating monsters, wouldn't there? Even Jia's conclusion with the conch relied on the light of children to vanquish the beast. Yet what about Leo? Xiang Yu did not sense that the humans of Earth held such expectations for Leo. The MAC team had previously expressed grievances regarding Leo's inability to swiftly overcome foes. Only after the emergence of Super Leo, who crushed monsters with overwhelming force, did the anticipation for Leo begin to rise. Thus, a question arose. What if Xiang Yu had not appeared? How would Leo's fate have unfolded? Did my existence inadvertently strengthen the monsters Leo faced? This thought crossed Xiang Yu's mind. He understood the butterfly effect resulting from his intrusion into this world. Before his return to Earth, the relative tranquility here served as evidence. Therefore, he wished to observe whether, after resolving the crisis in the Kingdom of Light, Earth would still harbor formidable monsters that even Leo and his brethren could not confront. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, AIC had described the leader of the universe's most malevolent force, who was rallying his monstrous legion for an all-out assault on the Kingdom of Light. There was no reason to believe that Earth could still host any extraordinary beings. Most crucially, AIC's final words resonated within him. Xiang Yu, you and I are of one heart and mind. Chapter 70, Yabo Rin. You had better not be following your emperor. Eh? Xiang Yu questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. Doesn't AIC have a human form on Earth? How can we be of one heart and mind? Well, you see, my transformation method is rather exceptional. AIC removed a classically styled ring from his left hand. Xiang Yu then noticed that AIC's human form had been wearing a pair of matching rings all along. This is my transformation device, known as the Ultra Ring. AIC explained. Unlike my brother's transformation devices, my transformation allows two individuals to use the Ultra Ring simultaneously for a combined transformation. What AIC did not mention was that he had initially been reluctant to merge with Xiang Yu, as merging with North Dots had felt somewhat odd. However, given that Xiang Yu's combat prowess and significance were crucial to the Kingdom of Light, AIC had come to understand Xiang Yu's temperament well enough. The previous reluctance had dissipated like mist. Naturally, Xiang Yu readily accepted Ace's proposal, further solidifying his resolve to keep Leo on Earth. Initially, he had envisioned himself piloting the shield while Ace took him to the Kingdom of Light. However, the prospect of merging with another Ultraman, especially one possessing the skill that Xiang Yu coveted most, was undeniably appealing. Even if the experience of a few instances of unity did not yield sufficient light source, indulging in the thrill of the opponent's cutting techniques would be satisfying. Although he now wielded the Wind Blade spell for cutting, having more skills would only be advantageous. The Ultraman universe was vast, and he might encounter another Ultraman with a plethora of abilities, whose memories were fully accessible to him. Xiang Yu's fantasies soared, albeit somewhat impractically. In any case, he and Ace would become one and travel to the Kingdom of Light, so there was no need for concern about his journey into space. Xiang Yu recounted his previous conversation with Ace and Feng Yuan. Earth required a permanent fighting force, and the brotherly combination of Yu and Astra could achieve effects surpassing 11/2. Pausing for effect, Xiang Yu employed a provocative tactic. Or is it that, without the Super Lei to merge with me, you fear facing the monsters? Ridiculous. Feng Yuan erupted in anger, his face and neck flushed, veins bulging at his temples as he instinctively prepared to argue with Xiang Yu. Before you returned to Earth, my brother and I protected it quite well. The moment those words left his mouth, Feng Yuan regretted them, realizing his slip. All right, since you are so confident, let us finalize the matter. Xiang Yu dismissed Feng Yuan's last remark, solidifying the decision. Feng Yuan, feeling the sting of his previous lack of foresight, sensed he had been outmaneuvered, but given the circumstances, he could only advise caution. He refrained from mentioning that the power of Super Lei was Xiang Yu's greatest asset. He believed in Xiang Yu's strength. Even merged with other Ultramen, the combat prowess displayed would be overwhelmingly superior. As the first individual Xiang Yu encountered after his transmigration, he had witnessed firsthand how rapidly Xiang Yu had grown beyond reason. No one had more faith in him than Feng Yuan. I will await your good news on Earth. It is settled, Xiang Yu exclaimed to Ace with great anticipation. Soon to merge with a new partner, He gazed toward the battlefield 3 million light-years away, where countless formidable foes awaited his arrival. Having traversed half a year since his arrival, this experience had been nothing short of spectacular. A surge of excitement welled within him. In just 6 months, his life had been more eventful than the previous 17 years of monotony. Xiang Yu felt that even if he were to encounter an invincible adversary and perish gloriously as a warrior, his life would have been worthwhile. What am I thinking? Setting my own flag? He chuckled to himself, shaking his head, raising his left hand adorned with the Ultraman ring. Come, let us unite. In an instant, as their fists collided, a brilliant star-like radiance erupted, quickly expanding to envelop the heavens and the earth. The crimson sky of dusk suddenly illuminated as brightly as day, as if a new star had been born. What is this? Ace, retaining his consciousness, gazed incredulously at the towering silhouette of a colossal ape in the realm of awareness. Is he a monster? As the giant ape let out a roar, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward him, the torrent of energy within Xiang Yu sweeping away his faint light energy, forcefully compelling them to merge. What a dominant and magnificent power! Trusting in Xiang Yu, Ace did not resist the integration of this power, which felt somewhat discordant with his own light essence. However, due to unmatched frequencies, the fusion proved exceptionally arduous, and Ace constantly endured the suffocating pressure. Boom! The light of fusion exploded, reshaping into Ace's new form. Standing 80 meters tall, his muscles as solid as steel, the surface of his silvery body bore faint golden markings. Is this the power of Super Leo? Ace marveled at his muscular arms and torso. Noticing that the azure timer on his chest had turned a vivid green, his voice filled with astonishment. No wonder he could so effortlessly overpower even the formidable Gurant, which even the Ultraman brothers together could not withstand. This power instilled in him an absurd sensation. Sharing Baidu's memories, he felt a renewed sense of awe at transforming from an ordinary person into a giant. It turned out that when united with Xiang Yu, Ace became the embodiment of humanity. The brightness in Ace's bulbous eyes intensified. Hope blossomed for the kingdom of light. What am I thinking? This is just the beginning. Xiang Yu's slightly disdainful voice resonated in their shared consciousness, urging, but none of that matters. Let us hurry to the kingdom of light. A mere tenfold amplification, while exceeding his minimum expectations, paled in comparison to the disparity between Super 1 and Super 2. Xiang Yu internally scoffed at the city dwellers, who had never experienced true quality. He had no intention of usurping Ace's control. He simply wished to relish the sensations of his new form. Meanwhile, he glanced through Ace's skill manuals, indulging in a brief visual feast. Okay, fine, Ace, discerning the importance of priorities, set aside his curiosity and began to transform into his original form of light, initiating a hyperspeed flight. The red spherical stream of light tore through the stars, racing toward the kingdom of light. Regardless of the circumstances, this tangible power he now possessed was sufficient to serve as a decisive factor in turning the tide of battle. Yabo people, you had better not be following your emperor. A hint of ruthlessness surged within Ace. Chapter 71. The pride of the Anpelon people in the cosmic expanse. 1 million kilometers from the kingdom of light, a super battleship comparable in size to the moon silently hovered in the void, its dark hull adorned with flowing crimson energy patterns. Your Majesty, I witnessed it with my own eyes. In the central hall of the battleship, the Yabo people reported tearfully. This is the intelligence I painstakingly gathered. That monster truly carries the aura of Geoda? The Ultraman is unimaginably powerful. Your Majesty, should we not delay our attack? We cannot allow the Guadi Empire to reap the benefits. Aside from embellishing his own actions, the latter words of the Yabo person were indeed heartfelt. If Geoda had truly revived, he would undoubtedly target the kingdom of light. The Emperor could simply wait and observe, striking when both sides were weakened. Conversely, if the Anpelon Empire clashed with the kingdom of light and suffered significant losses, it would only allow Geoda to benefit without consequence. The Yabo individual did not believe that Geoda would leave the weakened Anpelon Empire unscathed. Moreover, with that Ultraman on Earth, who had effortlessly vanquished Geoda's minions, the Kingdom of Light was hardly a soft target. There was no need to engage in a hard-fought battle. Enough of this noise. After a brief silence, a cold rebuke rang out, the invisible pressure causing the Yabo person to immediately prostrate themselves, trembling in fear and falling silent. What I do? Why should I concern myself with him? Even if Geoda returns, it It will merely add another defeated foe to my ranks. They were but a bunch of insignificant characters. What was there to fear? As the Dark Emperor, he held his own pride. Ridiculous. Would he? Due to the name of a relic from tens of thousands of years ago and the uncertainty of its resurrection. Hesitate or postpone the grand assault on the Kingdom of Light. He was the Dark Emperor, destined to rule the entire universe with darkness. Know your place. I have no need for your gifts. The voice, filled with authority and dominance, echoed once more, causing the Yabo person to break out in cold sweat. Fearing the Emperor was reprimanding him. However, upon reflection, the Yabo people sensed that His Majesty the Emperor seemed to imply something deeper. Unable to contain his curiosity, he cautiously lifted his head for a glance. He observed the Anpila people emitting a cold snort, as the ominous purplish-black aura surrounding them was gradually suppressed. That aura felt eerily familiar. The Yabo person lowered his head, silently recalling the faint yet recognizable essence that emanated from His Majesty. It dawned on him, yes, it was indeed that. The Yabo remembered the 10 disc-like creatures given to him by Blake, along with the monstrous entity from Earth, both of which were imbued with this purplish-black energy. At the time, he had not thought much of it, but upon reflection, it seemed Blake had mentioned that this sudden surge of purplish-black energy could significantly enhance a monster's power. Could it be that His Majesty also benefited from this? The Yabo person realized everything in an instant. He comprehended the Emperor's intentions. His own strength had also been augmented by this energy. As the Anpila people were already fueled by the collective resentment of their home star's explosion, if they were further empowered by this energy imbued with negativity, they would certainly have the confidence to disregard the Jota. Truly, His Majesty was a master strategist. The Yabo person had been short-sighted. It appeared that the downfall of the Kingdom of Light was now inevitable. Enlightened by these thoughts, the Yabo person chuckled with excitement. Envisioning His Majesty stepping triumphantly over the corpses of the Kingdom of Light and the Gu-A Empire, rightfully claiming the title of the universe's Dark Overlord. As one of the 4 kings under his command, his status would undoubtedly rise as well. Perhaps he could even demand the right to deal with AC. He was determined to repay the humiliation and setbacks he had suffered at AC's hands with interest. The flames of vengeance ignited in the Yabo person's eyes, and he boldly volunteered to serve as the vanguard for His Majesty, eager to lead the charge against the Kingdom of Light. He aimed to accrue merit to better position himself when appealing to His Majesty later. The Anpila people nonchalantly consented to the Yabo's request for battle. At this moment, in the vast expanse of space, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Kingdom of Light, the battlefield had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Countless monstrous bodies were torn apart amidst the cacophony of violent sounds, while blood of various hues and flesh splattered everywhere. The warriors of the Kingdom of Light were also faring poorly, with numerous Ultramen being shredded by the sharp claws and beaks of the monsters. The luminous energy, serving as both blood and lifeblood, gushed forth from their wounds, transforming into brilliant golden particles that illuminated the darkened starry sky. The bloody and resplendent scene intertwined to form a cruel and tragic tapestry. Sev, wielding an ice axe, barely managed to bring down yet another monster, gasping for breath. Having returned to the battlefield after a prolonged absence, he gradually felt the toll of fatigue. Previously confined, Sev understood his father's true intentions all too well. Yet, he also recognized the dire situation on the battlefield. Countless of his kin had perished due to excessive energy consumption or had been torn to shreds by the monsters, dissipating into their primordial light forms and vanishing forever. This was a fate that even Hikaru's life stabilization technology could not reverse. As a member of the Ultraman Defense Force, how could he stand idly by while his brethren sacrificed themselves, remaining in the Kingdom of Light to recuperate? Defying his mother's pleas, Sev resolutely re-entered the fray, bearing his unhealed wounds, as the ice axe in his telekinetic grasp cleaved through the monsters with ease. Thanks to the battlefield's proximity to the Kingdom of Light, Sev still had sufficient energy. Each concentrated beam he unleashed could simultaneously obliterate 2 or 3 monsters. A steady stream of stellar energy flowing into his armor, ensuring his endurance. However, even so, faced with the relentless tide of monstrous forces, Sev found himself overwhelmed. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his energy, he crossed his arms in a shooting stance, channeling the yellow-hued beam of energy. Just as he was about to fire, it only traveled a mere 20 meters before faltering due to insufficient energy. Was he running out of energy? Sev felt a grave tension. He had never anticipated that even in the heart of the Kingdom of Light, he would find himself in such a predicament. Gazing at the seemingly endless horde of monsters, he let out a war cry, yanking the ice axe from his head and charging forward without hesitation. He would fight until the very last moment, retreating only in death. The ice axe twirled in his hands, each swing unleashing a torrent of blood. However, outnumbered, he soon found himself with fresh wounds, crimson energy particles seeping from his injuries. Sev, get out of the way. A purplish-black destructive beam pierced through the battlefield, heading straight for Sev's back. Hearing his comrade's warning, Sev instinctively moved his body to evade the surprise attack. With great effort, he narrowly avoided the beam's lethal impact, but his right leg was inevitably struck. He let out a pained grunt as intense agony forced him into a half-kneeling position, turning to face the source of the beam. It was a Yabo person? Chapter 72, Show a Digga. Who is thinking of me? How could a Yabo person be here? Wasn't he being pursued by AC? Sev was taken aback by the identity of his assailant. The Yabo were notoriously cunning, having caused considerable trouble for his Ultraman brothers, nearly leading to their annihilation. Not to mention his own formidable strength. Even his ability to traverse dimensions gave the Yabo ample advantages for both escape and ambush. Moreover, as the creators of the super beasts, their presence meant a continuous supply of creatures far stronger than ordinary monsters, and if controlled by a Yabo, their power would increase by yet another tier. Therefore, even during this critical moment of full-scale confrontation between the Kingdom of Light and the Anpila Empire, his father had not been overly concerned with AC pursuing the Yabo. As long as AC could restrain the Yabo from appearing on the front lines and continuously generating and controlling super beasts, it would be just as effective as AC fighting at the forefront. With the Yabo now present on the battlefield, a sense of dread washed over Sev. An ominous premonition surged within him. The Yabo were renowned for their insidiousness, capable of devising schemes that left the unsuspecting Ultramen defenseless. Had his brother AC already fallen to that damned creature? Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Sev was consumed with sorrow and rage. The monstrous army of the Anpila continued to surge forth, with countless evil forces rallying under their banner. In stark contrast, the Kingdom of Light appeared increasingly isolated. As the greatest and possibly last bastion of justice in the universe was on the verge of collapse, perhaps he need not anguish over the separation from Anu. If the Kingdom of Light fell, they would at least die together on the same day. Sev bitterly chuckled at his own self-deprecation, feeling his once indomitable fighting spirit begin to wane. The disparity in strength between the two sides had become too vast. Even if his father and the Anpila were to reach an equilibrium, setting aside their highest combat powers, the monstrous horde was progressively overwhelming the warriors of the Kingdom of Light. Justice as power, Xiang Yu. As if Sev were witnessing the final stages of his life in a fleeting panorama, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, their highest combat power did not necessarily have to be his father. As long as Xiang Yu remained, the flame of justice would never extinguish. Renewed determination ignited within Sev as he gritted his teeth against the pain in his right leg and stood upright, the ice axe humming in his grasp. Despite Xiang Yu being far away on Earth and unable to partake in this grand battle, Saiyan must strive to eliminate as many enemies as possible, thereby diminishing the opposing force and alleviating some pressure for Xiang Yu in the future. Truly a member of the Ultraman brothers, the Yabo person, witnessing the failed ambush, clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, acknowledging the seasoned instincts of combat. It is worth mentioning that in the past, he nearly obliterated the main forces of the Land of Light with his cunning strategies. If it weren't for Ace's explosive power, he would have already achieved an epic victory. This is also a key reason for his status as one of the 4 heavenly kings. His record is simply too impressive. However, what can a mere cripple achieve now? The Yabo person scoffed, and with a thought, several super beasts lunged toward the beleaguered Saiyan under his command. After harvesting Saiyan's achievements, he would continue to hunt the Ultraman brothers. He intends to make Ace, upon his return, experience the grief of losing his brothers. Ace, feel the pain. Endure the despair. The Yabo person laughed maniacally. Just then, as the Yabo person reveled in his triumph, a blade of light, hundreds of meters long, cleaved through the void. The high-frequency vibrating blade created ripples in space, slicing through the super beasts as if they were mere butter. Many monsters further away failed to react and were shattered by the residual force of the blade. The sharpness of the blade exceeded imagination, rendering the severed monster's surfaces as smooth as mirrors, and even the blood that splattered was instantaneously vaporized. Some beasts that narrowly escaped the blade's direct strike had their shells obliterated by the mere brush of the blade's wind, as if thrown into an invisible meat grinder. "Hey, Ace, it seems someone is calling for you." Xiang Yu's voice echoed in his consciousness, teasing the Yabo person, who once had a fleeting connection on Earth. Xiang, Showa, Yu, Diga, felt as if someone had just mentioned him, thus accelerating his superluminal flight speed to nearly 1 light-year per minute, hastening his journey toward the land of light. Well, do not pay too much heed to the physical laws of the Ultraman world. After all, Ultraman exists, right? His intuition proved correct. Had he been any later, his chief captain, Saiyan, would likely be done for now. Yabo, Ace, at this moment, had no time to respond to Xiang Yu's taunt, his gaze firmly locked onto his old nemesis, each word forced through clenched teeth. "You damn bastard. How dare you truly appear here? You nearly caused my brother's death. You are dead." The Yabo person had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the Ultraman, reminiscent of Ace, effortlessly slaughtering numerous super beasts. Suddenly, the opponent's figure blurred for an instant, followed by an excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. After a roar fueled by rage, Ace wasted no words, not even noticing the sudden surge of power within him. In an instant, he arrived before the Yabo person. And within 0.0001 seconds, the 8-part light wheel in his hand disassembled him into pieces. Following this, Ace's blood-curdling roar seemed to play in delay in the Yabo person's ears. You are the Yabo person?" The fragmented head retained the last vestiges of consciousness, and as darkness threatened to engulf him upon hearing Ace's roar, he stammered in a desperate confirmation, "Are you Ace?" However, the only response from Ace was a magnificent torrent of colorful Meteorum light that instantly engulfed the Yabo person's remains, surging relentlessly into the tide of monsters. Boom. Where the light passed, the monsters vaporized like ice thrown into a steel furnace, truly lethal to the touch and devastating to brush against. Amidst the continuous explosions, immeasurable beasts were obliterated into cosmic dust, as the ongoing detonations illuminated the starry sky as if it were midday. Viewed from a cosmic perspective, the densely packed monster army appeared to be struck by a divine hand, leaving behind a searing scar. Thousands of enemies were reduced to ashes in that single blow. "Damn you, Ace, I will return." In his final moments, the Yabo person, recognizing Ace's extreme cruelty in dismembering him and the deep-seated malice, confirmed his identity. Transformed into a vengeful spirit, the Yabo person uttered his final threat to Ace with the last shred of his conscious will. Ace ignored the Yabo person's barking, turning to survey the battlefield, his heart gradually sinking. The situation of his brothers was dire. Chapter 73, A Life as an Elegy. Blooming, a final song. Additional chapter of gratitude. The current state of the battlefield tore at Ace's heart like a knife. Countless comrades transformed into golden particles of light, vanishing. Behind the splendidly beautiful scene lay the heavy loss of many lives among his kin. Among them were childhood friends familiar to Ace, as well as warriors who had tirelessly roamed the universe in pursuit of peace, rare to encounter. "I should not have pursued the Yabo person." Ace clenched his fists tightly, filled with regret. Although Ultraman Father had analyzed the strategic significance of Ace restraining the Yabo person, witnessing the sacrifice of his kin firsthand filled Ace with remorse for not directly engaging in battle. If only he had, perhaps fewer comrades would have perished. Xiang Yu sensed the fluctuations of Ace's tumultuous emotions, and with his power surging to 15 times its usual level, he spoke to comfort him. "Ace, the past cannot be changed. But do not forget, our unity exists to alter the future, does it not?" "You are right." Ace, seasoned by countless battles, swiftly adjusted his mindset and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Xiang Yu, saying, "Thank you for your assistance to the Land of Light." Without Xiang Yu's presence, even if Ace had participated in this grand battle, the outcome might not have been significantly different. "The Land of Light, I bring hope," Ace silently vowed. Sensing the positions of his brothers, he sped toward a specific direction. The emergence of Super Ace was akin to a boulder thrown into stagnant waters, stirring up tumultuous waves, causing the monstrous army under Empyra and the warriors of the Land of Light to pause momentarily in unison. Ace's appearance mirrored that of Xiang Yu. Had they truly become one? Ultraman Father understood everything instantly upon witnessing Ace's transformed state, his taut heartstrings finally easing. As the leader of the Land of Light, Ultraman Father also bore the torment of anguish. Ultraman King would not intervene in such power struggles unless the entire universe faced a crisis. Otherwise, he would not reveal himself. Just as Ultraman King had previously sealed Belial after determining he posed a sufficient threat to the entire universe. The incident of the theft of the Ultraman keys should not have warranted his intervention. Yet, for some unknown reason, he ultimately appeared and thwarted Babar's conspiracy. However, this situation was different. Even as an enemy, Ultraman Father still attributed the war between the Land of Light and the Empyra Empire to a clash of differing ideologies. Unlike mere destroyers, Empyra genuinely sought to dominate the universe through darkness, not to extinguish all life within it. However, for the vast majority of weaker civilizations, the absence of light equated to annihilation, which is fundamentally why the Land of Light would never permit the Empyra Empire to rule the universe. This war, stemming from differing ideologies and factions, would not sway Ultraman King's perspective. Similarly, Ultraman Father, as the actual supreme leader and strongest force of the Land of Light, had yet to recover from the injuries sustained during his battle with Empyra. He could not act until the Empyra beings took the field themselves. Only in this way could he temporarily restrain their most formidable power. The remaining hope rested on the performance of the young warriors. The battle years ago had nearly depleted the elite forces of the Ultraman clan. Afterwards, his old friend and rival, Belial, was also sealed, transforming from ally to foe. Currently, the Ultraman clan relies heavily on the few promising members of the security force, the Ultraman brothers, to uphold the majority of the prestige of the Land of Light. Thus, even though the scales of battle have evidently tilted in favor of Anbila, he must maintain his composure and wait for the opportune moment. It is not that Father Ultraman is afraid to act. Rather, he is unable to do so. Has the time finally arrived? The return of Ace has indeed provided Father Ultraman with the awaited opportunity. Truly, the prophecy of the Ultraman King has proven accurate. Although Father Ultraman appears calm and collected, inside he is in a state of anxious anticipation, which has finally settled somewhat. Not long ago, Jack, utilizing his combat prowess against multiple foes, was telekinetically directing the Ultraman bracelet to attack the multi-headed beast while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on the lurking Grozom nearby. He had previously attempted to assault Grozom with the Ultraman bracelet, but the creature's bizarre regenerative abilities thwarted his every effort. Meanwhile, Zophy was unleashing the M87 beam with all his might, sweeping through swathes of monsters like a game of Match 3. But this tranquility was short-lived, as one of the four heavenly kings, Disraim, had also set his sights on him. As one of the longest-serving for heavenly kings under the command of the Anbila aliens, he was eager to claim the title of the foremost among them by taking Zophy's life. The situation for the Land of Light appears rather grim. As a light chuckle echoed from one of the four heavenly kings, the cunning Mephiles, who mocked the mighty initial Ultraman before him. Unlike the intense atmosphere experienced by the other Ultraman brothers in the face of life and death adversaries, the interaction between Mephiles and the initial Ultraman was relatively cordial. Mephiles did not attempt any disruptive tactics against the initial Ultraman, instead observing with a detached air as the initial Ultraman struggled against the relentless onslaught of monsters. He even took the time to analyze the current battlefield situation, seemingly attempting to undermine the composed demeanor of the seasoned initial Ultraman. The initial Ultraman remained silent, choosing not to respond to Mephiles' sardonic remarks, as they were undeniably factual. The 8-segmented light wolf fluttered like a butterfly in his hand, severing monster after monster with a fundamental skill of the Land of Light, executed with unparalleled finesse by the initial Ultraman. Thanks to its low energy consumption yet high efficacy, the basic 8-segmented light wheel allowed him to slay as many beasts as Jack. The initial Ultraman was well aware of his old friend Mephiles' character, and since the latter showed no intention of attacking directly, he took the opportunity to conserve his strength and eliminate more monsters. Despite the Ultraman brothers employing their utmost capabilities and skills, the situation continued to deteriorate against the ceaseless tide of the monster army. Even with the feeble energy replenishment from the dissipating plasma sparks, their energy began to emit ominous sounds. The urgent noises seemed to herald the descent of the Land of Light into true peril. Was there truly no way to turn the tide? As the elder brother, Zoffi's dimming azure timer indicated that he still had some strength left. However, upon witnessing the numerous fallen Ultraman warriors on the battlefield and the flashing red alerts on his brother's timers, Zoffi felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even if he were to fight to the death, he was determined to take down sufficient enemy forces. Zoffi steeled himself, gazing at the rapidly replenishing monster horde and the ever-ambitious Disrame, who occasionally disrupted his M87 beam. The silver-white figure began to radiate a dazzling light. He intended to explosively unleash the essence of his light in one fell swoop, instantly surpassing the limits of the M87 beam. Even if this action would lead to his own demise, obliterating the land of light and nearby uninhabited planets, it was preferable to the slow death of the land of light and the total victory of the dark forces. As the ground shook, not only Zoffi but many Ultraman warriors resolved to perish together, just as they were about to make their final stand with their lives. A brilliant stream of rainbow lights swept across the battlefield, causing monsters to dissolve like ice and snow. It was Ace. The arrival of Super Ace was so astonishing that both sides momentarily ceased their combat. The forces of Anbila were then taken aback to discover that, with Ace's appearance, not only had countless monsters been instantaneously annihilated, but one of their own four heavenly kings, the Yabaran, had also seemingly evaporated. Is this truly Ace? Even the warriors of the Land of Light felt a sense of disbelief, experiencing a surreal anticipation for the reinforcements from their righteous faction. However, they were not unfamiliar with Ace, yet the sheer power he displayed, annihilating a significant portion of the enemy army with a single move, left them questioning whether this was merely a vision of hope before their demise. Zoffi, are you all right? Ace quickly arrived before Zoffi, checking his condition with concern. After dispatching the Yabaran and a multitude of monsters behind him, Ace sensed Zoffi's dangerously volatile energy and approached him, trying to dissuade him from his reckless intentions. Ace, please don't do this. Zoffi's face flushed as he was being checked over by Ace in broad daylight, and the radiance emanating from him gradually faded. Not wanting to suffer a social faux pas in front of Ace, he hastily reassured, I am fine, you need not worry. In the conscious realm, Xiang Yu was utterly speechless, silently praying that Ace would not claim that he and Ace were one and the same. He had merely allowed Ace to take control due to the extensive nature of Ace's skill set, which required time to review, coupled with his own disinterest in trivial matters. How could Ace transition from extreme anger to exuberant passion in the blink of an eye? This was a significant embarrassment for Xiang Yu. Upon hearing Beidou mention that aside from him, Ace had another human form that was female, Xiang Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He found himself reluctant to share the same essence with Ace. Was it too late to withdraw now? Is this the youngest among the Ultraman brothers, Ace Ultraman? The other three heavenly kings, who had collaborated with the Yabaran, had heard of Ace, known as the trump card of the Land of Light. However, they could not help but wonder if this reputation was somewhat exaggerated. Could the Yabaran be so powerful? How could they repeatedly escape from Ace while nearly annihilating the Ultraman brothers in his presence? Surely, their credentials must be fabricated. Moreover, why had Ace not been deployed to the front lines at the first opportunity? As Mephiles and the other heavenly kings internally grumbled, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation towards this somewhat extraordinary being, realizing that they were unlikely to be his match. Even Grozom, with his regenerative abilities, could not be certain if he could retain even a fraction of his cells in the torrent of Ace's metalum energy. The situation had changed, and it was time to notify His Majesty. The three heavenly kings simultaneously thought of calling for reinforcements. With the intervention of Super Ace, the dynamics of the battlefield had shifted dramatically. Brothers, take a moment to rest and recharge your energy. After the moment of exuberance, AIC seemed to realize his own lapse in composure. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and declared, leave the rest to me. United as one with Xiang Yu, I now possessed extraordinary power. The sudden retreat of the four heavenly kings allowed several Ultra brothers to reunite with AIC, particularly Say-1, whose piercing Ultra eyes were fixed intently on AIC, causing him a sense of unease. With the energy coursing through me now, I was fully capable of executing this technique alone. AIC surveyed the dense army of monsters before him, placing his hands on his forehead's ultra hole. A riot of colors swirled like a vortex, gradually coalescing into a rainbow sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. This technique, once bestowed upon AIC by the light source of his four elder brothers, was his most potent beam, possessing unparalleled power and destructive range. Now, after merging with Xiang Yu, AIC could forcibly channel the residual essence of his brothers within him, enabling him to wield this skill independently. It was the perfect moment to unleash it in this clearing environment. Space Q. The rainbow sphere shot forth like a comet towards the heart of the monster army. In the absence of the four Heavenly Kings' command, the monsters fell into chaos, unable to advance or retreat as the sphere struck swiftly. In the next instant, a cataclysmic energy erupted like a supernova, spreading devastation in its wake. Monstrous beings were instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat, and the blinding light compelled even the warriors of the Land of Light to shield their eyes. The shockwave from the explosion reverberated through the distant asteroid belt. As the dazzling brilliance gradually faded, one could see that a third of the once boundless wave of monsters had evaporated, leaving behind an area still ablaze with residual energy, distorting the cleared space. Any foolish monster daring to enter this forbidden zone would be seared to a crisp. The terrifying destructive power instilled an instinctive fear even in the most irrational of monsters. In an unprecedented display of unity, they swiftly retreated in unison. How ferocious! AIC was nothing short of an ultra-tyrant. Monsters are beings of life too. Who would dare to recklessly confront such unreasonable aggression? Truly remarkable. With his unleashing of Space Q, AIC not only terrified the monster army into a panicked flight, but also left the warriors of the Land of Light in awe. Was this truly a warrior of their realm? Did their homeland possess such formidable strength? Had the tide of battle turned in their favor? Even Zophi and the other Ultra brothers, who anticipated AIC's unity with Xiang Yu, were taken aback by this exaggerated display that singularly dictated the battlefield's fate. The dramatic and surreal conclusion shattered their preconceived notions. It was never about numbers, but rather about absolute power. Seeing the expressions of his elder brothers, AIC nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired. This would help alleviate his earlier awkwardness. He remained the ace who saved the Land of Light from peril. Now, as he gazed at the monsters retreating from the battlefield, he took a deep breath and announced to the starry sky, Anpila Shinran, it is your time to make an entrance. In Chapter 75, Your Majesty, it has been a long time since you moved. Empowered by light energy, AIC projected his voice across the vast cosmic expanse of millions of kilometers. He had expected Anpila Shinran would respond to his call, leading to a natural showdown between kings. However, 3 seconds passed in the desolate starry sky, which seemed to mock the self-satisfied AIC in silence. Suddenly, a thought struck AIC. Xiang Yu, you mentioned wanting to battle the strongest enemy, did you not? Then I shall not deprive you of that opportunity. It is your turn. Without waiting for Xiang Yu to respond, AIC exited the account. Xiang Yu found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that these warriors of the Land of Light were indeed far from the divine beings they were perceived to be, yet not entirely human either. However, he had previously established a pact with AIC. AIC would handle the lesser foes while he would contend with the strong ones. After AIC had dispatched a wave of minions, Xiang Yu had intended to remind him to switch roles. Yet, to his surprise, AIC overstayed his welcome online, leading to an embarrassing moment before he began to shirk responsibility. I truly thank you, AIC. Xiang Yu gazed at AIC, who was now burying his head in the sand within the realm of consciousness. It was evident he needed to reassess the Ultra race's collective demeanor. AIC, let me take over now. Just as Xiang Yu contemplated this, the father of the Ultra warriors arrived. Commenting on the considerable energy AIC must have expended with his Space Q. Leave the rest to me, he suggested. He was equally astonished by AIC's formidable display but quickly regained his composure, recalling his assessment of Xiang Yu. Noticing AIC's intent to continue challenging Anpila Shinran, the father, observing the overall situation, expressed his desire to join the fray. After all, Anpila was an old rival, and he felt it was only right to assert his presence. Moreover, he was genuinely concerned that AIC's energy might be dwindling after unleashing such an unparalleled Space Q. The new generation of warriors had performed admirably. Now it was time for the older generation to step in and resolve lingering grievances. No need. A voice with a markedly different tone emanated from Super AIC. This battle with Anpila Shinran is to be fought by me. Be careful. Anpila Shinran is quite strong. The father of the Ultra warriors, realizing AIC had passed the baton, did not see fit to intervene after hearing about Xiang Yu's agreement. However, He hesitated before gently reminding Xiang Yu that if the situation changed, he need not force himself, as he had already contributed enough to the Land of Light. He believed he still had some fight left in him. Xiang Yu replied vaguely, but their thoughts were not aligned. Given the nature of the Ultra Warriors, they likely could not comprehend the temptation a worthy adversary posed to a battle-loving Saiyan. Xiang Yu prepared to call Xingren forth, fully aware that he would never admit to having nudged AIC into combat. The shameful actions would be left solely to AIC. What did it have to do with him? There's no need to call. I have arrived. Just as Xiang Yu uttered those 3 words, a calm, yet commanding voice resonated through the starry sky. A figure, entirely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any other color, slowly materialized. Xingren's crimson cape billowed silently in the vacuum, and the sinister purple-black eyes on its formidable head locked onto AIC, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. You wish to fight? Then come forth. Xingren did not elaborate on its previous silence, but instead got straight to the point after making its entrance. A torrent of dark energy erupted from Xingren, warping the very fabric of space around it. From a distance, it appeared as though Xingren had transformed into a miniature black hole, causing light to bend in eerie arcs. Any matter that approached would be crushed to its fundamental particles, turning the surrounding area into a realm of death. Transformed into a humanoid black hole, Xingren, with its irresistible gravitational pull, appeared beside AIC with a speed that the warriors of the Land of Light could not hope to perceive. This is dire. Xingren seems even stronger now. The unawakened true power of the Father of Ultra barely allowed him to perceive the trajectory of the Anbira alien's movements. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with Super Ace. A surge of urgency coursed through him as he began to worry whether Xiang Yu could withstand this sudden onslaught. Boom! The fist imbued with dark energy collided violently with the radiant iron fist powered by light energy. The black and silver energies erupted into a dazzling halo. As 2 figures darted through the cosmos, each punch sending ripples of energy into the void. To the onlookers, their speeds were so swift that they left behind afterimages, as if countless aces in Anbira were engaged in fierce combat across the starry expanse. Xiang Yu firmly withstood the ambush from Anbira before launching a fierce counterattack. After a brief exchange, both sides gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strengths, and their fighting spirit soared. Is there truly nothing we can do? Grozom lamented, observing the rapidly moving black and silver figures with a sense of reluctance. If you have the courage to defy His Majesty's orders, feel free to engage in your petty schemes, the clear-headed Myphala's alien chuckled, addressing Grodium with a mocking tone. What a joke. Their monstrous army was effortlessly pierced through by that ace. With just the 3 of them, the 4 kings, and a few monsters that did not flee, how much impact could they possibly have? Let us not forget that the Kingdom of Light has not perished. The Father of Ultra and the multitude of Ultra Warriors are still alive, and during this time, they may have regained considerable strength thanks to the replenishment of energy. They should be grateful that the enemy has not taken advantage of their weakness to deliver a merciless blow to these remnants. Still hoping for a counterattack? It seems Grozom has lost his mind. In the current situation, the Emperor alone must turn the tide, the Myphala's alien murmured, his blue eyes reflecting the 2 figures that would determine the outcome of the battlefield. However, I imagine His Majesty is relishing this battle, as the Myphalas have rarely witnessed the Anbira move their bodies with such seriousness. Typically, the Emperor does not bother to evade when facing the weak. It feels exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, reveling in the satisfying impact of each blow. The Anbira was indeed a worthy opponent. No, he was an exceptionally formidable adversary. Possessing strength that could rival 60% of his current power, a sufficiently resilient physique, and combat techniques rich enough to provide Xiang Yu with on-site instruction. As old wounds resurfaced, Xiang Yu found himself somewhat reluctant to eliminate his opponent. He felt a slight kinship with Sun Wukong's mindset when he faced Frieza. As his strength grew, he realized that opponents who could match him would become increasingly rare, akin to the elusive giant panda. After all, invincibility was never a blessing for a Saiyan. It was the deepest solitude and emptiness. Chapter 76. Your Majesty, was this within your expectations? Adhering to the principle of cherishing every moment, Xiang Yu and the Anbira established a remarkable rapport. Neither employed energy attacks. relying solely on their physically enhanced bodies for the purest confrontation. Yes, both were enjoying this long-lost sensation. As a Saiyan, Xiang Yu was undoubtedly relishing it. But how could the Ambira be any different? Beyond fulfilling the long-held desires of his kin to dominate the universe with darkness, this Dark Emperor also secretly scoffed at the notion of invincibility. He yearned for an equal opponent, his pride preventing him from unleashing his full power against the weak. He cared little for the outcome between the Kingdom of Light and his forces. In his eyes, the only true rival was the Father of Ultra, who had awakened true power and wielded the treasures of the Kingdom of Light. This was also the reason he had refrained from attacking the Kingdom of Light 3,000 years ago, after failing to defeat the Father of Ultra even with an advantage in his own forces. A loss was a loss, thus. He disdainfully refused to conquer the Kingdom of Light by other means. For him, ruling through absolute power was the only meaningful victory. You are quite impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied. The Ambira exclaimed sincerely, initially expecting his final showdown to be against his longtime rival, the Father of Ultra. To his surprise, he found an unexpected delight that far exceeded his expectations. Humph, that is precisely what I wished to convey. Xiang Yu responded with a hint of excitement, acknowledging that the Ambira was the strongest adversary he had faced thus far. He was also the opponent with whom Xiang Yu experienced the most pleasurable combat. Even as an enemy, Xiang Yu could not help but admire the opponent's combat style, which was sufficiently honorable to merit the title of Emperor. Although perhaps describing him as radiant might not be entirely fitting. To be candid, Xiang Yu felt a tinge of shame. Strictly speaking, the power of Super Ace did not constitute his own strength. Had he relied solely on himself, he would likely be at a disadvantage against his opponent. Unfortunately, the Ambira was an enemy that he had no choice but to eliminate. Otherwise, he would truly wish to train thoroughly before engaging in another battle with him. Xiang Yu pondered. He had no authority to decide the fate of the Ambira on behalf of the Kingdom of Light. Given the irreconcilable conflict between them, only one could survive. Standing firmly in the camp of the Kingdom of Light, Xiang Yu could only lament the situation. Otherwise, with the training boost from the gravity chamber, he believed it would not be long before he could enjoy a fair battle with the Ambira using his own strength. It seems I have been underestimated. The clash of fists and feet served as a different form of communication, and the Ambira could clearly sense that Ace was harboring some unnecessary emotions. In that case, I shall respond to your thirst with my full might. Huh! The Ambira roared, as dark energy surged around him like a volcano erupting. Endless waves of darkness spread from his very being, consuming even the starlight in its wake. At that moment, he required no validation from others. His existence was evidently the embodiment of darkness. In this already dim universe, the area surrounding him transformed into an absolute realm of darkness, as if time and space themselves were bowing to this dark sovereign. Continue, let us battle. The fierce combat spirit exhibited by this warrior of the Kingdom of Light astonished the Ambira, as it seemed quite different from his previous perceptions of the Ultras. Yet, as a worthy opponent who could match 70% of his strength, he was willing to exert himself fully out of respect. Simultaneously, as the Dark Emperor, he was displeased with Xiang Yu's mingling of regret during the battle. This completely provoked the otherwise calm Ambira to unleash his full power, serving both as a mark of respect for his opponent and a lesson against such a lackadaisical attitude. Have you truly unleashed your full power? Xiang Yu did not expect his opponent to be such a schemer. After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately became excited. Then let me see if your full strength can delight me. The silver light surrounding Super Ace surged brightly, as the energy of light erupted like a supernova. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the boundary between light and darkness, corrosive hissing sounds echoed, as if two worlds were colliding violently. Arrogant. The Ambira scoffed, having his line stolen. And he quickly gathered the energy that had been dissipating during his full power eruption, swiftly charging towards Xiang Yu. Bang, bang, bang. From the perspective of both factions, the battlefield was filled with countless aces and Ambira clashing in combat. Each point of collision left behind enduring spatial fissures, as the surrounding cosmic expanse was riddled with cracks akin to a shattered mirror. My old rival, it seems you are indeed serious. The Father of Ultra gradually lost sight of the clashes between the Ambira and Ace, for he would not squander the opportunity to witness the battle by awakening true power. Given Xiang Yu's performance, it seemed unnecessary to resort to that technique. The father of the Ultraman would never entrust the fate of the Kingdom of Light entirely to the prophecies of the Ultraman King. Had Xiang Yu not appeared, the current pinnacle of combat power in the Kingdom of Light, aside from himself when he activated his true power, would be his son Tai Luo, who inherited his Ultraman antenna. Provided the Ultraman brothers could transfer their strength to Tai Luo, the power he could wield would undoubtedly rival that of his activated true form. This is precisely why the father has not arranged for Tai Luo to take the stage. Originally, had it not been for Xiang Yu's timely appearance, he would have contacted Ace to return to the Kingdom of Light, buying time for Tai Luo to complete his fusion. Indeed, to be regarded as a beacon of hope by the Ultraman King is no trivial matter. The father once again marveled at the riddle that is the Ultraman King. Yet, he possesses a keen insight into others. Meanwhile, on the side of the Ampela, the 3 heavenly kings wore grave expressions. Even the usually composed Myphilas was beginning to show signs of anxiety. His Majesty seems to have exerted all his strength and still cannot defeat Ace. Why hasn't His Majesty donned the dark armor yet? This is not the time for heroics. They were utterly baffled. Clearly, once His Majesty donned the armor, his power would experience a terrifying amplification. Could it be that His Majesty still disapproves of relying on external forces? Yet, this is a life-and-death struggle between the 2 greatest powers in the universe. How can one cling to such a stubborn warrior's mindset? Your Majesty, what are your true intentions? The intelligent Myphilas, racking his brain, could not decipher the intentions of the Ampela. You are indeed formidable. Xiang Yu, fully unleashing Ace's strength, had to concede that the gap between him and the Ampela was minimal, unable to swiftly subdue the opponent. In terms of combat power, Xiang Yu may hold a slight edge over the Ampela, but the unity he shared with Ace was not as seamless as that of Leo. At this juncture, the battle had transcended mere physical confrontation, and a weakness of Xiang Yu was laid bare. There was a slight delay when he utilized Ace's skills. This issue posed no problem against weaker opponents, but in battles of equal standing, this flaw would be magnified infinitely, allowing the Ampela to evade during the moments when Xiang Yu's skills were still unfamiliar. However, when using his own skills, he too faced difficulties, as his unfamiliarity with Ace's form hindered him from releasing his ki wave through Ace's body. If only I had a bit more time. Xiang Yu felt a surge of frustration. If he could engage in close combat with the Ampela just a while longer, he would become more accustomed to Ace's body. Since a swift resolution was unattainable, he resolved to gradually carve out a victory. With a decisive flick, he deflected an oncoming beam of dark energy from the Ampela, determined to engage in a protracted battle. After all, his energy reserves were ample, and he was near the stronghold of the Kingdom of Light. Although it felt somewhat dishonorable, Xiang Yu had no better strategy at hand. Wait, what is happening to my body? A vertical guillotine severed a corner of the Ampela's cloak. Just as Xiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction from his growing mastery of skills, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. What is this energy? Why is it inside me? The Ampela also noticed Xiang Yu's anomaly. Just when he could have pressed the advantage to end the battle, he unexpectedly halted his assault. It was evident that a strange black energy was inexplicably emanating from Ace, entirely opposed to the essence of light. The conflicting energies rendered Ace's state one of considerable suffering. What is this? The unusual condition of Ace astonished both factions, and the 4 heavenly kings rejoiced. Ace was clearly not in the right state, presenting a golden opportunity. Especially that dark energy. Your Majesty, could this have been anticipated by you? The Myphilas observed the poised and confident Ampela, speculating within. Truly, no wonder he has been reluctant to utilize the dark armor. Everything is under the Emperor's control. Chapter 77. Farewell, Leo, 2 chapters, 6K, concluding this volume, this energy. The Ampela gazed at the dark aura gradually surfacing from Ace, feeling an unexplainable sense of familiarity and entering into contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, the Myphilas had dubbed him the scheming Ampela, now earnestly seeking to comprehend the anomaly surrounding Ace. He indeed held disdain for taking advantage of others' misfortunes, but if Ace maintained this state, he would not hesitate to eliminate the strongest warrior of the Kingdom of Light. However, the aura emanating from Ace was too familiar, stirring a flicker of emotion within the otherwise unperturbed Ampela. It was a feeling he had not experienced since the destruction of his home planet. Wait, home planet? The Ampela finally unearthed the answer from the depths of memory spanning thousands of years. It was the core essence of his home planet. How could this be? that should have completely vanished with the destruction of the home planet. How could such a thing exist within the body of a light-based Ultraman? What kind of madness would lead one to self-destruction? Or could it be that the Kingdom of Light seeks to submit to him? Regrettably, any notions of wanting to determine the victor with a final, powerful strike dissipated in mere moments, as the Ampela expressed a hint of regret toward Ace. If the Kingdom of Light intended to convey a ceasefire or submission in this manner, the Ampela would be the first to dismiss it. He would rather believe that Ace had inadvertently consumed the core essence of his home planet. This essence was the core energy of the Ampela race, vital for their survival and cultivation. But for beings of light, the Ampela was half correct. Indeed, this essence was consumed by a glutton, but the culprit was none other than Xiang Yu within Ace. Of course, the core essence from the Ampela's home planet posed little issue for Xiang Yu. The nature of a Saiyan is hardly a benign one, and the attribute of energy is indiscriminate. However, this energy had remained undetected by Xiang Yu, quietly nestled in a corner of his body, cautiously avoiding the discovery of his vast energy. Even during Xiang Yu's moments of unison with the Ultraman warriors, it skillfully found refuge in the shadows, securing its existence. Until this confrontation, when Xiang Yu unleashed his full power against the Ampela, the core essence energy could no longer conceal itself. Initially believing it could escape the fate of being consumed, it was surrounded by the familiar dark energy. Absorbing all the dark energy that had diffused during the fierce clash between the Ampela and Xiang Yu, the core essence began to grow stronger and sounded the horn of counterattack within Ace's body, like a chilling ice crystal introduced into boiling water. The violent clash of energies caused Xiang Yu to completely lose control over the flow of energy within him. The two diametrically opposed energy natures transformed Ace's body into a brutal battlefield, with repeated violent energy shocks leaving Xiang Yu in agony. Cursed be this energy. Where does it originate? To this day, Xiang Yu could not fathom why this unknown dark energy erupted at such a critical moment in battle. He scoured his memories but could not recall ever encountering energy of this nature, nor could he understand how he had absorbed it into his body. Xiang Yu, we must retreat. At this moment, the pained voice of Ace intermittently echoed within the realm of consciousness. It must be the Ampela's scheme. We cannot continue to push our limits. Ace had gained clarity. The energy so similar to that of the Ampela could not be anything other than a trick of the Ampela. Boom. A blazing beam of golden light collided violently with the impending black destructive energy aimed at Xiang Yu, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away from the explosive energy turbulence. Xiang Yu, return to the Kingdom of Light and seek healing from Mother Ultraman. The timely arrival of Father Ultraman intercepted the attack from the Ampera aliens with a paternal ray, his tone laden with gravity as he addressed Xiang Yu. At that moment, he had manifested his true power form, adorned with imposing horns atop his head. Now, leave the rest to me. Father Ultraman turned his back to Xiang Yu, his gaze fiercely fixed on the Ampera aliens. Although he was uncertain of the cause behind Xiang Yu's predicament, it was evident that he was in dire straits. Father Ultraman believed that the Ampera aliens would not take advantage of Xiang Yu's misfortune. However, as enemies, it was only natural for him to remain vigilant and act decisively. The restraint shown by the Ampera aliens in not attacking Xiang Yu during his moment of vulnerability was commendable. Humph, so you finally decided to show up. The Ampera aliens observed, their tone laced with expected composure as they sensed Father Ultraman's agitation triggered by their probing attack. Is it now your turn to take over? Before the Ampera aliens could finish their taunt, they dashed towards Father Ultraman like a bolt of black lightning, eager to gauge how much he had improved over the millennia. Ignoring the unclear state of AC, the Ampera aliens viewed everyone as mere pawns destined for defeat beneath their feet. They would annihilate the entire Kingdom of Light with absolute certainty. It was merely a matter of sequence. Your Majesty, you cannot disregard AC. Unlike the arrogant demeanor of the Ampera aliens, Myphilas and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot stove. They had just been in awe of their Emperor's foresight, but now found themselves bewildered at his decision to engage Father Ultraman while neglecting the evidently unstable AC. For heaven's sake, we are in battle, not playing games. How can we ignore a wounded ally to confront a fully powered opponent? In a moment of desperation, the four heavenly kings disregarded the Emperor's orders and led the remaining elite monsters into the fray. Even if they could replace the incapacitated AC, it would be a decisive factor in turning the tide of battle. They believed that with their Emperor's strength, after dispatching Father Ultraman. The remaining Ultraman warriors would pose no threat. The focus of the four heavenly kings was solely on AC at that moment, as they commanded, Jeduan, Jin Guqiao, you all hold back the Ultraman brothers. Although only a few hundred monsters remained, they consisted of elite beasts like Jeduan and Jin Guqiao. While they might seem insignificant before AC, they should be capable of stalling the remaining Ultraman brothers. They would lead the remaining monsters in a powerful assault aimed at eliminating AC once and for all. Jeduan, Bayuo, Eao. The eerie roars of the monsters echoed across the battlefield, as they were commanded to concentrate their strongest energies. Countless beams of destructive energy rained down upon AC, who was being escorted back to the Kingdom of Light by the Ultraman brothers. Hurry and move, Xiang Yu. Seeing hundreds of elite monsters charging their attacks simultaneously, Seven dared not confront them directly and urgently sought to evade with Xiang Yu. However, Jin Guqiao, assigned to intercept, quickly entangled Seven, leaving him unable to assist Xiang Yu. The same predicament befell the other three Ultraman brothers, and in an instant, Xiang Yu, still unable to control his body, found himself in grave danger. Not good. Those fools. The ongoing battle between Father Ultraman and the Ampera aliens drew their attention to this alarming situation, both exclaiming in unison. Father Ultraman was worried for Xiang Yu's safety, while the Ampera aliens were infuriated by their subordinates' reckless actions. Did they truly think they could not handle Father Ultraman and AC? However, their emotions had no bearing on the reality unfolding, as hundreds of beams of destructive energy converged into a terrifying pillar of light, a kilometer in diameter, hurtling towards the uncontrolled Xiang Yu. Watching as Seven valiantly endured Jin Guqiao's attacks, while desperately rushing to shield him from the oncoming assault, Xiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. What a fall from grace. With that thought, he concentrated, causing the towering form of Super AC to rapidly shrink. Wait, Xiang Yu, what are you doing? AC, feeling his body weakening yet regaining control, immediately grasped Xiang Yu's intentions and panicked. How can you cancel your transformation at this moment? AC's concern stemmed not from a reluctance to part with the formidable power gained through their fusion, but rather from the stark reality that Xiang Yu could not survive in the cosmos alone. Furthermore, how could he withstand the full-on assault from so many powerful monsters in his current state? This problem arose from my body, so it is my burden to bear. Xiang Yu responded with a light chuckle, communicating telepathically with AC, observing the returning normalcy within AC and the active dark energy within him. It was evident that the anomaly afflicting Super AC was instigated by Xiang Yu himself, though he still could not comprehend the source of this energy. A Saiyan never fears death. Without activating a protective shield, Xiang Yu took a deep breath and began to gather his ki wave. He had reverted directly from the fabric of space, devoid of any oxygen, making it impossible for him to create a protective barrier. Thus, for a Saiyan, the best defense was indeed a bold offense. Converging ki wave, he silently chanted, as the azure ki wave rapidly coalesced, colliding with the chaotic barrage of energy beams unleashed by the monsters. ZZZT. ZZZT. Veins bulged across Xiang Yu's body as he struggled to withstand the combined assault from hundreds of elite monsters and the three heavenly kings. Even with AC and the other Ultraman warriors joining in to provide support, they were still at a disadvantage. Xiang Yu, quickly merge with me. Safi, having broken free from the monster's grasp, sped towards Xiang Yu without concern for the consequences of merging with him. He needed to ensure that at least one Ultraman could combine with Xiang Yu. Otherwise, he would perish. Xiang Yu had clearly chosen to revert to his original form to avoid endangering AC, even if Ultraman warriors would risk their lives to save even unfamiliar beings. How could they allow the savior of the Kingdom of Light to perish before their eyes? It is indeed because I am not of the Sun family. Xiang Yu thought bitterly, watching his ki wave retreating inch by inch. This might be his final lamentation. Surely, fate could not allow him to die and then reincarnate again, could it? In that moment, at the epicenter of the clash of energies, a terrifying wave of energy surged. As the accumulated intensity began to exceed the limits of the space itself, the chaotic energy flowed wildly, causing the fabric of space to emit anguished cries under the strain, with fine cracks spreading like a spider's web through the void. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, signaling that the space had finally reached its breaking point. Fracturing completely like a shattered mirror, the rupture produced a horrifying gravitational vortex, mercilessly engulfing Xiang Yu, who had been maintaining his stance. The intense tearing force of the spatial turbulence left Xiang Yu disoriented, compelling him to fully activate his protective barrier to shield his body from being torn apart. Perhaps I might truly escape this calamity, he mused, drawing on the experiences of a long-time recluse. He understood the nature of spatial turbulence, and perhaps he still had a sliver of hope. Regrettably, he could no longer return to Earth. Would there be a day they would meet again? Team leader, Feng Yuan. Struggling to maintain his protective barrier, Xiang Yu felt utterly exhausted, his consciousness gradually sinking into darkness, with only the instinct of his body fiercely activating the barrier. Sigh, did I arrive too late? Not long after, the figure of the king of Ultraman appeared at the spot where Xiang Yu had been drawn into the chaotic currents of space, letting out a long sigh. Alas, everything is guided by fate. The crimson gaze of the king swept across the battlefield. Since he had arrived, it was time to bring this farce to an end. Chapter 1. Is that a deity? The incessant drip and the cold, damp sensation enveloping him gradually roused Xiang Yu's consciousness from the depths of darkness. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he found his vision blurred and instinctively murmured, "Am I still alive? Where's this?" He propped himself up and glanced around, quickly captivated by the sight of the sky. A colossal, nearly circular eye of a storm hung ominously above, its edges formed by layers of thick clouds. Through the eye of the storm, he could see a turbulent sea of clouds above, as if the entire world were ensnared within a massive, spinning meteorological gyroscope. Continuous torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, whipped by a violent hurricane, mercilessly battering the earth. The vast fields beneath him were in utter disarray. Crops had either been uprooted or completely smashed by the rain, intermixed with the mud. Could it be that I am still on Earth? Observing the familiar farmland along with the partially collapsed power poles and other remnants of civilization, this thought emerged in Xiang Yu's mind. Ouch, that hurts. Just as Xiang Yu intended to take flight to better examine the traces of civilization and confirm whether this place belonged to Earth, he felt a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body with even the slightest movement. Despite the protective shield exerting its utmost defense, the extreme tearing force contained within the chaotic currents of space gradually penetrated his diminishing defenses, inflicting severe damage upon his body. Xiang Yu grimaced and reached for his ear. Thankfully, it was unharmed. He successfully activated the storage earring gifted by the Pureish people, letting out a long sigh of relief. If that had been damaged, the various supplies stored within would have been lost, leaving him in despair. Let me see, it should be that vial. After a thorough search, Xiang Yu finally located his target, exclaiming with joy, "Found it." My teacher was indeed reliable, preparing ample healing potions. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the emerald green liquid that radiated vitality. 1 minute later, not bad, the pain has diminished. Feeling his body gradually healing, Xiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. With this, even if a powerful beast were to appear suddenly, he would not be entirely defenseless. However, due to maintaining the protective shield in the chaotic currents, his energy was nearly depleted, and he was on the brink of severe exhaustion. It seemed that by the time the shield was halfway maintained, his regular energy had run out. It was purely his body's instinct for survival that forced him to tap into the latent energy integrated into his flesh, barely allowing him to withstand the turmoil and descend here. Better take it easy and observe my surroundings. Aware that he had yet to recover to his peak condition, Xiang Yu decided to proceed with caution. Regardless of whether this was Earth or if unknown dangers lurked, retaining sufficient strength was paramount for facing any challenges. However, the rain was falling excessively hard. Could it be a typhoon? In the devastated farmland nearby, Xiang Yu gathered a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables that had been scattered by the fierce winds but remained undamaged, indulging in them without restraint. His body, severely lacking energy, urgently required a substantial intake of food to replenish and convert energy, and these crops would soon be obliterated by the relentless rain if left unattended. As for hunting beasts in the mountains, Xiang Yu glanced at the apocalyptic stormy weather and concluded that unless one had lost their senses, no beast would dare to venture out in such conditions. Reluctantly, he settled for a vegetarian meal to restore his strength as quickly as possible. After about an hour, having cleared the nearby fields of fruits and vegetables, Xiang Yu felt ready to explore. However, he had a high probability of confirming that this was indeed Earth. Not for any other reason, but due to the scattered plastic bottles and the Japanese characters on them encountered during his collection. Well, after all this, I'm still in Japan. He pondered, perplexed as to why there was not a single soul in sight within the residential areas. Where could everyone have gone? Maintaining a low and slow flight, he scanned the eerily silent village, feeling a tinge of doubt. Even in such dreadful weather, residents should logically remain indoors with their doors tightly shut. Yet, as he approached for a closer look, he found many homes not only with doors wide open but also in disarray, with overturned furniture and scattered belongings. Devoid of any human presence, the entire village seemed to have been collectively abandoned in an alarmingly brief period. This sensation felt akin to encountering a beast. Had they all gone to seek refuge? With an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, Xiang Yu speculated, but he had seen no colossal creatures in the vicinity. So where were the beasts? Let me look further. As the effects of the potion continued to take hold, his physical condition improved, and Xiang Yu became less cautious. With a thought, white energy flames encircled him once more. Whoosh! His figure swiftly broke through the curtain of rain, transforming into a streak of light racing into the distance. The powerful energy flows created an invisible barrier along his flight path. The torrential raindrops that touched this energy field were abruptly repelled by an overwhelming force, evaporating instantly. In this boundless gray and white curtain of rain, a straight, clear, and temporarily existing vacuum channel was forcefully wiped clean, as if a deity had used an eraser to remove a stroke of watercolor from a painting. At that moment, due to the arrival of the serpent god Niji Kaji, the entire Japanese archipelago was engulfed in an unprecedented massive typhoon. The 7 super typhoon eyes hovering above Japan were being drawn by some invisible force, gradually exhibiting a terrifying trend of merger. Upon analyzing the potentially civilization-cleansing destructive capabilities of this super typhoon, the Japanese High Command promptly initiated a full-scale evacuation of the populace to deep underground protective spaces. However, even with the national machinery operating at full throttle, it was impossible to ensure that everyone could evacuate in time, especially since Japan's main battle force, the Special Beast Response Team, was engaged in combat operations against Niji Kaji. A large number of auxiliary personnel were concentrated in the city of Toroshire, leaving logistical support in other areas exceedingly strained. In the mountainous area of Shirji village, an elderly man, appearing quite spry, urged the young girl beside him who was supporting him, Mizuho, hurry to the air raid shelter. Don't worry about this old man. He struggled to break free from her grasp. I'm still nimble on my feet. I might even outrun you. No way. Grandpa, you must come with me. I can't leave you alone. Mizuho stubbornly replied, pointing at the cane next to her grandfather. Don't be reckless. The typhoon was growing stronger, and if they stayed here, even if a beast did not come, what would happen if there were a landslide? Mizuho understood that her strong-willed grandfather was merely trying to avoid being a burden to her by saying such things. Yet, under the relentless soaking and washing of the rain, the already rugged mountain path had become treacherously muddy. She had to tread carefully with each step, fearing she might slip, let alone her grandfather. The biting cold wind surged with large raindrops, mercilessly penetrating the sparse forest, pelting the frail figures of the old man and the young girl with chilling intensity. Meanwhile, the debris at the mountain's summit had begun to shift ominously under the forces of nature. Rest assured, Mizuho, Lord Toriyu will protect me. Seeing that he could not dissuade the girl, the old man feigned a prayer to the deities. Since ancient times, our village has revered Toriyu Wudoran, who would never turn a blind eye to us. Do you still doubt Toriyu Wudoran's benevolence? The old man invoked the power of faith. I do not. But in a moment of frustration, Ruisi could not help but express her disbelief, for not long ago, Toriyu Wudoran had succumbed to slumber once more. Even if it wished to protect us, how could it awaken so swiftly? A thunderous roar erupted. The accumulated force at the mountain's peak finally breached its critical threshold. Under the combined effects of gravity and violent winds, massive torrents of mud, rocks, and tree branches coalesced into a murky and deadly deluge, rushing down the mountain. At the forefront of this tumultuous mudslide, a colossal boulder, 3 meters in diameter, detached itself from the main flow, hurtling towards an elderly man and a young girl below with the unstoppable force of a meteorite. It was all over. As Ruisi gazed at the rapidly enlarging shadow of death in her vision and felt the ground tremble violently beneath her, despair filled her heart, and she resigned herself. Closing her eyes, bang! The anticipated excruciating pain of being crushed by the boulder did not come. Ruisi tightly shut her eyes and, after a full 3 seconds, cautiously opened them just a crack. The old man was firmly pressed against her, his eyes closed, desperately trying to shield her with his frail body. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within her, a mix of gratitude and sorrow. However, in the next moment, her gaze transcended her grandfather's trembling shoulders and beheld a sight that truly defied death itself. A figure, not particularly tall and seemingly diminutive compared to the boulder, stood resolutely between them and the mudslide, arm raised, fingers splayed, firmly holding back the massive rock that could have reduced them to mere pulp. The violent flow of mud struck him but was repelled as if by an invisible wall, forced to split and flow around him, unable to touch him in the slightest. Rainwater could not approach his body, creating a peculiar dry zone around him. The figure faced away from them, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet against the backdrop of howling winds and destruction, his small frame emanated an awe-inspiring presence that instilled a sense of security. Could he be a divine being? Ruisi murmured in a daze, her eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and reverential awe as she realized they had survived. Chapter 2. I am not your ordinary human caretaker. Thank you for your assistance, divine being. The old man, belatedly realizing they had been saved, instinctively attributed their rescue to the divine, expressing his gratitude with a tone full of piety and reverence. I am no deity, came the youthful voice. Only then did Ruisi manage to see through the dense curtain of rain, revealing the true appearance of the divine being. To her astonishment, he appeared even younger than herself. With a casual motion, Xiang Yu tossed the boulder to the side into an unoccupied ravine. The boulder tumbled down, crashing with a deafening roar, smashing through several trees before shattering at the valley's bottom. Finally, there were living beings. Xiang Yu sighed in relief and dusted off his hands. I was merely passing by and lent a hand, no need for thanks. Thank heavens, the old man thought to himself, for he had not seen a single soul along his journey and had begun to fear that humanity on this earth had been extinguished. Unbeknownst to him, the high-ranking organizations in this world were indeed quite effective, and the evacuation had been executed thoroughly. Moreover, since this was a rural area, the population was scarce, resulting in very few people remaining on the ground at this time. The feeling of solitude, as if he were the only one left in the world, swiftly dissipated upon seeing the elderly man and young girl. After saving them, Xiang Yu eagerly inquired, "Are you Japanese? Is this Earth? Is there an Ultraman with a red body? Are monsters appearing now?" Xiang Yu's rapid-fire questions left Ruisi momentarily befuddled. The divine aura she had sensed from him was quickly fading as he conversed casually like a neighbor. "This is Earth, Japan, Shizuzi Village," she finally responded, though she felt compelled to explain further, as he was their savior, and the power he had displayed was no mere illusion. Recently, there has been an Ultraman named Blazer, but he is not entirely red. It is said that a deity named Nijikagaki has appeared, causing typhoons throughout Japan. Ruisi divulged all the information she possessed, increasingly suspecting that the young man before her was an otherworldly deity. How could one with such immense power remain ignorant of widely known events? As for his deceptive youthful appearance, it was not unusual for a divine being to take on various forms. Perhaps the Ultraman he mentioned, who was entirely red, was one that existed during the deity's active period. Ruisi speculated quietly. Xiang Yu pondered after hearing Ruisi's account. The good news was that he had indeed returned to Earth, not to some chaotic place. The bad news was that this world was still within the realm of Ultraman's tokusatsu universe, and the Ultraman here was clearly not Leo. Overall, the situation was not too dire. Since there was an Ultraman, Xiang Yu resolved to seek out this Blazer and obtain more information. His experiences in the Leo world had taught him that most Ultramen had connections to the Land of Light, and even if not directly linked, there were often some ties. Perhaps Blazer could lead him to the Land of Light. What had happened afterward? Xiang Yu recalled the unfinished battle between the Land of Light and the Empire of Anbera before his crossing. Would the Land of Light withstand the Empire's onslaught without his combat prowess? What year is it now? Lacking more information, Xiang Yu ceased his musings, believing that he would obtain answers upon meeting Ultraman Blazer, and continued to question Ruisi about the current date. If we refer to Earth time, it is now 2023. Ruisi responded swiftly, having completed the logical connection in her mind. The future, Xiang Yu murmured, noting that this time was quite close to that of his own reality. Where's your home? Let me take you back, he then observed, realizing that the two before him were shivering in the storm, having been chilled to the bone. After all, he was a Saiyan, and the harsh weather had little effect on him, causing him to overlook the fragility of ordinary earthlings. If they lingered any longer, the elderly man and young girl might truly fall ill. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiang Yu quickly offered to escort them home. Divine being, could you take us to the nearby underground air raid shelter? The old man respectfully requested, assuming this divine being was unaware of modern evacuation protocols. Oh right, I forgot about that. My apologies. Xiang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Having participated in evacuating citizens in the Leo world, he quickly realized, please guide me. I will take you there. With a thought, Xiang Yu gently lifted the two with his telekinesis while activating a protective barrier. It served no other purpose than to shield them from the wind and rain and to prevent them from becoming further chilled by the wind's resistance during flight. As for why he did not use fire magic to dry them off, he was capable of drying himself with magic. But he was hesitant to experiment with the fragile earthlings, fearing he might inadvertently harm them. By the way, please do not refer to me as a divine being. My name is Xiang Yu, he added, as the term divine being did not carry a positive connotation for Saiyans. Wow, my body. It is evident that both the elder and the younger individual remained engrossed in their astonishment at their bodies suddenly levitating, failing to hear Xiang Yu's supplementary remarks. I beg your pardon, esteemed deity, what did you say? Which direction shall we proceed? With a touch of exasperation, Xiang Yu gently guided the two as they ascended, offering a kind reminder, relax. Experiencing a slight queasiness is entirely normal. Whoosh! The azure shield sliced through the curtain of rain, soaring towards the nearby subterranean shelter. Ugh! Near the entrance of the underground refuge, Xiang Yu declared, this will suffice. You should hurry inside to take shelter. Once the three landed securely, Xiang Yu disdainfully cast the pixelated object from within the shield into the thicket. Lord Xiang Yu, are you departing? Rui Sui inquired, suppressing the remnants of nausea in her throat, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite Xiang Yu's repeated assertions during their flight that he was not a deity and reiterating his name, the two insisted on appending a respectful title to it. Unable to dissuade them, Xiang Yu acquiesced. Indeed, I shall not accompany you inside, he nodded, adding, by the way, please do not mention my matters to anyone else. At that moment, he was solely intent on locating Blazer Ultraman to acquire intelligence regarding the Land of Light. He was not particularly concerned about the repercussions of information leaks on the upper echelons of this world. Even the elite of the Leo world possessed a sense of discernment. He trusted that those in high positions had sufficient intellect not to provoke trouble before he exhibited any hostility. The essence of the matter remained. Strength was the greatest assurance. Nevertheless, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Should those in power witness his prowess, it could lead to complications. Truth be told, he harbored little concern for the humans or monsters on this earth. With Leo absent, he could hardly fathom a reason to protect a planet he was unfamiliar with. Of course, if the monsters were formidable enough or if there were threats to annihilate the earth, that would be a different story. Very well, farewell, he said, observing the two hastily covering their mouths and gesturing for silence. With a slight nod, he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them to feel a sudden gust of wind that pushed them back a step. When they regained their focus, the rain curtain lay before them, empty, as if the preceding events had been but a fleeting illusion. Farewell? I truly hope we meet again, Rui Sui murmured, gazing wistfully in the direction Xiang Yu had vanished, savoring the ephemeral yet profound memory akin to a dream. Chapter 3. Why does Blazer seem so dog-like? An hour later, in Baitu Luo City. Found it. That must be the monster of this world. After aimlessly flying for some time, Xiang Yu finally locked onto a colossal figure below, confirming his target. At that moment, the mighty Niji Ka Jiaqing was voraciously inhaling air, generating an extreme low-pressure area that rendered biological entities breathless and disoriented, thus birthing a massive typhoon system enveloping all of Japan. Is it truly responsible for the typhoon engulfing Japan? Xiang Yu hovered in midair, observing the creature's meteorological engineering with an odd sensation stirring within him. Having encountered many absurd manifestations of abilities, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this scientifically meticulous monster. Well, since the monster has revealed itself, the Ultraman should soon follow. Xiang Yu descended to a vacant plot approximately a kilometer from Niji Ka Jiaqing, concealing his presence, ready to observe the unfolding events. Indeed, he had no intention of directly confronting the adversary, although the circumstances were unclear. He had previously stated he would not act as a caretaker for the humans of this foreign world. His ultimate goal remained to locate Ultraman and extract information regarding the Land of Light from him. Come forth swiftly, Blazer Ultraman. Xiang Yu crossed his arms, unconsciously tapping his fingers against his arms, betraying his underlying impatience. He had an abundance of tasks awaiting him, once his injuries and energy were fully restored. His combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant resurgence. Moreover, he possessed the gravity chamber that he had yet to utilize, eagerly awaiting his commitment to training. Additionally, he had the 2 physical enhancement manuals gifted by his master, which required time for study to verify the similarities in the physical structures of Saiyans and Earthlings. Should the manuals prove effective, they would greatly augment his strength. He harbored a strong premonition that upon completing all the aforementioned training, his combat capabilities would undergo an epic transformation. Were it not for his lingering concerns about the ultimate fate of the Land of Light and news following Leo, he would wish to retreat to a secluded mountain forest for a year or so of training before returning. Is there a disturbance? While contemplating his subsequent training plans, Xiang Yu sensed a massive object rapidly approaching. Boom! A series of missiles, trailing flames like a swarm, dove from the sky, striking Niji Ka Jiaqing's enormous form with precision. Though the explosions inflicted minimal damage, they effectively interrupted the creature's ongoing typhoon production. As the missile launchers landed heavily, Xiang Yu discerned their full appearance. What? A mechanical dog? Xiang Yu was taken aback. Why was it a robotic canine? This scenario seemed incongruous. Even if Uli were the illegitimate child of 7, at least there would be a semblance of humanity. This blazer appeared decidedly canine. Achoo! Suddenly, Kenji Hibiya from Askaran sneezed. Oblivious to Xiang Yu's silent musings, attributing his condition to having been knocked unconscious by his master and then caught in the rain for too long. Captain, are you all right? Only inquired, concern etched on her face as she observed her still sneezing leader. I'm fine. No need to worry. Kenji waved his hand, quickly refocusing. Let's commence battle. Understood. Following Onli's command, the great mechanical dog Askaran strode heavily towards Niji Ka Jiaqing, delivering a solid impact. Bang! The resounding crash echoed. It is well known that the robotic forces in the Ultraman universe possess formidable strength, such as the Jin Guqiao that challenged 7 and the Ligiadron, which necessitated a plot twist in Diga. Typically, Ultraman finds himself at a disadvantage against such forces. However, no monster associated with rainbows is weak. Niji Ka Jiaqing remained unfazed by Askaran's strike, retaliating with a swift slap that sent the purely mechanical Askaran tumbling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Beep! Rising again, Askaran opened its massive mechanical maw, unleashing a searing blue energy beam that struck Niji Ka Jiaqing's face, successfully sparking a few embers. Xiang Yu gazed incredulously at the spectacle of these 2 inept combatants, unsure how to assess the situation. Were they engaged in battle or merely playing pretend? Their exchanges resembled a turn-based game. Xiang Yu could clearly discern the overwhelming power disparity between Niji Ka Jiaqing and Askaran. Yet the former exuded an aura of reluctance to attack. It was as if Niji Ka Jiaqing was content to remain undisturbed until someone dared to provoke it, at which point it would retaliate passively. This left Xiang Yu puzzled regarding Niji Ka Jiaqing's true intentions. Was it merely to generate a typhoon and exacerbate the already troubled island nation? Furthermore, could this peculiar Ultraman truly possess the strength to protect the Earth from such monsters? Well, perhaps I should intervene, lest it truly meets its end. Upon witnessing the central mask of Niji Ka Jiaqing suddenly open, releasing a radiant rainbow beam that sent Askaran hurtling away, embedding it deeply into a nearby mountain, Xiang Yu resolved that it was time to act. Observing Askaran's lights extinguish, he feared that if he hesitated any longer, the sole potential source of information regarding the Land of Light in this world might perish. Just as he prepared to ascend towards Niji Ka Jiaqing, his gaze sharpened. Who is that? In the cockpit of Ascalon, a figure struggled to emerge, executing a series of peculiar movements. A burst of brilliant light followed, heralding the grand entrance of Blaze. As the radiance dissipated, a silhouette dominated by silver and black, adorned with red and blue vein-like patterns radiating a primal sense of power, manifested upon the earth. The left half of its head bore a flame-like form, crafted from blue crystal, exuding an aura distinctly different from the warriors of the Land of Light. Blaze emitted a series of unintelligible battle roars, rolling to evade the Niji Kagaki's colorful rainbow beam while swiftly closing in for a close-quarter assault. So this is the true form of Blaze, the Ultraman. Xiang Yu awkwardly placed a hand on his forehead, realizing that the figure he had seen earlier must have been the human counterpart. He had thought it impossible for an Ultraman to appear so canine in form. With the real Blaze now present, he felt no need to intervene, unless absolutely necessary. Xiang Yu preferred to keep his true identity hidden. Being discovered by humans could lead to a myriad of complications. However, Blaze's fighting style struck him as oddly familiar. Xiang Yu narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Blaze's wild and untamed combat approach, which relied more on instinct than technique, savoring the experience. This resembled the pure instinctual fighting of his original form. Xiang Yu suddenly perceived a resemblance between this Ultraman and the Saiyans. Despite the high-tech advancements acquired through conquest, Saiyans retained an almost primitive combat style at their core. Blaze exhibited a striking similarity in this regard. Yet, Xiang Yu felt he lacked the authority to criticize Blaze's primitive methods. Although he had learned many combat techniques, he had yet to employ them aside from the break fist. In battles against monsters, size disparity rendered fighting techniques unnecessary, and after merging with the Ultraman, the overwhelming power difference negated the need for such techniques, leading to swift victories. It was only during the final clash against the Super Ace and the Ampela alien that his combat skills found their moment of use. However, a frown creased Xiang Yu's brow as he sensed something amiss. Blaze seemed to be struggling against the opposing monster. Was this Ultraman somewhat lacking in strength? Chapter 4. Blaze. The lights of 10,000 homes? Nothing behind me. Xiang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. It was one thing for the mechanical dog to falter, but how could the Ultraman himself inflict such meager damage? Even the nascent Leo could have defeated a nearly stationary monster using combat techniques. Could it be that the opponent was a complete novice? A hypothesis formed in Xiang Yu's mind. He recalled hearing from Father of Ultra during his time in the Land of Light that they were training a new generation of young warriors. But due to insufficient combat experience and incomplete mastery of their abilities, they remained in the Land of Light for further training. Yes, that must be it. This was evidently a rookie less capable than Leo. Observing Blaze's performance only solidified his conviction. Given this, it would be best to allow him to hone his skills further. Remembering his own status as a member of the Ultraman Guard from the Land of Light, Xiang Yu suddenly assumed an air of seniority. Since Father of Ultra had sent Blaze to Earth for training, it was clear that the rookie had potential that needed to be activated through formidable adversaries to accelerate his growth. Thus, it would be unwise to interrupt this opportunity for development. He would wait until Blaze was truly overwhelmed before stepping in with a dramatic rescue. After all, he considered himself a senior figure. A series of delightful misunderstandings led Xiang Yu to complete his logical circle, and he no longer felt anxious about the situation. On the battlefield, after several unsuccessful close-range attacks, Blaze realized he could not engage the monster head-on. He swiftly retreated to create distance. His hands clasped before his chest as a miniature black hole of energy materialized before him. In an instant, he drew forth a blazing spear of spiraling energy, intertwining red and blue hues. With a roar, Blaze arched backward, adopting a proper throwing stance, and expending all his might to hurl the spiraling spear. The light spear tore through the air, colliding violently with the destructive rainbow beam emitted by Niji Kagaki. The clash of energies at the point of contact unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending Blaze himself hurtling backward to crash heavily to the ground. Ding ding ding. The colorful timer on his chest shifted from blue to red, emitting a rapid and ominous alarm. Blaze struggled to rise, while Niji Kagaki, having charged its energy again, gathered a far more terrifying force in its head-mounted launcher, blindingly radiant. With a whoosh, the fully charged robust rainbow beam, shrieking with a sound that seemed to tear through everything, surged toward the half-kneeling and sluggish Blaze. The energy contained within this strike triggered Blaze's instincts, alerting him to a genuine threat of death. Has he frozen in place? Xiang Yu watched in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Blaze's immobility. Why not either dodge or activate a shield? Why remain still? A rookie is indeed a rookie. His on-the-spot reactions were terribly lacking. Well, it seems it's time for me to intervene. Judging the moment for rescue had arrived, Xiang Yu no longer hesitated, his aura surging forth as he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Blaze. However, just as he was about to reach him, a peculiar humming sound of energy resonated. Xiang Yu suddenly slammed to a halt, suspended in midair. Incredulity etched on his face as he beheld the unfolding scene. Just as the rainbow beam was about to strike Blaze, The massive Ultraman figure disintegrated into countless minute particles of light, scattering like fireflies caught in a gust of wind, vanishing in an instant. He ran away? The shock to Xiang Yu's worldview was profound. An Ultraman actually fled? Was this real? This was a stark contrast to his first-hand experiences during the final battle in the Land of Light, where he had witnessed Ultraman warriors bravely sacrificing themselves without retreating a single step. Yet the reality before him showed the Ultraman gone, leaving the terrifying rainbow beam to strike the mountainside unimpeded, instantly creating a massive crater. The resulting inferno rapidly spread through the forest. With its target gone, Niji Kagaki seemed to lose its desire to attack, returning to a state of aimless wandering. How strange, this is truly baffling. Unable to comprehend the situation, Xiang Yu decided to engage in direct communication to understand Blaze's thought process. He held no disdain for this behavior. From his perspective, he never believed Ultramen were obligated to fight to the death for unrelated humans. He was simply curious if the current principles or educational philosophies in the Land of Light had changed from what they once were. In truth, Blaze had his own grievances. He was originally Ultraman M421, living a life dictated by the survival of the fittest, a brutal existence of predation. Had he not accidentally traversed a wormhole and fused with humanity, he would not have been mired in such troubles. As for the so-called Ultraman spirit and the duty to protect the lights of 10,000 homes, please, he couldn't even read. He had no comprehension of such concepts. Behind him, there was nothing. When faced with mortal danger, why not run and wait for death? Alas, Blaze was unable to communicate with Xiang Yu, or he would have certainly expressed his disdain for the latter's disregard for the life of an Ultraman. Perhaps in this vicinity, Xiang Yu gradually descended, recalling the location from his memory as he began searching for Blaze's human counterpart. Experienced as he was, he understood that Ultramen, after reverting to their human forms, typically did not stray too far from their original position. Found it. That must be him. Xiang Yu gazed at the unconscious Shinran, swiftly identifying his objective. On one hand, he had vaguely glimpsed the appearance of the other before his transformation. On the other, one must ponder, what ordinary person could be found unconscious not far from a monster? Hey, wake up! Xiang Yu gradually approached, crouching down to gently pat the other's face, attempting to rouse Shinran with tenderness. Observing the continued lack of response from Shinran, Xiang Yu fell silent for a moment before commencing a meticulous search of his person. For a fleeting instant, he contemplated using the healing items given to him by the Pureish Star people to aid the other. However, this thought was extinguished in his mind after merely 5 seconds. What a jest! There were only a few bottles, and he would need them for himself in the future. To waste such resources on a human form of Bulai would be a gross misallocation. After all, it appeared that the other had not sustained any mortal injuries. Oddly enough, there should be a transformation device present, one would think. As Xiang Yu rummaged about, he uncovered only a peculiar coin-like object, leaving him empty-handed otherwise. Should a third party have appeared to observe, they might well believe that the youth before them was engaging in some dubious act toward a comatose elder. Bulai. After his fruitless search, Xiang Yu tentatively lifted the solitary find, softly calling out, "Respond to me. I too am a member of the Kingdom of Light, and I am your senior. Speak to me." Xiang Yu waited a full 3 seconds, yet no reply came. Growing somewhat impatient, he directed a minuscule amount of energy into the coin, which was also the Bulai. Based on his previous experiences of unity, he was certain that this energy would elicit a response from the Ultraman's light energy. Since Bulai declined his invitation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, Xiang Yu felt a slight warmth emanating from the Bulai Qishi in his grasp, accompanied by a faint flash of light and a brief, primal growl reminiscent of mechanical synthesis. Following the sensation, Xiang Yu observed a uniquely shaped device materializing on Shinran's arm. What an ostentatious transformation device! Xiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary to have multiple steps for transformation? Did they not fear being taken down before they could even transform? Just as Xiang Yu intended to approach and closely inspect the Bulai bracelet, a sudden heat radiated from the arm, stimulating Shinran's nerves. He jolted awake, his first sight being a stranger looming over him with his Bulai Qishi in hand, appearing decidedly nefarious. "Who are you?" A sense of imminent danger surged through Shinran, fully awakening him. He swiftly executed a backward roll to create distance while concealing his left hand behind his back, interrogating Xiang Yu about his identity. Shinran, drenched in cold sweat. Felt his heart race. His weakened body prevented him from taking more aggressive action. He simply wished to buy time for his teammates to arrive. He did not even have the mental bandwidth to ponder how Xiang Yu had discerned his identity. Wait, it's not what you think. Xiang Yu attempted to explain, observing Shinran's defensive stance. Before he could finish, a shout echoed. Captain, are you all right? Chapter 5. May I borrow your transformation device? Captain, are you all right? With the exclamation, a cacophony of mechanical whirring and metallic clashing sounds erupted from behind Xiang Yu, signaling the arrival of the support team from the Tugwai squad. It seems I have encountered them after all. Xiang Yu sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Despite all precautions, he had ultimately intersected with this world's human organization. Everyone, be cautious. He appears to be that extraterrestrial who can fly. Hui Mei, brandishing an electromagnetic rifle, fixated her gaze on Xiang Yu, suddenly realizing that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the fleeting figure observed in the surveillance footage. Even though Xiang Yu moved at remarkable speed, only a fleeting shadow remained in the slow-motion footage. Hui Mei's keen eyes still recognized his distinctive clothing. Lacking self-awareness, Xiang Yu had not considered that his blatant rush toward Bulai would not escape the notice of the technologically adept Tugwai squad. Even if this encounter had not transpired, given their advanced technology and extensive surveillance, it was merely a matter of time before the higher-ups of this world would locate him, unless he completely concealed himself in the deep mountains. Naturally, should he be found, the best choice for the organization would likely be to treat him with utmost reverence. While he was uncertain about the existence of other advanced technologies in this world, he was clear that the surveillance equipment was quite sophisticated. Even when several guns were pointed at him, Xiang Yu maintained his composure enough to jest. Who are you? Please do not act recklessly. The Tugwai members found themselves in a precarious situation, unsure of this extraterrestrial's intentions for coming to Earth. They were uncertain whether their weapons could effectively neutralize him, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept through, and the Tugwai members felt a blur before their eyes, their tightly gripped electromagnetic rifles inexplicably vanishing. All right, your captain is in a precarious situation. We should focus on him first. Xiang Yu's voice rang out, and the members were startled to discover that all their weapons had mysteriously accumulated at his feet. Xiang Yu did not resort to any threatening gestures, such as crushing the rifles or destroying them on the spot. Instead, he simply set them aside, showcasing the vast disparity in their strengths while indicating that he bore no ill will. Following Xiang Yu's gesture, the team members noticed their weakened captain, Shinran, leaning against a tree trunk, and hurried over to support him. At this moment, the transformation device in Shinran's hand vanished without further provocation from Xiang Yu. The team members, stripped of their weapons, could only temporarily accept that Xiang Yu meant no harm and redirected their attention to their captain. As for how the captain came to be in this forest where Bulai had vanished, well, it must certainly be the doing of this extraterrestrial. Surely the captain is not an Ultraman, right? Taishin, bring the vehicle over. The captain needs to be taken to the hospital. Vice Captain Ming Hui contacted Taishin, who remained stationed at the foot of the mountain, as the temporary commander during the captain's absence. He assessed the situation and concluded that it was prudent not to provoke Xiang Yu, an extraterrestrial of unclear intentions but formidable power. The immediate priority was to ensure the captain received medical attention. 5 minutes later. Hey, why are you following me? After enduring a lengthy period of awkward silence, Taishin finally arrived at the rendezvous point halfway up the mountain in a specially modified van, navigating a convoluted path. Initially preoccupied with the injured captain, he did not immediately notice the abrupt presence of Xiang Yu. However, the more perceptive Hui Mei detected Xiang Yu's seemingly nonchalant following and, feeling wary, inquired. Xiang Yu, scratching his cheek with a finger, found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that he intended to return the transformation device and accompanying coin to their captain. He was acutely aware that Ultraman could not be carelessly exposed. And given the current situation, he could not forcibly seize the transformation device from the other. It would be wiser to return it. As he had already confirmed his objective, there was no escaping now. Having shared a unified experience with multiple Ultraman, Xiang Yu understood that they possessed independent will. Even if he could forcibly take the transformation device and complete the transformation, under conditions of extreme distrust and refusal to communicate, he would likely gain no useful information. Would that not render his efforts futile? Thus, he chose to be magnanimous and return the transformation device as a goodwill gesture. hoping to find an opportunity for meaningful communication later. However, he lamented that this might lead to further complications. He sighed internally, realizing that engaging with the Tegui members, who were evidently under the direct authority of higher-ups, would inevitably result in a myriad of troubles. This realization left Xiang Yu, who only wished to conclude the matter swiftly and focus on his training, feeling genuinely troubled. "We may, let him accompany us. Just save me from that wildfire. He is my savior." As Xiang Yu struggled to weave an excuse, the captain of the Xianren team, who had been intently watching him, stepped in to ease the tension. Xianren felt a pang of apprehension, fearing that Xiang Yu might expose his identity as Ultraman. And the power displayed by the latter left Xianren uneasy about the uncontrollable risks posed by his presence. Since the other party wished to join them, Xianren decided to go with the flow and keep him close for observation. So far, Xiang Yu did not seem to harbor much malice. It was best to maintain a steady rapport with him. Quick-witted, Xianren thought of a suitable excuse to paint Xiang Yu in a favorable light and alleviate the concerns of the team members. As for the subsequent developments, they would have to leave it to fate. Currently, the issue with Nijikajiaki remained unresolved, and now a powerful unknown entity had emerged, leaving even the typically composed Xianren feeling weary. Thus, with the captain's approval, the team reluctantly accepted Xiang Yu's presence. May I play some music?" In the vehicle, the atmosphere was thick with an almost suffocating silence. Taishin, who was driving, felt restless and sought to break the stifling quiet. However, in response, he was met with Xiang Yu, who was seemingly lost in thought, and the team members, who were entirely focused on Xiang Yu, silently rejecting his suggestion. "Gulu Gulu, I miss you." The completely ignored Xian Tai silently shed tears, yearning to swiftly transport the captain to the hospital so he could confide in his beloved washing machine. Gulu Gulu. Communicating with humans was exceedingly difficult. Machines were far friendlier. At the hospital, in a single-person ward, it's nothing serious. Just 2-4 drips to replenish electrolytes, and energy will suffice. After examining Shinren's injuries, the doctor waved his hand, and the news elicited a collective sigh of relief from the team members. "All right, the doctor has declared it's fine. You all hurry along with your tasks." With the doctor's decree, Xianren began to assertively usher everyone out. "Minghui, I leave the matter concerning Professor Hungfeng to you." On the way, Xianren had already informed Minghui and the others about the potential connection between his teacher, Professor Hungfeng, and the monster's appearance. Originally intending to face his teacher himself, he found it necessary to delegate this weighty responsibility to the eager Minghui due to Xiang Yu's presence. "Minghui, I hope you are prepared for the worst." Observing the bloodshot eyes of Minghui, Xianren solemnly cautioned. He then turned to the intensely focused Xiang Yu and rubbed his throbbing temples, saying, "All right, everyone take your positions. As for you, I am Xiang Yu." He introduced himself smoothly. Xiang Yu, you must have something to say. Let us have a proper conversation." "Captain." The team members still harbored doubts. Xianren promptly raised his hand to interrupt them, stating seriously, "Rest assured, if Xiang Yu truly intends to do something, none of us can stop him." "Understood." After a moment's hesitation, the group ultimately chose to trust the captain's judgment and gradually left the ward. As the door closed softly, only Xiang Yu and Xianren remained in the room. After a brief silence, Xiang Yu finally got straight to the point. "You are Ultraman Blaze, aren't you?" "No, I merely have the ability to wield his power." Acknowledging that his identity had been uncovered, Xianren admitted candidly. Yet he clarified the distinction between himself and Ultraman Blaze. Simply using the power?" Xianren's response surprised Xiang Yu. Did this human form not have a deep fusion with Ultraman? Have you communicated with Blaze? Are you aware of the matters concerning the Land of Light? Xiang Yu continued to press on with critical inquiries, bewildered by the situation. "I have not communicated with Blaze. In fact, I am unclear as to why he manifests within me." While answering Xiang Yu's questions, Xianren rapidly analyzed the implications of his words. Was it possible that Xiang Yu possessed knowledge of Ultraman's origins? Could Ultraman be a communicative entity? And was there a connection between Ultraman and this so-called Land of Light? If the Land of Light was indeed the homeland of Ultraman, then the title would be quite fitting. Xianren's mind raced as he endeavored to piece together the truth from the limited information at hand. Then, the next statement from Xiang Yu struck him like a thunderbolt. "If that is the case, may I borrow your transformation device?" Chapter 6. This is beyond your control. What do you intend to do? Xiang Yu's words seemed to target Xianren's vulnerabilities, throwing him into a state of heightened alertness. His body instinctively recoiled, trying to create distance. Don't be alarmed. I harbor little interest in Blaze's powers. Xiang Yu spoke what could only be considered a hard truth that even he found difficult to believe. I merely wish to engage in a direct exchange of information with him on a conscious level. To be honest, I have also merged with Ultraman. Xiang Yu made a startling revelation, exposing a layer of his identity. With his formidable strength, Xiang Yu spoke freely, continuing, however, back in the land of light. I had a confrontation with the enemy leader, inadvertently shattering the space and arriving here, while losing contact with my companions. I simply wish to inquire about the current situation in the land of light and news of my comrades through Blaze. Wait, allow me a moment to think. Xianren hurriedly raised his hand in a gesture for pause, pressing his fingers against his temples. The barrage of information from Xiang Yu overwhelmed his limited mental capacity. He extracted several key points from Xiang Yu's statements. The latter had previously transformed into Ultraman and had engaged in a significant battle against their enemies in what was presumably Blaze's homeland. The Land of Light. Although Xianren remained skeptical about the claim of shattering space, after all, he could hardly fathom the immense power required to accomplish such a feat. He pondered whether Ultraman truly possessed such capabilities. Yet, if Xiang Yu's prior statements were merely fabrications, then his storytelling prowess was remarkable. What to do? Should he trust him? Xianren found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle, especially considering the terrifying power Xiang Yu possessed. If he were to act forcefully, it would likely be impossible to stop him without deploying large-scale destructive weaponry. On the other hand, Xianren had always been curious about Blaze's origins and the reasons for choosing him. However, the current state of Earth desperately required Blaze's power. What if Xiang Yu's true intention was to seize Blaze's power? Xianren held a firm belief in humanity's strength prior to Blaze's emergence. The well-resourced special monster team had already dealt with numerous monsters. Yet, with formidable new adversaries arising, it seemed that without Blaze's power, humanity's own combat strength might fall short. I apologize, but I must weigh my options carefully. Xianren was about to use a delaying tactic to decline Xiang Yu's request when suddenly, Virum. A brilliant light flashed outside the hospital window, resembling a meteor streaking backward, heading straight towards the direction of Nijikajiaki. Captain, this is bad. The communication device crackled to life with Minghue's voice. We have subdued Professor Hungfeng and shattered the rainbow bracelet he possessed. However, according to the professor, this means Nijikajiaki is now completely unshackled. It has gone entirely out of control. Witnessing the immediate change in Xianren's expression, Xiang Yu wasted no time. He yanked out the 4-line and struggled to rise, intent on heading to the battlefield. His impatience reached its zenith. It seemed that civil discourse was futile. Clearly, the other party lacked the most basic trust in him. Thus, it was time to prove his worth through action. Whispering to himself, Xiang Yu swiftly closed the distance to Xianren, who had no time to react to the astonishment in his gaze. He seized Xianren's left wrist, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. A sharp pain shot through Xianren's arm, as if his bones were about to shatter, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted from his left forearm as Blazer sensed its host was in peril, causing the transformation device, the Blazer bracelet, to manifest automatically. You, indeed, are in such pain that cold sweat pours down, Xianren, with one eye half closed, gritting his teeth as he glared at the unmasked Xiang Yu. Could it truly be the nefarious scheme of the cosmic villains? How infuriating. Those words spoken just moments ago felt so genuine that he nearly believed them. Think what you will. I merely believe that sometimes actions speak louder than words. The reticent Xiang Yu, embodying the admirable tradition of the Saiyans, resolved to convince through physical means. As Xiang Yu progressively increased his strength, the transformation device firmly adhered to Xianren's arm, resisted silently, but ultimately succumbed to Xiang Yu's immense power. With a soft pop, it was as if some connection had been forcibly severed, and the Blazer bracelet was forcibly stripped from Xianren's arm. How on earth does one operate this ostentatious transformation device? With one hand clutching the Blazer gem and the other weighing the uniquely designed Blazer bracelet, Xiang Yu felt somewhat perplexed. After all, weren't Leo, Astra, 7, and Ace all capable of transforming merely by holding their devices and shouting? Even the Ultraman Digga he had seen in films could transform with a mere lift of the godlight stick. Blazer? Mimicking the posture etched in his memory, Xiang Yu raised both items above his head and called out. Xianren observed Xiang Yu's somewhat comical actions, and though his heart brimmed with rage and the humiliation of deceit, he inexplicably felt a surge of laughter. How could someone who couldn't even transform claim to have been an Ultraman? No, I am very angry now. I am a professional special monster team leader, and I cannot laugh. A suppressed chuckle, however, escaped from the tightly pressed corners of Xianren's mouth. Xiang Yu's forehead throbbed with veins, watching Xianren, who seemed to be in agony yet was desperately stifling laughter. Embarrassed by his failure to transform, Xiang Yu felt utterly exposed. Fine. You refuse to transform, do you? In a fit of exasperation, Xiang Yu intended to amplify his energy to forcibly activate the bracelet. But his gaze suddenly fell upon the clearly designed recess at the center of the red and blue ends of the bracelet. Is this a coin slot? Observing the coin-shaped blazer gem in his left hand, he began to formulate a hypothesis. As he cautiously brought the blazer gem near the recess, an intense burst of red sparks erupted between the two, a powerful repulsive force emerging, resolutely resisting the gem's insertion. It seemed to reject Xiang Yu's attempt. You cannot refuse. Xiang Yu snorted, dismissing the will of a mere rookie. How could it possibly thwart his determination to create miracles? You should clearly understand who I am. Hasn't Father Ao mentioned me to you? The weak resistance of Blazer, in Xiang Yu's eyes, resembled a child throwing a tantrum. He would prove through action that he was not some malevolent villain. Upon returning to the land of light, he would certainly have a serious discussion with Father Ao about the current standards of newcomers. It was appalling that they did not even recognize their own predecessors. With a click, the blazer gem was forcibly embedded into the bracelet's recess. In an instant, an indescribable brilliance erupted from the bracelet, engulfing the entire hospital as though a supernova had been born. A roar, primal and savage, far more powerful than any battle cry of Blazer, erupted with ferocity. This roar seemed to transcend time, carrying a primal essence that resonated across half the globe. Countless beings, from humans to beasts, felt their hearts gripped by an invisible hand, a surge of instinctive trepidation and reverence awakening within them. My heart feels so uncomfortable. Xianren, closest to Xiang Yu, bore the brunt of this roar's impact. He knelt, clutching his chest tightly, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation and palpitations rendering him nearly breathless, his vision dimming. Before the light could fully coalesce into a physical form, the core of light, imbued with immense energy, seemed to be guided, transforming into a luminous stream that soared towards the city beyond, where Jika Jiachi resided. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tai Xian's Askerlin, manipulated by him, was mercilessly struck down once more before the fully unleashed Jika Jiachi. The energy system had sustained severe damage, leaving the mech entirely immobilized, akin to a heap of scrap metal lying in the ruins. How infuriating! So close. Tai Xian, in the cockpit, slammed a fist onto the control panel, frustrated that he had failed to accurately target Jika Jiachi's energy core due to the immense recoil of the new weapon. Just as he began to adapt to the recoil, preparing to find the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow, the paralysis of the energy system turned all plans to dust. There's still backup energy. I must manually activate it. Struggling to extricate himself from the main control seat, Tai Xian prepared to risk heading outside Askerlin for an emergency startup. However, the now unshackled Jika Jiachi was no longer passive. The light on its forehead began to gather once more, and a devastating rainbow beam began to charge, targeting the now immobile Askerlin. It was growing impatient with this mechanical beast. It's over. Tai Xian, half out of the hatch, watched helplessly as the energy beam capable of annihilating everything coalesced on the monster's head, despair washing over him like a cold tide. But in the next instant, a massive figure, enveloped in blinding light, hurtled down from the heavens like an indomitable weapon, crashing into the charging Jika Jiachi. An unimaginable surge of kinetic energy erupted, sending the previously unyielding Jika Jiachi flying, as if it were a baseball being struck with full force. Its body tumbled uncontrollably through the air, smashing into several hilltops before barely regaining stability. Yet at that moment, it was a sight of utter disarray. With large portions of its flesh and sturdy exoskeletal armor shattered and stripped away, even half of its once indomitable facial armor shattered. Meanwhile, the light that had struck it remained at Jika Jiachi's original position, gradually retracting and reshaping, ultimately revealing the majestic silhouette of a giant. Is that Blazer? Tai Xian, lying among the wreckage of Askerlin, gazed in astonishment at the figure revealed as the light dissipated, murmuring uncertainly. Is this Ultraman, who still barely retains the characteristics of Blazer, truly Blazer? Chapter 7. Oh, Captain, you are here? No wonder Xiang harbored doubts about the identity of the giant before him. Even Ultraman possesses advanced technology for muscle growth, yet it should not manifest so swiftly. The figure before him, now towering at 120 meters, with muscles bulging and perfectly proportioned, was beyond even his own well-toned physique, which he had worked hard to achieve. Could this truly be Blazer, whom he had seen just recently? Was it possible that Blazer, realizing he could not win, had summoned a parental figure? A ludicrous yet seemingly plausible speculation crossed Xiang's mind. What if Blazer was merely a child? In the center of the battlefield, Super Blazer slowly assumed a stance of concluding a technique, emitting a battle cry that was deep and authoritative, starkly contrasting the wild roar that had preceded it. What is happening? What are these memories? In the face of the external shock, Xiang Yu, within the realm of consciousness, felt a profound sense of betrayal. He barely had time to savor the astonishing enhancements that this Ultraman body conferred, immediately attempting to delve into Blazer's memories in search of clues about the Land of Light. Unexpectedly, he found himself able to peruse the entirety of Bulay's extensive memories without any hindrance. He even harbored an instinctive feeling that, should he desire it, he could effortlessly access and utilize all the skills that Bulay's possessed, as if they were at his beck and call. The degree of compliance exhibited by this body stood in stark contrast to the fierce resistance he had encountered with the previous transformation device. However, what a chaotic jumble of memories these were. Where had the Kingdom of Light gone? Xiang Yu shouted in disbelief. The external form of the Super Bulay's instinctively swatted away the approaching Nijika Jechi with a powerful slap, subsequently cradling his head with both hands. Standing still in a state of utter confusion. Was that truly Bulay's? At that moment, Xianren, who had struggled to reach the battlefield's edge, gazed in astonishment at Bulay's astonishing transformation and his terrifying display of overpowering Nijika Jechi, akin to an adult reprimanding a child. Could it be that what Xiang Yu claimed was indeed true? He truly did not intend to seize Bulay's power to invade Earth? But why had Bulay's become so formidable after merging with the other? Was this the true essence of Bulay's power? Had he been a hindrance to him? This sudden realization, coupled with the lingering weakness of his unhealed body, left Xianren feeling dizzy and disoriented. Who am I, and what am I here to do? Oh, I am a patient. I should return to the hospital to recuperate. As Xianren came to this understanding, he turned to leave, as if having made a resolute decision. Hey, Captain. At that moment, Akira and others, who had hurriedly arrived after subduing Professor Hongfeng, spotted the familiar yet particularly desolate silhouette and instinctively called out. Captain, is that you? The members of the Taiguai team looked at the enormous figure in the distance, which bore a faint resemblance to Bulay's yet appeared entirely different in its overwhelming power. Then glanced back at their captain nearby. A previously unspoken suspicion began to waver within them. Bulay's was clearly present, yet they could see the captain's figure as well. Had they all misjudged the situation? Strange, if Bulay's were not the captain, then who could it be? Huime pondered deeply. Having experienced the Zheng Qi-Jin incident and witnessed the captain's numerous unusual behaviors up close, she found it hard to believe that all of this was merely coincidence. Could a mere mortal truly possess such courage? Yet the undeniable reality before her could not be fabricated, until Xian articulated his absurd, yet somehow reasonable conjectures. Huime felt as though she had found the answer and chose to believe. So it was Bulay's elder. I knew it. That explains why the other has become so powerful. Almost letting it slip, Huime quickly corrected herself. However, at that moment, Xianren was too preoccupied to notice whether the team members had begun to doubt him. Upon listening to Xintai's analysis with an impassive expression, a bitter smile crept across his lips. Xiang Yu, blissfully unaware of the Taiguai team's speculations against him, remained oblivious to the complex emotions of a certain victim. He himself was on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by the chaotic memories he was witnessing. A group of primitive beings resembling Ultraman, living a savage existence on a land starkly different from the technologically advanced urban style of the Kingdom of Light, hunted colossal creatures and engaged in a primal lifestyle of consuming raw flesh and blood. This cannot be right. The Kingdom of Light was once a highly developed civilization. Xiang Yu, familiar with the history of the Kingdom of Light, found it utterly unbelievable. Even in its ancient form, prior to evolving into Ultraman, Such behavior could not have occurred. Yet, if Bulay's possessed deeper, overlooked memories, the coherent images spanning from Bulay's inception to his encounter with Xianren were logically clear and complete, devoid of any significant memory gaps. Even if there were gaps, could the disparity between civilizations be so vast? Where did these wild beings come from? Having thoroughly explored all of Bulay's memories, Xiang Yu collapsed within his consciousness, shouting in despair, "I wasted so much time and emotion, and this is the result." Annoying creature, behave yourself. Already in a foul mood, Xiang Yu raised his right hand in frustration and brought it down forcefully. Bang! An irresistible, colossal force descended upon Nijika Jechi's head. Her massive form was driven into the solid ground as if struck by an invisible hammer, leaving only a cracked head helplessly exposed above the surface. Rumbling, the earth groaned under the unbearable weight, and deep, unfathomable cracks spread out like a spider's web from the point where Nijika Jechi was buried, causing a collapse. This is bad. The residual shockwave from the ground collapse is reaching us. Retreat. The members of the Taiguai team, who believed they were safely positioned 5 kilometers away, suddenly changed their expressions in alarm. They never expected that Xiang Yu, in his agitated state, would ease his grip on his power just enough to unleash such a terrifying shockwave, threatening to engulf their area. Whoosh! The seemingly dilapidated ordinary van, after numerous modifications by Akira's part-time mechanic skills, now roared to life with power rivaling that of a top-tier racing car. The engine emitted a beastly growl as everyone scrambled into the vehicle, which sped towards safety like an arrow loosed from a bow. This is too dangerous. The elder of Bulay's was utterly reckless towards the surrounding environment. After successfully evacuating to a safe zone 20 kilometers from the battlefield, Xian, still shaken, patted his chest, his voice trembling slightly. Although the previous Bulay's had inadvertently damaged some buildings during battles due to monster attacks, he had never caused such widespread, catastrophic geological destruction. Had it not been for the suspicion that the other was a kin of Bulay's with a clear objective to confront Nijika Jechi, even if the Taiguai team members were willing to believe there was no malice, the higher-ups would likely have already placed him on the highest threat list and considered extreme measures. Perhaps the other's strength was simply overwhelming, inadvertently affecting us during the battle with the monster. Understanding that the being before him was indeed Bulay's, Xianren suppressed the bitterness within him and quickly defended the other. Reluctant as he was, he recognized that Bulay's was innocent and that Xiang Yu's violent actions should not lead to Bulay's being perceived as a hostile target by humanity. Furthermore, was he truly exhibiting all of his power? Xianren gazed at the distant silhouette of the Super Bulay's, which appeared effortlessly in control throughout. A strong intuition told him that the true strength of the other was likely far beyond what was visible. With Earth's current military capabilities, could they truly contend against him? I hope what you said is true. You harbor no ill will towards Earth. Xianren silently prayed, having already given up on the hope that Xiang Yu would return Bulay's to him. He merely wished for Xiang Yu to hold a basic goodwill towards this planet. As he had previously stated, "Advisor, you must urge the higher-ups not to act rashly." Chapter 8. I am merely a terrestrial entity, lacking his power. Enough. I was too subjective in my judgment. After unleashing a cathartic blow upon Nijika Jechi, Xiang Yu looked down upon the extensive area of collapsed and shattered earth below, and the raging fury within him gradually subsided as reason regained its dominance. He began to reflect, realizing that Bulay's had never claimed to hail from the M78 nebula. It had been his own presumption all along. Thus, he could not place the blame entirely on Bulay's. Bulay's, let us first deal with this monster before us. The subsequent training plans must be prioritized. With his plans disrupted, Xiang Yu could only take one step at a time, believing that first enhancing his strength would be the right course of action. Prior to this moment, the monstrous creature had casually dealt with the situation, and it appeared that it would linger on this unfamiliar earth for quite some time, perhaps to foster some benevolent connections. Just as Xiang Yu was gathering energy to deliver the final blow to Niji Kajiaki, a low, almost juvenile, rumble echoed from the depths of his consciousness. The sound was imbued with reverence and submission, even carrying a hint of hesitant pleading. You are suggesting that I proceed in this manner? The slightly fearful consciousness of Blazer transmitted this idea, and with a rough understanding of his complete memories, Xiang Yu grasped the essence of what was being conveyed. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes. Xiang Yu responded in a tone reminiscent of indulging a child. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind this newfound obedience, he was inclined to accommodate some of Blazer's requests. In truth, as a primordial Ultra Warrior born from the M421 Nebula, Blazer and his kin adhered to the survival principle of the weak being devoured by the strong. To them, they were no different from the colossal beasts. Both were integral to the ecological chain, hunting each other and serving as sustenance. After passively achieving a symbiotic state with Xiang Yu, Blazer felt an overwhelming dominance emanating from the very essence of life, akin to a ruler surveying his subjects. The primal aura exuded by the colossal ape's phantom, hidden deep within Xiang Yu's lineage, rendered Blazer's innate instincts incapable of resisting, compelling him to submit unconditionally. Simultaneously, Xiang Yu began to discern an astonishing compatibility between Blazer's luminous form and his own Saiyan essence. The two entities melded seamlessly, devoid of any barriers. Although he could not accurately assess whether this augmentation was a result of his current state or his peak condition, a conservative estimate suggested that he was now nearly at the level of Super Ace, based on his previous power. If he considered the unhealed state and added the potential surge in strength post-recovery, he suddenly realized that Blazer was indeed quite useful. A blessing in disguise, perhaps. Reflecting on this, Xiang Yu grasped the remaining ear of Niji Kajiaki, effortlessly suspending the massive body as if it were a mere toy. Ignoring its struggles, he concentrated a formidable force within his other fist and, with a swift and heavy motion, struck the energy crystal atop its head. Bang! Crack! With a resounding shatter, the crystal exploded. A dazzling and ferocious rainbow energy storm surged forth from the shattered remnants. Xiang Yu extended his hand, fingers slightly spread as if grasping a solid form, firmly controlling the rushing torrent of rainbow energy within his palm. Simultaneously, within his consciousness, a peculiar coin, embossed with the menacing visage of Niji Kajiaki, materialized out of thin air. "Is this what you desired?" Xiang Yu inquired, still perplexed as to why a being like an Ultra, which could barely be classified as biological, would undergo such transformations. Including the earlier transformation process, it felt exceedingly strange to the machine operator Xiang Yu, accustomed to the Showa era. Blazer's consciousness relayed a gentle and grateful response, carefully guiding Xiang Yu to insert the newly formed rainbow gem into the coin slot of his bracelet. "Very well, I shall see what marvels can be conjured." Following Blazer's instruction, as the gem was embedded, he immediately sensed a distinct energy flowing within the bracelet, one that emanated a purifying essence, unlike Blazer's inherent light energy. The external form of Super Blazer began to transform. Within his palm, a colossal radiant wheel, over 200 meters in diameter and composed of vibrant rainbow light, abruptly materialized. The edges of the wheel were highly compressed, emitting a disquieting cutting wave. "A cutting skill, you say? That suits my taste," Xiang Yu mused, as cutting techniques had always been his preference. He could never have too many of them. Blazer's skills appeared intriguing, and he thought it would be worthwhile to learn them in due time to enrich his repertoire. As his thoughts swirled, Xiang Yu's actions remained uninterrupted. He abruptly hurled the critically weakened Niji Kajiaki into the sky, simultaneously sweeping his arm to launch the massive rainbow wheel like a discus toward the target above. Boom! The 200-meter rainbow wheel effortlessly cleaved Niji Kajiaki in two, and the energy contained within the wheel did not trigger a violent explosion. Instead, it acted as a gentle purifying force, swiftly decomposing and assimilating the creature's biological tissues and bony armor, transforming them into the purest natural energy particles that dissipated into the cosmos. As a manifestation of the will of nature, the rainbow serpent deity Niji Kajiaki, in this moment, returned to the natural cyclical system of Earth in yet another form. "Hey, Blazer, do you truly possess no knowledge of the Land of Light or the M78 Nebula?" After vanquishing Niji Kajiaki, Xiang Yu, who should have reverted from his transformation, still sought to confirm this matter, unable to fathom why Blazer, despite being part of the Ultra lineage, knew nothing of the Land of Light. Blazer conveyed that even his name was bestowed by a human, and most of his kin were illiterate, let alone aware of the cosmic landscape beyond the M421 Nebula. He was considered quite cultured among his tribe. And after witnessing the skills he had devised, the elders expressed that he would be the next sage of M421. Xiang Yu, rendered speechless, reverted from his transformation. The conversation had already clarified the hierarchy between them, and Blazer could communicate with him even before Xiang Yu transformed. eliminating the need for him to awkwardly maintain his giant form. Most importantly, given Blazer's ignorance, Xiang Yu was unsure what else to discuss. He was not in a position to condemn Blazer for his lack of knowledge, as the Saiyans were not significantly more enlightened, even with the infusion of universal knowledge. However, the muscle-bound Saiyans often forgot much during their growth, leaving a considerable question mark. Moreover, Xiang Yu, having arrived in the Ultra world, was himself largely ignorant of the situation regarding the Ultras, making it futile to criticize Blazer. Blazer, do you wish to remain with me? Or return to the human form beside your kin? Holding the Blazer gem, Xiang Yu posed a profound question. This was not a test. He genuinely sought Blazer's thoughts. After all, Xiang Yu had comprehended the principles behind Blazer's skills through their shared memories, and Blazer's light essence had perfectly integrated into his Saiyan form. Even if he no longer transformed, he could gradually master Blazer's existing skills. Preferring to avoid the complications of maintaining Blazer's identity, he was reluctant to continuously clean up after Earthlings. Blazer's urgent voice echoed in Xiang Yu's mind once more, expressing his unwavering loyalty and certainty that he had no intention of wavering. Fully sensing Blazer's near panic, Xiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that Blazer had entirely misconstrued his meaning. Yet, having spoken, if he were to express a preference for Blazer to return to his kin, it would likely exacerbate Blazer's distress. Treating Blazer as a cherished companion, Xiang Yu struggled to utter words that might imply abandonment. Oh well, having an Ultra at my side is beneficial, he reassured himself, contemplating the journey to find the Land of Light once he completed his subsequent training. Fortunately, he was still on Earth, and having visited the Land of Light twice in the Leo world, he had a rough idea of its location. Blazer's unfamiliarity with the Land of Light did not signify its absence. Could it be that such a vast kingdom of light could simply sprout legs and run away? It merely requires a bit more time to ascertain its precise coordinates amidst the boundless sea of stars. Captain, look over there. There is someone. While Xiang Yu and Bu Lao's were engaged in internal communication, the Taiguai team drove their modified van back to the war-torn battlefield. Their mission protocol after the battle involved assessing the disaster situation. Simultaneously, they needed to ascertain the damage to Ascalon and rescue the large canine, which was mostly buried in the ground. With her keen eyes, Huimei quickly spotted Xiang Yu, who stood alone amidst the ruins, and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Who are you? How did you end up here? The van stopped at a distance of 800 meters from Xiang Yu, where Ming Hui held a megaphone and questioned him. Xiang Yu's suspicious presence could no longer be merely explained away by the captain's words of a savior. Upon discovering Xiang Yu, they didn't even prioritize checking on Ascalon's condition. The group swiftly fanned out in a semicircle, subtly forming an encirclement around Xiang Yu. The only one privy to part of the truth, Xian Run, could only helplessly cooperate with the team while feeling an intense anxiety, his gaze firmly fixed on Xiang Yu, who casually toyed with Bu Lao's crystal. Everyone, please don't act impulsively. Xian Ren fervently prayed in his heart. Me? I am just a passerby, a human vessel. Xiang Yu temporarily altered his self-introduction. Since Bu Lao's insisted on following him, he might as well adopt the identity of Bu Lao's human form. This would also alleviate some burdens from the 30-something Xian Run, who appeared much older due to overwork. This could be seen as a way to repay the favor for taking the transformation device from him. During their brief encounter in the hospital, Xiang Yu had inadvertently glimpsed Xian Ren's medical record and had wanted to jest about how Xian Ren, having just crossed into his 30s, looked nearly 40 due to fatigue. It was likely the result of years of managing the bigger picture while secretly transforming into Bu Lao's to combat monsters, which must have weighed heavily on him. Human vessel? What does that mean? Faced with Ming Hui's continued inquiries, Xiang Yu disregarded the peculiar expression of tension mixed with relief on Xian Ren's face, explaining matter-of-factly, Haven't you seen Bu Lao's? He typically attaches himself to me. Of course, I am me, and Bu Lao's is Bu Lao's. I do not possess his strength. Unskilled in eloquence, he believed he was being clear, referring to Bu Lao's inherent power, which was not particularly formidable in his view. What did you say? Xiang Yu's seemingly indifferent statement fell upon the ears of the Taiguai team like a thunderclap. Various thoughts, speculations, and astonishments surged within their minds like a tsunami, crashing into one another. Chapter 9. The ones who understand Earthlings best are Earthlings themselves. You mean to say you were the Bu Lao's just now? From Xiang Yu's words, The Take Y team grasped two answers that were hard to accept. The enhanced version of Bulai's truly was Bulai's, and he was indeed a transformation of a human. So what about the captain? Let me reiterate. I am me, and Bulai's is Bulai's. There is a distinction. Xiang Yu was disinclined to elaborate on the complex principles of their shared existence. Regardless, he had made his position clear. Let them think as they wished. No, if you are truly Bulai's, why have you never revealed your identity to humanity before? Also, why has your size changed so drastically? Clearly, the Take Y team was not so easily deceived and quickly identified the inconsistencies. I do not wish to elaborate further. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yu stated slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable pressure. Put away your ridiculous arrogance, and do not be so presumptuous. Bulai's has never been humanity's caretaker. He is under no obligation to act according to human will. You only need to understand that I harbor no malice toward Earth for now. Of course, that attitude depends on your behavior. Xiang Yu trusted they understood he was referring to the higher echelons of Japan. Furthermore, moving forward, Bulai's would not intervene excessively in the conflicts between humans and monsters. Indeed, in Xiang Yu's eyes, there was no clear division between monsters as evil and humans as good, excluding those with pure destructive intent, having witnessed the Earth monsters from the Leo world. Xiang Yu summarized the disputes between humans and monsters as a struggle for survival and resources. He had no time to philosophize over who was right or wrong. To him, it was simply a matter of strength dictating righteousness. Xiang Yu felt no obligation to favor these indifferent Earthlings. The Take Y team had yet to recover from Xiang Yu's warning-like words when his next declaration struck them heavily. What did he say? Does this mean Bulai's will no longer fight alongside humanity? This thunderous news rendered all their prepared arguments meaningless. Although the Defense Force's higher-ups had always hoped humanity could rely on its own strength to solve monster issues before Ultraman's intervention, continually upgrading Ascalon for this purpose. Xiang, the main developer, could even confidently assure that he could transform Ascalon into a human ace that could rival or even surpass the previous Bulai's. Yes, he was referring to the former Bulai's. However, the Take Y team had fought side by side with Bulai's for quite some time, and they had developed a bond with this mysterious giant who selflessly aided humanity. Those who had previously suspected a close connection between Bulai's and Captain Xianrun had subconsciously regarded Bulai's as an inherent ally of humanity. Xiang Yu's statement made them feel as though their companion had been taken from them. Is he truly Bulai's? Reflecting on their shared experiences with Bulai's, they felt that Xiang Yu, as the original, was too indifferent towards humanity, presenting a stark contrast to their previous impression of Bulai's. However, Xiang Yu quickly shifted his tone, offering a sweet promise. If a situation arises that you are utterly incapable of handling, or if Earth faces a crisis of annihilation, I will intervene. After all, I plan to remain on Earth for the time being and do not wish for this temporary abode to vanish one day. Xiang Yu spoke nothing but the truth. He merely felt that if he were overly accommodating to humanity from the outset, granting every request, it would instead diminish his worth. The higher-ups among humanity might come to take for granted all that Ultraman did. How should I put it? With 17 years of experience as an Earthling, Xiang Yu understood the psyche of humans well. Ordinary humans may possess both darkness and brilliance, but the higher echelons of politicians were not purely malevolent. Yet they were not far from it. Particularly for the power-hungry elite of Japan, Xiang Yu's slightly aloof demeanor would yield better results. Enough. I have said all that I need to say. Unless something of paramount importance occurs, do not disturb me. After uttering this, Xiang Yu disregarded the diverse expressions of the Take Y team, and with a gust of wind, he vanished without a trace. Xiang Yu held little attachment to urban life. Even though this world appeared quite similar to his former modern existence, that fleeting sense of nostalgia paled in comparison to the allure of swiftly enhancing his strength. Let us return to that previous location. While soaring through the sky, Xiang Yu swiftly made his decision. Recalling the mountainous region near the village from the beginning of his journey, which was indeed the ideal place for dedicated training. Whoosh! With the return of Niji Kakachi, the typhoon had dissipated. Under the clear blue sky after the rain, a brilliant streak cut through the sky. Grandpa, look! It's a shooting star. Rue Sui supported the elderly gentleman as they walked along the narrow path of rice fields leading home. Unintentionally, she looked up and caught sight of a meteor transformed from Xiang Yu. Oh, meteor, meteor, I wish I could see the divine being once more. With her hands clasped in prayer, Rue Sui earnestly made her wish. As a young girl who firmly believed in this ancient myth, having witnessed the miracles of Tu Lu Wu and Xiang Yu, she sincerely longed for a beautiful reunion. At the Special Anomaly Team Command Center, the air was thick with tension. Please, let us not remain silent. Say something. Xian could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere, speaking out while casting a pleading glance towards the captain. As the wartime strategist who usually guided his team like a supportive older brother, it was expected that he would break the stalemate at such a moment. Why then did he seem as motionless as a wooden statue? Xian felt restless. He would rather join the excavation and repair work of Askerland than sit idle here. Indeed, humanity was troublesome. Perhaps it would have been better to awaken all the robots from the start. A ludicrous thought flickered through Xian's mind. Perhaps following the Canaanites and living a carefree life alongside machines wouldn't have been so bad after all. Captain, how should we draft a written report regarding Xiang Yu and Blaze for our superiors? At this moment, Hui Mei posed a question that Xianren had no choice but to address. Reporting was unavoidable, but the art of language lay in presenting the same matter in various forms, thus conveying entirely different meanings. She believed that Xiang Yu was not merely bluffing and was well aware of the superior's resolve in dealing with uncertainties. Although the higher-ups had always harbored slight suspicions regarding Blaze, his consistent performance left them without justifiable grounds for action. Thus, if this report were mishandled, the consequences were ones the Special Anomaly Team wished to avoid, and one's humanity might not withstand. Xianren performed his signature contemplative gesture that usually reassured the team. Regrettably, after experiencing setbacks in the realm of romance and witnessing only a glimpse of Xiang Yu's formidable power, his thoughts were more chaotic than those of his team members, rendering him incapable of clear reasoning as he typically would. Glancing around at his eager team, Xianren finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Chapter 10. How could the gravity chamber lack a musical function? What did you say? That person named Xiang Yu said that? Lieutenant Jinya, the chief of the GGF Japan branch, slammed the table after reading Xianren's report, his piercing gaze directed at the silently bowed Xianren. Hearing the nearly furious inquiry from the chief, Xianren felt a sense of foreboding. He had chosen his words as delicately as possible, yet the chief's reaction was still vehement. An unknown extraterrestrial, even if closely related to Blaze, had no right to make such audacious claims. He had underestimated the strength of humanity. Jinya's sense of superiority as a member of the human elite was deeply wounded by the contents of the report. What did that tone signify? He even claimed he would assist when Earth faced insurmountable crises. Who did he think he was? A divine being or savior of humanity? As the legendary pressure-resistant king of Blaze, Jinya's mindset was not as extreme as that of Tokyo Yu, who held an ambiguous attitude towards the enigmatic Blaze. The written report submitted by Xianren revealed to Jinya a connection he had never anticipated. The mysterious existence of Blaze, the Ultraman, was closely linked to this human-sized extraterrestrial? Could Ultraman be communicated with, or even controlled? As a surge of inexplicable ambition arose within him, Jinya soon came across a particularly infuriating passage. This extraterrestrial, named Xiang Yu, relying on his relationship with Blaze, had the audacity to present himself as Earth's savior, implying with almost a condescending tone that Earth's armed forces were incapable of safeguarding their own planet. Jinya acknowledged that Blaze's power was indeed formidable, and even the pinnacle of human technological achievement, Askerland, could not claim to fully surpass it. The inherent weaknesses of mechanical creations, such as their heavy build and less agile responses compared to living beings, would significantly diminish their combat efficacy if their energy systems were compromised or their operators interfered with. However, it should be noted that as Askerland underwent modifications and upgrades to enhance its power, it would gradually overcome some of its existing weaknesses. Jinya, who understood more truths, was acutely aware that humanity's true trump card was never Askerland. The advanced technology derived from the wreckage of the V-99 spaceship encompassed far more than just spatial leap capabilities. The Defense Force, which had resolved numerous incidents of both terrestrial monsters and extraterrestrial invasions through their own armed strength, was already imbued with martial virtue. They feared that the V-99 might harbor backdoor vulnerabilities that could hinder humanity, which is why they refrained from hastily implementing those energy conversion technologies to create powerful weapons. Instead, they cautiously aimed to digest that advanced technology bit by bit into comprehensible techniques before gradually transferring it to Askerland for experimental confirmation. Nonetheless, Should they encounter an adversary that Askerland could not withstand, humanity would hold nothing back. In summary, Jinya was filled with confidence in humanity's armed forces, which was also the foremost reason he and other branch leaders insisted on exterminating monsters before Ultraman intervened. They could never allow Blaze to overshadow humanity. According to Branch Chief Xiang Yu, this unknown existence of Blaze ought to be treated as a monster and dealt with accordingly. It was only through his arguments that a fragile equilibrium between humanity and Blaze had been maintained. Jinya believed that if Xiang Yu discovered that Blaze possessed another form and could potentially communicate or even control it, this extraterrestrial named Xiang Yu would be in grave danger. An extraterrestrial arriving on Earth, who did not humbly comply with their arrangements, but rather spoke with such arrogance, was enough to make even the less extreme Jinya feel that the other party was presumptuous, not to mention the overbearing Xiang Yu. Regardless, from this point forward, Earth would either possess a biological weapon entirely under its control or suffer the permanent loss of a powerful controllable force, along with significant detriment to its own strength. If my assessment is accurate, immediate action must be taken to swiftly capture and control Xiang Yu while he remains in his untransformed state, minimizing potential losses. After the excitement subsided, Jinya rubbed his aching brow, already envisioning Xiang Yu's furious reaction upon seeing this report and the ensuing hunt for Blaze. Unbeknownst to Xian Ren, who was unaware of Jinya's various thoughts, he sensed that the situation was heading towards the most undesirable outcome. Even though he had not explicitly stated that Xiang Yu was Blaze and had made appropriate embellishments regarding Xiang Yu's statements, the report articulated the extraterrestrial Xiang Yu, who has a close relationship with Blaze the Ultraman, possesses considerable individual combat capabilities. He stated that due to urgent matters requiring the assistance of Blaze, he may not be able to appear frequently in the future. He also hopes that Earth will avoid interfering with his actions as much as possible. However, Xiang Yu also expressed his willingness to provide assistance in the event of a significant crisis on Earth. Xian Ren believed that this cautiously worded report would not overly provoke the higher-ups, but he underestimated the arrogance of the Defense Forces leadership. He regretted not having converted the footage of the Super Blaze's battle with Nijikaji before submitting the report, as it might have provided leverage to persuade the higher-ups to exercise restraint. This captain's role was becoming increasingly challenging. Xian Ren felt utterly exhausted. The position of captain of the Special Anomaly Team was indeed too arduous. Amidst the undulating mountains, a sudden earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air. Xiang Yu gazed with satisfaction at the vast cave he had painstakingly hewn from the mountain, nodding in approval. The surrounding wilderness teemed with beasts, ample enough for him to engage in his cultivation for a considerable period. Thus, he decided to commence his training in the gravity chamber. Although Xiang Yu possessed numerous cultivation plans, each holding equal significance to the gravity chamber, he ultimately opted for the latter. After all, it would be akin to a tiger refusing to eat meat if a Saiyan were to forego the gravity chamber. Xiang Yu, who had developed a near obsession with the gravity chamber, finally had the opportunity to experience genuine training within it. This indescribable anticipation was something only those who had been Saiyans could truly comprehend. His injuries had nearly healed after utilizing healing potions and the synergy with Blazer, and being resolute in his decision to abstain from human-monster conflicts, he no longer had to worry about sustaining injuries. Even if he were to accidentally get hurt during his training in the gravity chamber, he could rely on medication to recover, as there remained a modest stock from his mentor. Furthermore, with the aid of the synergy mechanism provided by a Blazer, his healing process would be expedited. While to him, Leo was a comrade. Seeking the synergy merely to mend minor training injuries felt somewhat impolite. However, as Blazer was considered a pet in Xiang Yu's eyes, he felt no need for such formalities. As for the possibility of Blazer's transformation being discovered by humans and causing subsequent ramifications, Xiang Yu was wholly unconcerned, daring anyone to test the strength of his fists. Notably, the control panel of the gravity chamber bore familiar inscriptions in Earth's language, which pleased him, though it lacked a music playback function, rendering his training experience somewhat lacking. Running without music felt a bit uninspiring. He examined the display. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000. Upon realizing the gravity's upper limit, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was exceedingly formidable. Even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he might not reach the gravity chamber's maximum. He pondered who among the Ultramen had engineered this gravity chamber, vowing to express his gratitude in person if the opportunity arose. Xiang Yu contemplated the generous gravity limit provided, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, he reminded himself to proceed with caution. Finding repair personnel on Earth could prove challenging. He resolved not to recklessly damage this singular gravity chamber. With a gentle press of 3 numeric buttons, his fingers slowly extended towards the prominent red activation button. 3 days later, after enduring nearly a few days of training under 200 times Earth's gravity, Xiang Yu felt the surge of newfound power coursing through him. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he could not resist unleashing a triumphant roar. The uncontrollable energy emanating from him uprooted nearby trees and sent debris flying, transforming the landscape into barren hillocks. This newfound strength had increased at least tenfold. No, it had undoubtedly surpassed that. Upon closer comparison, he was convinced that his current combat abilities slightly exceeded the enhancements he had experienced while synchronized with Ace. This was not merely a bond with any Ultraman. It was an entirely personal augmentation of his foundational combat strength. Had he truly reached such heights without realizing it? Xiang Yu murmured in disbelief. And this was merely the result of 3 days of gravity training following his recovery. Although he could not ascertain the exact contributions of his healing versus the gravity training to this surge in combat prowess, he brimmed with confidence regarding his future cultivation journey. Continuing his training, he would surely not be far from meeting the minimum combat power standard for a pure-blooded Saiyan. He was resolute. He still did not know his specific combat power value, but with his experiences and growth in mindset, he could now calmly reflect upon the memories of his death at the outset of his journey. By comparing the energy intensity of the death ball, he concluded that his current combat power was significantly greater than that of Frieza in his baby carriage form. However, he suspected it might not reach the doubled combat power of the second stage. Conservatively estimating Frieza's baby carriage form at 530,000, he concluded that his own power likely resided within the 6 to 8 million range. Xiang Yu admired his own muscular physique, each fiber seemingly harboring the terrifying energy capable of annihilating stars. This dramatic enhancement in strength was utterly intoxicating. Most exhilarating was the realization that, from any perspective, he had far surpassed the daunting 20,000 combat power threshold that most Saiyans found insurmountable. Referencing Vegeta's performance during the Namek saga, once he broke through the 20,000 combat power barrier, subsequent enhancements would come as naturally as drinking water until he reached the minimum threshold for becoming a Super Saiyan. As for Bardock, Xiang Yu was uncertain of his base combat power following his injury recovery. However, considering the commendable lineage of the Sun family, with Sun Wukong's power soaring from 90,000 to 3 million following a severe injury, it was likely that Bardock's foundational strength was not far behind. Xiang Yu had no intention of comparing himself to Sun Wukong. The latter's extensive experience and accumulated prowess were beyond his current reach, whereas Xiang Yu aimed to measure himself against Vegeta. Recalling how Vegeta approached the brink of Super Saiyan during the Namek saga after several power boosts, it was evident that he lacked the abundance of S-cells and the divine intervention of Krillin. On Earth, through sheer perseverance and a steadfast will combined with a foundational combat power exceeding that of Sun Wukong's on Namek, Vegeta had managed to break through to Super Saiyan. With the enhancement of the light source on S-cells, coupled with his current foundational power, the goal that once seemed distant now felt achievable. The sense of accomplishment in realizing a childhood dream made Xiang Yu's body tremble with excitement. How marvelous, truly marvelous. After reveling in his exhilaration, Xiang Yu prepared to focus his mind once again on training in the gravity chamber. He found little necessity in relying on power boosts for enhancement. Such an approach was akin to walking a tightrope. Without the instant recovery offered by the mystical Senza beans, stability was paramount. Moreover, Xiang Yu believed that with his current combat power, unless he deliberately withdrew his energy and lowered his defenses, it was hard to imagine anyone could harm him, let alone inflict serious injury. On the other hand, Xiang Yu felt that the Saiyan's injury boosts were fundamentally a means of rapidly realizing one's accumulated potential. The protagonist, Sun Wukong, needed no introduction, while Prince Vegeta was among the most talented of the ordinary Saiyans. Through his evenly matched battle with Sun Wukong, combined with his innate talent, he could scarcely be said to have activated his dormant potential. Even so, the effects of Vegeta's multiple injury boosts still paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's singular experience. underscoring the importance of accumulated strength. Xiang Yu was not greedy. He had already embarked on the path of the gravity chamber, a route to greatness for Saiyans. Achieving the Super Saiyan baseline was merely a matter of time. He set a modest goal for himself, to surpass a combat power of 1 million. Whistling a cheerful tune, he pressed the activation button once more. At that moment, a protest from his stomach reminded him that he had not eaten in an entire day, causing him to chuckle softly. Very well, he decided to venture out for some fresh game. The few wild boars remaining in the cave trembled together, attempting to alleviate their fear of impending slaughter by huddling for warmth. However, it was evident that their meager meat supply would hardly satisfy Xiang Yu's appetite. He could only wonder whether this postponed fate would be considered fortunate or unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, within the Japan branch of the Earth Defense Force, where the fortunate had narrowly escaped catastrophe without awareness, Chief of Staff Hei Lai was silently reviewing the urgent video materials submitted by Xianren. This footage depicted the combat between Super Blazer and Niji Kaijiaki. Upon watching this recording, Hei Lai was wholly unconvinced that the overwhelming dominance exhibited by Super Blazer over Niji Kaijiaki could be classified as combat. Chief, due to the extreme fluctuations in energy during the confrontation, most surveillance equipment was damaged, resulting in numerous interruptions in the footage. Xianren preemptively clarified the reasons for the disjointed visuals, asserting that it was not a failure on the part of the technical department. Nevertheless, from the available images, it was evident that the enhanced capabilities of Blazer, for reasons unknown, had reached a level that warranted the heightened alert of global armed forces. Based on Xiang Yu's demeanor and tone at the time, we initially surmised that Blazer's true power might far exceed what was displayed. Xianren discreetly inserted his own speculation. Intuitively, he believed that the power of Blazer, once transformed by Xiang Yu, was not limited to what the video revealed, despite its already astonishing display. Xianren merely sought to present compelling evidence coupled with personal conjecture to prompt the higher-ups to reconsider their course of action. Chief, after a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, Xianren tentatively called out, "Issue orders to the Special Operations Unit to immediately halt all operational plans targeting Xiang Yu, including the assassination series from Plan A to F. All participating units are to enter standby mode, awaiting further instructions from superiors." As though he had just regained his senses, Hei Lai slowly issued the order that relieved Xianren immensely. Understood. Xianren, whose forehead was now glistening with cold sweat, immediately straightened his posture and saluted in response. The higher-ups had astonishingly devised so many plans in such a short time without consulting the Special Operations Unit. Xianren fully comprehended the higher-ups' decision to bypass the Special Operations Unit. Their previous defense of Blazer clearly did not inspire confidence in this unit, which might harbor traitors. That was truly a close call. They nearly ran out of time. Although he had successfully prevented the reckless actions of the higher-ups, Xianren still felt a chill of dread. Had this footage arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. "Proceed with what you must," Hei Lai instructed. "I will personally explain the situation to the commander and the minister." As expected of a master under pressure, Hei Lai had effectively acted before the fact. "Got it." The sound of the door clicking shut enveloped the chief's office once more in a palpable silence. Thud, thud. At that moment, Hei Lai could no longer suppress the violent beating of his heart. Clutching his chest with his right hand, his earlier calm demeanor replaced by fear and grimness. What nonsense is this? Hei Lai's left fist slammed heavily onto the sturdy mahogany conference table, causing water from a nearby cup to splash. How could such critical intelligence be reported only now? What was the Special Operations Unit doing? They were merely a hair's breadth away from implementing the operational plan. Had this intelligence arrived a moment later, with the power that Blazer exhibited in the video, should the assassination attempt on Xiang Yu fail and force the latter to summon or transform into Blazer, the objective of the defense force was to eliminate uncertain threats, not to risk annihilation alongside Xiang Yu, who posed no evident malice. The previous operational plans, after extensive analysis by the staff, deemed that even in the worst-case scenario, it would merely result in a battle with the Blazer they remembered. Yet now, with the latest intelligence on Blazer, while achieving the operational goals would indeed be a cause for celebration, decisions concerning the fate of humanity must invariably be based on the worst-case scenario. Would they really gamble the fate of all humanity based on a few slightly arrogant words from the opponent? Certainly, Hei Lai had not lost his sanity. Damn Special Operations Unit. You should have informed us that Blazer is this strong. After his outburst of dissatisfaction, Halai's expression hardened, and he reached for the dedicated phone. Just as his fingertips grazed the dial key, he hesitated, recalling the customary conduct of Section Chief Tohara Yu, and stood up anxiously. No, I must dissuade him in person. This time is different from the V-99 incident. I cannot allow Tohara Yu to drag all of humanity to doom. Chapter 12. The Urban Legend of Xiang Yu in Japan in Fudong City, Japan. Sir, you have far too much gold. Our small shop simply cannot exchange it. A young shop assistant nervously bowed repeatedly to Xiang Yu, profusely apologizing. All right, I mean no offense, Xiang Yu sighed. Just exchange what you can and pack it into a bag for me. Xiang Yu still found it challenging to accept the Japanese penchant for bowing. Yet he recognized that the substantial piece of gold he had casually severed was indeed excessive. After all, he had little concept of money and material value these days. 10 minutes later, Xiang Yu exited the gold shop, carrying 2 large bags filled with 10,000 yen notes, and without a second thought, he stored them into his storage earrings. He admitted that he had been somewhat stubborn recently. While the mountainous region's wild game resources were indeed abundant, he had forgotten that even in the Leo world, game needed seasoning. Initially, he planned to exchange a few fragments of gold at a nearby village shop for some spices and vegetables, as it was essential to supplement his diet with vitamins. After all, he was not a bandit and would adhere to basic principles of exchange. As for whether the value of the gold fragments far exceeded that of the items he intended to procure, Xiang Yu was indifferent to such matters. However, he did not expect to encounter a familiar face. It's the god, Lord Xiang Yu. The young girl Mizuho unexpectedly bumped into him just as he exited the shop. The meteor really granted my wish. Mizuho excitedly greeted Xiang Yu. Lord Xiang Yu, we meet again. Where are you living now, Lord Xiang Yu? Do you need to buy anything? Can you come to my house as a guest? We wish to express our gratitude properly. Stop. Xiang Yu hurriedly raised a hand to signal her to pause, feeling exasperated by her incessant chatter. If he did not intervene promptly, he wondered how long she would continue to ramble. After giving vague responses to Mizuho, who seemed to catch on, she kindly refrained from asking further questions. However, her exuberance made Xiang Yu anxious, fearing he might inadvertently divulge too much. After exchanging a few pleasantries and posing a couple of questions, he bid her farewell and swiftly departed. We will definitely meet again, Lord God. Mizuho watched Xiang Yu's retreating figure, deciding to return home and dig out Taihei Fendoki to see if she could discover any tidbits about Xiang Yu. It was a miscalculation. He had forgotten that this area was so close to where he had first crossed over, likely Mizuho's hometown. While soaring high above, Xiang Yu felt that his mind had grown somewhat dull from his prolonged stay in the wilderness. Of course, he had not anticipated that the girl he had saved could be so enthusiastic towards him, and her warmth was somewhat overwhelming. Thus, Xiang Yu decided to postpone his procurement of supplies in Shizugan. However, as the saying goes, since he was already there, he could not return empty-handed. Therefore, he resolved to take a trip into the city. This is the music capital of Fudong City. Xiang Yu followed the direction indicated by Mizuho and headed towards the city she referred to as the music capital. It was said that she had learned about this place from her childhood friend, Onli, who had lived there during her time in school. The name Onli felt somewhat familiar to Xiang Yu, as if he had heard it before. Nevertheless, he was glad that the music function in the gravity chamber had found a resolution. Xiang Yu believed this outing was indeed worthwhile. He could exchange some currency, procure supplies, and indulge in a delightful meal, savoring a taste of modernity. A multifaceted endeavor, he thought. Now, he just needed to find a restaurant to dine at and casually inquire about nearby shopping centers. Spotting a large sign for Chinese cuisine, he decided that this would be the place. While Japanese Chinese cuisine had been modified beyond recognition, it would still evoke some nostalgia for the flavors of home. Dingling. Welcome. What would you like to order? The sound of the wind chime rang out as Xiang Yu pushed open the roll-up door and stepped inside the restaurant. The receptionist, speaking in a distinctly Japanese-accented Mandarin, inquired, "How delightful." To my surprise, the staff at this Chinese restaurant are indeed compatriots. Let us converse in Chinese, Xiang Yu thought, finding her Mandarin somewhat awkward, and decided to indulge in a long-lost conversation in his native tongue. Let me first peruse the menu. As Xiang Yu gazed at the dazzling array of Chinese dishes displayed on the menu board, he fell into deep contemplation. He had long heard that Chinese cuisine had undergone significant modifications in Japan, but this was quite exaggerated, wasn't it? And what about the menu filled nearly half with fried dumplings and mapo tofu? What on earth could that be? Never mind, let us give it a try. I'll have one of each. After much deliberation, Xiang Yu's limited brain capacity officially reached its limit, leading him to make a bold decision. Oh, and that strawberry-flavored mapo tofu? I shall pass on that. Such an overly peculiar dish is not something I wish to experience. Oh, please wait a moment, dear customer. The staff member assumed that this patron from the homeland was ready to embark on a competitive eating challenge, quickly relaying the sizable order to her mother. They initially thought he was just an ordinary big eater, until half an hour later, I'll have another full serving. No, add 2 more portions of scrambled eggs with chives and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The empty plates on the table towered high, nearly burying Xiang Yu, who could barely extend an arm to shout. Yes. Another half hour passed. Bring me the same amount again. Immersed in his own world, Xiang Yu ignored the astonished stares of others and continued to call out. Mother, father, what shall we do? Are we caught in a Japanese urban legend? The staff member looked at Xiang Yu with horror as he cleared out their stock of ingredients accumulated over a week, instinctively retreating closer to her parents. Surrounding diners, frightened by Xiang Yu's terrifying eating capacity, mistook him for an alien and began to leave in fear. In that moment, only Xiang Yu and the staff member's family remained in the shop. They had only recently opened their restaurant in Japan, and they too wished to flee. However, as the owners and chefs, the couple feared that if they paused in their cooking, their lives might also enter a countdown. I've long claimed that monsters appear more frequently here than back home. Why take the risk to earn money in this place? Now look what has happened. They encountered urban legends without facing monster threats. The staff member lamented, wishing they could earn a little less while ensuring everyone has safety. I'm so full. Finally, feeling satisfied, Xiang Yu let out a deep sigh. To be honest, the skills of the restaurant owner are quite authentic, aside from those modified dishes. There are many proper Sichuan dishes. Having long been deprived of spicy flavors, Xiang Yu's already empty stomach was now wide open. Hey boss. With a flourish, Xiang Yu produced a large sack and dropped it heavily on the ground, startling the bewildered family. What's going on? What is the matter? Xiang Yu looked at them, perplexed. What else could it be but settling the bill? Calculate the total and take it from the sack. No, that's unnecessary. The staff member hesitantly replied, thinking it strange that someone would carry a sack of money. In their country, one would likely be seen as a bank robber for such behavior. Given Xiang Yu's bizarre eating capacity and the sudden appearance of the sack filled with money, it was apparent that he was not merely a participant in urban legends, but perhaps an extraterrestrial being. How could they dare accept money from such an enigmatic source? In truth, we are holding a competitive eating event today. You have already met the requirements, so your meal is on the house. The staff member, wanting to avoid raising Xiang Yu's suspicions, quickly devised this explanation. No, I will pay what I owe. For some reason, Xiang Yu felt an uncomfortable sensation at the mention of the competitive eating event and instinctively refused. He was not particularly in need of the money. By the way, do you know if there is any music nearby? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and several supporting pillars in the restaurant snapped, causing the building to sway precariously. This earthquake-like precursor could only signify one thing in the world of Ultraman. What monster is that? Chapter 13. This big dog is all show and no go. After enveloping the staff in a protective shield, Xiang Yu curiously peered outside, only to be greeted by the sight of an adorably grotesque monster. Where did this creature come from? Why didn't I sense it at all? Xiang Yu furrowed his brow. Logically, he should have detected some biological energy from such a close distance. Monster! Help! The terrified cries of the staff reached Xiang Yu's ears as they belatedly realized the danger. TSK, stop the wailing. Can't you see you're safe? Xiang Yu looked at the quaking trio huddled together under his shield with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Though they were frightened, at least they had the sense not to flee outside the protective barrier, even if they wanted to. Be big brother, please save us. The staff member, confronted with a monster for the first time at such proximity, was trembling with fear, momentarily disregarding Xiang Yu's identity as a figure from urban legends. Desperately, she reached out to Xiang Yu, who looked younger than her. In that moment, she regretted her earlier words about never encountering monsters. Now, she faced both urban legends and monsters simultaneously. Hey, let us keep it civil. Who are you calling big brother? Xiang Yu corrected her as he lifted the 3 of them and flew away. Normally, he would not engage in such caretaking, but having just enjoyed their meal, he felt inclined to assist. Consider it a form of repayment for the culinary delight I savored. Ultimately, he was not one with a savior complex, But witnessing suffering before him, he felt it was only right to lend a helping hand. Whoosh! As they soared away, they brushed past a familiar giant mechanical entity, which was heading straight toward the monster. That was the mechanical dog from earlier. Xiang Yu recognized it as Japan's most formidable military asset. 10 kilometers away, Xiang Yu gradually descended. This should be safe enough. As for how you return, you'll have to figure that out on your own. He released the protective barrier and addressed the three of them, perhaps still in shock from their close encounter. They did not add any extra weight to Xiang Yu's shield. Thank you, great benefactor. Please do visit our humble establishment again. It would be an honor. The chef, regaining his composure, excitedly expressed his gratitude, though what other thoughts he harbored remained known only to him. I will visit if the opportunity arises. Xiang Yu understood the sentiment and paid no mind to any ulterior motives. He appreciated their culinary skills and simply requested more authentic Sichuan dishes next time. By the way, do you know of any shopping malls nearby? Benefactor, for condiments, just come to me. I can procure more from my contacts back home. The chef seized the moment, hoping to establish a closer rapport. But are you sure you want to return to Fudong City now? The chef asked uncertainly. From Xiang Yu's tone, it seemed he intended to seek out shops despite the monster's sudden emergence. Not to mention, ordinary residents had likely fled long ago. Even though this extraordinary individual possessed flying and shielding abilities, facing a monster still posed considerable risks. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for the Special Task Force and Blazer Ultraman to resolve the situation before we proceed together. The chef proposed, partly out of concern, partly in hopes of fostering a deeper connection. They harbor no doubts about defeating the monsters. Although Japan is the country with the highest frequency of monster occurrences globally, the emergence of a mysterious giant named Bulies has significantly enhanced the efficiency of monster resolution, even earning it the title of the world's best. This is also the reason they ventured to Japan to establish a business, as long as evacuation is conducted promptly. Safety of life is assured without the worry of unresolved monsters. Under the earnest gaze of the uncle, Xiang Yu gazed into the distance where monsters were engaged in fierce combat with Ascalon, and spoke nonchalantly. I am uncertain whether Japan's armed forces can handle the monsters, but it is unlikely that Bulies will make an appearance. Oh, why? The uncle's curiosity prompted him to inquire, but before he could finish, Xiang Yu had transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished, leaving behind a distant echo. So be it, uncle, until we meet again. In a shopping mall in Fudong City, Xiang Yu observed the equipment, noting that it was quite well equipped and not significantly damaged. He wandered through the deserted mall, casually picking items here and there. With a loud crash, he smashed a chunk of debris that had fallen from the battlefield, continuing his selection with unwavering focus. Xiang Yu thought simply. He would take whatever caught his eye, pay a stack of cash according to the labels, and that would suffice. The absence of salespeople did not concern him. He felt no guilt. These modern electrical devices were not beyond his use. He was not inclined to wait for the monsters to be resolved and for people to gradually return to their daily lives. He lacked the patience for such delays. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, disrupting Xiang Yu's concentration and providing a rather unpleasant shopping experience. How tiresome. Is that weak monster still unresolved? Though he could not sense the monster's energy, its appearance and size clearly indicated its weakness. Wasn't the world of Ultraman predicated on the principle of size? How could humanity's larger mechanical creations fail to subdue a smaller monster? Was it possible that he had overestimated humanity's combat capabilities? Xiang Yu had believed that humans possessed armed forces comparable in height to Ultraman, prompting his earlier disdain for having to clean up after them. Yet the reality was disappointing. He gazed at Ascalon, pinned beneath the weight of the monster Galamon, and sighed. As he contemplated whether to dispatch the inept monster to facilitate his shopping, a nostalgic tune filled the air, reminiscent of the Showa era, softly reaching Xiang Yu's ears. Where's that music coming from? It doesn't seem far, he pondered, perplexed. For the mall's electrical system had been compromised and power had long been cut. He had gathered a collection of music playback devices, intending to test them later. Surely, it couldn't be a live performance, could it? With curiosity piqued, he decided to follow the source of the sound, running swiftly through the city, which lay in ruins from debris and explosions. Xingli anxiously checked the address on her invitation. This is the place, she exclaimed, bursting with excitement as she dashed inside. Uncle, could it really be you? Navigating through the darkened corridors, plunged into darkness due to the power outage, her heart raced as she approached the large door at the end. The 30-meter hallway felt interminable, her thoughts drifting back to the first encounter during her school days, influenced by her father's love for music. She had stumbled upon a group of uncles and brothers who shared her passion for music. In their harmonious discussions, they had made an unspoken promise to attend their concerts in the future. With a sudden crash, the concert hall doors swung open, and Xingli confirmed her suspicions. "It really is you," she exclaimed, unable to contain her questions as she confronted the few performers, the only audience being herself. "Are you the ones controlling the monsters?" "Why?" Xingli was overwhelmed with inquiries seeking answers. Chapter 14. The unheard signals in life. Faced with Xingli's anguished questions, the eldest cellist of the ensemble slowly raised his gaze. A shadowy visage, distinctly different from human features, materialized on his face, resembling that of a summer cicada. Clearly, he was a member of the extraterrestrial species, the Changxingren. As the Changxingren uncle narrated in a low, soothing tone, Xingli was drawn into a tale that was both cliché and profoundly moving. A group of Qinxing soldiers had been sent to Earth for a routine invasion, but, by chance, had come upon the enchanting melodies emanating from a phonograph. The sound of Sibilasi captivated the Changxingren, leading them into a deep enchantment with what humanity referred to as music, causing them to forget their original mission of conquest. Time passed, and from curious listeners, the Changxingren gradually evolved into amateur musicians, immersing themselves in the sea of music day after day. They played outdoors, enduring the elements, driven solely by their pure love for the art. In the gentle spring rains, their strings resonated with bright notes. In the sweltering summer heat, their clothes soaked with sweat. Yet their fervor remained unquenched. In the crisp autumn winds, leaves danced to their melodies. In the swirling winter snow, their breath intertwined with the lilting tunes, creating the most poignant scenes. They cared not for the presence of an audience nor the judgment of the world. They simply wished to continue playing until their final breath. This devotion to music transcended the boundaries of race, becoming the very essence of their existence on this planet. How they longed to play on forever, to offer their lives as the final encore through the music they created on this remarkable planet. This was the shared aspiration of the Changxingren. Regrettably, with a deep sense of nostalgia and yearning, the Changxingren uncle's tone shifted to one of bitterness and regret as he spoke of the inevitable day that had arrived. "My home planet, seeing that we have yet to act, has finally sent the mechanical monster Galamon to Earth. As soldiers, we must obey orders." The uncle gazed at Xingli with a resolute demeanor, torn between duty and compassion. He could not defy the orders from his home planet. To do so would lead to consequences far graver than his own demise. "Stop me, Xingli." This was the unspoken understanding between the Changxingren uncle and Xingli. "Let me be the sacrifice, allowing my companions to continue performing as Earthlings." At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through the tension. Xiang Yu stepped through the door with measured strides. "That answers many of my questions," he murmured to himself. No wonder he could not sense the monster's life energy fluctuations. It turned out to be a robot. "Who are you?" the Changxingren exclaimed nervously, having only shared the concert's address with Xingli. In the midst of Galamon's rampage, how could anyone dare to enter such a perilous battleground? Was he an ally? "You are Bulai's, Xiang Yu," Xingli exclaimed, equally confused by his presence. How did Xiang Yu end up here? Was Bulai's truly reluctant, yet ultimately inclined to assist humanity? Facing the hopeful gaze of Xingli and the apprehensive stares of the Changxingren, Xiang Yu replied coolly, "Do not overthink things. I have no interest in your narratives of enmity. I am merely curious about the origin of that music. Pay me no mind. Continue with your affairs." He gestured as if to leave. "Wait." Indeed, as expected, the voice of Xingli calling for help reached Xiang Yu from behind. "Xiang Yu, please help me and stop that Galamon," Xingli implored. She was acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between the Uncle Changqing and herself, recognizing that with Askerlin's combat power, he could not single-handedly confront Galamon. The optimal solution lay in neutralizing the controller to halt Galamon's actions. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, she truly did not wish for a pure music-loving uncle to perish with regrets. If Blazer could directly eliminate Galamon, perhaps the uncle could be spared. Useless Xingli. Uncle Changqing seemed to perceive her intentions and spoke candidly, stating that if Galamon's invasion failed, they would all face immediate execution. "Let me die as the invader alone." Although Uncle Changqing was unaware of Xiang Yu's true identity, the absolute confidence in Xing Li's words did not sound disingenuous. Perhaps he genuinely possessed the ability to deal with Galamon. However, Such a scenario would lead their mother planet to view them as ineffective fighters, treating them as deserters. It would be more prudent for him to die in battle, thus ensuring his comrade's survival, as the mother planet had merely implanted a locator device within him. The mother planet might assume the others had perished as well, thereby not pursuing the matter further. Captain, the other Changqing people understood their leader's determination, their eyes reddening as they struggled to contain their emotions. Stop. Enough of this tragic performance. It gives me goosebumps, Xiang Yu interjected. You are musicians, not actors. Don't cross the line. I haven't even said I would help eliminate Galamon. Upon hearing this, Xing Li's expression instantly dimmed, internally lamenting. Must I proceed as the uncle suggests? Did not that cicada say that if I eliminate Galamon, they would all face death? Xiang Yu continued. Hey, cicada, may I ask you, why does your mother planet seek to invade Earth? It was evident that Xiang Yu aimed to address the root of the issue. Yet he did not wish to be overly assertive, opting instead to hear the insights of the individual before him. The Changqing individual, likely unfamiliar with videos akin to what are the implicit messages you might not understand in life, had no reservations in recounting the misdeeds of his mother planet. There is no reason. We Changqing people are merely a race that invades other planets. Whenever a civilization's military might is inferior to that of Changqing, my mother planet will not hesitate to launch an invasion. Take, for instance, the former XXX planet and the XXXXX planet, both of which have fallen victim to my mother planet. Unaware that he was currently at a pivotal turning point, the Changqing uncle continued unabated. Stop. No need to elaborate. Xiang Yu hastily interrupted, originally believing that even if the other party were a villain, he might at least embellish the actions of his mother planet. After all, do certain nations in reality not often package their misdeeds in a grandiloquent manner? Thus, Xiang Yu was taken aback that this Changqing individual unabashedly laid bare all the transgressions of his homeland. Very well, you may cease your performance. Xiang Yu found himself rather impressed by the Changqing individual, managing to play the violin smoothly while narrating such a grave tale. Xiang Yu, do you mean? Having grasped the implications, Xing Li looked at Xiang Yu with disbelief, sensing a vague uncertainty in her thoughts. How could this be? Regardless, it seems far too absurd. Cicada, come with me, Xiang Yu declared decisively, ignoring Xing Li as he addressed the Changqing individual. The people of Tianchao traditionally value a justified cause, and now that the Changqing individual had laid everything bare, Xiang Yu felt justified in his actions. I shall take you to witness your mother planet for the last time. Xiang Yu's tone was as calm as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Chapter 15. Xiang Yu. Cicada, look at the magnificent fireworks. The Changqing individual appeared somewhat bewildered, momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning behind Xiang Yu's words. With a swift motion, Xiang Yu approached the Changqing individual, and with a flicker of thought, a blue protective shield with a diameter of 10 meters enveloped them both. The Changqing individual felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, and the scenery around him began to blur rapidly. Just a moment ago, he could still see Galamon gradually ceasing its movements against the backdrop of the azure sky. The next instant, he found himself engulfed in an eerie silence, as though plunged into the depths of the cosmos. No, this truly is it. The Changqing individual's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at his surroundings and the azure planet beneath him, realizing with astonishment that he was indeed in outer space. In mere seconds, he had transcended from the Earth's surface to the vastness of outer space solely by the power of his physical form. The Changqing individual perceptively noted that Xiang Yu's feat was not achieved through spatial teleportation, but rather through sheer, astonishing speed. Ugh! After the initial shock, a wave of nausea washed over the Changqing individual, compelling him to vomit uncontrollably. Wow! Witnessing this familiar sight, Xiang Yu instinctively released him from the protective shield, preventing contamination of the interior. Is the physique of aliens this fragile? After allowing the Changqing individual to recover, Xiang Yu drew him back into the protective shield. We are merely aliens, not Kryptonians. The Changqing individual retorted weakly, clutching his abdomen. As someone with a certain understanding of Earth culture, he offered a rather apt analogy. Oh, that is true. Xiang Yu realized it was indeed inappropriate to measure other races by the standards of science. Forget those details. Now tell me, where is the location of your mother planet? With everything in readiness, they merely awaited navigation. I had been meaning to ask, why do you want to know the location of my mother planet? The Changqing individual responded with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and he looked at Xiang Yu in disbelief. You do not intend to go to my mother planet to persuade them to cease their invasion of Earth, do you? Please don't go. The Chongqing individual was taken aback by Xiang Yu's recklessness, urgently warning, the power of my mother planet is formidable, and Galamon is not the only weapon of invasion. Do not act impulsively. He nearly pointed at Xiang Yu, imploring him not to go and seek death. First of all, absolutely not. Ugh, I am not acting impulsively. Xiang Yu mused that watching too many shows in his childhood had its downsides. He was far too prone to following tropes. That is not quite right. If you want to say I'm acting impulsively, then fine. Xiang Yu reflected on the fact that this decision did indeed seem to have been made on a whim. However, there's one thing you've misunderstood. Xiang Yu corrected him. I am not going to persuade your mother planet. I wish to invite you to witness a fireworks display on your mother planet. Xiang Yu revealed his true intention. Fireworks? You mean the kind that blooms during summer festivals? The Chongqing individual, having long secluded himself in Japan, could only associate fireworks with that context. Well, you could interpret it that way, Xiang Yu responded vaguely, though this fireworks display might be a tad grander. Originally, Xiang Yu had intended to educate this cosmic bumpkin about the origins of fireworks and the true fireworks capital of the world. However, he reconsidered. Given his experiences since 2008, it was likely that when fireworks were mentioned, the first thought that came to mind would indeed be the island nation. With that fleeting thought, Xiang Yu resumed the main topic. Stop asking so many questions and lead the way. I have other matters to attend to once this is concluded. All right, fine. The Chongqing individual, initially inclined to pursue further inquiry, swallowed his words under Xiang Yu's fierce gaze. Having witnessed Xiang Yu's ability to soar through the heavens and his unparalleled speed throughout the universe, the Chongqing individual speculated that this extraterrestrial hailed from a highly advanced civilization. Based on his understanding of Earth's fireworks culture, this should be a form of expressing friendly celebration, right? Although he found it difficult to connect the inquiries about the invasion of his home planet with the act of sending fireworks, it seemed that a mere display of pyrotechnics for his home planet, coupled with the potentially formidable forces behind it, would not incite any significant malice from the Chongqing. At the very least, there should be no threat to his life. As for the Chongqing himself, he had already resolved to surrender to his kin in hopes of trading his life for the safety of Earth and his companions. Is it necessary for me to summon a spacecraft from my home planet? The Chongqing inquired after directing Xiang Yu. He acknowledged that Xiang Yu was quite swift. But at such a pace, reaching Chongqing might take considerable time, and his body could hardly endure such prolonged strain. Can your spacecraft achieve faster than light travel? Xiang Yu retorted. It can barely meet the standards for such speeds, the Chongqing replied candidly. Then forget it, Xiang Yu scoffed, extracting a blazer gemstone from his earring. Boo. Come out and get to work. A wave of protest emanated from the blazer, who expressed that he was currently captivated by a climactic chase between Tom and Jerry. All right. I'll return you shortly, so you can watch to your heart's content, Xiang Yu sighed, exasperated by the childlike antics of his several thousand-year-old companion. It was no surprise that he had inadvertently stored a laptop playing a cat and mouse video in his storage earring, leading to Boo's newfound obsession. Let us commence. Xiang Yu cast the gemstone into the blazer bracelet, and a brilliant light enveloped them. What is this? The Chongqing marveled as the scenery outside the shield transitioned from dimness to a blindingly bright white. Do not be alarmed. Think of it as a means of transportation far surpassing your ship's speed, Xiang Yu explained dismissively. Indeed, he had not transformed, but rather allowed the blazer to take on a spherical form of light, encasing them both to facilitate their faster-than-light transition. It's worth mentioning that this was a unique skill inherent to the blazer itself. Xiang Yu had been surprised to discover this during his exploration of memories not long ago. This energy-gathering skill could be further enhanced by Xiang Yu's own energy supply, significantly boosting their speed. It was somewhat embarrassing for Xiang Yu to admit that many of the blazer's abilities were the result of his own flashes of inspiration. As the blazer continued to absorb knowledge from the outside world and enhance its understanding, it was also consistently developing new skills. What is this? The academically challenged Saiyan Xiang Yu and his prodigious companion, the blazer? Boo, sometimes I'm quite curious, Xiang Yu mused within the glowing sphere. Are you truly a living being? Your cybernetic essence is overwhelmingly pronounced. Aren't you from a primitive tribe? Recalling the blazer's various traits, including its flashy transformation devices and methods of harnessing external energy, along with its current resemblance to a spacecraft, Xiang Yu genuinely questioned whether the blazer had been secretly modified by some scientist. Yu, the blazer responded with another wave of protest. asserting that its condition was indeed unique among its kin, but was a natural ability it possessed since birth. No one has altered me. All right, I was merely speculating. Xiang Yu soothed the blazer, increasingly realizing that it was akin to a child, easily amused. However, teasing the blazer was also rather entertaining. Blazer, radiant variant, sounds quite fitting. He murmured, recognizing the blazer's resemblance to a group of genetically mutated beings. 12 hours later, as Xiang Yu and the blazer engaged in casual banter, the spherical blazer suddenly announced they had arrived at the coordinates. Have we arrived? Xiang Yu questioned as the radiant glow faded, revealing the vastness of space and quickly focusing on the colossal brown planet ahead. Spatial jumps are indeed a remarkably convenient skill for travel. Though it requires a certain amount of preparation, Xiang Yu reflected, turning to the Changqing. This is your home planet, correct? The Changqing, having remained silent throughout, seemed to awaken as if emerging from a cocoon, hazily recognizing the familiar terrain of his home planet. After a brief moment of hesitation, he confirmed, yes. Well, Xiang Yu nodded, suddenly recalling something and asking, there shouldn't be any innocent and benevolent races on this planet, right? Absolutely not. The Changqing vehemently affirmed. We, the Changqing, are an extremely exclusionary race, and all civilians are indoctrinated with thoughts of invasion from birth. Continuing to divulge, the Changqing expressed relief that their first mission had led them to such a wondrous planet as Earth. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly engaged in the same ruthless conquests as their kin, stained with the blood of innocent lives. That's good to hear. Hearing this, Xiang Yu slowly raised his right hand. Boundless destructive energy rapidly gathered outside the shield, condensing, a technique he had developed after mastering control over the shield. The coalescing energy sphere emitted a chilling hum, embodying the power to annihilate worlds, hurtling towards Changqing at nearly the speed of light. During its journey, the once tightly compressed energy sphere seemed to break free from its restraints, wildly expanding into a colossal sphere of destruction exceeding 100 meters in diameter. This terrifying orb, containing enough energy to obliterate a star, barreled towards Changqing, a planet only twice the size of Earth. As the surface of Changqing illuminated with countless points of light, thousands of mechanical weaponry resembling Galamons soared into the sky, attempting to intercept this sudden catastrophe. With a resounding snap, it was evident that the Changqing's futile attempts to defend themselves were as hopeless as the Saiyans' desperate actions to save their planet during Frieza's onslaught. The energy sphere relentlessly consumed the Galamon forces, crashing into the surface as effortlessly as a red-hot iron ball striking foam. In an instant, endless fissures spread across Changqing's surface, and thousands of volcanoes erupted simultaneously, their molten magma surging forth like blood from the Earth's wounds. Brilliant light and searing heat exploded from within the planet, illuminating the dark cosmos as if it were day. The piercing cries of the Changqing rang out, echoing the planet's death throes, their cacophony gradually fading into silence. Changqing, the cradle of countless invaders, was finally on the countdown to obliteration. With a cataclysmic boom, Changqing transformed into a splendid yet terrifying fireball, radiating its final brilliance across the universe. Chansang, look! Xiang Yu exclaimed with satisfaction, relishing the spectacle before him, eager to share this joy with the Changqing, who had fallen into a stupor. Such a vile and filthy planet could produce such beautiful fireworks. How fascinating. Ha ha ha. Chapter 16. You will regret this. I am the team leader. Though the Changqing remained as still as wood, Xiang Yu could scarcely contain his excitement. Why did he not simply transform into the blazer? Aside from the necessity of having the Changqing as a living navigator, the more significant reason was his desire to personally experience the thrill of obliterating a planet, all without feeling the burden of guilt, even reveling in the satisfaction of ridding the universe of malevolence. What boy has not, in his childhood, taken firecrackers and wreaked havoc? Especially those raised in rural areas, who could truly create chaos within a 10-mile radius. Countless water tanks in their homes must have been shattered at least a few times. Of course, this would inevitably lead to a scolding from the adults, usually accompanied by a stir-fried bamboo shoot dish. However, this also indicates that inherently fragile humanity possesses a profound yearning for the overwhelming power of explosions, which far exceeds the limits of the physical body. Presently, Xiang Yu's only regret from childhood is merely a larger explosion. What is there to be concerned about? After all, he is not detonating his own home. Furthermore, no one can reprimand him or point fingers at him now. If a Changqing is blown up, it is merely a Changqing. Surely no Changqing would voice dissent against his actions. Transforming into Ultraman ultimately presents a sensory experience that diverges from his original corporeal form. During the process of merging with Ultraman, Xiang Yu felt more akin to a mech pilot interfacing with synchronized neurons. This was equally true even when fused with Leo. After personally experiencing the entire process of exploding a star, Xiang Yu became increasingly convinced that this experience was incomparable to the explosion of the Super Leo. How vexing, suddenly. He found himself empathizing with Frieza. Xiang Yu quickly shook his head, casting aside this perilous thought. He is a champion of justice. And he is certainly not akin to Frieza, that ruthless real estate tycoon known for his demolition practices. At that moment, the Changqing, still in a state of extreme shock, managed to regain some composure, fervently pointing his trembling right hand at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu glanced at the quaking Changqing and inquired, "What? Do you wish to avenge your home planet?" No. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, the Changqing spoke fluently, hastily waving his hands in denial. "I simply did not expect you could annihilate my home planet directly. I have no objections whatsoever. Truly, I am immensely grateful for all you have done. You are indeed a hero to all weaker races." The Changqing spoke rapidly, each sentence flowing into the next, and without realizing it, began to address Xiang Yu with a tone of reverence. Once he hastily expressed his stance, the Changqing pivoted the conversation. "Is this what you refer to as fireworks?" The Changqing found Earth culture to be profoundly intricate. Even the aspect of music alone could occupy him for a lifetime of exploration. Perhaps the meaning of fireworks on Earth differs significantly from his understanding? The Changqing pondered uncertainly. "Indeed, it appears to be fireworks in every sense," Xiang Yu nodded sagely, attributing it merely to a larger scale. "The amount of fuel required is simply greater. That is quite normal for my kind when we celebrate with fireworks." He provided an example. "Oh, I see. Your race is indeed powerful and elegant." The Changqing feigned agreement, quietly offering a compliment. Yet within, he silently hoped that the various forces throughout the universe would be wise enough to avoid provoking Xiang Yu's kin. Having concluded the exhilarating display, Xiang Yu summoned Xiaobu once more. A flash of white light enveloped them, initiating their return to Earth at superluminal speeds. Meanwhile, at the Japan branch of the Earth Defense Force, "Haruno Retsu, look here," Xiang Yu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a report on the table, addressing the complexly expressioned Haruno Retsu. "I have always asserted that we need not rely on that enigmatic blazer. Humanity possesses the strength to address these monsters entirely on its own. Moreover, this is not a mere victory, it is a resounding triumph." You specifically highlighted a section of the report that clearly stated that Ascaron had successfully captured the intact mechanical monster Galamon. "I believe you are overly exaggerating Blazer's capabilities." You continued. "Even though the Blazer in that footage appeared significantly stronger, I maintain that our Ascaron is not inferior by much. Furthermore, in prior battles, has Blazer not always depended on Ascaron's assistance to secure victory? In my view, you are simply too weak. We should have initiated a capture plan the moment Blazer appeared. Moreover, it is entirely possible that we could have acted before he transformed into Blazer." "Chief," Haruno Retsu interjected, interrupting the incessant Yu, directing him to a passage in the report. "I understand your excitement. However, the report warrants careful reading. Please take a moment to review it thoroughly." Haruno Retsu spoke with a hint of exasperation, genuinely surprised that Yu skimmed through a report. "Do you believe you are reading a web novel? Allow me to recapitulate it for you." Haruno Retsu articulated the report clearly, stating that during the operation, for unknown reasons, Galamon suddenly ceased all activity. Haruno Retsu emphasized the last few words, as the research department has indicated that the specific reason is still under analysis. Although it cannot be ruled out that Ascaron unintentionally hit the opponent's energy system, the likelihood remains low. In other words, Haruno Retsu fixed his gaze on Yu. "We can be considered fortunate. We did not actually defeat Galamon." Little did the two know that due to the selfish motives of a certain special team member, they remained oblivious to the precise reasons behind Galamon's cessation of activity. Meanwhile, Only's thoughts were straightforward. If the reasons were documented, several Changqing would likely find themselves imprisoned by the higher-ups. After all, the monsters are indeed no longer operational. And she believed those music-loving Changqing would refrain from continuing to manipulate Galamon. Furthermore, if Only's conjecture proved correct, Xiang Yu should resolve the root cause alongside the Changqing elder. should this be substantiated in the future. Only felt it would not be excessive for the Earth leadership to elevate their regard for Xiang Yu and Blazer to the utmost level. Only never anticipated that the head of their Japan defense branch was still foolishly contemplating a reckless plan to capture Xiang Yu, an endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, due to the asymmetry of information, both sides once again fell into a potentially fatal misunderstanding. I don't care. After listening to Haruno Retsu's comprehensive report and tactful analysis, Tsukihashi Yu, his face flushed with indignation, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Do not evade the crux of the matter. I would not have attained this position if I were a fool." Tsukihashi Yu snorted coldly. Did not the research department also mention that Galamon possesses numerous technologies that could rapidly digest and enhance Askarin's combat capabilities? Even if Askarin is currently slightly weaker, once the new equipment is developed and installed, should we remain timid based solely on a single piece of footage, missing out on a prime opportunity? If Blazer, this enigmatic creature with immense power, could be captured and thoroughly studied, what a tremendous enhancement that would be for humanity as combat potential. Tsukihashi Yu, with righteous fervor, pounded his chest, asserting, "Am I doing this for myself? I am doing it for the future of all humanity." Enough, you need not say more. Tsukihashi Yu, lost in fervor, abruptly interrupted Haruno Retsu, issuing an order that brooked no refusal. Immediately restart the AF-level operation plan. All Special Forces personnel, stand by at all times. Tsukihashi Yu, you are toying with the fate of all humanity. Haruno Retsu's chest heaved with agitation, revealing his discontent. The Pressure King ultimately could not withstand the direct order from a superior. Casting a deep glance at Tsukihashi Yu, he left with a heavy slam of the door, leaving behind a single remark, "You will regret this. Do not forget, I am still the branch chief." Tsukihashi Yu retorted defiantly. Chapter 17. The Earth of the Dragon Ball world is truly blessed. Unbeknownst to certain individuals who wish to provoke Xiang Yu, he has finally returned to Earth. Upon arrival, Xiang Yu nudged the Chansheng beside him, saying, "Hey, snap out of it." Oh. The Chansheng, still in disbelief, finally responded, as if awakening from a dream. This is it. His home planet was so effortlessly turned into fireworks by the person before him. I am free. The Chansheng firmly pinched his arm, feeling the sharp pain. Yet his expression radiated sheer joy as he suddenly shouted, Yes, you are free." Xiang Yu helplessly echoed, observing the suddenly neurotic Chanshengren before him. "From now on, indulge yourself in your music. Perhaps all artists possess a touch of neurosis?" Xiang Yu gazed at the Chanshengren, who remained immersed in his own joyous world, and decided to ignore him. Initially, he had hoped to solicit some energetic music recommendations from this musician. However, upon seeing the state of his companion's mind, he surmised that any music he might suggest would likely not appeal to Xiang Yu. "Never mind, I shall seek elsewhere," he thought, turning his gaze towards the bustling scene of reconstruction ahead. The streets had already regained their lively atmosphere, filled with throngs of individuals dressed in suits and carrying briefcases, all bustling about in pursuit of their livelihoods. Xiang Yu could not help but exclaim how resilient the humans of the AO world truly were. In just a single day, the impact of the monster attack seemed to have become a thing of the past, with only the silent ruins scattered throughout the city bearing witness to the monster's visitation. In comparison, the humans of the Dragon Ball world appeared rather spoiled and fortunate. Xiang Yu inexplicably found himself comparing the inhabitants of the two Earths. Despite the seemingly limited destructive power of the battles between monsters and Ultraman in the AO world, which often resulted in the destruction of merely a few cities, at most affecting an entire nation or the whole planet, the Dragon Ball world was rife with threats of planetary destruction and cosmic collapse. A single miscalculated Kamehameha could endanger the lives of an entire galaxy. Yet, the existence of the Dragon Balls served as an insurmountable advantage. For the residents of Dragon Ball Earth, even if they were to inadvertently obliterate their planet, it might merely result in a momentary blackout before they regained consciousness, with their surroundings restored as if nothing had ever transpired. After all, most Earthlings, upon meeting their demise, lacked the privilege of retaining their consciousness in the afterlife, completely oblivious to the concept of sudden death. With Satan, the world champion, present, even if the Z-fighters wreaked havoc, the populace merely regarded it as an illusion. It was one thing for Cell to be misled by Satan, but could the incident involving the former King Piccolo also be dismissed as mere trickery? How could an illusion compel a king to submit? Xiang Yu felt it was the Z fighters who had spoiled them. Oh, it would be enlightening for the ordinary people of the Dragon Ball world to experience the reality of the AO world. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Ball world took their good fortune for granted. He would inevitably visit the Dragon Ball world. Xiang Yu was still fixated on the enigmatic AO Wong, eagerly anticipating the time when he would become a Super Saiyan and be on the lookout for him. Enough of that. It is crucial to enhance my strength. He lightly patted his cheeks and resolved to procure the necessary supplies swiftly before continuing his gravity training in peace. Strength is the foundation of all actions, and the experiences of ordinary humans in the AO world deepen Xiang Yu's understanding of this truth. Should he be like a blade of grass, swaying with the wind, subject to fate, or should he become a divine weapon capable of cleaving the sun, moon, and rivers? Naturally, he aspired to be that unparalleled powerhouse wielding a divine weapon. A fiery determination ignited within Xiang Yu's eyes. He thought that if given the chance, he could wield a sword for mere enjoyment, not solely because he found the sight of the great heroes wielding swords to be striking. 1 week after the Galamon incident, at Xianren's home, Daddy. In a daze, Xianren seemed to hear someone calling for him. How terrible. Xianren suddenly realized he had zoned out, causing dish soap to spill onto the floor. Honestly, Daddy, have you been under too much stress lately? His wife murmured with concern. Perhaps, Xianren replied. The recent frequency of monster attacks has led our department to work extra hours. He quickly thought of an explanation. I might just be sleep deprived. To prevent his family from worrying, he had consistently lied to his wife, claiming he was a civilian worker in the defense force. However, I truly cannot act recklessly as I did before, Xianren muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. After acquiring the power of Blazer, he had to admit that his previous cautiousness had waned. Now, without Blazer, if he wished to avoid a day when his family would receive dire news, it was time to alter his approach. Just then, his son Xiao Chun's voice rang out. Daddy, look. It's Blazer. Xiao Chun pointed at the tablet, where Blazer made a dashing entrance, engaging fiercely with a monster. Blazer is so cool. Xiao Chun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, Blazer is quite impressive. Xianren intended to agree proudly with his son, but reflecting on his current situation made him hesitate. Daddy, you're on vacation now, right? Let's go out and play. Xiao Chun, oblivious to his father's complex emotions, simply wished to spend this rare day off together. Sure, where do you want to go? Without hesitation, Xianren agreed, wishing to cherish this precious time with his family and maintain their bond. How about we go there? After a moment of thought, Xiao Chun pointed at the television, which was broadcasting a report. Yamanashi Prefecture, Onakyu Valley. Please, everyone make way. Xianren shielded Xiao Chun and pushed through the crowd, reaching the front of the barricade. Xiao Chun, this place might be dangerous, he cautioned, his gaze fixed on the enormous egg beyond the safety barrier, gently coaxing his son. Let's just take a quick look and then leave. How about I take you to the amusement park? Xianren recalled the news report about the suspected monster egg. And while he had lost the power of Blazer, years of experience as a combat personnel still instilled a sense of unease within him. Not wanting to deny his son's rare request, yet wishing to keep his family away from danger, he hoped to divert Xiao Chun's attention with the promise of the amusement park. All right then. Xianren felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow at his son's compliance. In that moment, he even entertained the thought of requesting a transfer from the Special Monsters team to the equipment department. After all, he was not getting any younger, and his deputy, Ming Hui, was quite reliable. Perhaps becoming a civilian worker would be a responsible choice for his family. Suddenly, as Xianren contemplated his decision, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the monster egg. Roar. Moments later, a creature, comparable in size to an adult, burst forth from the egg, emitting a youthful yet resonant roar. Oh no, a monster has appeared. The Special Operations team members quickly reacted, turning to the onlookers, shouting, everyone, evacuate. Having experienced numerous monster attacks, the residents instinctively knew what to do. Even before the Special Operations personnel could issue warnings, many had already fled at the first sight of the monster emerging. Xianren followed suit, leading his family away. After all, he was still on vacation. Why add extra shifts to his plate? Without weapons or Blazer's power, his priority was to ensure his family's safety. The young Demega, after calling out for its mother, suddenly felt a series of stings across its body, followed by a creeping weakness. Roar, roar. A large net ensnared the young Demega, the sturdy nails around it rendering its limbs weak and unable to escape, forcing it to emit a frantic signal for help to its mother. The monster has been successfully captured. Please advise. A special operations team member communicated via the radio. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the area, causing the special operations personnel to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. Following this, an even louder roar echoed from the distant mountains as a colossal beast, strikingly similar to the young Demega, emerged from the mountains, slowly approaching them. Roar! The mother Demega hurriedly made her way toward the location where her offspring had called for help. With each step of her massive form, nearby villages crumbled, buildings collapsing under her weight. Chapter 18. Maternal Love versus Maternal Love. The request of Blue-Eyes Xiang Yu. What troubles you? Sensing the restless agitation emanating from the Blue-Eyes gem in her earring, it seemed there was something urgent to convey. With a sense of resignation, Xiang Yu pressed the button, and the gravity in the room rapidly returned to normal. Have you finished watching Cat and Mouse so soon? Xiang Yu inquired. Didn't I teach you how to change the channel? He had assumed Blue-Eyes had merely forgotten how to switch channels. After all, he had previously had dozens of animated films installed on his laptop. Woo. Are you saying that your previous partner, Xian Ren, is in danger? Xiang Yu was perplexed. How do you know that? Have you installed a surveillance device on him? Woo. Blue-Eyes indicated that due to their previous fusion, Xiang Yu had utilized unconventional means to achieve it. Although Blue-Eyes' consciousness and power were now entirely concentrated within Xiang Yu, a trace of his power still lingered within Xian Ren. This ephemeral source of power was limited and would gradually dissipate over time if left unattended. However, Blue-Eyes could still sense Xian Ren's state through this residual energy. Woo. Blue-Eyes expressed that he usually did not concern himself with Xian Ren's condition, but just moments ago, the residual energy had transmitted a message indicating Xian Ren was facing a life-threatening crisis. He wished to ascertain Xian Ren's safety. Xiang Yu lowered his head in contemplation. All right, let us go and take a look. Feeling the wave of pleading emotions radiating from the gem, Xiang Yu found it difficult to refuse. He surmised that the recent surge of energy he had sensed must be the result of a monster-esque appearance, thus making the reason for Xian Ren's peril quite evident. Sighing deeply, Xiang Yu felt as though he were caught in the winds of fate. No matter the world, one could not escape the intricacies of human relationships. Being someone who preferred gentleness over harshness, Xiang Yu often found himself defenseless against genuine requests. Who could deny a heartfelt plea from a pure and kind-hearted Ultraman baby? Without further ado, Xiang Yu was engulfed by a surge of energy and swiftly soared towards the massive source of energy. Dad, where are you going? Xiao Chun curiously asked, observing Xian Ren come to an abrupt halt. As a member of the defense force, I must do something within my capabilities, Xian Ren stated after a moment of silence. Rest assured, I am merely going to check if there are any residents who have not evacuated. He looked at his wife, who seemed hesitant to speak, and assured her, I will not place myself in danger. Xian Ren's desire to return to the monster's location stemmed from his unwavering sense of duty as the captain of the special monster team. Additionally, Xiao Chun's earlier probing questions about the relationship between the monster and its offspring had struck a profound chord within him. Dad, must the monster be exterminated? It is unavoidable. As long as the monster exists, it poses a significant threat and destruction to humanity. We must act accordingly, Xian Ren replied matter-of-factly. But the monster has done nothing wrong. It merely seeks to protect its child, does it not? Xiao Chun, untouched by worldly notions, raised a question seldom pondered by adults. Is it wrong for a mother monster to protect her young? Her innocent gaze was filled with confusion. Xian Ren found himself at a loss for words. If he could still transform into Blue-Eyes, how would he choose to act? Yet, he had no clear answer now that he could no longer become Blue-Eyes. Nevertheless, as a member of the special monster team, he affirmed to himself, there is always something I can do. Perhaps it was a sense of duty to the team or a desire to avoid Xiao Chun's continued inquiries that solidified Xian Ren's resolve. Even if he could assist in evacuating a few more residents, it would ease the turmoil within his heart. As for the fate of the monster and its offspring, that would be left to destiny. Be careful, Dad, Xiao Chun's wife said, gazing at her husband's determined expression. After hesitating, she transformed her myriad concerns into the most heartfelt admonition. Okay. With a wave, Xian Ren turned and headed in the opposite direction from his family. Has Ascarin arrived as well? Seeing Ascarin's arrival brought Xian Ren a measure of reassurance. He gestured for the evacuation. Quickly. This way. Indeed. Numerous residents remained in the nearby mountain village. The tremors caused by Dima Jia's mother had rendered the already treacherous mountain paths even more perilous. Alongside other evacuation personnel, Xian Ren cleared a few fallen trees to create a narrow escape route for the villagers. "Please, save my child." A middle-aged mother, ignoring Xian Ren's orders to evacuate, clutched his sleeve and pleaded tearfully, "My child is trapped in the village. When the buildings collapsed, my child was inside." Desperate as if clutching a lifeline, the mother continued, "The adults in the village say my child is buried under the rubble, that there is no hope. But I heard my child's cries. He must still be alive." Her eyes, red and pleading, conveyed determination. "Please, take someone to rescue my child. I know my request is selfish." The mother surveyed the busy evacuation personnel. "But I will return to the village regardless. No matter the outcome, I must be with my child." Xian Ren remained silent for a long moment. Just as the middle-aged mother turned away, disappointment and resolve etched on her face, he called out, "Let us go. I will rescue your child." He dashed towards the mountain village faster than the mother could react. He had no authority to demand other evacuation personnel accompany him on this perilous venture. Yet he found it impossible to remain indifferent to a mother's plea. "Forgive me, Xiao Chun," Xian Ren silently apologized as he ran. "I have broken my promise." Whether it was an illusion or not, as he resolved to execute the rescue, a surge of power coursed through his body, amplifying his speed and strength beyond what he had previously experienced. This sensation was reminiscent of the times he faced danger. "Realize, are you still watching over me?" Dima Jia's mother was unaware that her urgent journey was plunging countless human families into turmoil and despair. However, as a mother herself, witnessing her child facing human persecution, she could only think, if she were more educated, she might simply say, "They have brought this upon themselves." After all, she had remained quiet in the mountains, often transforming into a stationary hill, posing no threat to human existence. Yet, despite this, her child, who had done nothing, was unhesitatingly captured by humans. Dima Jia's mother could not fathom the fate that awaited her child had she not acted swiftly. Ultimately, humans often claimed that monsters, regardless of their intentions, would bring immeasurable destruction upon the human world simply by existing. But whose planet is this? Humanity's or the shared home of all life on Earth? Roar. Dima Jia's mother could not delve into such profound questions. All she could do now was to shield her child, paralyzed and ensnared in a net. With her own body, boom, a barrage of missiles struck her form. Although they caused minimal harm, one missile, at a precarious angle, nearly struck her vulnerable offspring. Roar. This situation ignited the previously restrained fury within Dima Jia's mother. Her throat erupted with crimson fissures akin to flowing magma, and she unleashed a powerful, electrified breath towards the advancing Askaran. This breath, infused with maternal wrath, tore through the air, melting rocks in its wake, and hurtled towards Askaran with devastating energy. However, unlike the frequent setbacks of the past, Askaran has indeed transformed remarkably after successfully deciphering the structure and data of Galameng, completing reverse engineering and upgrading its equipment. The research department of the Special Monster Squad, through the analysis of the armor materials of Galameng, has developed a new type of composite armor, while studies on its energy system have optimized the power output of Askerlin. The results of this reverse engineering of alien technology have led to a qualitative leap in Askerlin's defensive capabilities. In the face of the ferocious breath, Askerlin stood resolutely, directly confronting it with its newly enhanced breastplate. The surface of the reinforced armor shimmered with a mysterious blue energy ripple, scattering the breath capable of melting through mountains, leaving the body of Askerlin virtually unscathed. Incredible! Xiang cheered excitedly in the cockpit. Indeed, Askerlin's defensive power was as remarkable as the experimental data suggested. In his excitement, Xiang was completely oblivious to the fact that his captain, who was supposed to be on leave, had quietly come to work overtime. Amidst the debris that Askerlin had effortlessly repelled, a fragment fortuitously fell towards a nearby hill. "Hold on, kid. I'll rescue you soon." Empowered by the residual strength of Bulai's, Xian Ren was exerting himself to move the rubble. Upon hearing a faint voice from within the ruins, the confirmation that someone was still alive motivated Xian Ren to exert every ounce of his strength. "I'll help you." The middle-aged mother could not stand idly by. Although she knew her strength might be of little help, she did her utmost to grasp the other side of the large stone, struggling to lift it. Just as Xian Ren glimpsed the dawn of success, A fragment of Dima Jia's breath plummeted towards them like a small meteor. Oh no. Chapter 19. The Master of Mishaps, I'm done for. Xianren never imagined he might meet his end due to the actions of an ally. Is this how it ends? Watching the fragment descend closer to the village, Xianren mumbled, what am I doing? I had clearly warned myself that without the power of Bulai's, I could no longer act recklessly as before. I should have anticipated that the aftermath of the fierce battle between the monster and Askerland could affect the nearby hills. I had promised my family I would return safely. Hey, what are you dazing about? A voice accompanied by a rumbling sound jolted Xianren back to reality. This voice sounds familiar. Is it Xiang Yu? Xianren stared at the figure before him, completely unprepared for the person's appearance at this time and place. What are you doing here? Effortlessly blowing away the approaching breath fragments, Xiang Yu pulled out the Bulai's crystal and said to Xianren, I had no choice. I was sent here by him. By the way, shouldn't you be thanking your lifesaver? Xiang Yu retorted, thank you. Xianren gazed intently at the Bulai's crystal in Xiang Yu's hand. His gratitude was imbued with complex emotions. Stop looking at me like a scorned lover, Xiang Yu said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Xianren's gaze. You think I wanted this? Initially, I actually wanted Bulai's to return to you. Although now I find Bulai's quite useful, that thought has completely vanished. Xiang Yu was a straightforward person. He fully respected Bulai's wishes, but alas, Bulai's chose him. I didn't. Xianren, his face flushed, quickly denied it, and then shifted the topic. There is still a child trapped in this rubble. Can you help me rescue him? Xianren believed that with Xiang Yu's strength, they could expedite the rescue. Faced with such an easy task, Xiang Yu did not refuse. He reached out and grasped. The rubble, weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds, felt as light as foam in his hands as he effortlessly cleared away the stones, rebar, and wooden boards. Mommy, I'm so scared. The rescued child excitedly embraced his equally emotional mother. Such terrifying power. Unlike the middle-aged mother, who was wholly focused on her child, Xianren, who witnessed Xiang Yu clear the debris with the ease of eating and drinking, realized he had underestimated Xiang Yu's strength. If that strength were wielded with intent, combined with his incredible speed, would the higher-ups, even with adequate security, truly be able to withstand Xiang Yu's assault? Xiang Yu, perpetually underestimated, paid no heed to Xianren's mental turmoil. He gazed quizzically at the Bulai's crystal and said, no way, little boo. What are you plotting this time? He couldn't have misheard. Bulai's actually wanted him to protect a nearby monster cub? This left Xiang Yu, who was ready to head home after finishing his task, utterly speechless. Isn't your duty to fight monsters? Why must you protect now? As mentioned before, Xiang Yu adopted a principle of non-interference in the grievances between humans and monsters, but objectively speaking, he would slightly favor humanity. This wasn't due to any lingering ties to his former kin. Rather, it stemmed from a pragmatic consideration. Given the current speed of humanity's destruction of Earth, it should not be entirely ruined before he departs. Monsters, on the other hand, could indeed cause significant destruction to this temporary abode in a short time. Upholding the philosophy of leaving those who do not disturb him as good children, Xiang Yu found it difficult to empathize with monsters, let alone extend a helping hand. You need to give me a reason. Xiang Yu felt he needed to hear a clear explanation from Bulai's. If Bulai's could not provide a compelling reason, he would let Bulai's know that adults wouldn't always cater to children. Wu Bulai's explained. Their kind indeed lived in a competitive relationship of mutual hunting with the giant beasts, all vying for survival resources, with no clear right or wrong. Bulai's was not swayed by the emotional bond between the monster mother and cub. Most species' maternal love is indeed profound. However, they, who essentially maintained a primitive way of life, understood one principle. Do not annihilate entirely, at the very least. Leave behind the cubs to ensure the sustainability of this predatory relationship, allowing a newborn, who has yet to experience the beauty of the world, to perish like this felt exceedingly cruel to Bulai's. I never imagined you could engage in philosophical debate. Xiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. I'm starting to believe your kin see you as the future sage now. Although Xiang Yu refrained from commenting on Bulai's discourse, he could not deny the validity of the argument. At the very least, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision made out of mere compassion. It was a rational judgment made after careful consideration. All right then, let us do it your way this time. Although Xiang Yu felt that his mediation might lead him into a minor predicament, he thought to himself that with his current strength, He could directly resolve any troubles that arose. It merely required a display of muscle, which wouldn't take much time. I must admit my mindset has been somewhat problematic. Xiang Yu began to reflect. The purpose of enhancing my strength is to allow me more freedom. If I hesitate over minor troubles while possessing strength, then what good is that strength? He realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding, overly concerned that entanglements with human forces would disrupt his training progress. But upon closer examination, with his current strength and training efficiency, occasionally addressing trifles would not cause any substantial impact. More importantly, if he were to avoid even such trivial troubles, how was he any different from those cowards who shrink back out of fear of trouble? A true strong man should possess the ability to face the responsibilities and challenges that accompany their power with composure. Xiang Yu silently reflected, nearly allowing his own caution to bind him. Upon realizing this, he felt a newfound clarity. The enhancement of his strength should not become a shackle, but rather a foundation that enables him to confront various circumstances with greater composure. Ah, Bielizhe, you truly are my dear son. Having come to this understanding, Xiang Yu praised the bewildered Bielizhe. With that, he disregarded the words of the stringed person attempting to speak and flew directly towards the battlefield between Demagia and Asigilong. In the Japan branch of the Earth Defense Force, Tu Xiaoyo exclaimed with excitement as he observed the live broadcast, "Wonderful! The current strength of Asigilong is incomparable to before." Eager to validate the practical performance of the upgraded Asigilong in real time, he could hardly wait for the post-event report and insisted on watching the live stream. Meanwhile, Jean Yelier remained silent. The performance of Asigilong was indeed impressive, leaving him unable to voice any objections. Yet, for some reason, he harbored a vague sense of foreboding. Tu Xiaoyo continued to lavish praise on Asigilong's capabilities, frequently mentioning that it was no less than Bielizhe, and that the plan could be executed. This only intensified Jean Yelier's growing unease. What was amiss? In the current battlefield, a fierce clash unfolded between Asigilong and Demagia, resembling a valiant hero battling a demon king. Observing the situation, it appeared that the fully upgraded Asigilong had taken on the role of the dominant adversary. With a thunderous crash, the immense form of Demagia's mother fell heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Against the backdrop of the raging flames surrounding them, the advancing Asigilong exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each step of the mechanical behemoth sent tremors through the earth, its blue electronic eyes flickering ominously amidst the smoke. Akin to the arrival of death itself, Asigilong fire, prepared to launch. Recognizing the opportune moment, Taishin decisively pressed the launch button. The mechanical maw of Asigilong slowly opened, its internal mechanisms whirring into action as blue energy particles converged towards its mouth, forming an increasingly radiant sphere of light. It is time to conclude this. Taishin could hardly contain his excitement. The fully upgraded Asigilong fire would undoubtedly surpass its previous might. This was the ideal moment to demonstrate humanity's capability to face formidable threats independently. With a resounding beep, the charged Asigilong fire erupted forth. A blue torrent of energy, several meters in diameter, tore through the air with devastating force, hurtling towards the incapacitated Demagia mother. Suddenly, a bright yellow energy sphere shot upward, precisely intercepting Asigilong fire in midair. To the disbelief of Taishin and Minghui within the cockpit, the palm-sized sphere stood resolute against the robust blue energy beam. The violent torrent of energy crashed against the surface of the sphere, splitting into two streams as it surged past. On one side was a destructive energy beam capable of obliterating an entire mountain, while on the other was a mere point of light. Yet, after a few seconds of stalemate, this tiny sphere suddenly expanded, releasing an astonishing shockwave that not only interrupted Asigilong fire, but also caused the massive Asigilong to sway violently, nearly losing its balance. Roar? Demagia mother was perplexed, uncertain of who would come to its aid in such a situation. Monsters did not typically assist one another. And as for humans, that seemed even less likely. "Stop looking around. I'm right here," a calm voice resonated. Following the sound, Demagia mother saw Xiang Yu gently placing his palm on the head of its child. Is he truly human? Demagia mother was initially startled, then began to panic, letting out a low growl, fearing that Xiang Yu intended harm towards its offspring. Having sustained injuries in its battle with Asigilong, it wished to rush forward and reclaim its child, but its physical state, coupled with Xiang Yu's earlier actions, left it indecisive, unable to ascertain his intentions. "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to understand the situation, Xiang Yu said as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. After gently patting the Demagia cub's head, he addressed its mother. The functionality of magic was indeed comprehensive. What he had just employed was akin to the memory-probing technique used by Sun Wukong on Krillin in the realm of Nemyuk. This spell proved remarkably effective on entities significantly weaker than or completely trusting of the caster, enabling clear access to their memories. This newly acquired skill was perfectly suited for the Demagia cub. Upon grasping the sequence of events from the cub's memories, even Xiang Yu felt that humanity's actions were rather overbearing. The long-standing form of Demagia mother posed no threat to humans, and the cub, upon hatching, merely sought to return to its mother and naturally grow by utilizing the resources of the mountain. It bore no intention of harming humanity, unless one considered the consumption of metallic minerals from the mountains a transgression. Well, I am not here to act as a judge, Xiang Yu mused, shaking his head and no longer entangled in the notions of right and wrong. He had come at Bulai's request to overtly take a side, yet the contents of the cub's memories granted him a sense of justification. He thought to himself that if Demagia mother was willing to return to its former state as a small mountain, he could spare their lives. You and your child remain still, Xiang Yu instructed Demagia mother as he slowly ascended into the air. I will handle the rest. Demagia mother gazed at this unusual human, submitting with a low growl. The instinct of the monster told it that within Xiang Yu's diminutive form lay unimaginable power, and it sensed a superior aura emanating from him, one more refined than that of monsters. It chose to heed this inner feeling. It is him. Taishin in the cockpit of a Sigilong exclaimed in shock as he observed Xiang Yu on the monitoring screen. It is him. Tu Xiaoyou, watching the live broadcast, also recognized the target he had planned to capture. These two monsters posed no tangible threat to humanity, and Xiang Yu decided to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before conflict, deeming it unnecessary to pursue annihilation. Stop this. Bulai's words echoed, causing confusion among the crew in the cockpit of a Sigilong. Ming Hui, the vice captain, could hardly believe it. He understood Bulai's shift in allegiance away from assisting humanity, but he never anticipated that Bulai would turn to aid the monsters. While it was acceptable for comrades to retire, how could one betray their own kind? Not just Ming Hui, but Taishin too felt immense bewilderment and heartache, filled with incomprehension towards Xiang Yu's actions. In an instant, a Sigilong, deprived of pilot commands, fell into a standby mode. I knew the special monster team was unreliable. Tu Xiaoyou scoffed at the static live broadcast, ordering, initiate combat protocols immediately, launch all surface-to-air and air-to-ground missiles. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario and prepared contingencies. Having reverse-engineered several powerful weapon technologies from Galaming, which were not even installed on a Sigilong. On one hand, it was a reflection of his distrust towards their ambivalent stance, while on the other, many large-caliber missiles were too cumbersome for the mobility of a Sigilong. Nevertheless, the current situation provided an excellent opportunity to validate the efficacy of the new weapons. Although he was uncertain why Xiang Yu had not transformed into Bulai, he recognized this as a prime opportunity to capture him while he was overconfident. Once this matter concluded, it would be time for a significant overhaul of the special monster team. Tu Xiaoyou was already plotting the subsequent arrangements. Having reached the limits of his dissatisfaction with the current personnel of the special monster team, Xian, now is not the time for hesitation. Ming Hui, regaining his senses before Xian, realized that their indecision might provoke the ire of their superiors, and hastily urged, immediately designate Xiang Yu as a hostile target and attack with full force. Hold nothing back. Ming Hui silently reminded himself, even if he was once our comrade, Bulai's. However, Ming Hui's reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow. Just as Xian prepared to re-engage Askarin, whoosh, 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 dozens of oversized missiles, far exceeding conventional dimensions, tore through the sky, hurtling towards Xiang Yu. Each missile resembled a small aircraft, its tail spewing scorching flames, carving a striking trajectory across the heavens. They approached with astonishing speed, bearing a devastating force, as if intent on razing the entire area to the ground. Xiang Yu gazed impassively at the oncoming barrage, muttering to himself, "It seems reason has fallen on deaf ears. Clearly, I have been too low-key." Deep within, he harbored a twinge of irritation. After all, he still held the identity of Bulai's. Merely for advising humanity against the indiscriminate extermination of harmless beasts, he was met with such a grand gesture. Judging by the speed and scale of these missiles, this appeared to be a premeditated assault. It seems humanity in this world may have grown excessively confident in its military might. Xiang Yu slowly raised his right hand, as countless energy particles converged in his palm, coalescing into a pulsating orb of energy. If this is the case, I shall make you understand that actions bear consequences. Previously, Xiang Yu held a neutral stance toward the higher-ups of humanity, but upon witnessing their callous treatment of Bulai's, he pondered who had emboldened them. Was it the seemingly formidable Askaran? Or was it his own overly modest demeanor? Or perhaps humanity believes it no longer requires Bulai's and thus feels free to discard him. Yet, one must pay the price for their actions. Your arrogance is utterly trivial before the Saiyans. Chapter 21. Do you need to force me to realize my mistakes? The deafening explosions resonated, as the entire mountainous region was engulfed in a relentless series of mushroom clouds. The searing shockwaves swept in all directions, leveling everything on the surface. Did it succeed? Xiang Yu anxiously watched the video feed, now filled with smoke, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the power of these missiles. Fortunately, the direct target of these missiles was the floating Xiang Yu. Had they struck the ground instead, Xiang Yu would either have to unify the world with the armed forces of the Japan branch of the Defense Force or face a military tribunal. As for whether the residual explosions would affect the residents who had not evacuated in time, responsibility could simply be shifted to the beasts. The Defense Force was merely aiming to eliminate the monsters. They were compelled to employ such high-powered weapons. However, after enduring such an intense barrage of powerful missiles, even if Xiang Yu managed to transform into Bulai's in time, he would likely sustain severe injuries, if not worse. Although it is unclear if the Ultraman world adheres to a smoke without harm principle, Xiang Yu's hopes were destined to be dashed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, what unfolded before everyone's eyes was a Xiang Yu who remained utterly unscathed, not even a speck of dirt marring his attire. Quite interesting indeed. Xiang Yu slowly withdrew the protective shield that had enveloped Dima Jia and the village, a profound smile gracing his lips, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. His admiration for the courage of Japan's higher-ups had transformed into skepticism regarding their intelligence. Were these few missiles truly aimed at him? Or did they intend to eradicate all life in this region? In the small mountain village, cursed be it, did the higher-ups intend to eliminate all survivors? Xianren seethed with rage, his back drenched in cold sweat, torn between relief at surviving and fury toward the higher-ups. He had clearly reported to them via communicator that survivors remained in the area, yet they still resorted to such overwhelming firepower. Had it not been for Xiang Yu's timely deployment of a protective barrier akin to an energy shield, he, the captain of the special monster team, might have met his demise at the hands of his own people. Simultaneously, within the Askaran control room, cough, cough, Xian violently coughed, calling out to the seemingly unconscious Ming Hui, Vice Captain, are you all right? Damn it. How could the higher-ups silently deploy those untested missiles? Xian felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for the remarkable defense of the upgraded Askaran, it was highly likely they would have suffered far worse than mere internal injuries from the shockwave. Noticing the vice captain's lack of response, Xian confirmed his breathing, filled with resentment, and decided to abandon all hope. What a joke. That Xiang Yu, the direct target of the high-powered missiles, emerged unscathed? How could he continue to fight under such circumstances? With this damaged Askaran, rendered less powerful than those giant missiles, what hope did he have? Xian, who had been reluctant to engage Bulai's, now saw the vice captain incapacitated and thought, why not just give up under the command of his superiors? Ugh, I feel awful, my head is spinning. Suddenly, Xian's expression changed, as if suffering from after effects, and he relaxed his body, closing his eyes. Although he knew that due to Captain Xianren's insistence, there were no surveillance devices in the cockpit, he believed in playing the part thoroughly, leaving no incriminating evidence. How could this be happening? Xiang Yu stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to accept the reality. This is bad. Zhen Yilai's expression also shifted as he ceased to berate Xiang Yu, no longer shouting about military tribunals. In light of Xiang Yu's astonishing survival amidst the missile barrage, the lives of Xianren and the villagers seemed inconsequential. Moreover, with such a vast disparity in strength, was there still any necessity to proceed with their contingency plans? Zhen Yilai recalled Xianren's earlier conversation with him, where Xianren speculated that Bulai's had, for some reason, never reached his full potential. Yet now, Xiang Yu, This Bulai's had returned to his prime, and his power was beyond what Earthlings could fathom or confront. People often relish in hindsight, but would Xiang Yu grant Japan's higher-ups the opportunity for reflection? Hey, you lot. Xiang Yu glanced at the Special Operations team, armed with advanced weaponry, yet frozen in fear, and with a sharp click of his tongue, called out to them. Do you wish to live? Their actions were too transparent. Xiang Yu had detected their presence long ago, but had chosen to ignore them, finding them beneath his interest. After witnessing Xiang Yu's despair-inducing defense, the Special Operations personnel even entertained thoughts of desertion, were it not for their military training compelling them to obey orders. They would have had no desire to approach this terrifying being. Everyone fears death, and Special Operations personnel are no exception. Though their superiors asserted that their target was a ruthless extraterrestrial intent on invading Earth, they were supposed to be fearless, even willing to sacrifice themselves. However, some members of the team, closely tied to the Special Monster team, had learned, through undisclosed means, that this extraterrestrial was actually Bulai's, which cast doubt on the higher-ups' true intentions. Coupled with the glaring disparity in strength displayed by Xiang Yu, their resolve to face death wavered. Are you Bulai's? A voice emerged from the silent Special Operations personnel. Sort of, Xiang Yu nodded, but that is of no concern to you. I ask you, do you wish to live? If you wish to survive, then lead the way. Japan branch of the Earth Defense Force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless high-temperature missiles were mercilessly launched, unhesitatingly hurtling toward their airborne target. In the unrelenting torrent of dense barges, interspersed with several bioweapon missiles aimed at living targets. A series of deadly green and purple gases erupted upon impact. The two laser turrets, whose power far exceeded that of colossal missiles, finally detected the target within range and began to charge, unleashing crimson beams of energy that surpassed the might of the Ascalon flames. Amidst the billowing smoke, a translucent blue sphere advanced steadily towards its designated direction. The small fireworks and water guns still being fired were dismissed by Xiang Yu as mere salutes from the higher-ups of the defense team at his arrival. Meanwhile, the Special Forces member accompanying him was already quaking in fear, his pale lips trembling at the overwhelming display before him. Whether soaring through the skies or confronting terrifying missile lasers, the scenes unfolding were far too stimulating for him. Even facing a monster had not instilled such fear and excitement within him. Enough. Ceasefire. Commander Jin Xuanren of the Defense Headquarters sighed as he observed the futile last struggle of Tukio Yu. He had actually been somewhat supportive of Tukio Yu's philosophy and style, which was why he had allowed this desperate attempt with the short-range yet immensely powerful laser cannon. Jin Xuanren had harbored high hopes for it. Although lacking combat data to back it up, repeated tests by the developers indicated that at maximum power, a single laser cannon could even obliterate the moon. Yet, facts speak louder than words. Though they could not comprehend why this blazer possessed such incredible defensive capabilities without transformation, the reality that they could not even breach its defenses rendered their attempts futile. Not to mention the offensive abilities that Xiang Yu had yet to display. Based solely on the destructive power he exhibited after transforming into Blazer, they had already become the prey. The defense team had employed all available means. From conventional kinetic missiles to the latest laser cannons, from armor-piercing rounds to high-temperature incendiary devices, even attempting sonic weapons and mental disruption devices. Each weapon represented the pinnacle of human military technology following the integration of alien technology, with each attack capable of annihilating a small city. However, at the moment of contact with the blue sphere, all these strikes were as ineffective as raindrops against steel, failing to produce even a ripple. Xiang Yu maintained that seemingly fragile shield without adopting any defensive posture, advancing steadily towards the headquarters. This absolute, despair-inducing defense exceeded the comprehension of all military experts present. Impossible. This cannot be real. Upon confirming Xiang Yu's unscathed condition, Tukio Yu muttered in disbelief. He must be holding on. Why had he not launched an attack? This indicated he lacked sufficient strength. Yes, that must be it. Clinging to this thread of hope, Tukio Yu was unwilling to face reality. However, the next moment was exasperatingly loud. With a mere flick of his finger, Xiang Yu conjured a 20-meter-long energy blade that sliced through the military turrets near the headquarters into neat fragments, as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. One salute was sufficient. Any individual with normal vision should have recognized the vast chasm in power between Xiang Yu and the Japanese High Command. Xiang Yu wondered which imbecile had risen to the upper echelons of the defense team, still unable to distinguish between significant threats. Did they really need to wait until he uprooted their armed forces entirely before they would relent? What a bunch of fools. Xiang Yu felt he had been remarkably restrained, even deliberately maintaining a slow altitude to allow the defense team to unleash their firepower without reservation. Yet, the response he received was this nonsensical display. Did they require him to erase this island nation from the map before they would come to their senses? Chapter 22. Okay? No, just 3 seconds. Hurry, faster. We must catch up. Xingli navigated her beloved motorcycle through the congested road, anxiously gazing at the relentless rain of missiles above. The defense team had unexpectedly launched a suicidal assault on Xiang Yu, leaving many drivers caught off guard and struck by falling debris, resulting in numerous chain collisions on the highway. Damn it, what are the higher-ups thinking? Xingli could not help but shout. She was bewildered, as Captain Xianren had previously stated that the chief of staff had decided to cancel the reckless plan against Xiang Yu. What was happening now? Having learned the details from her captain, Xingli could not synchronize with the erratic thoughts of the high command. What confidence did humanity possess to confront a blazer exhibiting such power? Moreover, Xiang Yu had never shown any malice towards humanity. He had even fought alongside them when necessary. What were the higher-ups thinking? Xingli cursed herself for having received this crucial information too late. Otherwise, even if the higher-ups had lost their minds, they would not have embarked on a path that endangered all of humanity. Just days prior, she had finally learned from a Cicada Star inhabitant about Xiang Yu returning to Earth with a Cicada Star elder, prompting her to seek confirmation from the elder. What? Though she had some suspicions, hearing the exaggerated accounts from the Cicada Star elder exceeded her imagination. She could envision Xiang Yu leading the Cicada Star inhabitants to their home planet, annihilating the wicked Cicada Star beings entirely. However, the reality was far more alarming than she had imagined. In her mind, she pictured Xiang Yu using his formidable strength to eradicate the unrepentant evil Cicada Star beings, dismantling their military forces used for invading other planets, thus guiding the remaining Cicada Star inhabitants back to the right path. She believed that since there were a few benevolent Cicada Star individuals on Earth, perhaps there existed some inherently peaceful beings on Cicada Star as well. But you mean to say Xiang Yu obliterated Cicada Star? After finally grasping the true meaning behind the Elder's fireworks metaphor, Xingli was left speechless. Confirming her understanding, it seemed that only Xiang Yu's race would believe that treating a planet as fireworks was common sense. Xingli could not fathom that Xiang Yu's actions were even more brutal, thorough, and showcased an absolute power that rendered any thought of resistance utterly hopeless. In mere seconds, from initiating the attack to completely destroying a planet several times larger than Earth, what terrifying energy was required? As a non-specialized individual, Xingli could not comprehend the specific values, but one thing was clear: Earth's armed forces were absolutely incapable of such feats. And was this truly the extent of Xiang Yu's power? From the descriptions provided by the Cicada Star Elder, she could sense a sense of nonchalance from Xiang Yu, as if he had merely done something trivial, akin to setting off fireworks. Most importantly, the modified motorcycle speedometer had long since surpassed its maximum limit, far exceeding the highest scale on the dial. While ordinary individuals would have quaked in fear at such extreme speed, as one of the Ascalon pilots, Xingli was still able to focus on navigating the motorcycle through the obstacle course while repeatedly recalling her conversations with the Cicada Star inhabitants. Xiang Yu had not even transformed into Blazer. Xingli prayed fervently that the foolish higher-ups would not truly provoke Xiang Yu, all the while regretting that she had not relayed the information from the Cicada Star inhabitants to the higher-ups sooner. However, it seems that Xingli has overlooked a crucial point. If Xiang Yu does not manifest his overwhelming strength in the eyes of the higher-ups, given the obstinate nature of the Japanese leadership, one must question whether they would believe Xingli's intelligence. They are more likely to apprehend the remaining Chanchengren on Earth and accuse Xingli of colluding with extraterrestrial beings. In a flurry, Xingli finally arrived at the main base of the Japan Defense Force. It was all over. Everything was lost. Had she truly arrived too late? As she surveyed the desolate landscape before her, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped her heart. The main base was reduced to countless fragments of military artillery, their sleek edges indicating they had been sliced apart by an extraordinarily sharp attack. Xingli even recognized the long-unused armored tanks of the defense force. From the features of some that had been crushed into massive metallic clumps, she could barely discern their original forms. In front of the main complex, the central square, once the size of a football field, had transformed into an unfathomably deep pit. She could even feel the searing heat emanating from residual energy within. Why mention once? Because, apart from the battered main building, all other auxiliary structures had vanished, leaving only a fine dust of rubble, a divine erasure of the architectural marvels from the canvas of existence. The entire base resembled a site ravaged by a natural disaster, each destruction showcasing a power beyond human comprehension. As she beheld the alloy armor, several meters thick, neatly sliced open and the robust concrete reduced to powder, Xingli felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision. An indescribable despair and helplessness rendered her legs weak, causing her to collapse onto the ground. The overwhelming fatigue coursing through her body made it impossible to rise. Clutching her chest, she felt her heart racing, and even breathing became a struggle. No, this cannot be. After a moment of respite, she shook her head to dispel thoughts of self-pity, her gaze resolute. Even if the outcome was predetermined, she must witness it for herself. Gazing at the still-standing main building, Xingli felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps things had not yet reached the worst possible outcome. Regardless, she had to confront the few high-ranking officials of the defense force whose fates remained uncertain. If these fools were still alive, she would demand answers before Earth faced annihilation. Why provoke Xiang Yu so recklessly? Thud, thud. Xingli pressed her hand against her racing heartbeat, murmuring to herself, "Is this the last remaining one?" Along the way, she encountered many high-ranking guards reduced to unrecognizable forms. Such bloody scenes were no surprise to her. When had a monster attack not resulted in widespread destruction? Even with the most efficient evacuation, some citizens were inevitably left behind, suffering fates worse than those guards. After searching through all the rooms, Xingli found neither the corpses nor the living forms of the high-ranking officials, nor did she catch a glimpse of Xiang Yu. This left her feeling anxious while harboring a faint hope. With a resolute heart, she turned towards the last unsearched door marked headquarters. Gathering her courage, she pushed it open. Two familiar figures appeared before her, Xiang Yu, facing away from her, and the chief of staff seated opposite him, with two others who seemed to be high-ranking officials. At that moment, Xingli felt a slight easing of her tension. Perhaps the worst outcome had not yet arrived. She intended to speak of Xiang Yu's deeds, though her intelligence might no longer be necessary. Suddenly, Xiang Yu made an okay gesture. Is he agreeing? The commander, Minoru Motokawa, believed he had lowered his stance sufficiently to placate the terrifyingly powerful Blaze. Agreeing? Xiang Yu glanced at his gesture, scoffing lightly. Did they truly consider themselves so important? Did they think he was negotiating with them? 3 seconds. Xiang Yu emphasized once more with his hand. In just 3 seconds, I could erase this planet from the cosmic map. These 3 seconds served as both the time required for Xiang Yu to gather and unleash his energy wave to obliterate the planet, and a final ultimatum for the Japanese officials who still clung to a shred of hope. Chapter 23. Unconditional Surrender. Who do you think you are? Xiang Yu was indeed averse to trouble, but having already encountered it once, he was not averse to exerting additional effort to resolve matters thoroughly. Although, in truth, he could not bring himself to annihilate the entire Japanese archipelago, or even the Earth, it was not a matter of whether it would affect S-cell generation. Xiang Yu's principle was simple. Those who provoke him must be dealt with. Just like the soldiers ordered to fire upon him, once they made the choice to attack, they must bear the corresponding consequences. Conversely, Xiang Yu maintained a consistent attitude towards ordinary people, aside from instances where he acted out of convenience. He neither proactively protected civilians nor exterminated monsters for their benefit, nor did he blame innocent citizens for the military's foolish actions. However, having witnessed the obstinacy of the Japanese Defense Force's higher-ups, Xiang Yu deemed it necessary to speak more forcefully to tame them, lest they misinterpret any kindness as a sign of weakness. As the countdown began, Xiang Yu's calm voice struck every present individual like a thunderclap. Boom. Before the second countdown was uttered, a sphere of energy materialized in Xiang Yu's hand, shattering through layers of ceilings and soaring into the distance. Wait, Xingli, though unaware of the prior conversation between Xiang Yu and the higher-ups, did not wish to play any heart-thumping games at this critical juncture of humanity's fate. The moment Xiang Yu called out the first countdown, she could no longer afford to hold back. She desperately sought to intervene. But Xiang Yu was unpredictable. Would he truly wait until the last second to call it off? He appeared to grant the higher-ups a moment to ponder, yet they were genuinely considering their options. Since hesitation lingered in their hearts, he would collect some interest first. With his psychic energy radiating outward, Xiang Yu's mental power spread across the entire Japanese archipelago like a vast net. The energy sphere, under his control, dispersed into multiple finer energy balls, accurately targeting their predetermined objectives. We unconditionally surrender. Initially expecting the commander to speak first, Hayano Retsu hastily stepped forward to declare, "You say what we should do, and we will comply." There was no other option. He could not rely on the lifeless Yu, and the commander, who had attempted to bargain with Xiang Yu moments ago, had fallen silent. Hayano Retsu could not afford to play countdown games with Xiang Yu. With two incompetent allies, he ultimately bore the burden alone. Although he had no idea what consequences Xiang Yu's previous attack would entail, Hayano Retsu dared not gamble any longer. Even if Xiang Yu's claim of 3 seconds to annihilate a star contained exaggeration, based on the power he had displayed, he indeed possessed the capability to gradually obliterate Japan. Thus, whatever demands Xiang Yu might impose, as long as they did not lead to the destruction of Japan or the Earth, he was willing to bear the label of traitor. "Oh," Xiang Yu observed the previously silent Hayano Retsu with unexpected interest. "You seem to grasp the situation well. If you had said this sooner, I would not have needed to ding ding ding." Before Xiang Yu could finish his sentence, the urgent ringing of a phone at the conference table interrupted him. Hayano Retsu glanced anxiously at Xiang Yu, increasingly uneasy, recalling Xiang Yu's earlier actions. "Answer it." Xiang Yu waved dismissively, signaling for him to pick up. He silently mused, "They are quite responsive. This is bad." A panicked voice from the other end of the line, belonging to the head of the sub-base, echoed through, disregarding formalities in addressing his superiors. The person in charge described over the phone a blinding energy projectile that fell like a meteor, unleashing a devastating shockwave upon contact with the ground. The robust military installations were torn asunder as if made of paper, and the soldiers engaged in drills had no time to react before being completely engulfed. Within mere seconds, the entire base was reduced to scorched earth, leaving only a massive crater still emitting steam. Jinyalai, his complexion ashen, had just hung up the phone when it rang again. With an increasingly ominous premonition, he answered once more. This was bad. Minutes later, Xiang Yu silently observed as Jinyalai repeatedly took calls, perspiration beading his brow as he listened to the same grim news from military subbases across the nation. Ordinary civilians were innocent. Xiang Yu wished to spare them. However, military personnel were evidently not included in this exemption. Although Xiang Yu was uncertain whether the troops at those subbases had directly participated in the actions against him, the high-ranking officials in Japan had undeniably declared war against him. Indeed, it was a war of a nation against a single individual. Thus, he could only blame those soldiers who acted on orders for failing to choose a worthy master. After a brief pause, Jinyalai, confirming that there were no new calls, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his chest heaving violently. "You've heard it all, haven't you?" Xiang Yu asserted. While unsure if any had slipped through the cracks, it was evident from his scan that the identified military bases had all been destroyed. Xiang Yu believed that as a reciprocation for the petty fireworks and water guns that the higher-ups had previously sent his way, this gesture would serve to clarify the reality for the few present. "Speak, and we shall endeavor to compensate for your losses." After a prolonged silence, the formerly reticent Tokyo Yu seemed to awaken, recalling his position as a branch chief, and began to express his thoughts. "I believe your awareness seems less acute than that of your earlier counterpart," Xiang Yu remarked without directly answering Tokyo Yu. "Have you grown senile? Did you not hear what your colleague just said? It is you who must unconditionally surrender." Xiang Yu articulated slowly, emphasizing each word. "Do you not comprehend the term unconditional? It is not what you can do. It is what I command." Xiang Yu's calm demeanor was laced with an undeniable sense of coercion. Yes. I have become muddled and failed to express myself clearly," Tokyo Yu replied, his expression stiffening before forcing a smile. "What you say shall be done." "Firstly," Xiang Yu nodded, clearing his throat, "who is responsible for issuing the operational plan against me? Speak." To be candid, after dismantling the majority of Japan's military might, Xiang Yu's anger had significantly subsided. Given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, he viewed the adversary's actions more as a jest than a serious threat. Xiang Yu did not wish to vent his ire on all high-ranking officials. He believed there must be a few who understood the gravity of the situation. Most critically, if a complete upheaval were to ensue, leading to a leaderless defense force, it would hinder the progress of the seemingly advancing Askerlan in battle. When monsters wreak havoc, it would ultimately fall upon him to clean up the mess. Therefore, It would be unwise to engage in such a self-defeating endeavor for the sake of momentary satisfaction. As his fury waned, prioritizing his cultivation, Xiang Yu deliberated and decided on a moderate punishment. The defense force must surrender the instigator while allowing others to escape with their lives. At the very least, Xiang Yu still regarded the personnel of those peculiar task forces favorably, believing it unnecessary to eradicate them all. Yu, with a face full of forced smiles, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Was his greatest fear about to come true? I assure you, as the branch chief of the defense force, I will take responsibility for this, Yu said, suppressing his unease and bracing himself. I will resign in disgrace. He attempted to obfuscate his culpability, aware that after this incident, retaining his position was impossible. Take responsibility? Resign? Xiang Yu inquired, perplexed, as he examined the seemingly senile old man. Have you still not grasped the situation? If you have the audacity to attack me, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. You take responsibility? Xiang Yu scoffed at Yu. What are you to me? I can temporarily overlook the others. But those high-ranking officials who devised and issued the plan against me must perish. This is the prerequisite for our continued dialogue. He surveyed the varied expressions of those present, adding, moreover, do not entertain thoughts of scapegoating or concealing numbers. Trust me, you cannot withstand this cost. A glint of coldness flickered in Xiang Yu's eyes. In the 24th chapter, the tension in the room thickened as the clock ticked ominously. Chief of Staff, I have critical information to report. As the atmosphere threatened to descend into silence, Xing Li, in a sudden burst of urgency, interjected, ready to escalate the situation. What do you all think you are pondering? Can you not see the looming danger above your heads? Have you not noticed that Xiang Yu's demeanor has softened somewhat? Why are you still so unyielding? Quickly surrender the culprit. Xing Li was wholly supportive of removing the foolish malignancy that had provoked Xiang Yu, believing it would benefit humanity to eliminate such an entity. Fearing that Xiang Yu's slight thaw in attitude would be squandered by the higher-ups' indecisiveness, she hastily recounted how Xiang Yu had effortlessly obliterated the Qinxing. To be honest, both Yuan Ren and Jinya Lai were utterly astounded, their faces betraying little reaction upon hearing Xing Li's report. Instead, they exhibited a calm yet disturbed acknowledgement, realizing Xiang Yu was indeed a formidable and unpredictable individual. They had never contemplated standing in solidarity against Yu, nor had they considered shielding him. Jinya Lai had previously warned Yu not to court disaster, yet the latter had disregarded the caution. Now, faced with Xiang Yu's overwhelming might, Yu was deemed unworthy of lament. Both Jinya Lai and Yuan Ren pondered if they themselves could be considered culpable. Concealment was futile. Who knew if a being of such power possessed mind-reading abilities? Your Excellency Xiang Yu, the truth is as follows. Jinya Lai quickly grasped the crux of the matter and, without reservation, laid bare the entire sequence of events, the individuals involved, and their roles. This included his initial proposal of the capture plan against Xiang Yu, as well as his fervent opposition to its execution upon realizing part of Xiang Yu's capabilities. After all, candor might offer a chance of survival, at the very least. It would be a sacrifice of the self rather than facing Xiang Yu's wrath for their deception. The sound of the ticking clock echoed ominously in the quiet room, each passing second resonating like a countdown to demise, striking at the hearts of all present. Sweat trickled down Jinya Lai's forehead, Yuan Ren's fingers unconsciously tapping the table, while Yu's complexion paled further. The air in the room felt as if it had solidified, with every fate hinging on Xiang Yu's forthcoming decision. Xiang Yu raised his gaze, scanning the anxious faces around him, dismissing the trepidation of Jinya Lai and Yuan Ren, his eyes locking onto the shifty Yu. This man, Xiang Yu declared, as though pronouncing a fateful decree, I shall not kill. What? Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Jinya Lai and Yuan Ren were equally astonished. Surely their statements had been clear enough? Did Xiang Yu not realize that Yu was the true instigator? To simply execute him would be too lenient. Xiang Yu took a deep breath and continued, is there not a public execution method for humanity? Publicly reporting his crimes in meticulous detail will allow the entire world to comprehend how close they came to the brink of death due to this individual. It will also serve as a stark reminder to the remaining members of the military to reflect on the senseless deaths of their comrades, which were instigated by him. Xiang Yu, of course, aims not only to take a life, but also to strike at the heart, and he will not easily conclude the life of this troublemaker. Lao Deng. It is essential to recognize that he is the one who has been unjustly attacked from beginning to end. The current narrative portrays him as a tyrant abusing his strength to oppress the weak. He intends to kill, yet he will not shoulder the blame. The debts of those lies will undoubtedly be attributed to Xiang Yu, this old scoundrel. Xiang Yu is indeed the righteous force that liberates the residents of the island nation from this menace. Ignoring Xiang Yu's expression, which is more unsightly than death itself, Xiang Yu turned to Jin Lai and Yuan Chuanren. And as for the two of you, even if you can escape the death penalty, Xiang Yu's calm tone quietly determined the fate of the upper echelons of the Japanese Defense Force. Xing Li never anticipated that her peculiar team would have a part to play in this conclusion. What? Upon receiving the call, Xianren also doubted whether he had misheard, thinking, am I really the head of the division? Although the situation did not ultimately lead to the worst outcome. After hearing the thrilling negotiation process over the phone, Xianren's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Initially believing this was the most sensational news, he was taken aback when the chief of staff's tone at the end of the call, both despondent and relieved, revealed that Xiang Yu had decided to appoint him as the head of the Japanese Defense Force Division. Xianren was utterly bewildered. Just recently, he had been venting his frustrations about the upper management's lack of intelligence. Now he was being told that he was at the helm? What a turn of events. Overwhelmed by this news, Xianren barely registered Jin Lai's subsequent statement that, as the current division chief, he needed to oversee the public execution of Xiang Yu. Jin Lai felt somewhat fortunate. Although, like Yuan Chuanren, he could not escape the sin of living, he would have to resign in shame. However, the newly appointed division chief was one of his trusted subordinates. At the same time, Jin Lai suddenly realized this was an excellent opportunity. Perhaps the matter of V99 could finally come to a conclusion. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined, he thought. While at home, Jin Lai stared at his flip phone, and after a long silence, he dialed a number. The screen quietly displayed the name Songdian Huime. Jin Lai believed he would soon regain his former position. With Xiang Yu out of the picture and Xiang Yu's astonishing power, it was time for his old friend's daughter to be informed of certain matters. Recollecting the moment when he saw Xiang Yu, who had just made a decision and was preparing to walk away, Jin Lai mustered the courage to ask, who will take on the remaining high-ranking positions? Xiang Yu merely replied, whoever you choose as the new division chief is whom it shall be. I do not care. As a former human form of Bu, Xiang Yu was quite confident in Xianren's character and worldview, especially after witnessing Xianren's bravery in saving villagers despite losing the power of Blazer. Although Xiang Yu did not voice it, his views differed from Xianren's. Nonetheless, he had to admit that if the Ultraman from the Land of Light were to choose a human form, Xianren would undoubtedly be a favored candidate. Xiang Yu did not wish to expend energy distinguishing the nature of the other accomplices aside from Xiang Yu. Since he had already decreed their lives be spared, he would not retract his command. As for their actual capabilities and character, he would leave that for Xianren to assess. Whether they wished to be reinstated or to build their own team, Xiang Yu was indifferent. Humanity often forgets the lessons of the past. Yet Xiang Yu believed that before he departed from this world, few would easily forget. Little Bu, I have arranged everything for your predecessor, Xiang Yu declared, holding the Blazer gem. You need not worry about his life anymore. Chapter 25. No wonder. He had a criminal record, all right, uncle. Thank you so much. Huime suppressed her excitement as she spoke to Jin Lai on the other end of the line. Uncle, I think. Huime's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Huime, I know you're eager, Jin Lai interrupted, seemingly anticipating her next words. But do not rush. Jin Lai was well aware of his old friend's daughter's audacious style of doing things and had often found himself cleaning up after her reckless actions. Otherwise, one might think she was an undercover investigator, secretly perusing classified documents without fear of being discovered, were it not for his positional advantage in mediating. Huime's careless and overly confident behavior could have led to severe consequences, ranging from confinement to far worse outcomes. Although Xiang Yu's character was not inherently malevolent, he was by no means a benevolent figure. Jin Lai earnestly cautioned, his power is overwhelming. Every action he takes could affect the fate of all humanity. Do not act rashly. Jin Lai could easily infer Huime's intentions. Even if he were to regain his position, combined with Xianren's new identity, many unresolved mysteries could easily come to light. However, the truth surrounding the V99 incident and the eventual fate of Huime's father hinged upon Xiang Yu's formidable strength. He doubted Huimei could resist engaging with such a powerful force. I understand. I know my limits. Huimei playfully pouted, although her words betrayed her own disbelief. The daughter of Xiang Yu, Blazer, unconsciously murmured various plans in her mind, only to dismiss them rapidly. She could hardly contain her anticipation. 3 days later, in front of the central square of the former headquarters of the Japanese Defense Force, a makeshift platform was hastily erected. The once imposing military base now lay in ruins, with charred walls silently recounting the tale of a one-sided battle. Tens of thousands gathered in the temporary audience area among the debris, comprising Japanese residents with complex expressions, foreign tourists wielding cameras, and foreign dignitaries wearing solemn faces. A swarm of drones buzzed overhead, broadcasting the scene live to audiences around the world. In truth, the Japanese engineering team, forged through frequent monster attacks, possessed the capability to construct a more refined and grand execution platform. And cleaning the military debris would not consume much time. However, the newly appointed head of the Japanese Defense Force Division, Xian Run, did not share this sentiment. There is no need. Dressed smartly in his division chief's uniform, Xian Ren had adapted well to his new role. After listening to the suggestions from his staff, he swiftly dismissed them. This is an execution, not a political speech. Xian Ren sternly corrected the staff's mindset, feeling it imperative to restore the chief of staff to his original position promptly. What caliber of awareness did this group of advisors possess in the absence of leadership? The notorious Xiang Yu, the greatest criminal in human history, did not deserve such treatment. Furthermore, Xian Ren shifted his tone. I intend to maintain this war-torn scene. I want the entire nation and the world's ordinary citizens, as well as political figures, to see that humanity must reflect on whether it has been too arrogant. During these 3 days, having gained some understanding of the V-99 incident, Xian Ren's voice brimmed with profound anger towards Xiang Yu. No wonder he was capable of such deranged acts against Xiang Yu. It turns out he had a criminal record. This old scoundrel truly deserved no mercy. For a fleeting moment, Xian Ren even entertained the thought of employing ancient punitive measures against Xiang Yu in a public execution. However, the realization that his wife and son would witness such a scene gradually quelled that idea. He did not wish for Shao Chun to bear any psychological scars. Xian Ren acknowledged that humanity's martial prowess is formidable, capable of independently vanquishing certain conventional monsters. However, one cannot recklessly charge into the Demon King's castle after defeating a level 10 goblin in the novice village, particularly not when confronting a formidable boss of unknown level. Where's the reasoning? Although the precise intentions of the V-99 spaceship are still under investigation by him and the Chief of Staff, it is evident that prior to the destruction of the enemy vessel, there was no indication of hostile intent from their side. What if they were merely passing by Earth? Furthermore, considering the advanced technologies that can be reverse-engineered from mere wreckage of the V-99 spaceship, one must ponder the immense power of the civilization it represents. Humanity, or rather, Xiang Yu's arrogance, did not even attempt to communicate before issuing orders to obliterate it. Xian Ren holds a cautious respect for extraterrestrial civilizations. He believes that humanity has not yet attained the strength to dominate the cosmos or act recklessly against alien beings. It is not just Xiang Yu who epitomizes the might of cosmic entities. Blazer is also an extraterrestrial life form. While others may be oblivious to the enemy's strength, does Xian Ren remain unaware? Perhaps Blazer might struggle against powerful monsters like the Rainbow Serpent, but with Ultraman's agility, if there were a genuine desire to annihilate human civilization, Askerlin would be utterly impotent to stop it. Thus, Xian Ren is truly perplexed by Xiang Yu's audacious confidence. What is the source of such hubris? Is it solely reliant on the alien technology of the V-99? If the V-99 were to seek retribution against Earth in the future, who would humanity turn to for aid? Xian Ren's wife, observing her husband's furrowed brow, instinctively grasped his hand. Ever since Xian Ren revealed his past as the captain of the Special Monster Team and his current position as the newly appointed head of Japan's defense force, she had been utterly bewildered by the succession of weighty revelations. She had not realized that her husband was capable of achieving such feats behind her back. Initially, she had intended to voice her grievances regarding Xian Ren's concealment of his perilous duties, but the revelation of his new role rendered her speechless, leaving her in a dreamlike daze. Wasn't her husband merely an ordinary worker in the equipment department of the Defense Force? How had he transformed into the captain of an elite combat squad, and now, into one of the most influential figures in all of Japan? Her thoughts drifted to a popular short drama she had recently become captivated by, titled My Incompetent Husband's True Identity. This reflection made her cheeks flush, and she ceased to dwell on Xianren's former dangerous identity. Presently, she felt a sense of relief that her husband would no longer face peril. Yet she also felt a pang of sympathy for the increased busyness that accompanied his new position. "I'm fine. It's just that I'm still adjusting to these responsibilities," Xianren reassured his wife, gently patting her hand for comfort. Glancing at the time, he turned his gaze towards their son and wife, smiled at them, and cast aside his recent worries. Clearing his throat, he announced, "It's about time." Regardless of the circumstances, he no longer had to conceal his identity, nor cause his family distress. After this encounter, humanity would surely reassess its attitude toward life beyond its own species. As for any ensuing risks, there remained Xiang Yu and Blazer. Xianren felt a profound gratitude toward Xiang Yu, who had the power to alter the fates of others, shifting from initial bitterness and complexity to a sense of relief and appreciation. He believed that Xiang Yu was genuinely a good person. He was convinced that Blazer's choice of Xiang Yu stemmed from recognizing the latter's inherent kindness. Thus, he firmly believed that should Earth truly fall into crisis, Xiang Yu would not stand idly by. "Greetings, everyone. I am Xianren," he declared robustly, reciting the speech he had prepared throughout the night. At that moment, the clouds parted to reveal a radiant beam of sunlight that illuminated him as if he were on stage, accentuating his striking figure amidst the desolate ruins. "Daddy is so handsome," little Chun exclaimed, gazing with admiration at Xianren, the sole figure radiating brilliance among the throngs of thousands. He did not fully comprehend the significance of the position of head of the defense force, but he knew that his father was the most remarkable presence in that crowd. "Indeed, Daddy is the most handsome." Xianren's wife affectionately patted little Chun's head, her voice warm with pride for her husband. "Hey, that beam of light was created by you, right?" Hui Mei, dressed in a youthful and vibrant manner, held a cup of milk tea while watching their former captain's inaugural appearance as head. Sipping her tea, she casually inquired, "Oh, was it?" Xiang Yu, who had silently played the role of atmosphere creator, chuckled without confirming or denying her assumption. "By the way, shouldn't you be seated over there?" He redirected the conversation, gesturing towards the seating area designated for the special monster team members. Chapter 26. The Starfish Appeared. The starfish died. "Oh well, let us just watch closely. The show is about to begin." In response to Hui Mei's feigned ignorance, Xiang Yu remained unfazed, eagerly anticipating the impending judgment segment. He preferred a more righteous approach over sheer violence. This inclination might be deeply rooted in the ethos of Chinese culture. Let us discuss this rationally. You should take it seriously. If a consensus could be reached, the decorum cultivated in a land of propriety could still maintain some semblance of dignity. However, if someone mistakenly interpreted this restraint as weakness and attempted to provoke chaos or moral coercion, then Xiang Yu would no longer be the humble gentleman. Whatever the issue, let it be resolved with the fists of a Saiyan. I hereby declare that Tokyo Yu has committed the following offenses. First, he abused his authority by unilaterally attacking a friendly extraterrestrial life form, severely jeopardizing Earth's safety. Second, he employed weapons of mass destruction for personal gain, resulting in numerous innocent military and civilian casualties. Third, after meticulously enumerating Tokyo Yu's crimes, Xianren solemnly pronounced the final verdict. He is hereby sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. To be honest, after reviewing the detailed list of crimes, Xianren was uncertain who had compiled such an extensive record. Aside from a few indisputable facts, who was responsible for including Tokyo Yu's peeping into women's baths and evading payment for a bubble bath? They were not merely executing a deranged criminal. They were judging a war criminal of heinous proportions. Given that this was being broadcast live to the entire world, Xianren, unsure of the truth behind such allegations, chose to omit 7 or 8 charges of pure aberration. Japan should maintain some semblance of dignity. After all, you fools. Tokyo Yu writhed madly, the chains binding his limbs rattling as he struggled. From his initial desolation to the hysteria following the verdict, his bloodshot eyes bulged in disbelief as he absorbed the contents of the judgment. He could accept the fate of a conqueror or a vanquished, but he could not accept such an absurd and ludicrous demise, one that was destined to be etched in the annals of disgrace. I refuse to accept this. I acted for the future of Earth. Tokyo Yu's emotions spiraled out of control as he convulsed violently, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of his mouth. You spineless cowards who kneel before dangerous extraterrestrial beings will regret this day. Xianren observed Xiang's frenzied demeanor and shook his head. Such a grotesque display rendered his final impassioned speech utterly unconvincing. Why must it be this way? Isn't it better to maintain some dignity? Xianren sighed inwardly, waving his hand to issue the order for immediate execution. Given Xiang's current state, it was unlikely he would willingly take his own life. The only course left was to carry out the execution in a manner that would bring shame upon his descendants. Little Chun, you shouldn't watch the next part. Xianren's wife quickly covered their son's eyes. Xiang Yu found the manner of Xiaoyu's demise rather too gentle. However, the individual was already deceased, and further indignities would serve little purpose. Speak, what brings you to me? With Xiaoyu's death, Xiang Yu felt no interest in the ensuing processes and turned his gaze toward the hesitant Hui Mei. Faced with Hui Mei's almost explicit expression, Xiang Yu could no longer feign ignorance and directly inquired. Though his interactions with the special monster team were limited, he was willing to extend some patience for her intentions. Given his regard for Xianren, suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, hurtling rapidly toward Japan. The meteor ultimately struck a city over 100 kilometers from the execution site, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity and rapidly expanded outward. This is bad. Especially at this moment. Xianren's complexion changed dramatically. He could never have anticipated that during a public execution, at a time of maximum personnel concentration, they would be beset by an extraterrestrial beast. Tai Xian, prepare for immediate action. Hui Ming, having just been promoted to captain, decisively commanded. Regardless of whether it was a monster attack, they must pilot the Askerland to investigate. We can discuss matters later. Through his senses, Xiang Yu confirmed that the biological energy within the meteor undoubtedly belonged to a monster. He prepared to head to the creature's location. Since he was already there, he might as well eliminate it. After all, he had emerged from his previous existence, and it would serve as a light warm-up. Should the creature be able to withstand his preliminary exercises? Wait, Xiang Yu. Hui Mei, unwilling to let such a rare opportunity slip away, instinctively lunged forward to grasp Xiang Yu. Alas, she lunged at empty air and nearly stumbled to the ground. It was only upon noticing the shattered ground beneath her feet that she realized Xiang Yu had merely left behind an afterimage due to his remarkable speed. Damn this monster. It's infuriating. Hui Mei pouted in frustration. Naturally, she dared not voice complaints against Xiang Yu and could only vent her ire upon the unseen beast. However, she did not anticipate that Xiang Yu's promise to speak later was genuine. Just as she was massaging her ankle, which had nearly twisted, and preparing to drive to the scene with Xing Li, Xiang Yu's figure suddenly appeared before her. All right, continue. Wow. Hui Mei was startled by Xiang Yu's unexpected appearance and instinctively stepped back, only to inadvertently step on a loose stone, resulting in a painful twist of her right ankle. Xiang Yu looked at her with a hint of exasperation, scratching his head as he remarked, "This shouldn't be my concern, right?" Returning 30 seconds prior, Xiang Yu, having swiftly arrived at the battlefield, objectively assessed the monstrous creature, which resembled a starfish. What is that on its chest? He immediately noticed the oddly familiar organ on the creature's chest. Could it be a relative of that foolish bird? Xiang Yu's expression hardened as he recalled the unfortunate encounter with Beimonston due to his lack of understanding of its characteristics. Observing that this starfish monster possessed a similar organ, he dismissed any intent to use his chi wave. Such mechanisms relied solely on the ability to counter chi waves. Its inherently frail body held no combat value, and Xiang Yu did not wish to waste time. He was no longer without his cutting techniques. With a swift motion, 7 azure wind blades, each 30 meters long, coalesced and severed all 5 of the creature's protrusions, simultaneously cleaving its torso into 4 pieces. Unfinished with his work, Xiang Yu continued to reduce the lifeless starfish monster into smaller, minced fragments. Even if you are a starfish, I refuse to believe you can regenerate from this. Xiang Yu gazed with satisfaction at his handiwork, internally commending himself. Of course, he was not merely pleased with his culinary skills. He felt himself drawing closer to the essence of the formidable beings, inspired by the future warrior wielding the sword of heroes. He whimsically began to perform elaborate, yet meaningless gestures before merging his thumbs and index fingers together and extending them forward. Boom! A vast and searing flame erupted from his palm, thoroughly neutralizing the remains of the starfish. All right, all done. Xiang Yu dusted off non-existent debris from his hands and murmured before his figure abruptly vanished. Huh, where did the monster go? The Askerlan, finally arriving at the battlefield 2 minutes later, was filled with confusion. Chapter 27. Hui Mei, do not weep over the wrong grave. Xiang Yu quietly repeated the keywords unknown intentions of extraterrestrial civilization, wormhole technology. He harbored an instinctual premonition. This wormhole could not only unravel the mystery of Hui Mei's father, Song Bianshu's disappearance, but it might also be intricately linked to his own crossing into this world. Xiang Yu was no stranger to parallel universe theories. The current Earth, devoid of any references to Leo, Seven, or other Ultraman brothers, underscored this reality. Perhaps this universe lacked the Land of Light, even if it existed. Were those Ultramen the same few he recognized? Xiang Yu yearned to return to the familiar Leo world, and wormholes, akin to the spatial turbulence through which he had traversed, shared similar principles. It was possible that this V99 civilization possessed controllable interdimensional travel technology, which would certainly be preferable to his aimless tearing through space. Thus, when Hui Mei proposed collaboration, Xiang Yu readily agreed. Once she uncovered the clues left by her father, he would assist in locating Song Bianshu. This offered a glimmer of hope for his return, and Xiang Yu was willing to take a chance. Nevertheless, he understood that his daily training could not be neglected. In the following month, Xiang Yu's life was both monotonous and fulfilling. He had lost track of his precise combat capabilities, but he could confidently assert that he had become quite formidable, although he had yet to succeed in gathering chi to transform into a Super Saiyan. He believed that he was merely a moment of emotional eruption away from a breakthrough. Xiang Yu did not expect that this Earth, devoid of ties or entanglements, would provide the emotional turmoil necessary for transformation. Certainly, he would not sacrifice Leo to achieve a Super Saiyan breakthrough. The transformation methods of the Sixth Universe were undoubtedly viable. As long as his baseline power was sufficiently strong, he could forcibly break through using skill alone. Xiang Yu merely needed to continue his training, and the gates to Super Saiyan would eventually open for him. During this period, the fully upgraded Askerlan had also performed admirably, eliminating several Earth monsters without requiring Xiang Yu's intervention. Based on these verifiable achievements, having experienced the exceptional Mac team, Xiang Yu held a favorable view of the special monster team. Children capable of self-sufficiency were indeed commendable. Caw, caw, hungry again? Xiang Yu bent down to ruffle the feathers of his new pet, Xiao Hong, which stood at half his height. Oh no, strictly speaking, it was the pet of his pet. He had encountered Xiao Hong while visiting the dilapidated laboratory that had led to Song Bianshu's disappearance, restarting a device that unexpectedly summoned a bird-headed creature. Initially, Xiang Yu had hoped this device might open a wormhole to return him to the Leo world, but instead, a fiery bird had emerged. Xiang Yu considered her a bird. Although she was a flame bird, she insisted on being called a dragon. Did she have any connection to dragons? He felt the original name was neither fitting nor easy to pronounce, so he named her Xiao Hong, inspired by her vibrant red feathers. Xiao Hong had sensed her master's essence through the wormhole and sought out her owner, Blaze, only to discover that her master had a master of his own. Initially, Xiao Hong was resentful of Xiang Yu, believing her previous master, Blaze, had been forced to yield because he could not contend with Xiang Yu. However, she is undoubtedly far superior to Blaze and would not easily yield. In the previous moment, Xiao Hong thought this way, and after a melodious cry, she charged straight towards Xiang Yu with all her might. Yet, in the next instant, bang! Xiao Hong felt the world spinning around her, and in her vision, countless miniature versions of herself seemed to circle and cry out above her. When she regained her senses, her gaze had transformed into one of utter clarity, with her wings raised in a gesture of surrender. After all, a pet cannot overpower its owner, and there is no shame in that. From that moment on, Xiang Yu acquired another pet, and after Xiao Hong fortuitously tasted the flames transformed by Xiang Yu's energy, she adopted a thoroughly submissive demeanor. Under Xiang Yu's occasional feeding over the past few days, Xiao Hong's diminutive orange-red feathers became even more vibrantly crimson, and she transitioned from a combat-oriented creature to a charming, food-loving pet. After all, Xiang Yu had no need for her combat prowess. At that time, Xiaobu suggested that they could transform Xiao Hong's inherent power into a luminous stone, thus merging and harnessing her abilities. However, Xiang Yu dismissed this notion with disdain, chiding, "You are a university student in the village, yet you seem to have forgotten something. Not to mention that Xiao Hong's feeble power is akin to a useless trinket for me. Do I really need to engage in that elaborate game of using a luminous stone to wield your powers? Xiang Yu had already comprehended the principle behind the Bulai's luminous stones during his journey to Changxing. The essence lies in Bulai's ability to extract various powers from their origins, assimilate them into themselves, and convert them into luminous stones for human use. However, this is predicated on the condition that the human form, like Xian Ruan, lacks the capability to wield Bulai's powers, necessitating the use of such props to access additional skills. Who is Xiang Yu? If he desires to learn Bulai's skills, he can simply memorize and reference them without the need for convoluted transformations. It seems that he has been misled by watching too many children's animations. The once exemplary student has now fallen into folly. Nevertheless, speaking of which, Hui Mei should be reaching out to me soon, right? Several days have passed since Hui Mei discovered the secret hidden within the pendant after Xiaohong's breakthrough through the wormhole, and logically, she should have found what she was looking for by now. Ding ding. Just as I thought, Xiang Yu's phone, which he had placed aside, suddenly rang, displaying the name of his first and only contact, Song Bian Hui Mei. It was no surprise. This phone had been forcibly given to him by Hui Mei. Perhaps after several encounters, Hui Mei had discerned Xiang Yu's nature of non-aggression, and while avoiding his boundaries, she had become increasingly audacious. She even used the excuse of treating him to a meal to lure him out, only to reveal her true intentions after he had eaten his fill, buying him a phone and forcefully adding her contact information. As for why Hui Mei wanted to thank Xiang Yu, it harkens back to the time she encountered Xiaohong and witnessed her father's soul dissipate completely, leaving her in tears and despondency. After all, Xiang Yu was still counting on her to uncover some clues regarding V99, and seeing Hui Mei in such a state, he couldn't help but interject, "Hey, don't cry over the wrong grave. That is not your father's soul." Chapter 28. Soul and Obsession. It is not your father. From Xiang Yu's perspective, he observed Hui Mei deeply interacting with a mass of nothingness, which was certainly not the essence of her father's soul. Xiang Yu's energy clearly sensed the nature of this entity, and he immediately dismissed the possibility of it being a human soul. Whether or not souls in the afterlife exist in the Ultraman world remains uncertain, but as a participant in soul-crossing experiences, Xiang Yu had his own judgment regarding soul forms. Even if ordinary souls lack life energy as another form of existence, they should at least possess independent spiritual fluctuations. Essentially, souls should have self-awareness. However, Xiang Yu could see clearly that Hui Mei's father exhibited no autonomous consciousness. All actions were mere reactions influenced by the spiritual fluctuations emitted unconsciously by Hui Mei. Xiang Yu speculated that this plasma energy entity was less a manifestation of Hui Mei's father and more a combination of her intense spiritual fluctuations with the energy released during the wormhole's activation, forming an obsession that materialized only in her perception. Sigh. Xiang Yu's words startled Hui Mei, who was lost in sorrow. Are you saying? Indeed, I should have understood. Before Xiang Yu could respond, the inherently brilliant Hui Mei quickly recognized the anomalies in her previous interactions with her father. Rather than her father manifesting, it was her longing for him that had shaped this encounter, as his words and actions aligned perfectly with her subconscious expectations. Thus, while she could not definitively assert that her father was still alive, eliminating this illusion granted her father a glimmer of hope. This rekindled Hui Mei's determination, which had initially waned. This is more like it. Xiang Yu nodded in approval at Hui Mei, whose eyes sparkled once more. After all, he did not wish to expend effort seeking clues regarding V99. Such intellectual endeavors should be left to Hui Mei, whose mind was well equipped for the task. How could they abandon the pursuit midway? Returning to the present, Hui Mei exclaimed over the phone, "I have found my father's notes." Her emotions were complex as she narrated the encounter between V99 and Earth, revealing that the origins of it all were related to the enigmatic Tokyo Yu, who had been treated similarly to Louis XVI. According to her father's notes, it turned out that V99 spacecraft did not carry any offensive weapons and was indiscriminately destroyed by Tokyo Yu. Through various connections, she learned that a monster named Jyabaton, which had previously come to Earth, and the starfish monster named Gabeluga, which had been swiftly defeated by Xiang Yu, were actually distinct from other extraterrestrial creatures, both arriving on Earth along the same flight trajectory. Thus, Hui Mei speculated that these two waves of monster attacks were likely orchestrated by V99, seeking revenge on Earth. That wretched Tokyo Yu, Hui Mei exclaimed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with resentment reaching Xiang Yu's ears. How ironic. As she once thought Tokyo Yu's death had turned the page on the matter, even entertaining the idea that perhaps he had acted for humanity, but in an overly extreme manner. In hindsight, she felt that Tokyo Yu's demise was far too easy. He ought to have endured every conceivable torture on Earth. In any case, my friend in the field of astronomy is still analyzing the patterns of the monsters dispatched by V-99. After calming her emotions, Hui Mei continued. He is attempting to reverse engineer the location of V-99 through the invasion trajectories. He excels in celestial mechanics and cosmic navigation. Perhaps he can decipher the coordinates from the monster's jump paths. I actually have something I need your assistance with, Hui Mei stated, revealing the true purpose of her call. In a cafe, in a secluded corner, two men and a woman sat across from each other, the atmosphere starkly contrasting with the light-heartedness of a casual gathering. The air felt thick, the outside clamor seemingly shielded by an invisible barrier, leaving only a suffocating silence. Hello, your coffees have arrived. At that moment, the appearance of the shopkeeper, an elderly woman, shattered the increasingly oppressive ambience. After placing 3 cups of coffee before them, her kind voice chimed, "This dessert is complimentary. Thank you for your continued patronage." The shopkeeper smiled at the slightly disheveled middle-aged man across from Xiang Yu, who bore a square face and unkempt beard, giving him a rather austere first impression. I say, he can't possibly be a homosexual, can he? Hui Mei, unable to tolerate the man's unwavering gaze upon Xiang Yu, quietly leaned over to inquire, "Did you specifically summon me just to see him?" Xiang Yu's tone revealed a hint of displeasure. "You better have something of significance to discuss. Otherwise, he is indeed quite occupied." Were it not for Hui Mei mentioning that their peculiar team encountered a particularly troublesome situation, and that the individual before them possessed some intelligence Hui Mei required, he would not have wasted his time coming for coffee. Is it because of his usual amiability towards Hui Mei that she believes she can summon him at will? Xiang Yu could discern that the individual across from him was an extraterrestrial, yet judging by his bizarre appearance, Xiang Yu doubted he could provide any valuable information. "Please, my lord, do not take offense. Allow me to introduce myself." Just as Xiang Yu prepared to enlighten Hui Mei, the middle-aged man with a buzz cut realized his previous rudeness and spoke. "I am known as Xiang Yu, a cosmic warrior." The title of warrior was one he had taken upon himself after becoming enamored with ancient Japanese culture. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier discourtesy, but your strength is as deep as the ocean." And in that moment, Xiang Yu honestly revealed the reason he had been observing Xiang Yu. Initially sensing the residual power of Blazer, he sought out Xian Rin first. However, upon learning from him that Blazer's power had changed hands, he then turned to Hui Mei to locate Xiang Yu. Yet, he could not fathom whether the giant previously associated with Blazer truly possessed such formidable strength. This far exceeded Xiang Yu's expectations, and he could not even ascertain if the power he sensed was the entirety of Xiang Yu's capabilities. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for him. "My lord, please do not rush. Allow me to elaborate on the concepts of the undead and obsessions." Xiang Yu automatically bypassed Xiang Yu's past tales and current mission, instead ruminating on these 2 terms. He now comprehended Hui Mei's insistence on attending the meeting. She wished to engage with this cosmic being who dealt with souls to ascertain whether her father was truly an energy manifestation of obsession or the genuine soul of her father. From the fragments relayed by Xian Rin, Hui Mei, who had previously been steadfast in believing her father was not the true entity, found her heart unexpectedly unsettled. She had to meet Xiang Yu in person. "I have already guided 107 obsessions to the afterlife, yet the final one," Xiang Yu stated, "producing a crystal ornament with an expression of guilt, is far stronger than the others due to my oversight. I fear I cannot manage this alone. I beseech you for your assistance." Chapter 29. Are you going to leave me hanging? Did you make me disappear? Can you sense where that last one is? Xiang Yu inquired. If he did not have to waste time waiting for the monster to appear, he would not mind resolving this matter swiftly. He was also intrigued by the soul system of the Ultraman world. From Xiang Yu's tone, it seemed that souls, spirits, and obsessions were interconnected, yet not synonymous concepts. Ultimately, his previous assumptions regarding Hui Mei's father's form were merely speculation. If Xiang Yu could confirm them, it would provide his diligent employee with peace of mind to work diligently. "Indeed, I can sense the location of the entity." Upon hearing Xiang Yu's affirmative response, Xiang Yu was overjoyed and immediately performed a peculiar ceremonial gesture. "I am immensely grateful for your willingness to lend your aid, Xiang Yu. feeling a sense of frustration at the absurdity of Earth's culture. Mused about how these extraterrestrials had been brainwashed. The cosmic warrior enamored with ancient Japanese culture. The music-obsessed Chongqing who willingly became a human trader. And the teacher from the palatial planet who was utterly captivated by Huaxia culture. Was it possible that despite their advanced extraterrestrial technology, they were all culturally desolate? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled the mighty god of destruction from the seventh universe, the unparalleled Lord Beerus, who had bowed down before a mere bowl of instant noodles from Earth. Well, that is quite normal. They are simply rustic folk from the universe. Then lead the way, Xiang Yu stated straightforwardly. Once we are finished, we can converse properly. Rumbling. Through the slightly shaking cafe, Xiang Yu gazed into the distance and calmly remarked, "It seems we need not search any further." Sensing an energy aura that was both familiar and different from afar in the city, Xiang Yu confirmed that the last entity Zhangji Lu mentioned was the vengeful rainbow serpent. Niji Kajiki, let me meet this old acquaintance, Xiang Yu murmured to himself, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Having gained much insight into Earth's local myths and legends from the Taiping Fengtuji that Mizuho showed him, Xiang Yu was curious about the current state of the rainbow serpent, a natural spirit that, in theory, should not possess a soul. My lord, wait for me. Zhangji Lu, seeing Xiang Yu take the lead, feared that he might suffer due to a lack of understanding regarding the power of spirits. He hurriedly donned protective goggles and swiftly leaped into the air to follow. Hey, you two. Hui Mei, left behind and still processing what had just happened, watched as the two men departed without any intention of including her. Old lady the bill. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and tossed a wad of cash onto the counter before hurriedly chasing after them. Hey, customer, you gave too much. Indeed, it is the same creature. It seems slightly stronger than before. High above, Xiang Yu surveyed the expanse of urban ruins below, observing the rainbow serpent, unchanged from its former self, and felt a surge of interest. The rainbow energy within it, representing natural will, appeared less pure than before, now mixed with an unfamiliar energy. Finally caught up, a shadow swept past Xiang Yu, and the colossal Zhangji Lu had arrived beside him. Thankfully, my lord has yet to transform. This monster not only possesses a physical form, but is also far more powerful than the others. I admire your caution in handling matters. Zhangji Lu gazed at Xiang Yu, who had not transformed into Blazer, and genuinely admired his composed demeanor. Huh, what are you babbling about? Xiang Yu glanced at the enormous Zhangji Lu and remarked, you seem to have misunderstood something. Even if this rainbow serpent is 10 times stronger than before, I certainly do not need to transform to deal with it. Whoosh. A brilliant light erupted from Xiang Yu's palm, intertwining and rapidly extending to form a shape. Two swirling energies, crimson and deep blue, spiraled together, ultimately coalescing into a dual-colored, radiant energy sword. The blade thrummed with immense energy fluctuations, and its sharpness made even Zhangji Lu feel a prickling sensation on his skin. Having fully integrated the essence of Blazer's light, Xiang Yu discovered that Blazer's energy possessed remarkable malleability. Additionally, Xiaobu, having noted his previous casual mention of wanting to wield a sword, cleverly adjusted the long spear he typically wielded and, through memory transmission, enabled Xiang Yu to craft this 15-meter-long, adaptable Blazer energy sword. I see you also wield a sword. How about we lower our power for a friendly spar after this? Xiang Yu proposed, eyeing the massive blade extending from Zhangji Lu's arm. It was a rare opportunity to meet someone skilled in swordsmanship, regardless of the opponent's strength. Learning a few additional techniques would be beneficial for future displays. A sword is an adornment, a gentleman's weapon. Xiang Yu merely felt that using a sword suited his image better, having nothing to do with grand aspirations. Before Zhangji Lu could respond, Xiang Yu seized the 60-meter-long energy sword and, employing a haphazard technique reminiscent of a novice, swiftly disassembled the rainbow serpent into pieces. The stark contrast of Xiang Yu, a humanoid figure wielding a colossal energy sword, effortlessly dispatching a powerful monster that Zhangji Lu could not contend with, left him profoundly astonished. For a moment, he was too stunned to critique Xiang Yu's chaotic swinging technique. Was this truly swordsmanship? Hey, don't just stand there in shock. Before Zhangji Lu could recover from his astonishment, he witnessed Xiang Yu unleash several waves of light in his direction. Your Excellency, the powerful strike from Zhangji Lu reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves and explosive sounds from all directions, forcing him back several hundred meters before he finally regained his composure to inquire. I remarked, How can you afford to be distracted during a battle, even when facing a Saiyan? Xiang Yu expressed his astonishment at encountering a Saiyan who still indulges in frivolity. The arrogance of the Saiyan stems from his belief in his superiority over his adversaries. What, then, justifies Zhang Lu's audacity? Fortunately, he had always approached challenges with the assumption that monsters could regenerate, ensuring that no trace of them remained, not even a fragment the size of a fingernail. Although Xiang Yu felt that the regeneration of the Hong Shishun was somewhat peculiar, he ultimately succeeded in purifying it once more with his infused rainbow energy. So, what exactly is this so-called lingering spirit and resentment? Is my father a lingering spirit? In the cafe, Hui Mei, filled with resentment, was the first to speak. She had hurriedly driven to catch up with Xiang Yu, only to be called back, as he had already dealt with the monster. Did that mean her presence was unnecessary? Could she not have simply waited in the cafe for a while? Zhang Lu did not directly answer Hui Mei's question. Instead, he lifted his coffee cup and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, I never expected to savor such a rich aftertaste at the end of my journey. I have no regrets. After saying this, Hui Mei could vaguely discern Zhang Lu's true form emerging, his silhouette becoming increasingly ethereal. It was only now that Zhang Lu realized the misunderstanding he had harbored all along. That last lingering sentiment, or rather the first, is actually me. Miss, to ascertain your father's condition, I must personally visit the realm of obsessions, Zhang Lu stated, producing the earlier crystal ornament, which was now pulsating with a green glow. I apologize, but it seems I can no longer provide you with answers. However, with this item, it can be confirmed that Zhang Lu's final words remain unspoken. His form had become so translucent that his voice began to fade. Before he could finish, he vanished. Xiang Yu gazed at the glowing crystal, speaking in a calm tone. This is quite impolite, is it not? Let us not forget our previous agreement to spar. Are you trying to leave me hanging? Come back. Chapter 30, Little Boo. This is why one should not indulge others. Before his words could fully dissipate, Xiang Yu raised his hand, unleashing a stream of pure energy toward the crystal. In an instant, the crystal, which had been flickering with a ghostly green light, erupted into a brilliant white radiance upon contact with this pure energy. As the flickering ceased, Zhang Lu was astonished to find his previously dissipating form solidifying at a visible rate. Even the vague feeling of insubstantiality vanished. This miraculous intervention left Zhang Lu speechless. As he examined his reformed, solid hands, feeling the surge of energy within him. It seems you are not as regretful as you claimed, Xiang Yu remarked. His suspicions about Zhang Lu's current state solidifying as he raised an eyebrow. Although energy could be described as a panacea, even serving as pure life energy to sustain living beings, this was predicated on the notion that souls or resentments could also be classified as living entities. Xiang Yu had previously struggled to ascertain whether resentments counted as life forms. He merely inferred that Zhang Lu's ability to maintain a corporeal form and the notable energy within him suggested that such unique entities might indeed belong in the realm of life. The crystal before him clearly bore a vital connection to Zhang Lu's sustained existence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu decided to replenish its energy. Witnessing the emotional transition on Zhang Lu's face from shock to exhilaration, Xiang Yu clearly felt the longing for life emanating from him. This was not to imply that Zhang Lu was fearful of death. After all, having discovered new passions and meanings in life on Earth, who would willingly choose to fade away? Moreover, the obsession that had long weighed on him had finally dissipated, allowing him to fully embrace the beauty of Earth's diverse cultures and savor the rich aroma of various coffees. This was indeed a splendid occurrence. Your grace in reviving me is something I cannot thank you enough for. As Zhang Lu prepared to bow deeply in gratitude, Xiang Yu graciously accepted, waving his hand. He spoke casually, yet with an undertone of seriousness. Let me be clear, your essence is ultimately a manifestation of obsession. If you refrain from exhausting too much energy, it should not pose a problem. However, should your consumption exceed reasonable limits, I will not grant you a second replenishment. Of course, the energy expended during our sparring does not count. The remainder will be considered your fee for the explanation and travel. Xiang Yu, known for his generosity, decided to reward Zhang Lu handsomely, as his favorable impression of him warranted it. If used judiciously, the abundant energy contained in the crystal should sustain Zhang Lu for at least a normal lifespan of an earthling. During their subsequent conversation, Xiang Yu learned from Zhang Lu that souls and resentments, while perhaps similar in their energetic composition, were fundamentally distinct, The critical core of consciousness was absent in resentments. Although Xiang Yu had long referred to himself as a resentment, this was merely due to his lingering regret over his defeat by a certain swordmaster, combined with his persistent expenditure of energy to eradicate other resentments, leading to the depletion of his soul. It was only after fully releasing this bitterness that Xiang Yu realized his true nature as a soul entity. This revelation was greatly aided by the special crystal, which allowed his consciousness to coalesce and persist within it during his final moments. The crystal itself also contained sufficient energy for him to squander over a period. In contrast, resentments, even when manifesting in a form identical to their original selves, were merely errant energies extracted from the objects or areas most closely associated with their origins at the time of death. Thus, the Hong Shishun, as a natural will materialized, harbored profound resentment toward humanity for its destruction of nature, enabling it to easily achieve corporeality through the stimulation of the crystal's energy. After all, even without the crystal's power, the Hong Shishun could resurrect through Earth's natural energies. It was merely a matter of time or whether humanity's destruction of nature had reached a critical threshold. At this point, Hui Mei felt somewhat reassured, but to be cautious. She requested Xiang Yu accompany her to the abandoned laboratory for one final confirmation. Xiang Yu, lacking any reason to decline, readily agreed. "I have gathered sufficient information and shall not accompany you further," Xiang Yu stated as he rose. "Hui Mei, please contact me with any new intelligence regarding V99. Xiang Yu intended to conclude his workday and return home. As per his usual practice, he preferred to remain in the training room to enhance his abilities unless an employee had new project developments. While he could afford to pause his combat training momentarily, he resolved to begin practicing healing magic upon his return to the gravity chamber. In terms of combat prowess, Xiang Yu was determined to persevere. Although he decided to incorporate some variety into his training, for the enemies in this world were exceedingly weak. Most could not even match 1% of his strength. Moreover, he possessed the unique ability to amplify his power in tandem with Blazer, in the absence of an emotional catalyst for explosive growth. Attempting to force a breakthrough to Super Saiyan through sheer foundational strength would be a formidable challenge in the short term. Given the circumstances, the significance of healing magic becomes evident. Even if he were to encounter an adversary that he could not defeat after transforming into Bules, he firmly believes that, despite sustaining severe injuries, he could trigger the Saiyan passive ability and, with his current foundational battle power, achieve a breakthrough to the Super Saiyan level upon recovery from his next injury. Time swiftly passes, and unknowingly, through day-to-day training, Xiang Yu has spent a full 5 months in this world, marking the longest period of uninterrupted practice since his arrival in the Ultraman realm. Thanks to the absence of the influence of the old guard, to Xiao Yu, and the significant reshuffling within the higher-ups, the overall combat capability of the defense force has markedly improved, with a more efficient command system and clearer operational strategies. Particularly, the elite squad known as the Special Monsters Team, under the support of Xianren, the former captain and now the current department head, has flourished remarkably. The allocation of various resources has enabled the constantly upgraded Askerland to be outfitted with the most advanced AI operating system, capable of autonomously analyzing battlefield conditions and predicting enemy attacks to a certain extent. Its attack system has also undergone a significant upgrade, incorporating multi-tube missile launchers and high-energy particle cannons, achieving a perfect blend of long-range and close-range firepower. It can be said that, unlike the previous higher-ups who often kept their advancements hidden, the current Askerland is genuinely armed to the teeth, exhibiting comprehensive enhancements, with every mechanical component reflecting the pinnacle of human technology. However, the tranquility of these 5 months was not solely attributed to Askerland. A significant factor stemmed from Hui Mei's investigation into V99. Hui Mei communicated her findings to Xiang Yu via text message. While investigating the invasion trajectory of V99, one of Hui Mei's friends unexpectedly discovered a startling fact. The Earth monster, Taganula, likely existed to protect the planet. During its battle against Bules, Shinran's version, the energy beam it fired into the sky was actually aimed at the approaching starfish monster, Gabeluga, threatening Earth. This groundbreaking revelation prompted the Japanese Defense Force, led by Xianren, to reassess their stance towards Earth monsters. They began to gradually explore communication and cooperation with these creatures, attempting to turn foes into allies. Although Xiang Yu perceived a degree of arrogance in the Earth's inhabitants' terminology regarding these monsters, recognizing that they had often caused harm to their own allies, at least. With the backing of greater authority, the Defense Force no longer approached Earth monsters with the intent to engage in battle at first sight. Instead, a more rational approach emerged, to observe and probe the true intentions of the monsters, only sending an Askerland to resolve the situation if confirmed malicious intent and indiscriminate destruction were present. This state of half-observation and half-alertness persisted until swarms of Gabeluga larvae appeared in the city, and the beetle monster Taganula, alongside the moonlight monster Deltandalu, executed a decisive strike, completely obliterating them. Upon witnessing the impressive display of the 300-meter-long Deltandalu, the Defense Force realized the foolishness of their previous actions. This was not merely about harming allies. It was akin to dancing on the graves of potential allies. It was their instinct as Earth monsters to prioritize threats, such as the V-99 bioweapons, otherwise. Without the protection of Bules, they would have long been regarded as a part of the ecological destruction on Earth and eliminated by the monsters. The higher-ups, awakening to their previous arrogance, seemed to increase their tolerance towards the Earth monsters' eccentric behavior. Unbeknownst to them, ancient myths and legends began to circulate widely among the populace once more. Humans started to engage with mythological beings or monsters, like the mountain god Tuliu Wu and the mother and child of Digama, with a more equal and respectful attitude. Little Boo, you see, this is why children should not be spoiled, Xiang Yu remarked to Bules, having learned of this series of transformations through his phone. He could easily imagine that had he not come to this world, and Xianren not lost Bules' powers, the Earth would have faced far greater calamities due to Xianren's personality and Bules' protective instincts. Chapter 31. The enemy will arrive in 20 seconds. Go dismantle the crystal. A tremendous roar erupted as a nearby small mountain came to life. The mountain god Tuliu Wu felt that Xiang Yu's reprimand towards Bules was entirely justified, recognizing that if it weren't for this wild man, humanity would have long established its rightful place within the natural order. This mountain deity, having only recently awakened from a brief slumber, was abruptly roused by an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger. In a perilous roll, it narrowly avoided critical injury, though a portion of its body was inadvertently struck by a projectile unleashed by Xiang Yu, nearly sealing its fate in eternal sleep. Upon realizing that the mountain it had been practicing its abilities on had transformed into a monster, Xiang Yu confirmed that this was indeed Tuliu Wu, as mentioned by Mizuho. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiang Yu immediately performed a rudimentary healing spell on Tuliu Wu. Remarkably, the wound's cross-section, which bore no resemblance to biological tissue, began to visibly regenerate new rock formations under the influence of the healing magic. Even the withered flowers and trees on its body revived, bursting forth with vibrant greenery and color. As Tuliu Wu sensed the transformation, its large eyes twinkled, and it commenced a performance. It let out a low growl, swaying as if intoxicated, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the ground, creating a deep pit in the solid earth. Weak roars followed, and through the AI translator Little Boo, Xiang Yu grasped the creature's intent. I am gravely injured. You must heal me further. Xiang Yu, bemused by Tuliu Wu's poor theatrics, replied, You could have just said so. There was no need for such dramatics. It was baffling from whom Tuliu Wu had learned such clumsy performance techniques. Thus, Tuliu Wu willingly became Xiang Yu's dedicated training partner. With one condition, Xiang Yu must cast a healing spell on it after each practice session. Tuliu Wu was well aware that its prolonged slumber was due to its deteriorating physical condition, relying on lengthy periods of hibernation to passively absorb the natural energy of the world to mitigate its energy depletion. In the past, when the Earth's environment was not so harsh, it ranked among the mid-tier deities, and during that time, it would not have been briefly suppressed by the duo of Bules and Askerland. This growing disdain towards humans among many Earth monsters stems from this very history. Now, however, the healing magic that Xiang Yu applied rekindled Tuliu Wu's sense of vitality, with signs of regaining its former strength. Such a fortuitous opportunity was one it could not afford to squander. At its age, how could it afford to rest? Xiang Yu also deemed this arrangement quite advantageous. No matter how much he suppressed his battle power and controlled the destruction range, the inadvertent damage caused during training would still inflict permanent harm to the surrounding mountains. In contemporary times, with Tuliu Wu serving as a sustainable target, there is no longer a need to wreak havoc on other innocent mountains. Any new techniques can be directed towards it. As long as he maintains a modicum of restraint and avoids causing Tuliu's demise, he can utilize it to enhance his proficiency in healing magic. Prior to mastering this craft, self-healing was unattainable, and for the self-harming Xiang Yu, this had resulted in a notably sluggish progress in his studies of healing magic. Now, with Tuliu becoming increasingly familiar with Xiang Yu and embracing their shared status as pets, it could not help but chime in after listening to Xiang Yu's instructions to Blazer. You, a savage, have no kinship with humanity. Why meddle in our earthly affairs? As an outsider, it would be best if you refrained from interference. Xiang Yu, sensing a tinge of despondency in Xiaobu, gently tapped Tuliu on the forehead. Bang! Instantly, Tuliu's entire form shrank several meters, its feet firmly embedded in the ground, making extraction a formidable task. Caw! Seizing the opportunity, Xiaohong swooped down to add insult to injury, flapping its wings and singeing Tuliu's hair to the skin. You, a newcomer, dare show disrespect to your elders. Let me teach you a lesson. Such a delightful duo, Xiang Yu mused, observing the small spectacle of flames engulfing the mountaintop. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrential downpour descended, swiftly extinguishing the blaze. He then adeptly resumed refining his healing magic with Tuliu. Although he noted that the popularity of his current endeavors was somewhat lacking, the presence of beasts lent an air of vivacity, reminiscent of a zoo. Due to Tuliu's grievances regarding Blazer's past actions, Xiaohong naturally harbored an unfavorable disposition towards Tuliu, resulting in a daily exchange of playful banter between the two creatures, which Xiang Yu had gradually grown accustomed to. This interaction had become one of the few forms of entertainment amidst the monotony of training. As the intermission drew to a close and Xiang Yu prepared to return to the gravity chamber for further training, he suddenly sensed several powerful energy surges erupting. Simultaneously, his phone rang. What has V99 summoned this time? Without waiting for a response, Xiang Yu confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, not only that, but the Taganula and Del Tanda Lu from across the globe have also mobilized, Hui Mei gravely reported. This is the first time we have witnessed such a large-scale mobilization of Earth's monsters. The creatures dispatched by V99 appear to be extraordinary. We suspect this may signify V99's full-scale assault on Earth, and there is even a possibility that V99 may personally attend. This was Hui Mei's primary reason for reaching out to Xiang Yu. Their shared objective might come to fruition in this encounter. With no interference from Earthlings, the monsters of Earth could launch a full-scale offensive without fear of betrayal or disruption. Observing Earth from space, one could see a plethora of energy points emerging from both land and sea. These points swiftly coalesced into dazzling beams of light, shooting skyward like a meteor shower in reverse. The magnitude of this preemptive strike by the Earth's monsters prompted global defense forces to take V99's attack seriously. In Japan, where Xiang Yu was present, the defense forces would undoubtedly not miss the chance to engage this formidable foe. Typically, he would not be called upon, but this time it seemed necessary to showcase his prowess. Therefore, Hui Mei, who had been implicitly designated as Xiang Yu's sole contact, bore the responsibility without question. In truth, aside from Hui Mei, no one else had access to Xiang Yu's contact information, and few dared to disturb him lightly. You aspire to become the next Tukioyu? I understand. Xiang Yu showed no concern for the hidden thoughts of certain high-ranking officials. After acknowledging Hui Mei's message, he focused his mind. A brilliant blue light flickered across his left arm as the blazer bracelet reappeared after a long absence. He could hardly contain his impatience. There was no time to wait for the monsters to dawdle their way to Earth. Chapter 32. Countdown to Earth. Diverse lives under the end times have we been struck down to the moon? Shinran's expression was grave as he intently scrutinized the real-time footage transmitted from the satellite, his hands instinctively gripping the armrest. On screen, the terrifying creature dubbed Valolin relentlessly bombarded the lunar surface with high-energy explosives generated from its tail, each explosion leaving a shocking crater in the gray terrain. Defense forces analyzed that Valolin was attempting to displace the moon from its original orbit through precise explosions. After meticulous calculations, they deduced that an off-course moon would eventually collide directly with Earth. This creature possessed an extraordinarily high level of intelligence. Shinran could not believe that such a catastrophic outcome could be merely coincidental. However, if Valolin was indeed controlling the direction of the explosions through calculation, its intellect was beyond that of any known life form. I hope Hui Mei has managed to contact Xiang Yu. Honestly, given the intelligence and destructive capability displayed by the creature. Xianren felt that the odds were stacked against Earth, even with the assistance of the Earth's monsters. At this juncture, Xianren could only silently pray that Xiang Yu would intervene in time. Ascalon, deploy immediately to the far side of the moon. Xianren slowly opened his prayer-filled eyes, his gaze resolute. Regardless of the circumstances, even if Earth had erred, even if their side was at an overwhelming disadvantage, humanity could not afford to surrender. Not even if his former comrades faced the possibility of never returning. In this moment, despite the heavy burden he bore, he understood that orchestrating the overall strategy was equally as vital to the battlefield as the contributions of frontline personnel. Although his wife and children were worried about him, even in the absence of Blazer's power, he still wished to participate in combat, standing shoulder to shoulder with the members of the Special Monster Squad. For they too had families and lives. How could he remain seated in the command room, passively watching his former comrades venture into a battleground from which they might not return? Just as Xianren was engulfed in a painful dilemma, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the nearly impenetrable command center. Roar! The resounding battle cry initially tightened Xianren's chest, but upon recognizing the source of the voice, his tense body relaxed. He slumped into the command chair, exhaling a long breath. It seemed he would not have to make a choice after all. Although he could not see what transpired outside, Xianren already had his answer. The dazzling light overshadowed the sun, transforming Tokyo and several surrounding cities into a veritable city of light. Gradually, the brilliance condensed, allowing the citizens at home to finally glimpse the familiar yet unfamiliar colossal figure. The recognizable red and blue hues appeared, yet the creature appeared even larger and more muscular, making it difficult for them to confirm its identity. Except for a certain girl who had witnessed the transformation and was repeatedly exclaiming, "The Divine One has finally made a move." The defense forces had already informed the world of the potential collision between the moon and Earth, leading ordinary people to abandon any thoughts of hurriedly fleeing to shelters. Likewise, all activities unrelated to combat came to a standstill in that instant. If the moon truly collided with Earth, the planet would cease to exist. As ordinary individuals, what could they do but quietly await their fate at home? "Aja, you've arrived." Granny Daozi greeted the monster insurance salesman with little surprise, warmly inviting him to sit. "I've prepared a feast of your favorite dishes." Aja replied with a smile, desperately stifling the quiver in his voice. At that moment, he wished more than anything that Valolin and the end of the world were mere fabrications, elaborate lies spun by the monster insurance company to boost their sales. He would rather face unemployment than accept the news that the survival of the company was merely a deception. Yet, with his arms and face already bruised and swollen from the harsh reality confirmed by official sources, it was evident that this was neither a dream nor a trick. "Auntie, your cooking remains as delicious as ever," he thought, bearing all his emotions deep within. Aja enthusiastically savored Daozi Papo's culinary creations, his mouth filled with praises for her craftsmanship. Daozi Papa simply responded with a heartfelt smile. The two of them tacitly bypassed the impending fate, allowing these once lonely souls to find comfort and warmth for at least one last moment. In another city, a melodious tune reverberated across the open square, dedicated to an audience that was eerily absent. "Captain, do we really not need to evacuate?" After the performance, a young violinist could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Our spaceship is still operational, isn't it?" They were indeed enamored with Earth's music, but given the choice, no one wished to end their lives so readily. Having amassed a vast collection of musical scores from throughout history, they longed to preserve their lives to unleash the beautiful melodies yet to be played. They were not afraid of death. Rather, they wished to safeguard the seeds of Earth's music and amplify them throughout the cosmos. The one referred to as Captain, the uncle of Changqing, cast a glance at the youthful Changqing, continuing to draw the bow across the strings. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "You fools. Where can we notorious Changqing survivors possibly run to? Are we to tread the same path as our home planet?" Moreover, the haunting images that would forever linger in his mind resurfaced. That person was still around, so what was there to fear? The apocalypse? I believe it is the instigator of the Valeran that seeks the end of the world. Due to the distance between Fudong City and the nearby mountains where Xiang Yu usually resided, they were so engrossed in their music that they subconsciously blocked out the distant roar and failed to notice the blinding light. Additionally, Uncle Changqing had never seen Xiang Yu fully transformed into Blazer, so he was unaware of the actual situation. Nevertheless, His instincts told him that as long as Xiang Yu remained on Earth, it was the planet that could not afford to suffer. Some extraterrestrials appeared to be in for a rough time. "Mom, is that Blazer?" Other nearby citizens might have questioned the identity of the giant that briefly flashed across the sky, but the seasoned Blazer chef, Xiao Chun, recognized the now much larger Blazer at a glance. "Yes, Blazer has appeared. How wonderful." The wife of Xianren trusted her child's judgment and felt a sense of relief. Now Xianren could rest easy. Although Blazer had not made an appearance in a long time, her husband often reminisced about Blazer, confidently asserting, "Blazer has never given up on Earth. He will come to our aid at crucial moments." Especially after Xianren assumed the position of department head. He had even dreamt of Xiang Yu and Blazer believing in him in recent nights. Xianren's wife was familiar with the name Xiang Yu, as her husband had shared all he knew about him, including the relationship between Xiang Yu and Blazer. Thus, she held a deep sense of gratitude towards the embellished figure of Xiang Yu, as her husband's ascension from peril to the position of department head was largely due to him. "Go, Xiang Yu Blazer, please save the Earth," was a prayer echoed simultaneously by Xianren and his wife, though they stood in different places. Chapter 33. Just a moon, get back. In the near-Earth space, Xiang Yu searched fervently. Where's the monster? Where could it be hiding? Unaware or unconcerned about the emotional turmoil experienced by others during his transformation and departure from Earth, his full attention was dedicated to locating the creature unleashed by V99. Xiang Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known the starfish monster was released by V99, he would have spared it to extract information about V99. How would one interrogate a creature devoid of reason? Xiang Yu did not expect that his rare moment of stability would lead to such a lengthy wait. Did Science not deserve a break? After surveying the area and failing to spot the monster, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the moon, which seemed to be drawing closer. At that moment, a colossal holographic projection appeared before him, emblazoned with the words Blazer. The monster Valerian is on the far side of the moon. The moon is about to collide with the Earth. The Ascalon, equipped with the latest technological modules and integrated with all prior functionalities to adapt to cosmic warfare, finally caught up with Xiang Yu. At that moment, Xian, who was struggling to find a way to inform Xiang Yu about Valerian in the vacuum, was momentarily taken aback by the operations of the Ascalon's AI system. Of course, how could I not think of using the holographic projection typically employed to track monsters in this manner? How ridiculous. Humanity has been bested by AI. Xiang Yu nodded in understanding, watching as the moon attempted to encroach upon him. He slowly extended his arms, unleashing a formidable force of psychic energy that created visible ripples in the vacuum of space. A satellite must adhere to its purpose if you wish to abandon your post. Then return. With a battle cry from Blazer, boundless psychic energy enveloped the moon, causing it to draw back towards its original orbit at a visibly accelerated pace. Had Xiang Yu not been concerned about exerting too much force, which might cause the fragile moon to disintegrate under immense pressure, he could have accomplished this feat in an instant. Just as Xiang Yu successfully repositioned the moon, a beam of red lightning shot towards him from the far side of the moon. "So, you've revealed yourself." Facing this lightning beam, Xiang Yu did not flinch or evade. He pressed forward toward the moon, enduring the negligible sensation that barely registered as an itch. With a resounding crash, the moon's surface erupted in a cloud of lunar dust, the violent impact generating shockwaves that stirred up a miniature dust storm across the moon's surface. From the center of the impact, the lunar rock layers cracked over a vast area, the spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spreading as if the entire moon trembled from the strike. As the dust settled, Xiang Yu was seen grasping Valerian by its neck, which was roughly the same thickness as its head. "I cannot stand these tentacle-ridden monsters," Xiang Yu remarked disdainfully, observing Valerian's bizarre appearance, especially its worm-like head. "I can only imagine how Vegeta would react." With a flourish, Xiang Yu summoned the Blazer lightsaber and unleashed a barrage of deep cuts on Valerian's writhing tentacles. "Now that looks much better," he mused, satisfied with his handiwork, as the once unyielding glow of Blazer's eyes began to exhibit a fierce demeanor. "Speak. Where's V99? With a loud slap, he struck the silent Valerian, unyielding. "Not going to talk, eh? How about now?" He continued his relentless assault, striking again and again. Observing from a distance, Ascalon found Xiang Yu's actions perplexing. As an artificial intelligence, it could comprehend most human behaviors, yet it was baffled by Xiang Yu's reluctance to simply eliminate Valerian despite his overwhelming strength. Instead, it can be described as a form of cruelty if one were to articulate it in human terms. Hello, can you hear me? Within the Ascalon control room, amidst a cacophony of sounds, a fragmented voice emerged. Have you encountered Xiang Yu? What is the current situation? Hui Mei's voice was laced with urgency. She had initially aimed to board Ascalon to the moon, but her request had been jointly denied by Hui Ming and Xian Ren. Their reasoning was sound. Hui Mei was unfamiliar with the Ascalon operating system and, lacking specialized training, could not withstand the immense acceleration that Ascalon might experience during combat in space. Even with the protective material of the mecha, the pilot would still endure extreme, instantaneous overloads during high-speed maneuvers. Even Xian, who had undergone rigorous physical training for years, nearly lost consciousness from insufficient blood flow to the brain during his first experience of Ascalon reaching Mach 9. It was only through his indomitable will and 3 months of specialized anti-overload training that he gradually acclimated to Ascalon's extreme maneuvers. Hui Mei expressed her dissatisfaction but had no counter-arguments, helplessly watching her teammates pilot Ascalon, drifting further away from her. Unbeknownst to her, Xian Ren had almost relented. Considering Hui Mei's combat qualities and her relentless pursuit of her father's whereabouts. However, Hui Mei had a commendable uncle who served as the chief of staff. In Xian Ren's indecision, Zhen Yilai delivered a decisive remark. Now is not the time for sentiment. You must protect your team. Quickly explain the situation to Xiang Yu. Do not let him kill Valolin. After hearing Xiao's description of Xiang Yu's actions, Hui Mei facepalmed, realizing Xiang Yu's intentions, and hastily explained to her teammates. You fool. Even if you want Valolin to confess, you must provide an environment where it can vocalize. Hui Mei had no doubt about Valolin's intelligence, but she questioned whether Xiang Yu mistakenly believed that it could communicate simply by being away from space. It could not do so on the moon either. The lunar surface was nearly a vacuum. Oh right, I forgot. After reviewing the information displayed by Ascalon, Xiang Yu realized he had made a fundamental error. Is it strange that the physical laws of each Ultraman world differ? Xiang Yu pondered, recalling how he could vocalize in the universe while in the Leo world. Forget it. Let's go back and interrogate. Pondering further became futile for Xiang Yu, who directly seized the now lifeless Valolin and swiftly flew towards Earth. Phew. It seems the crisis has been temporarily averted. Xian Ren watched as Xiang Yu successfully returned to the moon, exhaling deeply. However, he wondered why Xiang Yu didn't deal with Valolin directly. Lacking information, Xian Ren was perplexed by Xiang Yu's actions. I need to notify the defense teams of other countries. Although Xian Ren didn't fully grasp the situation, he felt it necessary to communicate with the upper echelons of various nations to prevent misunderstandings regarding Xiang Yu's behavior. It wasn't that he feared for Xiang Yu's well-being due to misconceptions, but rather he worried that some national leaders, in a moment of impulsiveness, might take reckless actions. After all, they were unaware that Blaze was Xiang Yu. Given Blaze's terrifying prowess, it was unlikely anyone would act foolishly after witnessing the downfall of Bridge Yu. Xian Ren was merely being cautious. In a flash, Xiang Yu returned to Earth, heading straight for his hometown. Just as he was about to land, he suspended himself mid-air using Blaze's biofield. With a thud, Xiang Yu casually threw the barely alive Valolin against the mountainside, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now speak. Xiang Yu exuded a dangerous aura, demanding, "Where is your master? I am giving you an opportunity." His voice was filled with authority. Do not think that pretending not to understand my telepathic communication will allow you to escape. Rest assured, I am not here to trouble your master. Xiang Yu had previously attempted memory probing and telepathic communication, but Valolin remained unresponsive, and the memory probing could only perceive the murky fog nearby. Initially, he believed Valolin had limited intelligence and communication capabilities. In reality, his earlier interrogation was more of an outlet for his frustration from the wasted effort. Until Ascalon informed him that, based on data analysis, Valolin possessed considerable intelligence, and through the analysis of its bomb-throwing behavior patterns, it was inferred that Valolin might not be purely biological, but rather a modified biological weapon. This meant that Xiang Yu's inability to probe Valolin's memories could be due to its partially mechanical nature, with its memories stored in data form. However, that was not his expertise, but Earth's researchers would certainly excel in that regard. Not wishing to take unnecessary measures, Xiang Yu decided to give Valolin one final opportunity, leaving its fate in its own hands. Chapter 34. V99 is quite perceptive, and Xiang Yu is pleased. Amidst Xiang Yu's heartfelt persuasion, Valolin finally relaxed its neck, emitting a chaotic electronic sound from within. What is it saying? Xiang Yu found the sounds from Valolin incomprehensible and turned to Ascalon, leaving the communication tasks to the machine. Xiaowei, can you understand Valolin's intentions? Tai Xian asked uncertainly. Yes, Xiaowei confirmed, explaining that its core system had been modified from the wreckage of the V-99 spacecraft, allowing it to communicate directly with products of the same V-99 civilization, provided the counterpart was willing to engage. Insufficient authority to answer due to conflicting commands. Xiaowei relayed Valolin's fragmented messages to Xiang Yu. Does that mean you are no longer useful? Xiang Yu observed Valolin, whose limitations seemed insurmountable, his calm tone sounding like a final pronouncement. Sufficient authority, analyzing coordinates, just as Xiang Yu delivered his ultimatum. Whether it was a remnant of Valolin's biological instincts or another factor, it began to reveal the coordinates of V-99's home. Wait a minute, isn't this coordinate? Tai Xian entered the coordinates into the cosmic star map, only to be astonished to discover that it was located near Earth. Could the cosmic star map within the wreckage of the V-99 spacecraft be defective? Tai Xian quickly informed Xiang Yu that there is no need to search for V-99. Just then, Hui Mei's voice emerged, stating that satellite surveillance had detected 13 monsters resembling Valolin suddenly appearing in near-Earth space. They were aligning in a specific formation, heading directly toward Earth. This must be V-99's main force. Xiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Valolin had merely preemptively relayed information that would soon become widely known. It seems you are indeed of little use. With Valolin's interrogation value depleted, Xiang Yu's patience evaporated entirely. He hurled Valolin into the sky, and a wave of light shot from his fingertips. Boom. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Following closely, a tremendous explosion erupted. A colossal fireball rapidly expanded in the air. A blinding wave of violent energy surged outward in all directions. The sky was violently torn apart, creating a vast void. Centered around the explosion, the clouds within a several-kilometer radius were completely cleared, while the edges of the void were forced into thick cloud formations, forming a circular wall of clouds. Xiang Yu flickered, transforming into a streak of light, penetrating the cloudless center of the void, trailing a red and blue light tail as he soared into space. In near-Earth space, the area before him was distorted by an invisible force field. The 13 colossal beasts, resembling Valolin, now appeared as if gripped by an unseen giant hand, being crushed and folded into a mass. Xiang Yu hovered before the colossal assembly of beasts, turning to Ascalon to relay my words. Earlier, Xiaoa had analyzed that this Valolin was essentially no different from a previous one, merely equipped with an additional capability for man travel. Xiang Yu was unconcerned with V-99's intentions for this fleet of 13 ships that could transform back into Valolin at any moment. He simply sought confirmation from Ascalon regarding the presence of V-99 civilization within the vessels. In the face of absolute power, numbers held no significance. Whether it was 13 Valolin or even 1,000 or 10,000, for Xiang Yu, it merely translated to a few extra seconds of energy output. His companion wielded the weapon known as the Light Star. In this terrifying new world of the Blue Star Giants, Ascalon dutifully acted as the real-time translator. What a jumble! I did not inquire about their grudges with Earth. Xiang Yu felt perplexed by the information relayed from V-99. He was inquiring whether they possessed controllable wormhole traversal technology. He assured them of his benign intentions, stating that after answering his questions, he would not pose any threats. Xiang Yu, seeking to prevent V-99 from obstinately wasting his time, opted for a preemptive display of his absolute power to facilitate the ensuing dialogue. As for V-99's potential revenge against Earth, he actually harbored a slightly better perception of them than the Earthlings themselves, for, strictly speaking, they were the true victims. Xiang Yu was not like Saiyan. He would not unconditionally tolerate humanity. Once Xiang Yu had gleaned all the necessary information, even if V-99 demanded retribution, he would not intervene. At that time, Xianren had only executed the primary culprit, Tu Xiaoyu, possibly considering V-99's subsequent revenge actions, thus imprisoning the other accomplices. Perhaps some had merely acted under orders. But compared to the survival of all humanity, this was not a difficult choice. Frankly speaking, given the disparity in power between V-99 and Earth, if V-99 were likened to the Grand Tang dynasty, Earth would merely be a minor nation. For a small country to unprovokedly assassinate the angels of the Tang. It was only logical for the heavenly soldiers to descend and wreak havoc. They possessed the capability to obliterate Earth at will. Xiang Yu could not comprehend the rationale behind V-99's repeated gestures of goodwill. After Askerlin reiterated Xiang Yu's words to the other party, a much smaller, uniquely structured device detached from the compressed fleet and slowly approached Xiang Yu. This facilitated communication for the giants. At this moment, Xiang Yu grasped their intention. Holding an object resembling a translator, he first inquired whether they had encountered a human from Earth, or as they referred to it, the Blue Star. Approximately 3 years ago on this planet, Xiang Yu, having made a promise, would not renege. Since V-99 could not escape now, he chose to first settle the wages of his diligent employee, Hui Mei, given that the wormhole was activated through the apparatus of the other party's ship. If Zhang Bianshu were still alive, there was a high likelihood that he would be transmitted to the other end of the wormhole, perhaps within V-99's sphere of influence. V-99's response came through the translator, clear and affirmative. Indeed, several Blue Star individuals had arrived in our star domain via an unstable wormhole. Some perished during the transit due to spatial tearing, yet there were survivors. Please hold on. Xiang Yu interrupted their discourse, addressing Askerlin. Go bring Hui Mei here. Such matters were best described by Hui Mei herself regarding her father's appearance to confirm his survival status. As for why he didn't send the faster Xiang Yu to retrieve Hui Mei, he feared that if he left, V-99 might escape. Who knew whether they possessed spatial technology that could facilitate instantaneous departure? Only by keeping a watchful eye on them could he ensure they would not act recklessly. After much effort to capture a member of V-99, Xiang Yu did not wish to be plagued by regret and countless sleepless nights due to his own negligence. Did you hear that? Xiaowa, hurry and come get me. A piercing scream erupted from within Askerlin's control room. Through Askerlin's continuous live broadcast, she had heard the entire dialogue between Xiang Yu and V-99. The news of the survivor struck her like thunder, igniting a fervor that consumed all rationality and restraint. In that moment, she harbored but one thought: to rush to the scene immediately and confirm her father's fate with V-99. With Xiang Yu's declaration, it was certain that Hui Ming and Captain Xianren would find no justification to impede her. Xiang Yu, I adore you. Hui Mei's unabashed exclamation sent a tremor through Xianren, his expression shifting to one of complex intrigue. Chapter 35, Light Star, V-99's team invitation. All right, we shall revisit this topic later. Having shown considerable patience towards Hui Mei, Xiang Yu swiftly redirected the conversation. His tone brimmed with anticipation as he asked, now, answer my question. Do you possess the ability to control stable technologies for traversing different universes? He doubted that a civilization capable of creating controllable wormholes would be oblivious to the concept of a multiverse. V-99's technological prowess might very well be the key to his journey home. Do you have a specific universe you wish to visit? Thanks to the translator's precise articulation, V-99 discerned the underlying intent in Xiang Yu's words. Xiang Yu nodded. Can you accomplish this? He found communication with V-99 remarkably effortless, devoid of the need for excessive elaboration. Before I respond to you, may I pose a question? V-99 refrained from directly providing an answer. Instead, they cautiously stipulated a condition that pertained to their judgment of Xiang Yu's stance, which would subsequently determine how they could assist him. Stance. Xiang Yu paused, somewhat bewildered. Yet he responded straightforwardly, speak plainly. If you were to acquire such technology, would you lead the Blue Star civilization to invade other universes or civilizations? V-99 presented a direction Xiang Yu had never contemplated, their tone laden with evident concern. Clearly, V-99 regarded Xiang Yu as part of Earth's faction. After experiencing his overwhelming strength firsthand, they could not help but worry that this already aggressive Blue Star, under Xiang Yu's guidance, and with the enhancement of cross-universe technology, might become an even more formidable source of disaster. V-99 believed that Xiang Yu's quest for other universes warranted careful scrutiny. V-99 proceeded to explain that they had once dispatched a travel group intending to pursue advanced studies at the legendary Light Star, but encountered indiscriminate and devastating attacks near Earth's orbit while traversing the solar system. Since then, Earth had been branded as dangerous, barbaric, and evil in V-99's perception. Despite the few Earthlings who had fortuitously survived in V-99's domain insisting that such actions were the result of a minority's madness, with the vast majority being peace-loving, V-99 would not easily alter their views of an entire civilization based on the words of a handful. However, adhering to a principle of not acting rashly. They sought to test humanity's attitude towards outsiders, to ascertain whether the previous encounters of their compatriots were indeed the misunderstandings described by the Blue Star populace. Nonetheless, they were not entirely unreasonable. They opted to conduct their assessment by dispatching low-threat units to observe Earth's true attitude towards outsiders, thereby verifying whether the tragedy had genuinely unfolded as the survivors had claimed, or if it was a mere misunderstanding. In V-99's understanding, the biological weapons they deployed hardly symbolized an invasion. After all, if Earthlings dared to directly assault their travel group, they presumably held considerable confidence in their own armed forces. Dealing with a few rudimentary, mass-produced biological weapons should be quite effortless, leading to minimal losses, correct? They anticipated that after effortlessly subduing these entities, Earth would promptly return them intact as a gesture of goodwill, marking the beginning of amicable exchanges between both parties. Unfortunately, Xiang Yu found himself momentarily speechless regarding the V-99 incident. The foolish actions of Xiang Yu were certainly inexcusable, but the thought processes of V-99 were equally peculiar. To label him as malevolent would be misleading, for he did not seize the opportunity of his abundant military might to launch an all-out assault in vengeance for his compatriots. Nor did he annihilate Earth. Surprisingly, he even spared a few Earth survivors who inadvertently crossed into V-99's territory. Conversely, to deem him righteous raises questions about their mindset, which led them to perceive such grotesque biological weapons as gifts of goodwill and tests of intentions. This bears an unsettling resemblance to a battlefield soldier presenting the severed head of an enemy he personally dispatched to his girlfriend at the rear, whimsically painted pink. It is utterly bizarre. I had presumed that you were formidable enough to easily subdue our heartfelt offering, yet here we are. A vivid image materialized in Xiang Yu's mind, leaving him at a loss for words. However, he soon grasped why V-99 refrained from directly attacking Earth earlier. It seems the surviving Earth inhabitants within the V-99 star domain were quietly exerting their influence. Wait a moment, did you just mention Light Star? Just as Xiang Yu sought to distance himself from Earth, he suddenly noticed a recurring keyword mentioned by the other party. Light Star, Light Nation, this is unexpected. Regarding my stance, you may rest assured. Xiang Yu swiftly organized his thoughts and provided a clear response. I possess no profound connection to this planet. Of course, to be fair, the majority of the common populace on this planet can hardly be deemed malevolent. Xiang Yu spoke a word of fairness. Should you wish to seek justice for your fallen kin and exact rightful vengeance, I shall not interfere. Although V-99's reasoning may be eccentric, Xiang Yu could discern that this civilization was relatively reasonable, potentially belonging to a more orderly faction within the cosmos. It is likely that their notion of vengeance merely entails eliminating those complicit in the wrongdoing to honor their compatriots, a matter of life for a life, which Xiang Yu deemed reasonable. Now, please answer my query regarding the Light Star. After reiterating his position, Xiang Yu eagerly pressed on, inquiring whether many giants like myself exist there. Ultraman. Xiang Yu initially believed that the world lacked a light nation, yet V-99's strikingly similar nomenclature piqued his curiosity. Could it be that this universe's light nation merely goes by a different appellation? I was just about to introduce you to the Light Star. V-99's demeanor noticeably lightened upon receiving Xiang Yu's assurance of neutrality towards Earth. Regardless of the essence of Earthlings, as long as this formidable giant does not side with Earth, the issue simplifies considerably. They had assessed that the threat level posed by Earth itself was not particularly high. However, future interstellar travels would indeed necessitate armed forces. Who knows if they might encounter another reckless civilization like Earth, quick to engage in hostilities. They could not gamble their compatriots' lives on the goodwill of a civilization. You may not be aware, but many of the advanced technologies we possess originate from the generous sharing of the Light Star throughout the cosmos. V-99 maintained a steady tone, which suddenly escalated, overflowing with uncontainable longing and admiration. It is a civilization so powerful that we can scarcely comprehend its extremities. It is also the ultimate form we have always aspired to become. The civilization of the Light Star is exceedingly advanced, having reached peak levels in nearly all fields. Whether in spatial jump technology or bioengineering, it far exceeds the boundaries of our imagination. According to rumors, they even possess colossal biological weapons comparable to entire galaxies, utilized to maintain order and balance across the vast universe. The technologies we take pride in would, in their presence, be rendered mere child's play. V99's tone was exceedingly earnest, treating the light star with reverence, embodying the fervent admiration of a devoted fan. As for you, V99 paused, seemingly assessing and discerning the energy characteristics and physiological structure of Xiang Yu in his current blazer form. If my judgment is correct, you should belong to the giant race from the M421 Nebula, correct? The M421 Nebula is indeed a renowned and powerful force in the cosmos. Yet V99 had never heard of anyone emerging from there like Xiang Yu, whose mere hint of potential instilled a sense of insurmountable awe within them. Although V99 was reluctant to diminish the stature of their idol, they had to concede that the overwhelming presence exhibited by this giant might rival that of the luminous beings from the legendary light star. While the giants of M421 also harbor the essence of light, they fundamentally differ from the beings of the light star, though V99 did not specify how exactly. In truth, they had never seen the actual forms of the light star's luminous beings. All their knowledge stemmed from fragmented accounts passed down by civilizations fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of the light star, along with their own imaginations and interpretations. However, one thing V99 could assert is that unlike the blazer, which seems to merge primal ferocity with radiant power, the beings of the light star possess a light that is more rational and pure, as if they directly embody and elucidate the laws of the universe. Some scholars within V99 theorize that the beings of the light star may have transcended conventional life forms, rendering them incomparable to ordinary cosmic races. In fact, the directional interdimensional travel technology we currently possess is still far from perfect. V99 candidly revealed that one of the significant purposes of their current assembly voyage is to reach the light star for deeper learning and exchanges. They have also expended extensive time finally pinpointing the approximate coordinates of the light star. As for whether the light star would welcome them as pilgrims, V99 optimistically believed that their idol would not refuse a devoted little fan seeking a visit, signature, and guidance. Esteemed giant, V99 extended a sincere invitation, his tone imbued with anticipation and trepidation. If convenient, would you be willing to accompany us to the light star? The journey to the light star is long and fraught with uncertainty. Even with wormhole technology, it requires an exceedingly protracted duration. Securing a companion of Xiang Yu's caliber, whose goals align and whose prowess is extraordinary, would undoubtedly provide a sense of security for this pilgrimage. What do you think? Chapter 36. Does Blazer still retain its original form? Just as Xiang Yu and V99 reached a friendly agreement to team up, the Asgard, carrying Hui Mei, finally caught the last ride, trailing a long tail of flame. Oh, I almost forgot. Upon seeing the returning Asgard, Xiang Yu realized he ought to pack his belongings as well. He had almost embarked on an impromptu journey aboard V99's spaceship. His gravity chamber remained on Earth, unclaimed. Wait for me here. I'll be right back, Xiang Yu instructed V99, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. This also afforded Hui Mei time to inquire in detail about her father's whereabouts with V99. Roar, originally lying low like a true mountain. The dormant Tuliu Wu seemed to sense something as Xiang Yu stowed away the gravity chamber and let out a low growl. Ah, you should just stay on Earth. Xiang Yu decided against bringing this Earth Mountain deity along to witness the wider world. Although Blazer had the capability to transform Tuliu Wu into a luminescent stone, this time he might not return, so it was best not to have this local deity accompany him into exile. Having made a connection, let this be regarded as my rent for Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yu reached a decision. He raised his hand, palm directed towards the colossal form of Tuliu Wu. In the next instant, an indescribable and resplendent beam of life energy surged forth from Xiang Yu's hand. This was the life-charging light he created while in his blazer transformation, combining healing magic, essentially a creation of life itself. There was no error in that. Xiang Yu increasingly regarded Blazer as a genius. Perhaps he was not the Ultraman with the most skills known to Xiang Yu, but his capacity for learning and his talent for innovating based on existing knowledge were undoubtedly top tier. Even in his untransformed state, Blazer constantly observed and learned from the energy flow emitted as Xiang Yu practiced his techniques, striving to comprehend the principles and develop his own new skills. Although most of the current results were auxiliary abilities that did little to enhance Xiang Yu's combat prowess, who could say that they might not prove useful in the future? Tuliu Wu, engulfed by the life-charging light, felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body, vibrant vitality blossoming within. A deep and resonant energy hum radiated outward from Tuliu Wu's core. The mountain god's previously rough exterior, akin to stone, now appeared infused with liquid emerald, as countless intricate and mysterious green patterns flowed and intertwined from within. Tuliu Wu roared with an overwhelming sense of comfort and strength. This roar resonated with the surrounding mountains. He felt an unprecedented surge of warm and potent life force erupting within him, akin to a parched riverbed receiving a deluge from the heavens. The countless subtle injuries accumulated over years of battle and slumber began to heal at a visible pace, washed away by this surging life energy. This was not merely healing. It was a baptism and elevation of life itself. His once stagnant and deteriorating power soared as if propelled by a rocket, instantly surpassing the zenith he had ever known, relentlessly charging towards even higher and more unknown realms. The earth groaned under the burden, violent tremors radiating from Tuliu Wu's point of contact in all directions. In the distant reflection of the stunned girl, Rui Sui, Tuliu Wu's once mighty form of around 50 meters, which had seemed imposing amidst the mountains, began to grow at an astonishing rate. Rocks and soil converged toward his body as if imbued with life, reassembling and strengthening. His limbs became more robust, claws glinting with a chilling light, and the rocky spines along his back surged into greater prominence. His head was held high, rendering the original peaks around him diminutive. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. The speed of growth exceeded all imagination. Ultimately, as the verdant life radiance gradually receded and stabilized, a true behemoth, towering above all else, stood majestically among the mountains. His current form reached a staggering height of 1,000 meters. Like a magnificent mountain range that had suddenly risen from the ground, casting a shadow capable of enveloping several valleys. Tuliu Wu merely stood silently, exuding an intangible pressure that made the surrounding air feel almost solid. The great Tuliu Wu had always been nearby, interpreting the Taiping Feng Tuji, but in truth, it was to behold the miraculous legacy left by Xiang Yu and to safeguard the mountain god, Rui Sui, who now covered her mouth tightly with her hand to stifle the gasp that nearly escaped her lips. She gazed up at the colossal figure that seemed to touch heaven and earth, her eyes filled with disbelief and profound reverence. He is well now, feeling quite splendid. Xiang Yu's voice echoed nearby. He casually dispelled the protective barrier, shielding Rui Sui from the energy shockwave, bidding farewell to the girl he had encountered since his arrival. I must take my leave, and before I go, I have granted a slight enhancement to your guardian deity. As for the current strength of Tuliu Wu, Xiang Yu paused, his gaze sweeping over the towering mountain god, and based on his perception, he assessed that the mountain god could easily handle monsters like Valilan without breaking a sweat. I hope you never have to witness the day when you need to see this for yourself. Xiang Yu believed he had paid a generous enough rent. Naturally, Tuliu Wu possessed an independent will, and humans could not easily command him, unless Earth faced another cataclysmic crisis. Given Tuliu Wu's lazy nature, he would more than likely choose to slumber. However, for Rui Sui and the generations of villagers who sincerely revered him, this enhanced mountain god would surely provide them with greater protection. Thus, it was truly farewell this time. Xiang Yu had no intention of greeting anyone else on Earth. After completing what he felt was necessary, his form blurred in place, merging silently into the horizon, bidding a final farewell to the planet that had offered him a brief sojourn. In the vastness of the universe, beside the V-99 spaceship, you intend to follow a V-99 ship and personally venture into their star domain? Xiang Yu confirmed, gazing at the resolute face of Huimei in the holographic projection. Huimei had already communicated with V-99, and the answer was not exactly what she had hoped for, but it did not necessarily imply that her father was dead. To the V-99 race, Earthlings all bore a striking resemblance, commonly referred to as face blindness. After Huimei provided a fairly detailed description of her father's features, V-99 had given an ambiguous response. Oh, it seems there was such a person. I am certain, Huimei declared with unwavering determination. Having come this far, how could she falter at this critical juncture? V-99, willing to accommodate Xiang Yu's favor, arranged for a spaceship to take her to their star domain, an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Very well, the decision is yours, Xiang Yu nodded, respecting her choice. Interstellar travel was not as simple for ordinary individuals as international tourism. Not only had V99 mentioned that their star domain's natural environment was not particularly suitable for human survival, but the Earth survivors who had previously found themselves there had undergone varying degrees of irreversible adaptive mutations. The potential dangers lurking throughout the long journey were enough to deter anyone from proceeding. Although V99's civilization was advanced and Valolan's combat strength was formidable, the universe was vast, filled with interstellar pirates, spatial turbulence, and unknown perils that even V99 found challenging. Despite V99 asserting that they had charted a relatively stable course with a low probability of encountering incidents, risks remained. Thus, even if she successfully arrived, Huime had likely prepared herself for the possibility of a fruitless endeavor. Xiang Yu, thank you. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to dismiss his transformation and board the V99 spaceship, the holographic projection displayed a few bold characters once more. Forget it. Let's see this through, he thought, as a crystal shimmering with a red glow materialized in his hand, soaring towards Ascalon. This energy crystal contained a formidable attack capable of dealing with enemies up to 20 times the strength of Valolan. It was the last assurance he could offer this girl, who was fervently seeking familial ties. Let us go? Without glancing back at the potential new messages that might appear in the holographic projection, Xiang Yu turned, transforming into a streak of light as he entered the vessel prepared for him by the Slarl people. Esteemed giant, greetings. It is an honor to witness your true form. The Slarl greeted Xiang Yu in a tone imbued with a unique rhythm, introducing themselves. The giants of the M421 Nebula were, in fact, in their battle forms. They were witnessing his true form for the first time. Silaner, the true name of the civilization designated as V99 by Earth, revealed itself to Xiang Yu for the first time, manifesting as a luminous entity of deep blue hues, lacking a definitive shape, resembling more an amalgamation of elemental forms. However, whenever they wished, they could derive any desired shape from their surface, a characteristic that perhaps underpins their remarkable advancements in technology. Little Boo, do you possess your original form? Intrigued by the revelation of the Silaner, Xiang Yu directly inquired of Blazer. He had always assumed Blazer's Ultraman appearance was his true essence. Within Xiang Yu's perception, he sensed a rare emotional fluctuation from Blazer's consciousness, as if a secret had been inadvertently unveiled, accompanied by feelings of shyness and embarrassment. Chapter 37. The First Generation? No, where's your timer? I simply wish to behold your authentic visage. What is there to feel shy about? The more Blazer hesitated, the more the flames of curiosity burned within Xiang Yu. It was understandable. Little Boo's memory sharing had always presented a first-person perspective, and Xiang Yu had never glimpsed the shadow of Blazer's alternate form. Most of Little Boo's memories were filled with scenes of fierce battles against monsters, and his kin always maintained their giant stature during encounters, leading Xiang Yu to never consider otherwise. If you refuse to reveal yourself honestly, I may have to reevaluate our partnership, he declared, intending to lightly intimidate Blazer. After all, he had initially planned to bring him along to traverse the cosmos and explore broader horizons. He elongated his tone, observing the movements of the Huisher. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency, one Xiang Yu had never heard before, exclaimed, "No." Little Boo could speak now? Before Xiang Yu could recover from this unexpected revelation, the Huisher in his hand erupted with a gentle yet pure radiance. The light swiftly expanded, then, as if gathered by an invisible hand, coalesced before him, solidifying into a small figure. It was a youth, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, clad in a simple, somewhat plain gray-white robe. His eyes, one blue and one red, resembled gemstones, yet bore the sharpness of a falcon's gaze. Silver-white hair gently framed his ears, and atop his head, two furry decorative ears occasionally twitched, capturing Xiang Yu's attention. Beast ears. Xiang Yu was not surprised by Little Boo's youthful appearance. He possessed a certain understanding of the lifespan of Ultramen from his experiences in the Land of Light. The age Little Boo claimed to be, equating to thousands of years on Earth, indeed rendered him akin to a mere child of light. However, the presence of beast ears was unexpected. It appeared that the human forms of those from the Land of Light and L77 bore striking similarities to Earthlings, with no prior knowledge of such features. Might this be the reason for the seamless fusion between Little Boo and himself? Xiang Yu pondered. The giant ape was also a beast, and from a certain perspective, they could be considered kin, perhaps resulting in a greater compatibility than with the pure light forms from the Land of Light. Upon contemplating the giant ape transformation, Xiang Yu instinctively touched the subtle, furry protrusion at the base of his tailbone. His previous assumption seemed somewhat naive. It appeared that merely severing the tail would not prevent its regeneration. Given this growth trajectory, it was likely that within 2 or 3 years, that tail would fully regrow. It was imperative to return to the Dragon Ball world soon, as resentment towards Ao Wang resurfaced in Xiang Yu's heart. That old fellow had promised to reveal the method for his return to the Dragon Ball universe. He was uncertain whether some magical technology existed in the Ultraman world to resolve his predicament, but the Dragon Ball world undoubtedly could. With a wish to Shenlong, he could realize his desire to maintain rationality while in the giant ape state. The drawback of lower-class Saiyan bloodlines was that once transformed into a giant ape, reason was lost, leaving only a primal urge for destruction, often requiring the full moon to disappear or relying on allies to destroy an artificial moon for restoration. Naturally, Xiang Yu coveted the power of Super Saiyan Level 4, but this was contingent upon his ability to rationally control the giant ape transformation. Otherwise, even if he became a golden giant ape, there would be no possibility of advancing to level 4. Moreover, given his current combat strength, should he transform into a giant ape, the planet he occupied would undoubtedly face devastation, and by the time he regained consciousness after the full moon's power waned, he might find himself suffocating in the vacuum of space. It was troublesome. He could not simply avoid looking at the moon during full moon nights. Xiang Yu sighed, recognizing the impracticality of such a notion. The key to a Saiyan's transformation into a giant ape was not the moon itself, but rather the concentrated Blutz waves reflected by the moon that reacted with their bodies. As he ventured through the vast cosmos, who could tell if he might encounter a planet with a Blutz wave concentration that met or exceeded the full moon standard? Xiang Yu dared not gamble on his Ultraman form being immune to Blutz wave exposure. Well, if I still cannot find a solution by then, he resolved, I might as well undergo the procedure again. This urgency to return to the time and space where Leo resided was also fueled by the hope that his mentor, the magical master Palace, might possess a remedy. After 5 months of arduous training in Blazer's world, upon discovering his tail's regenerative tendency, Xiang Yu regretted not consulting his teacher about any sealing spells. After all, the inheritance crystal did not encompass all the knowledge possessed by the Palace, and he believed that, given his teacher's vast knowledge, even if he lacked the ability, he would certainly know other mages proficient in such matters. Xiang Yu strived to recall the somewhat hazy plot of the first Dragon Ball series, remembering that Sun Wukong's tail had been sealed by the Namekian deity with psychic abilities. Ultimately, it would be ideal to traverse directly back to the Dragon Ball world and wish upon Shenlong, achieving his desires in one fell swoop. If that were not possible, he would have to take a circuitous route, step by step. By the way, that scar on your face. Xiang Yu noted the large scar on Little Boo's left cheek, which nearly occupied a quarter of his face, twisting grotesquely. Was this the reason Little Boo hesitated to showcase his true form? This little child was concerned about his appearance. Yes, Little Boo quietly affirmed, confirming Xiang Yu's suspicion. The distinctive blue crystal on Blazer's face had also formed from the leakage of photon blood after sustaining severe injuries. Since becoming acquainted with Earth's culture through Xiang Yu, he had grown increasingly self-conscious about his true appearance, opting to conceal his authentic form while Xiang Yu remained oblivious to the details. Although this choice made his everyday actions somewhat inconvenient, particularly when operating computers or watching animations in Huisher form, he found it a minor concern. I thought it was a significant issue. Xiang Yu chuckled at Little Boo's innocent worry, gently patting the boy's somewhat frail chest with camaraderie. Scars are badges of honor for men. They are testament to your battles and growth. You should take pride in them. Seeing Little Boo still sullenly staring at his toes, Xiang Yu shifted the conversation, proposing, if you care so much, why not try my healing magic? Perhaps it could eliminate it. 28 days later. This journey has indeed been quite a distance, Xiang Yu remarked as he gazed through the spaceship's holographic viewport at the seemingly unchanging, profound starry sky. He then turned to the Cylinder leader who had accompanied him, questioning curiously, are you certain the Star of Light is in this vicinity? The cosmos beyond the ship appeared particularly desolate. Apart from the few distant planets, dimly shimmering and displaying a desolate yellow hue, as well as some aimlessly drifting asteroid belts, Xiang Yu found no sight that could be associated with the illustrious name of Guangxi Xing. Although Xiang Yu understood that this parallel dimension's Guangxi Guo was likely different from the emerald-hued planet he was familiar with, it was nonetheless perplexing. After all, considering the spaceship's speed and travel distance, Guangxi was considerably farther from Earth than the Leo world was from Guangxi. Yet, one would think that a celestial body named Guangxi would at least radiate brilliance and be easily recognizable. Let us reconfirm. The Slanelian who had been in contact with Xiang Yu gestured for him to wait a moment, instructing another of his kin to identify the coordinates of the location. The Slanelian's energy embodiment shifted fluidly, instantly generating dozens of slender, agile tendril-like appendages that danced across the complex control panel as if playing a musical instrument. Countless data streams scrolled frantically on the holographic screen before finally stabilizing on a row of confirmed coordinate parameters. Report, Commander, the coordinates have been repeatedly verified. The location is accurate, with an acceptable margin of error. Are the coordinates correct? Could it be that you acquired a false target? Xiang Yu did not suspect that they had brought him all this way merely for amusement with the Slanelian's 9 clans. After all, their fervent admiration for Guangxi over the past month seemed utterly genuine. Sighing, he decided to investigate personally. Xiang Yu resolved to transform and venture out for an on-site exploration. Although the spaceship was equipped with a 360-degree visual system, the view inside the cabin was indistinguishable from that which lay exposed in the cosmos. He aimed to utilize the superluminal flight capabilities of his blazer form, coupled with his unique perception of energy, to scan this stellar domain with greater precision. Xiaobu, stop playing and come out to work. Xiang Yu called into the cabin. Moments later, the childlike form of Xiaobu reluctantly emerged from a resting chamber, tightly clutching a classic Japanese handheld gaming device, the Switch. I know. Xiaobu mumbled softly, his gaze glued to the game screen. I'm about to defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Enough procrastination. We have urgent matters at hand. Once we locate Guangxi, you can play for as long as you like. Xiang Yu expertly painted a picture of the future while gently bumping fists with Xiaobu, who had approached him. In an instant, a dazzling yet gentle radiance filled the entire cabin, and the potent energy fluctuations caused the surrounding Slanelians to instinctively retract their own luminescence. The next moment, Xiaobu's figure had already appeared outside the spaceship, quietly suspended in the vast emptiness of space. Strange, the crystal on your head still hasn't disappeared? Xiang Yu inquired. It was possible that Xiaobu's scar had been formed long ago, and initially, the healing magic had little effect. However, over the subsequent time, Xiang Yu had focused most of his attention on perfecting his healing magic, ultimately managing to eliminate the last remnant of the scar on Xiaobu's face just days prior. Curiously, in Xiaobu's blazer form, the blue crystal, which symbolized the scar, remained intact and unchanged. Noticing Xiaobu's own confusion regarding this matter, Xiang Yu decided to temporarily set it aside. He then manipulated Xiaobu's body, transforming it into a swift light sphere to commence a thorough search around the spaceship. Boom. After what seemed like an aimless flight through the cosmos, Xiang Yu's enhanced supervision suddenly detected an extraordinary burst of energy color, fleeting in the distant depths of space. At last, having found a trace of movement in this seemingly timeless starfield, Xiang Yu's spirits lifted as he swiftly adjusted his course, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the darkness toward the source of the explosion. As he accelerated rapidly, the surrounding starlight elongated into fine lines. With each moment, the scene ahead grew clearer, revealing a massive figure radiating silver light, suspended against a backdrop of countless shattered asteroids. Is that the first generation? Xiang Yu exclaimed, abruptly canceling the light sphere transformation to reveal Blazer's form, his gaze fixated on the somewhat familiar silhouette. Just as he spoke, the silver figure seemed to acutely sense his presence, slowly turning to face him, fully revealing its front to Xiang Yu. The facial design still bore a biological essence. Yet Xiang Yu's pupils constricted as all his attention was drawn to the vacant area on the being's chest. Wait, where is your timer? Chapter 38. You say your name is Zophi? Then where is your star? Something feels off. Who are you? As the silver giant turned around, Xiang Yu quickly dismissed the notion of it being the first generation. The being's entirely silver-white body and elongated limbs did not conclusively indicate anything. Perhaps the great muscle-bound first generation had merely overexerted itself. Yet, the absence of the timer was undeniably peculiar. Xiang Yu was aware that the colored timer on an Ultraman's chest was not merely an energy indicator. It was the core source of their life and power, its significance arguably surpassing that of a human heart. While a few Ultramen might possess timers with unique forms or concealed placements, there would invariably be a core energy representation present. However, this giant, resembling the first generation, exhibited a seamless, mirror-like body devoid of any structure or glow resembling a timer. This surpassed mere misidentification. The very existence of this being evoked an unsettling feeling in Xiang Yu, as if he were gazing upon a life form that ought to possess a heart, yet its chest cavity was utterly empty, like a scene of an Ultraman's resurrection. Is this a light being from another dimension? A voice devoid of emotion resonated within Xiang Yu's heart. Greetings, I am Zophie, the messenger of Guangxi Xing. Xiang Yu's thoughts instantly froze. He may have speculated that the entity was another individual related to the first generation or some unknown Ultraman warrior. But he never anticipated hearing the name Zophie from its lips. Was this the Zophie he recognized, the captain of the Cosmic Guard from Guangxigua? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dark silver-gray stripes on the being's body indeed resembled those of Zophie. But where is your star? Xiang Yu almost instinctively blurted out, questioning this most apparent difference. And what happened to your timer? Zophie regarded the puzzled giant before him, his tone as calm as ever. I hail from a dimension beyond this universe, and our forms of existence differ fundamentally. The Zophie you know is not I. He did not fully comprehend Xiang Yu's query regarding the star, yet his demeanor clearly indicated that he recognized another light being also named Zophie. Zophie had been in this universe for some time and had a basic understanding of the situation here, allowing him to candidly reveal his identity as a visitor from another dimension. Coincidentally, I am not a native of this universe either, Xiang Yu replied promptly, believing that the dimension he referred to was a parallel universe. Do you have a way to help me traverse back to my original universe? Given that Zophie came from an alternate dimension and was revered by the Slanelians, his spatial technology must exceed imagination. Xiang Yu no longer dwelled on the peculiar existence of this unfamiliar Zophie, nor on whether Guangxi Xing truly resided within this universe. A civilization capable of traversing multiple universes and leaving legends across countless worlds was hardly surprising. His primary concern now was a singular core issue. Could this messenger of Guangxi Xing, described as possessing more advanced universal traversal technology, become the key to his return home? Yes. Zophie's response was crisp and decisive, instantly igniting a surge of ecstasy within Xiang Yu. However, the subsequent two words fell upon him like a bucket of ice water. But I refuse. Xiang Yu felt as though his mind had undergone a roller coaster of emotions that day. Even in a parallel universe, how could the Ultraman of the Light Kingdom, known for their benevolent nature, so bluntly reject what appeared to be a reasonable plea for assistance? I simply wish to return to my original world. And I am a member of the Ultraman Guard of the Light Kingdom, not some nefarious villain. Xiang Yu endeavored to alleviate Zophie's concerns and clarify his identity as one of their own. In his view, they were all Ultramen, even across the multiverse. They could be considered kin, and surely, some courtesy should be afforded. This is unrelated to me. Zophie's response was cold and absolute. The laws of the Light Star contain no stipulation mandating assistance to those not connected to a task. As a steadfast advocate and executor of the supreme laws of the Light Star, Zophie, like most of his kind, maintained a generally indifferent, observer-like attitude towards other life forms. Perhaps the former envoy, Lipia, who had inadvertently merged with Earthlings and severely violated the laws of the Light Star, would have extended a helping hand to this confused being of light. But Zophie was different. He sought merely to efficiently complete his mission and return to the Light Star for a report. As for the Light Kingdom and the Ultraman Guard that Xiang Yu mentioned, Zophie held no interest. Perhaps in the other S universe, a civilization resembling theirs did exist, but what concern was that of theirs? They were who they were. Their code of conduct was solely dictated by the laws of the Light Star, and their core mission was to maintain the cosmic order as they understood it. Everything else was secondary. Farewell, being of light from this world. Zophie did not wish to linger any longer. The fact that he could offer a brief explanation to Xiang Yu was already the limit of his patience as a guest. The space around him began to warp slightly, light refracting off his silvery form, as if he were about to be erased from this dimensional plane, to vanish entirely in the next moment. Stop right there. Xiang Yu's reaction was as swift as lightning. The super speed of his blaze form erupted instantaneously, leaving behind an afterimage. Almost at the same moment, his hand clamped down on Zophie's shoulder, which was on the verge of phasing out, like a vice grip. The overwhelming strength abruptly interrupted Zophie's spatial jump. solidifying his previously blurred figure once more. At this moment, Xiang Yu was astounded. This Zophie not only bore a vastly different overall appearance from the Zophie of the Light Kingdom, but even in terms of ideology and personality, he was entirely dissimilar. The utter indifference towards non-target individuals that emanated from the few words Zophie had spoken evoked a sense of familiarity in Xiang Yu. It was a rationality and detachment that belonged to a higher order of life forms, bordering on the divine. To be fair, had he not been the one rejected, Xiang Yu might have found this straightforward demeanor rather admirable. This was indeed the mindset one would expect from a powerful being. Yet now, that was not the case. He had finally grasped a thread of hope for returning. As the one who had been refused, Xiang Yu suddenly felt that the Zophie from the Light Kingdom was somewhat preferable. He acknowledged that he was being hypocritical. But who could blame him when this Zophie was far less amiable? Could this truly be Zophie? Xiang Yu was internally astonished as he distinctly felt the force emanating from Zophie's shoulder, an effort to break free from his grasp, surpassing all his expectations. Even if he exerted little effort, this was based on the synergy with Blaze, which easily provided a foundational combat power in the millions. This being was far stronger than the Zophie from the Light Kingdom. From this brief physical exchange, Xiang Yu reached his conclusion. Are you attempting to obstruct me? At this moment, Zophie's tone carried an unmistakable note of warning, along with a subtle gravity. He had never anticipated that in this universe, there existed a being capable of forcibly intercepting his spatial movement. The opponent's strength rendered him temporarily unable to break free. This was an exceedingly dangerous entity. I have no intention of blocking you. I will not interfere with your mission. Although Xiang Yu was unaware of the specifics of Zophie's task, he had a request, and thus decided to adopt a diplomatic approach, suggesting, I can assist you in completing your mission. He paused, then proposed his condition. In exchange, you help me return to my original world. That seems fair, does it not? Xiang Yu believed he was employing reason to persuade him. Zophie fell into a brief silence. He could clearly sense only the tip of the iceberg of the other's unfathomable strength. This individual was not the target of his mission, and as a being of light from another universe, their development was beyond his observation and jurisdiction. Since he could not, and perhaps should not, define them as an enemy, it seemed logical to adapt his course of action based on the circumstances. After swiftly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and silently redefining Xiang Yu's presence as a potentially useful variable in the execution of his mission, Zophie's calm voice resonated once more. Indeed, there is no restrictive clause in the laws of the Light Star prohibiting the acceptance of voluntary assistance from non-target individuals. Having grasped the depths of Xiang Yu's strength, Zophie's tone finally lost its initial indifference. Since the other had expressed a willingness to cooperate and possessed formidable power, introducing this variable, as long as it did not contravene core laws, might enhance the efficiency of the mission. With this thought, Zophie began to explain to Xiang Yu the mission he was required to fulfill upon arriving in this universe. Chapter 39. The earthly conclusion of the new AO world. The root of the matter lay in the blue planet, Earth, of Zophie's universe. The civilization of Earth in their universe had encountered the Mephiles aliens, attracted by Lipia. It was this interaction that led Mephiles, along with various cosmic forces that subsequently took notice, to discover a quality in the Earthlings that they found immensely desirable. The life forms of Earth could achieve an almost perfect fusion with the beta system, rendering them capable of being transformed into highly potent and controllable biological weapons. One must understand that Earth was home to billions of inhabitants, and given the rapid reproductive rate of the species, in a sufficiently nurturing environment, this posed an imminent threat to the existing balance and order of power across the universe. A super bomb primed to explode, leading to unfathomable turmoil and disaster. At that time, the former envoy of the Light Star, Lipia, sacrificed herself to intervene, aiming to prevent Zophie from executing the decisive action of eradicating the root of the calamity at its inception and thoroughly purging Earth. However, even though the Earthlings and Lipia showcased human courage and indomitable will, this flicker of hope appeared utterly powerless against the cold, harsh realities of the universe. It did not alter the rapidly deteriorating situation. Countless cosmic forces, ravenous for Earthlings, launched a massive assault on the planet. Without Lipia as the final barrier, innumerable cosmic entities, like sharks scenting blood, surged towards Earth, which was defenseless, executing widespread invasions and abductions. The Earthlings could only watch in despair as their compatriots were taken away and transformed into biological weapons designed for warfare. During the interval, when Zophi returned to the Light Star with the remnants of Lipia's life information to face judgment, the fate of Earth had already been sealed. When he once again traversed the starry seas and returned to that familiar star domain, all that remained was a resource-depleted, almost entirely erased civilization, an eerily desolate planet. My core mission in traversing to this universe is to track down and eliminate those cosmic exiles who carry the beta system and intend to seek out and capture Earthlings. Zophi concluded in his signature calm tone. The Earth in his universe has already perished, and perhaps only a few fortunate souls linger in some corner, struggling for survival. Yet their fates have long been inscribed in destiny. Those Earthlings who have been divided and confined by various cosmic powers have essentially found their respective allegiances. Thus, some more ambitious extraterrestrials, having acquired interdimensional travel technology through unknown means, have cast their greedy gazes upon Earths in other parallel universes that remain untouched. Zophi, tracking these fugitives to this realm, is tasked with annihilation to reclaim the scattered beta system. Simultaneously, he inadvertently disseminates fundamental technological knowledge from the Light Star civilization to orderly civilizations that meet specific criteria along his path. This is not his original intent, but rather a consequence of the lingering consciousness of Libya, which continuously emanates feelings of guilt and supplication. Libya has always believed that his initial interference with Earth indirectly drew the attention of the Myphala's aliens to Earthlings, precipitating a series of irreversible catastrophes. The Earthlings of their universe have endured such a tragic fate, and Libya deeply hopes that humanity in other parallel universes can avoid repeating the same mistakes. Therefore, he implores Zophi to scatter technological seeds that could empower civilizations to protect themselves. Naturally, Zophi does not possess the leisure to specifically seek out this universe's Earth for technological aid. He merely selects several civilizations that appear to belong to the orderly faction and possess developmental potential during his interstellar journey to carry the foundational knowledge of the Light Star. Whether this knowledge ultimately reaches Earth is understood and applied depends solely on the luck and fortune of that civilization itself. Understanding this, Xiang Yu did not exhibit excessive sympathy or indignation. In truth, his ideology resonates with that of Zophi on certain levels. He perceives that all existence unrelated to his own goals warrants little emotional investment. His focus remains steadfastly on his own path home. In light of this, as long as he eliminates the extraterrestrials infiltrating this universe and ensures the beta system does not proliferate, his mission will be deemed accomplished, correct? Xiang Yu reconfirmed the core of the task, his purpose clear: to assist Zophi efficiently in completing the mission in exchange for a ticket home. The primary objective is to ensure that the technology of the beta system does not leak or spread in this universe. Zophi precisely corrected him. The extraterrestrials themselves are not the crux. However, should the beta system, once disseminated in this still pure universe, trigger a chain of catastrophic events, even Zophi cannot bear that responsibility. Despite the high technical barriers of the beta system, the exiled extraterrestrials are unlikely to be foolish enough to create more competitors to divide the spoils. Yet, for absolute safety, the most prudent approach remains to annihilate them all and reclaim every component of the beta system. The Light Star is equipped with specialized devices to track the unique energy signals of the beta system. However, the vastness of a universe is overwhelming. Zophi, alone in the endless starry sea, must expend considerable time to catch these cunning, scattered rodents. Moreover, since arriving in this universe, Zophi has sensed, perhaps due to subtle differences in fundamental cosmic rules, that his energy recovery efficiency has diminished significantly, and his powers are slowly but undeniably waning over time. While he is more than capable of dealing with those extraterrestrials, it ultimately requires a great deal of effort. Let me confirm one last time, Xiang Yu. Having grasped the sequence of events, pose the crucial question: after the mission is completed, can you directly activate the device here to transport me back to my original universe? Or must I accompany you to the Light Star to complete the transfer? If it is unnecessary, Xiang Yu genuinely does not wish to traverse back and forth. The Light Star prohibits the entry of outsiders. Zophi emphasized this point. I carry a cross-universe transit device. As long as you can provide a sufficiently precise temporal and spatial anchor, I can activate it here to send you to your target universe. An anchor? Xiang Yu tilted his head slightly, quickly understanding the other's meaning. The next moment, Without any warning, a massive, rapidly spinning, serrated light wheel known as the 8-part light will suddenly coalesced beside Xiang Yu. The blinding radiance and the humming sound that sliced through space made the surrounding vacuum seem to tremble. Does this count? Xiang Yu inquired. He was employing a signature skill mastered by nearly all the Ultra Brothers, the 8-part light wheel. His aura had long since fused with the light-based powers from Leo, 7, and Ace, so this 8-part light will naturally contain the essence of that universe, akin to the unique Ultra signature of the Kingdom of Light. This is sufficient. Zuofei was momentarily taken aback by Xiang Yu's sudden display, fearing that Xiang Yu might be about to engage him in a brawl. However, after discerning the essence contained within the 8-part light wheel, Zuofei fully believed in Xiang Yu's claims about the Kingdom of Light. It was indeed a civilization remarkably similar to theirs, and the multiple essences within the light will bore an astonishing resemblance to the energy characteristics of him and Libya, especially several of which shared about 60% similarity. There is no time to waste. Let us begin. Xiang Yu was quick to act. Although the path home had unexpectedly added another step, the destination was now in sight. Oh, by the way, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Zuofei. Before we start working, allow me to take you to meet your little fans. With that, Xiang Yu gestured for the bewildered Zuofei to follow and turned towards the direction of the Sealator spaceship. They had long admired the light star, and after traveling for a month aboard their ship, it would be remiss not to bid farewell. Xiang Yu explained. The Sealator's dream of pilgrimage to the light star might be difficult to realize, but granting them the chance to see their long-admired idol in person was a small favor Xiang Yu was willing to fulfill. Chapter 40. We, the light star, are invincible. The brief fan meeting concluded amidst the Sealator's excited energy fluctuations, which were nearly stagnant. Xiang Yu and Zuofei did not delay further, and following the coordinates indicated by the beta system's positioning device, they transformed into 2 streaks of light and sped towards the nearest signal source. Meanwhile, in a realm far removed from conventional cosmic concepts, a red light sphere traversed through a bizarre, dreamlike passage at a speed that defies the understanding of ordinary physics. The walls of this passage were not physical entities but comprised countless streams of pure energy, flowing, intertwining, and surging, presenting colors beyond verbal description. Beyond this dazzling passage lay an infinite void, within which floated numerous bubbles of varying sizes, each reflecting a miniature universe. They rose and fell like breaths, their existence fluctuating, collectively forming an epic tapestry that transcended imagination. What a remote cosmic coordinate to unexpectedly traverse to such a distant corner. The red sphere maintained a speed capable of collapsing the very foundations of human physics, while feeling a twinge of regret. At that moment, it had only a trace of residual power and dared not linger in any universe. Had it not been the case, upon realizing the teleportation error, it would have immediately returned to retrieve that special spark, referring to Xiang Yu. Hereafter referred to simply as Xiang Yu, it had painstakingly borrowed back to its originally intended cosmic trajectory. That Saiyan was the only suitable candidate it could select within the timeline accessible with its then available power. In the ancient realms beyond reach, the present timeline's other Saiyans find it exceedingly challenging to resonate with the miraculous light that dwells within the multiverse. Its sparse power had once faintly glimpsed a being within the future timeline, one more attuned than Xiang Yu, yet by then, it had already exhausted its strength to achieve a more precise location or to wait any longer. How could those fiends revive so swiftly? The radiance within the crimson sphere flickered uneasily, despite Peter's assistance in cleansing and suppressing a significant portion of the dissipated negative energy. It should have been able to delay for a while longer. It felt both perplexed and, in a way, relieved that the initial awakening seemed to involve merely the residual powers of a few lower-tier entities, far inferior to the original strength. Nevertheless, the Crimson Sphere was uncertain about the extent of Xiang Yu's power after this period. Perhaps Xiang Yu's unexpected arrival in that remote universe was in itself a form of destiny's arrangement, a safeguard. It was certainly not evading the level of search conducted by Tartaros, even though it was merely a fragment of power separated from the original entity. It possessed its own depth. What truly compelled it to flee in haste was that damned original, that relentless will which sought to restore completeness, unyieldingly pursued its last shred of independent power, intent on devouring and merging with it to achieve totality, even with the covert assistance from a few other entities. The original's unconscious dispersion of negative energy had spread like the most tenacious plague, rapidly contaminating countless universes along its path, continuously locking onto its position through the shared energy fluctuations. It must completely rid itself of them. Otherwise, if this continued, the light at the core of the crimson sphere flared intensely, as if it had made a significant resolution. It surged forward, a torrent of energy erupting forth, instantly distancing itself from the ominous entity behind it, which emitted a sinister purple-black glow. Fortunately, Peter, the King of Ultra, had previously aided in purging and suppressing some of the dissipated negative energy, allowing a portion of the purified primordial power to return to its being. Its original plan was to locate Xiang Yu and utilize these restored powers to escort him to a world most conducive to his rapid growth. Without sufficient miraculous light to bolster him, Xiang Yu's growth rate would likely struggle to keep pace with the original's accelerating revival process. Yet now, plans could not keep up with changes. The arrow was on the string and had to be loosed. The progress of the original's revival exceeded its expectations. And rather than continue this endless evasion, passively enduring blows, it had resolved itself for what was necessary. Blazer Universe, 3 months later. The protracted pursuit had dulled Xiang Yu's initial fascination with the vast, albeit often desolate, starry expanse. Zophie, there shouldn't be many targets left, right? During a brief interval of superluminal travel, Xiang Yu could not help but inquire. Most of his time had been consumed by the monotony of interstellar travel, and this cat-and-mouse task was becoming increasingly tedious. Training, while similarly tiresome, at least allowed him to tangibly feel his power increase. And that sense of accomplishment was enough to offset the monotony of the process. He began to understand why Earth had become a coveted prize for various extraterrestrial forces. Beyond the Earthlings' unique compatibility with the light life forms of the Beta system, the planet itself boasted a pleasant climate and diverse ecological environments. Compared to the majority of planets characterized by extreme heat, overwhelming gravity, or pervasive radiation, Earth was indeed a cosmic paradise. In truth, celestial bodies capable of naturally nurturing and supporting the development of intelligent civilizations were exceedingly rare. Moreover, most of the developed civilizations possessed armed forces formidable enough to give invaders pause. Only on Earth did the environment remain moderate, while the local civilization was unable to traverse the cosmic seas. This windfall, even if unwanted, could be profitably resold to the right buyers. Were it not for the Ultra Clan's long-standing presence on Earth, the planet's armed forces would make it as easy as bending down to pick up money for the majority of cosmic civilizations. Yes, there are not many left, Zophie confirmed, an ineffable emotion quietly blossoming beneath his silver visage, which lacked rich expressions. Perhaps Libya would comprehend this feeling. Zophie had learned about the remarkable traits of Earth's humanity from Libya. Setting aside the Beta system, the very essence of humanity, interwoven with light and darkness, rationality and emotion, distinguished them sharply from the majority of civilizations in the universe that tended toward singularity. This led to a peculiar phenomenon within human civilization, despite having existed and developed for thousands of years since achieving full consciousness. They remained at the most primitive level of civilization. They would rapidly rise and fall, perpetually cycling through this process. Their effective developmental progress was exceedingly brief. Yet it was precisely this intricate complexity and diversity that blossomed within their fleeting lives that captivated Libya, compelling her to intervene even at the risk of defying the laws of the Star of Light. The crux of this lay in humanity's rich array of emotions and desires. Initially, Zophie could not empathize with Libya's absurd choices. However, during the pursuit of a multitude of fugitives alongside Xiang Yu, witnessing firsthand the terrifying power that Xiang Yu occasionally displayed in his urgency to complete the task, he began to understand. On one occasion, when their target leaped to a remote star system, attempting to use the complex gravitational fields of 3 planets and a young star as cover to evade capture, Xiang Yu, having nearly exhausted his patience after days of relentless pursuit, uttered an irritated exclamation. This is endlessly troublesome. In the next moment, while Zophie contemplated whether to employ Zaitan to clear the area, Xiang Yu, in his blazer form, suddenly formed an L shape with his arms before his chest, gathering and compressing countless streams of light energy in his left arm. Blazer ray, Xiang Yu shouted, unleashing a robust red and blue beam that swept directly across the small star system formed by the 3 planets and the central star, which spanned hundreds of light years in diameter. Boom! A terrifying energy storm engulfed the entire star system in an instant. An endless torrent of light and heat consumed all, and the shockwave of destruction expanded outward at the speed of light, obliterating all matter within the star system, including the interstellar dust and asteroid belts that the target. The Metronians might have used for cover. The Metronians, who incessantly summoned biological weapons as a diversion to flee, along with their spacecraft, left not even a single pixel in the dazzling explosion, utterly erased from the physical realm by absolute power. As the radiance dissipated, the cosmic space where the star system once resided was left in absolute void, with only gentle ripples of space remaining, as if no celestial body had ever existed there. Xiang Yu slowly lowered his arms, the surging energy around him gradually calming. He seemed to have gathered himself and turned to Zophi, who was somewhat stunned, to quip. These extraterrestrial beings of your universe may generally be weak, but they can truly run. All right, what is the next coordinate? Reflecting on that scene, even Zophi, who had encountered larger spectacles with the aid of celestial weapons, could not help but marvel. Such a power level, even within the Star of Light, would likely be rare, even among the few individuals capable of overpowering him. This conclusion caused Zophi, who typically adhered to the belief that the Star of Light was invincible, to experience a profound inner tremor for the first time. This is a situation he has never encountered while traversing multiple universes, an existence not hailing from the Star of Light, yet possessing a power comparable to that of its most elite beings. The cognitive shock of this realization can perhaps only be articulated through the emotions possessed by those Earth humans, as described by Lapia. Power is one of the foundational standards by which the Star of Light measures many matters. Zophi suddenly felt that the intervention of this unexpected variable, Xiang Yu, would significantly advance the completion time of their mission. If time permitted, he might linger for a moment on this Earth of the universe, observing the complex and ineffable human civilization from a fresh perspective, as recounted by Lapia. By the way, Zophi, Xiang Yu unexpectedly inquired, have you never considered the idea of merging with other life forms? Chapter 41. It turns out that the star of light is indeed the star of the galaxy. During this time, Xiang Yu and Zophi exchanged information about each other during their leisurely travels. Naturally, Zophi showed little interest in the light nation that Xiang Yu spoke of more often than not. It was Xiang Yu who inquired curiously. Despite Zophi hailing from the Star of Light, maintaining an almost rigid aloofness and indifference, Xiang Yu began to sense, perhaps from some unknown point, that the other seemed to have developed a slight touch of humanity, at least regarding issues that did not breach the legal red lines of the Star of Light. Zophi's silences had become less frequent, and his responses more detailed. Xiang Yu attributed this to his diligent performance in completing tasks efficiently. It seemed that this envoy of the Star of Light had taken note of it, though due to his temperament, he refrained from expressing it openly. Through Zophi's explanations, Xiang Yu gradually understood the fundamental differences between the Star of Light and the Light Nation. The life forms of the Star of Light do not possess any so-called predecessors. More accurately, they have never undergone a transformation from other life forms into beings of light. According to Zophi's description, the Star of Light itself is not a nation in the traditional sense of a planet. It is an expansive, boundless aggregation of pure light energy spanning multiple galaxies. Its scale surpasses conventional celestial concepts. In this sea of light, there is no distinction between land and sky, only an endless flow and intertwining of the light of wisdom. The Star of Light is both the ultimate home and refuge for all life forms, as well as the sole source from which they obtain new life, sustain energy, strengthen themselves, absorb vast knowledge, and comprehend the supreme laws of the Star of Light. From the moment they gain self-awareness, they have existed in the form of life forms, akin to what Earthlings refer to as Ultraman. Although they lack memories of their existence prior to becoming Ultraman, all souls of their kind bear an indelible instinctual understanding that they are indeed part of the Star of Light. In the current multiverse, they are required to traverse as independent entities to uphold the order and balance defined by the laws. The number of Ultramen from the Star of Light is not particularly large. Over the long passage of time in the vast sea of light energy spanning multiple galaxies, only a few tens of thousands of self-aware life forms have been nurtured. In contrast, each Ultraman possesses combat capabilities that rival Zophi and Lapia, and there are hundreds of individuals whose strength far exceeds the average. However, even with such formidable individual power, The manpower of the Star of Light remains stretched thin in the face of an almost infinite cosmic scale. Consequently, a type of celestial weapon capable of mass production, focused on executing specific purification tasks, was born. These purifiers lack the flexibility, intelligence, and versatility of Ultramen. They concentrate all their structure and energy on a singular goal, devastating area attacks. Each celestial weapon possesses a lower limit of destructive power sufficient to annihilate a standard star system. Zophi made no attempt to conceal or embellish this fact, stating it plainly. When all cosmic forces suspect you possess a weapon capable of threatening the entire universe, you had better truly possess it. Clearly, the Star of Light does, and in abundance. This is precisely why the name of the Star of Light instills fear in all powers that are not deaf or stubborn. Although Zophi does not acknowledge the infamous reputation of the Star of Light in the universe. To be frank, the power of celestial weapons is exceedingly immense, and releasing a final strike requires a considerable amount of charging time. Unless it is determined that the target civilization poses a severe threat to the continuity of the basic cosmic order, or if they encounter a force far surpassing the limits of what a conventional Ultraman can handle. These celestial weapons typically serve merely as strategic deterrents and are not easily activated. In summary, while Zophi did not explicitly declare that the Star of Light is invincible, Xiang Yu had fully grasped the core message he intended to convey. The Star of Light, it turns out, refers to a galaxy. Xiang Yu acknowledged that he had underestimated this parallel universe's Light Nation. Perhaps it had little to do with the Light Nation and was not merely a counterpart in a parallel universe. Their similarities might indeed be a mere cosmic coincidence. After all, the disparity between the two is vast, especially if one disregards the presence of the Elder King. Xiang Yu felt that before reaching the Super Saiyan level, he might not be able to contend against celestial weapons capable of delivering a devastating blow to destroy a galaxy unless he could eliminate them before they completed their charge. Zophi provided only a rough overview of the concept and power of celestial weapons. Xiang Yu was entirely unaware of specific values, such as skill cooldowns, defensive capabilities, or speed. What was he thinking? Regardless, he had no reason to engage in conflict with the Star of Light. Xiang Yu shook his head, internally mocking his almost primal desire for battle. Upon hearing of a formidable opponent, he could not help but weigh his own strength. Xiang Yu is not mindlessly stubborn. With his current foundational combat power conservatively estimated to exceed 1 million, and with the astonishing amplification of over 20 times provided by Blazer, he now possesses a combat power of at least tens of millions. It is no trivial matter for him to obliterate a small star system composed of several planets with a single, full-force strike, even without having achieved initial Super Saiyan strength. He possesses such destructive capability. Thus, Xiang Yu is not particularly intimidated by the celestial weapons mentioned by Zophi. Having personally experienced the power associated with combat strength, Xiang Yu has come to a complete understanding of what it means to obliterate an entire solar system with one blow, as stated by Cell and Dragon Ball. Setting aside the Kamehameha's lack of destructive prowess, what Cell intended to convey is that, for the Saiyans who cannot survive in space, my attack range can encompass the entire solar system. No one can escape. Well, except for Kakarot. Based on Xiang Yu's current combat power, if Cell genuinely intended to showcase his destructive capabilities to the fullest, possessing Frieza's cells and being second only to Super Saiyan 2, he could easily annihilate an entire galaxy with a single death ball. Yet, there is no need for that. He aims to resolve issues with Son Goku and the others, thus focusing on condensing energy to achieve maximum lethality rather than displaying superficial range. I have grown to this point, and aside from my own efforts, I must credit the fusion with the origin of light from Ultraman. Xiang Yu is quite self-aware. He does not attribute his current achievements solely to the sweat of his brow. He is merely an unremarkable lower-tier Saiyan. The wonders of Ultraman need not be reiterated. From Leo to Ace, those Ultramen whose foundational combat power ranges from 20,000 to 100,000, possessing colorful timers, have granted him a tremendous increase in combat power and, more importantly, the potential for breakthroughs. What about the Ultramen of the Star of Light? Although Xiang Yu has come to understand the essential differences between the Ultramen of the Star of Light and those of the Light Nation, you are all still beings of light. Are you not? Have you ever considered merging with other life forms? Xiang Yu laid bare his true intentions, revealing that, in fact, he currently exists in a state of unity with Ultraman. Ultraman's fusion with specific organisms can indeed lead to enhanced strength. Xiang Yu referenced an example once shared by Ace, where the Ultraman brothers, united with humans, repeatedly transcended their limits and exhibited formidable power, influenced by the unwavering conviction of humanity. He even candidly revealed the specific augmentation of his own strength post-fusion with Ultraman. While it remained uncertain whether the seemingly indifferent Zophie would acquiesce, he decided to test the waters first. Chapter 42, Enemies from the Heavens. Zophie was keenly aware of the irony. After the fusion of Leo with humans, his power had not only diminished, but had been significantly weakened. The reduction was so severe that even beings like the Mephiles, who ranked inconsequentially in the cosmic evaluation system, dared to confront him. However, upon reflection, Xiang Yu's assertions pertained to the Land of Light, which had no relevance to his own realm. The divergent rules of two universes could naturally yield starkly contrasting outcomes. Moreover, Leo's actions not only disgraced the Ultraman, but had also cost him his life. Every warrior in the Land of Light was invaluable, and while Leo's rebellion warranted judgment, rescue was imperative post-verdict. Currently, Leo had returned to the embrace of the Land of Light in the form of residual life energy, undergoing a prolonged and intricate restoration of his life sequence. Zophie, who was deployed on a mission, was unaware of when Leo might regain his corporeal form and consciousness. Of course, Zophie would not divulge such a scandalous matter to Xiang Yu. Despite his lack of the rich emotions characteristic of humanity, a vague instinct to uphold the absolute authority and image of the Land of Light compelled him to deem the matter unsuitable for public discourse. The core laws of the Land of Light explicitly prohibit deep fusion with other life forms. Ultimately, Zophie chose to adhere to the law, gracefully declining Xiang Yu's proposal. The gravest error committed by Leo stemmed from his fusion with humans. All other actions were merely consequential derivatives. For Zophie, any behavior that contravened the laws of the Land of Light was a treacherous slope he would not dare to traverse. Even if Xiang Yu claimed to be an extraterrestrial known as a Saiyan, capable of achieving a unified state with the beings of light to significantly bolster combined strength. And even though Zophie had witnessed the formidable destructive potential exhibited by Xiang Yu, he still believed that the Land of Light did not require such an elite power, especially since precedents were scant and Leo had only resulted in negative effects. Xiang Yu, upon hearing this, did not display much disappointment. Zophie's rare and detailed explanation was logical. Unlike the Land of Light, which had numerous successful precedents, the system of the Land of Light was well established, its hard power unparalleled across the universe, rendering it unnecessary to risk the unknown by attempting fusion. Xiang Yu was not one to press the matter. If this avenue was blocked, he would seek alternatives upon returning to the Land of Light. The prospect of numerous Ultramen awaiting him as potential fusion partners ignited his eagerness to return to the Leo world. At that moment, he yearned for all remaining mission targets to converge, allowing him to swiftly vanquish them and set off for home. Suddenly, a faint yet disquieting crack resonated through the eerily silent void of space ahead. Fracture-like patterns resembling shattered mirrors materialized out of thin air, rapidly proliferating with frenetic speed, intertwining and becoming increasingly dense. Finally, the pressure within the fabric of space became unbearable, resulting in a cataclysmic rupture. A gargantuan rift, flickering with unstable energy and capable of devouring multiple stars, abruptly gaped open. A violent torrent of spatial chaos erupted forth, akin to a deluge breaking its banks, launching the unsuspecting Xiang Yu and Zophie hundreds of kilometers away into the cosmos. What is happening? Xiang Yu quickly regained his composure, channeling energy within to counteract the immense kinetic force of the spatial tempest. He gazed apprehensively at the suddenly fragmented area, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This spatial rupture had appeared without warning, and there were no signs of high-energy reactions or celestial activities in the vicinity. Had someone forcibly breached the spatial barrier? Their landing spot fortuitously chosen here? As this hypothesis formed in his mind, a flash of crimson surged through the shattered space, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. What could it be? Xiang Yu's mind sharpened, his Saiyan instincts heightened by the clarity afforded by magic, enabling him to swiftly analyze various possibilities amid this unforeseen upheaval. Run! You are no match for them. The red light halted beside Xiang Yu, revealing its true form, a spherical red orb. Its surface radiated a glow imbued with esoteric spatial fluctuations, directing a beam toward the surrounding void. In the next moment, the dark expanse of space was forcibly contorted, rapidly shaping a kaleidoscopic passage of energy before Xiang Yu's eyes. There was no time for explanations. Trust me and run. The red orb's telepathic urgency resounded with near desperation. It understood that Xiang Yu might have forgotten its initial call, but there was no time for nostalgia. Upon breaching the spatial barrier and pinpointing Xiang Yu's location, it sensed his current energy level, slightly beyond its expectations, yet far from sufficient to contend with the terrifying entities pursuing him. There was no choice but to flee. Although the residual strength it possessed could not transport Xiang Yu to the ideal world for his growth, survival through this imminent crisis was paramount. Regrettably, the red orb's subtle mental pulse brushed past the newly stabilized Zophie of the Land of Light, who stood ready for action. It recognized the unique aura of light. But this presence was evidently a mere manifestation of power, not the essence itself. Such an entity would prove of little assistance against the impending threat. What? Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the red orb's frantic yet nonsensical words, unsure of how to respond. Run? Why should I run? And why did the mental resonance from this orb evoke a sense of inexplicable familiarity? Whether due to a subconscious recognition of that mental frequency or an absence of any malevolent intent from the red orb, Xiang Yu refrained from launching an aggressive response toward this peculiar and inexplicable entity. Instead, an instinctive feeling of warmth emanating from the depths of his soul drew him closer to the red orb. Watch out. Move aside. The red orb suddenly emitted a panicked warning, nearly breaking its voice. In a moment of bewilderment, Xiang Yu instinctively sensed an imminent and lethal danger. He reflexively grasped Zophie beside him and propelled himself to the utmost limit of speed, desperately evading to the side and back. Boom. At the very point where their figures had vanished, a massive energy beam, intertwined with ominous purple-black lightning, surged past at an incomprehensible speed. Without the slightest pause, it struck the newly formed seven-colored spatial portal with devastating force. The explosive energy erupted instantaneously. The portal could not even endure for a second, shattering like fragile glass and disappearing without a trace. The terrifying energy's residual waves spread like a tangible tsunami in all directions. Although Xiang Yu had already dodged several thousand kilometers in the first instance, the destructive energy wave still slammed into his back like a sledgehammer. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced. The once smooth flow of light energy within him instantly turned chaotic, and subtle energy leakage appeared on his blazer form. Zophie's situation was even more dire. At the critical moment, he activated a portable barrier device, but that barrier, capable of withstanding conventional galactic impacts, crumbled like paper upon contact with the residual energy. His figure was propelled beyond the limits of Xiang Yu's vision, leaving his fate uncertain. Remarkable. Who on earth is this? Xiang Yu hurriedly sought to restore order to the chaotic energy within him, but the sharp pain radiating from most of his body rendered him particularly solemn. It had been a long time since he had been injured. Deep within, Xiang Yu had longed to confront a true adversary. Yet at this moment, even without having seen his enemy's face, his body instinctively urged him to flee. This was not excitement or a fighting spirit in the face of a formidable foe, but a primal instinct to escape. Chapter 43. He is called the remnant of the evil dragon. Xiang Yu could not comprehend why his body was sending such a powerful signal to flee at this moment. Even when he was weaker and faced with 5 consecutive attacks, he had only recently crossed over, still bearing the remnants of Earth's fragile will. At that time, his Saiyan bloodline had strongly resisted any notion of cowardice. However, the situation had now completely reversed. Although this sudden wave of attack had caused Xiang Yu to sustain considerable injury, part of it stemmed from his own carelessness in not dodging in time, and part from the sheer magnitude of the opponent's attack, which he had not anticipated, leading him to forego activating his protective shield. Nevertheless, to flee without even having seen the enemy was too humiliating. He believed he had the strength to fight back, yet his body conveyed otherwise, plunging Xiang Yu into an awkward struggle between his mind and instincts. He managed to exert control over himself for a fleeting second. Meanwhile, the entity that had unleashed the devastating beam gradually revealed its form from the shrinking spatial rift. It stood approximately 3 meters tall, a figure that appeared diminutive from Xiang Yu's perspective. Its entire body radiated an ominous purple-black hue, seemingly composed of semi-solid, continuously swirling negative energy. with a surface resembling boiling asphalt, occasionally contorted by energy vortices. Its head bore a resemblance to an ancient pterosaur, yet was far more grotesque and fearsome. Covered in jagged bone spurs and a keratinous layer, resonating with the torn, oppressive membrane wings formed from negative energy at its back. The body, barely maintaining a humanoid shape, was adorned with numerous sharp bone spurs, with arms and legs ending in gleaming claws as sharp as scythes. In truth, merely observing its appearance did not instill much fear in Xiang Yu. After all, the myriad bizarre creatures from the Ultraman universe were plentiful. During his pursuit of targets alongside Zophi, he had encountered some aliens whose powers were unimpressive and whose appearances were utterly indescribable, such as one that resembled a giant clam on the face, attempting to ambush him with its feeble trap. In contrast, the purple-black entity before him emanated an oddly compelling and oppressive allure. However, the next moment, as its energy erupted without reservation and swiftly approached, Xiang Yu felt the overwhelming pressure of its terrifying energy, akin to a tangible abyss, nearly freezing his thoughts. The instinctive urge to flee surged to its peak, and Xiang Yu finally comprehended why his body was in a state of frantic alarm. Yet, sensing the energy radiating from the entity in the cosmic expanse, he pondered. Where could he possibly run? Could he even escape? The strange figure hovered silently a short distance away from Xiang Yu and the red orb, its emotionless vertical pupils scanning them coldly. Seemingly confirming its target, it casually raised a claw-like fingertip, a purple-black beam, causing Xiang Yu's soul to tremble and casting a shadow of death, rapidly coalesced at its fingertip. The speed at which the beam formed surpassed the limits of visual perception, as if it had not been launched, but rather directly folded through space. One moment it was gathering at the fingertip, the next it appeared abruptly before Xiang Yu without warning. The beam, less than a meter in diameter and seemingly slender, ruthlessly struck the spherical protective shield that Xiang Yu had desperately erected at the last possible moment. This shield had condensed the maximum energy he could muster, with defensive strength estimated to withstand more than double his full-powered attack. Crack! A sharp, tooth-aching sound of shattering echoed. Before the purple-black beam, the shield, known for its stable performance, shattered like glass under a heavy blow, unable to withstand even half a second. Instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and subsequently collapsing into a flurry of photon fragments. The destructive beam continued unabated, still imbued with the aura of annihilation, directly targeting Xiang Yu, who was left exposed after the shield's destruction and unable to react a second time. In that life-and-death instant, Xiang Yu's figure blurred, and the surrounding space experienced minute distortions. The next moment, he found himself beside the slightly dimmed red orb. Clearly, the red orb had employed some spatial ability to forcibly transfer him at the last moment. Boom! The lost target destructive beam surged forth like a torrent of death, shooting straight toward a massive planet comparable to Jupiter, long dead for countless millennia. At the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze for a frame, and then indescribable horror erupted at the planet's core. The surface of the planet initially caved inward, forming a bottomless pit that instantaneously expanded across the globe, followed by unimaginable light bursting forth from within. The entire planet resembled a balloon bursting from internal forces, fracturing inch by inch from the core, as the hardened planetary core and mantle disintegrated before absolute power. A tidal wave of magma, mixed with billions of tons of interstellar dust and planetary fragments, formed a wave of death, infused with destructive radiance and material torrents. As it rapidly expanded, it slightly obscured the view of the strange figure. Xiang Yu was acutely aware that it was the mysterious red orb that had saved him in the nick of time. At this moment, he still could not fully recover from the shock brought on by the overwhelming disparity in power he had just experienced. The enemy's combat prowess was indeed beyond his capacity to engage, yet Xiang Yu found it utterly baffling why he had suddenly encountered such an exceptionally formidable foe. How could a newly ascended Jian cultivator encounter an ancient Yuaning master during their early trials? What manner of absurdity was this? Is there no justice in the heavens? However, the current situation does not allow for Xiang Yu to indulge in lamentations. All distracting thoughts in his mind were forcefully suppressed within a fleeting moment. Seizing the rare opportunity to breathe, obscured by the explosion of the planet, he propelled his energy to retreat swiftly, striving to create distance, while his mind operated at an unprecedented speed, contemplating any possible avenue for survival. What exactly is it? Surely, you should recognize it? As he retreated, Xiang Yu inquired of the ever-persistent red sphere, hoping to extract intelligence regarding the enemy and uncover the key to breaking the deadlock. Its name is the remnants of the evil dragon. The red sphere's voice was laden with gravity, directly revealing the identity of the foe. Although merely a fragment of the original entity's power, it nonetheless stemmed from the source, rendering the appellation appropriate. It is a pure conglomeration of negative energy, devoid of any rationality, and there is no point in attempting to communicate with it. The red sphere cautioned Xiang Yu not to harbor any illusions. There is absolutely no possibility for communication or reconciliation. The sole thought must be how to find an opportunity to escape the peril. The spatial passage recently conjured by the red sphere had consumed a significant amount of its original willpower, and coupled with the expenditure incurred from forcibly transporting Xiang Yu, it could not conjure another portal in the near term. We must seek an opening in its attacks. The red sphere earnestly transmitted to Xiang Yu. I will do my utmost to distract its attention and create opportunities for you to maneuver. What you need to do is to delay as much as possible while ensuring your own safety. Once we locate a gap, I will exert the remainder of my strength to attempt to reopen the spatial portal. It understood well that the remnants of the evil dragon, upon sighting Xiang Yu, would undoubtedly focus most of its attention on him. No, more specifically, on the original source left within Xiang Yu. Although the remnants of the evil dragon possessed immense power, it was ultimately devoid of reason. With proper coordination, a glimmer of hope might still be found. The red sphere had considered everything thoroughly. Unfortunately, upon hearing the identity of the foe, Xiang Yu's mind had gone blank, rendering him unable to comprehend the subsequent tactical arrangements. The evil dragon? His body instinctively surged forward at full speed, yet his thoughts were bewildered by this utterly unexpected name. Is it the evil dragon he knows? The ultimate boss from GT? The one who can stand toe-to-toe with GT's Super Saiyan 4 Goku, and whose complete form can crush Super Saiyan 4? No, I am merely a novice yet to break through Super Saiyan 1. Am I to confront the evil dragon? Chapter 44. The fragile Jiduin and Zhua Fei's crumbling cognition. Strangely, the appearance of the foe did not align with any of the 7 evil dragons Xiang Yu recognized. Furthermore, why would the world of Ultraman feature an evil dragon? Could there be Dragon Balls here as well? Regardless, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Even if the adversary is a 1-star dragon, Xiang Yu cannot afford to remain passive. He turned to the enigmatic red sphere, clearly linked to the remnants of the evil dragon, and tentatively asked, "Do you possess the ability to grant wishes?" Upon seeing the red sphere, fragments of memories from a blurred yet vividly real dream in the world of Leo began to resurface in Xiang Yu's mind. Particularly, the scene of a child holding a red sphere and making a wish. Initially, after awakening from the dream, this memory had faded, and since he had never considered that the world of Ultraman would intersect with that of Dragon Balls, he had not probed further. However, upon reflection, the riddle-spouting king of Ultraman could see through his origins and claimed to possess a means to reach the world of Dragon Balls. Coupled with the current existence of the remnants of the evil dragon, the identity of the red sphere became increasingly intriguing. Currently, I possess but a remnant of my power, insufficient to fulfill your grand wishes. The red sphere's reply carried an unmistakable hint of melancholy. It genuinely wished to help, but lacked the strength. Had it been in its prime, it could have assisted Xiang Yu in refining the now thin Saiyan bloodline, augmenting his potential to rival that of the ancient Saiyans. But now, those Saiyans ought not to be the ones to run. The current batch of Saiyans has a bloodline so diluted that they require multi-stage bloodline eruptions, forcibly stimulating their bloodline through passive refinement to barely reach the former minimum. It is truly a decline. What the red sphere could accomplish was merely to transport Xiang Yu to the Ultraman universe, expending most of its remaining essence to optimize his physique, allowing him to merge with the unique miracle light of this universe. Thus, it could slowly improve his potential and refine his bloodline, perhaps even. Yet, this is ultimately a process that necessitates prolonged accumulation to yield results. Moreover, for Xiang Yu, who has not reached the designated growth world, nurturing this seed of hope to grow into a towering tree is utterly impossible in the short term, rendering it of no assistance in the current desperate battle. Is it not feasible to forcibly transform into a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's mood darkened. This was the quickest method he could conceive to turn the tide. He understood that the first stage breakthrough of the bloodline, as mentioned by the red sphere, referred to Super Saiyan. Although he did not know how powerful the Scions would become after the purification and ancestral return that the Red Sphere revered, he did not wish to ponder such ephemeral matters. He merely hoped the Red Sphere could aid him in bypassing the strict conditions of a pure-blood Scion's combat power threshold of approximately 3 million and the stringent emotional triggers required for transformation, allowing him to transform early like a hybrid Scion. If successful, with a 50-fold increase in power, his chances of escape would significantly rise. Yes, Xiang Yu was still contemplating escape rather than vanquishing the remnants of the evil dragon. The disparity in power between the two was far more than a simple double. Currently, the transformation boost for Xiao Bu was at least 20-fold, yet he still struggled even to flee in haste. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would yield merely a 2-fold increase compared to Xiao Bu's current state, which could only be described as allowing him to run slightly faster, making it easier to buy time until the Red Sphere could reopen the portal. After all, his foundational combat power remained too low. As for whether the remnants of the evil dragon would pursue him again, he could only deal with it as it came. Just as Xiang Yu and the Red Sphere fell into a brief silence due to the pressing reality, the dust and radiant barrier created by the distant planet's explosion finally dissipated. After a moment of waiting, the remnants of the evil dragon, having not received the anticipated feedback of returning original power, immediately sensed that their target was not eliminated. Whoosh! The remnants of the evil dragon swiftly locked onto Xiang Yu, who was flying at superluminal speed billions of kilometers away, and with a surge of energy, quickly closed the distance between them. Damn it! At this rate, I will soon be caught. Xiang Yu gazed in despair at the ever-expanding remnants of the evil dragon in his perception. Although he did not hold much hope for the tactical strategy relayed by the Red Sphere, he understood that while it could provide assistance and distraction, the enemy could afford to make many mistakes, whereas Xiang Yu only needed to make one. The remnants of the evil dragon are not like the Scions, who would engage in a fair battle. The gap in power is evident, and should Xiang Yu slip up even once, there would be no second chance. Xiang Yu, inspired by the notion of forcibly transforming into a Super Saiyan, ignited a new idea within the Red Sphere. With its current power and Xiang Yu's uniqueness, they might be able to achieve it, albeit with certain risks involved. Just as the Red Sphere was preparing to share its new plan with Xiang Yu, although Xiang Yu did not hear the mechanical, synthetic sounds in the vacuum, the colossal object emerging between him and the remnants of the evil dragon successfully captured the attention of the trio. It was a massive creation, estimated to stand at a height of 5,000 meters. Its entire structure exhibited a dark hue, reminiscent of lava that had cooled, and its form was complex, seemingly composed of countless enormous, unnatural geometric modules, embodying the cold, pure aesthetic of mechanical violence. This was Jiduan, the celestial suppression weapon that the Star of Light took great pride in. Meanwhile, the originally silver-gray patterns on his body inexplicably transformed into a pale green hue, and the dim-eyed Zophie of the Light Star appeared before Xiang Yu. Unknown life form. Energy levels cannot be accurately assessed. Threat level indeterminable. Strong malice and tendencies for destruction detected, seriously violating the first article of the Light Star laws, hereby classified as a primary annihilation target. Zophie's voice, reminiscent of a decree, echoed, but his tone had long since lost its previous absolute calmness, replaced by an unmistakable, unprecedented gravity. He felt that there was no need to specifically observe humanity on Earth at this moment. He was personally experiencing the profound dread and heaviness that stemmed from the vast disparity in power. In recounting the recorded history of the Light Star, Zophie found it difficult to ascertain whether he had ever encountered an adversary with such terrifying energy levels. Perhaps the Earthlings of the past viewed the arrival of the being he brought, Jiduan, with a similar sentiment. As he beheld the celestial weapon, now fully activated and in battle mode, a faint sense of security flickered within him. After locking on the remnants of the evil dragon as the target, Jiduan's operational program became immutable. Yet Zophie did not perceive this as an overkill. If he could eliminate this unknown terror, the achievement would outweigh any cosmic crisis event. Jiduan. The luminous organs on Jiduan's head and chest suddenly blazed with blinding brilliance. In an instant, an unending barrage of dark red energy projectiles, each capable of effortlessly shattering planetary energy, erupted from its form like a tempest of metal on a cosmic scale. They wove a net of annihilation that enveloped the entire star domain, descending upon the remnants of the evil dragon. Boom! The concentrated explosions instantaneously consumed the area where the remnants of the evil dragon resided. How is this possible? Zofie could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed the figure of the evil dragon's remnants emerge unscathed from the center of the catastrophic energy surge. It did not even make a defensive or evasive move. The terrifying barrage, which could have tested the utmost defenses of the Lightstar Ultraman, struck its purple-black body without causing even a ripple, like raindrops falling into an abyss, directly consumed and obliterated. Its forward momentum remained unimpeded. Zofie was acutely aware of the specific power of this barrage, and the scene before him completely shattered his understanding. Having tasted the aftermath of the evil dragon's attack, Zofie never imagined he could subdue the enemy with this maneuver. Yet could it really be so easily dismissed, as if it were a leisurely bath? Boom! A muffled thud reverberated through the vacuum, manifesting as an energy shockwave. Ji-Duan, with its planet-sized form, ultimately posed a trivial inconvenience to the remnants of the evil dragon. Without any thought of circumventing, the remnants charged directly into Ji-Duan, which stood in the path between it and Xiang Yu. The immense body, coupled with powerful kinetic energy, shattered several small asteroids. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that at the moment of impact, Ji-Duan's outer protective energy barrier, capable of withstanding a stellar explosion, developed faint yet discernible cracks, akin to tempered glass under duress. Ji-Duan. The impact sent Ji-Duan hurtling away, but it quickly stabilized its massive form. Its internal calculation system had elevated the threat level of the enemy to an unprecedented peak. At this moment, it ceased any tentative attacks, and its glowing structures began to flicker at an unprecedented frequency, resembling an overloaded alarm. A colossal force of destructive energy began to gather frantically at its core. Compressing, this was the precursor to Ji-Duan's ultimate technique, a fireball with the potential to obliterate galaxies. Seemingly sensing Ji-Duan's intentions, the remnants of the evil dragon, which had previously ignored everything, finally paused in its pursuit, casting a dispassionate gaze toward the colossal entity charging its energy. Even devoid of reason, instinct alerted it that this obstruction was rather bothersome. The remnants of the evil dragon clenched a hand, purple-red energy converging and compressing within, the space around the energy sphere exhibiting extreme distortion and fragmentation, silently revealing the terrifying energy levels contained within. Boom! Without allowing Ji-Duan the time to complete its final charge, the purple-red sphere of annihilation struck the core, gathering the trillion-degree fireball on Ji-Duan's chest as if it had traversed space. There was no deafening explosion, only a low, resonant hum of material disintegration. In that instant, the planet-class colossal body of Ji-Duan, upon being struck by the energy sphere, began to disintegrate, vaporize, and decompose at a speed that defied physical comprehension. Starting from the point of contact at the core, the immense mechanical structure crumbled, and the massive fragments were further pulverized into finer particles under an unseen force, ultimately obliterating even the trillion-degree fireball energy that had yet to be unleashed. In the span of a single breath, the celestial weapon Ji-Duan, a symbol of the light star's supreme might, vanished entirely from this star domain, as if it had never existed. Where Ji-Duan had once been, the spatial structure, unable to withstand such a violent release of energy and material annihilation, began to collapse inward frantically. A black hole, radiating an insatiable pull from which even light could not escape, suddenly formed. Yet, facing this natural force that devoured all, the remnants of the evil dragon remained suspended in place, unyielding. The immense gravitational pull of the black hole acted upon the minuscule form of the remnants. Yet it failed to exert significant influence, merely accelerating it to escape the core region of the black hole's strongest pull. It gazed blankly at the consuming black hole, a terrifying sight that left it helpless. Countless thoughts of analysis and understanding swirled in its mind, colliding until they culminated in utter blankness. 1,000 words ultimately coalesced into a single whisper, as if cognitive dissonance had taken hold. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 45, 100,000 times the bull's light. The beasts of light, what is Ji-Duan's most formidable skill? Most cosmic forces with knowledge of celestial weapons would immediately think of that ultimate move capable of obliterating star systems. From the perspective of sheer destructive range, this is indeed accurate. However, Zofie understood more clearly that in terms of absolute lethality against a single target, The true strongest force lay in the micro-black hole created by the extreme collapse of core energy after the celestial weapon overloads and disintegrates. With the absolute characteristic of a black hole capable of tearing apart the fabric of space-time, from the limited records of its utilization in the history of the light star, it has invariably achieved its objective of annihilating enemies. Yes, thus far. This is a significant problem. The existence of this caliber poses a threat to the multiversal order that far exceeds the original mission assigned to Zophi. Presently, he, who lacked the strength of Jiduan, would not engage in the meaningless act of charging into danger with the bravado of a protector. As previously stated, every warrior of the light star is invaluable. And now Zophi's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Zophi, leave this to me. Xiang Yu's voice resonated at the opportune moment, interrupting Zophi's contemplation. Its target is me, and this is not your original mission. If you can leave, do so. Xiang Yu was unaware whether Zophi, hailing from the light star, would possess the same sacrificial resolve as the Ultraman of the Light Kingdom to suppress evil. However, in comparison to the absolute strength exhibited by the remnants of the evil dragon, even Zophi, who was stronger, would find that attempting to engage would only lead to futile sacrifice. Xiang Yu did not wish to implicate the being of differing ideals. Yet he had fought alongside the light of the stars, the Ultraman. Although, upon witnessing Zophi's return to life, a thought of merging with him flickered in his heart once more. Zophi's foundational strength was undeniably formidable, and if a successful fusion could be achieved, it might even surpass his current blaze form. With the enigmatic yet straightforward red orb by his side, Xiang Yu candidly expressed his thoughts. It is futile. The power of your lineage cannot be fused with at present. The red orb did not provide a specific rationale, but stated the outcome with certainty. In the future, Xiang Yu would come to understand why fusion was impossible at this moment. The urgency of the situation left no time for elaborate explanations. I shall return to the light of the stars and summon my kin. Zophi did not feign rejection of Xiang Yu's goodwill, nor did he inquire further into Xiang Yu's plans for action. Even without Xiang Yu's words, the decision to retreat and seek aid was already the most rational choice he could make. Should my home planet permit, I will request a dimensional bomb. Despite the light of the stars having never utilized this highest-tier cleansing weapon, Zophi believed that if the price was the obliteration of a universe, they would likely agree to save the vast multiverse order. Xiang Yu nodded noncommittally, although the prospect of a dimensional bomb seemed formidable against the remnants of the evil dragon. It was regrettably not a solution for his immediate predicament. By the way, this is for you. Zophi waved his hand, conjuring a concentrated beam of light that transformed into a precisely structured, peculiar device in Xiang Yu's hands. This was the promised reward, and Zophi hoped that Xiang Yu would have the opportunity to utilize it. In Zophi's view, this universe was likely destined for cleansing, and thus the remaining objectives no longer warranted pursuit. He hoped this advanced settlement of rewards might afford Xiang Yu a sliver of hope for survival. Having uttered this double-edged remark, Zophi wasted no time, instantly transforming into a silver sphere of light, departing at superluminal speed, leaving no trace behind. Xiang Yu casually stored the previously prized teleportation device in his storage space. Now, with the red orb capable of traversing time and space freely, resembling a long-lost grandfather, Xiang Yu's mood was akin to that of a basketball player finally seizing the ball, coupled with the red orb's acknowledged wish-granting ability. Regardless of any direct correlation to the Dragon Ball, it significantly eased Xiang Yu's path ahead. In an instant, his desire to journey to the Dragon Ball world diminished considerably. The good news, which should have been present since the onset of his traversal, had at last been regained, steering him toward the narrative of a triumphant protagonist. The bad news was the imperative to survive. Are you certain that this method will be effective? Xiang Yu gazed gravely at the remnants of the evil dragon, now fully liberated from the black hole's gravitational influence, locking onto him with an icy stare, unable to refrain from seeking confirmation from the red orb once more. Despite his confidence in his understanding of the Dragon Ball series lore and narrative, he remained astonished and uneasy by the audacious notion proposed by the red orb. After all, this was not merely a matter of power systems. Fear not. The scenario you dread will not come to pass. Were it not for the orb's nature as merely a sphere, it would have guaranteed him with a reassuring pat on the chest. Let us proceed. It is better to take a chance than to await death. Observing the remnants of the evil dragon drawing nearer, Xiang Yu steeled his resolve and chose to trust the red orb, primarily because he had little choice. All right, brace yourself. There may be a slight discomfort. The red orb's brilliance radiated once more, growing ever more resplendent, its form beginning to swell, unleashing 100,000-fold of verge light. Buzzing. It transformed into a red sphere the size of a small satellite, directing all its newly transformed luminous energy onto Xiang Yu in his blaze state. Ah! The overwhelming concentration of verge light penetrated through Blaze's resilient skin, instantly breaching the tough exterior formed of high-density light energy. Ignoring external defenses, it directly affected the core of mixed energy of light and breath, intimately merging with Xiang Yu's soul and life essence. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Yu felt as though his soul had been cast into a stellar furnace. A forceful rewriting of the most fundamental codes of life surged through him. A searing pain of extreme transformation swept over every particle of his consciousness like a devastating tsunami. The energy within him, catalyzed by this extraordinary verge light, reacted violently, akin to ice cubes thrown into boiling oil, initiating an unprecedented upheaval. The energy surged uncontrollably, boiling, as the agony that seemed poised to incinerate his very soul bore down upon the core of his transformed consciousness. Just as one wave of torment subsided, another emerged. An unending cycle of excruciating agony compelled Xiang Yu to unleash a soul-rending roar. What the hell? Do you call this a little discomfort? It was akin to being drawn and quartered. Just as Xiang Yu's endurance approached its limits, a roar erupted from Blaze, a sound not befitting an Ultraman, but rather an expression of primal ferocity and violent power, erupting from the intensely transforming body. The tangible sound waves mingled with the tumultuous energy torrent, forming a visible, distorted crimson shockwave that surged outward in all directions. Its might was such that it forcefully repelled the advancing remnants of the evil dragon several steps back. Simultaneously, the form of Blaze was undergoing a revolutionary and astonishing transformation. It was not merely a change in skin patterns or the addition of armor. This could no longer be termed a giant of light, but rather a beast of light. Before him, Xiang Yu in Blaze form, originally adorned with a skin of pure light energy, was now enveloped in a layer of light fur that resembled solidified liquid radiance, dense like the pelt of a biological entity. His arms elongated, muscles bulging, exuding explosive strength, while his hands morphed into fierce claws, glistening with chilling light. The structure of his legs subtly adjusted, becoming more suited for explosive leaps and strikes, the saws transforming into beastly paws firmly gripping the void. His formerly gentle, pearlescent eyes were now a vivid crimson, the biological mask of the Ultraman shattered, his mouth tearing open to reveal a true gaping maw, filled with glimmering, metallic teeth. The blue crystal, formed from the hardened photon blood on the left side of his head, had transformed into a flowing deep red flame. The timer on his chest, previously protruding, now sank inward, adopting a more biological motif. A robust, elongated tail sprouted from the base of his spine, every accidental swish conjuring fierce cosmic storms. At this moment, Xiang Yu had wholly transformed into a fierce beast of light, fused with the sacred essence of the Ultraman and the primal ferocity of the Saiyan. Can you hear me? I still possess consciousness. Emerging from the depths of unbearable pain, Xiang Yu completed this extraordinary metamorphosis, initially failing to grasp the monumental power surging within him. Instead, he was astounded that, as foretold by the red orb, he had retained his complete self-awareness in this unprecedented state of transformation. It seemed that his journey to this point might not be a misfortune after all. The red orb, having witnessed Xiang Yu's transformation, sighed in relief. The brilliance of this universe indeed demonstrated an unimaginable compatibility with the bloodline of the Saiyans. Were it not for this, it would undoubtedly refrain from risking the convergence of its colossal form in the manifestation of light. Even in the world of growth originally chosen for Xiang Yu, one might not discover such a perfect catalyst. Fate, perhaps. Chapter 46, Xiao Bu. At this moment, Xiang Yu felt as though he were the very embodiment of power, a torrent of energy surging through his limbs and bones, bringing forth an almost excruciating sensation that threatened to rend his body asunder. Although the soul-wrenching agony experienced during the transformation had dissipated, a primal and savage will, emanating from the depths of the monstrous bloodline, relentlessly assailed his rational defenses, making it arduous for him to maintain inner tranquility. He gazed at the distant purple-black figure, which not long ago had been a source of despair so profound that he could not even muster the thought of resistance. Now, an uncontrollable desire for battle, intertwined with a roaring impulse, surged in his throat, compelling Xiang Yu to unleash a wild howl that shattered the stardust. As his massive form tore through the void and initiated a charge. Now it was his turn. Boom! In their initial clash, Xiang Yu's colossal fist, cloaked in the radiance of light, struck with the force capable of annihilating stars against the remnants of the malevolent dragon. Yet, the diminutive form of the dragon remnants erupted with a terrifying power that matched his own, its claws meeting his with a ferocity that unleashed a blinding light, as the purple-black negative energy clashed violently with the boiling blue-red energy of Xiang Yu's fist. The shockwave expanded spherically, instantly clearing the vicinity of countless small meteoroids that had floated for eons, reducing them to the fundamental particles of the cosmos. Bang! 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 The ensuing exchanges were as swift as lightning and as weighty as mountains. The two figures transformed into intertwining streaks of light within the frigid vacuum of space. One was immense and wild, while the other was mysterious and sharp. With each clash of fist and claw, a resonant thunderous sound erupted, and the residual waves from the annihilation of energy ravaged the already shattered starfield like an unrelenting storm. Following the successful transformation into a colossal ape, Xiang Yu appeared to have reached an equilibrium with the dragon remnants, yet he felt a tinge of frustration within. In the face of nearly equal strength, his overwhelming size rendered him somewhat cumbersome, making it challenging to counter the opponent's cunning and swift attacks. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Xiang Yu, causing him to forego any thoughts of finesse and instead focus solely on a swift resolution. Roar! Unable to gain the upper hand through physical confrontation, Xiang Yu opened his mouth wide and decisively unleashed a verbal assault, a chilling wave of energy erupting from the depths of his throat. A scorching beam of light, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and imbued with violent and destructive energy, surged forth from his colossal maw, hurtling toward the distant remnants of the malevolent dragon. Wherever the beam passed, the fabric of space twisted and melted under its intense heat. This terrifying breath was capable of instantaneously vaporizing planets, seemingly poised to completely engulf the minuscule form of the dragon remnants. However, the remnants of the malevolent dragon merely paused momentarily, claws coming together before its chest, as a highly concentrated sphere of purple-black negative energy rapidly formed, defiantly countering the beam of light. Zzz! Zzz! The two apocalyptic torrents of energy collided fiercely in the cosmos. The incandescent beam of light clashed with the purple-black sphere of negative energy, becoming locked in a fierce tug-of-war. With arcs of electricity and energy fragments erupting from their contact point, mutually eroding, counteracting, and compressing, leading to a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. It was not that the verbal assault was inadequately forceful, nor was it that he lacked the desire to utilize his self-created energy wave infused with the essence of light. Rather, the rampancy of energy had diminished his control over it to an exceedingly low level. Skills such as the collapse fist and elemental magic could not be executed smoothly. The energy now, a fusion of light and chi, lacked the obedient nature it once possessed, as if the energy had developed its own sentience within the colossal ape state. This verbal assault was a skill born out of instinctive reaction. Had he been granted sufficient time to adapt to this entirely new form, the situation might have unfolded differently. For now, Xiang Yu could only maintain his energy output, engaging in the purest and most perilous battle of attrition, wagering that his opponent's energy reserves were not as substantial as his own. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the purple-black sphere of negative energy, with its inherent properties, was silently eroding and corrupting his beam of light. Like ink dropping into clear water, the once incandescent energy swiftly dulled and transformed, only to be absorbed and assimilated by the negative energy sphere. How infuriating! Could it be that this foe possessed boundless energy? After 10 minutes of intense confrontation, Xiang Yu not only failed to glimpse the dawn of victory, but also sensed his beam being pushed back. He growled in frustration, filled with confusion and vexation. Was it truly possible that the adversary was the villain here, and yet he was merely in the initial phase of his new transformation? Yet the confrontation remained indifferent to Xiang Yu's will, as the negative energy sphere continued to erode and assimilate a considerable portion of the energy from his beam. its volume not diminishing, but rather growing denser and more formidable. Its menacing aura ascended, progressively pushing back the golden-red beam with even greater ferocity. This was dire. He could assimilate and absorb your energy. At this moment, the red orb recalled the attributes of the dragon remnants and hastily informed Xiang Yu of the situation. It had not anticipated that Xiang Yu could create a scenario beyond mere survival. Yet even after discovering the traits of the dragon remnants, the situation remained unchanged. Clearly, Xiang Yu, in his colossal ape form, still could not achieve overwhelming superiority. The dragon remnants thrived in a balanced confrontation. What use is it to mention this now? Xiang Yu couldn't help but lament the absence of that strategic and decisive demeanor he had just displayed. He was now incapable of halting his energy output. If the beam were to cease, the unimpeded negative energy sphere would instantly engulf him, leaving no opportunity for escape. Had he spoken sooner, he might have been able to retreat with composure, awaiting the cooldown of the red orb's time portal. My apologies, I neglected to mention this. The red orb admitted with regret. It was indeed its fault. Had it not sensed that Xiang Yu's power, post-transformation, was even slightly greater than that of the dragon remnants, it might not have entertained such a bold notion. Otherwise, had they adhered to the most prudent course of action, they would have undoubtedly managed a smooth retreat. How infuriating! Had the thought of reclaiming the essence clouded its judgment? The red orb felt immense guilt, having squandered a rare opportunity, completely overlooking the attributes of the malevolent dragon. Even in its remnants, the essence of negative energy remained unchanged. How could it have failed to recall this at the crucial moment? The dragon remnants showed no mercy, seizing upon the fleeting moment of Xiang Yu and the red orb's mental exchange to fully unleash the already swollen negative energy sphere. Buzz! The assimilation efficiency of the negative energy sphere surged to a terrifying degree, as the incandescent beam of light was visibly eroded and transformed. The tenuous balance was utterly shattered, and the negative energy sphere surged forth like a flood of destruction, rapidly advancing upon Xiang Yu. It was over. The red orb gazed upon this irretrievable situation, enveloped in an abyss of despair and self-reproach. Even if it resolutely resolved to act now, it would likely be too late to alter the course of events. The negative energy sphere pushed forward relentlessly, closing in on Xiang Yu with an aura so destructive that it seemed poised to sear his very soul. Was this the end? Xiang Yu stared at the encroaching light of annihilation, his energy output unconsciously waning, a sense of hopelessness enveloping him. The myriad experiences since his arrival here flashed through his mind like a rapid carousel. Do not give up. At this critical moment, a faint yet unwavering consciousness forcefully emerged from the depths of the terrifying and utterly submissive will of the colossal ape. It was Xiaobu. Upon sensing the imminent peril that Xiang Yu faced, an inexplicable surge of power compelled Xiaobu's consciousness to fiercely contest the dominance over the bodily energy with the frenzied will of the giant ape. Xiaobu. Xiang Yu observed Xiaobu's seemingly incomprehensible actions, fully trusting that Xiaobu would never harm him. Yet at this moment, even if the control of energy was reclaimed, what could be altered in the face of the menacing negative energy sphere so close at hand? Xiaobu offered no response to Xiang Yu's concerns. His pure consciousness was solely fixated on a resolute thought, to reclaim power at any cost. Then wait. Xiaobu, what are you about to do? As he received no answer and gradually felt the unyielding determination within Xiaobu's consciousness, akin to a fire ready to consume everything, Xiang Yu's unease skyrocketed. Suddenly, an unprecedented wave of debilitating weakness, as if his very soul was being extracted, enveloped Xiang Yu's entire being. He felt his consciousness plunge into darkness, and when his sight returned, he beheld a figure he had not seen from a third-person perspective in a long time, familiar yet painfully bright. The tricolor form of the light giant, belonging to Blazer Ultraman, devoid of the characteristics of the giant ape, stood resolutely with arms outstretched, shielding against the devastating negative energy sphere. Xiaobu. Chapter 47. The Fusion of the Red Sphere, Experience Card of Super Saiyan 4. Under Xiang Yu's complete trust and lack of opposition, Xiaobu had taken away most of the ferocious energy from the giant ape state during the separation. This power far exceeded the limits that Blazer's original form could bear. Every inch of the luminous body cried out under the unbearable strain. In fact, even before Xiang Yu first completed the transformation into the giant ape, Xiaobu had silently endured the impact of this extraordinary force. aware that this was a critical moment for Xiang Yu's survival, thus hiding all the pain and discomfort without a hint of expression. At this moment, he resolutely activated his innate special constitution, capable of absorbing and transforming various energies. Attempting to use this body on the brink of collapse as a shield to forcibly absorb and neutralize the terrifying negative energy sphere that could obliterate stars. This was the only method he could conceive to buy Xiang Yu a fleeting chance of survival. However, Xiaobu overestimated his physical limits and underestimated the overwhelming nature and domineering assimilative properties of the negative energy. This power, stemming from the ultimate darkness of the Dragon Ball world, was incomparable to any energy he had previously encountered. Even now, while he bore most of Xiang Yu's giant ape strength within him, unprecedentedly powerful, his ability to absorb and transform energy, which had sustained him, appeared utterly feeble against this destructive energy for the first time. The plan to leverage strength against strength was doomed from the outset. The purple-black negative energy sphere unceremoniously struck Blazer's body, and the destructive energy surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Yet from the very beginning, Xiaobu had never harbored high hopes for success. His intention was simple and pure, as long as he could delay Xiang Yu for even a moment, just a moment. In the instant before his consciousness was entirely consumed and eroded by the negative energy, Xiaobu felt no fear of death, only a faint, almost star-like regret that quietly passed through his pure thoughts. What a pity it was that he could no longer accompany Xiang Yu to explore the wonders of other worlds. Crack! Crack! The heart-wrenching sounds resonated clearly in Xiang Yu's perception, from the point where the negative energy sphere struck his chest. Horrifying cracks rapidly spread across Blazer's luminous body like a plague. No. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in despair as he helplessly watched Xiaobu's familiar silhouette before him gradually disintegrate into pure photon particles from the cracks. Like a candle flickering in the wind, swiftly dissipating into the cold vacuum of the universe. His mind went blank. All thoughts and perceptions froze in that moment, leaving only the fading light and shadow etched deep into his soul. Xiang Yu, run, now. The urgent voice of the red sphere thundered in his consciousness, urging him not to waste Xiaobu's sacrifice. This was its sole wish at this moment. Xiang Yu's reason clearly recognized the correct choice. He understood that he must cherish the precious opportunity that Xiaobu had purchased with his life. Yet, his body and soul felt as if they were shackled by invisible chains, unable to move an inch. Countless emotions surged within him like a tsunami. An overwhelming frustration at his inability to contend with a formidable foe, profound gratitude and sorrow for Xiaobu's selfless sacrifice, and an insatiable fury directed at the malevolent remnants of the dragon that had caused all this turmoil, a wrath potent enough to scorch the seas of stars. Separated from Xiaobu, yet maintaining the giant ape form due to the intense emotional upheaval, Xiang Yu's fragile grip on rationality, already swaying in the storm, was utterly capsized in that instant. All pent-up emotions erupted into a soul-rending roar, accompanied by a palpable release of fury. Boom. It was as if an innate, indestructible chain within him had been violently shattered by this torrent of overwhelming emotion. The dense brown fur of Xiang Yu's giant ape form suddenly sparkled with golden light at its roots. This golden glow spread rapidly like a wildfire, attempting to dye his entire body in the legendary hue that symbolizes the higher powers of the Saiyan race. This was the manifestation of S cells being fully activated under extreme emotional stimuli, signaling the transition to a higher realm of existence. This was the ultimate form, long passed down through the Saiyan lineage, known as the Super Saiyan. No, the timing is wrong. The red sphere sensed the breakthrough signs triggered by Xiang Yu's intense rage and felt a heavy dread wash over it. There was no joy, only concern. Too early. His foundational strength and bloodline accumulation had not yet reached the necessary level for such a transformation. Perhaps, in a normal humanoid state, given such a powerful emotional outburst, Xiang Yu might indeed have a chance to forcefully break through the barrier. But the problem was, he was currently in the giant ape form. As predicted by the red sphere, the worst-case scenario unfolded. The fur on Xiang Yu's surface flickered violently between dazzling gold and its original brown-black, as the golden hue seemed poised to dominate and complete the final transformation. Yet in the next moment, poof, Xiang Yu abruptly opened his mouth and spewed forth a torrent of blood. An overwhelming sense of weakness, as if every ounce of strength had been drained, swept over him, and the recently ignited golden light of hope rapidly receded like a tide. So close, just a hair's breadth away. Xiang Yu cried out in frustration. Could miracles truly never occur for him? How many more opportunities like this could he possibly have? He was acutely aware of his body's frailty and understood that his foundational combat power could barely allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan, let alone achieve the threshold required to become the Golden Giant Ape. But could he not, even for a fleeting moment, even if just borrowing a sliver of strength, gain enough power for vengeance? Even the simplest 500-fold enhancement would suffice to avenge Xiao Bu. The red sphere observed Xiang Yu's suddenly dwindling aura. The breakthrough state forcibly interrupted, and a flicker of conflict crossed its mind. After this period of recovery, it had accumulated sufficient power to reopen the portal through time and space. Immediately evacuate with Xiang Yu. For any further exertion to conceal our presence would suffice to allow them to escape the clutches of the remnants of the malevolent dragon. This is the most prudent choice. Yet, the miracle you yearn for shall be bestowed upon you by me. With unwavering resolve, the crimson sphere ceased to hesitate, transforming into a decisive streak of light that surged directly towards Xiang Yu. At the moment of contact with Xiang Yu's form, its corporeal shape disintegrated into an ethereal and warm radiance, wholly merging into Xiang Yu's being. It had prepared for the worst, ready to fully assimilate with Xiang Yu when necessary, to detonate the latent primordial power that lay dormant within him, thereby escaping the clutches of the malevolent dragon's remnants. Although the situation had encountered several obstacles, it appeared that such drastic measures were not immediately required. However, the Crimson Sphere understood a profound truth. Can a Saiyan, who retreats in the face of sacrifice from a dear friend, truly aspire to reach the heights it envisions? Although Xiang Yu's breakthrough was ill-timed and fraught with peril, the opportunity born of intense emotion and external despair, coupled with the fusion with his essence, might yet force open that door, granting him a fleeting experience of the legendary power. The remnants of the malevolent dragon sensed the unstable and threatening shift in Xiang Yu's aura. In the instant Xiang Yu's breakthrough faltered and his energy waned, instinct compelled the remnants to launch an attack without hesitation. With little rational thought and no comprehension of restraint or underestimation, they conjured a sphere of negative energy, imbued with destructive potential. Despite being in excessive measure against Xiang Yu at that moment, they poured their full strength into it. Boom! The sphere of negative energy shot forth. Its energy, concentrated to an extreme, did not emit a discernible aura, yet its overwhelming potency caused the surrounding cosmic fabric to reach its breaking point. The trajectory of the sphere shattered the space around it as if it were fragile glass, revealing countless fissures of varying sizes, dark and chaotic. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion upon impact did not materialize. Instead, there were merely two faint sounds. A robust arm, covered in thick, dark red fur, emerged as if from thin air, effortlessly grasping the destructive sphere as if it were a mere trifle. That once insurmountable sphere of negative energy, which had filled Xiang Yu and Xiao Bu with despair, now appeared as nothing more than a restless toy, futilely thrashing in the grasp of that hand, attempting to unleash its corrosive energy. Sensing the feeble struggle within his palm, Xiang Yu merely exhaled a single word: disperse. A vast, immeasurable aura surged forth from his being, enveloping the sphere of negative energy in an invisible millstone, compressing and eroding it. In the face of such an absolute disparity in energy levels, the previously relentless assimilative properties of the negative energy lost all significance. The once formidable sphere of negative energy, unable to stir even a ripple, was utterly neutralized, annihilated, and dissipated into the void under the weight of this pure power. Although he effortlessly dispelled this lethal strike, no trace of joy or excitement graced Xiang Yu's countenance. His eyes, now shrouded in a deep crimson hue, remained as tranquil as an ancient glacier, indifferently surveying the profound transformations of his hands and body. This monumental elevation of power surpassed his initial expectations, yet his heart felt as stagnant as still waters, stirring not a single ripple. He lacked the time to fully appreciate the wondrous upheaval within him and the exponential increase in strength. Only one name echoed in the depths of his consciousness: Xiao Bu. Xiang Yu whispered softly, then lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes locking onto the shadow of the malevolent dragon's remnants. At this moment, the remnants acutely sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Xiang Yu. a stark contrast to before, unfathomable as an abyss. The most primal fear instinctively gripped its form, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Without hesitation, it tore apart the space beside it, attempting to flee from this suddenly perilous entity. Xiang Yu's previously placid gaze shifted in the instant the remnants sought escape. Like a slumbering volcano awakening, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent and fury erupted forth. In that moment, it felt as though the entire universe trembled gently, and all sentient beings sensed an inexplicable, spine-chilling dread deep within their souls. Accompanying this was a roar, resonating as if from a primordial beast, filled with boundless sorrow and unbridled rage, echoing throughout the cosmos. You shall perish. Chapter 1. The Cosmic Street Prowler. Xiang Yu. Boom, boom, boom. A rapid succession of hastily formed purple-black spheres of negative energy shot forth from the hands of the malevolent dragon's remnants, like a desperate barrage, attempting to halt the relentless pursuit of the death-like figure. Yet, in the face of an onslaught that once required every ounce of strength to withstand, Xiang Yu harbored no intention of evasion. The energy spheres collided with his dark red-furred body, akin to a clay cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. As they were effortlessly extinguished by the vast energy field surrounding him, radiating heat akin to the sun's surface. At this moment, the roles of predator and prey had irrevocably reversed. Run, keep running. Xiang Yu's voice was as cold as ancient ice, trailing closely behind the malevolent dragon's remnants as it frantically tore open dimensional rifts, seamlessly traversing through bizarre, varied realms of the unknown cosmos. Although he surpassed his opponent in absolute speed, the recent fusion with the Crimson Sphere meant he was still mastering the intricate manipulation of temporal and spatial powers, lacking the instinctual proficiency of the malevolent dragon's remnants. This led to several narrow escapes through the complex, ever-shifting temporal corridors. However, as time progressed, Xiang Yu's familiarity with this new and powerful force soared, and the distance between him and the purple-black figure ahead was rapidly diminishing. As for the futile attacks, they were scarcely enough to tickle his Super Saiyan form. I've got you now. A voice, resonant with the finality of judgment, echoed behind the malevolent dragon's remnants, instantly freezing its very soul with an overwhelming sense of dread. Die for me. Xiang Yu's figure flashed like a specter behind the remnants, offering no chance for reaction, please, or even a moment to tear apart the fabric of space once more. He raised one arm, and from his palm, a sphere of golden red energy, compressed to its utmost, resembling the collapse of galaxies, instantaneously formed, transforming into a torrent of destruction that pierced through dimensional barriers, utterly engulfing the minuscule form of the malevolent dragon's remnants. A harrowing scream, twisted in agony, resonated and was abruptly silenced within the energy torrent. The energy wave, infused with the primordial will of the Crimson Sphere, exhibited absolute restraint and purifying properties against negative energy. The obstinate core of negative energy, under the assault of this pure and elevated positive will, melted away like snow beneath the sun, disintegrating completely. Simultaneously, a radiant, warm light, pure and of the same essence as the Crimson Sphere, emerged from the site of the malevolent dragon's remnants obliteration, akin to a wayward child returning home, swiftly coursing towards Xiang Yu and merging into his being, as he confirmed the complete annihilation of the malevolent dragon's remnants. The fury and murderous intent that had consumed his mind began to cool, allowing for a semblance of rational thought to return. Xiang Yu surveyed his surroundings, realizing that amidst their pursuit, they had unknowingly ventured into an unfamiliar cosmos. He was about to inquire of the Crimson Sphere in his consciousness about the details of this place when, suddenly, a sharp grunt escaped him. A wave of intense emptiness and weakness surged within him, as if an inexhaustible, terrifying power capable of shaking the starry seas was rapidly dwindling at an unprecedented pace. The dark red sheen of his fur dulled swiftly, and his once robust muscles grew weak and achy. Was the time upon him? Xiang Yu felt little surprise. Even without the vague hints from the Crimson Sphere during their fusion, he had experienced the transformation process as an overwhelming force rather than a natural progression of his own abilities. He understood that this formidable Super Saiyan 4 form did not genuinely belong to him in the present moment. Lacking the life-affirming transition from the golden great ape to human form, there was no guidance for his latent powers to be released, leading to an enriching sensation. The Super Saiyan power he displayed felt more akin to a borrowed strength. Thus, utilizing all the power he possessed, he forcibly summoned a projection of his future self, Super Saiyan 4 Xiang Yu, temporarily bestowing that power upon his current self. Was this the future version of himself? Combining the snippets of information revealed during the fusion with the Crimson Sphere, Xiang Yu formed a rough hypothesis about the origin of this power. It was likely the only means the Crimson Sphere could employ after awakening the dormant essence within him to enable him to briefly access the Super Saiyan 4 state. Within countless possible future timelines, it pinpointed the version of Xiang Yu who successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and, through some esoteric principle of will, bridged that shared power to the present moment. The voice of the Crimson Sphere, faint and intermittent like a flickering candle in the wind, resonated deep within his consciousness. I am sorry, my remaining strength has been exhausted. I am about to fall into slumber once more. The expenditure required for such willful interference with the past and future, especially when the subject was a being of immense power and high standing, even if it was the future Xiang Yu himself, was incomprehensible. Even if the Crimson Sphere exhausted all its energy, it could only achieve this step, summoning that power across time and forcibly reshaping it into a form that the current Xiang Yu could endure. Had it not been for the slight replenishment from the shared essence after purging the remnants of the evil dragon, allowing it to regain consciousness for a brief moment, it might have slipped into an eternal slumber without even the opportunity to convey its final words. I converted the remaining essence I absorbed into this message, the soft and pure white orb of light gradually coalescing before Xiang Yu. It bore no self-will, yet it would likely answer most of the questions you wish to understand. Strive to grow, as long as the essence is sufficient. The voice of the Crimson Sphere abruptly ceased, akin to a kite severed from its string. No matter how Xiang Yu called out in his consciousness, he received no further response, as though it had never existed, leaving only the white orb of light quietly suspended. Was sufficient essence a reference to gathering more tainted remnants of the evil dragon? Xiang Yu surmised the incomplete words of the Crimson Sphere. His progress and growth must accelerate. His gaze fell upon his outstretched palm, where lay dozens of dull, cracked blazered gemstone fragments. Little Boo, Xiang Yu's voice was low and hoarse, his fingertips gently brushing over the cold fragments, as if he could still feel the presence of his innocent companion. Rest assured, whether it be the Crimson Sphere or you. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented determination. Wait for me a little longer. I will surely bring you back. Originally traversing with childhood dreams and a vague yearning for immense power, he now possessed an incredibly clear and resolute goal. If the Dragon Balls of Earth would not suffice, he would seek the Dragon Balls of Namek. If those proved inadequate, he would pursue the legendary Super Dragon Balls, scattered across multiple universes and created by the dragon god Zalama, a magnificent existence capable of easily restoring even universes erased by the Omni King, resurrecting a being of light and awakening a unique Dragon Ball consciousness without question. Simultaneously, if he wished to reclaim more of the Crimson Sphere's tainted essence, intending to fully awaken what was likely a special Dragon Ball, he would inevitably confront the even more powerful evil dragon directly. With his current strength, he was still far from adequate. Although he remained unaware of the specific type of Dragon Ball the Crimson Sphere represented, even the weakest Earth Dragon Ball, transformed into an evil dragon from negative energy, was comparable to the first stage of a Super Saiyan, with the strongest capable of completely overpowering Super Saiyan 4. Xiang Yu's instincts strongly indicated that the Crimson Sphere held a high standing, and the evil dragon born from its negative energy required no less than Super Saiyan 2 level to contend with, even if it was merely a remnant of less than 1% of its power. Through a narrow lens, one could glimpse the terror of its true form. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, he ended up utilizing this. Xiang Yu cautiously collected the fragments of the Blazer gemstone. Then, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing the intricately constructed device, the dimensional travel device left for him by Zophie. Fate was indeed elusive. Xiang Yu couldn't help but ponder. He had thought that with the guiding presence of the Crimson Sphere, akin to a wise elder, he could traverse the heavens without needing to seek out the enigmatic Ultra King. Thus, he meticulously followed the usage instructions provided by Zophie, filled with the technological flair of the Light Star, operating the complex switches and runes on the device step by step. Upon reaching the final step, requiring the infusion of guiding energy to activate and lock onto the target universe coordinates. Xiang Yu channeled a strand of his own energy into the newly opened micro-portal, which was only the size of a fist. In an instant, the travel device seemed to be inundated with overwhelming energy, emitting a low hum as it rapidly expanded and transformed, swiftly constructing a stable and immense oval-shaped portal, shimmering with light. It was a success. Witnessing the device operate successfully, Xiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Zofie had not deceived him in this regard. Eager to return home, and weakened by the sensation of his dwindling power, he hesitated no longer and darted directly into the luminous portal. Back to the land of light to find the Ultra King, back to the Dragon Ball world. His objectives were clear and precise. However, Xiang Yu overlooked a crucial detail. The energy he had infused into the device had transformed significantly. Besides the original fused essence from the Ultraman of the Leo world, it was now intertwined with a strand of Will essence, born of both positive and negative energies. Furthermore, this thoroughly activated Will essence possessed a high standing, entirely eclipsing the light essence of the various Ultramen in terms of energy recognition. The return passage that should have led to the Leo universe had, under the interference of the Will essence, veered unpredictably. The other side of the portal may not be the familiar Leo world he anticipated. Chapter 2. Is Ultraman merely a tokusatsu? Have I returned? Successfully stepping out from the time-space portal, Xiang Yu gazed upon the familiar scenery before him, feeling the taut strings of his heart release slightly, and his spirits lifted. It was a tranquil night, illuminated by countless bright stars, clear enough to seem within reach. Beneath his feet lay a mirror-like lake, reflecting the myriad stars and a silver crescent moon. The evening breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples that fractured the celestial reflections, only to settle back into stillness. Surrounding the lake were dense, verdant woods, rustling gently in the comfortable evening wind, akin to nature's lullaby. The air was imbued with the warm, dry scent of hay, mingling with the wafting smoke from distant homes, carrying the aroma of firewood, collectively crafting a serene and nostalgic atmosphere. As I gaze into the distance, I am greeted by rows of classic Japanese wooden houses, their low eaves casting a gentle silhouette against the backdrop of warm, amber light filtering through paper windows. The occasional barks of dogs and the joyous laughter of children transport Xiang Yu back to a world filled with sweat and camaraderie, the realm of Leo. The simplicity and tranquility, imbued with a hint of nostalgia reminiscent of the Showa era, bear an uncanny resemblance to the rural landscape near the Mac team's base in his memories. Even the air carries a comforting blend of earthiness, flora, and the essence of human life. In that moment, his gaze fixated on a solitary figure wandering along the lakeside path. With a swift, ghostly motion, he appeared silently behind the stranger and gently tapped the person's shoulder. "Hey, friend, may I ask you a few questions?" The individual, clearly startled by this unexpected contact, jumped back, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. He distinctly recalled the earlier emptiness of the surroundings. Where had this oddly dressed, strikingly unique person emerged from? Do you know Leo Ultraman? Or have you heard of Fonyuan and Zhuxingtuan? What about names like Ace and Zofie, or the Land of Light? Xiang Yu was too preoccupied with his concerns to ponder the stranger's bewilderment. He urgently needed to ascertain whether this was indeed the universe he recognized. Oh. As he spoke, he scrutinized the youth before him, who donned what appeared to be a uniform and exhibited a striking demeanor. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in the young man's features, yet Xiang Yu was certain he had never encountered this face in the realm of Leo. Daigu, the bewildered young man, found himself grappling with this unexpected inquiry. He had traveled to this bygone era in pursuit of a peculiar alien claiming to buy monsters, and now he faced someone who was inquiring about Ultraman. The names Leo, Ace, and Zofie were entirely unfamiliar to him, but when it came to the term Ultraman, despite his suspicions regarding Xiang Yu's sudden appearance and questions, he sensed no overt hostility from him. Steadying himself, Daigu resolved to share what he knew. You say you only know of someone named Ultraman? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu's heart raced anew, momentarily overshadowing the strange familiarity he felt. Had he arrived too early? If he had indeed come to the timeline just as the original Ultraman first set foot on Earth, it would mean there was still a considerable wait before Leo made his appearance. The disappointment of not being able to reunite with his comrades momentarily darkened Xiang Yu's spirits. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him. if that were the case. Perhaps the homeland of Leo, the L-77 Nebula, had yet to be destroyed by the magma aliens. If he could locate the original Ultraman of this era and inquire about the coordinates of L-77, he might be able to take action and alleviate the eternal regret and pain that plagued Leo's heart. However, just as this optimistic flame began to flicker, Daigu's next words doused it, as if cold water had been thrown over him. "What did you say?" Xiang Yu involuntarily raised his voice, his shock igniting a surge of uncontrolled power within him, causing a slight, uncontrollable aura to leak out. Though it was but a minuscule fraction to an ordinary earthling, it felt as if they had been struck by an invisible hammer. Daigu felt a tremendous force surge toward him, and with a startled exclamation, he was sent hurtling backward, entirely out of control. Realizing what had transpired, Xiang Yu, aware of the fragility of human bodies, instinctively reached out to catch him midair and swiftly cast a healing spell. "I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I just went through something, and my power got a bit out of hand." He was indeed in a less-than-ideal state, still recovering from the profound weakness brought on by forcibly borrowing the powers of Super 4. This weakness was not a physical injury, but rather a depletion of his life essence and a sense of existence at a higher level. Even the healing liquid provided by the Pulisian aliens had limited effect, requiring time to recuperate. During this period, his abilities became increasingly challenging to control, particularly during emotional upheavals. In fact, upon arriving in this Earth, which appeared to be the world of Leo, Xiang Yu's mood had considerably brightened, no longer dwelling in the shadows of the sacrifice of Xiaobu. This was partly due to the impending return to a familiar environment, and partly attributed to the white sphere, a guiding device he referred to as the Baiqiu, left behind by the red sphere, which had reignited his hope for the future. Although the Baiqiu lacked self-awareness, its essence was a highly condensed willpower combined with a repository of knowledge infused by the red sphere. Upon initially grasping its functions, Xiang Yu felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a system from ancient online literature. Goodness, is this old man providing me with a system right after his slumber? The Baiqiu, which retained a significant amount of the red sphere's willpower, possessed an important capability. It could exchange willpower for certain items or functions. For instance, when Xiang Yu pondered why he was capable of surviving in space, he realized that previously, consumed by rage, he had failed to appreciate the myriad changes within his Super 4 form and had neglected to consider why he could still exist in the cosmos. Now, the answer had manifested. The red sphere had directly modified his body through willpower. No, according to the Baiqiu's knowledge repository, rather than modification, it was more akin to awakening. Indeed, as a race of warriors who once roamed the cosmos, Saiyans inherently carried the complete ability to survive in harsh cosmic environments, including vacuum resistance, radiation resistance, and energy recirculation. However, as the overall combat prowess of the race diminished and evolutionary pressures lessened, natural selection began to favor energy-conserving traits. Those genetic expressions that seemed redundant for survival in a comfortable terrestrial environment were silenced through epigenetic modifications during the lengthy process of evolution. Ultimately, this led to the transformation of previously dominant traits into recessive ones, lowering basal metabolic consumption and adapting to new ecological niches. Consequently, the red sphere was able to reactivate these dormant genetic switches with relatively minimal expenditure of willpower. If the potential for such abilities had never existed within Xiang Yu's genes, forcibly endowing him with cosmic survival capabilities would have required astronomical amounts of willpower, possibly at the cost of sacrificing his future growth potential. For instance, seeking eternal life could result in his strength stagnating almost permanently, which would be unacceptable to a Saiyan who constantly strives for breakthroughs. Thus, it is worth noting that Xiang Yu's spirits soared when the Baiqiu explicitly stated that his physique had undergone extensive optimization through the red sphere's primordial essence, allowing for a high degree of compatibility with beings of light. This indicated that, as long as he could obtain sufficient light essence, not only could he significantly enhance his potential and accelerate the purification of his bloodline, but he could also gradually acquire and solidify certain traits of beings of light. The awakening of cosmic survival abilities consumed less willpower, partly due to the Saiyan's genetic foundation and partly because of the catalytic and stabilizing effects of the light essence he had already begun to merge with. In the future, as the light essence he integrated increased, it was entirely plausible that he could acquire traits from other Ultramen without compromising his potential, such as the remarkably prolonged lifespan. Though influenced by the Saiyan physique, which ignited his passion for battle and breaking limits, who among the descendants of Huaxiao would not be intrigued by the prospect of longevity? With the confirmation from the white sphere, as long as the red sphere restores sufficient primordial essence, it possesses the ability to resurrect Xiao Bu. This realization invigorated Xiang Yu, who felt as if the path ahead had suddenly opened up, filled with promise for the future. Thus, his immediate task was to swiftly recover from his weakness and enhance his strength. Utilizing the positioning function of the white sphere, he aimed to capture a few remnants of the evil dragon to replenish his vitality. The white sphere reassured him that the power of these remnants was not fixed. It depended on both the inherent strength of the remnant's original entity and the intensity of its negative energy. Although the previous remnant of the evil dragon belonged to a lower tier among its kind, the negative energy it carried was substantial, especially in the early stages of its awakening. In other words, the power of the evil dragon remnant was not as insurmountable as Xiang Yu had imagined. As long as he could successfully break through to Super Saiyan, hunting a few remnants with powers less than 1,000th or 1/10,000th of their original form was quite feasible. After all, little by little could accumulate to a significant amount. Xiang Yu's thoughts were straightforward. He planned to return to the Leo Yu world, relying on the stronghold of the Kingdom of Light. Here, he could leverage the opportunity of being united with more Ultra Warriors to accelerate his recovery and accumulate light essence to strengthen himself. This unity not only aided in healing, but also contributed to energy recovery. Although, given his current combat power level, the energy recovery provided by a single Ultra Warrior might be negligible. He could not drain an Ultra Warrior's essence entirely. However, the large population of the Kingdom of Light meant that even small contributions could lead to a significant accumulation of light essence. For this reason, Xiang Yu did not feel overly disheartened when he initially thought he had merely arrived too early on the timeline. With the first generation present, the Kingdom of Light would undoubtedly exist, and he could also compensate for the regrets of Leo Yu, which felt like a serendipitous turn of events. However, he needed to clarify one crucial point with the trembling youth before him, who was clutching his chest in shock. Are you certain you are not mistaken? You mentioned that the Ultra Warriors, in this world, are merely characters from televised special effects dramas? That they do not exist in the real world? Xiang Yu found it impossible to accept this absurd reality. What was going on? Could it be that Zophi's device malfunctioned and sent him back to the real world? But that made no sense. He had used a positioning shuttle device crafted from the technology of the Light Star, guided by coordinates infused with the essence of Leo Yu, Ace, 7, and other Ultra Warriors. No matter how erroneous it was, it should not have misidentified him based on the almost negligible traits of a mundane human soul from Earth. This was illogical. Faced with Xiang Yu's incredulous expression, which was on the verge of distortion, Dagu fell into a deeper silence, internally conflicted. He was aware of the common knowledge of this timeline and had not deceived Xiang Yu. Indeed, in this past era, the Ultra Warriors were merely heroic characters from Tsuburaya Productions' special effects dramas. Not long ago, he had inadvertently encountered the director, Eiji Tsuburaya, and personally experienced the film set before the concept of the Ultra Warriors even existed. However, the Ultra Warriors were not entirely fictional. At least he himself was the human form of Giga Ultraman. Yet, even among his close allies in the Victory team, he had always concealed his identity. As for Xiang Yu, an unknown entity of considerable strength, he was even less likely to reveal his secrets. Who could guarantee that Xiang Yu's urgent inquiry into the Ultra Warriors did not harbor malicious intent? Dagu began to suspect whether Xiang Yu had already discerned his true identity and was probing him in this manner. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Dagu could not help but grimace and rub his chest, where a pain akin to being struck by a heavy truck radiated throughout his body. Under the influence of Xiang Yu's peculiar green light, the damage to his muscles and bones was indeed healing rapidly, yet the pain was undeniably real. Regardless of whether Xiang Yu's actions were unintentional, had Dagu not already been subtly strengthened by inheriting the power of light through the divine light stick? Any ordinary earthling would likely have suffered severe injuries from such a shock. Therefore, until he clarified the other's identity, Dagu resolved to remain tight-lipped. After all, what he had stated was not incorrect, merely incomplete. Xiang Yu remained undeterred and grew increasingly convinced that the fortunate native he had randomly selected appeared strikingly familiar. Having ruled out the possibility of the Leo Yu world, Could it be the real world? However, before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary student with a limited social circle. Apart from family, classmates, and a few teachers, he did not know any other adult males. He instinctively leaned closer, scrutinizing Dagu's facial features, trying to excavate relevant information from the depths of his memory. This intense gaze, laden with scrutiny, left Dagu feeling uncomfortable, his back drenched in cold sweat, and goosebumps rising on his skin. Just as Xiang Yu was about to grasp the fleeting impression in his mind, Dagu was on the verge of breaking the silence when an unexpected twist occurred. Without warning, the tranquil lake beside them, which had reflected the stars and moon, erupted into a dazzling blue light. The surface of the lake boiled violently, resembling a massive pot of boiling water. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of rushing water, a colossal, luminous, blue sphere broke through the surface, slowly ascending and hovering above the lake, emanating a powerful wave of energy that unsettled Dagu. Simultaneously, a fervent cry, filled with excitement and longing, pierced through the tumultuous waters from the opposite shore. Come forth, Yanagaki. Chapter 3. The universe's most ferocious monster? Are you awake? Disturbed by this sudden change, Xiang Yu had no choice but to momentarily cease his uncomfortable scrutiny of Dagu. He turned his gaze toward the lake, where the enormous blue sphere that had just risen was now transforming, morphing into a large, classically representative monster. This creature was not particularly massive, yet it was far from small, its body covered in thick skin resembling sturdy stone. Its long ears quivered slightly, while a pair of claws, somewhat small in comparison to its massive body, fidgeted restlessly. Overall, this monster exuded a very standard, almost template-like appearance, as if it were the initial concept imagined at the inception of the monster archetype, imbued with a primal, textbook-like essence. Yanagaki? Xiang Yu cast a glance at the individual who had called out this name. A short, stout man dressed in a vintage British-style suit, his complexion unnaturally pale, radiating a comical, absurd aura. At that moment, this peculiar figure named Charlie leapt into the air with an agility that belied his size, landing near Yanagaki's shoulder. He spun in place, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly, revealing his non-human true form, adorned with asymmetrical, abstract graffiti-like patterns across his skin, exuding an indescribable sense of awkwardness and absurdity. I have finally found you, my beloved Yanagaki, Charlie exclaimed, his voice imbued with an almost obsessive, passionate tone as he whispered fervently in Yanagaki's ear. Simultaneously, his hands brazenly roamed over Yanagaki's rough skin, the gesture saturated with possessiveness. Look at this sturdy body, this extraordinary appearance. Charlie appeared entirely oblivious to Xiang Yu and Dagu's presence as he continued his infatuated antics, declaring, "Indeed, you are the most ferocious monster in the universe. I was right about you." Roar. Whether responding to Charlie Jia's exaggerated flattery or simply detesting his overly intimate gestures, Yanagaki broke free from her lengthy confinement, tilting her head to unleash a resonant and wild roar. It was as if she were venting the pent-up frustrations of her prolonged imprisonment, greedily inhaling the air of freedom, while the desire for destruction within her stirred restlessly. Xiang Yu completely disregarded the distasteful interaction between the man and the beast. To him, Yanagaki's roar sounded no more than a mosquito's buzz, failing to stir any ripples of concern. He turned towards the solemn-faced Dagu, who was fixated on the monster, and inquired anew, "You mentioned that Ultraman exists in this world merely as a special effects drama, correct?" Xiang Yu did not expect Dagu to provide a substantial answer, nor did he wait for a response before pointing at the stretching Yanagaki and continuing, "Then what do you make of this creature before us?" Although it was merely a monster, Xiang Yu's simple understanding, forged from numerous experiences in the Ultraman realm, dictated that where monsters roamed, Ultramen should logically appear to combat them. He assumed Dagu, as an ordinary earthling, had a limited grasp of the hidden truths of the world. Since a living monster had now manifested before them, he decided to shift his inquiry to another target. He hoped this alien, who resembled a master, would cooperate. Otherwise, Yanagaki was free to wreak havoc. Charlie Jia, perceptive enough to sense Yanagaki's long-suppressed urge for destruction, opened his arms and, in a tone of indulgence and encouragement, shouted, "Show this insignificant world the might of the universe's fiercest." However, a cold voice abruptly interrupted Charlie Jia's impassioned declaration. Xiang Yu's presence materialized before Yanagaki, aligning his gaze with Charlie Jia atop the monster's shoulder. While he dismissed the creature as strength, he found himself somewhat agitated by the boundless boasting of the other. "I advise you to regain your senses," Xiang Yu said with a hint of impatience. Boasting too extravagantly may invite genuine calamity. He genuinely could not fathom the source of Charlie Jia's confidence, especially with a creature of Yana Jiaji's caliber. Having witnessed the despairing power of the evil dragoness remnants, even he, Xiang Yu, had learned to tread carefully, prioritizing his development and acting discreetly. How could this individual shamelessly claim the title of the universe's fiercest with such a creature? Beware, Xiang Yu. You may become the very calamity you speak of. Xiang Yu completely ignored the rapidly darkening expression that could barely be classified as a face on Charlie Jia and continued. "Do you know Ultraman? Any Ultraman would suffice. Just say if you do." Xiang Yu decided to grant him a chance. The response and attitude of the other would directly determine whether he needed to personally ensure Charlie Jia experienced calamity. Charlie Jia, originally seething with anger due to Xiang Yu's incessant insults, was about to command Yana Jiaji to teach this ignorant person a lesson when he heard the keyword Ultraman. He forcibly suppressed his urge to strike. He decided to probe further, curious about the relationship between this arrogant individual and his old friend, the original Ultraman. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Charlie Jia, his moment of hesitation and inquiry caused the enormous, tangible threat formed from Xiang Yu's concealed murderous intent, hovering above him and Yana Jiaji to grow denser, almost ready to descend upon them, before it began to twist and gradually dissipate. "Oh, you know the original?" Charlie Jia squinted his peculiar eyes and retorted, "What is your relationship with him?" "That is of no concern to you," Xiang Yu replied. Having confirmed the existence of the original Ultraman and showing no interest in engaging in a question-answer game with such a minor character, he cut straight to the core. "I offer you a chance at life. Answer my questions sincerely." Out of caution, Xiang Yu intended to clarify his inquiries. After all, he had experienced the vast differences of the multiverse and could not afford to make assumptions. Does the Land of Light exist in this universe? Logically, the positioning device Sophie provided should have accurately transported him to the universe where Leo resided after he entered the correct coordinates. Even if there were a deviation, there should at least be a parallel world with the Ultraman brothers and Leo. Yet, Xiang Yu found it peculiar that the first clue he encountered was not the one most deeply connected to him, but rather the original Ultraman, with whom he had never truly shared a unified existence, despite the high degree of shared origin among the Ultraman brothers. The essence of light he infused into the device was the richest, second only to Blaze. Incidentally, Blaze's essence had been temporarily separated using a white sphere technique to prevent interference with the positioning. Could it be that this faulty device was indeed malfunctioning? Xiang Yu felt a surge of irritation. The sole piece of good news seemed to be the confirmation of the original Ultraman's existence. If he could smoothly locate the Land of Light, his subsequent plans might not veer completely off course. Xiang Yu believed the technological prowess of the Land of Light to be quite advanced. Perhaps he could enlist their help in researching and repairing or perfecting the Light Star's positioning device. If Charlie Jia could provide a satisfactory answer, Xiang Yu thought he might show mercy and forgive the braggart's audacious claims in his presence. However, unfortunately for Xiang Yu, his perceived magnanimity and opportunity were interpreted by Charlie Jia as condescension and the ultimate insult. The tone of Xiang Yu's calm demeanor, as if he held the power of life and death, deeply wounded Charlie Jia's sensitive and fragile pride. He instantly lost patience in further probing Xiang Yu's connection to Ultraman. "Who do you think you are?" Charlie Jia, enraged and humiliated, exploded, pointing at Xiang Yu. "Yana Jiaji. Charge at him. Eliminate him." The command struck a chord with Yana Jiaji, whose long-repressed desire for destruction surged forth. Simple-minded, she did not even attempt to sense the terrifying and subtle energy waves emanating from Xiang Yu, which were far from concealed, letting out a thunderous roar. Yana Jiaji charged forward, her heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble, akin to a moving hill, as she rushed towards the seemingly insignificant Xiang Yu. "This is bad. He is in danger." Daegu, who had been nervously observing the situation from the sidelines, realized that Xiang Yu's provocations had finally enraged the monster. He could no longer dwell on Xiang Yu's mysterious identity and potential risks. His instincts told him that while Xiang Yu's behavior was odd, he was not an evil person. He could not stand by idly while the monster unleashed its wrath. Without hesitation, Daegu reached into his pocket and retrieved the shining stick. Just as the shining stick was about to radiate its brilliance, a soft sigh, tinged with a hint of helplessness and annoyance, escaped Xiang Yu's lips. I gave you a chance. His voice was light, yet clearly overshadowed the monster's roar and the sound of the wind. Why must you risk your life? Chapter 4. Yakalobai truly deserves to die. Daegu, transformed into Ultraman Tiga, swiftly assumed a classic combat stance, preparing to charge at Yana Jiaji to prevent her from committing acts of violence. However, as he took a step forward, a scene unfolded before him that left him frozen in disbelief. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air, revealing not the anticipated scene of flesh and blood, but rather the immense claws of Yana Gajina, powerful enough to shatter mountains, sweeping through the atmosphere with a howl as it descended upon Xiang Yu. Yet, just as the claws reached the midpoint of their arc, mere distance from Xiang Yu, they collided with an invisible, indomitable barrier, abruptly halting midair. Through the gaps of the colossal claws, Dijia observed that Xiang Yu displayed no overt signs of defense. Instead, he calmly raised a finger, its tip aimed directly at the claw's apex, which was several times larger than his entire being. A cold and detached gaze pierced through the fabric of space, locking onto the violent and bewildered eyes of Yana Gajina. Xiang Yu softly uttered, "I have no time to play with you." Before the words fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared as if teleported directly above the massive head of Yana Gajina, looking down upon the once menacing beast. Yana Gajina seemed to sense an impending doom, its enormous eyes filled with terror and despair. Xiang Yu's right hand casually retracted, the motion fluid and natural, as if merely brushing off dust from his shoulder. There was no build-up, no dazzling premonitions. He simply unleashed a punch. His fist was enveloped in an almost imperceptible layer of energy, a fusion of light and the ferocious power of a Saiyan. When this seemingly weightless strike gently connected with the center of Yana Gajina's forehead, boom! A surge of destructive yet intensely compressed energy surged forth, like a torrent breaking a dam, instantaneously flooding into Yana Gajina's skull, radiating outward in a web-like fashion to every cell and energy structure within, tearing them apart. In less than a second, Yana Gajina's massive form failed to emit even a complete wail of agony before it began to transform from a solid entity into the most basic particles of energy, as if erased from reality itself, leaving no trace, not even a whisper of ash. It was as though it had never existed in this world. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Charlie Jia, who had stayed behind to witness his beloved Beast's display of power, found his sinister grin frozen in shock as he beheld this scene that shattered his understanding. From the moment he commanded Yana Gajina to attack to the instant its colossal form vanished like a phantom, the entire sequence transpired so swiftly that his mind went blank, incapable of grasping what had transpired. Where is my Yana Gajina? The universe's most ferocious beast, which he had painstakingly sought and cherished. How could such a massive entity simply vanish? What despicable trick have you employed? Charlie Jia refused to accept reality, pointing at Xiang Yu. His voice twisted in sharp disbelief and fury. Return my Yana Gajina. You must have hidden it away. In his perspective, Yana Gajina, which had turned its back to him, merely paused momentarily before collapsing like a sandcastle, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Ultimately, even those remnants of dust were obliterated, vanishing completely. This must be some incomprehensible spatial trick or illusion. His Yana Gajina could not possibly succumb in such an absurdly understated manner, without even comprehending how it had been defeated. You are Dijia? Xiang Yu paid no heed to the impotent barking of the defeated Charlie Jia behind him. For him, dispatching Yana Gajina was nothing more than a trivial task, akin to swatting away a bothersome fly. His gaze fell upon the tricolored giant of light, a blend of red, purple, and silver, not far away, and he inquired with a hint of confirmation in his tone. Upon seeing the Ultraman's distinct visage, Xiang Yu's scant memories of the Ultraman world from before his crossing finally became relevant, allowing him to quickly recognize Dijia. Although he had previously shown little interest in Ultraman, he could not deny the unique appeal of Dijia, whose cross-species charm rendered him easily recognizable, unlike some of the Ultraman brothers whose faces were not as easily discernible. At that moment, Xiang Yu understood why he had found the earlier passerby so familiar. It was indeed the human form of Dijia, a tool whose transformation device had been broken, preventing him from morphing again. I am Daegu, he responded somewhat awkwardly. For some reason, He felt that Xiang Yu's gaze held not only confirmation, but also a hint of an unspoken pity. May I ask? That cosmic being. After witnessing Xiang Yu's unfathomable and terrifying prowess, Dagu wisely refrained from inquiring how he knew his identity. The immediate concern was to alert Xiang Yu to the existence of Charlie Jia, a malevolent entity scouring the universe for powerful monsters to wreak havoc. If possible, Dagu naturally hoped to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. However, since the responsibility of defeating the monster did not fall upon him, and given that he had yet to fully comprehend Xiang Yu's identity and methods, he decided to tentatively seek Xiang Yu's opinion first. Rest assured, he cannot escape, Xiang Yu remarked, casting a glance at the motionless Charlie Jia. His keen hearing allowed him to catch the mutterings of disbelief regarding the weakening of Yana Gajina due to prolonged sealing. As for you, Xiang Yu's attention shifted back to Di Jia, recalling the giant seashell from the finale of Di Jia Ultraman, a thought forming in his mind. Shall we have a proper discussion later? In truth, Baiqiu had previously clarified that the spread of negative energy was not solely responsible for the creation of the evil dragon and its remnants. The negative energy contained within its essence was vast, and a portion of this leaked energy would radiate like radiation, permeating various corners of the multiverse, where it could be absorbed by certain cosmic beings or monsters. The native beings of the Ultraman world, whose inherent traits, such as ferocity, greed, and a desire for destruction, aligned closely with the nature of negative energy, were more prone to attract this negative energy, resulting in a rapid surge in their power and rendering them extraordinarily formidable. If Xiang Yu could locate and eradicate these entities enhanced by negative energy, he too could, after their defeat, recover and purify a portion of the negative energy through Baiqiu, transforming it into usable spiritual essence. So that was how those monsters in the Leo world, whose strengths were clearly of a different caliber, came into being. Xiang Yu finally understood, particularly regarding the half-mechanical King Gulen, whose strength was hardly comparable to other monsters and cosmic beings. It appeared that, in a sense, he had already indirectly encountered the power of the evil dragon long before. No wonder the Leo brothers handled other monsters with such ease in his absence. Those conflicts truly stemmed from him. That giant seashell seemed to be a suitable target, Xiang Yu pondered. Perhaps Zophi's positioning device had not completely malfunctioned. It was merely that the weight of the portion of spiritual essence within him was too high, temporarily overshadowing Leo's light energy, thus mistakenly transporting him to this universe where Di Jia resided. However, whether everything was as he surmised required further communication with Di Jia, the local resident. He vaguely recalled that the giant seashell was said to be resting within ruins known as Lili. It should be a fixed respawn point, seemingly easy to locate. Obtaining some spiritual essence would indeed be an excellent endeavor. After all, the list of items redeemable by Baiqiu even included that rule-level item, the Senza Bean, which was considered a cheat in the world of Dragon Ball. However, this is a divine artifact that has never diminished in efficacy, regardless of the fluctuations in battle power from the early to the late stages of Dragon Ball. As long as there is a breath left, consuming one can instantly restore one to full health, even replenishing the considerable energy expended at the Super Saiyan God level. Its value is immeasurable. The wish power points required to exchange for a Xiando also reflect its rarity. Currently, Xiang Yu is not entirely unable to afford one. Yet he prefers to accumulate more wish power, hoping to gather enough to awaken the red orb. Thus, he hesitates to part with it for now, unless he encounters a formidable foe akin to the remnants of the evil dragon once again. The mere thought of the Xiando causes Xiang Yu to feel a pang of anguish for the stock that was squandered by the gluttonous fatso, Jackalope. So many life-saving potions were devoured like snacks, leaving the Z-fighters to scrimp and save when using Xiando later on. At critical moments, they would wish to divide one bean into 8 pieces. That fatso deserves to die. Xiang Yu resolved that if he could return to the Dragon Ball world, no matter the era, he would first ensure that the fatso meets his end. He does not care whether Jackalope is considered a member of the Z-fighters. Trying to escape? While his thoughts were drifting, Xiang Yu nonetheless kept a portion of his attention focused on Charlie Jia's movements. He originally thought that this seemingly dim-witted extraterrestrial would at least muster some defiance or attempt to pull out some hidden trump card to turn the tide. Unexpectedly, the fatso sensed danger and began to retreat quietly, fiddling with an object resembling a suitcase, with spatial fluctuations around him indicating he intended to open a portal and make a hasty exit. Not without my permission. Xiang Yu snorted coldly. his gaze sharpening as an invisible force instantaneously locked onto Charlie Jia. Do you think you can escape? Chapter 5. Our hero has arrived. Ige Ludio. Unable to continue deceiving himself, Charlie Jia, confronted with the harsh reality, harbored only one thought: to flee. Whether Xiang Yu was too powerful or Yanagaki too feeble, it did not change the fact that Yanagaki had been obliterated. Charlie Jia, a respectable merchant traversing the stars and engaged in the trade of monsters, adhered to the business principle of cutting losses promptly. The loss of his beloved beast certainly pained him, yet he understood the wisdom of preserving the green hills to ensure the availability of firewood. As he observed the spatial passage he had quietly constructed nearing stabilization, Charlie Jia felt an overwhelming urge to escape. He not only wished to return to his original timeline immediately, but also to distance himself entirely from this terrifying universe. He had no interest in exploring the origins of that absurd humanoid beast, focusing solely on collecting and selling monsters. All he hoped for now was to escape far away, never to encounter this bane of his existence again, not in this life, nor in the next, or even the one after. But what is happening? The smug expression on Charlie Jia's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer panic and terror as he cried out, "Why can't I move my body?" Just as one foot was about to step into the shimmering, unstable portal, he suddenly felt the surrounding space thicken as if it had become treacly glue. An invisible, overwhelming force pressed in from all sides, binding him firmly in place, rendering even the lifting of his other foot exceedingly difficult, as if he were trapped in formless amber. "I told you," Xiang Yu's cold voice emerged from behind Charlie Jia. "Without my permission, you cannot go anywhere." Although Xiang Yu had yet to systematically learn spatial magic, after deeply merging with the red orb, an innate sensitivity and control over the powers of time and space had already been imprinted in his instincts. This enabled him to intuitively apply some foundational techniques of temporal confinement and disruption. While his proficiency was still lacking and many intricate variations remained unexploited, it was more than sufficient to subdue Charlie Jia, whose strength was akin to that of an ant in comparison. Perfectly. This also provided him an opportunity to familiarize himself with this newly acquired power. "Now, answer my question, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise," he thought. The nature of the spatial power binding Charlie Jia suddenly shifted. Ugh! Charlie Jia instantly felt as though the space around him had transformed into countless invisible, cold, and ruthless giant hands, applying immense pressure from every angle and every minute detail. This force infiltrated every inch of his skin, every muscle, even every bone. It felt as if he were being crushed like a crumpled piece of paper, inch by inch. The bones throughout his body emitted a grating groan, and the intense, soul-rending pain engulfed all his rationality like a tidal wave. "Ah!" Charlie Jia let out a wail, so piercing it seemed inhuman. The agony and despair encapsulated within it, causing even Di Jia, who stood by, unsure whether to intervene, to feel a chill run down his spine at the sheer brutality of it all. What a cruel method! Despite the fact that the victim of the agonizing cries was an evil extraterrestrial intent on nefarious deeds and monster trading, the kind-hearted Dagu still felt that Xiang Yu's manner of tormenting his opponent was excessively cold and ruthless. What should be done? Witnessing Charlie Jia's miserable fate and recalling Xiang Yu's earlier remark about having a good chat with him, Dagu's heart tightened involuntarily, rising with unease and conflict. If he did not satisfy the other party's inquiries, would he also have to face such a fate? I'll tell you everything." Under Xiang Yu's careful control, avoiding applying spatial pressure to his head, Charlie Jia finally succumbed to the torturous pain, rasping for mercy. "It hurts, it truly hurts too much." The pain exceeded anything he could have imagined. Always accustomed to wielding power through monsters, living a life of luxury, how could he have ever experienced such extreme torment, where he could neither live nor die? As the light of justice sensed the terrifying pressure begin to ease slightly, allowing Charlie Jia a moment to breathe, he attempted to share information, trying to attract Xiang Yu's attention with his words. Yet, his hands, hidden behind his back, were covertly and swiftly adjusting his concealed portable monster capsule release device. Roar! Hiss! In an instant, a cacophony of monstrous roars erupted, both wild and bizarre. A dozen monsters of various shapes and sizes materialized around Charlie Jia as if summoned from thin air, crowding the already cramped Longson Lake area to the brim. "Ha ha ha! If you have the ability, go ask my precious monsters." Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Charlie Jia successfully released all the monsters from his inventory in one go. A mix of relief and gleeful cunning spreading across his face, tinged with madness. Initially, he had intended to cut his losses and flee decisively. However, after being forcibly intercepted and subjected to torture by Xiang Yu, he was left with only two choices: a quick death or one of agonizing torment before death. He wished to choose neither. At this point, he could only gamble everything, liberating the dozen monsters he had painstakingly acquired at great cost, hoping they could provide him with a slim chance of escape. No matter how powerful you are, capable of defeating my Yanagaki, you must first deal with these fierce monsters. Charlie Jia felt immense satisfaction with his cleverness and decisiveness. He laughed maniacally while frantically attempting to restart the time-space device, striving to reconstruct the portal that had just dissipated due to spatial confinement. Charlie Jia did not believe that even with 3 heads and 6 arms, Xiang Yu could divert his attention and precisely control the situation amidst the onslaught of so many monsters. My treasures, there is but one thing you must do. Charlie Jia shouted hoarsely at the restless monsters, pointing with fervor at the still expressionless Xiang Yu, exerting all his strength, even at the cost of self-destruction. To stop that fellow. This was dire. Dagu felt a chill and urgency as he watched the sudden surge of over a dozen monsters, realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He had initially thought that Xiang Yu had everything under control, unaware that Charlie Jia had such a hidden card. Even if Xiang Yu possessed terrifying strength, capable of confronting 3 or 4 monsters simultaneously, dealing with the remaining 7 or 8 alone was an insurmountable task for him in such a short time. It didn't matter. He would hold as many as he could. Forcing his chaotic thoughts down, Dagu's body acted first. He charged towards the 2 closest and seemingly most threatening monsters. Crossing his arms over his chest, the colorful timer on his chest beginning to flicker, clearly preparing for a full-on effort. Simultaneously, he shouted towards Xiang Yu, who appeared stunned by the monstrous horde, trying to lift morale. Hey, you need to hold on. Together, we can definitely win. However, Xiang Yu's response was remarkably calm. He paid no heed to Charlie Jia's piercing cackle, which he regarded as the laughter of the deceased, nor did he acknowledge Dagu's voice filled with worry and determination. He even seemed disinterested in the roaring monsters charging at him from all directions. Xiang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze drifting to an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, where stood an elderly earthling in a simple suit and a top hat. This old man seemed to have come bravely to observe after noticing the commotion caused by Yanagaki's appearance. Xiang Yu had noticed this iron-headed fellow before, but had paid little attention. If an earthling wished to join the fray, he should be prepared for the consequences. He would not interfere unnecessarily. Yet, just as he prepared to continue interrogating Charlie Jia, the old man suddenly took out an object from his pocket with great care, a peculiar stone resembling jade, irregularly shaped and emanating a gentle red hue. At that moment, the red stone lay in the old man's palm, radiating a soft and steady glow, accompanied by energy fluctuations that felt inexplicably familiar and even somewhat endearing to Xiang Yu. It was precisely this unexpected discovery that piqued Xiang Yu's interest, leading him to temporarily disregard Charlie Jia's futile attempts at concealment. After all, to him, these were but laughable struggles. The main character has arrived, Xiang Yu mused silently. Simultaneously, without turning back, he casually raised a hand towards Charlie Jia's direction and flicked his fingers. Instantly, a white energy wave surged forth, penetrating the space with precision, striking the ecstatic Charlie Jia, who was still fiddling with the device and dreaming of escape. Enough with the noise, be quiet. Boom. Accompanied by Xiang Yu's indifferent words, Charlie Jia's rotund figure, along with the time-space device he had just retrieved, vaporized under that single gesture, as if melted by the scorching sun, leaving not a trace of dust behind. The piercing cackle ceased abruptly. Even in death, Charlie Jia's face remained contorted with a mixture of pride and madness, as if he could not comprehend how he had met his end. He has arrived, my friend, the Ultraman. At that moment, the elderly earthling holding the red stone was none other than the creator of the Ultraman franchise, director Eiji Tsuburaya. He excitedly adjusted his bifocals, his murky, yet wise and hopeful eyes fixated on the increasingly radiant red stone, which began to coalesce into a familiar red spherical energy form before him. With a voice trembling with barely contained excitement, he uttered the name that carried hope and promise. Chapter 6. This initial form is different. The red orb of light hurtled towards the front line of monsters like a meteor, its powerful impact instantly toppling them to the ground. The light then receded and condensed, revealing the classic red and silver, muscular and streamlined form of the towering figure. Wow! It seems that the chest muscles of the initial form have grown even larger during this time apart, Xiang Yu commented with intrigue. Following that, as if swatting away dust, he sent forth several refined white energy blasts at the disoriented monsters. Boom! The massive explosions echoed in succession, and the monsters had no time to struggle before being reduced to ashes in the flames. Speaking of which, has this initial form become significantly stronger than he remembered? Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Xiang Yu pondered. Although those monsters were merely trivialities he could dispatch with a flick of his finger. Judging by the average power level of the Ultraman brothers from the Leo universe, a one-on-one battle with any of them would likely require considerable effort. However, the initial form before him effortlessly knocked down several monsters with a high-speed collision in energy ball form, demonstrating an impressive fundamental strength and energy intensity. It seems that this Ultraman's power has seen significant improvement during his absence. This is reasonable. After all, Ultramen are evolving beings, and it is entirely normal for their strength to grow with time and experience. It remains uncertain just how long it has been since this initial form emerged from the Leo timeline. Xia. The initial Ultraman appeared unmoved by Xiang Yu's effortless dispatching of the monsters. He swiftly assumed a classic combat stance, crossing his arms over his chest before suddenly swinging them apart, instantly generating two rapidly spinning, razor-edged light rings. With a flick of his arm, the rings, as if alive, traced elegant arcs and accurately shot towards the beleaguered Giga Ultraman, who was surrounded by three monsters and struggling to fend them off. Swish! Swish! The sharp light rings zipped past, causing the two monsters to freeze in their tracks, their heads and bodies soon separating with a resounding crash. In the initial form's tactical assessment, Giga's colorful timer was flashing red, indicating a critical energy shortage, and his situation was evidently dire, warranting immediate support. With the timely assistance from the initial form, Giga felt the pressure lift. Seizing the opportunity, he crossed his arms at his forehead crystal and swiftly transformed into a more agile aerial form, quickly gathering energy to unleash an ice blue energy blast. The lawn part light blast, forcing back the last monster attacking him by several steps. Giga executed a backflip, landing firmly beside the initial Ultraman. At that moment, he could not afford to engage in extensive conversation with this figure, merely a hero from their world's special effects drama. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the initial form, bracing for the remaining roaring and restless monsters. Despite the formidable strength displayed by both the initial form and the enigmatic Xiang Yu, who had swiftly dispatched multiple monsters, Dagu dared not let his guard down. Having fought alone for so long and bearing the responsibility of protecting Earth, he had long since cultivated the habit of remaining vigilant until the very last threat was entirely eradicated. What is this? As Dagu was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to collaborate with his formidable ally beside him to eliminate the remaining monstrous foes, he was suddenly enveloped by a surge of warm and powerful energy emanating from his Dijia form. This energy, akin to a nourishing spring, revitalized his weary body, swiftly replenishing the tremendous energy expended during battle. Instinctively glancing down, he beheld a soft, vibrant yellow light radiating from the outstretched palm of the first-generation Ultraman, precisely connecting to the colored timer on his chest. With this infusion of energy, Dijia's timer transitioned rapidly from its incessantly flashing red to a luminous blue, signifying abundant energy and vitality. Filled with gratitude, Dagu nodded appreciatively at the first generation, feeling a renewed confidence in the impending confrontation. Just as Dagu was preparing to regroup and launch a final assault alongside the first generation against the remaining beasts, Xiang Yu's voice resonated clearly in his ears. At that moment, Dagu was taken aback, realizing that such an endeavor might no longer be necessary. The remaining monsters were simultaneously engulfed by a barrage of energy orbs that seemed to appear from nowhere. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, their blinding light and surging energy waves instantly obliterating the monstrous silhouettes. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, Xiang Yu, the orchestrator of this spectacle, effortlessly approached the first-generation Ultraman. His footsteps light and unburdened. "I shall clear the remnants for you," Xiang Yu remarked, his gaze primarily focused on the first generation. The land of light should be well, I presume. He believed the first generation understood the implication behind his words. Xiang Yu awaited a response, eager to discuss matters of utmost concern to him, such as the current timeline and how to reach the land of light. However, after several seconds, the first generation merely gazed at him in silence, devoid of any verbal or psychic acknowledgement, his colossal form resembling a silent mountain. This unusual quietude sparked a sense of unease within Xiang Yu. He furrowed his brow and addressed the seemingly dazed or overly tranquil first generation once more. Do you not recognize me? Could it be that this first generation hailed from an earlier timeline than the one he was familiar with, thus never having encountered him? Xiang Yu was aware that the term Ultraman commonly used by Earthlings to refer to the first generation was somewhat misleading. The beings from the Land of Light were actually known as the Ultraman clan, and the first to arrive on Earth, the first generation, should properly be called Ultraman. Much like his mentor, Zhu Xingtuan, and his comrade, Feng Yuan, whose true names were Seven and Leo, respectively. In truth, for the light beings from the L77 nebula, such as Leo, the prefix Ultraman was unnecessary. They simply assigned names to their enlarged combat forms. However, at some point, perhaps due to the immense influence of the first Earth visitor, man, the title Ultraman gained widespread acceptance among various cosmic civilizations as the connection between Earth and the Land of Light deepened. As a result, Ultraman has evolved into a general term for members of the Ultraman clan. The Ultraman himself, for reasons perhaps of tolerance, remembrance, or indifference, has come to accept the title First-Generation Ultraman bestowed upon him by Earthlings. While his original name Man is retained in formal communications within the Land of Light, he often refers to himself as the First-Generation Ultraman in many external contexts. Xiang Yu could not help but ponder the absurdity of the Ultraman clan's collective renaming due to Earthlings, which even indirectly influenced the nomenclature of other light beings across different star systems. At this moment, he hoped that by using the name Man, which was closer to his true identity and conveyed a sense of intimacy, he could express his profound connection to the Land of Light, to the first generation, seeking to break the inexplicable stalemate. For reasons unknown, as the brief silence and shared gaze lingered, Xiang Yu felt an intensifying sense of strangeness. It was not merely a question of whether the other recognized him, but a deeper, more profound disconnect rooted in the essence of life itself. He instinctively sensed that the radiant first generation before him possessed an intrinsic quality that diverged from the Ultraman he knew as a member of the Ultraman clan. Perhaps Xiang Yu's call and probing gaze finally elicited a response from the first generation. He slightly lowered his head, his warm yellow eyes resembling two miniature suns, gazing intently at Xiang Yu. Gradually, he raised one of his colossal arms, extending it toward Xiang Yu, his palm open as if inviting him to engage. Are we to fist bump? Observing that the first generation maintained his silence and the gesture remained uncommunicative, Xiang Yu pondered the intentions behind this action. The first generation nodded, and undeterred by any potential unknown risks, Xiang Yu confidently raised his right hand to meet the gigantic fist of the first generation. A tremendous and intricate torrent of information surged into Xiang Yu's mind, akin to a river bursting its banks. Countless vivid memories, intertwined with a cacophony of emotional tones and pure perceptions of light, flashed uncontrollably within his consciousness. He witnessed the first generation battling various formidable monsters on Earth, from Jeton and Baltan aliens to many creatures whose names he could not recall. He heard the cheers of humanity, filled with hope and reliance. Upon seeing that crimson figure during times of crisis, Ultraman, it is Ultraman. Our hero has arrived. He sensed the first generation traversing the vast cosmos, fulfilling missions, engaging with diverse civilizations, and even fighting alongside other Ultraman warriors. These memories were vast and authentic, depicting the lengthy and illustrious journey of a warrior of light. Xiang Yu even glimpsed several Ultraman figures he had never encountered before, such as one with sleek, aerodynamic features and headgear resembling headphones, exhibiting flamboyant combat techniques. Another Ultraman was adorned with numerous LED lights, starkly contrasting with the streamlined forms typical of the Land of Light, piquing Xiang Yu's curiosity. However, as he sifted through the torrent of memories in search of portions relevant to himself, he found none. Absolutely none. Whether it was his clumsy arrival in the Leo world, his encounter with Seven, Zhu Xingtuan, their joint battles alongside Leo, Feng Yuan, or his brief stay in the Land of Light, Every memory associated with Xiang Yu was conspicuously absent from this vast repository. It was as if he had left no trace in that world whatsoever. This is impossible. Xiang Yu could not help but exclaim, for he distinctly recalled witnessing the scene of the battle against the Jizibaba air aliens disguised as false Astra, along with the Ultra Key that could influence the trajectory of the Ultraman star. That thrilling conflict, born of misunderstanding, was one he had personally experienced, and he could never mistake it. Yet, in this segment of the first generation's memories, only the vibrant figures of the Ultraman brothers appeared, while he, who should have been present and played a crucial role, seemed to have been completely erased from this historical fragment, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 7. The Despairing Conclusion. To be shattered by the Saiyans. Calm down, Xiang Yu. The AO world is a multiverse system, teeming with countless possibilities. As a traveler, he should have been mentally prepared for the potential butterfly effects resulting from his involvement in the narrative. In the initial memories presented, the story arc of Leo, in which he was not a participant, should theoretically represent the original trajectory of this universe, a notion he ought to have immediately contemplated. However, when the matter pertained to his comrade Leo, with whom he had fought alongside since his very arrival and shared profound bonds, he found himself momentarily disoriented, emotions overshadowing reason. Yet, it seems the flutter of my butterfly's wings has triggered an excessively immense upheaval. Xiang Yu meticulously reflected on the climactic battle between the Land of Light and the Dark Emperor's Anbei aliens, an event that was supposed to transpire on the soil of the Land of Light, determining the fate of the universe, yet astonishingly shifted to Earth. Moreover, the Anbei alien, who had previously engaged him in fierce combat, appeared inexplicably paralyzed, as if stripped of all tactical acumen, standing resolutely in place and bracing itself against a light beam skill emitted by a young Ultraman named Meng Baiusi. After enduring considerable damage, it met its end in a manner that was almost laughable. This left Xiang Yu, who once regarded the Anbei aliens as worthy adversaries deserving of his utmost effort, feeling a twinge of absurdity and melancholy. Yet, this still defies logic. Xiang Yu could comprehend how a world devoid of his presence might unfold different narratives along a predetermined trajectory, yet he undeniably had existed. At the very least, in the Leo universe that belonged to him, he had left indelible marks and influences upon that timeline. It seemed unreasonable for his very existence and experiences to be overshadowed or negated by some intangible force of world-line convergence. Could it be that the vastness and complexity of the Ultraman multiverse had grown so immense as to encompass all subtle divergences of the same Ultraman, even allowing for entirely distinct parallel existences and narrative trajectories? My head feels itchy, as if it's about to sprout a brain. Xiang Yu vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel these increasingly profound and entangled thoughts from his mind. He had to admit that the Saiyans' brain structure, inclined towards combat intuition and muscle memory, was insufficient to support deep contemplation about the complex mysteries involving the multiverse, timeline convergence, and branching. However, upon realizing this, Xiang Yu's mood inevitably sank. Thus, even if the positioning traversing device provided by Zophi could accurately identify the unique light aura of Leo or the Land of Light, it may not necessarily transport him back to the familiar world of Leo, where they shared common memories. Therefore, if he wished to see once more the Leo he knew, as well as Say One and his teacher Palais Xingren, it seemed he would have to rely on the more advanced and precise interuniversal positioning ability of the Red Ball. Alas, the universe is vast. Opportunities will always arise. Xiang Yu could only comfort himself with this thought. At the very least, among the innumerable lands of light within the multiverse, their core essence should still be that race illuminated by the plasma spark tower, filled with righteousness, courage, and the belief in light. Even if it were not the Land of Light he was familiar with, based on the shared values of the Ultraman clan, they would likely not refuse his reasonable requests. After all, the source of light that fused within him, belonging to Leo, Say One, and others, was the best proof of his deep ties to the Land of Light. However, it appeared that this initial form could not be relied upon to return him to any Land of Light. Xiang Yu was quite certain of this, for while watching the memories of the initial form, the source of willpower within him, which had become exceedingly sensitive after merging with the Red Ball, had subtly resonated with it, clearly revealing to him the true nature of the entity. He was not the light life form from the M78 nebula, endowed with life by the plasma spark tower. Rather, He was a manifestation of hope, born from the collective wishes and yearning of countless intelligent life forms, representing the hope, courage, and protective belief that the initial form embodied. Beyond those memories, Xiang Yu seemed to hear countless voices, transcending time and space, sincerely calling out for Ultraman. It appeared that the pure faith and anticipation contained within these voices summoned this initial form repeatedly from the conceptual realm to respond to crises. The initial form before him was a product that encapsulated the entire legendary life of the initial Ultraman within a certain universe, using its very existence as a conceptual anchor. Born from the collective consciousness of those who recognized, trusted, and viewed him as hope and as savior. Now, the target that needed to be eliminated to summon him had already been effortlessly resolved by Xiang Yu. Therefore, the mission completed initial form, sustained by willpower in its manifested state, had naturally reached the time to dissipate and return to the conceptual realm. Well then, is this all you wish to convey to me? Xiang Yu gazed at the initial form, its energy rapidly depleting in his perception, and an indescribable complexity of emotions surged within him, nearly bringing him to tears. What is this? He merely wished for a navigational aid to return to the land of light. Yet why must it be so arduous and convoluted? What a hassle! It seemed that the initial form did not wish to simply dissolve into light before director Ing Air of Tsuburaya Productions, who had summoned him. Thus, at the brink of total energy depletion, like all classic endings, it vigorously waved its arms upward, transforming its enormous frame into a streak of red light, swiftly flying toward the distant starry sky in a classic pose, leaving behind the heroic silhouette for the Earth. Oh! Just as the initial form's figure was about to completely merge into the starry sky and vanish, Xiang Yu, who thought he would gain nothing substantial this time, suddenly perceived an exceedingly subtle, yet highly significant stream of information manifesting as a pure light visible only to him, separating from the dissipating core of the initial form and instantly entering his brow. Beware the source of evil, the fragmented warning voice, as if traversing endless temporal barriers, mingled with countless shattered images, forcefully surged into the depths of Xiang Yu's consciousness. He beheld a terminal scene far clearer and more heart-wrenching than the memories previously shared. An endless, ominous, and deathly purple-black mist, akin to a living entity, frantically spread, enveloping and eroding every corner of the universe. Stars dimmed, galaxies fell silent. Against that backdrop of despair, the initial form and tens of thousands of Ultraman warriors from different universes and timelines gathered together, engaging in a seemingly tragic yet utterly hopeless assault. Their adversary was a creature resembling a humanoid form, yet standing less than 2 meters tall, exceedingly diminutive. Atop this creature's head was embedded a pulsating, purple-black sphere radiating waves of evil akin to a source. The surface of this sphere was riddled with cracks that opened and closed as if breathing, from which the despairing mist that enveloped the entire universe surged forth endlessly. It was the evil dragon. Although its appearance was distinctly different from any of the malevolent dragons in the memories of Dragon Ball GT, Xiang Yu nonetheless recognized its unmistakable characteristics at a glance. Despite the evil dragon's absolute disadvantage in size and numbers, the battle unfolded in a suffocatingly one-sided manner. No, this could hardly be termed a battle. It resembled a one-sided massacre. Large swathes of Ultraman warriors, like wheat stalks harvested by a sickle, upon contact with the seemingly inconsequential purple-black energy wave unleashed by the evil dragon, were completely obliterated from existence before they could even return to the universe as the most basic light particles. Their bodies disintegrated, and along with their pure source of light, they were swiftly eroded, polluted, and transformed by the overwhelming negative energy, which in turn became nourishment for the malevolent dragoness power. The first generation was not spared from this calamity, even though distant planets still emitted faint calls and prayers, clinging to a shred of hope. The strength derived from these beliefs allowed him to endure a moment longer than other Ultra Warriors, illuminating the desolate battlefield for a few extra seconds. However, the final image of this deliberately concealed memory, or rather, prophetic vision, cruelly froze at the moment when the evil dragon seemingly noticed this flicker of resilient light, casually raising its hand to point at the first generation, unleashing a concentrated sphere of negative energy that tore through space, hurtling towards him. The scene abruptly halted at this juncture. What transpired thereafter was self-evident. Xiang Yu stood in a daze, his consciousness seemingly immersed in the grim tableau composed of despair, destruction, and the elegy of heroes. The image, which seemed intentionally buried deep by the first generation, yet for reasons unknown, ultimately chosen to be revealed to him, relentlessly struck his soul. He barely registered the incessant calls of Di Jia beside him. It was only when Di Jia, having exhausted his energy, transformed back into the goo and fell to the ground that Xiang Yu remained like a statue, unresponsive to the outer world, fixated on the starry sky where the first generation had vanished. Was this truly what you wished to convey to me, first generation? No. Was it the world will of the Ultraverse? After a prolonged silence, Xiang Yu suddenly lifted his head, his gaze intense, directed at the seemingly tranquil and harmonious, resplendent night sky. Regardless of whether this scene was a prophecy of a distant future or a warning regarding my variable, Xiang Yu took a deep breath, as if to draw that weight into his lungs and transform it into strength. He slowly raised his clenched fist towards the boundless starry sky, or perhaps towards some unseen entity observing him, and more so towards his own warrior's heart, declaring with conviction, "Since I have arrived, since I have witnessed this scene, I shall never allow such a thing to occur. Absolutely. In the name of the Science." Chapter 8. Came well, cannot return you mean. You don't know how to go back? A multitude of tangible question marks seemed to swirl around Xiang Yu's head. Faced with Xiang Yu's expression of disbelief, Dagu awkwardly nodded and explained, "Yes, I unexpectedly arrived in this past time and space while tracking that extraterrestrial, Charlie Jia, who was dealing in monsters. Therefore, when the situation became critical, Dagu, consumed with the desire to uncover Charlie Jia's intentions and thwart him, did not hesitate to plunge into the closing time portal, driven by his sense of responsibility to protect the Earth. Now that the crisis had subsided and he had calmed down, he suddenly realized a critical and dire issue. He seemed unable to return. Dagu was actually uncertain whether Di Jia Ultraman possessed the ability to independently traverse time and space. After all, the skill set contained within Di Jia was overwhelmingly vast and profound. Since acquiring Di Jia's powers, he had mostly relied on the initial guidance he felt within during his transformation, utilizing a few novice skills such as Zai Pei Liao Ray, Di La Xiumu Light Flow, etc. It was not that Dagu was unwilling to learn and master more powerful abilities of Di Jia, but rather that circumstances did not permit it. On one hand, he needed to constantly conceal his true identity as Di Jia to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and danger to his teammates and the TPC. In the limited time available due to monster appearances requiring transformation, he had to devote all his efforts to countering ferocious foes, protecting the city and its citizens, demanding utmost concentration without a moment's distraction. On the other hand, the brief 3-minute activity time limit hung over him like the sword of Damocles, leaving him no opportunity to settle down and thoroughly perceive, explore, and experiment with the vast potential within Di Jia. For this reason, although Dagu understood he could wait in this past time and space for his energy to replenish, transforming into Di Jia once more to attempt to search and develop those mysterious skills he had yet to master. The question remained, within such a short span of 3 minutes, how many useful skills could he successfully uncover? And among these newly discovered abilities, would there even be one capable of accurately pinpointing his return to the modern timeline? The odds were exceedingly slim. Moreover, the modern Earth he inhabited was beset by an incessant tide of monsters and extraterrestrial threats, making it impossible for him to rest easy knowing that during his absence, Earth might face formidable enemies that even the victory team would struggle to contend with. If there were truly no alternatives, Dagu could only brace himself, relying on repeated transformations within the limited 3 minutes to explore that minuscule possibility. However, an intuitive sense within Dagu suggested that this mysterious Xiang Yu might aid him in returning to his timeline more swiftly. It was feasible, but Xiang Yu was about to explain the principles and limitations of Zophi's traversal device when his attention was suddenly captured by a piece of information inadvertently mentioned by Dagu. Wait, does Di Jia possess many skills? Regarding the ability to traverse time and space, Xiang Yu's answer was affirmative. Not to mention the innate time-traveling talents acquired from merging with the Red Sphere, Zophi's traversal device could also accomplish this. However, he could not guarantee the accuracy of the destination. The composition of chi within him was far too complex, merging the pure sources of light from multiple Ultramen, the Scion's inherent furious energy, and the unique and high-ranking willpower source. especially the willpower source, with its powerful discernment and interventional properties, made it exceedingly difficult for Xiang Yu to precisely lock onto a specific universe's coordinates. The time-space traversal talent granted by the red sphere also required a clear and stable anchor point for accurate positioning. Unless the red sphere awakened and operated it personally, otherwise, attempting to traverse time and space would likely yield results akin to a blind box lottery, with the destination left purely to chance, most likely landing him in a world suffused with negative energy or one that resonated closely with the properties of willpower. In contrast, the light energy of Dijia appeared considerably purer. If Degu's Dijia light served as the guide and coordinate, utilizing Zophi's device, it should, barring any mishaps, reliably transport Degu back to his original time and space. Furthermore, Xiang Yu was also inclined to visit the timeline where Degu resided, as it was highly probable that the giant conch had already been corrupted and enhanced by negative energy, making it a worthwhile target for a significant experience boost. Nevertheless, the brief remarks about Dijia possessing a rich skill pool, inadvertently mentioned by Degu, awakened Xiang Yu's collection obsession. He was currently in a dry spell, lacking an Ultraman to merge with, despite Xiang Yu's strength nearing the critical point of transforming into a Super Saiyan. And it could be said that had it not been for a forced breakthrough failure in his great ape state, resulting in backlash, he might have successfully achieved the transformation already. For him now, the 20-fold increase in combat power from merging with a single Ultraman was no longer of particular significance. However, the unique source of light contained within a new Ultraman, along with their diverse and varied exclusive skills, still held considerable allure for Xiang Yu. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, not experiencing it would indeed be a loss. Moreover, many Ultraman skills were ingeniously designed and wielded remarkable power, providing Xiang Yu with high reference and inspiration value for developing his own, more potent finishing moves. Uncertain whether Diga could share a gaze with Xiang Qingxiang, his eyes burned with intensity as he observed Degu. In his understanding, it appeared that Degu's transformation into Diga relied solely on the Xingguang Bang, a remarkably convenient tool. Initially, Diga existed as a mere statue devoid of self-awareness, fundamentally distinct from the Ultramen of the Kingdom of Light, who possessed independent will and emotion. Theoretically, if Xiang Yu truly desired, he could disregard Degu's personal wishes and, by virtue of overwhelming strength, forcibly borrow the Xingguang Bang to personally experience the powers of Diga. However, just as this thought arose, an involuntary memory flickered through Xiang Yu's mind, the rather unpleasant encounter with Blaze, characterized by a forceful fusion. A wave of inexplicable repulsion and agitation surged within him, prompting him to suppress this somewhat domineering notion. He resolved to adopt a more conciliatory tone and attempt to negotiate a reasonable exchange. Perhaps he could offer assistance to Degu in returning to the future as a bargaining chip. You possess such formidable power. Do you still need to transform into Diga? Degu felt a twinge of discomfort under Xiang Yu's fervent gaze, puzzled by Xiang Yu's keen interest in experiencing the transformation into Diga. He did not entertain suspicions that Xiang Yu sought to exploit Diga's power for malevolent purposes, as Xiang Yu's demonstrated prowess far surpassed that of Diga, rendering such a venture seemingly unnecessary. Did you not mention that within Diga's skill set, there might exist abilities capable of returning you to your own timeline? Xiang Yu swiftly articulated a sound and legitimate rationale. I have fought alongside Ultramen before. My physique is rather unique. He succinctly explained his exceptional constitution that exempted him from the 3-minute limitation imposed on Ultraman's activities on Earth, asserting that if he were to transform into Diga, he might more effectively explore and test the potential time-space abilities. Once an appropriate method was discovered, he could immediately return with Degu to his rightful timeline. He even suggested that his arrival in this world might be linked to an impending formidable entity, one whose power would far exceed that of Diga. Thus, he would assist Earth in confronting this unparalleled threat. The notion of an existence beyond Diga's capabilities struck Degu with a heavy weight, rendering him oblivious to Xiang Yu's subsequent persuasive words. He was reminded of the despairing visions that had plagued him recently. He believed that Xiang Yu had no reason to deceive him, and fragments of memories inherited from the ancient genes supported this belief. Conflicted and tumultuous, he found himself completely receptive to Xiang Yu's request to experience the transformation into Diga, even feeling compelled to request Xiang Yu's aid in confronting the unknown adversary that loomed in his mind. Xiang Yu, unaware of Dagu's internal turmoil, found it strange that Dagu did not realize Ultramen only faced time limitations on Earth. Had he not fought in the cosmos? What Xiang Yu did not know was that Dagu had indeed battled in the near-Earth space against the Gabanujika. But that encounter had been so overwhelming and extraordinary that he had nearly been disintegrated before reaching the time limit. Had it not been for the timely support of the new equipment equipped with the max power system, the outcome would have been uncertain. It was precisely due to that harrowing experience, combined with his habitual thinking during battles on Earth, that Dagu had failed to notice, or rather, had no opportunity to experience, the detail that in the cosmic environment, Diga's form could gradually replenish energy from starlight and cosmic radiation. Ultimately, Dagu's foundation was too weak to fully harness Diga's potential. Of course, through numerous arduous battles and conscious physical training, Dagu's current transformation into Diga wielded a power significantly greater than when he first acquired his abilities. I understand Dagu's reasonable explanation, he conceded, choosing to believe as there was no alternative. Even if he transformed into Diga again, he would not stand a chance against Xiang Yu. Moreover, he genuinely required Xiang Yu's formidable assistance to confront the nebulous and suffocating unknown threat haunting his mind. Dagu handed the Xingguang Bang to Xiang Yu and, after much hesitation, cautioned, transforming into Diga requires the ancient genes imbued with light information. I cannot be certain that you. This conclusion was drawn by Dagu after considering the words of Yu Yin and Zheng Mujingwu. Though Xiang Yu claimed to possess the so-called essence of light, Dagu remained uncertain of his capacity to successfully transform. Before Dagu could finish his well-intentioned warning, an overwhelming radiance, far more brilliant, pure, and majestic than Dagu's own transformation, erupted from the spark prism clasped in Xiang Yu's hand. This light was so intense that it instantaneously illuminated the dark night sky, creating the illusion of a miniature sun emerging in the vicinity. Chapter 9. The Resurgence of the Ancient Grievance. Diga's essence. Did daybreak arrive? The villagers, still in a state of half-sleep, were roused by the extraordinary brilliance outside. Rubbing their bleary eyes, they yawned widely, staring in bewilderment at the sky, now as bright as noon, and murmured to themselves, "How strange." They felt they had only just lain down to sleep, yet in the blink of an eye, the night had vanished. At the moment when Xiang Yu activated the spark prism, merging the diverse essences of light within him and awakening the dormant ancient light, an indescribable, pure, and overwhelming wave of light energy radiated from him, expanding silently like a supernova. Its reach was so vast that it nearly enveloped the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Countless individuals transitioning from dusk to deep night were astonished to witness the sky, once tinged with sunset hues, starry brilliance, or complete darkness, transform in an instant into a soft, yet blinding white light. It was as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button, abruptly skipping the night and plunging directly into daylight. This sudden faux daylight phenomenon persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating, leaving behind a multitude of astounded observers and a series of astronomical and meteorological enigmas poised to ignite global intrigue. Simultaneously, in a certain depth of the sea, within the ancient and powerful barrier-enclosed ruins of the super-ancient civilization, Lily, time seemed to have frozen for millennia. Darkness and silence were the eternal themes of this place. 3 colossal statues, each distinct in form and exuding an aura of menace, sorrow, and mystery, stood resolutely amidst the ruins. However, at the instant the light triggered by Xiang Yu's transformation swept across the earth, one of these statues, unmistakably feminine and characteristic, yet marked by distortion and resentment, trembled ever so slightly, but unmistakably. Diga, a voice, barely audible, seemed to traverse the vast river of 30 million years, resonating with a complex array of emotions in this forsaken, shadowy realm, shattering the ancient silence. The once stable petrified shell sealing away the soul and power of Camilla. Upon distinctly sensing the profound essence of light that belonged unequivocally to Diga, penetrating through layers of barriers, began to reveal signs of loosening. With her will strong enough to distort reality. Camilla, the ancient female warrior harboring a tumultuous love-hate relationship with Diga, ignited her long-suppressed obsession, akin to oil thrown into a blazing fire, igniting fiercely. Crack, crack, a delicate, spiderweb-like fissure began to manifest clearly upon the cold, petrified surface of Camilla's body. Though minuscule, these cracks seemed alive, slowly and resolutely spreading and multiplying. A powerful will, infused with profound love, deep-seated resentment, and a lingering sense of injustice, surged forth like the magma beneath a dormant volcano, tumultuously churning and bursting. A certain ancient vengeful spirit, sealed away for 30 million years, began to reveal signs of awakening under this potent influence. In the vicinity of Longsun Lake, Jincheng realized that he may have been mistaken from the very beginning. Enveloped in the awe of the moment when the original Ultraman responded to humanity's prayers and descended to Earth, Director Anno Yoshiyuki stood in stunned silence. His wrinkled face etched with unprecedented shock and confusion as he gazed upon a scene that threatened to overturn all his previous beliefs. His prior notions of Ultraman, a solitary figure battling ferocious monsters on an alien planet, forming deep bonds with humanity, and overcoming immense challenges to safeguard peace, were utterly dismantled and reconstituted in this instant. He suddenly perceived that perhaps the definition of a hero is not singular. A hero may not always need to prove their worth through arduous battles and bonds with humankind. A hero can also embody an absolute, unquestionable power that transcends all. Although Anno Yoshiyuki had, through some unique constitution, forged a fateful connection with the original Ultraman, and was continuously flooded with inspiration and imagery that compelled him to construct myriad tales and concepts surrounding Ultraman. His role as an observer did not alter the fact that he remained an ordinary elderly man from Earth, with perception akin to that of any other. Thus, during the recent event where Xiang Yu effortlessly dispatched Charlie Jia and numerous monsters, due to the rapidity and distance, Anno had failed to capture the minute yet pivotal figure and actions of Xiang Yu clearly. From his perspective, the entire event was simplified to a mere few seconds where monsters suddenly appeared, and an unfamiliar giant, referred to as Dijia, emerged alongside Ultraman. Then, in an instant, all the monsters inexplicably exploded, transforming into brilliant, yet fleeting bursts of flame, as if erased by some invisible force. He did not even notice Xiang Yu's figure soaring high above. He could only attribute the overwhelming shock to the magnificent forms of the original Ultraman and Dijia, despite the latter's somewhat lackluster performance. Consequently, Anno Yoshiyuki resolved to primarily utilize the image of the original Ultraman to concretize the creative inspirations continually emerging in his mind. However, in that moment, as the colossal being, seemingly the very embodiment of the concept of light, stood majestically by the lakeside, Anno Yoshiyuki felt an unprecedented tremor and reverence emanating from the depths of his soul. Its form bore some resemblance to the previous Dijia, yet the aura and essence it radiated were entirely distinct. Merely standing there, its existence alone compelled Anno to unavoidably conjure a singular notion in his heart: invincibility. The magnificent figure, towering at least 3 times the height of the original Ultraman, exuded an oppressive visual impact. Its muscular lines were seamless and flawless, achieving a golden ratio unattainable by any earthly human through any form of training. Not excessively bulky or ostentatious. Every muscular contour silently proclaimed an inherent power capable of tearing through the very stars. Most astonishing to him was the giant's entire being, radiating a soft yet undeniably authoritative milky white brilliance. This light was not constant but pulsed rhythmically, akin to breathing, flickering with life, as if it were a living, pulsing star. Old man Anno involuntarily tilted his head back to its fullest extent, striving to discern the entirety of the giant's form. His gaze unintentionally met the giant's eyes, which emanated a gentle yet commanding glow, akin to 2 massive, perfect gemstones. In that fleeting moment, Anno Yoshiyuki felt as though he was not gazing into the eyes of a mere creature. They appeared as 2 blazing, eternally burning stars, embodying the immense forces of creation and destruction. A sensation of insignificance, akin to dust, seized his heart instantaneously, rendering him nearly breathless. Is this the visage of divinity? Anno Yoshiyuki murmured in a daze, his voice barely audible. What he perceived in the original Ultraman was a being with a mysterious identity, immense power comparable to that of a deity, yet still exhibiting traces of humanity, perhaps with certain vulnerabilities, a being closer to a superhuman existence. He had endeavored to shape the Ultraman in his mind into a complex entity, caught between humanity and divinity, full of contradictions and allure. His mind was often flooded with vivid and specific inspirations, leading him to ponder whether these incessant ideas were truly the product of his own genius, or if they were manifestations of certain truths meant to exist. revealing their essence to the world through him. Regardless of the source of this inspiration, Anno Yoshiyuki firmly believed in the recognition that arose from the depths of his soul. Before him stood Dijia, allowing him to truly witness and feel what invincible strength and divine perfection entailed. Xiang Yu, embodying Dijia, stood motionless, momentarily disregarding the chaos of the outside world. He was intricately attuned to the unprecedented sense of power and energy circulation bestowed by this new form. He did not immediately explore the intricacies and enormity within this body, which likely surpassed all the abilities he had encountered in all previous Ultraman forms combined. He had to admit that he had previously underestimated the diversity and potential of the various forms of light giants within this multiverse. He similarly underestimated the true depth contained within the Dijia Ultraman he had known before his crossing over. 30 times, Xiang Yu seemed to unconsciously clench his massive fist, enveloped in a gentle aura, whispering in disbelief deep within his consciousness. This amplification factor far exceeded his most optimistic expectations. It should be noted that even the wild essence of his perfectly compatible partner, Xiao Bu, could only provide a maximum combat power amplification of 30 times at its peak. Furthermore, during the last phase of his steadily increasing combat power, as his strength surged, the enhancement post-transformation had already touched upon the theoretical limits of what the blaze form could sustain. If calculated based on amplification multipliers, in reality, the enhancement ratio provided by Xiao Bu relative to Xiang Yu's skyrocketing base was actually diminishing. Although Xiang Yu found himself in a profoundly weakened state after forcibly borrowing the power of Super 4, this life-originating frailty was being remarkably restored and compensated as he successfully morphed into Dijia and activated the special energy within. Thus, the 30-fold amplification Xiang Yu estimated at this moment was based on his peak combat power. Xiang Yu even sensed that if he could maintain the Dijia state for a longer duration, he could entirely dispel the aftereffects brought on by the forced transformation into Super 4, allowing his being to return to a perfect state. At that moment, the Saiyan's passive ability was triggered once more. If it could be said that Blue Eyes was a perfect match for the wild essence of the Saiyans, then Diga was the flawless counterpart to the source of will that had now merged with Xiang Yu. The unique energy that restored his weakened state did not originate from Diga's relatively ordinary light source, but rather from deep within it, a miraculous light that possessed an equally high status and a remarkably unique nature, resonating astonishingly with the source of will. It dawned on Xiang Yu. He finally understood. Chapter 10. Diga is not used like this, Kajila blooms. Perhaps it was not mere coincidence. Nor was it a deviation in Zofi's positioning device that brought him to this world of Diga. It is very likely that the Red Sphere had originally designated this very world as the most suitable starting point for him. As Xiang Yu delved deeper into the essence of Diga's powers, he discovered not only the miraculous light, which bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of the source of will, but he also faintly sensed another key point. Diga's own light source possessed an extraordinarily rare inclusiveness, enabling it to achieve near-perfect compatibility and complementarity with the Saiyan's wild and destructive energy. Had Xiang Yu initially traversed directly into the world of Diga, he would have been able to utilize the unique, miraculous light of this realm to more smoothly awaken and wield the source of will left in his body by the Red Sphere. Furthermore, the process of becoming one with the first Ultraman would not have encountered any form of rejection. He could have directly and thoroughly unleashed the potential of this vessel, which fused the bloodline of the Saiyans with the qualities of a being of light, thereby bypassing countless adjustments and adaptations. Half an hour later, as Xiang Yu continued to explore the vast skill library within Diga's body, akin to an expansive sea of stars, he couldn't help but marvel at the seemingly bottomless reservoir of skills Diga possessed. Yet, he was left with a perplexing question. Why had Diga rarely employed so many powerful and diverse practical skills, in comparison to what he knew of Diga's finale? Where Diga had only utilized a handful of skills, Xiang Yu now saw a plethora of more complex and formidable options, especially as a crisp sound, akin to a sword being unsheathed, echoed in the depths of Xiang Yu's consciousness. With his willpower directing the precise infusion of energy, the virtual spark prism model suddenly radiated resplendent light. Its closed wings unfurled gracefully and resolutely, while the gem at its center, which contained the core energy of the Ultra-Ancient, erupted with a powerful light energy. This highly concentrated light energy did not disperse. Instead, it swiftly spread and shaped itself, ultimately coalescing into a radiant sword of light. Shimmering with golden brilliance and edged with arcs of energy, positioned before the unfolded spark prism. Simultaneously, Diga's majestic form responded in kind, adopting a standard II stance. His massive hand mirrored the scene within Xiang Yu's consciousness, where the sword hilt took on the shape of the spark prism, extending into a solidified blade of light forged from Diga's intensely compressed light energy. With enthusiasm, Xiang Yu swung the luminous sword a few times, producing a series of sharp and dazzling sword flowers, basic stances he had learned from the swordmaster in the Buloi's world. Although, as Zhang Lu had remarked, these were merely foundational skills, primarily aesthetic rather than practical. Nevertheless, they were striking. The razor-sharp light sword sliced through the air, producing a sound akin to fabric being torn. Xiang Yu could distinctly feel the terrifying cutting power contained within the blade. He had a strong premonition that if he further amplified the energy output of the light sword and unleashed a full-force attack, this blade would likely carve open temporary dimensional rifts in the very fabric of space itself. Such a degree of energy consumption was indeed excessive for an Ultraman in a standard state or for a Transformer with insufficient energy reserves. Having personally experienced the specific power and corresponding energy consumption rate of this spark prism light sword, Xiang Yu offered an objective evaluation. No wonder Dagu often preferred to employ a few of the most conventional skills with relatively low energy consumption in battle. While many other skills exhibited significant enhancements in power and effects, their energy demands were equally immense. In the throes of intense 3-minute battles, such calculations were indeed necessary. But for him, Xiang Yu, who had an abundance of energy, the consumption of various skills by Diga seemed trivial, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Even less than the expenditure of a large ki wave he could casually unleash. Your Diga is quite useful, Xiang Yu candidly remarked to the dazed Dagu. All right, I found a way back, let us go. Before Dagu could gather his thoughts and respond, Xiang Yu deftly maneuvered Diga's massive hand to gently grasp him as if plucking a flower. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Dagu, forming a transparent energy shield that cradled him securely in the palm. Xiang Yu then focused his consciousness on the dazzling crystal embedded in Diga's head. With the guidance of energy, a splendid and stable rainbow beam shot forth, precisely striking the spatial node ahead, with a sound akin to an invisible curtain being sliced open. A stable time-space passage, flowing with temporal energy and adorned with bizarre luminescence, was forcibly opened before Xiang Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, the colossal form of Diga transformed into a streak of light, carrying Dagu in his palm as they swiftly entered the unpredictable passageway. This mode of time-space traversal by Diga differed slightly from the several methods Xiang Yu had previously encountered. When he activated this skill resembling directed time-space traversal, his mind was not blank. Instead, it was as if he were receiving signals, with countless calls and prayers from different times and dimensions echoing forth, all directed towards the existence of Diga. These voices, some clear, some vague, filled with hope or steeped in despair, seemed to form an invisible network of coordinates. It appeared that as long as Xiang Yu wished, he could follow any call and precisely traverse to the corresponding location. For a moment, faced with this sudden and seemingly endless array of choices, Xiang Yu nearly succumbed to decision paralysis. Fortunately, the unique aura of Dagu, which was closely intertwined with Diga's power in this era, provided him with a clear anchor. Ultimately, guided by this resonance, Xiang Yu locked onto a faint call for Diga, one that seemed on the verge of complete dissolution, and maneuvered Diga's form towards that corresponding time-space passage. In the haze, Xiang Yu glimpsed the blurred image presented by this time-space passage. It appeared to be a gigantic flower. Inside the time-space tunnel, light flowed swiftly, revealing countless scenes. I'm sorry. After a prolonged silence, Dagu seemed to have finally made a certain resolution and suddenly blurted out, his voice filled with complex emotions. Xiang Yu, controlling Diga's massive head, inclined it slightly, his gentle eyes clearly reflecting the question of what he meant. I truly do not deserve this power, Dagu said, raising his head to bravely meet the gaze of those immense eyes that were both familiar and imposing. His tone was somber and despondent. This power belongs to Diga. Perhaps it should be returned to you. You must be the true Diga. Dagu's tone was remarkably resolute. Long before, when Zhengmu Jingwu had sharply questioned Dagu's qualifications, a seed of self-doubt had already been sown in Dagu's heart. which was often burdened by immense responsibility. Although he later triumphed over Xiang Yu, transformed into the light giant, temporarily suppressing this turmoil, the seed of doubt, once planted, was like a maggot in the bone, not so easily eradicated. Yet, the relentless waves of monster crises and the weighty duty of protecting the Earth left him little time or space to delve deeply into this confusion. However, during this unexpected journey into the past, witnessing the monumental power of the first-generation Ultraman responding to wishes, as well as the exaggerated and despair-inducing absolute strength exhibited by Xiang Yu, the long-buried doubts and insecurities within him surged uncontrollably. Spreading through Dagu, was he truly worthy to be the human host of Vegeta Ultraman? What he had always believed was that Ultramen were not deities, nor did he wish to become a lofty guardian of humanity. As Vegeta, he indeed needed to fight alongside his human comrades during numerous crises, relying on their collective wisdom and courage to overcome challenges time and again. However, this understanding of Vegeta's strength was completely overturned after witnessing Xiang Yu transform into Vegeta, displaying a power that seemed to transcend even that of a deity. Was this truly the essence of Vegeta's strength? Dagu gazed in a daze at Xiang Yu's unparalleled and flawless form as Vegeta, watching him effortlessly wield various powerful skills that Dagu had previously hesitated to attempt due to energy constraints. He could find no other reasonable explanation aside from the notion that he was indeed the true Vegeta. At that moment, his feelings resembled those of a bewildered novice player who had unexpectedly stumbled upon a fully equipped high-level account, yet struggled against even the simplest of foes in the beginner's village. To make matters worse, he was caught in the act by the original owner of that account. The overwhelming embarrassment, shame, and self-deprecation nearly engulfed him. Dagu even began to suspect that Xiang Yu's earlier suggestion to experience Vegeta's power was perhaps a veiled expression of disdain, as the true owner could no longer bear to witness him clumsily wielding his body and power, thus wishing to reclaim the account. Xiang Yu was utterly perplexed by Dagu's absurd assumptions, unable to comprehend how he had come to such ludicrous conclusions. Firmly believing himself to be the essence of Vegeta, he felt an inexplicable mix of confusion and amusement. The strength of the Vegeta he transformed into stemmed from the fact that any Ultraman, sharing a unified bond with him, would experience a tremendous amplification due to his unique physique and vast energy reserves. What did this have to do with being the true Vegeta? By Dagu's logic, wouldn't he simultaneously also be the essence of Leo, 7, Ace, and all the other Ultramen he had fused with? What absurdity was this? His own version of a free-spirited Ultraman? Just as Xiang Yu was about to clarify this misunderstanding with Dagu, who was still mumbling in his palm about not wanting to become an Ultraman and how the Earth would be safer with him around, the time tunnel reached its destined endpoint. The exit of the tunnel was now clearly visible. However, just as Vegeta's colossal form was about to burst forth from the passage, what lay beyond was not the anticipated sky or land, but an enormous, menacing petal, abruptly unfurling, adorned with bizarre patterns. At its center was not a flower's stamen, but a grotesque mouth resembling a twisted beak. This sudden, malicious entity offered Xiang Yu no time to react. The monstrous beak lunged towards the half-emerged Vegeta, unleashing a torrent of nauseating, purple-black and dark yellow, densely opaque mist. The thick, corrosive, and mentally tainting fog engulfed Xiang Yu and Dagu, who was still in his palm, in an instant. Chapter 11. What good is traveling back to the eve of the college entrance examination when the answers haven't been released? Xiang Yu. Who is calling me? This voice sounds somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall exactly who it belongs to. Xiang Yu felt as though his mind had been ensnared in a thick fog, his thoughts sluggish and labored, everything appearing hazy and unreal. Xiang Yu. Just as he was trying to discern the identity of this vaguely familiar voice, something not too heavy yet sufficient to rouse him lightly struck his head. Ouch! The unexpected physical stimulus instantly awakened his dormant muscle memory. His body instinctively reacted, springing up from his seat, his hands unconsciously adopting a combat stance that felt oddly foreign yet entirely natural. Xiang Yu's sharp gaze swept around the room, and with a hint of anger at being disturbed, he growled, "Who? Which blind monster dares to ambush me? Uft! Ha ha ha!" As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted, first suppressed, then exploding like a volcanic eruption, sweeping through the entire classroom. At that moment, Xiang Yu's once murky vision began to clear, much like an old camera lens coming into focus. He glanced around in confusion, and before him stood a group of students clad in matching blue and white, somewhat outdated yet familiar uniforms. Dozens of youthful faces, seemingly plucked from the depths of his distant memories, were fixed on him, each wearing expressions of amusement. Some relatively reserved girls even covered their mouths with their hands, attempting to stifle their laughter, but their crescent-shaped eyes betrayed their inner joy. Clearly, Xiang Yu's earlier antics had provided them with great amusement. The boys, however, were far less restrained, bursting with youthful energy and eager for chaos. They found it utterly hilarious to witness the usually reserved Xiang Yu staging such a dramatic scene of classroom chaos. They erupted into raucous laughter, banging on their desks without a care in the world. Some even seized the opportunity, while the teacher's attention was diverted, to sneak out their phones from the drawers and snap a couple of quick photos of Xiang Yu, who remained oblivious and posed in an odd stance. With mischievous grins, they clearly planned to share this classic moment on their QQ space, allowing classmates from other classes to marvel at it. What is this? The commotion and familiar environment caused Xiang Yu's heart to inexplicably race. He instinctively directed his gaze towards the enormous blackboard at the front of the classroom, his attention immediately seized by the stark, glaring letters inscribed in white chalk above it, which occupied nearly a third of the board's surface. Only 11 days until the Gaokao. Each character seemed to have been etched with an immense effort, with chalk dust scattering slightly from the force of the strokes. The alarming message struck like a silent hammer, reverberating in the hearts of every senior student who glanced up at it, conveying a suffocating urgency about the relentless passage of time. Positioned closest to this harbinger of fate, behind the familiar podium, stood a figure. She wore somewhat austere black-framed square glasses, her hair simply tied back in a low ponytail, and was clad in a clean but utterly unremarkable white shirt with fine stripes. This was their Chinese teacher, the class's homeroom instructor, a middle-aged, slender woman known for her seriousness, responsibility, and somewhat rigid demeanor. At this moment, the teacher, who usually maintained an impeccable image, had evidently lost her composure due to the sudden chaos. A few rebellious strands of hair, which should have been meticulously arranged, now fell loosely by her cheeks. Her tightly furrowed brows seemed capable of crushing a fly, vividly reflecting her inner turmoil and suppressed anger. Xiang Yu, you still monster. The teacher slammed her palm against the podium, producing a resounding thud in an attempt to quell the classroom's uproar, focusing all her ire on the instigator of this commotion. Xiang Yu, her voice, tinged with frustration, became somewhat shrill as she pointed at him, her chest slightly heaving. Normally, at this crucial juncture with only 11 days until the Gaokao, she would refrain from imposing strict discipline on her students, fearing it might yield counterproductive results. Yet, whether they were genuinely striving to review and achieve greater heights, or merely engaging in a last-minute struggle, they at least needed to present an appearance of diligence and earnestness during class. But what was happening with Xiang Yu? In her memory, this student had always been average in academic performance, floating within the middle tier of the class, easily overlooked by teachers. His personality was introverted and somewhat clumsy, lacking in social interaction and presence. Although to the elders of her generation, Xiang Yu's compliant and unassuming nature could be viewed as the quintessential model student deserving of praise, she was not entirely devoid of social understanding. In today's rapidly changing society, she recognized that a student like Xiang Yu, with average academic abilities and a somewhat rigid approach to life, might struggle to secure a place in a respectable university if he did not take a chance during this pivotal moment. The prospects of his future in society could very well pale in comparison to those more extroverted classmates who, despite their lower grades, thrived in social interactions with teachers and peers. It was this complex mix of pity for his misfortune and frustration at his lack of ambition that had driven her to occasionally encourage and urge Xiang Yu. Speaking from the heart, although his past performance was not remarkable, his diligent attitude had given her a glimmer of hope that he might, at this critical moment, muster the strength to push through and perhaps even create a miracle, edging closer to the threshold for a top-tier university. But how could he pull such a stunt at this crucial juncture? Did he intend to give up at the last moment? Everyone else was striving desperately for their futures, racing against time. The teacher, observing Xiang Yu's still-dazed expression, felt a mix of disappointment and frustration that made her words erupt like a barrage of firecrackers. How can you sleep so openly and shamelessly? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her fingers turning pale from gripping the chalk tightly, her voice involuntarily rising. At your age? At this critical time? How can you possibly be sleeping? Huh. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap off the podium and pry open his mind to see what chaotic thoughts were swirling within. Still a monster. How old are you now? Huh. Watching those children's cartoons. Aren't you ashamed? If your parents found out, they would be heartbroken. Her barrage of soul-searching questions, steeped in anger, disappointment, and concern, crashed down upon Xiang Yu like a fierce storm, coupled with the muffled laughter of his classmates, who had not yet settled down. Xiang Yu, already in a state of utter confusion, felt as though his mind was filled with thick molasses, growing increasingly chaotic and bewildered. What on earth was happening? Hadn't he already taken the Gaokao, and wasn't it over? He distinctly remembered completing that life-altering examination and even celebrating his 17th birthday shortly thereafter. So why was he now faced with all of this? Had he somehow traveled back in time to 11 days before the Gaokao? But what significance did that hold? He didn't even know his score. The official answers had yet to be released. To return to this point in time only meant he would have to endure the tormenting knowledge points, endless mock exams, and suffocating pre-exam pressure all over again. This was not a blessing. It was pure torment. No, wait. Xiang Yu instinctively shook his head, attempting to drown out the teacher's reprimands and the laughter of his classmates. He rubbed his still throbbing temples, murmuring softly to himself, as if trying to convince himself or combat some invisible contradiction. Why did it feel like such a long time had passed since the Gaokao ended? A profound sense of dissonance, starkly contrasting with the present reality, flooded through him. He vaguely sensed that his true life journey did not end with the conclusion of the Gaokao that summer. Surely, much more complex and grand events had unfolded thereafter. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall or dig into those memories, thoughts of the time after the Gaokao remained shrouded in an impenetrable fog, leaving him struggling to catch even a glimpse of the precise scenes. Moreover, why had he called out monster just now? Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering the word that had slipped from his lips upon awakening. This was odd. Monsters were fictional beings that only appeared in shows like Ultraman, right? He distinctly remembered having little interest in such shows throughout his life, hardly ever watching them. Even if he were dreaming, shouldn't dreams reflect the things he usually encountered, understood, or subconsciously cared about? How could he dream of something he had no real interest in, something even somewhat unfamiliar? Ugh, his head hurt. With these thoughts, Xiang Yu couldn't help but emit a suppressed groan, clutching his head tightly. Chapter 12. Ah, my waist. Class monitor, quickly. Take Xiang Yu to the infirmary. As she beheld Xiang Yu's face contort into a grotesque expression of agony, cold sweat beating upon his brow, the homeroom teacher felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Ensnared by an ominous premonition, she hastily called out, her tone betraying an unmistakable panic. The student's admission rates and academic standings might merely influence her year-end performance evaluations. Yet if a student were to experience a severe health crisis in her classroom, especially during this sensitive period leading up to the college entrance examinations, she feared that her career could be irreparably tarnished. Given the current climate of public scrutiny. Ah, yes, understood. The class monitor Lu Xian, shaken from her momentary surprise, responded obediently and swiftly approached Xiang Yu, cautiously supporting him as he grappled with the intense cognitive dissonance that had shaken his composure. Under the curious, concerned, or even gloating gazes of their classmates, the two gradually made their way out of the classroom. As Lu Xian assisted Xiang Yu, a wave of insatiable curiosity and a thirst for gossip surged within her. She wondered what had transpired with Xiang Yu, who typically blended into the background like a mere shadow in class. What had caused him to behave so unusually today, uttering such bizarre words? After safely escorting him to the infirmary, she decided against rushing back to class, contemplating the chance to glean insights from Xiang Yu about his predicament. After all, having secured her recommendation for further studies, her remaining time at school was merely a matter of adhering to her reputation as a model student and appeasing her family's wishes, rather than seeking any special treatment that might invite gossip from her peers. The homeroom teacher had already publicly lauded her as a prime example of excellence, citing Lu Xian's acceptance into a prestigious institution while still valuing the pursuit of knowledge. Look at Lu Xian, our monitor. Having been admitted to a top university, she still understands the importance of continuous learning and remains here to reinforce her knowledge, showing no signs of complacency. For those of you still struggling with the entrance exams, what excuse do you have not to strive harder? You should all take her as a model. Liu Xin recalled the moment when the teacher's penetrating voice shattered her desire for modesty, elevating her from the image of a studious yet unremarkable class leader to a revered figure akin to a modern-day monk at the prestigious second high school. In the days that followed, her classmates would occasionally reference her with envy or jest, prompting Liu Xin to sigh inwardly in resignation. The teacher, though well-meaning, had an excessive penchant for face-saving. Fortunately, with merely 10 days remaining until the exams, she steeled herself, knowing that the ordeal would soon pass. Xiang Yu's unexpected display in class had, in a way, served as a rare and unexpected diversion during this otherwise monotonous and stressful period of intense preparation. All right, class, settle down. Please take out yesterday's mock exam papers. We will now review them. With the source of the commotion having been escorted away, the homeroom teacher cleared her throat emphatically, tapping the podium in an attempt to regain the attention of her still restless students. Let me tell you, the difficulty of this mock exam was not particularly high. Yet, look at your scores. Her opening remarks were laden with a tone of disappointment that resonated throughout the classroom. Instantly, the majority of students, aside from a few true scholars who remained unfazed, wore expressions that contorted into grimaces akin to bitter melons. They were reminded vividly of the dread imposed by countless challenging and peculiar questions, as well as their disheartening scores. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the infirmary, Liu Xin continued to support Xiang Yu, unable to suppress her curious glances at the boy beside her, whose furrowed brow was now slick with perspiration. She found it peculiar that there was an inexplicable strangeness about him. Although Xiang Yu was typically a background presence in class, she, as monitor, had interacted with nearly every student, making her somewhat more familiar with him than others. In the chaotic classroom moments earlier, she had not paid much attention, but now, as she observed him closely in silence, a vague sense of difference emerged. It was as if the ordinary high school boy she knew now exuded an aura of fierce wildness. It's nothing serious, perhaps just the result of overwhelming mental stress, a minor tension headache. Let him lie down and rest. He should recover soon. The school nurse, clad in a white coat, merely glanced at Xiang Yu's condition, dismissively checking his forehead for fever before rendering her judgment in a monotone voice. These students nowadays. The nurse shook his head, stepping out of the makeshift partition, leaving behind a poignant remark. After years in his position, he had grown accustomed to students like Xiang Yu, who succumbed to sudden ailments as exams approached. In his view, this was likely a manifestation of pre-exam anxiety and immense psychological pressure. Students today face increasing pressure, yet their capacity for mental resilience seems to weaken. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Not long after, Xiang Yu began to emerge from the agonizing cognitive conflict that had nearly shattered his thoughts. However, his gaze remained unfocused, and he murmured in disbelief, "What is not possible?" Liu Xin, standing nearby, heard his mumblings and was about to lean in to inquire what he meant by that impossibility when Xiang Yu suddenly executed a swift, explosive movement that startled her, causing her to gasp in surprise. He abruptly flipped himself over with the fluidity of a panther, standing upright on the narrow bed in the infirmary, a stark contrast to the frail figure needing assistance moments before. What followed left Liu Xin utterly speechless as Xiang Yu began to unleash a series of punches and kicks with an air of nonchalance. His movements, though not extravagant or flashy, were imbued with a graceful coordination and an underlying ferocity that was strikingly beautiful. Could he possibly know martial arts? Liu Xion's eyes widened as she watched him execute poses that seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, defying human biomechanics. The flimsy, iron-framed bed creaked under the strain of his every action, as if it might collapse at any moment. She instinctively covered her mouth, stifling a gasp. A sudden, sharp sound, reminiscent of a bone dislocating, echoed from Xiang Yu's waist. My back. Chapter 13. How old are you, still showing off? In an instant, the fierce demeanor that had overtaken Xiang Yu froze, replaced by an expression of pained grimace. He inhaled sharply, one hand pressed firmly against his lower back, his entire being curling painfully back onto the bed as if his bones had been extracted. His muscle memory undeniably enabled him to instinctively execute those astonishingly difficult combat movements, which further validated his belief that the loss of significant memories was not merely a figment of his imagination. However, the harsh reality remained that this body he inhabited was still that of an ordinary, untrained, and even weaker than average 17-year-old boy. A profound discord arose between his formidable consciousness and his frail physique. 2 days later, within the school premises, Xiang Yu stared blankly at the first multiple-choice question on the mathematics simulation paper. His pen unconsciously scribbled on the draft paper while his mind was utterly void of understanding. What was this? What was being written? Why could he not comprehend anything at all? In despair, he twirled his pen, realizing that with this trend, he might as well start looking for a job. During these 2 days, Xiang Yu attempted various methods, whether through the simplest sit-ups and push-ups to objectively assess his physical condition and endurance limits, or, under his parents' insistence, revisiting the city's best hospital for a comprehensive medical examination. All results pointed unequivocally to the same conclusion. Xiang Yu was still that physically deficient child. As for why those advanced combat movements surfaced in his mind and his body could barely mimic them, his father, who shared similar interests, proposed a possibility. Son, could it be that you have watched too much of Long Zhu, constantly pondering the fight scenes, leading your subconscious to remember those exaggerated movements? Faced with his father's somewhat far-fetched reasoning, Xiang Yu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to counter with reason. In the absence of any other evidence, it seemed he could only reluctantly accept this seemingly absurd fact. Yet, at the instant his father mentioned the words Long Zhu, Xiang Yu's heart inexplicably raced. A profound sensation surged through him, as if a crucial, buried clue was on the verge of resurfacing. However, when he concentrated to capture that feeling, it slipped away like sand through his fingers, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a lingering sense of emptiness. When Xiang Yu instinctively expressed a desire to revisit the Long Zhu animation in hopes of finding some inspiration or clue before his father could respond, his usually gentle and accommodating mother suddenly changed her expression. The complex smile that had once mingled concern and affection was instantly replaced by a mixture of sternness, anxiety, and even a hint of terror. Xiang Yu. His mother pronounced his name with deliberate emphasis, her voice laced with suppressed anger. You are about to take the college entrance examination. The final word was almost a shout, as she gripped his ear tightly, causing his eardrum to ring. Normally, I would turn a blind eye to your interest in those chaotic animations, but what stage are we at now? You still dare to think about watching cartoons? His mother's sternness was tinged with an unshakable worry. With your fragile physique, if you do not rely on your intellect, do you truly wish to end up laboring on a construction site? Tell me, can you even handle any strenuous physical work? That evening, after Xiang Yu's classroom incident, the homeroom teacher urgently contacted them for a solemn phone visit. Both parents felt immense embarrassment and deep regret regarding the teacher's account of Xiang Yu's erratic behavior, repeatedly assuring that they would discipline and guide their child. However, their insistence on Xiang Yu's diligence in studies was not driven by an extreme desire for him to become successful and bring glory to the family. Rather, it stemmed from a realistic, bittersweet consideration. Xiang Yu's inherent physical frailty destined him for a life devoid of high-intensity labor. Only by striving to gain admission to a better university and obtaining a higher educational platform could he secure a wider, more accessible range of career choices within the limits of his physical condition, thus avoiding the burdens of life. Alas, it is my fault. I lack the ability to ensure our child becomes affluent. Xiang Yu's father suddenly sighed heavily. They had taken Xiang Yu to numerous hospitals, yet his undiagnosed condition persisted. Their once moderately comfortable living situation had become strained due to the considerable expenses. Otherwise, how could they afford to care for him? How can this be blamed on you? Dear, it must be my fault. I surely did not take care of myself well during pregnancy, leading to our son's condition. Xiang Yu's mother, seeing her husband's rare expression of helpless guilt, instantly felt her eyes redden. With a choked voice, she buried her head in his broad shoulder, her shoulders trembling slightly. Mom, Dad. Xiang Yu sat aside, watching his parents' unexpected and harmonious display of lament, his temples throbbing, as if 3 dark lines were drawn across his forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, he interrupted. All right, enough with the act. That's enough. Mom, keep it together. You can't even suppress your smile. Xiang Yu helplessly remarked, raising his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll study. He glanced at the exam paper that appeared as incomprehensible as a celestial script and turned to the class monitor, Liu Xian, who had come to tutor him at the behest of the homeroom teacher, and earnestly asked, Are you certain this is a simulation paper from Beijing? Chapter 14. The Eerie Black Rain. Is the end of the world approaching? According to reports from the National Meteorological Center, A special observation report has been released. A rare and persistent astronomical meteorological phenomenon has recently emerged globally, including widespread black rain precipitation and abnormal sea level rise. Preliminary analyses by authoritative experts suggest that this phenomenon may be related to periodic solar activity anomalies and the complex light scattering effects of specific suspended particles in the upper atmosphere, with the exact causes still under further monitoring and study. The meteorological department advises citizens that although the precipitation appears unusual, initial tests have not indicated clear toxicity, recommending a reduction in unnecessary outdoor activities and close attention to official updates regarding warning information. Xiang Yu's father picked up the remote control and turned off the television broadcasting the news, casting a worried glance at the closed door of Xiang Yu's bedroom. He then lowered his voice and said to his wife, "Dear, don't you find these days rather peculiar? The sky is as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. It's been ages since we've seen the sun." He walked to the window, pulling back a heavy curtain to reveal the sky outside, which was not merely overcast but a dismal, almost ink-like dark gray, as if it had been drenched in thick ink. The streetlights on either side had automatically turned on in the dimness, casting a hazy and lonely warm yellow glow, barely illuminating the surrounding darkness. The incessant drizzle of black rain, resembling oil, had continued for several days, tapping against the window and leaving winding streaks of grime. Mind you, this was supposed to be a summer morning, the time of day when light should be most abundant and vibrant. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that just as the date of the Gaokao approaches, such an unusual event has transpired. Mother let out a deep sigh, her brow furrowed with an inescapable sense of worry. She pondered whether this peculiar weather would hinder the smooth conduct of the examination. If a delay or some unforeseen issue were to arise due to the weather, all the years of effort put forth by the children could be in vain. In the past, various rumors about the apocalypse or rare celestial phenomena have circulated online, often causing a stir, yet they invariably ended in mere noise with no substantial outcome. However, this time, the situation is markedly different. Strangely, an extraordinary astronomical phenomenon has manifested almost simultaneously across the globe. What is even more unsettling is that prior to this, government agencies and research institutions worldwide had failed to issue any proper warnings or official statements, as if this entire occurrence had descended upon them unexpectedly. They could hardly recall the last time they had seen the sun or felt its warmth. "Do not worry, my dear. It is quite common for the weather to be rainy during the Gaokao." Father attempted to project a facade of ease, patting Mother on the shoulder in a comforting manner. He continued, "It is only the odd color of this rain that seems unusual, which is not a major concern. After all, experts have stated that no toxicity has been detected." He paused briefly, striving to bolster his wife's spirits and dispel the unsettling atmosphere that lingered in their home. Moreover, didn't that expert from the news explain that the abnormal rise in global sea levels is primarily due to slight variations in the moon's orbit, compounded by the gravitational pull of a passing giant comet? It is merely an ordinary astronomical fluctuation, and once the comet moves away, things will return to normal. With a shift in tone, a rare smile of pride graced Father's face as he remarked, "In truth, our child, Xiang Yu, has recently brought us great honor. Just yesterday, our homeroom teacher called to inform us that Xiang Yu's performance in the recent mock exams has skyrocketed, and he is in an astonishingly good state. He is likely to be the biggest dark horse in this year's Gaokao at our school." His pride swelled as he continued to extol their family lineage. "I always said it. The genes of the Xiang family are undeniably remarkable. The child simply wasn't focused on his studies before, with a little diligence. His true abilities are now shining through." "Oh, please," Mother retorted with a hint of annoyance, casting an exasperated glance at her husband. "You speak of your ancestors, renowned for their brawn. I might believe that you are descended from the mighty Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu. But to claim there are any scholarly genes in your lineage is quite a stretch." With a sense of pride, she countered, "I maintain that this is clearly the boy taking after his mother. It is undoubtedly the scholarly genes from the Yu family, whose ancestors once held the title of Jinshi, that have finally found expression in Xiang Yu." "Now that is an erroneous assertion," Father exclaimed, becoming animated. The conversation had veered away from their initial concerns and devolved into a debate over whose lineage was superior. You cannot merely focus on the martial prowess of Xiang Yu. He was indeed of noble birth, a descendant of the Xiang family, raised with an education in etiquette, military strategy, and knowledge. He was a man of both literary and martial prowess. Perhaps it is from that lineage that the scholarly genes have been passed down. Just as their debate reached a fervent crescendo, the door to Xiang Yu's bedroom creaked open. He emerged, gazing at his parents, who were once again embroiled in their usual nonsensical squabble. With a resigned sigh, he said, "You two carry on, I'm off to school." With only 3 days remaining until the Gaokao, the school had granted the senior students the option to study at home for their final review. Given the ongoing, unusual astronomical phenomena, however, as his home was quite close to the school and he had little desire to remain at home, listening to his parents engage in their daily debates about genetic superiority, he opted to leave. During this period, Xiang Yu had somewhat resigned himself to pursuing the increasingly elusive memories that danced like fragments of a dream in his mind. He could only temporarily acquiesce to his father's outlandish theory, attributing his occasional inexplicable combat movements to the vivid imagination and subconscious imitation so characteristic of adolescence. At least in these days leading up to the Gaokao, his rational mind urged him to prioritize his studies. After all, Xiang Yu was well aware of the distinction between tangible reality and the ephemeral unknown, even as the peculiar occurrences surrounding him instilled a persistent intuition within him that he was destined for an extraordinary life. Yet, what if all evidence ultimately pointed to this merely being a common adolescent fantasy or a psychological projection stemming from pre-exam stress? Xiang Yu understood clearly that although his parents appeared carefree and jovial, they had genuinely exhausted their once comfortable savings for the sake of his health. They simply did not wish to burden him with the weight of their struggles. Life must continue, and the Gaokao, as one of the few opportunities in an ordinary person's life that could significantly alter one's fate, must be embraced earnestly. Moreover, it was fortunate that Xiang Yu had discovered another benefit that seemed to accompany his unusual experiences. His cognitive abilities, memory, and comprehension had seemingly undergone a qualitative leap. The ability to retain information with ease was an understatement. He had become akin to a human calculator and high-precision scanner. A physics textbook of considerable thickness could be swiftly perused in less than a minute, not only imprinting all the text, formulas, and diagrams in his mind, but also allowing him to grasp the underlying principles and logical connections instantaneously, drawing inferences effortlessly. This astonishing learning efficiency left Lu Xian, the class monitor who had been tutoring him, utterly astounded. She remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of Xiang Yu's abilities. Had it not been for the propriety of gender boundaries, she might have been tempted to pinch Xiang Yu's arm or closely inspect the back of his head and ears, wondering if he was perhaps a disguised entity from an advanced extraterrestrial civilization or modified by futuristic technology. After all, how could one explain Xiang Yu's sudden acquisition of seemingly superhuman learning capabilities? Coincidentally, this remarkable awakening coincided with the onset of the rare and bizarre global astronomical anomalies. Lu Xian, an occasional reader of online novels, couldn't help but speculate that there must be a connection between the two occurrences. Indeed, where there is strangeness, there must be something amiss. Xiang Yu, reveal your true form. The most tangible and compelling evidence of Xiang Yu's last-minute efforts to prepare for the exams was demonstrated just 2 days ago. He had been grappling with the first question of a Beijing mathematics mock exam, questioning his abilities, yet in a complete mock exam conducted in Hunan province 2 days prior. He had achieved a total score that surpassed that of the consistently top-ranking class monitor, Lu Xian. This explosive revelation sent shockwaves throughout their small school. Initially, the immediate reaction of everyone, including the teachers from various subjects, was to doubt whether Xiang Yu had resorted to any form of cheating. The class teacher took this matter very seriously, privately seeking confirmation from Lu Xian multiple times, even after Lu Xian assured him that there was absolutely no possibility of cheating. Citing Xiang Yu's significantly faster problem-solving speed and entirely different thought process, he remained skeptical. Consequently, after school that day, the class teacher deliberately kept Xiang Yu behind and personally supervised him in an empty classroom, alongside Lu Xian. He instructed Xiang Yu to undertake an exceptionally challenging comprehensive mock exam on the spot. "You need not continue. The time has grown late," he said. As the entire teaching building was nearly enveloped in darkness, with only their classrooms still illuminated. As Xiang Yu prepared to progress from the primary subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English to the comprehensive science section, the class teacher wore a visage of overwhelming astonishment, bordering on a state of stupor. He waved his hand and spoke in a dry voice, expressing that there was no further need for proof. Although she was a Chinese teacher, it did not imply she was entirely out of touch with the knowledge of high school physics, chemistry, and biology. A mere glance at the questions allowed her to grasp the answers and solutions. Xiang Yu's fluidity in answering, without even a moment's pause for thought, coupled with the astounding accuracy of his responses, compelled the class teacher to reluctantly accept this absurd yet undeniable conclusion. Xiang Yu, once a modest presence in the class, seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation within just a few days, emerging as an unprecedented dark horse in their school's history, poised to create miracles in the impending Gaokao examinations. To be candid, given the level of knowledge and test-taking skills Xiang Yu now exhibited, he no longer needed to engage in the arduous last-minute sprint of practice like his peers. In fact, attending school was no longer a necessity. However, Liu Xian had mysteriously sent him a text the previous night, emphatically insisting that he must come to school today, as she had discovered something that would undoubtedly pique Xiang Yu's interest. Chapter 15. The class monitor should not be judged by appearances. Wednesday, a day that should have been bustling with the sounds of eager voices and the intensity of exam preparation, now felt unusually desolate. With less than half of the students scattered sparsely across the classrooms, many students, living far from the school but not opting for dormitory accommodation, wisely chose to remain at home to study due to the rare and intensifying meteorological phenomenon that had persisted for days. The rain had intensified, and numerous low-lying roads were submerged under rising black water, making transportation exceedingly difficult and even perilous. Moreover, authoritative agencies had yet to fully analyze the unknown chemical components contained within the black raindrops. Although the officials claimed preliminary tests showed no toxicity, they could not guarantee that prolonged exposure or inhalation would not pose potential, unknown hazards to human health. Amidst this uncertainty, parents naturally preferred to keep their children safe at home. Thus, the number of students still present in the classrooms was quite limited. Even those residing in the school dormitories chose to remain within, unwilling to brave the eerie black rain and dim skies. Liu Xian, however, remained remarkably composed, seemingly unconcerned with the chaos and unrest outside. Residing in the school dormitory, she had arrived early and waited in the empty classroom, as if the disarray of the outside world held no relevance to her. "Come on, what is it? Why the air of mystery? Couldn't you just say it plainly in the text?" Xiang Yu inquired, shaking off the viscous black droplets from his umbrella as he approached his seat. Lowering his voice in curiosity, he paused, glancing out the window, and remarked, "By the way, the weather is indeed becoming increasingly strange. It's terrifyingly dark." Despite being morning, the classroom relied on fluorescent lights for illumination. The light, combined with the thick, seemingly stagnant black clouds outside that blocked any trace of natural light, created an illusion of darkness that felt even more oppressive than the typical night. This profound darkness bore an unsettling eeriness. After all, on ordinary nights, even without the moon, one could usually spot a few resilient stars twinkling in the sky, lending a semblance of vitality and hope to the night. However, the current heavens were utterly despairing, an inky blackness that consumed all light. Liu Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, she cautiously surveyed the classroom. Only a few students were present, each absorbed in their studies, donned with headphones or fervently scribbling away, seemingly oblivious to the commotion between them. Only then did she beckon Xiang Yu closer, leaning toward him and whispering in a tone nearly inaudible to anyone else. "Do you remember that day when you fell asleep in class and got caught by the class teacher?" At this, Xiang Yu's face immediately darkened, his brows furrowing in displeasure. "You didn't summon me in the rain just to remind me of that splendid moment, did you?" He could not forget that day. He had been dubbed the lone hero by his classmates, praising his audacity to face the immense pressure of the Gaokao and the class teacher's stern authority, all while audaciously dozing off in class. Although, in recent days, as his scores in mock exams soared to astonishing heights, this teasing nickname had gradually faded into the past, rarely mentioned anymore. Nonetheless, deep down, Xiang Yu was reluctant to revisit the embarrassment of that socially mortifying memory, were it not for Liu Xian's earnest tutoring during that time. Her well-organized and insightful study notes had indeed provided substantial assistance in his rapid knowledge acquisition a few days prior, and considering she was, after all, a girl, he might have reacted differently. What exactly would I do? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flurry of indistinct, energy-laden scenes filled with fierce battles flashed through his mind like shattered glass. Instinctively, Xiang Yu attempted to grasp these fleeting memories, to recall them clearly. But the sensation came and went too swiftly, leaving him with nothing but a void. Of course not. I'm not that bored. Liu Xian was startled by the sudden shift in Xiang Yu's tone and expression, instinctively retracting her neck and hastily waving her hands in denial. For reasons unknown, that brief moment when impatience and an underlying pressure flickered across Xiang Yu's face had inexplicably sent a shiver down her spine, as though she were carelessly flirting with danger, provoking a seemingly docile yet powerful beast that held dominion over her fate. It was indeed strange. She acknowledged that Xiang Yu might possess some martial arts background, exhibiting agility beyond that of an average person. Yet, how could his well-known fragile physique, not significantly stronger than that of a healthy female, suddenly evoke such a primal sense of fear akin to confronting a lion or tiger? Liu Xian composed herself, suppressing the inexplicable chill that had overcome her, and continued with her thoughts. My point is, do you recall that upon awakening, you instinctively uttered the word monster? Did that indeed happen? Xiang Yu endeavored to recollect the chaotic scene from that day. His hazy memory indicated that he had indeed blurted out such a phrase. This remained one of the most peculiar and inexplicable occurrences he had encountered thus far. You cannot be suggesting that the current global abnormal weather is somehow the result of monsters, can you? Before Liu Xian could elaborate further, Xiang Yu's imagination took flight. Following this line of thought, upon voicing it, he himself found the notion somewhat absurd. Well, considering your proposition, it cannot be entirely dismissed as a possibility, Liu Xian acknowledged. A thought that had not initially crossed her mind. However, in light of the discovery she was about to reveal, there seemed to be a heartbeat-quickening possibility. Beneath the seemingly gentle and obedient exterior of a high-achieving class monitor lay a girl who harbored an eager spirit of youthful rebellion, stirring within her a long-suppressed, unrealistic fantasy. Chapter 16. The extraordinary shining stick clearing her throat, Liu Xian decided to create an air of suspense. I even inquired about your past interests. It seems you were never particularly fond of the Ultraman series, correct? Though she typically managed the routine affairs of a class leader with a sense of decorum, she was privately well acquainted with the various circles and hobbies of her classmates, possessing an impressive network of information. After discovering that object, Liu Xian sought out a male classmate with whom Xiang Yu had been friendly prior to their senior year class division. This boy was indeed a seasoned Ultraman enthusiast, boasting a collection of related memorabilia. He candidly admitted to having attempted to introduce Xiang Yu to the franchise, having shown him a few episodes. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. According to this former friend's recollections, Xiang Yu displayed little interest, even losing patience with the most popular series, Giga Ultraman. Ultimately, the Ultraman aficionado felt their paths diverged, finding it challenging to engage in meaningful conversation, especially with the increasing academic pressures of their final year, leading to their gradual estrangement. Liu Xian was not particularly invested in the evolution of Xiang Yu's social relationships. Her inquiries served to validate a hypothesis. Xiang Yu should not, and indeed had no reason to, purchase items related to Ultraman. Exactly. This is what has puzzled me. Why did I instinctively say the word monster when I have little interest in the Ultraman series and have scarcely watched it? Xiang Yu concurred, then keenly responded with curiosity. Since you ask, have you discovered something related to me? Bingo. A playful smile lit up Liu Xian's face, as though she had finally uncovered a crucial piece of evidence. She no longer withheld information, gently tugging at Xiang Yu's sleeve to lead him to a secluded corner of the empty hallway outside the classroom. This concealed space would facilitate their conversation. As if preparing for a sacred ritual, she slowly retrieved an object wrapped tightly in old newspaper and soft cloth from her bag. Although the few classmates in the classroom had immersed themselves in their studies, Liu Xian felt it was prudent to keep the forthcoming revelation and discussion as discreet as possible. Should this all prove to be coincidence or her assumptions incorrect, the long-suppressed spirit of her youthful fantasies might be laid bare in the final moments of her high school journey, becoming a subject of ridicule. Behold, what is this? Liu Xian inhaled deeply, as if revealing a rare treasure, gently peeling away the layers of wrapping. At last, the true form of the meticulously protected object was unveiled before Xiang Yu. This is? Xiang Yu gazed at the object, which had previously existed only within the confines of television screens, momentarily taken aback, perplexedly inquiring, Isn't this the transformation device of Giga Ultraman, the shining stick? He lifted his gaze, confusion etched upon his face, and looked at Liu Xian. What do you want me to do with this toy? Xiang Yu's feelings at that moment could be aptly described as bewilderment. After all the mystery and subtle inquiries about classroom incidents and his past interests, only to reveal an Ultraman toy? Was she jesting with him? He had seen the shining stick toy demonstrated by his Ultraman enthusiast friend before. You may not realize this. Lu Xian noted, unfazed by Xiang Yu's incredulous expression. She had anticipated his reaction. Thus, she decided to release the first bombshell. This shining stick is not something I purchased. Rather, I discovered it in the innermost corner of your desk drawer. Have you ever bought a shining stick toy? Lu Xian gazed intently into Xiang Yu's eyes, her tone earnest as she posed the question. Under her scrutinizing gaze, although Xiang Yu felt utterly perplexed, he cooperatively shook his head affirmatively. No, absolutely not. Why would I buy such a thing? Exactly. I knew it. Lu Xian exclaimed, her expression one of triumphant validation as she nodded vigorously. Then, she unveiled the second and most crucial piece of information. Now, take a good look at this toy. Notice its texture, weight, and details. It is unlike any shining stick toy available on the market. Lu Xian deliberately elongated her words, her face aglow with a blend of excitement and intrigue. The confidence in her assertion stemmed from her effort to validate this discovery, having ordered nearly all versions of shining stick models produced by Bandai Online. She even acquired poorly made counterfeit versions, subjecting them all to meticulous comparison. The results of her comparisons had only solidified her conviction that her discovery was extraordinary. Furthermore, as Xiang Yu reached out to grasp the shining stick, he felt its unexpected weight, nearly losing his grip. The heft of the object far exceeded his expectations. It felt remarkably substantial. No wonder Lu Xian had needed to cradle it carefully with both hands. This weight did not resemble that of a typical plastic or ordinary alloy toy, but rather felt as though it were crafted from a material of exceptionally high density, akin to a rare mineral or an unknown metal. He examined the object in his hands. The shining stick possessed a smooth, unique texture, neither metallic nor jade-like, and when held, it exuded a warmth that was entirely absent of the usual chill associated with metals, as if it contained within it a gentle, persistent energy. Its overall structure is impeccable and seamless, exuding a sense of unity. The surface is smooth and fluid, with not a single visible external screw, nor any switch or button to manually open its winged structures. This completely contravenes the conventional design logic of toys. How extraordinary is this Xingguangbang? Lu Xian observed the unmistakable astonishment and bewilderment on Xiang Yu's face, unable to suppress a mischievous chuckle as a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. This was the scene she had been eager to witness. She could not be the sole one left questioning her existence due to Xiang Yu's recent absurd displays of brilliance. She too sought an opportunity to strike back, allowing Xiang Yu to experience the jarring sensation of a shattered worldview. Chapter 17. The last calm before the storm. However, even if its material is unique and its weight exceptional, that alone does not serve as conclusive proof that it is the genuine Xingguangbang, capable of transforming one into a giant of light, does it? Xiang Yu caressed the surface of the Xingguangbang, tracing the peculiar patterns that seemed to contain some unknown information. After all, the existence of Ultramen and monsters in reality seems far-fetched. If that were the case, Japan would have long since unified the world. How could that be? Just the other day, Lu Xian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency, after mustering the courage to share this astonishing discovery. She did not wish for Xiang Yu to dismiss it as mere fantasy with a few casual words. Having already revealed her suspected identity as a heavily deluded young girl before Xiang Yu, she was determined to press on today. She must unveil the most compelling evidence of the Xingguangbang's uniqueness to demonstrate that her claims were not mere figments of her imagination. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian lowered her voice, yet spoke with remarkable conviction as she recounted the extraordinary phenomenon that transpired the night before last. She stated that, in the dead of night, when all was silent, an immense bolt of lightning suddenly struck the pitch-black sky without warning, as if connecting heaven and earth. At the very moment the lightning flashed, she was horrified to discover that the Xingguangbang, which had been quietly resting on her desk, was inexplicably levitating. It emitted a soothing, warm, and gentle white light, neither blinding nor harsh, but flowing as if alive, lasting several seconds before gradually dimming and returning to the desktop as the thunder faded. Perhaps it is a form of advanced technology or special materials we do not yet comprehend. For instance, a levitation device capable of sensing lightning or strong electromagnetic fields. Some high-tech toys indeed achieve similar effects. Xiang Yu attempted to rationally analyze the situation, hoping to awaken Lu Xin from her deepening obsession. It is the 21st century, and it does not seem entirely implausible to invest in materials unknown to the general populace to create such an object. Ultimately, even if the bizarre astronomical phenomena occurring globally have spiraled into absurdity, with various speculations and panics spreading across the internet, slowly evolving into a plethora of doomsday prophecies, resulting in a somewhat restless societal atmosphere. In fact, there were a few students at his school who, despite their lackluster academic performance, had been acting wildly these past few days, shouting in the hallways that they no longer needed to study. To hell with the college entrance examination. Let it all be destroyed. I am exhausted. Hurry up. And other such expressions of catharsis. However, this frenzy quickly subsided under the thoughtful encouragement of the head of the teaching department and parents who had come to intervene. The next day, those students returned to their seats, nursing bruises and with glum faces, dutifully resuming their responsibilities as prospective examinees. In truth, deep within Xiang Yu's heart, there occasionally flickered a secret, burgeoning expectation. After all, his various inexplicable behaviors seemed to align perfectly with the traits of a protagonist from a certain narrative genre. He had fantasized more than once that, should the apocalypse genuinely unfold, he might stand forth like those novel heroes, wielding a suddenly awakened power to save the world, envisioning a life of grand splendor. Yet, retreating 1,000 steps, Xiang Yu shrugged, exchanging a bewildered glance with Lu Xin, his face adorned with an expression of innocent disbelief. As someone who holds no interest in the Ultraman series, and has not even finished watching Giga Ultraman, I hardly appear to be the chosen one destined to inherit this legacy of light, do I? If you were to say my classmate, a diehard Ultraman fan, was chosen, I might entertain the notion. Even if you were chosen, that would seem more reasonable, as your understanding of Ultraman far surpasses mine. Xiang Yu discerned that Lu Xin's knowledge and potential interest in Ultraman clearly exceeded his own. Lu Xin found herself momentarily speechless in response to Xiang Yu's logically sound counterargument. She opened her mouth, struggling to find a suitable rebuttal, realizing that he indeed made a compelling point. Yet, why did this enigmatic Xinguang, crafted from mysterious materials and capable of invoking phenomena, manifest itself within the confines of Xiang Yu's desk drawer? She believed Xiang Yu lacked the dullness, capability, and motivation to procure such an expensive and exquisitely crafted item merely to keep it hidden in a drawer for her to discover and amuse herself with. They had barely shared any meaningful interactions previously. Moreover, the peculiar transformations Xiang Yu underwent in just a few days, rising from an academic underachiever to a model student, could not be feigned, were it not for the current global abnormal celestial events. Lu Xin might have even assumed Xiang Yu was the living embodiment of a modern academic hero. She intended to subtly inquire if Xiang Yu had somehow linked himself to a super learning system once their relationship had deepened. In any case, this object was found in your drawer. Unable to grasp the underlying rationale, Lu Xin felt that if this debate continued, her image in Xiang Yu's eyes would likely shift from that of a slightly deluded academic overachiever to an irredeemable fantasist. She resolved to relinquish her pursuit, declaring, "I shall return this to its rightful owner. You may handle it yourself. Farewell." Without waiting for Xiang Yu to react, as if fearing he might utter something she could not counter, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and almost fled in haste. Xiang Yu watched as Lu Xin dashed away, unconsciously opening his mouth, only to reveal a bemused expression. That direction seemed to lead to the boys' dormitory, did it not? He gazed in exasperation at her hurried figure vanishing around the corner of the hallway, intending to remind her that she was running the wrong way. But given Lu Xin's demeanor, it was clear she was far too embarrassed to heed any words. The corridor fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of the gentle rain outside. Xiang Yu lowered his gaze, once again focusing on the uniquely textured Xinguang in his hand. Xinguang, the Ultraman apocalypse? He softly repeated these keywords, standing alone in the empty corridor for quite some time, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, he shook his head, setting aside the chaotic thoughts for the moment, choosing to take things as they come. He engaged in a mental exercise. If the apocalypse were indeed to occur, he believed that this enigmatic individual, suspected of being a time traveler, would undoubtedly find a purpose and would not lead an ordinary life. Should it later be proven that all this was merely an overreaction and normalcy returned to the weather, then with his suddenly exceptional intellect and learning ability, he could surely become a player in the game of life, akin to one who has unlocked cheat codes, paving a bright future ahead. Whichever path his life took, it seemed poised to take flight. Time flew, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived. At the entrance of the examination venue, where Xiang Yu was stationed, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. The candidates lined up, undergoing security checks and identity verification. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." Standing at the entrance, the teacher responsible for verifying the candidates' admission tickets and the stationery they carried wore a peculiar expression, a blend of astonishment and incredulity, as he halted Xiang Yu, who feigned nonchalance, attempting to sneak by unnoticed. This teacher, having overseen college entrance examinations for many years, prided himself on his extensive experience. He had witnessed students frantic over forgotten admission tickets, others clumsily attempting to conceal cheat sheets within their stationery or calculators, and even those whose faces turned pale from overwhelming anxiety and required assistance. However, he had never encountered a student like the one before him, who, with an air of normalcy, sought to enter the examination hall with an Ultraman transformation toy. What was this child thinking? The invigilator felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at Xiang Yu's peculiar antics, silently sighing to himself. At such a critical juncture in life as the college entrance examination, still clinging to thoughts of Ultraman, one could not help but wonder if this child had already resigned himself to defeat. Reflecting on his own child, equally obsessed with Ultraman and recently declaring that the bizarre weather surely heralded the arrival of monsters, the invigilator experienced a surge of frustration at the younger generation's deep immersion in foreign animated cultures. "Oh, my apologies, teacher," Xiang Yu responded, his face betraying little disappointment as he had anticipated this moment. Complying, he retrieved the heavy Shun Guang Bang from his pocket and, with great care, placed it into the designated temporary storage cabinet outside the examination hall. In truth, even Xiang Yu himself was unsure of the reasoning that led him to bring the toy to the examination hall. Perhaps it was an inexplicable instinct, a feeling that something significant might transpire today. After securing the item, Xiang Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the strictly monitored examination room. Following the instructions on his admission ticket, he found his seat and instinctively gazed out the window. Outside, the sky remained an oppressive, seemingly endless black. Thick, dark clouds loomed like solidified ink, pressing down upon the city. Occasionally, pale flashes of lightning danced within the clouds, rumbling ominously, reflecting a momentary ferocity against the cold glass of the examination hall, as if heralding an approaching storm. Chapter 18, Zuijia appears. The city is on the brink of submersion. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The electronic clock suspended in the examination hall displayed red numbers, unyieldingly counting down the seconds in the silence, emitting a cold, rhythmic sound. This noise intertwined with the relentless patter of the dark rain outside, creating a relentless drumbeat that weighed heavily on the hearts of every candidate, intensifying their already taut nerves with an indescribable sense of unease and anxiety. The invigilator paced expressionlessly between the narrow gaps of desks, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly sharp as he scrutinized each candidate for any signs of misconduct. Yet, his mind wandered far beyond the solemn atmosphere of the examination room, filled with concerns that clashed with the gravity of the moment. As an adult, particularly one with considerable social experience and information channels, he was acutely aware of the unprecedented global phenomenon that had persisted for 10 days, hidden beneath the surface of normalcy. Typically astute, the media, which often exaggerated to capture attention, had curiously fallen into a collective silence, as if reaching an unspoken agreement. There was no sensationalism, no alarmist rhetoric, not even the most basic reports of current global disasters and anomalies, which had nearly vanished from mainstream platforms. Only a few state-run television stations continued to broadcast tenuous and flawed scientific explanations that felt far-fetched at best. Ordinary citizens might remain skeptical or unable to discern the truth due to a lack of information. However, as educated individuals, even those not well-versed in astronomy or meteorology could detect the logical fallacies and evasions in the statements of the experts sitting in the studios. Most critically, various signs indicated that government agencies seemed to maintain a peculiar tacit acceptance of this global anomaly. Perhaps it was under the directive of some higher authority that substantial efforts were made to suppress what should have incited widespread panic and global unrest, maintaining a fragile facade of calm amidst the brewing turmoil. The college entrance examination, which had been symbolically postponed for a day due to weather reasons, proceeded under immense pressure, a microcosm of this delicate balance. It seemed to convey a message to the public. All was still under control, and life must go on. However, unofficial whispers suggested that the relentless black rain had far more severe repercussions than appeared on the surface. In many underdeveloped cities, transportation systems had ground to a halt, leaving the entire city in a state of paralysis. The situation in more remote counties, towns, and villages was unimaginably dire. The extent of the devastation and casualties had become a chaotic enigma, nearly impossible to quantify. Although Jiangcheng was a prosperous first-tier city with advanced drainage systems purportedly capable of withstanding once-in-a-century downpours, the accumulated water levels across the city had risen to depths of at least 1 meter in the shallowest areas, with some regions even deeper. The pivotal college entrance examination, despite the full support and protection of firefighters, armed police, and the military, was delayed by 2 hours and still proceeded amid significant risk. After all, Jiangcheng was a coastal city. The Meteorological Bureau had only briefly mentioned the abnormal rise in global sea levels at the onset of these strange phenomena, but thereafter, it was as if they collectively forgot, offering no further reports or warnings. Yet, the residents of this coastal city were not blind. The steadily encroaching sea level, inching closer to the coastline, loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, instilling a profound and indescribable sense of fear. Though the invigilator dismissed his child's fantastical notions of impending monsters, deep within him, an increasingly potent intuition arose, a belief that the calmness perpetuated by official sources existed only in the realm of folk prophecies, which were rapidly escalating in intensity and credibility. A calamity far beyond humanity's current understanding and capacity for response was quietly approaching, and they might indeed be at the center of the storm. Suddenly, amidst this atmosphere of anxiety and chaotic thoughts, a sharp, prolonged, and penetrating air raid siren shattered the silence of the examination hall without warning. The abruptness of the sound startled both the beset invigilator and the candidates, who had just completed their papers and believed the examination was nearing its conclusion. With a thunderous boom, nearly synchronized with the siren, thick bolts of lightning, as formidable as giant serpents, violently struck the earth from the dark clouds outside. The deafening thunderclap resonating as if it had exploded directly above them. The hard cement floor was violently struck by the terrifying force of thunder, creating alarming large pits and sending fragments of stone flying. An urgent announcement! An urgent announcement! Suddenly, the examination hall's broadcast system was forcibly activated, emitting an electronic synthesized voice. Attention all faculty and students. Attention all faculty and students. Immediately cease all activities. Proceed in an orderly and swift manner to the designated underground air raid shelter within the school. Repeat, immediately proceed to the underground air raid shelter. As the repetitive emergency evacuation announcement concluded, a chaotic uproar of shoving and scrambling could be heard over the broadcast. Then, a more humanized voice, filled with unmistakable panic and despair, replaced the previous announcement, nearly shrieking. The sea is flooding in. Jiangxing will soon be completely submerged. Everyone run. Buzz. The entire examination hall, nay, the entire examination site, was instantly engulfed in a deafening silence, which was soon shattered by an uncontrollable wave of panic and chaos. Before the faculty and students present could fully comprehend the succession of increasingly despairing information, a bizarre, piercing scream from a bird, sharp enough to penetrate the heavens, suddenly descended from above, echoing throughout the sky. Chapter 19. The response of the divine light stick. This sound contained an incomprehensible destructive sound wave. The glass windows of the examination hall and surrounding buildings were struck by this terrifying sound wave as if hit by an invisible giant hammer, instantly becoming riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, followed by a cacophony of shattering glass. Countless shards rained down from above. Ah, my ears. It hurts. The unknown sound wave attack indiscriminately swept over everyone. The ordinary faculty and students, with their fragile eardrums, could not withstand it, and were instantly torn apart. The intense pain elicited anguished screams as they clutched their ears, bright red blood flowing uncontrollably from their fingers, transforming the scene into a nightmarish hell. However, Xiang Yu, whose physical constitution should have been weaker than most present, surprisingly remained largely unaffected. He merely experienced a fleeting moment of tinnitus and discomfort, quickly recovering. He paid no heed to the chaos around him or the invigilator's hoarse calls for order. His eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, were fixated on the sky through the window now reduced to shards of glass. Amidst the oppressive, heavy, seemingly endless black clouds, an immense shadow was slowly emerging, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure, steadily descending. The target of its descent was none other than the examination site, where Xiang Yu stood. This is bad. Remaining indoors may be even more perilous. An instinctive urge compelled Xiang Yu to leave the building. Right. The rest this. Alongside a few others who had barely withstood the sound wave assault and were frantically attempting to flee the classroom, Xiang Yu suddenly halted in the corridor, remembering something. Gritting his teeth, he turned against the current of fleeing students and rushed towards the password cabinet set at the entrance of the examination hall. Inputting the password from memory, the cabinet door clicked open. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu grasped the heavy, unknown material divine light stick tightly in his hand. He believed that all these coincidences, the discovery by Liu Xian, his own anomalies, the global phenomena, and the arrival of monsters, could not be without significance. Perhaps now was indeed the moment for this object to fulfill its true purpose. Buzz. The instant his palm made contact with the divine light stick, a transformation occurred. The originally unadorned divine light stick unexpectedly began to emit a gentle, yet resolute pearly glow. This light was not blinding, but flowed with a life of its own, imparting an indescribable warmth and thrill that coursed through Xiang Yu's body. Simultaneously, at the moment of contact, countless familiar images of giant battles and the roars of fierce monsters surged into his mind like a torrent, flashing by in an instant. A realization dawned upon him, like the sun breaking through the fog, illuminating Xiang Yu's heart. It seemed he had truly been chosen. He, Xiang Yu, might be the light awaited in this moment of despair. Bang! The very instant this realization blossomed within Xiang Yu, a thunderous sound, as if a meteor had struck the earth, resonated from the open space outside the examination site. The ground trembled violently, shaking as if it were sifting grain. The bizarre giant bird that descended from the black clouds had finally crashed down heavily onto the ground. The hard cement surface could not withstand its ludicrous weight, instantly creating a massive indentation, with numerous thick cracks radiating from the point of impact like a frenzied spiderweb. Crack. Boom. The already structurally compromised teaching building, shaken by the violent tremors and the spreading fissures, emitted an excruciatingly grating sound. The walls cracked, bricks tumbled, and the entire structure swayed perilously, threatening to collapse entirely and entomb those who had failed to escape in time. That monster is Zoga. It is Zoga from Djia Aote Man. A cry, tinged with disbelief and excitement, rang out among the panicked crowd. Clearly, among the fortunate students who had managed to escape the building, there were seasoned fans who recognized the true identity of this colossal creature by its distinctive appearance. Monsters that existed only in special effects dramas had truly manifested. Amidst the chaos, shouts filled with extreme panic and despair, yet oddly interspersed with an uncontrollable thrill and certain absurd anticipation, surged through the fleeing crowd. The monster's appearance undoubtedly instilled a primal fear and despair of the unknown, yet deep within many, a flicker of yearning arose. If the monster had truly appeared, did that mean the guardian of humanity, the giant of light, Djia Aote Man, would also emerge as the most influential and widely recognized Ultraman series? The image of Djia Aote Man had already permeated the collective consciousness. The arrival of Zoga, the monster representing the Dark Overlord Gitangier's vanguard, during the near conclusion of the Djia TV series, rekindled a glimmer of dreams in many young individuals who had once held heroic aspirations in their childhood or adolescence. They yearned for themselves or an elected champion to emerge as the hero who would rise to save the world in times of peril, especially in such a life-and-death moment. The fantasy of displaying valor before their beloved was particularly difficult to suppress. Hey, don't just stand there in a daze. The desperate shouts of the surviving teachers jolted those students, lost in unrealistic fantasies and nearly oblivious to the situation, back to the harsh reality. The destruction wrought by this creature was immense. The ground is unsafe. Hurry, run. The objective is the underground air raid shelter on the east side of the school. Quickly, Zoga's outrageous tonnage was evident. Even a small step taken aimlessly would deepen the already cracked ground, creating newer, more profound fissures. Many, despite narrowly escaping the imminent collapse of the teaching building, were still consumed by the sudden cracks spreading beneath them, swallowed whole, their desperate screams echoing in the air. In the present day, amidst the devastation wrought by the monster, the only potential refuge lies within the confines of this school, a subterranean air raid shelter constructed during a unique era, specifically designed to evade nuclear attacks. This wartime defensive structure, buried 30 meters underground with walls several meters thick, may indeed be the sole sanctuary capable of withstanding the frenzied destruction inflicted by the colossal creature, Zhuojia. Chapter 20. He truly has transformed into Diga. Ultimately, the flickering remnants of the boy's childhood fantasies of heroism could not withstand the harsh, unyielding grip of reality. Confronted by the overwhelming terror emanating from Zhuojia's massive form, an instinctual dread of life and death quickly overwhelmed their rationality. They chose to heed their teacher's commands, clinging to the collective hope of survival as they desperately fled towards the underground shelter, following the tide of humanity. Little did they know that as they sought refuge below, no one would be left to confront this terrifying beast that had breached the dimensional barriers of their imagination and materialized into their reality. Conventional kinetic weapons in the real world, rifles, machine guns, even tank shells, would likely prove utterly futile against such a creature, incapable of even causing it the slightest discomfort. Could the Dongfeng series or high-yield nuclear weapons truly eliminate Zhuojia? Even if humanity's most powerful weapons could vanquish it, would those still in proximity to Zhuojia escape unscathed? Could they truly survive within the depths of the air raid shelter amidst the cataclysmic epicenter of a nuclear explosion? Would the shelter withstand the searing heat, shockwaves, and lethal radiation? With the dual blows of childhood dreams shattered by the cruel reality and an almost insurmountable predicament, the surviving students wore expressions of bewilderment and despair, moving like soulless husks, following their teacher's guidance. Driven solely by the instinct to survive, they mechanically advanced towards the faint glimmer of hope. At that moment, as the throng of teachers and students surged towards the shelter, they suddenly spotted an exceedingly conspicuous anomaly. "Hey, that student, what are you doing? Come back." A concerned teacher, catching sight of Xiang Yu moving against the current, desperately called out, driven by a sense of responsibility. "Danger! Hurry! Run this way!" What was happening? Was this student paralyzed by fear? Or was he simply lost, unable to discern direction? Why was he moving towards the monster instead of away from it? Did he not see the enormous creature radiating an aura of terror? Xiang Yu appeared to inhabit an entirely different realm, oblivious to the surrounding chaos, cries, and the imminent threat of death. He walked steadily against the panicked crowd, exuding an unusual determination as he advanced towards the rampaging behemoth, Zhuojia. "Shenguangbang, prism of sparks?" Numerous otaku students exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with disbelief. While they may have referred to Diga's transformation device in various ways, they simultaneously harbored an absurd thought. What was this fool doing? Had he lost his mind? Did he genuinely believe that wielding a toy would allow him to transform? At such a critical moment, engaging in such frivolous antics was utterly absurd. Moreover, carrying a transformation device during the college entrance examinations made him quite the eccentric. They could hardly believe, nor did they genuinely wish to accept, that even with the monster's tangible presence, Xiang Yu had summoned forth a glowing Shenguangbang. Could the narrative unfold as they had imagined countless times, casting themselves as the protagonists in a heroic saga? Preposterous. They would rather witness their peers, especially this seemingly ordinary student, fail spectacularly and perish at Zhuojia's feet, thereby affirming their mediocrity as the norm in this harsh world, dispelling any unrealistic fantasies. The students, brimming with youthful vigor and fervor, did not possess the profound fear and reverence for death that adults often hold. Who among them had not secretly fantasized about transcending to another world after an untimely demise, becoming the destined hero? Now that a creature so fantastical had come to life, the narratives they had only encountered in novels, ordinary individuals suddenly gaining extraordinary powers, chosen ones rising to the occasion, might not be entirely beyond their reach. In any case, as they observed Xiang Yu, his demeanor radiating an inexplicable resolve and confidence, striding towards Zhuojia as if strolling through a tranquil garden, most of the onlookers, save for a few who still clung to the hope for miracles, harbored a faint wish for Xiang Yu to become a mere jester, tragically succumbing to Zhujia's might. In this manner, they anticipated the inevitable, feeling a sense of schadenfreude as the notion spread through the crowd like a contagion. The teachers, having long established their closed-loop logic and rigid perspectives, shook their heads in dismay upon witnessing Xiang Yu's reckless bravado. They were filled with pity and helplessness. This student was beyond salvation. They had already done their part, fulfilling their responsibilities, yet there was nothing more they could do. In the face of such calamity, individual choices must bear their own consequences. Just as the majority held little faith and even entertained malicious thoughts of schadenfreude, a clear and resolute voice cut through the despair like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. Xiang Yu, I knew it. You can do this. This voice, brimming with unwavering trust and fervent hope, belonged to Liu Xian, who had originally been part of the fleeing crowd. Initially, Liu Xian had deemed it the most rational and prudent decision to follow the masses towards the underground shelter, and she had acted accordingly. However, upon inadvertently glancing back, she caught sight of Xiang Yu's figure moving against the tide. He seemed to be the only one radiating a warm and steadfast light amidst the darkness and despair engulfing the scene. In that instant, Liu Xian's footsteps halted involuntarily. An inexplicable, powerful intuition seized her, compelling her to believe in this enigmatic boy. She believed he would turn the tide of this seemingly hopeless situation, altering the dire circumstances they faced, which would otherwise seal their fates, even in the refuge below. For Xiang Yu truly appeared to be glowing. This was not a metaphor, but a tangible, visible aura emanating from within. It was as if Xiang Yu had heard Liu Xian's encouraging shout. He did not turn back, but merely nodded. A slight, yet resolute motion. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the restless monster, Zhuojia. No, more accurately, Zhuojia's glare, filled with fury and a thirst for destruction, had never wavered from Xiang Yu. Its target was unmistakably clear from the outset. The glowing Shunguang Bang in Xiang Yu's grasp, along with Xiang Yu himself. With this understanding, Xiang Yu gripped the Shunguang Bang tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force of his hold. He distinctly felt that every inch of flesh and blood within him, every single cell, was akin to parched land meeting a life-giving rain, being continuously infused with the warm and magnificent power of light emanating from the divine staff. An unprecedented sensation of strength, intertwined with a fierce battle spirit, surged and roiled within his chest. Then let the battle commence. This roar resonated as a declaration of his destiny and a challenge against the dark forces before him. At that moment, the resonance between Xiang Yu and the divine staff reached an extraordinary pinnacle. The radiance emanating from his being transformed from a gentle flow into a pulsating brilliance, rhythmically flickering like a beating heart. The light shone with an intensity unparalleled, yet peculiarly did not dazzle. Instead, it rendered Xiang Yu's physical form somewhat transparent and ethereal, as if he were transitioning from a tangible state into a higher echelon of energy. Buzz. Under the overwhelming intensity of his battle intent, the divine staff, which had remained with its wings tightly closed, suddenly emitted a faint hum. Following this, under the incredulous gazes of all present, the wing-like structures on either side of the staff unfurled like slumbering angels awakening their sacred wings, slowly and resolutely spreading outward with an air of solemnity. A more dazzling brilliance erupted, akin to a supernova's explosion, radiating from the point where Xiang Yu stood, instantly engulfing his form. A torrent of pure, unblemished energy surged forth, completely submerging him. His flesh and blood rapidly disintegrated in this ultimate radiance, transforming and merging with the light. No, it cannot be. This is truly happening. In that instant, all those fleeing or standing in awe seemed collectively ensnared by a spell, oblivious to the collapsing structures around them, the fissures spreading beneath their feet, and even the menacing roars of Zoga nearby. The myriad expressions of hope, disdain, sighing, and schadenfreude that had adorned their faces transformed into an unprecedented, unified expression of sheer astonishment and disbelief, as if they were witnessing a myth unfold before their very eyes. The figure of light that Xiang Yu had metamorphosed into expanded dramatically in their sight, rising in tandem with the spreading luminescence. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Ultimately, that vast ocean of light rapidly converged, crystallizing into the well-known, iconic form of a streamlined giant adorned in red, purple, and silver hues. A sturdy chest plate, glimmering with golden light, covered his chest, where a diamond-shaped, sapphire-like, colorful timer radiated a stable and vibrant azure glow. This emblematic image unequivocally revealed the identity of the Giant of Light. He had truly transformed into Djia. Chapter 21. This Djia is incredible. Upon successfully transforming into Djia Ultraman, Xiang Yu's senses, enhanced by the power of light, could clearly perceive the complex emotional fluctuations of those around him, some ecstatic, others shocked, incredulous, even tinged with jealousy and envy. However, he did not dwell on interpreting the sentiments of the crowd. He would neither betray the expectations of those who trusted him, like Liu Xian, nor allow the dark, envious voices to instill any negativity or doubt within him. Deep within, he did not feel a significant emotional upheaval at the fact that he could become Djia Ultraman. As if it were a predestined reality, he was meant to be Djia Ultraman. The only emotion stirring within him was the exhilaration of finally being able to fight without restraint in this magnificent form. Whoosh! Unlike the somewhat cumbersome and sluggish performances limited by suits and special effects on television, the true Djia Ultraman, despite his corporeal form weighing tens of thousands of tons, moved with remarkable speed, fluidity, and grace under the influence of some arcane biological gravitational field. Xiang Yu's thoughts flickered, and Djia's colossal body slightly levitated before suddenly exerting force beneath his feet. Boom! Accompanied by a white sound explosion that burst forth from below. Djia transformed into a streak of red, purple, and silver light, zipping forward at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Before anyone could react, a powerful flying kick, imbued with the force of light, struck Zoga squarely in the chest like a cannonball. Boom! The immense sound reverberated like the beating of war drums. Zoga, having taken the brunt of this thunderous blow, let out a pained cry, its massive body uncontrollably hurtling backward, akin to a ball violently kicked away. Bang! Crash! It first smashed into a 20-story office building, shattering steel and concrete as if they were mere paper. Continuing its momentum, it flattened the top level of a large shopping center, and finally, after collapsing half of a residential building and sending dust and debris soaring, it barely mitigated the terrifying force of impact, landing clumsily amidst the rubble. Unprepared for Djia's decisive strike, Zoga, incited by the sharp pain, unleashed its inherent ferocity and brutality. Struggling to rise from the debris, it emitted a shrill, piercing screech, its gigantic wings flapping wildly, stirring up clouds of dust as it charged towards Xiang Yu. Simultaneously, its grotesque beak snapped open, energy rapidly coalescing deep within its throat, and several destructive energy spheres shot forth towards Xiang Yu like a barrage of cannon fire. Zoga is quite resilient. Xiang Yu observed that Zoga, seemingly unscathed after his probing kick, had become even more ferocious, filling him not with disappointment, but with an even stronger battle spirit. So be it. The tougher the skin, the more it can take a hit. Perfect for testing my skills. Xiang Yu had intentionally directed Zoga away from the school and the area where his parents were. But alas, they were situated in the heart of the city's bustling center. Regardless of his choice of battlefield, the aftermath of his clash with a being of Zoga's caliber would inevitably affect numerous city structures, and, likely, the innocent residents trapped within. This was unavoidable. For those innocently caught in the crossfire, Xiang Yu could only silently apologize, then immerse himself wholeheartedly in the battle without a shred of psychological burden. He unleashed the combat instincts and exquisite techniques that seemed etched into his very bones during his previous untransformed state, showcasing them splendidly in this powerful form of light. For some reason, after successfully transforming into Djia, his battle spirit surged forth like kindling ignited into a roaring flame, even giving rise to a somewhat outrageous thought, hoping that Zoga would not fall too quickly, so he could fully relish the fight. At the moment of transformation, the vast repository of skills associated with Djia flooded into his mind, as if enlightening him. In the briefest instant, he comprehended and initially grasped dozens of various light skills of differing power and effects. Were it not for the remnants of rationality compelling him to suppress the impulsive urge to unleash the strongest light skill to obliterate his opponent, the greeting he would have offered Zoga would not have been merely a simple flying kick. Certainly, if one were to recklessly unleash such a formidable beam of energy, it is questionable whether it could accurately strike the swiftly moving Zhujiang. The terrifying energy waves produced during the skill's activation would likely result in the unfortunate demise of the students and teachers beneath, who had not managed to evacuate in time, at the hands of the savior they had just begun to believe in. Moreover, should Zhuojia manage to evade the direct hit of the beam due to its agility, the devastation wrought by the uncontrolled energy would undoubtedly extend far beyond merely demolishing a few buildings. It could very well ravage a significant portion of the city. Without a thorough understanding of the capabilities of Dijia's body and a clear grasp of Zhuojia's specific strength and combat style, despite Xiang Yu's fervent desire to fight, he remained mindful of the safety of the ordinary people beneath him. He sought to minimize any collateral damage and losses caused by the battle as much as possible. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Xiang Yu felt a deeper inclination, a yearning for the visceral, close-quarters combat style of a warrior, rather than that of a distant bombardier mage. How impressive Dijia is! Under Xiang Yu's deliberate guidance and coercion, Zhuojia was compelled to ascend into the air, engaging in an intense aerial duel with Xiang Yu in the lower strata of the city. Xiang Yu fully unleashed the exquisite combat techniques he had been unable to execute due to his frail physique earlier, maintaining a balanced composite form that allowed him to toy with Zhuojia, who was originally renowned for its speed and aerial prowess. At times, Xiang Yu would appear like a wraith behind Zhuojia, delivering a precise strike to its wing joint. At other moments, he skillfully evaded Zhuojia's sharp claws by mere inches, executing a shoulder throw that sent its massive body tumbling away. He would also deftly block Zhuojia's charges and retaliate with a powerful punch to its hardened beak, sending sparks flying. This seamless and aesthetically pleasing display of combat left the students and teachers, who had almost forgotten to seek shelter, utterly astonished and in awe. Even those educators who were not well-versed in the Ultraman series had to concede that Xiang Yu's transformation into Dijia showcased an extraordinarily fluid and intricate fighting posture. This transcended mere strength. It was a vivid illustration of a martial arts master effortlessly overpowering a brute with unparalleled skill. For those students familiar with the TV series Dijia Aote Man, witnessing the current Dijia's performance seemed even more outrageous compared to its portrayal in the show. While it was true that the Dijia in the series had defeated Zhuojia, even clearing the global Zhuojia threat later on, the current Dijia's precise strength remained uncertain. Yet, it appeared that Zhuojia had not managed to land a single blow on Dijia. This captivating and effortless battle scene softened the previously envious hearts of those who had begrudged Xiang Yu's transformation, their pride now stinging. After all, Dijia was widely known as a relentless force, leaving behind lifeless shells in battle. The extent of its combat prowess largely depended on the battle experience, willpower, and performance of the human host. The youth, untainted by the world, had yet to develop the stubborn mindset of denying reality despite evidence to the contrary. They had to acknowledge that, based on Dijia's performance, they were far from capable of such feats. It was no wonder Dijia had chosen him. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, accompanied by the thunderous collapse of distant buildings struck by dispersed energy orbs, jolting many immersed in the aerial combat back to reality. They abruptly realized that as powerless ordinary individuals, they had no right to casually linger in the open, acting as mere spectators. Although Dijia had adeptly neutralized many of Zhuojia's long-range attacks aimed at the crowd with its agility and precise interceptions, for those attacks that posed a significant threat to the school and the areas he particularly cared for, Xiang Yu opted for a more energy-efficient strategy of evasion. As he grew increasingly proficient in controlling Dijia's form, Xiang Yu discerned that the basic power of Dijia's composite form was not significantly superior to that of Zhuojia. Simultaneously, he sensed multiple dark presences resembling Zhuojia approaching from various distant directions, akin to sharks drawn to the scent of blood, swiftly converging on his battlefield position. If possible, Xiang Yu wished to conserve his strength to face the impending onslaught, unwilling to squander unnecessary energy resisting attacks that could be evaded with his agility. Consequently, some energy attacks unleashed by Zhuojia struck the surface and urban structures, transforming them into burning ruins, serving as a grim reminder of the brutality of battle. The ground was far too perilous. They must seek refuge in the air raid shelter. The grim fate of the distant city buildings was all too clear to them. Driven by the instinct for survival, they decisively concluded that it was wise to quickly make their way to the underground shelter before the powerful stray attacks descended upon them. However, unlike their earlier frantic and despairing flight, their There was now a hint of relief and genuine hope for the future in their calls for evacuation. If this global catastrophe were a nightmarish dream from which one could not awaken, at least the hero to shatter this nightmare had appeared and was fighting for them. In the air, Xiang Yu executed a remarkable sidestep, effortlessly evading a fierce claw strike from Zhuojia. With a twist of his waist, he delivered a powerful spinning kick that sent Zhuojia tumbling backward. Taking advantage of the brief respite, he cast a glance at the orderly retreating crowd below, nodding slightly in approval. Thus, suspended in midair, the colorful timer on his chest continued to emit a stable azure glow. The warm-up was nearly complete. It was time to stop holding back. He had become almost entirely familiar with the capabilities and powers of Jia's composite form. Chapter 22: The Awakening of the Dark Sovereign. According to the latest reports from this station, a colossal life form, suspected to be derived from Japanese tokusatsu, known as Ultraman, has successfully annihilated the 12th monster, Zhuojia, also originating from the tokusatsu genre. Currently, Ultraman is adjusting its trajectory and soaring at high speed towards the coordinates of the next Zhuojia's appearance. Preliminary statistics indicate that the number of Zhuojia scattered across the globe remains alarmingly high, with hundreds still present. Will Ultraman be able to eliminate all threats? This station will continue to provide updates. The chilling electronic broadcast echoed through the remaining shelters worldwide. Survivors huddled in dim corners, their eyes fixed on the flickering images on the screen, struggling to stir any ripples of hope within their hearts. The sheer number of Zhuojia was overwhelming. Despite governments urgently broadcasting clips from Ultraman showcasing the downfall of Zhuojia in an attempt to stabilize public sentiment with fictional victories, the impact was minimal. After all, a tokusatsu series is just that, when monsters and Ultramen, beings beyond imagination, truly invade reality. Who can guarantee that reality will unfold according to a scripted happy ending? The Japanese government even enlisted surviving employees from Tsuburaya Productions in search of a definitive answer. However, in the face of global survivors' expectations, those who once created the light giant could only mumble in front of the camera, ultimately ambiguously reiterating the show's premise. Ultraman's power would surge with the strengthening of human belief. This almost idealistic assertion was particularly hard to swallow for adults who had long immersed themselves in a materialistic worldview. In contrast, deep down, they were more inclined to trust in the strength of humanity's military to turn the tide. Humanity's elite never fully entrusted their fate to an enigmatic giant of light. They unleashed the sharpest fangs of human civilization, conventional weaponry pouring down like rain, while intercontinental missiles were launched towards the airspace, where Zhuojia had appeared as if they were free of cost. The outcome, however, was despairing. With minimal effectiveness from conventional weapons, nations armed with nuclear capabilities faced the arduous decision of whether to resort to their ultimate arsenal. Just at the brink of a stalemate, Russia and the United States took the initiative, each deploying their most powerful nuclear warheads towards Siberia and Florida, respectively. Although the situation was dire, the surviving humanity found themselves at a loss for words regarding the nation that proclaimed itself the lighthouse of the world. After all, in the vast expanse of Siberia, dropping 2 Tsar bombs was hardly a significant matter. Were there not many inhabitants in Florida as well? The impoverished are not considered people, so that is of little concern. After a brief moment of jest, as the mushroom clouds from the nuclear explosions slowly dissipated and satellite images indicated that the targeted areas appeared devoid of life, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the people. The nuclear bombs seemed effective. Even though they would have to confront the harshness of a nuclear winter in the future, at least the embers of human civilization could endure, preventing immediate annihilation. However, this glimmer of hope was soon shattered by a piercing shriek. A Zhuojia circled above the area that had suffered nuclear strikes, its surface marred only by superficial wounds inflicted by missile fragments. People recognized that this was indeed the very creature they had pinned their hopes on, attempting to perish alongside it. It appeared that the creature possessed intelligence after all. The previous superficial injuries were merely a sign of its unwillingness to flee. Upon sensing the threat posed by the nuclear bombs, Zhuojia's speed would have easily allowed it to evade them. The harsh reality proved that, with humanity's current weapon precision and Zhuojia's maneuverability, reliable hits were nearly impossible, let alone effective kills. Humanity risked extinction from the very cataclysmic energies they had unleashed before they could eliminate all Zhuojias. Notably, at the onset of the crisis, the Japanese government, in a desperate attempt, summoned actors who portrayed Ultraman in special effects dramas, even resorting to toys produced by Bandai, harboring an unrealistic fantasy of having them attempt transformations. Oh, and by the way, even Japan, amidst this global crisis, had not the luxury to discuss the ownership of the Ultraman Jia that emerged from Huaxia. A certain nation, however, boldly proclaimed that the one who transformed into Jia bore their lineage. Truly, they are a country capable of broadcasting the blinding of the Tang dynasty's emperor, consistently delivering remarkable performances regardless of the circumstances. Returning to the matter at hand, in the face of the brutal reality of humanity's military defeat, the eyes of global survivors inevitably turned towards the Jia from Huaxia. Nations dispatched their remaining, most advanced reconnaissance aircraft and fighter jets, acting as temporary war correspondents. Closely following the footsteps of the Giant of Light, world leaders urgently reviewed the conclusion of Jia and, in conjunction with vague hints from Tsuburaya Productions, reached a consensus. They must continuously report every victory of Jia, regardless of its scale. This might serve to uplift the dwindling morale of the surviving humans and sustain their faint hope. If that notion of belief-enhancing power were true, then the collective hope emanating from all humanity might indeed become the key to Jia's turnaround in dire straits. At the very least, Jia's transformation time had far surpassed the 3-minute limit. Perhaps this was humanity's contribution. As for the reality of the situation, the surviving humans likely understood that they held little hope. After all, as they collectively completed the narrative of Jia's conclusion, they knew that even if Jia could eliminate all the Zuojias, what would come next? The Dark Dominator, Gatangier, was of an entirely different caliber. On the internet, some enthusiasts of Cthulhu culture had already referenced ancient texts, analyzing the chilling elements embodied in Gatangier. Despite various national agencies swiftly suppressing these misleading utterances, aiming to silence the voices of despair, another form of rational analysis based on the plot began to circulate. In the conclusion of the Jia TV series, humanity could merge into a radiant light and become one with the statue, not only due to overwhelming hope, but also fundamentally because the humans of Jia's world carried ancient genetic heritage. Within them lay the dormant power of the Giant of Light. This notion seemed to find validation in the portrayal of Final Holy War. In other words, the Earthlings in Jia inherently possessed the radiance belonging to Ultraman, which was the fundamental reason for Jia's eventual brilliance. This self-consistent deduction fell like a bucket of cold water upon the hearts of the survivors in the real world. Yet, how could these Earthlings of the real world possess ancient genes? 3 days later, Xiang Yu wielded a spark prism sword, forged from concentrated light energy. Hovering in the sky, he had just slain another Zuojia beneath his blade, with only a few Zuojias remaining worldwide. He could distinctly feel that the colorful timer on his chest continued to emit a steady azure glow, indicating ample energy reserves. Whenever his energy approached depletion, a fresh current of warmth would inexplicably surge forth, replenishing his expenditure and enabling him to continue fighting. However, Xiang Yu felt little joy. This external energy seemed only to maintain his current state, failing to enhance his energy limits. Many of Jia's formidable techniques remained inaccessible to him due to insufficient energy reserves. This light sword was the most efficient weapon he could consistently manifest against foes. Naturally, he had little trouble with the remaining Zuojias. Yet, Xiang Yu gazed solemnly towards the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The once azure expanse was now tainted by endless darkness. Towering waves, reaching hundreds of meters, roared like moving mountains, crashing violently against coastlines across the globe. Even the 50-meter-tall Giant of Light, Jia, appeared diminutive before the terrifying torrents that connected heaven and sea. More disconcerting was the deep, penetrating roar emanating from the ocean's abyss, piercing through the clouds and resonating within the soul. This sound carried an ancient, chaotic, and pure malice, as if a terrifying entity, long dormant for millennia, was gradually awakening. An oppressive sensation enveloped the entire planet. Gatangier indeed? Chapter 23. Could it be that Ultraman cannot win? With a roar that echoed globally, reaching the depths of the soul, Xiang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. No longer hesitating, he propelled himself to the utmost speed, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the source of darkness in the Pacific. The thundering waves crashed like enraged beasts, relentlessly battering coastlines worldwide. The sea level surged at an unprecedented rate, with countless coastal cities submerged, leaving only remnants of steel and concrete struggling on the surface. Some low-lying island nations had seen their territories reduced by more than half, with catastrophe looming on the horizon. In the face of this unprecedented global disaster, human civilization exhibited an unparalleled unity. Aware that their military might could no longer sway the tide of battle, leaders from various nations did not sit idly or act independently, but swiftly transitioned their national machinery into rescue operations. The military transformed into professional rescue teams, utilizing all available transportation to evacuate coastal survivors to higher inland grounds. Huaxia, benefiting from the deeply ingrained belief in the supremacy of the people held by the People's Liberation Army and its noble traditions, has managed to fulfill its arduous rescue missions while still being able to spare precious military resources to assist neighboring countries that have suffered even more severe disasters. The ancient wisdom of to preserve humanity is to preserve the land. To lose humanity is to lose the land has now become the final consensus among global leaders. As long as there are people, as long as the dark rulers can be defeated, there will always be a day of rebuilding the homeland. In the heart of the Pacific battlefield, Xiang Yu hovers in the air, his body, composed of luminous particles, acutely sensing the heavy pressure that seems to solidify the space ahead. The colossal form of Gitangier emerges slowly from the depths, its exposed shell and part of its body towering far above that of Ultraman. A dense, decaying dark energy washes over Xiang Yu like a tangible tide, causing the colorful timer on his chest to flicker. Xiang Yu feels a chill within. The opponent does not even need to launch an active attack. The naturally emanating energy field already exceeds his current energy limits. An absolute disparity rooted in the levels of power brings unprecedented pressure upon him. Yet, he must confront it. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpens. Whether he can prevail remains to be seen. With the arrow on the string, there is no retreat. Behind him lie billions of lives. He has no choice but to fight. In the moment Xiang Yu resolves to engage, several thick, slimy tentacles suddenly surge from the sea, striking like venomous serpents. Reacting swiftly, he twists his wrist, unleashing a series of brilliant arcs from his light sword that sever the attacking tentacles with precision. Seizing the brief moment of attack, Xiang Yu rushes forward, closing the distance to Gitangier. Channeling all his strength, he strikes the dark, heavily shelled body with his light sword. The harsh sound of friction erupts, sparks fly, and energy mingles with shards of tough shell as they scatter. Such formidable defense. The recoil leaves his arms slightly numb and his heart heavier. The light sword represents the most potent skill he can currently wield with stability. Beyond this, perhaps only the full-power Zai-Pali AO light beam in a powerful form could surpass its might. However, during a previous skirmish against Zojia, Xiang Yu had attempted to switch to that powerful form, only to seal it away immediately. The marginal gain in power was not worth the significant reduction in speed, which he deemed an unacceptable risk. He relies on the exquisite techniques of muscle memory, employing speed and evasion as his core strategy. At this moment, based solely on the feedback from his light sword, Xiang Yu understands that even the powerful Zai-Pali AO light beam would struggle to inflict fatal damage on Gitangier. Instead, the drastic reduction in speed would render him a living target for the multitude of tentacles. Conversely, should he switch to aerial form, while speed would indeed increase, the attack power would diminish, making it difficult to breach defenses. Fortunately, he possesses a seemingly inexhaustible supply of energy within him, allowing him to maintain flight. Maneuvering agilely above the sea and narrowly evading the densely packed tentacle assaults of Gitangier. Should he fall into the water, his movements would be severely restricted, making combat increasingly arduous. As he grapples with the lack of effective strategies against his foe, Xiang Yu can only evade the relentless onslaught of tentacles while seeking fleeting opportunities. Crossing his hands before him, he gathers energy, unleashing several scorching composite Zai-Pali AO light beams aimed at Gitangier's hidden eye beneath the shadows. Yet, before the beams can reach their target, two massive pincers surge from beneath the waves, akin to impenetrable shields, effortlessly blocking and extinguishing the light beams. Damn! Does this creature possess no weaknesses? Frustration mounts within Xiang Yu as he feels increasingly desperate. It is as if he is confronting an ultimate creature with maxed-out offensive and defensive attributes, rendering his skills and the advantage of infinite endurance utterly impotent in the face of such absolute power. What worsens the situation is that as Gitangier's immense body continues to rise, more tentacles breach the surface, and the attacks become increasingly relentless and all-encompassing. Xiang Yu pushes his agility to the limit, his light sword weaving into a protective wheel of light, barely shielding him from harm, with not a single moment to counterattack, plunging him into a state of passive defense. Meanwhile, Gitangier seems to grow weary of the buzzing nuisance above, emitting a more ominous and thunderous roar. It abandons physical attacks, opening its massive maw to unleash deep purple destructive beams infused with dark energy, weaving a net of energy projectiles that blankets a vast expanse of sky. The combination of physical and energy assaults sends the precarious battle spiraling downward. Xiang Yu's pupils constrict as he pushes his speed to the maximum, executing astonishing maneuvers in the air to evade the onslaught. However, the barrage is too dense, and 3 purple beams, seemingly anticipating his trajectory, strike his chest, abdomen, and shoulder simultaneously. The intense pain radiates throughout his body, but more troubling than the physical agony is the realization that the deep purple energy does not explode upon impact. Instead, it seeps into him like a parasite, eroding his light form. He distinctly feels his light energy being rapidly suppressed, polluted, and stripped away. He must act. Xiang Yu desperately channels his inner light, attempting to dispel the insidious darkness encroaching upon him, but to little avail. The movements of Diga become visibly sluggish, as if trapped in mire. The external changes are even more alarming. Starting from the points of impact, Diga's silver-red form is swiftly losing color and vitality, gradually transforming into a cold, gray stone. The petrification has begun. Across countless shelters around the globe, people are transfixed by the live broadcast, the air thick with dread, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Only the occasional muffled sobs of children punctuate the silence, resonating starkly amidst the stillness. It appears to be futile. The Ultraman cannot possibly prevail. A bespectacled young man, dressed in business attire, bows his head dejectedly, becoming the first to shatter the silence. His voice is dry, laden with profound despair that has long been anticipated. On the screen, the valiant figure of Diga Ultraman battles fiercely, and in slow motion, they observe every detail. One cannot deny that this Diga, hailing from the real world, far exceeds the original from the Tokusatsu series, managing to contend with Gitangier for such an extended period, having truly exerted all his strength. Yet, the disparity is insurmountable. The light sword capable of cleaving mountains leaves only shallow marks upon the malevolent god's shell. The beam powerful enough to vaporize monsters is effortlessly deflected. The absolute defense and overwhelming might render any hope of victory invisible. Now, as Diga's form gradually succumbs to petrification, the scene cruelly aligns with the memories of the narrative, signaling the final hope is sinking. The young office worker surveys the surroundings bitterly, witnessing adults clutching their children tightly, greedily savoring the warmth of their loved ones in the final moments before doom descends, conveying a wordless farewell. Humanity in the real world cannot, after all, ignite the pure and blind light of faith in the face of despair as portrayed in the narrative. The children bury their faces deep within their parents' embrace, unable to bear the sight of Gitangier's grotesque and fearsome visage on the screen. Living in a long-term sanctuary of peace, shielded from the gruesome horrors of the world, they, along with many adults, find it exceedingly difficult to confront the unfathomable terrors that lie beyond their comprehension. How can the immature minds of children emerge as beacons of hope amid such despair? Moreover, the rational analysis that lingers in the hearts of those devoid of ancient genes raises a poignant question. Can their faint, spontaneous hopes truly transcend the barriers between reality and illusion, transforming into the radiant light that awakens giants? The answer seems to be in the negative. This scene of despair's finale unfolds almost simultaneously across all gathering places of humanity's survivors. Hope flickers like a candle in the wind, swaying precariously on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, at the very moment when the colorful timer on Diga's chest is shrouded in gray, poised to become a mere statue, a faint, almost imperceptible golden particle of light bravely separates from the core of the timer, which is on the brink of complete petrification. Like a firefly, it trembles and drifts towards the nearest solitary island, which remains only a few square meters in size amidst the tumultuous waves. Chapter 24, Ultraman? No, I am a Saiyan. As Diga's massive form becomes entirely enveloped in dull stone, ultimately losing all vitality and slowly sinking into the inky depths of the sea. Gitangier lets out a roar that reverberates through the heavens and the earth. This sound, mingled with satisfaction and cruelty, seems to proclaim the final fate of this world. Countless robust tentacles then dance wildly, raising monstrous waves that tower 100 meters high, as if showcasing their unmatched power to this dying world. The terrifying sound waves penetrate numerous barriers, striking directly against the eardrums and hearts of every survivor without the need for amplification. People desperately cover their ears, their hearts racing as if they might burst forth from their chests at any moment. Everything has come to an end. The expressions on their faces twist in agony, ultimately freezing into utter silence and despair. Faced with a monster that even the Giant of Light cannot contend with, what can these insignificant humans do but await the final arrival of death? I cannot bear this any longer. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot within a certain refuge is particularly jarring, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. Warm liquid splatters everywhere. Many adults, still clinging to their sanity, instinctively cover the eyes of the children beside them, unwilling to allow them to witness this bloody and desperate scene. A man clad in police uniform, perhaps unable to endure the immense pressure of waiting for destruction, ultimately chooses to take his own life with his service weapon. Perhaps his choice was the right one. No one knows how Gitangier, the Dark Master, will deal with these lambs awaiting slaughter. Will he grant them a swift end? Or will he, as described by those who revere Cthulhu, drag them into an endless abyss of terror and torment, until their bodies are grotesquely transformed and their minds utterly shattered, caught in a struggle for survival that is impossible, rather than await that unknown and potentially more brutal fate? Granting oneself a swift release may not be an act of mercy amidst despair. In this moment, many absurdly entertain the thought, perhaps Jia should not have eliminated those Zoga, allowing the monsters to end them in a purely physical manner, which might have offered a form of liberation. If only the Chi Jia La flower were to appear, many mutter vacantly. If that flower, representing Earth's final gift to humanity, were to bloom, granting humans ultimate mercy and beautiful dreams, they could at least accept the end of civilization in a state of utmost joy and satisfaction. Children, hold on. It will only hurt for a moment, and soon it will pass. A voice, clearly tinged with madness, breaks the oppressive atmosphere of another refuge. Stop. What are you doing? A stern-looking elder, dressed in an old-style police uniform, commands, attempting to intervene with a mother whose vacant gaze is fixed upon her child. Don't interfere with me. The woman shrieks, violently shoving the elder aside. Let me give my child a swift release. After all, his father has already gone ahead to wait for us below, and I can't let him wait too long. The woman laughs deliriously, her empty gaze directed at the ground, as if seeing her husband, who perished during the Zogo attack, beckoning to her. Soon, she and her son will be together with him. Alas, it is futile, Director Lin. A sigh escapes from a man clad in a faded Taoist robe, shaking his head slowly while pointing towards the black mist seeping in through the ventilation pipes and wall cracks, as though it were alive. Do not waste your efforts. This is likely the dark aura emitted by that evil god, influencing our minds. This is beyond the resistance of ordinary will. The Taoist gestures to the chaotic scene around them, where people attack each other with improvised weapons, and some even resort to biting one another like beasts. The bloodshed is so gruesome that it rivals that of a doomsday zombie film. It can be argued that the mother's twisted love compels her to make what she believes is the right decision in this moment. The entire refuge has become a hell on earth. Only this upright elder, about to retire, and the Taoist, who has practiced Taoist principles since childhood and often recites the Qingxin mantra, can barely withstand the black mist's assault on their minds. However, we likely cannot hold out for long. The Taoist leans against the cold, load-bearing wall, his body sliding slightly downwards, his voice filled with a sense of powerlessness. He gazes at the standard-issue handgun at the elder's waist, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Director Lin, I know your beliefs do not allow for such cowardice, but please, grant everyone a swift end. He too is nearing his limit, the malevolent thoughts swirling in his mind almost breaking free from the constraints of the Qingxin mantra. Perhaps only this lifelong, upright, and righteous police officer can endure a moment longer, and in this final hour, enact a different kind of justice in such a cruel manner. I. The elderly man, who has spent his life battling against crime, rising from a detective to the position of director, is not some stubborn relic of the past. He understands the despair and helplessness embedded in the Taoist's words. Yet, his right hand, which reaches for the gun, trembles uncontrollably. Not long ago, he had emerged victorious in an internal shooting competition. Although some up-and-coming talents had intentionally let him win, it still proved that he was not simply an old man unable to steady his aim. However, this requires him to lift his weapon against civilians. Even if it is to end their suffering, the thought torments him. Just as a flicker of resolution passes through his eyes, trembling as he raises the gun towards a blood-soaked citizen still mindlessly attacking others. Impossible. Xiang Yu will not fail. A resolute shout, imbued with a certain penetrating quality, suddenly drowns out the cries and screams within the refuge. Liu Xian's eyes widen, fixated on the screen displaying the statue sinking to the ocean floor. After a prolonged moment of paralysis, her pent-up emotions finally erupt. It shouldn't be like this. The ending cannot be like this. This ending cannot be like this. In her mind, two conflicting consciousnesses clash violently. On one side, an instinctual voice insists that Xiang Yu is anything but ordinary. He will transform into radiance and become the hero who saves the world. On the other side, a voice, similar in tone yet starkly different at crucial moments, echoes in the depths of her consciousness. These two thoughts collide like water and fire, threatening to tear her awareness apart. Yet, no matter what, since the arrival of Zoga, she has witnessed Xiang Yu defy the tide of fleeing people, transforming into Dijia, the Ultraman, rushing towards the monster. In that instant, she has been utterly convinced that Xiang Yu will not fail, and he absolutely must not fail. Who am I? Liu Xian, in agony, pressed her hands against her head, which felt as if it might split apart. A question, long overlooked, surfaced in her mind. Why did she trust Xiang Yu so irrationally? What compelled her to search through Xiang Yu's desk, only to fortuitously discover that prism of sparks? Are you all right, my dear? The elderly man noticed her distress and inquired with concern. Yet, in the next moment, his words were abruptly halted, replaced by sheer astonishment. You are glowing. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the old man and the few remaining rational individuals around, Liu Xian, who had seemed on the brink of madness just a moment ago, suddenly radiated a warm and dazzling light. This illumination was tangible, dispelling darkness and purifying filth. The oppressive black mist that had pervaded the entire air raid shelter dissipated swiftly upon contact with the light, much like snow melting under the sun. Those who had succumbed to madness and turned on one another abruptly froze, their murky eyes gradually regaining clarity as they collectively gazed towards the core of that radiance, where Liu Xian's form began to wane into an ethereal presence, as if on the verge of transforming into pure light. I understand now. Accompanied by a whisper of sudden realization, Liu Xian transformed entirely into a brilliant stream of light, swiftly penetrating 50 meters of rock and concrete, racing towards the distance at an astonishing speed. What is happening to me? Ah, my arm. It hurts. Someone help me. Within the air raid shelter, the awakened individuals also regained their sense of pain, immediately howling in anguish from their injuries. At that moment, Liu Xian, now a beam of light akin to a true meteor, traversed mountains and rivers, leaving a clear and hopeful trail across the dark sky. Ultimately, she landed precisely on the solitary island where Xiang Yu resided. Buzz. This meteor-like brilliance seamlessly merged into Xiang Yu's being, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to energy depletion and mental shock. In an instant, Xiang Yu's eyes shot open. His body levitated effortlessly into the air, his garments billowing in an unseen energy field. His gaze, once lost and weary, transformed into a piercing insight, underpinned by a profound rage concealed beneath his calm exterior. He tilted his head slightly, looking towards the distant, tumultuous Jiatangji, his tone unnaturally composed yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Thank you, Hongqiu. I almost fell for its deception. But now, I remember everything. Boom. As if to echo his declaration, the heavy clouds blanketing the globe suddenly collapsed inward from Xiang Yu's location, erupting. A colossal circular void, spanning hundreds of kilometers, materialized, akin to a gaping wound torn into the dark sky. The long-lost, warm sunlight cascaded down like a golden waterfall through this opening, enveloping Xiang Yu in a divine glow. No, it was not merely sunlight. Gold radiance began to swirl around Xiang Yu, erupting into an even more intense and pure brilliance. Zizicity. Unlike the pale lightning brought forth by Jiatangji, Countless furious azure lightning dragons intertwined in the sky, roaring as they struck the inky sea. With each lightning strike came a thunderous crash that instantly evaporated and dispersed the dark mist that had spread for dozens of kilometers. The energy upheaval stirred fierce winds that tousled Xiang Yu's hair and garments. A bolt of lightning flashed perilously close, illuminating his slightly raised face with a sanctified yet cold resolve. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him and declared, each word measured and resonating clearly, as if reintroducing himself to this world and the Dark Overlord. Ultraman? No, I am a Saiyan. Chapter 28. The Dream Shatters. The true face of the Djia world sun. The sun has emerged. The few remaining unmanned aircraft remained steadfastly committed to their final mission, transmitting live footage back to various global shelters. Those who had just been purified by the light of the Hongqiu and regained consciousness were astonished to discover a long-lost, warm golden glow emanating from the edges of the screen. Even more shocking was the sight of a figure gradually approaching the colossal Jiatangji, a young human with black hair, defying gravity as he floated in the air, his hair moving as if in a breeze, engulfed in a golden flame-like aura. Who is that? How is he flying in the sky? The survivors were profoundly perplexed by Xiang Yu's presence. Where did this extraordinary being come from? He is the student who transformed into Djia, exclaimed a teacher who had witnessed the transformation, adjusting his glasses and recognizing him with certainty. He vividly recalled Xiang Yu's transformation scene. What? He is the human form of Djia Ultraman. The moment the teacher uttered these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, a cacophony of discussions and gasps filling the air. You say Djia has already been defeated. What does it matter if we now know his human form? Logically, that was correct. But whose human form could fly in the sky? Moreover, the golden glow emanating from Xiang Yu sparked a mixture of hope and uncertainty in the hearts of many youths and older adults alike. This could not be true. Until the screen displayed a scene that seemed to overturn identities. No, even more crushing, the revelation that he was still a Saiyan. Within the air raid shelter, the waves of shock and elation nearly shattered the ceiling, as the collective resonance of their voices hurt the ears of those present once more. Yet they paid no heed to the pain. Compared to the injuries sustained during their bouts of madness, this pain felt trivial. The overwhelming sense of hope and joy surging within them eclipsed any minor discomfort. For he was a Saiyan, the renowned Saiyan. Even those who had never seen Dragon Ball had heard of the Saiyans. They were synonymous with world-destroying power. The emergence of such a being brought a sense of security far beyond what Djia could ever provide, even in his dazzling form. For those familiar with Dragon Ball, witnessing Xiang Yu's golden aura flickering like flames revealed its significance. In their excitement, many young people couldn't help but murmur once they relaxed. Another Ultraman, another Saiyan. Why does this guy get all the good things? Of course, they would never dare voice such complaints in front of the crowd. This is wonderful. A Super Saiyan. We are saved. Ultimately, all the chaotic thoughts coalesced into a euphoric relief, as people embraced and wept, the despairing gloom dissipated by this sudden beacon of hope. Time rewound to a minute earlier. Xiang Yu's gaze was serene, yet it concealed a chilling sharpness as he observed the seemingly aware Jiatangji. He stepped into the void as if walking on solid ground, each step creating ripples as he approached the massive malevolent entity. It was peculiar that such a commotion would go unnoticed by the other party. Moreover, this dream must come to an end. Xiang Yu sighed softly. Regardless, these past few days of dreams had allowed him to briefly relive the long-lost tranquility of daily life. To be honest, he yearned to return home. Were it not for the residual power of the evil dragon, which distorted the originally benign abilities of Kagila, allowing the Hongqiu, sensing the crisis, to exhaust its accumulated willpower to guide Liu Xian, he might have truly succumbed to a complete mental dissolution under the suppression of memory and power. However, returning to the matter at hand, given Qi Jia's inherent prowess, it is utterly inconceivable for Liu Xian, who has diligently honed his mental fortitude through the study of magic, to be ensnared in a dream, even for a fleeting second. The peril of this remarkably vivid dream lies in the malevolent dragon's remnants, which, leveraging their shared essence, tempt Liu Xian in a bid to erase Xiang Yu's identity and powers as a Saiyan, compelling him to succumb to defeat at the hands of Gitanjir in the guise of Djia. Without the miraculous intervention of Djia, he is unequivocally no match for Gitanjir. Do not let me catch you. Xiang Yu gazed skyward at the clear expanse revealed through the rifts in the ominous clouds. Disregarding the onslaught of Gitangier's encroaching tendrils and violet beams of destruction. Bang, 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 bang. All assaults, upon nearing a 3-meter radius around Xiang Yu, appeared to collide with an invisible, impenetrable barrier, shattering and vanishing amidst a cacophony of crisp explosions, not even stirring a ripple. As the Crimson Sphere returned, bearing his memories and strength, and imparted the final revelations regarding the malevolent dragon's remnants, Xiang Yu comprehended the truth. The elusive entity, in its essence, possessed far less power than the remnants that had previously pursued him. Had it not been for its expertise in mental manipulation and the element of surprise granted by Qi Jia, he would have remained impervious to its trap. It seems my training in mental fortitude must be reinforced, Xiang Yu mused while nonchalantly shattering Gitangier's relentless follow-up attacks. In the face of the evil god's anthropomorphized gaze, brimming with incredulous terror, he waved his hand, unleashing a seemingly casual yet devastating energy wave that obliterated a significant portion of Gitangier's form. The resilient evil god did not perish, yet it was evident that its vitality waned, emitting a series of incomprehensible, maddening howls that could shatter the spirit of any ordinary being. Regrettably, this fervent display garnered not a modicum of Xiang Yu's attention. Having reclaimed his powers, Xiang Yu found himself indifferent to the creature's plight, immersed instead in contemplation of whether he ought to devote more energy and time to refining his mental prowess. Following his experiences in the Blazer world, with the advent of the gravity chamber, he had largely neglected the foundational training of his mental abilities, prioritizing the enhancement of healing magic proficiency instead. After all, the acceleration of mental fortitude enhancement bore far more significance than mere combat strength. Indeed, comprehensive development is essential, otherwise, one might very well face dire consequences. With that thought, Xiang Yu, disinterested, raised his hand, releasing a pulse of energy that reduced the remnants of Gitangier to dust. Immediately thereafter, his gaze sharpened, and he emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. In an instant, the golden aura enveloping him intensified, each strand of his black hair flickering between golden and ebony before ultimately solidifying into a resplendent gold. His combat prowess, already at a critical juncture following the miraculous healing of Dijia, was primed for transformation. Having previously forcefully accessed the Super Saiyan form, it was a natural progression for him to assume this mighty state. The fury ignited by his near downfall, prompted by his own carelessness, served as the final spark, fulfilling all conditions necessary for his transformation. As Xiang Yu harnessed the boundless power of the Super Saiyan within him, the collective dream, woven from the spiritual might of the malevolent dragon's remnants and Qi Jia's unique abilities, could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. Crack, 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 centered around Xiang Yu. The entire earth began to emit a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. The sky, land, and oceans, all akin to fragile glass, manifested immense, radiant cracks that rapidly spread, engulfing every corner of the globe. Cities crumbled within the fissures, mountains and rivers were torn asunder by golden light, and the entire dream world resembled a delicate porcelain artifact on the verge of shattering, bursting from internal forces beyond resistance. The survivors' expressions of exhilaration and joy were abruptly frozen, as if a pause button had been pressed on reality. Just as the dream teetered on the brink of complete collapse, Xiang Yu's instincts flared. His gaze shot toward a specific point in the void, and he clenched his hand with fervor. "Where do you think you're going?" A piercing, anguished scream, rife with malice and fear, echoed into existence. A writhing, purple-black energy entity, attempting to flee, was forcibly extracted from the void, violently struggling under Xiang Yu's unseen control, until it burst apart like a crushed balloon. Feeling the invigorating surge as the purified negative energy transformed into substantial primordial willpower within him, Xiang Yu murmured to himself. This remnant, in its efforts to sustain the dream that ensnared him, likely expended considerable core power. Simultaneously, as the dream shattered completely, the true visage of the world of Dijia, to which he had traversed, was revealed. The sky remained a suffocating, eternal darkness, shrouded in heavy clouds. Wherever his gaze fell, he beheld the remnants of cities, with not a single structure intact. The lifeless forms of various creatures lay strewn about, and dark red blood soaked the earth, pooling in desiccated lakes and riverbeds, emanating a potent aura of death. Xiang Yu expanded his senses, enveloping the globe instantaneously, and his heart sank. He could scarcely detect any trace of humanity's feeble essence. The world seemed to consist solely of the prowling Zoga, the familiar. Vast darkness lurking in the ocean depths, and the quivering Qi Jia, cowering in the earth below, terrified by the fleeting sensation of the Super Saiyan energy he had unleashed. For reasons unknown, upon returning to reality, he instinctively reverted to his human form, imparting an uncanny sensation as though he had yet to fully awaken from the prior dream. Only when his gaze fell upon Dagu, who had been caught in the crossfire, contorted in pain and still unconscious, did he confirm that he had indeed returned to the world of Dijia. Did it indeed flee? Xiang Yu murmured, having absorbed the white ball's explanation. As a derivative of the red ball, the white ball lacked self-awareness, thus it had not been ensnared in the dream. In truth, Xiang Yu had only slumbered for a few fleeting seconds. Subsequently, the remnants of the malevolent dragon, which had parasitized Qi Jia, attempted to emerge and reap the rewards, but was paralyzed with fear by the Super Saiyan energy that erupted from Xiang Yu, fleeing in panic. You were swift to escape. Against such cunning entities, Xiang Yu felt powerless, relegated to awaiting the opportunity to capture it in the future. He directed his icy gaze toward the dark depths of the ocean, where Gatangier, an old acquaintance radiating potent negative energy, awaited. I'll start with you and collect some interest. The fury accumulated within him, a result of being outmaneuvered, sought an outlet. Chapter 26, Impossible to Win? I do not comprehend. Yet before that, Xiang Yu cast a glance at Qi Jia, huddled in fear, trembling in the distance, and spoke in a detached tone, "Begone. Do not show your face unless necessary." Strictly speaking, Qi Jia was merely the Earth's final act of compassion toward humanity. This entity had also been an unwitting victim. Its original intention was to allow humanity to drift peacefully into slumber amidst beautiful dreams before the advent of the apocalypse, only to encounter the malevolent dragon's remnants that sought to ambush Xiang Yu. With debts owing to those wronged, Xiang Yu saw no reason to engage in petty grievances. He turned to Dagu, whose eyes remained tightly shut, cold sweat beading on his forehead, crouching down to gently pat his cheek. "Hey, wake up. This is no place for slumber." In response to external stimuli, Dagu's expression contorted in pain as he abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up like a drowning man, and screamed, "Lena!" Clearly, he had endured unspeakable horrors in the dream, and he had yet to recover from the overwhelming aftermath. After a roar that seemed to release all his pent-up emotions, he appeared utterly drained, his head hanging low, his face etched with sorrow and despair. He muttered incessantly, "It's impossible to win, absolutely impossible." Observing Dagu's disheveled state, Xiang Yu felt a flicker of curiosity, though his focus strayed slightly from the main concern. "Lena? Is she your little girlfriend?" In the dream, the red sphere, taking the form of Lu Xian, had briefly elucidated the general plot of Di Jia Aote Man. Now, Xiang Yu was well aware of the identities and relationships of several key characters. Learning that Dagu, or rather Di Jia, had a delicate and infatuated love interest sparked his curiosity about the nature of Dagu's dream. The pained expression on his face upon awakening, directly calling out his current girlfriend's name, led him to wonder, could it be that his ex, Kami La, had discovered him? Had he encountered a bittersweet conclusion in his dream? TSK. Unbeknownst to him that a certain ancient vengeful spirit had shifted its target, Xiang Yu could not help but shake his head in amusement at Dagu's misfortune. After all, while it was certainly unpleasant to be undermined by an enemy, witnessing a teammate suffer in a dream somehow alleviated Xiang Yu's own discontent. It's impossible to win, absolutely impossible. Immersed in the cycle of despair experienced countless times in his dreams, Dagu, clearly, had no mind to heed Xiang Yu's jests. He was oblivious to the fact that he had returned to reality. After all, the grim reality bore a striking resemblance to the endless cycles he had endured. In those innumerable closed-loop experiences, he had repeatedly traversed from hope to despair. Countless failures had dulled his once resilient spirit to near numbness. In the beginning, he had erupted with unwavering conviction, harnessing the power that surged within Di Jia's form, triumphantly overcoming numerous Jia. Even when faced with the vastly superior strength of Jia Tenjier, he had mustered the courage to fight back. Until that fateful moment when he watched helplessly as Di Jia's body turned to stone, trapping him within the cold statue, sinking into the abyss of darkness. Yet, during that instance, he had at least witnessed humanity's indomitable will and their efforts to revive him. Just a little more, merely a fraction, fueled by this frustration. Upon realizing he had returned to the moment before Jiajia's arrival, Dagu remained filled with confidence. He began to reach out to the director, urging all of humanity not to abandon hope. However, the forces of darkness were far too formidable. Regardless of how many attempts Dagu made, even exerting energy to unleash skills he had never used before, the outcome remained unchanged. No, the situation was even worse. With the endless cycle of despair, Dagu's initially steadfast heart began to waver. After countless resets of time, without the support of a transcendent state, he could not even contend with the overwhelming hordes of Jiajia. No, exhausted and collapsing, Dagu could only watch in despair as Jiajia mercilessly harvested the remnants of humanity, including every familiar comrade. Captain Zhu Jian, Deputy Commander Zhong Fong, Yi Rui, Xian Cheng, Zhu Ji, and Li Na. He had even lost the qualification to confront Jia Tanjie. What awaited him was a series of harrowing spectacles witnessing the extinction of human civilization until his spirit was utterly crushed, nearly shattered. Unbeknownst to Dagu, this dream, imbued with negative energy, magnified the negative emotions of living beings infinitely. Consequently, in the first cycle where he had the greatest opportunity, he had failed to transform into the radiant form that embodied humanity's hope. From that point onward, with each subsequent cycle, the negative energy absorbed the despair of the previous iteration, growing increasingly potent. Dagu's aspiration to turn the tide became an insurmountable challenge. After all, Dagu harbored the miraculous light inherent in Jia himself. To the remnants of the evil dragon, even the smallest morsel was worth claiming. Fortunately, Xiang Yu awakened just in time, shattering this endless cycle of nightmares and forcefully pulling Dagu back to reality, or else, even if Dagu were awakened, he would likely have become a drooling imbecile. However, his current mental state was not much better. Enveloped in despair, Dagu remained lost in the haunting memories of his previous dream, incessantly murmuring dejected phrases. Xiang Yu, who had yet to receive a response, sighed helplessly at Dagu's demeanor. "What are you mumbling about? What's this about being unable to win? Perhaps you should articulate your thoughts more clearly." Connecting the dots with the plot of Jia, Xiang Yu speculated, "You're not referring to that sea snail, are you?" Upon receiving a faint nod from Dagu, Xiang Yu pointed his thumb toward his own nose, signaling Dagu to look at him. "Have you forgotten that I'm still here?" In that moment, Xiang Yu's confidence swelled tremendously, completely unfazed by any ominous superstitions regarding misfortune. Even though the energy intensity of Jia Tenjie, now bolstered by negative energy, was indeed formidable, had it been the previous version of himself, he might have needed to transform into Jia to confront it. But he was no longer the same. As soon as Xiang Yu spoke, a flicker of light returned to Dagu's hollow gaze. Yes, there was still Jia. Dagu finally recognized the voice that had echoed in his ears. Even though he still could not fully discern between reality and dreams, the thought of Xiang Yu, this extraordinary presence, dissipated much of his previous despair. He was no longer alone. With Jia present, perhaps this time the outcome would not be predetermined. Chapter 27. The defeated Jia Tenjie, "I beg of you." Dagu solemnly handed the spark prism, which had mysteriously returned to his possession, to Xiang Yu. His eyes brimming with trust and hope, Xiang Yu gazed at the familiar divine artifact, paused momentarily, and then extended his hand to accept it. In truth, he felt no pressing need to transform into Jia. Yet, seeing Dagu's anxious expression, wrought from excessive speculation, he decided to accept this trust, if only to provide the beleaguered original protagonist with some reassurance. Moreover, he genuinely wished to personally verify the strength dynamics between himself, now fully restored and stabilized at a combat power of 3 million, and the dark ruler of this world, Jia Tanjie. Buzz, under Dagu's expectant gaze, the radiant light erupted once more. The colossal figure of Jia Taeman rapidly coalesced, and the vast energy of light surged upward, instantly parting the heavy dark clouds above, creating a massive opening. Transformed into Jia, Xiang Yu nodded slightly at Dagu on the ground before vanishing into the horizon with a rush of air. He became a streak of luminous energy, soaring across the sky at an astonishing speed. The overwhelming energy of light radiated from him, possessing purifying power that dispelled the darkness lingering in the sky. erasing the heavy clouds as if wiped away by an invisible hand, revealing the long-lost azure sky beneath. The warm sunlight, like a golden veil, once again cascaded upon the land, which had been shrouded in darkness for far too long, nearly forgetting the visage of light. Meanwhile, in the remaining underground shelters scattered across the globe, the last bastions of human civilization, the survivors gazed in disbelief at the screens they had presumed to be irreparably damaged. Now engulfed in darkness, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the screens. Indeed, it was dazzling, for eyes that had long acclimatized to the prolonged darkness. This sudden brilliance was almost overwhelming. In Japan, the largest existing shelter, still capable of maintaining basic operations, gathered the very members of the victory team that Dagu had longed for. How could it be that this radiant light belonged to Captain Jiao Jianhui, who gazed in astonishment at the dazzling brilliance displayed on the screen? Her surprise was not due to the drones, powered by nuclear energy, still operational. As long as they were not actively destroyed, they could function for an extended period. It was evident that Jia Jia and that evil deity showed little interest in inanimate objects. What left her in shock was the fact that, despite the surrounding environment still cloaked in darkness, this live broadcast depicted a scene of illumination. After Di Jia's disappearance and humanity's desperate yet futile struggle, the remnants of humanity had nearly surrendered all hope. They no longer cared for news from the outside world, merely curling up quietly in their shelters, awaiting a conclusion that could be either prolonged or brief. After all, who could possibly save humanity now? How could they defeat the despair-inducing Jia Tianjie? Yes, it is Di Jia. Lena's voice, trembling with excitement, pulled Jiao Jianhui back from her heavy thoughts into reality. Jiao Jianhui focused intently on the enormous figure on the screen, though it appeared even more imposing and robust than she remembered, with contours exuding strength. The distinctive tricolor body of silver, red, and purple was unmistakably that of Di Jia. Di Jia has returned. Soon, everyone was captivated by this scene. And once the fact of Di Jia's return was confirmed, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement and disbelief. For the residents of Japan, who had witnessed Di Jia's appearances most frequently, the silhouette of this giant of light was undoubtedly a powerful stimulant. Regardless, hope seemed to have rekindled. Director, the Fian should still be operable, right? Without waiting for the eager Lena and others beside her to speak, Jiao Jianhui promptly turned to the elderly man before her, whose hair had turned completely white. The director, Zhao Wei, who previously had a head of dark hair, appeared to have aged 20 years overnight after enduring the heavy blows of near-civilizational collapse, his hair now entirely gray. Yet, he understood well what Jiao Jianhui and her team intended. A flicker of sharpness reignited in his murky eyes. He straightened his slightly hunched back, revealing a long-lost smile filled with resolve. Yes, go ahead. Di Jia has ultimately not forsaken humanity. Therefore, we must also demonstrate the last vestiges of human determination and spirit. The current global population, even without precise statistics, has likely dwindled to less than 1/millionth of its former glory. Among them, a considerable number perished peacefully under the allure of Xi Jia's pollen. However, those who remained steadfast, resisting temptation and choosing to rise against it, paid a heavy price in the face of overwhelming power. Nevertheless, the reappearance of Di Jia prompted Director Zhao Wei to decide on one last attempt. Rather than languishing in slow death, they would expend their final strength for hope. Those of them who remained not only resisted Xi Jia's temptations, but also did not heed the voices of those who re-emerged at the last moment, claiming that Di Jia had fled, asserting that only by following the guidance of the god Qi Li Ai Luo Di could they attain salvation. After all, if that so-called god truly possessed such abilities, it would not have fled Earth in a panic the very moment Jia Tianjie revealed itself. Following them would merely mean relocating to become the vassals or even slaves of Qi Li Ai Luo's followers, living in humiliation. Di Jia. Zhao Wei observed the determined figures of Jiao Jianhui and her team as they hastened to the hangar, turning his gaze back to the screen where Di Jia's power was purifying the land, revealing the blue sky anew, and he felt a surge of emotions. The fate of Earth, the survival of human civilization, perhaps rested upon this singular battle. Just as the long-lost flame of hope reignited within the hearts of the crowd, a slightly gloomy and untimely voice suddenly broke in. I believe it would be best for everyone not to be overly optimistic. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, where a speaker adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses coolly indifferent. Have you all forgotten the fate of the Giant of Light, transformed from the fragments of the giant statue by Zhang Wu when facing Jia Tenjie? His words pierced through the freshly risen bubble of hope like a cold needle, awakening the painful memories people had intentionally buried. Indeed, that evil Dijia, which once battled Dijia and even gained the upper hand, was utterly defeated before Jia Tenjie, unable to mount even a semblance of resistance. Vanquished in an instant, the statue it transformed into was also effortlessly shattered by Jia Tenjie's tendrils. If even giants of comparable strength met such an end, could Dijia's reappearance truly bring about a miracle? Or was this merely another futile struggle, perhaps even a definitive conclusion? The atmosphere in the room turned heavy and oppressive. Very well, we still have Tong Yikuan. Director Zawei immediately took control of the situation with a steady voice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before landing on Tong Yimufu. No matter what lies ahead, we have no path left to retreat. Inaction is certainly not our choice. This will be our best and final opportunity. We must seize it, for all that has passed, and for those who still endure. Meanwhile, deep within the Pacific Ocean, the Dark Dominator, Jia Tenjie, who had acquired a windfall of pure negative energy, was not as eager as humanity imagined to eradicate the remaining humans. On the contrary, within its simple and ancient consciousness lingered an inexplicable restlessness and unease. Its initial descent to Earth was to harvest humanity's beliefs. The blame for the extinction of the human population unfairly placed upon it was merely a miscommunication. 30 million years ago, due to the absurd existence of that dark giant, it chose to lie dormant. After finally waiting for the other to vanish, humanity plunged into civil war, leading to a drastic population decline. It looked down upon such trivial beliefs and decided to take a nap, allowing humanity time to recuperate, hoping to feast after awakening. But who could have anticipated that upon awakening, Earthlings were once again entrapped in the dreams conjured by that broken flower, peacefully marching towards collective extinction, leaving it with nothing to harvest. In a fit of anger, it allowed its subordinates, Jia Jia and others, to unleash their destructive instincts, harvesting any fear and despair they could. It even grew weary of this unstable planet and planned to collect its meager compensation before returning home. Who would want to linger in this wretched place? Just as it entertained this thought, an overwhelming surge of energy, far exceeding its total capacity and brimming with various negative emotions, flooded into its being, a veritable feast for it. It was so pleasurable that it nearly lost control. Though it did not comprehend the saying that after the dark comes the dawn, this unexpected bounty surpassed Jia Tenjie's expectations for harvesting human beliefs, and it had intended to leave contentedly. However, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, a formless entity, born from the same source as the influx of energy, suddenly appeared, rudely demanding it regurgitate the energy it had consumed. Faced with such an impudent request, Jia Tenjie was naturally unwilling and immediately prepared to confront this remnant of evil. Jia Tenjie touched the deep cracks on its shell with its tendrils. Recalling the recent skirmish, still feeling some trepidation at the thought of that foe's cunning methods, which had even managed to reverse psychologically control it into attacking itself. Had its shell not been sufficiently hardy to withstand most of the self-inflicted lashes, coupled with the inexplicable urgency that compelled its opponent to flee, the outcome could have been dire. Regardless, this place was not suitable for lingering. Jia Tenjie's instincts warned it that staying any longer could lead to extremely unfavorable consequences. Its colossal form began to stir the sea, preparing to depart from this land of turmoil. Just as it was about to set off, that unsettling premonition surged with unparalleled intensity. Suddenly, a figure radiating pure light energy, blinding in its brilliance, broke through the layers of seawater, appearing directly in its line of sight. The familiar silhouette of the giant momentarily froze the consciousness deep within its core. Immediately, a voice, laced with mockery yet chillingly cold, penetrated its vast mind. Ah? Dahai Luo, long time no see. Chapter 28. The fear buried 30 million years ago panic seized it. It was genuinely alarmed, though the entity had transformed, even changing its energy attribute from profound darkness to pure light. The unique essence of energy surrounding it was incomparable to the counterfeit that had previously startled it. This creature was indeed the dark giant of legend. Despite its newfound strength, the haunting memories of fear from 30 million years ago resurfaced. How could this being return? Xiang Yu keenly sensed that after encountering him, Jiatanji, it displayed a noticeable shift from its previous agitation to a semblance of calm, its massive body even recoiling slightly. He couldn't help but feel perplexed, transmitting a thought. Do you recognize me? It shouldn't be possible. Wasn't the prior encounter merely a dream? This entity had clearly reacted with such fervor upon seeing him in the form of Dijia. Did they truly intersect in this reality? Yet, his memories held no trace of such an event. Never mind. Xiang Yu dismissed these futile thoughts. The desire for battle had ignited within him. After all, they were now acquainted, and it was time for a proper confrontation. Before his words could fully escape, Xiang Yu granted Jiatanji no opportunity for response or communication. Dijia's immense form erupted forth with astonishing speed, twisting and turning as he unleashed a powerful sidekick, akin to a giant axe of light cleaving through darkness, striking Jiatanji's colossal shell with tremendous force. Boom! The terrifying surge of power unleashed caused Jiatanji, now nearly 500 meters in size, along with its entire submerged body, to be forcibly propelled from the depths of the ocean. Its immense weight traced a brief arc through the air before crashing back into the sea like a meteor. Bang! The impact point instantaneously emptied the surrounding water, compressing it into a colossal underwater waterfall with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, its depths unfathomable. The frenzied waters rushed toward the center, struggling to fill the terrifying void. A violent shockwave rapidly expanded outward in circular ripples, raising towering waves hundreds of meters high, relentlessly battering everything around. By heavens, this Dahai Luo had become significantly heavier after its enlargement. Xiang Yu marveled at the heavy sensation feedback from his legs. His initial expectation was to kick Jiatanji skyward with that sidekick, then follow up with a series of stylish aerial sword strikes. After all, Xiang Yu slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the cautiously approaching Sheng Li Fei Yin, nodding subtly to the aircraft bearing humanity's last hopes. There were still other witnesses present. The dwindling survivors of Earth, upon witnessing Dijia's emergence, had not succumbed entirely to despair and chose to bear witness to this fateful battle. According to the prior message left by the Red Sphere, Dijia's unique source of light would elicit a distinct response and amplification of the pure hope residing within the hearts of humanity. However, given the meager population left, Xiang Yu doubted that flicker of hope could affect any significant transformation. Moreover, with his strength fully restored and even enhanced, he had no need to rely on any external forces. Presently, he harbored a bolder notion, a new attempt at merging his own power with the Dijia form. He was keen to see whether the Jiatanji, now fortified by negative energy, could compel him to realize this concept. As thoughts raced, Xiang Yu focused intently on Jiatanji. Rising slowly from the gaping maw of the ocean waterfall, his heart tinged with anticipation, hoping this old acquaintance might lend some strength. However, as Jiatanji's massive head and partially damaged shell emerged from the water, Xiang Yu perceptively noted a shift in its demeanor. The prior restlessness had transformed into a surprising calm. Indeed, after enduring Xiang Yu's formidable kick, Jiatanji, despite its damaged shell and surging internal energy, suddenly recognized that this transformed Dijia did not possess the sheer, overwhelming power it had known 30 million years ago. At the very least, it had not been grievously injured by that kick. This realization, akin to a sliver of light piercing through darkness, instantly dispelled the shadows of 30 million years looming over Jiatanji. It let out a hoarse, muffled roar, stirring the surrounding waves into a frenzy. It felt invigorated. If Dijia had changed, then perhaps it too could redeem itself and end this former nightmare once and for all. With clarity of thought, Jiatanji's battle spirit ignited. It brandished its tentacles, reminiscent of a giant serpent, stirring the seawater imbued with dark energy, commencing a fierce counterattack. Jiatanji's immense pincers broke the surface, slashing toward Dijia with a force that seemed to tear space itself. Simultaneously, dozens of thick tentacles, like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, coiled from various angles, striking at Dijia's limbs and neck, attempting to restrict its movements. From the orifices in its back, it unleashed a torrent of densely packed, corrosive, and mentally tainting purple beams, weaving a deadly net that enveloped all possible escape routes for Dijia. Faced with this tempestuous onslaught, Xiang Yu maneuvered Dijia's form, executing battle techniques to perfection. At times, he darted through the gaps between the tentacles with astonishing agility. At others, he conjured barriers of light to precisely deflect the penetrating beams, emitting sizzling sounds of energy annihilation. Seizing the moment, he summoned a radiant prism sword once more. Each slash a dragon-s arc that accurately severed several attacking tentacles, causing dark green fluid to spray forth, which was instantly vaporized by the searing light energy. The battle intensified, with both combatants transitioning from the sea to the sky and back again, each clash inciting tsunami-like waves and deafening energy detonations. Light and darkness clashed violently in the expanse between sea and sky, as if intent on tearing the very world asunder. Dijia had truly grown so formidable. Inside the Fei Yin, Lina gripped the control stick tightly, astonished by the unprecedented ferocity of the battle displayed on the screen. Jia Tanji and Dijia exchanged blows with a ferocity and speed that had reached unprecedented heights, a perfect balance of power. The long-lost Agu transformed back into Dijia had already brought Lina immense joy and excitement. Yet, she had never dared to imagine that the returning Dijia could become so powerful. It could contend with Jia Tanji, who had effortlessly obliterated the evil Dijia with a single strike, matching it blow for blow. There was indeed hope for Earth. Not only Lina but all the other crew members aboard the Fei Yin, along with every remaining human survivor monitoring the battle through the dwindling devices, felt a resurgence of hope so potent it threatened to overflow. That light, though faint, resolutely cast its glow upon the central battlefield where the silver and crimson giant clashed. This was how it should be. Xiang Yu did not pay much attention to the subtle fluctuations and slow growth of the source of light within him. Stirred by humanity's hopes, his entire focus was immersed in this exhilarating battle, savoring the solid feedback from each strike and block, his excitement bubbling to the surface. This was the kind of combat he yearned for. If Jia Tanjia were as feeble as in his dreams, collapsing with a single blow, Xiang Yu would instead feel disappointment and discomfort. Since his journey began in the Baize world, his encounters had either involved monsters too weak to even spark his interest or formidable foes like the remnants of the evil dragon, where the disparity in power left him fleeing for his life. It seemed as if fate conspired against him, preventing him from encountering an evenly matched opponent who could allow him to cast aside everything and revel in the joy of battle. Was this right? No, it was not. At this moment, Xiang Yu merely wished for Jia Tanjia to hold out longer, granting him more time to relish this long-awaited, blood-pumping thrill of combat. To not fall too soon. This was also the primary reason he chose to transform into Dijia, rather than immediately overpower his adversary in his strongest Super Saiyan form. However, in stark contrast to Xiang Yu's elation and enjoyment, Jia Tanjia, having endured a prolonged stalemate, felt a nauseating frustration akin to having swallowed a fly. Although Dijia had diminished from the monstrous figure of 30 million years ago, it still seemed unable to secure victory. Despite the current appearance of a balanced struggle, Dijia appeared incapable of breaching its fortified shell. Yet, having absorbed that immense dark energy, Jia Tanjia should undoubtedly be stronger than the current Dijia. However, due to Dijia's exquisite combat skills and nimbleness, it could always evade its onslaught with minimal cost, while identifying vulnerabilities in its defenses for precise and effective counterattacks. This left Jia Tanjia in a predicament, struggling to make meaningful progress, while fearing a retreat would result in a humiliating pursuit. What a misfortune! Jia Tan thought bitterly that had it known, it would have left instead of waiting here for this plague to arrive. After several minutes of intense stalemate, realizing the likelihood of regaining the upper hand was slim and that it could potentially face disaster, Jia Tanjia felt a strong urge to retreat. It deemed it unnecessary to waste any more time battling this troublesome Dijia. It yearned to return home swiftly with the absorbed energy and attempt to evolve to a higher level. With this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Jia Tanjia's eyes as it made a decisive move. It suddenly unleashed the dark energy within, as countless thick tentacles detached from its body, surging towards Dijia like a suicide bomb, attempting to temporarily entangle its opponent. Simultaneously, its enormous mouth opened wide, emitting a silent roar, while a global black mist enveloped it, wildly converging towards its maw. Boundless dark energy compressed deep within its throat, coalescing into a pitch-black sphere radiating a wave of destruction, causing the surrounding space to warp and collapse. The entire sea trembled violently, as if the very fabric of this space could not withstand the accumulation of such extreme darkness and was on the verge of shattering. Jia Tanjie's strategy was clear. It did not seek for this sacrificial tentacle attack, brimming with concentrated source energy, to utterly vanquish Dijia. Its sole desire was for this strike to severely wound or even temporarily repel Dijia, opening a spatial passage for its escape from this damned planet, buying itself sufficient time. If Dijia had the capability, it could chase Jia Tanjie to its homeland. Alarmingly, the energy reaction from the evil god was surging rapidly, surpassing critical thresholds. The spatial structure became exceedingly unstable. Inside the Feiyan ship, Xinqing watched the screen flash wildly, displaying a crimson energy alert and readings of spatial distortion, his expression changing dramatically as he urgently shouted, "We must evacuate immediately. Retreat at maximum speed." If they did not leave this area promptly, the Feiyan would be crushed by the unstable space. Despite feeling a deep sense of reluctance, as if their presence had become inconsequential spectators to the unfolding drama, even as the battle escalated and both sides completely disregarded their existence. They understood that remaining here would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. They did not fear death. They simply wished not to perish without purpose. Dagu Dijia, you must hold on. Lina cast a lingering glance at the screen, where the light giant stood defiantly against the enveloping darkness, gritting her teeth as she maneuvered the Feiyan swiftly towards a safe zone. All hearts were tightly bound to that figure, the last hope for Earth. Chapter 29. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan? It seems this is where it ends. Surrounded by a sea of fragmented tentacle remnants, Xiang Yu gazed at Jia Tanjie, which was preparing to unleash a final desperate strike, shaking his head in mild regret. The power in his Dijia form was indeed insufficient to overcome the enhanced version of Yu. Although he had anticipated Jia Tanjie's overwhelming energy from the outset, he now felt a sense of loss as this adversary seemed unable to continue, attempting to force an end to the battle through a desperate gamble. In light of this, he saw no need to maintain his Dijia form and prolong this evenly matched contest. With a deep breath, Xiang Yu seemed to inhale the restless particles of energy around him. In the next moment, with a thought, his vast luminous form dissipated like an illusion, transforming into countless shimmering light points that blended into the cosmos. His true self quietly hovered in midair. What is happening? Why did Dijia vanish? Having just successfully retreated from the core area destabilized by Jia Tanjie's energy accumulation, the crew of the Feiyan witnessed this scene through the porthole, filled with shock and confusion. Just moments ago, in the fierce battle, Dijia's colorful timer had not flickered even once, and its energy appeared abundant. So how could it suddenly revert from its transformation? Could it be that Dijia's transformation time limit had been reached? A young Yarue team member speculated. This newly empowered Dijia had indeed surpassed the 3-minute limit derived from initial data analysis, but after nearly 20 minutes of continuous combat, perhaps this was the limit of its current form? What should we do now? Anxiety filled everyone's hearts. Regardless of the reason, Dijia's disappearance was an undeniable fact. The flicker of hope they had finally reignited was about to be extinguished once more. Damn it, just a little more. Xinqiang, in an emotional outburst, slammed his fist against the nearby control panel, producing a dull thud, shouting, "Is it really impossible to win?" "Hey, Xinqiang, what are you doing? Do you want us all to crash?" The Feiyan jolted violently from his strike, and Captain Zhu Jianhui hurriedly steadied the control stick. While the startled crew members scolded Xinqiang for his reckless behavior, they had barely escaped the destructive beam from Jia Tanjie, only to nearly meet their demise at the hands of a teammate. However, this commotion somewhat alleviated the suffocating atmosphere within the cabin. Yet, as the captain who had forced himself to remain calm, Zhu Jianhui keenly noticed Li Na's unusual demeanor. She had not participated in the recent incident, but stood transfixed, staring at the main screen. Li Na, Zhu Jianhui attempted to comfort her in a steady tone, as if reassuring everyone. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire. Di Jiamei. His words were abruptly interrupted by Li Na's incredulous voice. He is not Dagu. Li Na had completely abandoned any pretense of concealing her identity, staring wide-eyed at the screen where the human figure was now clearly displayed due to magnification, involuntarily exclaiming, "What?" Lena's statement contained an overwhelming amount of information, akin to a deep-sea bomb cast into a tranquil lake, leaving the crew aboard the Feiyan ship utterly astonished. This revelation was broadcast live, reaching the ears of every surviving human who attentively followed the battlefield. Who is Dagu? The idea that Ultraman could be a transformed human? How is that even possible? In an instant, gasps of disbelief, questions, and incredulous discussions erupted. The despair brought forth by Diga's dissolution was momentarily overshadowed by this astonishing truth regarding Ultraman's essence. At this moment, the sentiments of the already suspicious Kuma K mirrored those of Lena most closely. She refrained from elucidating Dagu's identity to her teammates, her gaze fixated on the silhouette suspended in midair on the display screen. Although the distance was considerable, the technologically enhanced image distinctly revealed that this was certainly not the familiar Dagu she knew. How could this be? Confusion engulfed Kuma K. The preceding signs had all pointed to Dagu being Diga Ultraman. Who, then, was this individual before her? The collective astonishment and speculation were beyond Xiang Yu's comprehension. And even if he had been aware, he would have remained indifferent. Calmly suspended in the air, he gazed at the dark purple torrent of destructive energy. Soon to reach its zenith, that Gattinger was preparing to unleash, his expression as placid as a still pond. With just a few words, he uttered, "Futile struggle. Today, let the beings of this Ultraman universe bear witness to what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan." With a thunderous roar, an indescribable and terrifying energy field erupted around Xiang Yu. The surrounding remnants of tentacles, stretching for hundreds of meters and attempting to ensnare him like a giant serpent, could not withstand even a moment against this invisible shockwave, shattering into the finest particles and vanishing into nothingness. A golden aura, as fierce as a star, erupted from Xiang Yu, swirling around him as if adorning him with a shimmering battle attire woven from light. This was a power from another realm, starkly different and unreservedly displayed for the first time in this authentic Ultraman world. Under the influence of the SL activation factor, Xiang Yu's eyes transitioned from pure black pupils to a chilling pale green, as if harboring an endless storm. His black hair danced wildly as if caught in a tempest, each strand rising upright and visibly transforming into resplendent pure gold at an astonishing speed. The heavens and earth were thrown into turmoil. The heavy layers of dark clouds were forcibly dispersed and torn apart by this sudden surge of might, revealing the long-lost, clear blue sky of Earth. Countless thick, pale blue lightning bolts, akin to frenzied thunder dragons, streaked down from the firmament, intertwining and flashing as if paying homage to this newly emerged warrior. What is this transformation? The crew aboard the Fian ship carefully evaded the violent bolts of lightning while rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they beheld Xiang Yu, gradually enveloped in golden light. They could not comprehend the unfolding spectacle. This stranger, who was supposedly Dagu's comrade as per Lena's account, not only floated in midair like certain extraterrestrial beings, but also appeared as a deity descended from mythology, entirely enveloped in divine and majestic golden radiance. Could the drastic changes in the sky be related to this former Diga? They struggled to associate this global phenomenon, a true natural marvel, with a human of similar stature to themselves. Even if he could transform into Diga, even if he were an extraterrestrial or a superpowered individual, it was utterly beyond their comprehension how such a seemingly insignificant being could provoke a response from the entire planet's atmosphere. Moreover, Diga, get away. Kuma K and the others watched anxiously as Xiang Yu remained rooted in place, unflinchingly facing the cataclysmic attack. They felt an overwhelming urgency and shouted, regardless of the circumstances. Since he once transformed into Diga to fight for humanity, he was their ally, the last hope of civilization. They could not allow themselves to watch him sacrifice without resistance. Although the nearly 100-meter-wide torrent of purple-black energy, exuding an aura of annihilation, appeared unavoidable, they felt they must at least attempt to struggle. If only he could transform into Diga again, even if it meant the human race had to pay a heavy price to buy him time, there would still be hope. However, just as everyone was engulfed in despair over Xiang Yu's seemingly resigned behavior, Gattinger's full-force strike would not hesitate or show mercy. The purple-black torrent of destructive energy, infused with immense negative energy it had absorbed, tore through space like a roaring dark galaxy, traversing several kilometers in the blink of an eye, and instantaneously engulfed the space where Xiang Yu stood. Gattinger did not understand why Diga chose to revert to human form at such a critical moment, but it would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Moreover, a ridiculous notion began to stir deep within its ancient intuition. Perhaps, after transforming back into human form. The energy fluctuations emanating from this seemingly diminutive creature were even more terrifying and heart-stopping than during its giant form. No, it is impossible. It must be an illusion. Gattengier forcibly suppressed its unease and poured all its strength into the attack. But the next second, the sight before it made it loathe its once accurate intuition for the first time, while a chilling and profound panic, akin to venomous tendrils, swiftly ensnared its colossal core. Even 30 million years ago, when facing the Dark Digga, it had never experienced such pure and despairing fear. Is this the true power of a Super Saiyan? In that moment, Xiang Yu slowly closed his eyes, as if savoring and relishing the vast power that belonged solely to him. The previous Super Saiyan 4 form was a forcibly borrowed power. He had not fully experienced it before it rapidly dissipated after repelling the remnants of the evil dragon. In the dream realm, he was constrained by the illusion structure and could not stabilize the Super Saiyan form, leading to an early collapse of space. It was only now, in this authentic world, that he finally grasped the complete power of the first level of Super Saiyan without relying on any external force, naturally and effortlessly. This feeling, as if he could shatter stars and distort rules with a mere gesture, was truly overwhelming. He did not even aim deliberately. He simply struck in the direction Gattengier was fleeing. A palm-sized golden energy wave, condensed to its utmost form, surged forth, transcending the limitations of space and instantly catching up to the desperately escaping Gattengier, who sought to flee into the depths of the cosmos. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a dull sound, as if space itself had been pierced. The minuscule golden energy wave, upon making contact with Gattengier's massive 500-meter form, unleashed a devastating energy that erupted from within. The once omnipotent Dark Overlord, capable of plunging all of Earth's civilization into despair, Gattengier could not even let out a final wail. Its existence, from its corporeal form to its energy core, was completely disassembled into the most fundamental particles of the universe and vanished into nothingness in a billionth of a second. The immense energy annihilation reaction was precisely controlled by Xiang Yu within a certain range. Yet the residual waves still transformed into visible circular shockwaves that spread outward in all directions. The ocean was forcefully pressed into a massive depression with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, while the remnants of civilization along the coastline were as if swept away by an invisible giant hand, instantly reduced to dust. Xiang Yu extended his arms naturally, his head tilted slightly upwards, allowing the shockwave capable of tearing apart steel warships to transform into a gentle breeze that played with his golden strands of hair and the edges of his garments. He reveled in this absolute power that commanded everything, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he sighed in genuine admiration. This sensation is truly exquisite. Chapter 30. The Predestined Encounter and the Inviolable Temporal Loop. From 30 million years ago, after swiftly defeating Xiang, Xiang Yu did not receive the anticipated purification that would transform into the source of his wishes. With keen perception, he sensed a deeper, more formidable dark force surging quietly from the depths of Earth, which was consuming the residual negative energy left by the disbanded Xiang. This force originated from the ancient dark giant Kami La, who had been slumbering within the Lu ruins. Merging the dark power accumulated over 30 million years with Jiatanjie's lingering resentment to give birth to the ultimate dark deity, Dima Jie'er. It turned out that long before Xiang Yu transformed into Jia in the past, the unique aura of light he emanated had already awakened Kami La from her prolonged slumber. After breaking part of her seal, she frantically searched for the familiar yet strange figure of Jia, yet struggled to fully break through the final confinement of the Lu ruins. Her endless resentment towards that lover, entangled with love and hate, drove her to continuously absorb the dark powers of the world, growing ever more powerful. Until the arrival of Jiatanjie and the emergence of Xiang Yu as Jia. A series of coincidences allowed her to finally absorb the last gift left behind by the disbanded Jiatanjie, the dense resentment which became the final catalyst, transforming her into the terrifying Dima Jie'er, filled with overwhelming hatred, launching a vengeful assault against Xiang Yu. Initially, Xiang Yu attempted to clarify matters with this ancient vengeful spirit who had mistaken him due to temporal dislocation. However, Kami La, entirely blinded by hatred, was impervious to any words of reason. her attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Xiang Yu decided to abandon communication altogether, opting to awaken her first. Coincidentally, he sensed that Dima Jie'er's strength surpassed that of the enhanced Jiatan Jie'er, perhaps allowing him to engage in a thrilling battle with his Super Saiyan form. In the intense conflict, Kami La stubbornly maintained her belief that Xiang Yu was the Jia she once knew, resenting him for his perceived abandonment. Xiang Yu felt the weight of this unjust accusation, and the battle between them intensified, the aftermath of their energy collisions threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Until a moment arrived when Xiang Yu realized he must present decisive evidence. He transformed once more, a resplendent golden light completely enveloping the red, blue, and silver patterns of Dijia's form. This was the radiant Super Saiyan Dijia, a fusion beyond the Super Saiyan base. Xiang Yu's hypothesis was validated. Dijia's luminous form could indeed bear the power of a Super Saiyan splendidly. Moreover, upon transformation, he felt his strength far exceeded that of his Super Saiyan form, as if he had shattered some boundary. However, he also sensed that this form had reached the limits of what Dijia's body could endure. Prolonged combat might lead to the collapse of this light form due to its inability to sustain itself. Nevertheless, in the face of the absolute power of radiant Super Saiyan Dijia, Dima Jie'er's resistance appeared feeble and futile. After effortlessly suppressing her, Xiang Yu pointed at her, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating through the space. See clearly. Feel distinctly. Is this truly the Dark Dijia you know? Have I any connection to the Dark Lord you speak of? Do you not see the pure light power that envelopes me? Yet, Xiang Yu had greatly underestimated the depth of Kami La's 30 million years of obsession. Before him, the head of Dima Jie'er revealed Kami La's phantom. Her face alight with a haunting smile, her voice laced with heartbreaking obsession. You have merely transformed your form into light, yet this power remains so familiar, it intoxicates me. But her tone suddenly turned sharp, filled with reluctance and despair. Why? Why can you not take me with you, since you have chosen to embrace the light, abandoning me in endless darkness? Kami La's voice carried a heart-stopping determination. Then, I shall give you all the dark power that sustains my existence. Let you taste the erosion of darkness and share in my descent. Xiang Yu could hardly fathom that Kami La's final resolve was to unreservedly force her purest dark essence into his being. In an instant, the opposing energies of light and dark within Xiang Yu, which should have violently clashed, did not result in the anticipated catastrophic collision. Perhaps due to the unique nature of Dijia's form, or the accommodating nature of the Super Saiyan bloodline, these two vast energies existed in a fragile yet delicate balance, coexisting temporarily. Meanwhile, Kami La, having lost her core dark energy, quickly became ethereal and transparent, her aura diminishing like a candle in the wind. Conversely, after absorbing this immense and oppositional dark energy, Xiang Yu radiated an energy fluctuation that reached an unfathomable realm. The surrounding space could no longer bear the impact of this transcendent energy, beginning to crack like a shattered mirror, ultimately breaking apart entirely. A tumultuous distortion of time and space engulfed him, casting him into the upstream currents of time, 30 million years into the ancient past. In this distant epoch, Xiang Yu encountered the original Dark Dijia, not yet transformed into light, as well as the youthful Kami La, filled with a thirst for power. After a series of twists and explorations, he uncovered many truths buried beneath the sands of history. The Dark Dijia of this era was indeed not Xiang Yu. Yet the Dijia that Kami La would come to know in the future might indeed be connected to him. 4. Before the Dark Dijia met Kami La, the consciousness of the Dark Dijia had inexplicably fused with Xiang Yu, who was in a state of unstable transformation between light and dark due to certain reasons. The original consciousness of the Dark Dijia transformed into a pure light during this fusion, following an unseen call back to its distant homeland, Orion. It left behind its exceedingly pure dark essence, which disrupted the fragile balance of light and dark within Xiang Yu, causing him to temporarily dominate with dark power. Becoming the Dark Dijia as recognized by Kami La, Xiang Yu intended to sever any potential future connections with Kami La in this ancient past. However, the logic of the temporal loop acted like an invisible shackle, the trajectory of fate powerful and unyielding, leading them to meet and know one another despite various twists of fate. During this time, he also encountered Jiatan Jie'er, who had just descended upon Earth. Although the power of light within him was temporarily suppressed by the overwhelming dark energy, he still managed to swat the great conch aside with a single blow, causing it to flee in panic. As Xiang Yu endeavored to digest the immense dark energy within and seek a true fusion of light and dark forces, the red orb, having absorbed enough source of wishes, finally awakened once more. It informed Xiang Yu that it could now utilize its last reserves of power to open a one-way passage to the Dragon Ball universe. It hoped Xiang Yu would seize this opportunity to rapidly grow stronger in that world of high potential, for it had gravely underestimated the recovery speed of the evil dragon's essence. Given the current situation, Xiang Yu's rate of power enhancement might not keep pace with the evil dragon's complete revival. If possible, the orb advised gravely, he should seek assistance from the dragon god Salama in that world to borrow its strength to expedite the deep transformation and awakening of his Saiyan bloodline. At this moment, the red orb finally revealed to Xiang Yu its true origins. It was a prodigy from the original batch of dragonkind that had once forged a pact with the supreme dragon god Salama, who later evolved into the Namekians. This miraculous entity, crafted with utmost dedication, emulated the principles and structure of the clan's treasured Dragon Balls. While the inherent power contained within it was far from the omnipotent essence of the Super Dragon Balls, which housed the avatar of the dragon god Salama, its potential and status were indeed unparalleled among ordinary Dragon Balls. Consequently, even its creator could not fully control it. Over countless ages, it had responded to the insatiable and increasingly twisted desires of myriad intelligent beings, accumulating a vast dark side, ultimately spiraling out of control and annihilating numerous parallel universes. In a timeline where it should have wished itself into oblivion to end all, a significant deviation occurred. It was not successfully erased, but instead activated in its entirety by an entity filled with extreme negative desires. It was a formidable challenge for it to separate even a fragment of its last vestige of conscious will. The only solution it could conceive was to transcend the barriers of the universe and return to the Dragon Ball universe to seek the ultimate assistance and purification from the exalted dragon god Salama. Otherwise, the total destruction of the Ultraverse was merely a matter of time. Even the four enigmatic supreme beings of this realm would struggle to halt the impending doom wrought by the fully formed evil dragon. Thus, amidst countless choices, the red orb selected a high-potential, yet already declining Saiyan lineage, beings far too powerful to be summoned by its dwindling source of will. The dragon god Salama typically refrained from interfering with the affairs of other universes, so granting permission for the red orb to smuggle in a Saiyan not originally chosen by him was a concession made out of regard for its connection as a creation of the Namekians. Upon grasping this intricate tapestry of events, Xiang Yu realized that the Dragon Ball world he was destined to enter was likely the GT universe, colloquially known as Kakarot's trial ground. There, an additional Saiyan would neither add nor detract from the balance, as the dragon god's chosen representative remained Son Goku, Kakarot. Yet, a lingering doubt plagued Xiang Yu. Why did the red orb believe that his return to the Dragon Ball world would expedite his ascension in strength? Aside from the room of spirit and time and the sins of beings, the GT universe seemingly lacked methods to significantly enhance his power, such as the godly realm or the Eye of Mers, which might not even exist in that timeline. To Xiang Yu's inquiry, the red orb cryptically responded, "You will come to understand." It had discerned that Xiang Yu's body, capable of harmonizing perfectly with the miraculous light of Diga while accommodating the essence of darkness, had already established an unprecedented foundation. Although the developmental path had deviated from its initial design, the groundwork was laid. And the next step was to leverage the unique environment of the Dragon Ball world to catalyze explosive growth and strength. Suddenly, Xiang Yu pondered a critical question. If he were to venture into the Dragon Ball world now, why would the future Camila insist that he was the one who sealed her? He found it perplexing. If time were a closed loop, he could not fathom why his future self, having already become Diga, would feel compelled to seal Camila. Even if his feelings for her were not particularly profound, he would not be driven to the madness of sealing a woman who harbored deep affection for him, even if she were somewhat deranged, for 30 million years. The red orb fell silent for a moment, its light flickering as if engaged in complex calculations. Then, with a hint of barely perceptible regret, it stated, "I believe I understand why." It elaborated that if Xiang Yu were to traverse to the Dragon Ball universe at this moment, the essence of Diga's light power would conflict with the foundational laws of the Dragon Ball world. Except for those portions of light energy that had been fully transformed into Xiang Yu's intrinsic power, Diga's colossal form would remain in this realm. Furthermore, the robust convergence of the Ultraverse's own world lines would take effect. This explanation was intricate, unless Xiang Yu's future strength could surpass the laws governing the entire Ultraverse. Altering this predetermined history would prove exceedingly difficult. If Xiang Yu insisted on breaking this temporal loop to prevent the tragedy of sealing Camila in the future, it was not entirely impossible, but the price would be that he must remain in this ultra-ancient period 30 million years prior and live through to the present timeline. Do you possess such an extensive lifespan? The red orb countered. Unless Xiang Yu chose to completely and permanently merge with Diga's luminous form, thereby transforming into a being of pure light, the cost would be the complete dismantling of his current body, which had established an impeccable foundation for Saiyan potential. The potential of his Saiyan bloodline would suffer irreversible consequences, rendering future advancements in strength as slow and arduous as most Ultramen. I understand, Xiang Yu sighed deeply. Indeed, breaking the time loop was no simple task, and its cost was beyond what he could currently bear. More importantly, his feelings for Camila had yet to deepen to the point where he would willingly sacrifice his future potential and the ultimate mission of combating the evil dragon to save multiple universes. Reluctantly, he summoned the Camila who still harbored boundless hope in her eyes, unaware of the cruelty of fate. Xiang Yu gazed at her with an unprecedented seriousness, uttering words that left her bewildered. Camila, listen. If one day I become a stranger, bizarre, or even must turn my blade against you. His voice was low and carried an almost imperceptible weight. You may resent that version of me, but please, above all, retain a flicker of faith in your heart. In the distant future, we shall meet again. You will discover that the true me has returned. Before Camila could unravel the meaning behind his abrupt and obscure words, Xiang Yu acted decisively. He employed the sealing technique imparted by the red orb to deeply embed this conversation, along with its complex emotions and promises, within the depths of Camila's consciousness. The sealing duration was 30 million years. The red orb had explicitly warned that this memory, which interfered with history, would inevitably be deemed erroneous and redundant by the will of the world, and gradually erased unless protected by a formidable source of will. Since fate's capriciousness had brought Camila into his life, Xiang Yu was unwilling for her to merely become a tragic symbol manipulated by destiny, filled with resentment. He aimed to leave her a thread of faint hope within the crevices of time. One day, Xiang Yu clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. I will grow strong enough to transcend the laws of the entire Ultraverse. At that moment, the will of the world and the predetermined fate could stand aside. Despite their might, would they not cower in silence after the revival of the evil dragon, waiting for death? Perhaps by then, they would even have to plead with him to clean up the mess. After setting this grand ambition in his heart and gathering inner strength, Xiang Yu's gaze regained its former sharpness and resolve. He turned to the floating red orb, its radiance shimmering, and declared solemnly, I am ready and can depart for the Dragon Ball world at any time. Chapter 31. The journey to the Dragon Ball world. In the early days of the android crisis within the Dragon Ball world, the ripples of time and space quietly spread, and Xiang Yu's figure suddenly materialized at the edge of a devastated battlefield. The first scene that captured his gaze was that of the revered goddess number 18, who held a unique position in his heart, effortlessly overpowering the haughty Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Aware that number 18 and her brother number 17 were not inherently evil, but rather manipulated by Dr. Gero, Xiang Yu resolved to intervene in this unnecessary conflict. With a thought, he endeavored to experiment with the idea that had blossomed in the Ultra world. What transformation would occur if he forcibly merged the dormant, radiant essence of Tiga within him with the imminent eruption of Super Saiyan energy? With a low growl, a dazzling golden aura enveloped Xiang Yu once more, yet this time, it was interspersed with countless scintillating particles of light. His eyes, initially transformed to a verdant hue by the Super Saiyan transformation, shifted to a mysterious, icy silver. Power surged forth like a torrent breaking its dam, and he clearly sensed that this amplified state reached an astonishing multiplier of 80 times, far surpassing the 50 times of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Achieving the full potential of Super Saiyan 1. Triumphant, Xiang Yu reveled in the newfound strength that emanated from the perfect fusion of light and Saiyan power, naming this form Light Super Saiyan. With the formidable prowess of Light Super Saiyan, he effortlessly intervened in the clash between number 18 and Vegeta, halting their conflict with absolute might. Moreover, he casually kicked the bald onlooker Krillin aside. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of the Z fighters, Xiang Yu committed an act that left everyone dumbfounded. He turned to the coolly composed, slightly bewildered number 18 and launched into an exaggerated declaration of affection, direct and fervent, even bordering on the absurd. Xiang Yu was acutely aware of the abruptness of his actions, yet he lacked the luxury of time to cultivate a relationship in this world. The looming threat of the evil dragons hung over him like the sword of Damocles. He must swiftly retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber for intensive training. In this moment, he could only choose to leave an indelible impression on number 18 through this almost domineering approach, intending to make amends for his haste later. Once he had attained greater strength, once he was powerful enough to confront the evil dragons of the Ultra world, traversing the cosmic barriers would pose no challenge, and the so-called long-distance relationship would naturally resolve itself. Xiang Yu cast a fierce glance at Krillin, who was just regaining his footing, warning him that should he harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward the woman Xiang Yu had set his sights on, not even Kakarot would be able to protect him. With that sharp remark, he disregarded the complex gazes of shock, anger, or disbelief from those present, and in a flash, transformed into a stream of intertwined golden and white light, racing towards the sacred world. He had no desire to deal with the lurking threat of the second stage cell, but the creature was exceedingly cautious, evading the Z fighter's attention, and Xiang Yu was uncertain he could locate it quickly. The priority was to enhance his strength. In the hyperbolic time chamber, 2 years would pass while only 2 days elapsed outside. Cell would not evolve so swiftly, Xiang Yu mused. Wait, who are you? Vegeta roared in frustration, unable to tolerate being so blatantly disregarded by an unfamiliar Saiyan. Why can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Shouldn't the Saiyans have been nearly eradicated after Frieza obliterated our home? How could another unknown Saiyan appear, and why were they all seemingly stronger than him? By lineage, he ought to be addressed as brother. Xiang Yu left that remark hanging as he departed without looking back. He was not wrong. After all, when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, he was around 15 years old, just slightly older than Kakarot, though his actual age was merely around 16 or 17. This was also why he wished to enter the hyperbolic time chamber quickly. After all, number 18 appeared to be an adult woman, and if he claimed to be an underage child, it might embarrass her. Ignoring Vegeta's distant, resentful roars, Xiang Yu proceeded straight to the sacred world. Confronting the solemn Elder Kai, who appeared to be on high alert, he directly requested to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. He was untroubled by the thought of the Elder Kai playing tricks, such as sabotaging the entrance to trap him inside. Not to mention having the red orb as a trump card. His own understanding of time and space made it improbable for the chamber's extra-dimensional space to confine him. If that were the case, he might as well find a boulder to end it all. On his journey to the sacred world, Xiang Yu made a brief stop at Karen Tower, amicably negotiating to procure a dozen or so senza beans from the stock of the cat sage. Leaving a warning. Fat cat, listen, if I find out that a Kyrolobe wastes even half a senza bean, I won't hesitate to taste cat meat hot pot. Fortunately for a Kyrolobe, he was absent from Karen Tower at the time. Otherwise, even at the risk of straining relations with Goku and the Z fighters, Xiang Yu would not have let this repeat offender of precious resources escape unscathed. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, time flew by. With the solid foundation laid by Light's Super Saiyan and the red orb guiding the latent potential of his Saiyan bloodline, Xiang Yu's training progressed at an astonishing rate. In a mere 2 days of external time, equivalent to nearly 2 years inside, he successfully broke through his bottleneck, unleashing an even more ferocious golden aura, crackling with dense lightning. Super Saiyan second stage achieved. According to the red orb strategy, Xiang Yu did not need to fixate on transforming into Super Saiyan 3. The key lay in continuously solidifying his foundational combat power. Once his base reached a critical point, he would seamlessly ascend to the legendary realm, which in Xiang Yu's understanding was the Super Saiyan 4th stage. Before that, the red orb mysteriously hinted that it would take him to a special place where his strength could experience a monumental leap. Faced with this teasing, Xiang Yu chose to trust it, for thus far, the red orb's guidance had proven remarkably reliable. He focused intently on enhancing his foundational strength. Upon exiting the chamber, Xiang Yu first sought out the brilliant scientist Bulma, commissioning her to construct a battle power tester capable of withstanding extremely high energy readings. He also infused a small amount of his willpower essence to enhance and upgrade it, ensuring it could accurately assess his foundational combat power until he attained the Super Saiyan 4th stage. The test results were exhilarating. His base combat power reached an astounding 76 million. Indeed, the battle power enhancement system of the GT world differed from that of the Ultra Universe, likely due to the divergence in cosmic laws governed by the Omni King and the Dragon God, Xiang Yu pondered. He also confirmed the existence of the King of Time, which meant he could elevate his base combat power to its zenith in the GT world before utilizing the King of Time's power to venture into the Ultra Universe, attempting to master the powers of the Divine Realm. However, the Red Orb expressed a differing opinion. It believed that Xiang Yu's path followed a retrogressive lineage of the Saiyans. In the initial stages, it might harmonize with the Divine Realm, but as the bloodline continued to purify to a higher level, the two might likely clash. Nevertheless, once the bloodline retrogression reached its peak, its power ceiling would be astonishing, rivaling that of the angels, perhaps even surpassing them. The crux lay in whether Xiang Yu could persist to that point. With newfound confidence, Xiang Yu effortlessly dealt with the second stage Cell, who was preparing to assault number 18, successfully completing his heroic rescue. This action ingeniously transformed his earlier somewhat awkward courtship into the image of a strong individual unperturbed by trivialities, daring to express his feelings candidly. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power itself serves as the finest calling card. Xiang Yu harbored no intention of waiting for Xiaolu to evolve into his perfect form before engaging him in battle. Having already attained the Super Saiyan 2 realm, with an amplification that far exceeded that of a typical Super Saiyan 2, he held Xiaolu's power in disdain. Moreover, how could he allow the 18th to endure even a modicum of indignity in pursuit of a battle that was evenly matched? He possessed no such perverse inclinations. The formidable adversaries within the Dragon Ball universe are countless. What significance does Xiaolu hold? Does he merit Xiang Yu's patience? After eliminating Xiaolu, the potential threat, Xiang Yu earnestly expressed his feelings to the 18th and successfully gained her acceptance. The pair then boarded the spaceship left by Sun Wukong and set off for the planet Adelar. Upon arriving at Adelar, Xiang Yu dedicated himself to mastering advanced techniques of key application, such as instant transmission and key separation. During this period, he took advantage of instant transmission's convenience to traverse repeatedly between Earth and Namek. He first gathered the Dragon Balls of Earth and wished for the revival of his companion, Xiaobu, who had been existing in an energy form attached to him. Due to the differences in laws, Xiaobu found it difficult to manifest a physical form independently. However, merging back into Xiang Yu's body for coexistence was permissible. As for the remaining 3 wishes, Xiang Yu did not utilize them for self-enhancement or other personal gains. Instead, he wished upon the Namekian Dragon Balls to directly grant him the maximum source of wish power that a single wish could yield. The Namekian Dragon seemed to sense the essence of the Red Orb, and after a moment of hesitation, consented to this exceptional request. For Xiang Yu, possessing sufficient wish power meant he could fulfill many minor wishes on his own without relying on the Dragon Balls. Transforming these opportunities into the most fundamental wish power proved to be the most cost-effective choice, equivalent to eliminating the middleman. Having resolved a lingering concern, Xiang Yu shared his experiences of separation with Xiaobu. Subsequently, he contacted the North Kai through Earth's King Kai, who then connected him to the Kaishin realm, situated in a higher dimension. Within the Kaishin realm, Xiang Yu successfully liberated the old Kaishin sealed within the Z-Sword. From the old Kaishin, he confirmed that this GT universe does not feature deities of destruction like Beerus or the Omni King, nor the concept of a super universe. However, the old Kaishin also divulged that the Kaishin of Time might possess a method to contact the dragon god, Salam. Though it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary beings to attract her attention, let alone travel to the mysterious Temple of Time. Just then, as if summoned, the Kaishin of Time appeared silently in the Kaishin realm. She stated that she had already been aware of Xiang Yu, an entity continuously causing anomalies in time and space. Xiang Yu did not conceal anything, revealing his origins, the crisis in the Ultraman world, and his purpose of seeking the Dragon God's assistance. Upon hearing this, the Kaishin of Time proposed a trade. She could assist in introducing him to the Dragon God Salam, and even slightly influence the Dragon God's disposition. However, the condition was that Xiang Yu must become a time patrolman, contributing to the stability of order across all parallel worlds. Xiang Yu paused in silence. His previous hesitance in swiftly resolving Babidi and Majin Buu's egg stemmed from concerns that it might disrupt the Dragon God's assessment of Sun Wukong, leading to the Dragon God rejecting his request. The Shalu incident was different. It was Sun Gohan's domain, and his intervention had relatively little impact. Moreover, according to the original timeline, Sun Gohan would eventually become Goku's son. Yet, if the Kaishin of Time could genuinely influence the Dragon God's decisions, it would undoubtedly be a more prudent option. After some bargaining, Xiang Yu ultimately signed the contract, albeit delaying the commencement of his duties by 18 years, the very point in the original timeline when Sun Wukong successfully resolved the evil dragon incident on Earth. It appeared that the Kaishin of Time intended for him and Sun Wukong to be future colleagues, Xiang Yu thought to himself. However, serving as a time patrolman was not without its advantages. As one of the benefits, he gained a deeper understanding and mastery of the powers of time and space. This would greatly aid him in returning to the Ultraman world, enabling precise location of time coordinates and minimizing travel discrepancies. Furthermore, what relevance did the Dragon Ball universe's 18 years hence have to him in the Ultraman world? The timelines were not synchronized, and whether he would acknowledge this contract by the time he grew powerful enough remained to be seen. With thoughts of evading his obligations, Xiang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with the Kaishin of Time, who wore a mysterious smile, both seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Under the guidance of the Kaishin of Time, Xiang Yu ascended into the realm of the Dragon God, which transcended the GT universe, and encountered an avatar of the Dragon God Salam. The true entity had not manifested for billions of years, and its whereabouts were unknown. The Dragon God's avatar explained. Whether this was a fact or a reflection of the Dragon God's disdain for science other than Kakarot, Xiang Yu could not ascertain. Recognizing the gravity of his request, Xiang Yu maintained a respectful demeanor as he earnestly presented his appeal. Regardless of whether the entity consented, his attitude could not falter. Should he inadvertently offend this supreme being, the red orb along with its accumulated wish power might be reclaimed, resulting in a significant loss. Such a supreme existence was not something he could afford to antagonize. To his surprise, the Dragon God's avatar merely cast a fleeting glance at him and then at the Kaishin of Time beside him, before readily agreeing to his request. With a casual wave of its hand, the Dragon God's avatar bestowed upon Xiang Yu an immense quantity of wish power, so substantial that the red orb could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Evidently, this amount exceeded even its expectations. Indeed, this bounty was akin to an ocean of stars. After this generous gift, the Dragon God's avatar seemingly completed its task and waved once more. In the next moment, Xiang Yu found himself back in the Kaishin realm. "Do not forget your responsibilities, my future exemplary employee," the Kaishin of Time teased, winking at Xiang Yu as her figure gradually faded from sight. Thus, Xiang Yu's journey in the Dragon Ball universe came to a temporary conclusion. After establishing a promise to reunite with the 18th, he set forth once more on the journey back to the Ultraman world, accompanied by the red orb and the vast wellspring of wish power. Chapter 32. The Journey to Nexus, the Unfortunate Little Golden Man, and the reunification with an old friend originally intending to return first to the Digimon world to rescue Chimera, who was ensnared in fate. Xiang Yu abruptly halted his approach as he neared that universe. A wave of chilling, unfathomable negative energy enveloped the entire Digimon universe like a dark tide, sealing it off. The level and purity of this energy far surpassed any remnants he had previously encountered. This was not a mere avatar or residual power, but the very essence of an evil dragon, fully awakened. Sensing the terrifying pressure that loomed like an abyss, Xiang Yu realized that with his current strength, recklessly entering would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a stone. He suppressed his unwillingness and was compelled to alter his course. Following the guidance of the red orb, he diverted towards another world marked as a critical node. There, the primary Ultraman warrior was a nascent form of a supreme existence within the Ultraman multiverse, named Nexus. Upon arriving in this world, Xiang Yu had no intention of overly intervening or forming attachments. His goals were clear and direct. Through key perception, he swiftly located Nexus's suitable candidate from this era, the former war correspondent, Jia Zhuan. At this moment, Jia Zhuan was burdened by the heavy guilt stemming from past experiences. For him, battle had become a form of self-punishment, even harboring a faint desire for death. Xiang Yu had no intention of commenting on his mindset. He merely appeared like a specter after he had once again concluded a battle, utterly exhausted. In a flash, he snatched the trusty revolver from his hands. "Such a mindset is nothing but a relentless torment of yourself," he stated, observing the bewildered Ji Yizhuan with a calm demeanor that struck at the heart of the matter. "If you truly wish to atone, why not personally inquire with the involved party whether she requires you to repay her in this manner?" Before Ji Yizhuan could react, Xiang Yu's mental energy swept through his memories like a gentle stream, instantly locking onto the figure that haunted him, the little girl, Sarah. Under Ji Yizhuan's gaze, which shifted from confusion to sheer shock, and then to trembling excitement, Xiang Yu waved his hand casually, utilizing a fragment of his willpower to reconstruct matter and soul in the void. He resurrected Sarah, who had long since passed, entirely before him. As Ji Yizhuan gazed at the lively Sarah, her expression filled with confusion, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. "Consider this a reward for borrowing your transformation device," Xiang Yu stated, leaving the two reunited, weeping figures of the past behind as he turned to seek a secluded corner. For Xiang Yu, whose strength had surged and whose willpower was abundant, reviving an ordinary earthling consumed almost negligible energy. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of curiosity, he lifted the silver-gray Trust Evolver. A radiant light erupted, showcasing the unique, muscle fiber-like form of the Nexus for the first time in this world. Initially perplexed by why the red sphere insisted he acquire the power of Nexus when Little Boo had already been revived and was highly compatible with him, all his doubts vanished in an instant as the transformation completed. Only admiration for the foresight of the red sphere remained in Xiang Yu's heart, affirming that following its guidance was undoubtedly the correct path. He had to concede that Little Boo's compatibility was indeed high, and as a companion, it continued to grow, capable of bearing his greater strength in the future. The shared traits of light and darkness of Diga and the miracle light had also greatly benefited him, making them equally excellent vessels of power. However, in comparison to Nexus at that moment, they appeared somewhat dim. The reason was simple. Nexus's body of light could perfectly accommodate his colossal foundational battle strength, which approached 100 million, with a remarkable five-fold amplification of combat power. It was worth noting that even Little Boo, after growth, could only unleash about 80% of its full potential. In contrast, Nexus not only fully absorbed this power, but also provided a significant additional boost. Indeed, the Ultra world was teeming with hidden talents, not to be underestimated. As Xiang Yu felt the surging light power within him, far surpassing anything previously experienced, he marveled at the terrifying potential of this being, an incarnation of a supreme existence in its infancy. Soon, the newly empowered Xiang Yu found himself facing the dark offspring of negative energy, a being known as Dark Zaki, which could stand toe-to-toe with the complete form of Nexus and was a counterpart to the supreme being, Noah. Although the comparison to Noah might seem somewhat presumptuous, the Dark Zaki of this world, bolstered by the negative energy of the evil dragon, had indeed reached an astonishing level of power. It became the most formidable foe Xiang Yu had encountered since his initial encounter with the remnants of the evil dragon. Even in his Super 2 form, he found it challenging to defeat it quickly, and the battle grew stalemated. Try combining forms, the red sphere suggested timely. Understanding the hint, Xiang Yu immediately transformed into Nexus Ultraman and invoked the power of the Super Saiyan second stage within this powerful form. The dazzling golden aura intertwined with Nexus's silver light, merging flawlessly. The entire being radiated a dual brilliance of gold and silver, and the surging aura of Nexus reached 5 times the strength of Xiang Yu in human form at Super 2. This overwhelming power granted him a crushing advantage. The enhanced Dark Zaki proved utterly defenseless against this might. The gold and silver Nexus, embodied by Xiang Yu, effortlessly shattered all of Zaki's defenses and, with a decisive maneuver, wrenched Zaki's grotesque head from his body. Following this battle, Xiang Yu placed even greater reliance on the power of Nexus. He tirelessly traversed various realms of the Ultra universe, which had been severely corroded by the negative energy of the evil dragon, according to the Red Sphere's guidance. He faced the familiar Dark Universe Emperor, Impelra, leading a legion of monsters. He also engaged in fierce combat with the ancient siblings, who sought to reshape the cosmic order. Additionally, he encountered the unfortunate little golden figure, who had once briefly appeared in the Leo world. However, the suffering endured by this unfortunate being made Xiang Yu reluctant to strike against him. Although the little golden man had persistently sought the indifferent red sphere and, under the instigation of the little golden bull, had even summoned a grand king in the Leo world, his fortunes took a turn for the worse following those events. During one pursuit of the red sphere's trail, he encountered the remnants of the evil dragon, who dealt him a fateful slap that left the T-05 level little golden figure of the Ultra world disoriented and gravely injured, nearly leading to his demise. He barely caught a glimpse of the evil dragon's form, but heard a taunting remark. "What makes you think you can pursue the same thing as me?" At this point, the once clear eyes of the little golden man dulled with despair, rendering him utterly complacent, answering Xiang Yu's inquiries with little resistance. "What kingdom mission? If the Light Country cannot withstand this, how dare you provoke the evil dragon, the greatest crisis across the multiverse, in an attempt to seize what they pursue?" The little golden man felt his survival was merely due to the evil dragon's disinterest in wasting time on him. Witnessing the little golden man's unfortunate state, Xiang Yu chose not to dwell on his past actions. After glancing at the despondent figure, he headed to the final destination, the universe where Belial, possessed by the Rabeland people, resided in darkness. This was also the universe he had initially ventured into the Leo world. Armed with the absolute strength derived from the fusion of Nexus and Super Saiyan powers, Xiang Yu systematically defeated these formidable foes who had wreaked havoc in their respective universes, successfully reclaiming vast amounts of willpower essence polluted by negative energy from them. Given the overwhelming disparity between them, Xiang Yu relied solely on the magic of his teacher, the Plaisier people, unabashedly declaring his lineage. Although he lacked the time to seek out his teacher, he was certain that his accomplishments would eventually reach the ears of that individual. Notably, in the universe of the Leo world, Xiang Yu directly visited the Light Country, which had been frozen by Belial using the core power of the Plasma Spark Tower. Within that eternally frozen city of light, he encountered many Ultra Elders, including Seven, as well as Seven's rebellious and gifted son, Zero Ultraman. At that time, Zero had yet to undergo the trials that would follow and remained prideful. Without further ado, Xiang Yu, assuming the role of an elder, imparted a solid lesson through a display of martial prowess, allowing the young bull-headed Zero to witness that there were greater heights beyond his own. Ultimately, with bruised features, particles of light scattering, Zero was compelled to respectfully address Xiang Yu as uncle, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Simultaneously, Xiang Yu made time to visit Planet K-76, reuniting with his long-lost friend, Leo Ultraman. The two former comrades shared heartfelt sentiments and reminisced about old times. However, Xiang Yu's attempt to visit the supreme existence of this universe, the King of Ultra, proved fruitless. Uncertain whether the King of Ultra was preoccupied with cleansing other universes tainted by negative energy or deliberately avoiding them, as per Leo's account. The monarch had departed from the land of light shortly before Xiang Yu's arrival. After reminiscing, the dust in the training grounds settled, yet the atmosphere gradually turned solemn. Leo gazed at Xiang Yu, whose aura was as profound as the ocean, and after a moment of silence, he spoke earnestly. "Xiang Yu." Xiang Yu turned to him. The flames of battle burned brightly in Leo's eyes. Despite being acutely aware that Xiang Yu's strength had long surpassed his own, rendering him capable of effortlessly dealing with Belial, Leo still yearned for this confrontation. This was not merely a tribute to their shared struggles in Leo's world. It was also a testament to Xiang Yu that Leo had never ceased his endeavor, continuously striving to grow stronger. He wished to demonstrate the fruits of his perseverance and growth with his own fists. Xiang Yu keenly sensed the pure and unwavering resolve and fighting spirit within Leo. He wiped the casual expression from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he met Leo's gaze, nodding solemnly. "All right." Thus, a reunion battle that transcended the universe erupted on this desolate planet. Chapter 33. The Origin of Science. The true Super Saiyan having bid farewell to Leo, who lay sprawled on the surface of Planet K-76, panting as the light particles dimmed. Xiang Yu was finally set to embark on his journey to the world within the red sphere that promised a transformative enhancement to his powers. The situation had grown increasingly urgent. According to sporadic information received by the red sphere, numerous lower and mid-tier evil dragons in the Ultraverse had fully awakened. Currently, it was solely through the efforts of the four supreme entities, Noah, Rigido, the King of Ultra, and Saiga, that the advance of the evil dragons was being delayed, thereby granting Xiang Yu this precious time to develop. Xiang Yu understood that this fleeting peace was akin to the calm before the storm. It was highly probable that when he returned to the Ultraverse, it would coincide with the final battle determining the fate of countless universes. Recently, he had also come to learn the specific identities and traits of the four supreme entities of the Ultraverse. Noah Ultraman possessed a physical form, but could descend at will upon any Nexus-compatible individual. In Xiang Yu's words, he could accurately materialize in any world where the scent of Zaki lingered. He was characterized by his decisive actions and minimal words. Adept at addressing various forms of Zaki, the King of Ultra possessed countless avatars spread across the multiverse, each having independent consciousness and activity. However, in critical moments, the powers and consciousness of all avatars could be summoned back to the original body in an instant, coalescing into the pinnacle state of the monarch. Vegeta Ultraman and Saiyan Ultraman, both quintessentially reclusive, rarely manifested in their true forms, typically requiring a compatible Ultra Warrior, such as Gauss or Justice, to summon them through special means. Due to overlapping summoning conditions, these two occasionally found themselves in minor disputes, as there was only one Gauss, and why should all the work fall upon him? These amusing anecdotes about the supreme entities brought a smile to Xiang Yu's face amidst the tense preparations, alleviating some of the pressure in his heart. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and then, supported by the immense will of the red sphere, a portal to an unknown space-time slowly opened before him. Xiang Yu stepped through, his figure vanishing within the swirling radiance of time and space. In the Dragon Ball world, at a certain moment in time, when Xiang Yu regained his composure from the slight dizziness of time travel and beheld the scene before him, even with his current mindset and understanding, he was left utterly astonished, as if witnessing the most extraordinary sight in the world. He pointed blankly ahead, his voice trembling with disbelief as he sought confirmation from the red sphere floating beside him. Is this truly the place you mentioned that would allow me to advance by leaps and bounds? He blinked vigorously, even doubting whether his posture during the journey had led to a hallucination. Am I seeing things? How can there be so many Super Saiyans? Before his eyes lay an immensely vast planet with an extremely harsh environment. On this planet roamed a multitude of towering, muscular humanoid beings, covered in dense red fur, with thick tails trailing behind them. Their distinctive appearance was unmistakably that of the Super Saiyan fourth form, as Xiang Yu recognized. However, these Super Saiyans were not just one or two. They were in droves, as if they were the indigenous inhabitants of this planet, visible everywhere. They were either battling colossal beasts in this harsh environment or engaging in friendly sparring, radiating a wild and potent energy with every movement. You are not mistaken. The Red Sphere's voice carried a hint of pride. This is the Dragon Ball world from 500 million years ago, the true homeland of the Saiyans, Planet Plant. And these Super Saiyans you speak of are your ancestors, the most primitive and pure form of Saiyans. As the source of willpower grew immense, the Red Sphere finally had the capability to lead Xiang Yu to this era, which it had previously been unable to pinpoint and reach. Buried deep within the annals of history, it aimed to allow Xiang Yu to witness firsthand what the true Saiyans, whose bloodlines had not been diluted by the passage of time, truly looked like. The Red Sphere further explained that what Xiang Yu understood as the Super Saiyan fourth form was, in reality, just the most basic and common state of ancient Saiyans. It was their innate form, maintainable without any emotional triggers, unless they could surpass their limits and become the legendary true Super Saiyan spoken of in ancient Saiyan lore. What do you mean? Xiang Yu felt his mind spinning from the overwhelming revelations and the barrage of astonishing news from the Red Sphere. What constitutes a true Super Saiyan? Are all our transformations merely illusions? He felt like a false Dragon Ball fan, having never heard such shocking ancient secrets. How can I help you understand? The Red Sphere pondered for a moment before offering a metaphor that Xiang Yu might find more comprehensible. You can consider it a further evolution beyond your current understanding, akin to Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5? Xiang Yu was taken aback, wondering if it resembled an image he had encountered in some fan works in his past life. No. The two are entirely different. The Red Sphere promptly refuted Xiang Yu's thoughts. While there might be some superficial similarities, their essence was entirely distinct. This represented the ultimate transformation of the Saiyan bloodline, an elevation at the level of rules, the true and singular Super Saiyan. The disparity in their ranks, the stringent conditions for transformation, and the vast gulf in power could be roughly likened to that between an ordinary Saiyan of your era and a god of destruction. The red sphere continued to divulge information, revealing that these insights stemmed from its creator, a genius from Namek who belonged to the dragon god's lineage. Residing near this era, it was precisely for this reason that it could unveil the truths buried beneath the sands of time. According to ancient legends, in the distant past, the true Super Saiyan had only manifested once. The identity of that singular entity's opponent was even more astonishing, the dark aspect of the dragon god and the embodiment of the Omni King. Don't rush to be astonished. Let me finish. The red sphere, foreseeing Xiang Yu's potential reaction, interrupted the question that was about to escape his lips. The dark aspect of the dragon god is easy to comprehend. It was born from the imbalance of the dragon god Salama's own power, a far more terrifying ultimate existence than the evil dragons derived from the dark aspect of the red sphere in the Ultraverse. Do you genuinely believe, Hongqiu retorted, that in the multiverse, the existence of just 12 remaining universes, each with its own Quan Wang, is merely a matter of coincidence? Xiang Yu opened his mouth, feeling a dryness in his throat as a startling hypothesis emerged in his mind. So, are you suggesting that? Indeed, you have discerned correctly, Hongqiu affirmed. The Quan Wang we see now, with a childlike demeanor and appearance, is fundamentally incomplete. It is merely a fragmented projection separated from its true essence. The original Quan Wang has long since vanished following the earth-shattering battle with the one true Super Saiyan. Accompanying this disappearance was the dark aspect of the dragon god. Hongqiu recounted that catastrophic battle, which had faded into the annals of history. The singular Super Saiyan, upon attaining the realm of power as proof of truth, sought to forge a new universe of his own. For reasons unknown, a conflict erupted with the original Quan Wang. The clash between these two supreme entities exceeded the limits of the multiverse's endurance. What should have been an infinite array of parallel universes shattered under the repercussions of their fierce combat, leaving behind fewer than 100. Countless beings perished in the cosmic obliteration, and the immense resentment generated coalesced into a terrifying force potent enough to upend the very fabric of reality, compelling even the dragon god Salama to intervene. Ultimately, the dragon god descended, expending vast amounts of wish energy to narrowly quell this disaster that nearly shattered the foundations of existence, granting the surviving universe a moment to breathe. However, Hongqiu's tone shifted to one of gravity as he revealed that this incident had unveiled a more lethal issue. Should he exhaust too much of his wish energy, the balance of light and dark within him would be disrupted, inadvertently unleashing the darker aspect he had previously overlooked or deliberately suppressed. This dark aspect, born from the imbalance of the dragon god's powers, would become the common peril that all Dragon Balls, be it those from Namek or Earth, would face after excessive use. The malevolent dragons imbued with pure negative energy. Following their emergence, these evil dragons sought out the sources of this turmoil, the Quan Wang and the Super Saiyan. I will refrain from elaborating further on subsequent events. After briefly outlining the background of the Super Saiyan and the truth about the Quan Wang, Hongqiu paused to allow Xiang Yu to digest this information before transitioning to the main topic. You only need to understand that the true Super Saiyan possesses a magnitude of power that cannot be simply quantified by multiples. It embodies the very manifestation of the laws of power, existing at the pinnacle of supremacy. Of course, I do not expect you to attain that legendary level immediately. Hongqiu endeavored to reassure Xiang Yu, who appeared somewhat overwhelmed and tense from the sheer volume of information. The reason my creator ventured into the Ultra world and subsequently created me may not be purely coincidental. At the very least, through prolonged observation and deduction, I have discerned a potential shortcut that could enable you to become a half-true Super Saiyan. Hongqiu unveiled its profound scheme. I have expended an immense amount of wish energy to optimize your physique, enabling it to perfectly adapt to and merge with the miraculous light of Ultraman. This endeavor is not merely to accelerate the growth of your S cells. That would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. One of the paramount objectives is to prepare you for this half-Super Saiyan transformation. For to metamorphose into a genuine Super Saiyan, the light of the spirit is essential as both a catalyst and cornerstone. Hongqiu candidly pointed out that what is termed a Super Saiyan in this era is merely a flawed manifestation brought forth through extreme emotions such as rage and resentment, forcibly awakening a bloodline that has thinned countless times over. Even the most ordinary Saiyans of ancient times would far surpass them. Yet they dare to bear the title of Super? Previously, Hongqiu had refrained from addressing this for the sake of Xiang Yu's pride. However, It was now time for him to confront reality and clarify his path forward. A true Super Saiyan indeed requires fervent emotions, the power of the spirit as a catalyst, but more critically, a profound understanding and mastery of one of the fundamental laws of the universe, the law of power. Both elements are indispensable. However, Xiang Yu's situation is unique. If he can elevate his foundational strength to the median level of these ancient Saiyans, then the light power of Ultraman, which coalesces concepts such as miracles and hope, may serve as a cunning substitute, potentially simulating aspects of the light of the spirit, provided it accumulates sufficiently vast and pure. Although this is a shortcut, given the severe damage inflicted on the Dragon Ball world by that ancient battle, the laws have become less distinctly manifest, and it is highly unlikely that you can fully comprehend the complete law of power on your own. Hongqiu objectively analyzed. Nevertheless, even as a half-Super Saiyan, the power you wield would be entirely sufficient to confront my dark aspect, the complete evil dragon. Moreover, conservatively estimating, you would at least securely step into the realm of angelic levels. As for the divine realms within the Chuan Wang's cosmic framework, Hongqiu's tone carried a hint of disdain. After all, it belongs to the Dragon God faction. They are entirely reliant on the incomplete system of the Chuan Wang's laws, with their upper limit scarcely reaching the angelic level. Therefore, you need not be told how to choose. Hongqiu's voice was laced with persuasion, urging compliance to embrace the trials laid forth by your ancestors. This is the swiftest and most solid path to fortification. Upon concluding, Hongqiu granted Xiang Yu no time for careful contemplation or weighing of options. Seizing the moment when Xiang Yu's mind was in turmoil and his attention diverted, it summoned wish energy, instantly materializing above Xiang Yu's head an enormous, formless energy horn. It simulated a resounding cry that reverberated across the entirety of planet Purant. Imbued with provocation and declaration, a high-pitched, defiant howl of a primate. A whoa! This cry struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In an instant, all the ancient Saiyans active on the planet halted their movements, regardless of distance. Subsequently, thousands of eyes brimming with wildness, strength, and curiosity, imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure, focused intently on the location of Xiang Yu. Under the weight of countless gazes that felt almost tangible, Xiang Yu was overwhelmed by a chilling sensation that surged from his feet to the crown of his head, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. It was the primal fear stemming from being collectively targeted by apex predators of the food chain. No, Xiang Yu's scream was drowned out by the gradually rising, echoing roars of the ancient Saiyans, filled with battle intent. His rigorous training commenced in such a straightforward and brutal manner. Chapter 34, The Light of Hope. A miracle across rebirth. Conclusion. 5 years slipped by in the unending cycle of combat and refinement. Bang! The dull sound of impact resonated across the desolate planetary surface. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, cloaked in dense crimson fur and possessing muscles chiseled like steel, Xiang Yu, with an expression of calmness, raised his arms to shield against the rapid dual assault from the ancient Saiyans on either side. He even had the leisure to lean back, his right leg arcing upward like a taut bow, the hardened knee akin to a war hammer, striking decisively and ferociously against the chin of the third assailant. Ugh! The ancient Saiyan uttered a pained grunt, their offensive collapsing instantaneously, having deftly neutralized the three-pronged assault. A glint of determination flickered in Xiang Yu's eyes as he prepared to exploit this momentum to decisively vanquish these persistent sparring partners. It's about time, Xiang Yu. A voice, long absent and tinged with languor, unexpectedly interjected, interrupting his poised attack. Hongqiu's silhouette materialized, radiating a gentle glow. It is time to return to the Ultra world. My reserve of wish energy is nearly depleted. Huh? Wish energy depletion? Xiang Yu paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Over the past 5 years, he has rarely utilized the vast reservoir of his wish power, except for the occasional use of wish beans to expedite his healing. Even though the wish beans are indeed extraordinary, they should not be capable of exhausting the immense gifts bestowed upon him by the Dragon God. Akin to an ocean of stars, the red orb emitted a human-like sigh, pondering why the Saiyan race, despite their remarkable combat talents, seemed to have minds as muscular as their bodies, devoid of convoluted thoughts. Before Xiang Yu could offer a rebuttal, the orb posed a startling question. Do you believe that this ancient world of the Saiyans truly exists? Taken aback, Xiang Yu had little time to contemplate before the orb revealed the answer. As I previously mentioned, the legendary battle between the Super Saiyan and the King of All nearly shattered the multiverse, reducing its numbers to less than 3 digits, leaving the Dragon Ball world severely weakened. A wish ball that is not even complete, lacked the capability to accurately trace back to the timeline of a world shattered by such a supreme being. The authentic Saiyan lineage vanished from the annals of history after that monumental conflict, along with the one and only Super Saiyan. The tone of the orb reflected a hint of complexity. This world is merely a simulated trial ground I meticulously constructed using that vast reservoir of wish power. Its primary purpose is twofold: to provide you with a more intuitive understanding of the Saiyan origins and true potential, and to serve as an exceptional training ground with accelerated time flow and sufficient pressure. If I truly possessed the ability to traverse to the time before the world's destruction, I would simply take the position of the Kaishin. Furthermore, it would be far easier for me to summon an ancient Saiyan, stronger and more mature than you, to confront the evil dragon. Xiang Yu felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his thick red hair. Upon further reflection, he realized that he had indeed immersed himself in the thrill of battle and growth for the past 5 years, nearly relinquishing his capacity for thought, becoming somewhat assimilated by the instincts of a warrior race. However, this is understandable. Who could maintain a contemplative mindset while engaged in high-intensity life and death struggles day in and day out for 5 years, surrounded solely by enemies? Surviving in the initial stages through instantaneous movement and various techniques, and growing rapidly, was already a testament to his utmost efforts. Enough of this overthinking. The orb understood the enormity of Xiang Yu's hardships and growth over the past 5 years. It's time to return. The ultimate showdown awaits. At this moment, Xiang Yu's base combat power had astonishingly reached the realm of Tengai, 1020. This was merely his normal strength, without accounting for any amplified forms. Through countless life and death battles against the ancient Saiyan phantoms, Xiang Yu's bloodline had undergone unprecedented refinement and purification. Yet, as the orb stated, there is an intrinsic disparity between the new Saiyans of later generations and the original Saiyans, preventing Xiang Yu from achieving the complete stabilization of the Super Saiyan 4th form, as the true ancient Saiyans did. Nonetheless, he has now reached a state where he can effortlessly and permanently maintain the Super Saiyan 4th form, as natural as breathing. Unless faced with death or total unconsciousness, he would experience no energy depletion. Furthermore, at his current level of power, the significance of several thousand or even tens of thousands of times of form amplification had diminished compared to the past. Enemies that do not touch the realm of laws are no different from ants in his presence. As for those who do, apart from the gods of destruction and angels, he can easily handle them with just his Super Saiyan form. However, Xiang Yu remains uncertain whether he can fully withstand the annihilating effects of the laws wielded by the god of destruction. But that is not a priority at this moment. Xiang Yu calmed his mind, no longer delving deeper. As the orb activated the last remnants of wish power, the space-time portal reopened, and his figure vanished from the simulated ancient battlefield, returning to the perilous, crisis-ridden Ultraverse awaiting his salvation. The current Ultraverse is a heart-wrenching sight. It resembles the apocalyptic visions he glimpsed in the memories of the first Ultraman when he first traversed into the world of Diga, where once clear and vibrant cosmic bubbles have now been engulfed by thick tar, suffocated by overwhelming negative energy, their brilliance dimmed as silence spread. Has it truly deteriorated to such an extent? Xiang Yu furrowed his brow, his mood heavy. His gaze instantly locked onto the crevice of the universe, where a massive entity radiating ultimate malice and despair, the evil dragon, continuously writhed. It was neither a remnant nor merely a fragment. Without any extraneous words or pre-battle declarations, he moved, transforming into a red lightning bolt that tore through the darkness, charging directly towards the immense shadow. The relentless honing he underwent over the past 5 years in that simulated ancient battlefield now proved its decisive worth. Xiang Yu charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, where the scattered mid-level and upper-level evil dragon avatars stood no chance against him in his permanent Super Saiyan 4th form. Regardless of whether they were low-tier, mid-tier, or upper-tier evil dragons, they were all obliterated by Xiang Yu's pure, overwhelming strength, exploding into dissipating negative energy. Yet, no trace of joy appeared on Xiang Yu's face. His furrowed brow deepened. He watched as the negative energy from the evil dragons he had just destroyed did not dissipate, but instead, as if drawn by an invisible force, frantically converged towards the central mass of darkness. It was not that he did not wish to stop it, but rather that he could not. Until the complete body of the evil dragon is utterly annihilated, these avatars possess a form of immortality. No matter how many times they are killed, they will reassemble under the support of negative energy. The only way to resolve this is to destroy their source. Have they merged once more? A series of voices, some ancient, some regal, some ethereal, and others elusive, resonated gravely around Xiang Yu. Four towering figures radiating endless brilliance and majesty appeared almost simultaneously within the crevice of the universe. They were none other than the four supreme beings of the Ultraverse: Nuaya, the king of Ultraman, Leo, and Saiyan. This is rather shameless. Iasentiat, the resplendent Saiyan, embodying miracles, spoke with a hint of helplessness, stating that even just the avatars require our full strength to barely suppress this being's true form. There is still hope, isn't there? The wise and seasoned voice of the king of Ultraman rang out, pointing towards Xiang Yu, whose appearance had drastically changed, and whose aura was as profound as the ocean. It was uncertain how he recognized him. The king of Ultraman maintained a tone of cautious optimism, asserting that although the situation was dire, it had not yet reached its worst. The ancient king had already exhausted his power, recalling all his avatars scattered throughout the multiverse, returning to his peak strength, yet could only manage to suppress one formidable evil dragon avatar adorned with 3 stellar markings. Meanwhile, Nuaya and Leo remained silent and aloof as ever, their demeanor conveying the seriousness and weight of the situation through their tense battle stances and the overwhelming energy fluctuations surrounding them. Esteemed elders, upon witnessing the appearance of the 4 supreme beings, Xiang Yu was not taken aback. He took a deep breath, his expression exceedingly solemn as he spoke. I likely will not be a match for this complete being. His perception was accurate. As the powers of all the evil dragon avatars began to converge towards the main body, he no longer needed to gauge their energy intensity. It surpassed the mere realm of energy levels. The evil dragon's true form itself represents the manifestation of the dark side of the law of wish power, an existence of supreme regulatory nature. The intrinsic disparity between the two parties is far more immense than the chasm that existed when he had yet to grasp the threshold of Super Saiyan, a gap that was an absolute crushing force on a dimensional level. Thus, Xiang Yu's gaze traversed the 4 supreme beings, his voice resolute and earnest, imploring, "Please lend me your strength." The little one, the king of Ultra, responded with a warm smile, his tone imbued with both comfort and determination. "You need not request it. We are of the same intention." He exchanged a knowing glance with the other 3 supreme entities, and they nodded in unison. "Then let us commence," the king of Ultra proclaimed solemnly. Almost simultaneously, as the evil dragon's essence declared its full return with a terrifying roar that shattered several nearby universes, the 4 representatives of light and order from the Ultra world unhesitatingly ignited their most primordial radiance. Noah transformed into a silvery white light, symbolizing the primordial. Vegeta manifested as a turquoise light representing balance. The king of Ultra shone forth as a rainbow-hued light embodying will and emotion. And Saiyan emerged as a dazzling violet light representing miracles. These 4 beams, embodying the fundamental rules of the universe, surged towards Xiang Yu like rivers converging into the sea, offering their essence without reservation. "Xiang Yu, and us as well." At that moment, a resounding cheer echoed from behind Xiang Yu, reverberating throughout the universe. He turned sharply to see millions of Ultra warriors, akin to a brilliant galaxy, transcending countless cosmic barriers to gather here. Leading them were the father of Ultra, Zophi, the first generation, 7, Jack, Ace, Taro, and many other Ultra brethren, alongside his old friends, Leo and Astra. They bowed deeply to Xiang Yu, and without hesitation, each Ultra warrior radiated their purest life force. Countless beams of light converged into a vast, warm, and powerful sea of illumination, infused with the courage and conviction of the entire kingdom of light, surging fiercely into Xiang Yu. This seemed to serve as a signal. In the next moment, beings of light from every corner of the Ultra multiverse, including U40's Jonias and O50's warriors, all those who cherished light and refused to yield to darkness, silently transmitted their radiance across time and space to Xiang Yu. Immersed in this unprecedented, vast sea of light, which embodied the collective hope of the entire Ultra world. Xiang Yu let out a primal roar with all his might. The Saiyan blood within him was fully ignited, and a colossal ape apparition flickered behind him. Within his being, a tumultuous and transformative metamorphosis, surpassing all limits, was unfolding. Just a little more, just a fraction. Xiang Yu sensed that the unique essence of his soul's light was coalescing into form. That brilliance was warm and powerful, brimming with infinite possibilities. It was merely a final step away from transitioning from ethereal to tangible, fully igniting. Yet, with the convergence of the vast majority of light beings from the Ultra world, was that not enough? At this critical moment, a colossal cosmic bubble appeared at the battlefield's edge, seemingly seeping in from a higher dimension. A figure, familiar to Xiang Yu, stepped forth. Lacking a colored timer, with a silver body adorned with unique dark stripes, radiating absolute reason and divine brilliance, it was Zophi. I bring you the Star of Light. Zophi's voice was calm, yet powerful. Behind him, an immense ocean of light, more magnificent than entire galaxies, thunderously materialized. This was the ultimate radiance gathered from the entirety of the Star of Light and the myriad of light beings who upheld absolute order and rationality. Xiang Yu, they are just what we need. The Red Ball's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and relief, as this beacon of cosmic order and absolute reason had finally arrived. It had previously worried that, due to dimensional discrepancies, the power of the Star of Light could not reach in time. Now, it seemed the final piece of the puzzle had come together. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire Star of Light, along with all its light beings, transformed into the final and most grandiose stream of pure light, cascading like a celestial river, completely merging into Xiang Yu's being. Buzz. As if resonating with the primordial sound of the universe's inception, the flicker of the soul's light within Xiang Yu's spiritual realm instantly transitioned from ethereal to material, erupting into a dazzling brilliance that illuminated his entire cosmic soul. I see my true radiance. Xiang Yu extended his hand towards that gathering of his own will, Saiyan bloodline, and the heart's light representing the hopes of the entire Ultra world, striving to grasp it. In that instant, an indescribable spectacle unfolded. The entire Ultra multiverse appeared to be frozen in time, with everything, be it the crumbling planets, the surging energy, or the evil dragon's roar, stopping in that fleeting moment. Then, a light of indescribable color and warmth erupted from Xiang Yu, radiating outward as a shockwave. This brilliance transcended the distances of space and the passage of time, illuminating every corner of the Ultra multiverse in an instant. The viscous negative energy that had entwined and eroded countless cosmic bubbles, under the illumination of this pure light, shrieked like ice meeting fierce sunlight, rapidly evaporating, purifying, and vanishing without a trace. The intensely expanding light did not dissipate. Instead, upon reaching a critical point, it began to retract inward, condensing as if it possessed life. Ultimately, an incomprehensibly colossal figure materialized at the foundation of the universe. He stood upon the unfathomable boundary beneath the Ultra world, with the apex above representing limits and origins. Surrounding him, the formerly vast cosmic bubbles now appeared as mere varying sizes of bubbles encircling his presence. Is this the existence I have become, having gathered all light? Xiang Yu, or rather, this giant, gazed down upon the nearly infinite panorama of the Ultra multiverse, his heart filled with ineffable awe. This perspective, this sense of power, far surpassed any transformation he had previously experienced. There was no time for astonishment. Quickly, follow the method I instructed you earlier and guide this power. The Red Ball's voice echoed urgently in his consciousness, laden with unprecedented tension and anticipation. Though the reminder was somewhat jarring, Xiang Yu immediately focused his mind. He understood that at this moment, he bore the future of the entire Ultra world. He could not afford the slightest delay nor betray the trust and sacrifices of billions of light beings. He calmly attuned to the boundless, yet manageable, luminous energy within him, which was not chaotic, but rather encompassed the various fundamental rules and concepts of the universe. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him, revealing the essence of the Ultra world. It was derived from that initial beam of miraculous light, which had opened the path to the entire Ultra multiverse. Noah represented the primordial and origin. Vegeta symbolized balance and harmony. The king of Ultra embodied will, emotion, and protection. Saiga stood for miracles, and infinite possibilities. The Kingdom of Light denoted courage, faith, and legacy. The Star of Light represented reason, order, and absolute law, along with countless other light warriors who embodied hope, friendship, justice, and sacrifice. All these radiances collectively constituted the foundation and framework of the Ultra world. The light of the soul condensed, accompanied by a declaration that seemed to emanate from the very source of the universe. Xiang Yu's towering form began to compress inward at an astonishing speed, refining itself. In that unparalleled moment, as if a power had reached the very limits of the universe's capacity, it thunderously shattered the seemingly indestructible absolute barrier, launching an ultimate surge toward a higher, unfathomable realm. Accompanied by a soul-stirring howl that seemed to echo from the depths of existence, Xiang Yu's form underwent a profound transformation. Silvery, soft fur glimmering with star-like points of light rapidly enveloped his entire being, supplanting the previous crimson hue. A cascade of silver hair, reminiscent of a galactic waterfall, flowed behind him, dancing in the absence of wind. Unbeknownst to him, his once colossal body had compressed back to a height of approximately 2 meters, assuming a human shape. Yet, at this moment, the malevolent dragon, which had passively endured the onslaught of light and appeared unscathed, took its first hesitant steps backward. Its immense limbs composed of pure darkness and negative energy shifting in fear. With a slow, deliberate motion, Xiang Yu lifted his gaze. His eyes transformed into a pure golden hue, calmly observing the evil dragon's gradual retreat from a distance of countless cosmic scales. His voice, though soft, pierced the infinite void, resonating deep within the core of the dragon's consciousness. Trying to flee? Is it not a bit too late for that? Seemingly with casual indifference, Xiang Yu waved his arm lightly. In the next instant, an incomprehensible event unfolded. The distance that separated him from the evil dragon, theoretically nearly infinite and spanning countless cosmic scales, seemed to vanish as if erased by an unseen hand. The dragon's grotesque neck, forged from negative energy, appeared to draw itself closer, firmly adhering to Xiang Yu's seemingly ordinary yet unyielding palm. It is over. Amidst the silent, desperate howls of the evil dragon, filled with profound terror and disbelief, Xiang Yu uttered these 3 words as gently as if brushing away dust. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no resounding roar that swept across the multiverse. The dragon's colossal form, representing ultimate darkness, felt as insignificant and fragile as a mere insect beneath Xiang Yu's hand. A gentle squeeze, a subtle pinch, like ink washed away by clean water, or markings erased by an eraser. The evil dragon, along with all it symbolized, darkness, resentment, negative energy, and every trace of its existence across time, was entirely and thoroughly obliterated from this world by Xiang Yu's seemingly nonchalant grasp. Completely and utterly, not a trace remained. Years later, in a nameless, utterly desolate universe, Xiang Yu's figure floated quietly in the void, silently observing the lifeless ruins where even the most fundamental laws of physics appeared to have collapsed. In the air lingered a faint, familiar dark aura. Xiang Yu. The voice of the red orb cautiously echoed nearby, tinged with evident guilt and regret. Xiang Yu waved his hand, interrupting its words with a calm demeanor. I understand. There is no need to elaborate. At that time, there truly was no surplus of time or strength to consider my original world. His gaze seemed to penetrate the remnants of this universe, glimpsing a far more distant past. Yet, his tone carried an ineffable sense of nostalgia. Realizing that the fragments of that dream experienced in the Dijia world had indeed transpired in such a distant past. It was only upon acquiring this near-omniscient perspective and power that Xiang Yu finally comprehended the entirety of his existence. He was the one whom the red orb had desperately sought to preserve from the encroachment of darkness, expending its last remnants of strength to create this unique being. The original Xiang Yu, the true youth of this world, had long succumbed to the might of Jiatangir, along with this world, facing annihilation after obtaining Dijia's power. He had been frail since childhood, not due to inherent deficiencies, but because the red orb's power had fabricated a false timeline for his growth, rendering him exceedingly fragile and unable to sustain the vitality of his artificial body. With a gentle smile, Xiang Yu retracted his gaze from the ruins, extending both hands to embrace the 2 women beside him, their faces slightly flushed, each possessing distinct beauty. Let us go. It is time for the ugly daughter-in-law to meet her in-laws. Upon speaking, A brilliance transcending time and causality shimmered in his golden eyes. Under the influence of his unparalleled might, the long-forgotten, utterly ruined universe began to undergo an astonishing transformation. The river of time appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, flowing backward at a visibly frenetic pace. Stars were reshaped, nebulae re-emerged, and shattered matter recombined as the universe rushed back towards a specific point in the past. Ultimately, the river of time came to a halt, freezing at a moment brimming with destiny and memory for Xiang Yu. On a planet known as Earth, within this desolate universe, a black-haired youth, amidst the intertwining of despair and hope, raised an ancient and mysterious divine light staff high into the air. The radiant brilliance was poised to bloom once more. The end of the book.